I was born in a world where everyone can reclass, where people can only awaken one innate talent and reclass once every 10 levels. Yet, I awakened an unprecedented dual talent, one of which is the never-before-seen Genesis grade talent Unlimited Reclass, allowing me to freely switch professions based on skills, and the other is the Mythic grade talent Truth Seeker, which increases the skill level cap by 50%. At this moment, I was training in the open-air training hall of Changshan City's 3rd high school, every movement brimming with an indomitable spirit, drawing curious glances from passers-by. A girl walking by, upon seeing my robust muscles and strikingly handsome features, immediately swooned, so handsome, and such a great physique, if only he could be my boyfriend. A male companion, feeling jealous, glanced up at my face and sneered dismissively, "Feng Xiu is your boyfriend? I'd advise you to forget it. I heard he still hasn't successfully reclassed yet." The girl's infatuation vanished instantly upon hearing this. Still hasn't reclassed? Seems like he's just a pretty face with no substance, definitely not worthy of being my boyfriend. With a final regretful glance, she quickened her pace and left. The two spoke without restraint, and the young man named Feng Xiu overheard their conversation but paid no mind, continuing to swing his greatsword with unwavering focus. I quietly opened my status panel to check. Feng Xiu, race, human, talents, unlimited job change, creation tier can freely switch professions based on skills. Truth Seeker, mythic tier skill level cap increased by 50%. Level, 10. Class, none. Class core, none. Attributes, HP, 60 of 60. MP, 60 of 60. Strength, 7. Agility, 7. Stamina, 6. Spirit, 6. Skill slots. Basic swordsmanship, 1-star common skill LV14, 1499/1500. Increases sword skill damage by 28%, attack speed by 10%, and ignores 5% physical defense. In this world, talent levels range from low to high as follows: common, excellent, rare, perfect, epic, legendary, and mythic. Even the lowest tier common talent isn't something everyone possesses, let alone my dual talents, one mythic grade and another creation grade that surpasses all known tiers. If I were to be called mediocre, then the vast majority of people in this world would be nothing but utter trash. The reason people mock me as mediocre stems from the fundamental rules of this realm called the infinite world. Everyone can change professions based on their skills. For instance, mastering the swordplay skill and raising it to its base level cap of 10 allows one to become a swordsman. Achieving level 10 in Fireball enables a transition to a flame mage. Each 10 levels permit a profession change, and at level 20 with 2 level 10 skills, one can choose a primary and secondary skill for further specialization. Taking swordplay and Fireball as examples. Primary swordplay plus secondary Fireball Flameblade Duelist, physical class. Primary Fireball plus secondary swordplay Pyroblade Sorcerer, magic class. All skills start at level 1 upon initial learning. Progressing from level 1 to level 10 requires both diligence and aptitude. For ordinary people, mastering a 1-star skill from level 1 to level 10 typically takes about a month, though the speed of proficiency growth varies across different skills, ranging from as fast as a day to no more than a month and a half. If someone exceeds this time frame, it's either due to a lack of aptitude or sheer laziness. 2 months before graduation, Green Mountain City 3rd High School grants students their first 1-star basic skill. I chose beginner swordsmanship and mastered it from level 1 to level 10 in just 12 days, earning me the reputation of a genius in terms of aptitude. However, due to my Seeker of the Way talent, my swordsmanship skill cap is 5 levels higher than that of ordinary people, and the proficiency required for the latter 5 levels is several times more difficult than the first 10. It took me 47 days to progress from LV10 to LV14. My diligence is well known throughout the school. I'm a regular in the training room, practicing from dawn till dusk, and it's hard to find anyone more hardworking than me. Yet, because I hadn't advanced my profession, my skill being the common beginner swordsmanship, I was dismissed as a talentless mediocrity, even mocked as a fool. At first, I too had doubts. While the extra 5 skill levels raised my combat potential, they slowed my growth rate by 3-fold. Was Seeker of the Way truly a mythical tier talent? But talents cannot be changed, so I can only hope it would prove its worth in the future. Beginner swordsmanship proficiency +1. Skill level increased. Current level, LV15, max. A virtual blue notification popped up after a single swing. Finally, max level. The corners of my lips curled slightly as I casually tossed the greatsword aside. Stretching, my body twisted slightly, producing crisp cracking sounds like frying beans. Sitting cross-legged, I carefully examined my skill panel. Beginner swordsmanship, 1-star common skill. LV15 max increases sword type skill damage by 30%, attack speed by 10%, ignores 5% of physical defense, and has a 1% chance to trigger a critical hit. Every skill gains an additional attribute every 5 levels. At level 5, unlock attack speed plus 10% at level 10. Gain ignores 5% physical defense, at level 15. Acquire 1% critical hit chance, this is the sole benefit brought by the Truthseeker talent. Now, I can finally undergo my first job change. Job change in progress. Please select the core skill for job change. Reading the text floating before my eyes. I feel like I'm inside a game, reminiscent of scenes from the anime Sword Art Online. I choose Basic Swordsmanship LV15, Max, as my core job change skill. Generating professions. Please select from the following options. 1. Sword Arts Mentor, 3-star unique profession. Description, a guiding profession that takes an unorthodox approach. Renowned for its dazzling sword techniques, opponents often find themselves decapitated before they can react. Excels at imparting understanding of swordsmanship to others, making them formidable sword instructors. 2. Berserker Citybreaker, 3-star unique profession. Description, a siege-oriented profession wielding giant swords, unstoppable in storming fortifications, possesses powerful means to enhance combat effectiveness at the cost of sacrificing rationality, making them terrifying weapons in warfare. 3. Swordmaster, 3-star unique profession. Description, a speed-type profession, carefree and unrestrained, solely pursuing the path of stronger swordsmanship. Staring at the 3 unique 3-star profession options before me, I was stunned. According to official statistics, when transitioning with a 1-star common skill, there's a 90% chance of obtaining a 1-star profession and a 10% chance of a 2-star profession, with the probability of a 3-star profession being extremely low. Only by using a perfect grade 1-star skill for transition can one guarantee a 2-star profession, with just a 10% chance of obtaining a 3-star profession. In Green Mountain City, with its population of 1 million, only a handful of people each year manage to transition into a 3-star profession upon their first attempt. These individuals are the geniuses among geniuses. Yet here I was, presented with 3 unique 3-star profession options at once. This clearly wasn't just luck, the only explanation was my Seeker of the Path talent. Higher skill levels yield greater transition benefits. I clenched my fists, the 2 months of grueling training had finally paid off. If my deduction was correct, every future transition would push the theoretical limits. I recalled classmates who had transitioned a month earlier than me, the highest among them had only obtained a 2-star profession, with more than half settling for 1-star professions. What did it matter if they transitioned earlier? After transitioning into a 3-star profession, my growth curve and combat power would far surpass theirs. Now, I refocused my thoughts on the 3 profession options before me. Feng Xiu didn't hesitate much and directly finalized, Sword Hero. With the same star level and both being unique professions, it was natural to choose the one that was the most handsome. Transferring Sword Hero. In an instant, surging energy rushed out from Feng Xiu's limbs and bones, heading towards every corner of his body. This energy was warm and soft. Feng Xiu felt like he was soaking in a hot spring, and couldn't help but let out a moan comfortable. More importantly, this energy was strengthening and transforming Feng Xiu's body. When the warmth disappeared, the exertion from the more than an hour of training just now was completely expelled in an instant, and even some of the dark wounds and bruises that had appeared due to overexercise were eliminated. Every transfer was a sublimation of body and mind. The virtual dialogue box appeared in front of his eyes once again. Transfer successful, current profession, Sword Hero unique, primary sword art upgraded to advanced sword art, gained profession core, Sword Hero's way, basic skill bar limit +1. Feng Xiu hurriedly opened his attribute panel again. Feng Xiu. Race, human. Talent, unlimited transfer genesis level, can freely switch professions based on skills Dao Seeker mythic level, all skills level cap plus 50%. Level, 10 first turn. Profession, swordsman unique. Profession core, the way of the sword hero additional 50% increase in sword damage, comes with profession skills, sword chi, sword drawing. Life value, 110-110. Magic, 110-110. Strength, 12 growth, 0.5 stars, increase 0.5 points of strength for every 1 level. Agility, 22 growth, 1.5 stars, increase agility by 1.5 points per level up. Stamina, 11 growth, 0.5 stars, increase stamina by 0.5 points per level up. Spirit, 11 growth, 0.5 stars, increase spirit by 0.5 points per level up. Skill bar 1-2. Advanced Swordsmanship 3-star normal skill, LV10-100, sword type skills deal 30% more damage, increase attack speed by 10%, ignore 5% physical defense, 1% probability of triggering a burst. Profession skill. Sword Chi 3-star skill, LV1 skill level equals sword art level, any attack launched with a sword type weapon comes with sword chi, attack range equals agility 10 cm, additional damage equals attack power 0.8. Sword drawing 3-star skill, LV1 skill level equals sword art level, draws sword at great speed, inflicts attack power plus strength plus agility x 1.35 damage to those around you, cooldown, 30 seconds. Comprehended when advanced sword art level 10. Comprehended when advanced sword art level 15. Agility growth increased by 1.5 stars, all other attribute growth increased by 0.5 stars, and the level 10 Feng Xiu increased his attributes by 30 points at once. The current Feng Xiu felt able to one-up the 10 former selves. No wonder those people would mock. Before and after the transfer were indeed one heaven and one earth. The difference in attributes was extremely exaggerated, not to mention the accompanying vocational skills. Of course, this was also related to the fact that he had transferred to a 3-star profession. It was impossible for an ordinary person to have such a high growth bonus and powerful skills by only transferring into a 1-star or 2-star career. Also, advanced sword art can still comprehend skills when it reaches level 15? Feng Xiu was a bit surprised, because as far as he knew, most people only comprehended a mandatory skill after leveling up to level 10 at most after switching professions. Unexpectedly, he was able to comprehend another skill after level 15. Seeker talent big brother, there were many people outside just now, and now little brother is kneeling down for you. Worthy of being a mythic grade talent, Feng Xiu once again felt the power of the Way Seeker talent. Let's try the skills next. Exhaling lightly, Feng Xiu got up with a carp. Reaching out, he picked up the black iron sword. Slightly weighing it. It's a bit light. For him at 7 points of strength, the black iron giant sword, which was characterized by its heaviness, could be used to exercise his strength. But now Feng Xiu's strength soared to 12 points. The black iron giant sword was wielded like a large wooden stick, with no workout effect at all. As an ordinary high school, Castle Peak City No. 3 High School didn't have any heavier swords either. I'll have to buy a heavier giant sword specifically for sword practice in the future. Holding the sword in one hand, Feng Xiu's gaze locked onto the ironwood stake not far away, and his eyes steeply became stern. He fiercely took a step forward and swung his sword out at the same time. It wasn't a skill, just an ordinary chop. However, the black iron giant sword had transformed into an unreadable black shadow chopping forward at an astonishing speed. Rumble! It landed. The earth trembled, and a 3-meter-long, half-meter-wide crack opened up forward from where the sword blade smashed down. This chopping blow was incredibly powerful and the sound was quite terrifying. Feng Xiu's attention was not on the ground, but on the ironwood stake in the distance. A white half-moon crescent that was as tall as a person and as thick as a piece of paper likewise came out from the blade of the sword and chopped forward, landing on the ironwood stake. Immediately, there was a crisp cracking sound. Splat! The ironwood stake cracked from the center and fell to the left and right. The cut was flat and smooth. Sharp Feng Xiu's eyes lit up, and it was the sword chi skill that caused the immediate effect. Knowing that this was an iron stake, its hardness was no less than that of a shield. Sword chi was able to cut through the iron stake, which meant that even with a casual sword, he would be able to break through the defenses of shield warrior, guard, and other professions that were famous for their defenses. In addition to sword chi, swordsman also had a sword drawing skill. Sword drawing. Feng Xiu glanced at the thick, huge black iron sword in his hand. The test of sword drawing should be put off for later. He should at least find a normal longsword with a scabbard. Chapter 3 Preparation. Running home. Feng Xiu's home was in an apartment not far from the 3rd middle school in Castle Peak City. Like most travelers, he was an orphan, and his parents disappeared when he was 13. Speaking of missing, they hadn't returned for so many years, so it was no surprise that they should have died in the wilderness, or in one of the copies. This was unusual in a world where fighting was the main theme, killing monsters and upgrading. Even how much it fit the game, there was no mechanism for players to be resurrected indefinitely like in the game. Feng Xiu's current guardian was his sister-in-law Li Qinghong, a 35-year-old single woman with the profession of pharmacist. She had been living in the company on weekdays, so Feng Xiu was the only one living in the large apartment. Opening the door to the house, Feng Xiu familiarly threw his backpack onto the sofa, went to the kitchen to pan the rice and cook it, and took out the fish head from the refrigerator to defrost it. Finally a turn, treat yourself well tonight. Make a fish head in tofu soup, then deep fry a pork chop, and order a cauliflower chicken takeout. While waiting for the fish head to thaw, Feng Xiu first went to take a shower. Wearing pants sitting on the sofa, hair does not blow, waiting for the natural air dry, turn on the TV also do not watch, just to hear a sound. Feng Xiu's eyes staring at the cell phone has been operated on. Open the Career Purchase app. This is an e-commerce platform app, and all the items needed for the profession can be found here. Whether it's skill books, weapons and equipment, or monster materials, everything is available. Having completed the first turn, Fang Xiu was ready to continue upgrading, so he was going to go leveling tomorrow. The classmates who had turned 1 a month earlier than himself, he still had to work harder to catch up with their levels. So he had to prepare to buy a good sword to improve his efficiency. Enter the filtering criteria. Level 10, excellent quality, long sword with sheath. Click search. Soon hundreds of thousands of search results were presented in front of Fang Xiu. The pictures of various types of long swords dazzled the eyes. It was only a level 10 weapon, so Fang Xiu wasn't going to waste his brain cells picking it out. Entering the condition of additional agility attribute, he selected the top-selling weapon to check. Blood Plum Sword. Quality, excellent. Attribute, attack power plus 25, agility plus 3. Level, first turn. Durability, 150-150. Description: built with 100 forging iron and blood plum stone as the main materials, the sword body is imprinted with red lines, and when waved quickly, it seems to leave one blood-colored plum blossom in mid-air. Price, 1,000 alliance coins. $1,000 a hand. No wonder the sales were the first, the blood plum sword was indeed quite expensive. Fang Xiu had heard a senior in the blacksmith profession mention it. Excellent quality weapons had a maximum of 3 attributes attached to them. The blood plum sword had 3 attributes attached to it, making it a top quality weapon. It was assumed that the forger who created it was quite skilled. Place your order directly. Same city delivery, make an appointment for delivery at 8 o'clock tomorrow morning. Get up kit undershirt and put on an apron and start cooking dinner. Leveling, buy a weapon is enough, equipment and so on, he is prepared to fight by himself, just to tomorrow's practicing point. For the practicing point, Fang Xiu thought about it when he took a bath. There was a copy of Wind Spirit Valley in the wild of Castle Peak City, where the wind blast set, which could increase movement speed and agility attributes, was abundant. As an agile profession, swordsman's sword chi and sword drawing technique were both linked to agility, so a suit that could directly increase agility was definitely the most suitable for Fang Xiu. When the Blast Wind set was bought on the Profession Purchase app, a set of 5 excellent quality equipment parts would have to be sold for $20,000. It belonged to a tycoon who couldn't afford to use it. He happened to be practicing leveling himself, so he simply went to fight first. Half an hour later, the steaming fish head tofu soup was served, scooping up a spoonful of the creamy white soup base, so fresh that it fell off the tongue. Then he chucked in the golden fried pork chop and feasted on it. Shu Shan. The most restorative of fatigue wasn't the transfer, but the big meal after a tiring day. Concentrating on the dry meal, Fang Xiu ended the battle in only 10 minutes. The fried chicken takeout also arrived just in time. Taking the bucket of fried chicken, Fang Xiu leaned back on the sofa and swiped his cell phone while eating. Although he has decided to go to the Wind Spirit Valley copy to practice, but the copy guide himself has not read it, so he can study it at night. Just after opening his cell phone, Fang Xiu saw a group message at himself. It was from the class group. The class group only has the class teacher as the administrator, so I guess there is something to notify everyone. Tapping on the class group to take a closer look. Xin Shuang class teacher, is there anyone else who wants to sign up for the 10 schools competition? Tomorrow is the deadline. Those who haven't signed up but want to do so, grab me and sign up. The class teacher's message was followed by a bunch of people in the water group. Li Kong, reporting to teacher, no. Zhou Yang, nosepicking.jpg, isn't something like a graduate competition a stage for high achievers? Wang Lu, +1. 10 schools competition, a small competition jointly organized by the 10 schools of Castle Peak City. It is held once a year and is open to all recent graduates who have completed their first turn. It started out as a battlefield for the 10 schools in Castle Peak City to compete for students. Since then, it has evolved to involve the Qingshan City government's allocation of resources to the 10 colleges. At the same time, it was also a platform for all graduates to show their strength and talent, and a large number of labor unions, mercenary groups, and squads would participate. Those with talent would receive invitations from them. It's kind of like a campus job fair. After all, there is no college in this world, and after graduating from high school, you can directly join the workforce. Fang Xiu wasn't interested in working directly for others as a cowhorse, but he had long coveted the rewards of the 10-school competition. The rewards were also provided by the 10 schools and local businesses, and were quite generous. Fang Xiu remembered that last year, the first place reward for the 10 schools competition was a level 20 perfect quality weapon, as well as a perfect 3-star skill book, with a total value of over $1 million. Even the 10th place was rewarded with a level 20 excellent quality equipment. This year, I heard that there are 2 more up-and-coming schools added in, and the rewards will definitely be even more generous compared to last year. It's possible to participate and take a look. Fang Xiu rubbed his chin, and then he remembered that he hadn't reported the matter of transferring to the teacher yet. Directly tapping on the class teacher's avatar to send a message. Fang Xiu, old class, I've transferred. After waiting for 2 minutes, Fang Xiu didn't wait for Ms. Chin's message, but instead directly received a call from her. You kid has finally turned 1. A lively and revealingly happy female voice came from the opposite side. Sorry to trouble you. Fang Xiu apologized. He knew that Qin Shuang was participating in the excellent class master's selection, and the selection criteria included a 100% graduation transfer rate, as the last one in the class to transfer. He knew that Qin Shuang was participating in the outstanding class master competition, and that one of the selection criteria was 100% graduation transition rate. It's not a trouble, I'm not interested in the title of excellent class teacher, Qin Shuang said casually. By the way, what was your occupation in your first turn? I'll make a note of it. Sword hero. Sword hero? On the other end of the phone, Qin Shuang frowned and carefully searched for information about this profession in her mind. She had heard of the blast wind swordsman, rock cutting swordsman, holy martial swordsman, professions with the prefix swordsman. This was the first time she had heard of a career name with the word sword hero alone. How many stars? 3 stars, Fang Xiu answered truthfully. Aha. You didn't lie to me? Qin Shuang's teeth trembled slightly. I can get on the occupation formation, Fang Xiu replied. The occupation formation was a special formation that could detect the level and occupation of the entrant. As soon as the words fell, a hissing sound comparable to a prehistoric Tyrannosaurus Rex erupted from the other end of the phone. 3-star occupation? My student became a 3-star occupation in 1 turn. Old me cultivated a genius professional. I'll see what else they'll take this time to grab the title of excellent class teacher from me, old mother. Fang Xiu silently took his cell phone away from him, although teacher Qin Shuang's mouth said, I'm not interested in the title of outstanding class teacher. Her body was still very honest. However, the fact that one of his students had turned into a 3-star profession was indeed a good thing to be happy about. Once a 3-star career appeared, it represented the word genius. As a genius teacher, the title of excellent class teacher would naturally come handy. Old class, the school should have a reward for me turning into a 3-star profession, right? Fang Xiu asked. This was the thing he was most concerned about. There is. There must be. Don't worry, I'll help you wool gather the school this wave, Qin Shuang said in a big way. But you kid give me hard leveling lately, you have to be in the 10 school competition. No problem, Fang Xiu agreed. Okay, hang up first, I'll help you go wool gathering, wait for my good news. Without waiting for Fang Xiu to say anything else, Qin Shuang hung up the phone in a hurry. Fang Xiu looked at the phone and was silent for a while. He still wanted to ask what rewards he could take. Forget it, according to the previous situation, a rare grade 2-star skill book should not be missing. It just so happened that it could be used as his second skill, as well as the basis for transferring to a second profession. Chapter 4 Wind Spirit Valley Copy. Early in the morning, Fang Xiu returned home from his morning run in the park. On the way, he bought 10 big buns and 3 bottles of milk. After taking a shower at home, happily enjoying the food. Not long after, the courier boy came to the door. It was the delivery of the blood plum sword that he bought yesterday. The courier boy handed Fang Xiu a sword box, opened the sword box. Inside lay a 3 feet 3 inches long, 3 fingers wide. The surface left a blood-colored ring pattern long sword. The surface of the cold light is full of dew, sharp and incomparable. Fang Xiu gripped the hilt of the sword and lifted it up, weighing it slightly and examining it carefully. The attributes were indeed consistent with the posting in the store. The weight was heavier than he expected. It was quite good. If it was too light, there would be no feeling when wielding it. Inside the sword box was also a matching scabbard, a pair of flower palmwood scabbard, uniform texture, soft tone, oily surface, has a glossy luster, carved several blood-colored plum blossoms, lifelike, quite good looking. This $1,000 is worth it, Fang Xiu was satisfied. Sheathing his sword, Fang Xiu put the blood plum sword on his waist. Put the blood plum sword on his waist. Then he opened his spatial backpack to check his supplies. The healing potion given by his sister-in-law, the drinking water and dry food necessary for going out had also been put in a 7-day portion. Everything that should be prepared was ready. Fang Xiu copied up an assault vest and put it on, closed the door to his room, and went to the apartment building to take a car and head straight out of the city. Castle Peak City, located in the southern part of Donghuang Kingdom, was named after the large replica of Myriad Castle Peak. In addition to the Myriad Green Mountain, there are various levels of replicas of various sizes around the city. The Wind Spirit Valley replica that Fang Xiu was going to this time was the lowest leveled replica in the area of Castle Peak City, but it was the most popular one. In addition to the Blast Wind set that Fang Xiu also wanted, this place also dropped rare wind skills and priest auxiliary skills, and the market price of these skill books was not low. That's why new professionals in Castle Peak City would take Wind Spirit Valley as their first choice. There was even no shortage of professionals from neighboring cities who came all the way here. Getting off the bus by the city gates of Castle Peak City, he used his ID card to register to go out. Passing through a dense forest, from a big distance, Fang Xiu saw hordes of occupiers. For short of one, let's have a powerful law profession, the normal difficulty copy will be driving soon. Let's have a powerful healing profession, 2 of them will slowly brush the easy difficulty. Freshly baked hurricane cane for sale. Don't miss it. $3,000 for a Windstone Oregon. The crowd yelled continuously. The scene was like the entrance to a game replica, there were all kinds of people who were teaming up, selling and buying things. Passing through the crowd, Fang Xiu arrived in front of the Wind Spirit Valley replica. Floating in front of a narrow path in a valley was a light blue portal about 5 meters high and 2 meters wide with sparkling light, and as long as one reached out and touched the portal, one could enter it. On the side of the portal, there is also a black stone monument, which is densely engraved with dozens of names. 1. Ing Feng Squad clearance time 35 minutes and 48 seconds. 2. Ma Ing Yuan Squad clearance time 38 minutes and 21 seconds. 3. Lin Dong Squad clearance time 40 minutes and 25 seconds. This is the replica monument. It only appeared at the entrance of the replica, engraved with the names of the professionals who had cleared the replica and the time they had taken to clear the replica, as well as a list of the top 10 rankings. The leaderboard is updated once a month, and those who are on top will receive Heaven's Way rewards. The higher the ranking, the better the rewards. Fang Xiu glanced at the first place and immediately fell to the 10th place, with a clearance time of 48 minutes and 51 seconds. Small goal, just try to get on the leaderboard, Fang Xiu mused. However, today wasn't the time to rush the leaderboards. He was only level 10, and his equipment had only changed to a sword. On the other hand, 80% of these people who were able to stay on the leaderboards were level 20 and fully armed. Wanting to get on the leaderboards, it was early. Isn't this Fang Xiu? You finally transferred? Do you want me to take you to a copy? A droning voice suddenly interrupted Fang Xiu's thoughts. Turning his head, Fang Xiu saw a familiar face. With a high nose, thin lips, signature peach blossom eyes, and thinning blonde hair, Fang Xiu immediately recognized that it was fellow classmate Kai Nan's, a 2-star, breeze mage, in his first turn profession. He was holding his staff inlaid with turquoise gemstones, and was looking at Fang Xiu playfully, with a hint of arrogance in his demeanor. Behind Kai Nan were 2 other fellow travelers, a burly man carrying a shield, and a girl wearing a priest's robe. Coincidentally, these 2 were also Fang Xiu's classmates. 2-star profession, Iron Guard, Changxin, and 1-star profession, Priest, Han Lily. Fang Xiu, want to join us for a copy? Changxin also extended an invitation to Fang Xiu, but he didn't have the same arrogance as Kai Nan's in his demeanor and tone. No, I'm going to go solo, Fang Xiu shook his head slightly. The strength brought by the 3-star profession allowed him to solo brush the easy difficulty Wind Spirit Valley copy should not be a big problem. Since he could single brush, there was no need to share the experience and loot with others. Solo brush? Just you? As if Kai Nan's had heard a heavenly joke, the corners of his mouth kept rising, his expression exaggerated like that of a clown. Fang Xiu glanced at him. In every school, there were always a few people who relied on their family's money to hang out with punks in society and bully their classmates in school. Kai Nan's was one of them. However, he hadn't bullied Fang Xiu before. It turned out that before everyone had switched, Fang Xiu was extremely popular in his class because of his lanky figure, good academic performance, and good looks. These little hooligans also knew to pick soft persimmons to pinch and didn't dare to mess with Fang Xiu. Later on, with everyone transferring, while Fang Xiu was late to transfer, this group of people will also be the target of bullying aimed at him. Only Fang Xiu, in addition to the class, has been practicing a longsword, not much to touch. Now that it was a rare opportunity, he couldn't help but do his best to come over and say a few words. For this kind of behavior, Fang Xiu just wanted to say, "Don't give me a chance to smoke you, otherwise I don't mind letting you know why the flowers are so red." Unfortunately, there were officials at the entrance of the replica maintaining order and fighting was not allowed. Thus, Fang Xiu turned around and stepped into the copy's portal, leaving behind Kainan's whose face was a bit stiff after being ignored. Single brush, Fang Xiu is awesome, Han Lily was surprised. Awesome my ass, just transferred and you want to solo a copy, in a few minutes, he'll have to get his ass kicked by a wind goblin, Kainanze snorted coldly. Kainan snorted coldly. Soloing a copy, this kind of thing is something that even he couldn't do when he first changed jobs, let alone Fang Xiu. Changsun didn't say anything, but just looked at the portal, pondering. Chapter 5, Sword Drawing Technique. Walking into the portal, Fang Xiu appeared in a valley filled with thick fog. A virtual dialogue box floated before his eyes. Wind Spirit Valley. Description: it is rumored that the Wind Spirit Valley was once the residence of the immortal spirit of wind, thus attracting countless beings in pursuit of the power of wind to settle here. Only for some unknown reason, the wind spirits that used to pursue calm and harmony have suddenly become collectively berserk, and they will kill all outsiders entering the Wind Spirit Valley. Challenge limit: 1 turn. Please select the difficulty of your challenge. Easy, normal, hard, nightmare, hell. All copies had the above 5 difficulties. Fang Xiu chose to start brushing from the simple difficulty, and then challenged the higher difficulty if he still had the strength. After choosing the easy difficulty, the fog in front of him was dispersed, and a light breeze blew in from the valley, bringing with it the faint scent of grass. Not far away, 2 green butterflies and a calf-sized tiger-like creature could be seen flying low in the air. Wind Goblin LV-12. HP 100. Wind Chaser LV-13. HP 210. Butterflies named Wind Goblins. Each Wind Goblin is the size of a basketball and specializes in using the 1-star wind spell called Wind Blade. Because they specialize in long-distance attacks, they are often the priority target in a copy. After all, Wind Goblins face more than 3 individuals at the same time, so it's difficult for a normal defense-oriented profession to last long under their bombardment. Another wild monster called Wind-Chasing Beast, appearance similar to a tiger, but not a tiger, body shape is not strong but more elegant, flexible movement, running speed. Its fighting ability was average, and it was good at pouncing, biting, and other simple means, but it was an excellent mount. Unfortunately, the wind-chasing beasts outside of Wind Spirit Valley that could be captured by beast tamers were almost extinct. Inside the replica, if you wanted to kill a normal wind-chasing beast to drop the reins that could summon it as a mount, the probability was comparable to winning the $5 million lottery. Fang Xiu had read a few years ago that the Qingqing Evening News had reported that a wind chaser beast's reins had been auctioned off at a price of $5 million. Let's try the sword with them. Fang Xiu grasped the hilt of the sword with his right hand and stepped forward. With each step, his mental power and concentration were being integrated and mobilized. The speed was fast, as if he was moving forward on the wind, and in the blink of an eye, he had entered within 10 meters of the Wind Goblin's circumference. Steeply, Fang Xiu's forward steps accelerated once again, just like a cheetah's sudden attack after sensing that the time was ripe. Miso. A flash of cold light. The Wind Goblin that was closest to Fang Xiu could barely see the enemy, and before his body could react, the next instant it was cut open from the center, and its 2 wings drifted down left and right as if they were falling leaves. 2 blood-colored damage characters floated in midair. 119. 101. Killed Wind Goblin LV-12, gained experience, 120. Kill Wind Goblin LV-12, gain experience, 120. Seconds. Killing a Wind Goblin in seconds with a normal attack, and not just one Wind Goblin. Fang Xiu purposely found an angle when he used his sword. The blood plum sword in his hand chopped away a Wind Goblin, and the sword chi brought out by the sword blade swept back to hit a Wind Goblin squarely in the back. The powerful sword chi was astonishingly powerful, easily splitting the Wind Goblin apart. Mile. The only remaining wind-chasing beast saw that its companion was killed, and instead of fleeing, its first moment was an angry shriek, accelerating and darting, its limbs powering up to pounce on Fang Xiu. Fang Xiu did not slow down. Instead of lifting his hand to chop, he walked straight towards the wind-chasing beast, casually pulled a sword flower and sheathed his sword. In the second before the wind-chasing beast was about to pounce on him, Fang Xiu only saw his footsteps lightly exploring, slightly sidestepping, and easily dodging away from the wind-chasing beast's pouncing bite. The moment the 2 figures crossed paths, the coldness in Fang Xiu's eyes abruptly took over. Sword Drawing Technique. The right hand that was pressed on the hilt of the sword abruptly disappeared. Instantly, coldness gulped in mid-air, and a flash of cold light brought out dots of blood-colored plum blossoms, and the sharpness blossomed. Dang! The wind-chasing beast landed heavily on the ground and didn't seem to have suffered any damage. A blow missed. It still wanted to hurry up and launch a second attack, but its body was no longer at its own disposal. At some point, a line of blood appeared at the wind-chasing beast's neck, extending straight up to its tail. Plop! The sound of blood and flesh tearing came, while a number floated up. 233. The wind chaser beast's body split in two. Killed wind chaser beast LV11, gained experience, 150. Even killed the wind chasing beast in seconds? Fang Xiu sheathed his sword with satisfaction and turned his head to look. The dead wind chaser beast's body gradually disappeared like smoke, leaving behind a finger-sized piece of white fangs. Open door. Good luck. Fang Xiu leaned down and picked up the white fang on the ground. Wind chasing beast's tooth. Ordinary material. Description: the fangs of the wind-chasing beast, which contains a bit of wind elemental power, can easily tear through thick fur, and can be used for crafting and decorating. The grade of the material is the same as the equipment. Ordinary fodder was the lowest grade fodder. The wind-chasing beast's tooth wasn't a rare material, and the market price was about $20 apiece. Just now before Fang Xiu came in, he saw a merchant setting up a stall at the entrance of the copy to acquire it. However, it would be nice to have an item drop. Fang Xiu looked back, and the two wind goblins that he had killed first really didn't drop anything. It was the norm for ordinary monsters in a copy to not drop anything. If they could drop materials, that was luck. If they dropped equipment, it was basically the same as winning the lottery. We can order a cup of milk tea for dinner today. Fang Xiu stuffed the windcatcher beast's tooth into his backpack and took a step forward to continue exploring deeper into the Wind Spirit Valley. Chapter 6: Singling Out the Goblin Queen. Wind Spirit Valley. The breeze is gentle, bright, and not warm sunshine covers the Wind Spirit Valley. It is the time when the mountain flowers are in full bloom. 3 or 2 wind goblins comfortably walked through the woods. Behind them there were a few guard-like wind-chasing beasts following along. They looked like they were on a picnic, and seemed like they were on patrol. Suddenly, a strong wind attacked. A handsome young man from the bushes scampered out, hand-long sword waving, sword blade wrapped with cold killing intent, and in the sunlight is difficult to see the cold aura. Only to see the long sword dance, the young man's posture dashing and lightweight swept through, as if dancing. Wind goblins and wind-chasing beasts will fall like straw in pieces. Killed wind goblin LV12, gained experience, 120. Killed wind beast LV11, gained experience, 150. Level up, current level, 11, strength plus 0.5, agility plus 1.5, physique plus 0.5, spirit plus 0.5. Comfortable Fang Xiu stretched his body recklessly. The increase in attributes brought about by leveling up allowed him to tangibly feel how much stronger he had become. Turning back, he checked if the wind goblin and wind-chasing beast he had just killed had dropped any items. It was empty. Turning back, he continued forward. Getting used to it, all the way, Fang Xiu traveled through the Wind Spirit Valley, and wherever he passed was bound to be a killing spree. The wind goblins and wind-chasing beasts that he had killed added up to less than 100 or at least 80. There were only 3 item drops. 2 wind chasers' teeth, and a pair of goblins' feather wind. Goblin feather wind. Common material. Description: a wind goblin's feather, containing the power of the wind at its finest, capable of stirring up the power of the wind when shaken gently, and can be used for medicine and decoration. It is also an ordinary material, but the price of goblin feather wind is a bit more expensive than wind chaser's tooth, at $50 a pair. This was because, compared to the wind catcher's tooth, the goblin feather wind could not only be used to create equipment, but could also be used to make a gale potion to increase the power of wind elemental skills. In Castle Peak City, where there were copies of wind skills, this was a consumable that was in short supply. However, there were only 50 of them. Together with the 2 wind-chasing beasts' teeth. Today's entry was 90 pieces. It wasn't enough for Fang Xiu to have a hot pot meal with pleasure. Therefore, one could only hope for the final boss. As long as a piece of equipment came out, then today's copy was not in vain. In the midst of his thoughts, Fang Xiu arrived at the deepest part of the Wind Spirit Valley, which was also the location of the Wind Spirit Valley boss Goblin Queen. A small garden filled with various flowers. A monster that was about 2 meters tall, with the upper half of its body as a human and the lower half as a butterfly, with giant weird patterned feathers flapping on its back, was cruising around its garden, with a paragraph of text on top of its head. Goblin Queen LV15 boss. HP 1000. When Fang Xiu stepped into the garden, the Goblin Queen's gaze immediately swept in, anger appearing on her delicate face as she shrilled. "Trespassers, get out! If it was really the Goblin Queen, Fang Xiu would probably chat with her a couple more times, such as reminding her to remember to wear clothes. However, everything in the replica was an illusion that had once been left behind, and it wouldn't pay any attention to the challengers. It would only kill all challengers who entered the copy. After a sharp cry, the Goblin Queen immediately attacked. The feathers behind her vibrated, cutting out 2 interlocking giant wind blades. Staggered Wind Blade, a 2-star wind spell. It was also the Goblin Queen's best skill, and a single strike was enough to kill a level 10 fully armored magic profession in seconds. Similarly, if Fang Xiu was hit, he would definitely be killed in a second, because the clothes he was wearing were just normal clothes with +1 defense. The proposed method of fighting in the strategy researched last night was to have a defensive profession standing at the front with a large shield, directly blocking the staggered wind blades, and the priest profession continuously healing. Then the Goblin Queen would only have one result of necking to death. After all, this was just a low-level copy. But Fang Xiu is a single brush, not a defense profession, and there is no priest to go with him. All he could do was dodge. Swordsman's advantage as a 3-star agility type profession was immediately manifested. With a little pacing, Fang Xiu dodged out of the coverage of the interlocking wind blades, and backhanded a sword to the empty space. A crescent-like sharp sword chi swept through the air and cut straight towards the Goblin Queen's head. The Goblin Queen raised her arms to parry, retaining her fighting instincts despite being a shadow. 35. But when it blocked the sword chi, Fang Xiu, who should have been 3 to 5 meters away from her, had already leapt up in the air and was close to it. Sword drawing technique. Miso. Cold-ons flashed, and bloody plum blossoms bloomed in the mid-air residue, while Fang Xiu had already dodged to the Goblin Queen's back. Put. The upper half of the Goblin Queen's body steeply exploded with blood. A line of blood connected from its left shoulder to under its right ribcage, and blood spurted like a spring. 474 weakness attack. 126 weakness attack. Ah! The Goblin Queen wailed in agony as the sword directly chopped off more than half of its life value. However, there was no time given for it to feel the agonizing pain. Fang Xiu had already posted up again, and the blood plum sword in his hand chopped continuously. 72. 53. The sword blade chopped at the Goblin Queen's body, each of which dealt 2 damage, and the damage from the sword chi nearly doubled the damage of each of Fang Xiu's normal attacks. By the time the Goblin Queen turned around to receive another staggered wind blade, Fang Xiu had already jumped to avoid it. Over the years, he hadn't just practiced his swordsmanship, he had also honed his combat skills. Facing the Goblin Queen's staggered wind blade, which was bound to kill in seconds, Fang Xiu appeared to be dancing on top of the blade, but in reality, he was holding it in his hand. In the guide I read yesterday, the author also thoughtfully posted the Goblin Queen's attribute panel, allowing Fang Xiu to have a comprehensive understanding of it. The Goblin Queen's spellcasting moves were too obvious for her to be able to predict, and her agility attribute wasn't high, at least not as high as her own, so she could easily dodge the Goblin Queen's moves after gaining insight into them. The rhythm of the battle was under control. It was only a matter of time before he was killed. After avoiding the staggered wind blades, he burst in and added 2 swords. Without waiting for the sword drawing skill CD to finish, Fang Xiu had emptied the Goblin Queen's remaining life value. Damned intruder, you'll surely receive the vengeance of the gale. The Goblin Queen let out a final unwilling curse and transformed into a shadow that disappeared between heaven and earth, with only a pair of green-colored gauntlets and a yellowed parchment scroll falling to the ground. Aha! Out of equipment. Fang Xiu's eyes lit up as he hurriedly put away his sword and went forward to pick it up. Chapter 7 Blizzard Return Set. Wind Blast Wrist Guard Set. Quality, excellent. Attributes, Defense +5, Agility +2. Level, First Turn. Set, Blizzard Return 1-5, Movement Speed +10%, Agility +5 3-piece set, Inactivated Attack Speed increased by 10%, Agility +5 5-piece set, inactivated. Endurance, 50-50. Description, Special wrist guards containing the power of the wind. When wearing a certain number of pieces cumulatively you will gain the power of the blistering wind. Woohoo, take off! The Blast Wind wrist guard was considered a rare component in the Blast Wind Return set, and only the Goblin Queen could drop it, making it the most expensive of the 5 components, costing at least $6,000. But Fang Xiu did not want to sell, directly equipped. And decided on the spot, the evening hot pot to go. In addition to the Blast Wind wrist guard, there was also a parchment scroll. Raging Wind Roar Challenge Scroll. Consumable. Effect, after use, enter the public special copy of Roaring Winds. Restriction, first turn. Description: there seems to be another reason for the rage of the spirits in Wind Spirit Valley. Bound after picking up, cannot be traded. Disappears after 29 days, 59 minutes, and 50 seconds. Looks like my luck is really good today. Feng Xiu looked at the scroll in his hand in astonishment, wondering if he should buy a lottery ticket to play with when he got back. The Raging Wind Roar Challenge scroll was indeed considered a rare item in the Wind Spirit Valley copy. Its drop probability was extremely low, and it was only possible to drop it when killing the Goblin Queen, the boss of the Wind Spirit Valley replica, in single player. After using it, the professional will be sent to a public copy called Raging Wind Roar, in which there are no small monsters, but only a level 20 boss, called the Raging Wind Young Dragon. There is only a level 20 boss called the Raging Wind Hatchling. Killing it will earn you a generous reward. However, the difficulty of killing the Raging Wind Young Dragon is comparable to clearing the Nightmare level, Wind Spirit Valley. Moreover, if you want to enter the Raging Wind copy, you can only do so through the challenge scrolls, so there are only a handful of records of killing the Raging Wind Young Dragon so far. The last few times someone hired a few professionals not to upgrade, and kept brushing the Wind Spirit Valley alone, and it took a month to get enough scrolls for the Raging Winds. According to the explosion rate of the Raging Wind scrolls, even if Feng Xiu wanted to find someone to team up to kill the Raging Wind Hatchling boss, I'm afraid that he would still have little hope. Since there was no way to team up, he could only brush it solo. I'll try again after I can clear the Nightmare level solo. Feng Xiu rubbed his chin. Of course, the time limit was within a month. In Feng Xiu's opinion, it was still possible, as long as he got a good second skill and opened a second profession, then his strength would receive a wave of explosive increase. As he was pondering, a prompt popped up in front of Feng Xiu's eyes. Copy pass. Time, 48 minutes and 32 seconds. Easy difficulty is not recorded on the leaderboards. Immediately, the scenery in front of him began to break, like an ink painting flowing before his eyes. When Feng Xiu came back to his senses, he had already returned to the entrance of the Wind Spirit Valley's replica, bustling with people coming and going. As it was nearing noon, there seemed to be a bit more people. Feng Xiu picked up his cell phone to take a look. It was now 10:08 in the morning. While it was still early in the day, he could continue brushing once before having lunch. However, this time, it was still brushing the easy difficulty. The Goblin Queen's attributes in normal difficulty had a roughly 30% increase in each attribute, and its agility attribute would then be close to his own. For insurance purposes, Feng Xiu was still prepared to level up a few more levels and play a few pieces of equipment before considering brushing the normal level copy alone. Zip! Just as he was about to enter the copy, his cell phone started to vibrate, and when he picked it up again to check, there were 3 missed call alerts. There was no signal in the copy, so it couldn't pick up the calls from before. Feng Xiu tapped it to take a closer look and found that it was class teacher Qin Xuan calling. It should be that my reward was approved. Feng Xiu hurriedly called back. After just one ring, the phone was immediately picked up, and the class teacher Qin Shuang's big grinning voice rang out from the other end. Where did you go? How come I can't reach you all the time? Into the copy to practice, just came out. Okay, hurry up and come to school. I've already applied for the reward for you. I'll wait for you in the section office. Okay, I'll be right there. Feng Xiu hung up the phone and hurriedly ran towards Castle Peak City. Not far away, Changsen, Han Lily Kainan watched Feng Xiu come out of the copy, and didn't wait to go up and strike up a conversation before they saw Feng Xiu run off in a hurry. Ha, I told you, he had to get his ass kicked by the Wind Goblin to come out. Kainan looked at Feng Xiu's departing back and mocked with a cold smile. Is that so? But it seems to me that Feng Xiu didn't suffer any injuries. Han Lily recalled Feng Xiu's appearance when he came out of the copy. Changsen glanced at his watch and also said, he stayed inside for almost an hour. That's an hour of hiding inside, no wonder he didn't get hurt. Kainan naturally made a judgment and said with unparalleled certainty. But I see that Feng Xiu has an extra pair of wrist guards on his hands. It seems to be blast wrist guards. Han Lily was puzzled. Seeing that many people had blast wrist guards, she was sure that she hadn't misread it. Kainan and Changsen both froze for a moment at this statement. The Wind Blast wrist guard, this was a Wind Blast set component that only the Goblin Queen, the final boss of the Wind Spirit Valley copy, would drop. Feng Xiu hadn't been wearing the Blast Wind wrist guard when he entered, but now he had the Blast Wind wrist guard when he came out. Could it be that Feng Xiu had single-killed the Goblin Queen in the copy? Soloing a copy of Wind Spirit Valley, even if it was a simple level copy. I think I bought it a long time ago and put it in my backpack, and only wore it after I went in. Kainan guessed, but it was more like a self-explanation. Changsen ignored Kainan's stiff upper lip. The probability of Fang Xiu purchasing the Blast Wind wrist guard in advance and carrying it again when he entered the copy was very small. Normally, the first piece of defense purchased was either clothes or shoes. And right now, the only equipment Fang Xiu had displayed was a Blast Wind wrist guard. The first piece of wrist guard purchased, and it was still the most expensive wrist guard in the Blast Wind set. Unless one was sick in the head, they would only buy it like this. Thinking about this, Chang Xin was basically sure that Fang Xiu should indeed have cleared the level and still soloed the Wind Spirit Valley copy. Silently, he felt out his cell phone and dialed a number. "Uncle, it's me, Chang Xin. Help me find out about a guy called Fang Xiu in our class. What is his occupation in his first turn?" Chapter 8 Choice of Second Skill. Qinshan City 3rd Middle School. At 10:30 p.m., Fang Xiu arrived at the school entrance on time. Getting down from the cab, Fang Xiu took big strides inside and headed straight to the Duan office. But before he took 2 steps, he saw a tall figure standing at the school entrance. It was class teacher Qin Shuang, who wore a white shirt with a pair of jeans today, looking light and energetic. Seeing Fang Xiu, Qin Shuang hurriedly greeted Fang Xiu. "Here. Teacher, why are you waiting for me at the school gate?" Fang Xiu asked with a smile. Qin Shuang glanced at Nanfeng. "Not only me, the principal is also here." Saying that, an old man with a bald head and round face dressed in a blue suit poked out from the security room with a warm face, greeting Fang Xiu with his gaze while surveying him. "This is student Fang Xiu, right?" "Principal, it's me," Fang Xiu agreed evenly. The old man in a suit in front of him was the principal of Castle Peak City's 3rd middle school, named Donghe, and it was rumored that he was a 7th-turn professional, and it was not Fang Xiu's place to know exactly what his profession was. "Alright, let's go then. Let's go to the profession formation first." So the 3 of them walked towards the testing platform. Located on the east side of the playground, the profession formation was shaped like a stone mill, and was used to screen those whose grades didn't meet the standards when the school held similar competitions. It was used to determine occupations during graduation season. The major occupation unions also had similar testing tools. Upon arrival, Fang Xiu stood on the occupation formation, which teacher Qin Shuang personally operated. Soon, the stone platform underneath his feet glowed slightly, while Fang Xiu's basic information slowly emerged. Name, Fang Xiu. Level, 11. Profession, Sword Hero 3 stars. Although he had already known that Fang Xiu had switched to a 3-star profession, seeing it with his own eyes, Qin Shuang still couldn't help but widen his eyes. Donghe, on the other hand, was paying attention to Fang Xiu's profession, and just like when Qin Shuang knew about the profession of swordsman, he thought back carefully, but found nothing. However, Fang Xiu was indeed a 3-star profession that could not be faked. "Looks like it's still a relatively rare 3-star profession," Donghe muttered secretly. "Is it done?" Fang Xiu asked. "It's ready, come down." Qin Guan closed the profession formation and Fang Xiu leapt down from the profession formation. The 2 stood silently in front of Principal Dong eyeing him. Principal Dong quickly reacted and quickly smiled. Fang Xiu's transfer to a 3-star profession, according to the school's regulations, the Genius Clause applies. As long as you're willing to participate in this year's 10 schools competition, then the school can provide you with a 2-star rare skill book. Of course, if you don't need a 2-star rare skill book, you can also exchange it for equipment and props of corresponding value. "I'm willing to participate in the 10 schools competition, and I want a 2-star rare skill book." Fang Xiu had already thought about it. Even if there was no Genius Clause, for the sake of the rewards from the 10 schools competition, he still wanted to participate. As for the 2-star skill book, Fang Xiu wasn't prepared to replace it with equipment or props. A 2-star skill book had a starting price of 10,000 in the market. And for rare grade 2-star skills, that might have to be sold for more than $200,000. If he didn't get a 2-star rare skill book now, Fang Xiu didn't know when he would be able to gather the money to buy the next 2-star rare skill book. Or, he would only be able to get a 2-star skill book of excellent grade to make do. A wise choice. Saying that, Principal Dong reached out and snapped his fingers, and dozens of skill books appeared out of thin air, floating and listing in front of Fang Xiu. The Gale Slash. Holy Light Technique. Healing Chain. Without exception, all of these skill books were 2-star rare quality skill books. Looking at so many skill books in front of him, Fang Xiu rubbed his chin and pondered. What should I choose as my second skill? Choosing a second skill book was to consider the future direction. Most ordinary people would pick the same type of skill as their first profession. For example, if one used Fireball to switch to the legal profession, Flame Mage, and then learned a Fire Elemental Enhancement legal skill to increase the flame damage. In this way, the second transfer to the fireball as the core, fire elemental enhancement as a supplement, the transfer to a more violent flame mage profession. Or learn a magic shield to enhance your defense ability. In the second turn, you may be able to change into a law profession with both offense and defense. In any case, as a law profession, it was fine to choose law skills for the rest of your career. Feng Xiu couldn't choose this way. This was purely a waste of his unlimited transfiguration talent. With unlimited transfiguration, he could have unlimited professions, so all he had to do was to use a different path for each skill. The first skill is swordsmanship, then the second skill as long as it is not this kind of melee attack skills on the line. The choice of skills increased greatly, magic skills, auxiliary skills, defense skills, whatever. However, Feng Xiu had more considerations. Considering the seeker talent, the increase in the skill level cap would allow him to have stronger combat power at the same level, but it would also result in a slower transfer speed than others. As more and more skills became available in the future, this situation would only worsen. Therefore, no matter what skill Feng Xiu chose, the easier it was to raise the skill level, the better. In addition, he also wanted to solo Raging Wind Roar during his first turn, so he made sure to raise his combat power as much as possible during his first turn. According to Feng Xiu's preconceived notions, the best choice would be a speed-increasing legal auxiliary skill. It was able to enhance the combat power of the swordsman profession, and in the future, he could go for the legal system or the auxiliary profession route when he changed professions. The next best choice is the defensive skills, to enhance the ability to tolerate mistakes, and in the future, you can also switch to a defensive specialty profession. Both offense and defense. After searching through all the skills provided by Headmaster Dong, Feng Xiu didn't find his best choice, and finally had to settle for the second best choice, a defense-oriented auxiliary skill book called Transformation Magic Iron Guard. Transformation Magic Iron Guard 2-star. Grade, Rare. Description: a rare skill book that allows one to transform into a magic iron guard for a short period of time after learning it. Transformation type skill book? Smart choice. Principal Dong couldn't help but give Feng Xiu a high look. Only completing his first transformation at this time now, there was no doubt that this student in front of him should not have a very high level of enlightenment. Being clear about his shortcomings and choosing a skill with the fastest upgrade speed was undoubtedly the smartest choice. Thank you, Principal. No need to be polite, this is what you deserve. Look forward to your performance at the 10 schools competition afterward. Principal Dong waved his hand and took back the other skill books. Cheer up and practice, don't be discouraged by other people's opinion of you. Being able to switch to a 3-star profession shows that you still have talent. Maybe it's the kind of genius that makes it late in life. Qin Shuang encouraged. She was still quite optimistic about Feng Xiu. Feng Xiu wanted to remind Ms. Qin Shuang that he was only 18 this year. However, he still had to thank Ms. Qin Shuang for her kind words. With the Transformation Magic Iron Guard skill book, his combat power would skyrocket. Chapter 9, 2-star rare skill Transformation Magic Iron Guard. Leaving the school, Feng Xiu headed home. Today's plan was to spend the day soaking in the Wind Spirit Valley copies to practice leveling, and this plan remained unchanged, but since they were all back in the city and it was the point of lunch, why not just have lunch before going to Wind Spirit Valley? Going home, Feng Xiu used his cell phone to order a cassoulet rice takeout, and then went to the hot pot restaurant at night, so he ordered takeout to deal with it at noon. While waiting for his meal, Feng Xiu began to try out the new skill he had just acquired. Transformation Magic Tattoo Iron Guard. The moment the skill was turned on, Feng Xiu immediately transformed into an Iron Man. His body was the unique silver-gray color of steel, with odd symbols made up of purple stripes, which were magical runes that were capable of boosting magical defense. Obviously it was his own body, but Feng Xiu felt a bit stiff and bulky. Reaching out and patting his arms and chest, he could feel a sharp spike in defense. Opening the skill bar to check the details. Transformation Magic Iron Guard, 2-star rare skill, LV-10-100. After using it, it will transform into a Magic Iron Guard, reducing 50% of the physical and magical damage received. Physical and magical defense plus 50, movement speed is reduced by 95%, attack speed is reduced by 70%, duration consumes 10 points of magical value per second, cooldown time, 10 seconds. A defense specialization skill that boosted defense at the expense of movement speed and attack speed. Without a doubt, after opening this skill, Feng Xiu would become a steel sandbag that could only take a beating, not be able to fight back, and not even be able to run. But this was what Feng Xiu wanted. Fighting and escaping, having the speedy profession of swordsman was enough. If he fought with the Goblin Queen of Wind Spirit Valley, facing its staggering wind blades, Feng Xiu could turn on Transformation Magic Iron Guard once every 10 seconds to resist damage. This would greatly increase his margin of error in soloing Wind Spirit Valley. When he went to Wine Spirit Valley again, Fang Xiu thought that he would be able to solo normal difficulty just as easily as easy difficulty. Similarly, this was also increasing his tolerance for soloing a copy of Raging Wind Roar. After all, reality is not the same as the game, and being able to resurrect, one may not be able to pike the damage-adding skills. In addition, there is another great feature of the transformation skill: as long as you have money, the skill leveling speed is fast and furious. Because most of the transformation skills do not have a fixed duration, its duration depends on your magic value. For example, Fang Xiu's transformation magic tattoo Iron Guard consumed 10 magic points per second to maintain the transformation state. In other words, as long as Fang Xiu was able to restore 10 points of magic value per second, so that his magic value would never run out, then he would be able to maintain his transformation forever. Skill proficiency rose by leaps and bounds. The easiest way to quickly recover magic value was to drink magic potion. However, this method is basically not used because the most important thing is that it's too expensive. A bottle of the lowest level of slow-acting magic potion can restore 300 points of magic value in 30 seconds, and the market price is $50. Equivalently, every 1 minute would cost $100, and an hour would be $6,000. Where was practicing skill leveling here? It was simply burning money. Therefore, Fang Xiu was going to use the second method, which was commonly used by French professions and was also the most affordable: carrying props or equipment with the magic recovery attribute. Fang Xiu opened the professional shopping app on his cell phone, entered the search condition of magic recovery attribute, and then clicked on the price to sort from low to high. A wide range of products appeared in front of his eyes, with the top and cheapest equipment being called Magic Spring Necklace. Magic Spring Necklace. Grade: Ordinary. Attribute: +1 magic recovery. Description: a necklace made from the gemstones of a magical spring. Wear it and you will be able to feel the constant surge of magic power. Price: 100,000 alliance coins. Fang Xiu silently opened his wallet and took a look. Bank balance: 4,851.7. Although he knew that equipment with magic recovery attributes was expensive, he didn't expect it to be that expensive. However, it doesn't matter, I had a plan in place. Fang Xiu opened the phone book, found the phone number of Li Qinghong, and called it. The phone was quickly dialed. "Hello," came a slightly cold response from the other end of the line. "Auntie, it's me." "Xiao Xiu, what's wrong?" Hearing that it was Fang Xiu who called, the coldness in Li Qinghong's tone faded. I need equipment with magic recovery attributes to practice my skills. Sister-in-law, does your company have a service to rent this kind of equipment?" Fang Xiu inquired. The apothecary profession had to consume magic value in addition to materials to make potions, so the apothecary companies would acquire equipment with magic recovery attributes on the market to enhance the efficiency of their own employees. Then, there was the training ground, which they would collect and rent out to magicians to exercise their skills. Fang Xiu called his own sister-in-law just to check the market price. Of course, it would be better if there was a discount. "You've switched jobs?" Li Qinghong remembered that her nephew's first skill was swordsmanship, and now, since she wanted magic value to practice her skills, she should have switched jobs and practiced her second skill. "Well, switch to a 3-star profession," Sword Hero Fang Xiu answered truthfully. Not bad. Li Qinghong was originally quite worried about his nephew's delay in switching professions, but now it seems that it's purely superfluous. A single turn was a 3-star profession. His nephew must be a genius. "How much magic value per second do you need to return to the equipment?" "A total of 10 points is enough." 10 points. Li Qinghong thought for a moment and said, "In this case, you come to my company, I'll arrange for you to rent the magic recovery equipment for free. However, the equipment won't be allowed to be lent out, you can only use it in the company." "Yes, I'll be right there." Hearing that it could be rented for free, Fang Xiu almost bounced up from the sofa. The Wind Spirit Valley practicing plan in the afternoon was directly cancelled. He was going to pull his transformation magic Iron Guard skill to full strength and then perform another first turn. At that time, if he went back to Wine Spirit Valley to practice leveling, his speed might be even faster. "What? You said that the takeaway cassoulet is coming soon?" "I choose to give it to the delivery boy directly." Chapter 10: Crazy Promotion. Lingji Pharmaceutical Headquarters Building. An office building located in the center of the city's prime commercial location, with 33 floors. All 33 floors were all Lingji Pharmaceuticals Industries, and none of them were rented out. Visible strength. It is normal that the potions in this world are far more commonly used than on Earth before Fang Xiu traveled. People on Earth only drank medicine when they were sick, while in this world where fighting was the main theme, potions could almost be drunk as water. No, French professions were sucking potions as if they were air. Physical professions could drink some attribute-boosting potions even if they weren't injured. The huge demand naturally brought about a huge market, and it was no wonder why people made so much money. When Fang Xiu arrived at the first floor of the Lingji Pharmaceutical Headquarters building, there was a young lady in professional attire already waiting for him. "You are Mr. Fang Xiu, right?" "I'm Xiaoli, the receptionist in charge of receiving visitors. Supervisor Li asked me to wait for you here." The receptionist named Xiaoli wore a professional smile. "It's me." Fang Xiu did know that his sister-in-law was a supervisor, but he didn't expect that he could directly let someone else receive him. "Please follow me." Xiaoli reached out her hand to indicate. "Thanks." Following Xiaoli, he took the elevator and went straight to the 13th floor. Fang Xiu saw on the guide to the elevator floors that floors 13-15 were all training rooms where internal employees could train. In the end, Fang Xiu entered training room number 5. It was an empty room similar to a basketball court, surrounded by various kinds of exercise equipment and 18 blades that could be freely adjusted for gravity, while near the entrance there was a table with a tablet computer embedded in it, which could be used to freely regulate the entire room, such as raising the stepping stakes, lowering the shooting targets, and so on. In terms of scale and configuration, Lingji Corporation's training room was the most luxurious Fang Xiu had ever seen. "Mr. Fang Xiu, the equipment prepared for you according to Supervisor Li's request have been placed here. You can wear them at any time. If there is anything else you need, feel free to talk to me." Xiaoli smiled and reached out again. Only then did Fang Xiu realize that there was a jewelry box placed on the other side of the table, which contained quite a few ornaments and equipment. Casually picking up one to check it out. 10-phase magic source. Grade, rare. Attribute, magic recovery +3. Description, a bracelet containing magic power. Even without wearing it, one can still feel the surging magic power contained within it. Magic recovery +3. The equipment in the professional purchase of magic recovery +1 is 100,000 alliance coins. This 10-phase magic source added 3 points. Fang Xiu estimated that the market price is not 500,000, cannot be taken down. There are also 3 similar pieces of equipment, respectively 2 rings and a necklace. With all of them on, Fang Xiu was able to recover 12 points of magic value per second. It was completely enough for him to activate the transformation magic iron guard skill all the time. Okay, Fang Xiu agreed, and couldn't wait to put all 4 pieces of equipment on his body. When Xiaoli left the training room, Fang Xiu instantly transformed into a magic iron guard and stood quietly in the middle of the training room. Transformation Magic Tattoo Iron Guard Skill Proficiency +1. Transformation Magic Tattooed Iron Guard Skill Proficiency +1. The prompts for skill proficiency increase began to rapidly jump in front of his eyes. Fang Xiu roughly calculated that it was almost a 1-point increase in proficiency per second. At this rate, it wouldn't take 2 minutes for the Transformation Magic Tattoo Iron Guard skill to reach level 2. Moreover, if the rate of proficiency increase remained the same as he leveled up, he would be able to reach level 10 before dinner today. If he went home later, he would be able to reach level 15. Cool. Fang Xiu couldn't help but shout. This situation of not having to worry about skill levels was truly comfortable. I should have known that I would have learned the transformation skill as my first skill. However, there was no transformation skill within the skills provided by the school, as the minimum transformation skill was excellent quality. Unfortunately, there shouldn't be many cases where you can brush up your proficiency by maintaining the transformation sharpness in the future. After all, you can't learn transformation for all skills in the future, right? So, what other skills don't have a cooldown and only need to consume magical value to also raise proficiency quickly? A minute or so later, the Transformation Magic Tattoo Iron Guard skill upgrade reminder arrived right on time. Transformation Magic Tattoo Iron Guard skill proficiency +1, skill level upgrade, current level 2. Fang Xiu once again opened the skill bar to check. Transformation Magic Tattoo Iron Guard, 2-star rare skill, LV21200. After using it, you will transform into a magical tattoo iron guard, reduces 51% of physical and magical defense damage received, physical and magical defense +55, movement speed reduced by 92%, attack speed reduced by 68%, duration consumes 10 points of magical value per second, cooldown time, 10 seconds. All the gains are raised, all the negatives are lowered. Fang Xiu was more satisfied with the Transformation Magic Tattoo Iron Guard skill, and when it leveled up to level 15, the gains would be even stronger, while the negatives would be weakened to a minimum. In addition, every 5 levels of the skill would gain additional effects, and because of the mythic talent Seeker of the Way, Transformation Magical Tattooed Iron Guard had 3 additional boosts. and Fang Xiu was already looking forward to its effects when it reached full level. Turning off the skill panel, Fang Xiu returned his attention to the matter at hand, and he could still find something to do while keeping his transformation magical iron guard. Although his movement speed was reduced by 92%, Fang Xiu had just become an iron stake, unable to move an inch. However, the attack speed was only reduced by 68%, so he could practice his sword skills. Thus, Fang Xiu first lifted his transformation, went to the side and picked a huge sword with the right weight, then turned on his transformation while practicing his sword arts. Stab, slash, chop. Swinging the sword at 1/3 of the usual speed, although the speed was slower, one could more carefully adjust one's movements and power techniques when swinging the sword. Advanced Swordsmanship Skill Proficiency +1. Advanced Sword Art Skill Proficiency +1. Fang Xiu felt that the speed at which he gained proficiency in advanced sword art was no slower than when he first acquired beginner sword art. Obviously, the more advanced the skill, the slower the proficiency increase should be. A slow enough speed allows my mind to be immersed, which in turn increases the speed at which I gain proficiency, Fang Xiu said with some clarity. When practicing passive skills like beginner's swordsmanship and advanced swordsmanship, the focus wasn't on swinging the sword, but rather on perfecting one's stance and power in swinging the sword, as well as deepening one's comprehension of the sword art. Chapter 11 Genius Investment Program. 7 o'clock in the evening. Fang Xiu was still in the training room. Originally, he wanted to withdraw at 5 o'clock, but seeing as there was no one to inform him when it would close. Why don't he just skip dinner and directly pull up the level of the transformation magic tattoo iron guard skill in one gulp before going for a late night snack? That way, he could go directly to Wind Spirit Valley to upgrade tomorrow. Thinking of this, Fang Xiu once again sunk his mind into practicing his sword skills. Inside the monitoring room, a tall lady in white researcher's attire was staring at Fang Xiu in the surveillance screen. Supervisorly, it's rare to see you at the training ground. Two people walked aside. One was a young man wearing a white suit with gold glasses, his left hand gently holding his glasses. The gold watch that was inadvertently exposed was particularly noticeable, the corners of his mouth slightly raised, springing to life. Another is a middle-aged man iconic blossoming body to the black mountain suit to hold up the tight, left hand also with a string of sandalwood beads. These two people, Li Qinghong recognize, is the Ganoderma Lucidum Company investment branch colleagues. The middle-aged man was called Zhang Fuguei, the young man was called He Dongjun, both were managers of the investment branch. The one who greeted was He Dongjun. Li Qinghong nodded slightly as a response. Belonging to two departments, she wasn't too familiar with these two, and the investment division didn't have much of anything, just more managers. The two walked beside Li Qinghong and followed her gaze, also landing their eyes on Fang Xiu. This young man is Supervisor Li's son? He Dongjun asked curiously. Nephew. He Dongjun came to a realization, just like that. As far as he knew, Li Qinghong was the pharmaceutical division's notorious flower of the High Ridge, with countless suitors. If she had been married, it should have been known by all long ago. Looking at his age, he should be a fresh graduate, right? What occupation? He Dongjun asked casually. Sword hero. Sword hero? What sword hero? Sword hero, Li Qinghong said again. She remembered that when Fang Xiu talked about the occupation, it was only the word sword hero, and did not come with a prefix. Upon hearing this, Zhang Fuguei and He Dongjun frowned at the same time. They had heard of the sword hero profession more than a few times, but most of them were blast wine sword hero, rock cutting sword hero, and other types of sword heroes with prefixes. It was the first time they had heard of a profession that was simply sword hero alone. How many star professions? Zhang Fuguei asked as he followed the topic down. 3 stars. 3-star occupation? Zhang Fuguei and He Dongjun couldn't help but look at Fang Xiu one more time. 1 turn and 3 stars, this was a genius. The corner of Li Qinghong's mouth rose slightly as she was satisfied with the reaction of the two. How come I haven't heard you mention it? The company still has spots in this year's Genius Investment Program. He Dongjun carefully sized up Fang Xiu. Zhang Fuguei did the same, seriously and carefully observing Fang Xiu, who was practicing his sword. Regarding Lingji Corporation's Genius Investment Program, Li Qinghong had heard about it long ago. Every year, the Lingji company would take out a sum of money to invest in potential geniuses in Castle Peak City and did not ask for any return. Don't think that the Lingji company had too much money to spend. Although the invested geniuses didn't need to return to the company, the debt of favor was unavoidable. Just wait until this genius grows into a strong person later. Whether it was the benefits of advertising or the favor of a strong person, it was not something that could be bought with the small amount of money paid now. Not to mention, this amount of money was just a drop in the bucket for Lingji Corporation. However, Lingji Company's Genius Investment Program didn't have many spots each year, and the screening was extremely strict. Not anyone could be invested in, they only invested in true geniuses. 3-star careers are considered to be bound to be invested in. But Fang Xiao. He just switched professions, Li Qinghong replied. Just switched professions? He Dongjun frowned and muttered in a low voice, it's been 2 months since the school handed out the skills, and he's only just transferred now. He Dongjun suddenly thought of something and laughed. It seems your nephew's luck is not bad. But he stopped mentioning the matter of the Genius Investment Program. Li Qinghong glanced at him, but she knew why he Dongjun no longer mentioned the matter of the Genius Investment Program. It was simply because he thought that Fang Xiao had only completed the first turn in 2 months, his talent was not good, and he was able to switch to a 3-star profession entirely by luck. Mere luck couldn't go very far. After the first turn, there was the second turn, and after the second turn, there was the third turn. 1 star ahead of the same level in the first turn was nothing, a true genius was ahead of the same level in every turn. Supervisor Li, help me ask your nephew if he's interested in receiving a genius investment? Zhang Fuguei, who was on the side, suddenly said. Li Qinghong unexpectedly looked at Zhang Fuguei and realized that the other party was looking at Fang Xiao in the monitor, unable to look away. Brother Zhang, you want to invest in him? He Dongjun was even more surprised than Li Qinghong. Well, I still have more investment amount in my hand and I want to take a gamble, Zhang Fuguei replied. Oh. He Dongjun raised his eyebrows at the words. It seems like the headquarters gave Zhang a lot of resources this year. Suddenly a plan came to mind. I also suddenly want to take a gamble, is Brother Zhang interested? You also want to invest in him? Zhang Fuguei looked at He Dongjun. That's not true, He Dongjun hastily waved his hand. I just want to bet with Brother Zhang whether this person is a genius or not. How? 10 school competition, if he can enter the top 10, my investment amount will be divided into $2 million for you, and vice versa. Old brother, your investment amount will be divided into $2 million for me, how about it? He Dongjun said thoughtfully. Zhang Fuguei didn't directly agree, but seriously pondered the feasibility of this bet. According to the major university statistics of professions, this year's fresh graduates with a turn of 3 stars have a total of only 4 professionals, plus Li Qinghong's nephew is also 5. The difficulty of the top 10 was, indeed, not high. It can be fun, Zhang Fuguei agreed. Right, let's add another bet. He Dongjun suddenly remembered something. I've also invested in a genius this year, his name is Huang Daohong, so let's let the two of them compete for the final rankings. As for the bet, I heard that Brother Zhang got a fragment of the Iron City treasure map years ago. Coincidentally, I also collected a fragment a few days ago, so let's simply take this as a bet. The picture is poor. Zhang Fuguei saw He Dongjun's true purpose at a glance. The $2 million of investment money was just the bait. What he really wanted to catch was the big fish, the City of Steel treasure map fragment. Huang Daohong is one of the 5 3-star professionals who have turned 1 this year, and is the second fastest of the 5 3-star professions to turn their professions. Okay, Zhang Fuguei still agreed, he believed in his own vision. For Fang Xiao in front of him, he didn't really want to bet on just one hand. Good. Then this matter also asks Supervisor Li to be a witness for us. He Dongjun and Zhang Fuguei looked at Li Qinghong at the same time. Li Qinghong frowned, she was a bit angry about the two of them betting on Fang Xiao. However, seeing that Zhang Fuguei was so optimistic about Fang Xiao and wanted to invest in Fang Xiao. Yes. But, whether Fang Xiao wants to accept the company's genius investment or not, it depends on his own will, Li Qinghong said in a loud voice. Also, I don't know if he has participated in the 10 schools competition. Supervisor Li's nephew's name is Fang Xiao, right? He Dongjun immediately pulled out his cell phone to look it up and quickly got the result. He just signed up at noon today. As for the genius investment matter, please ask Supervisor Li to pull some strings, I'll talk to him, Zhang Fuguei said. Chapter 12, Turn 1 4 stars Ancient Shapeshifter Warlock. 9:27 p.m. Lingji Corporation, 13th floor, training room number 5. Transformation Magic Tattoo Iron Guard Skill Proficiency +1, skill level up, current level, 15 max. Phew. Seeing that the skill level of Transformation Magic Tattoo Iron Guard was finally pulled full, Fang Xiao sighed in relief and hastily lifted the transformation. Immediately, the stiffness disappeared, and the feeling of ease in controlling the body immediately returned. It felt like removing the sandbags from his feet. As long as he exerted a little bit of force, the whole person would be able to fly. Stretching his back, Fang Xiu sat down to check his skill bar. Skill bar 2-2. Advanced Sword Art 3-star normal skill, LV6127-1000, sword type skills deal 40% more damage, attack speed increased by 20%, ignores 5% physical defense, 1% probability of triggering a burst. Transformation Magic Tattoo Iron Guard, 2-star rare skill, LV15 max, after using it, will transform into a Magic Tattoo Iron Guard, reduces 64% of physical and magical damage received, physical and magical defense plus 120, movement speed reduced by 53%, attack speed reduced by 42%, reflects 15% of physical damage received, duration consumes 10 points of magical value per second, cooldown time, 10 seconds. Advanced Sword Art from LV1 to LV6, get 10% attack speed bonus at LV5. Transformation Magic Tattoo Iron Guard from LV1 to LV15, Level 5, Level 10, and Level 15 respectively gained the attribute reflect 5% of physical damage. The crazy increase of the two skills was all Fang Xiu had gained in one afternoon and evening. The LV15 Transformation Magic Iron Guard skill had raised Fang Xiu's resistance to blows to a high point. With its defense ability, Fang Xiu even had the guts to fight against the Nightmare-level Wind Spirit Valley Goblin Queen's big move. Of course, it was only hard resistance, and if you wanted to solo it, the damage shouldn't be enough. However, it was believed that it wouldn't be too long until that moment. Advanced Sword Art from LV1 to LV6, the rate of improvement was even faster than beginner sword art. Fang Xiu suspected that he should have gotten the hang of practicing sword skills, which made the leveling up of advanced sword art so fast. From now on, I'll just transform into a magical iron guard when practicing swordplay, Fang Xiu decided. Moving his gaze away from the skills column, Fang Xiu looked at his talents. Infinite Transformation Genesis grade, can freely switch occupations based on skills. Genesis level talent. A talent level that didn't exist in people's perceptions. It was finally time to utilize it for the first time. Fang Xiu took a deep breath. Infinite Transmutation, open. Transmutation in progress. Please select the core skill for transfer. Skill selected, 2-star rare skill Transformation Magic Iron Guard LV15. Occupations are being generated, please choose from the following occupations. Please choose from the following professions. 1. Magic Marked Guard 4 stars, description, a defensive profession, the guards that sleep in the ancient land of magic marks are naturally restrained by magical professions, and are able to see through invisibility. They exist to guard the land of magic marks, and any attempts by thieves to enter the land of magic marks will be met with their frenzied attacks. 2. Puppet Maker 4 stars unique, description, manufacturing type occupation, specializing in the manufacture of puppets, especially proficient in the puppet manufacturing process of the land of magic marks, which has been lost for 100 years. 3. Ancient Shapeshifter 4-star unique, description, balanced profession, a warlock profession that only exists in the ancient era. They are able to craft monster corpses into shapeshifting stones by strange means and record them in their book of shapeshifting to freely change into any living being to cope with the needs of different environments. 3 4 stars, and 2 of them are still sole professions. Although Fang Xiu had already guessed that this would be the case, he still couldn't help but have the corners of his mouth rise madly. No matter which one he chose, he would become a 4-star profession. 4 stars in one turn. Let's not say there's no one after, but it must be unprecedented anyway. I've never heard of anyone reaching a 4-star profession in one turn. Before the first turn, you can only learn 1-star skills, and before the second turn, you can only learn 2-star skills. But even the 1-star legendary skills will only allow people to transfer to 3-star professions at most, and even this rule has been written into the teaching materials of Donghuang Kingdom. As for the question of whether or not a 1-star mythological skill can be turned into a 4-star skill, who knows? Who knows, no one has ever seen a 1-star mythic skill, anyway. Slightly calming his excitement, Fang Xiu carefully examined the transfer options. Magic Tattoo Defender was the first to be eliminated, although Fang Xiu had originally expected to transfer to this kind of defensive profession. But he couldn't help that the other 2 were the only professions. Even if he chose them, he might not be able to pass the Raging Winds copy. However, as long as one's brain wasn't broken, one would know that the importance of the only profession was far greater than the rewards of the Raging Wind Roar copy. Besides, it's just a possibility, maybe it's easier? Of the 2 remaining options, Magic Tattoo Golem Maker and Ancient Transformation Warlock, Fang Xiu decided to choose Ancient Transformation Warlock after a little thought. There was no other reason. Magic Puppet Maker was a manufacturing profession, and until he had accumulated enough money, choosing a manufacturing profession was a waste of time. Although the ancient transformation Warlock had mentioned crafting abilities in its description, it was a balanced profession, which meant that it was both manufacturing and combat, and should be able to give itself some bonuses in terms of combat power. Transforming ancient shapeshifter Warlock. In an instant, surging energy once again rushed out from Feng Xiu's limbs and bones like a tidal wave. With the first experience, Feng Xiu let go of his body and mind this time to enjoy the cozy feeling of being immersed in a hot spring. Not long after, the virtual dialogue box reappeared in front of Feng Xiu's eyes. Transformation successful, current profession, ancient transformation Warlock unique, transformation magic Iron Guard upgraded to Book of Transformation, obtained profession core, primordial heart. Feng Xiu opened his attribute panel again. Feng Xiu. Race, human. Talent, infinite transformation Genesis level, can freely switch between levels Dao Seeker mythic level, all skills level cap plus 50%. Level, 11 first turn. Profession, shapeshifter unique. Profession core, primal heart no consumption of transformation, no time limit, gain effects increased by 30%, comes with profession skills, corpse utilization, transformation stone crafting. Life, 170. Magic, 170. Strength, 18 growth, 1 star, increase 1 point of strength for each level. Agility, 23 growth, 1 star, increase agility by 1 point per level up. Stamina, 17 growth, 1 star, increase stamina by 1 point per level up. Spirit, 17 growth, 1 star, increase spirit by 1 point per level. Skill bar 2-2. Advanced Swordsmanship 3-star normal skill, LV 6127-1000, sword type skills inflict 40% more damage, attack speed increased by 20%, ignores 5% physical defense, 1% probability of triggering a burst. Book of Transformation 4-star rare skill, LV 10100, comes with 2 pages of transformation, recorded in the pages of the transformation stone will be able to be used permanently, has been recorded in the transformation, Magic Grain Iron Guard. Profession skill. Corpse utilization 4-star skill, no level, the corpse of the monster killed in the copy will not disappear, props, materials, equipment drop rate increased by 5%. Transformation stone crafting 4-star skill, no level, transform monster corpse into transformation stone, consume 30 magical value, cooldown time, 30 seconds. Transformation stone crafting realized when the level of Book of Transformation is 10. Comprehended when Book of Transformation level 15. Chapter 13, A True Genius. A shapeshifting specialization profession capable of creating shapeshifting props. Feng Xiu summarized the occupation of ancient transformation Warlock. Overall, this profession still favored the manufacturing profession, but due to the talent of Primal Heart, it could possess a decent combat power. The main focus is the Transformation Stone. The ability to turn monster corpses into transformation stones. The first thing that came to Feng Xiu's mind was to make a boss into a transformation stone. If it was possible to make a boss into a transformation stone, then the strength of the ancient transformation Warlock profession would be extremely exaggerated. It must be tested. Feng Xiu was prepared to go to Wine Spirit Valley tomorrow to kill a goblin queen to test it. However, for now, it was better to go for a late-night snack first. Starving. Feng Xiu took off the equipment that increased magic recovery and put it in his jewelry box, preparing to retreat. As soon as he pushed open the door, he saw 2 people standing at the door, seemingly waiting for him for a long time, and one of them was none other than his sister-in-law, Li Qinghong. Auntie, Feng Xiu greeted. Have you finished training? Well, the skills are fully leveled, now I'm going to go out for a late-night snack. A late-night snack? I'll treat. Do you have anything you want to eat? Standing next to his sister-in-law was a middle-aged, hairy uncle, who heard that Feng Xiu was preparing to have a late-night snack, and immediately broadly stated that he would treat him. Feng Xiu looked at Li Qinghong, guessing the relationship between this middle-aged uncle and his sister-in-law. He is manager Zhang Fuguei Zhang from the investment department of Lingji Company. He wants to talk to you about the Genius Investment Program, Li Qinghong immediately introduced. Genius Investment Program? This was the first time Feng Xiu had heard of it, but since his sister-in-law was the one who pulled the strings, this face still had to be given. Let's go eat hot pot then. Let's talk while we eat. What Feng Xiu had in mind was still hot pot. Okay, I know there's a Mountain City hot pot across from the company, the flavor is very authentic. Zhang Fuguei led the way ahead. Since the hot pot restaurant wasn't that far from Lingji Company, the 3 of them simply walked there as well. As soon as they were seated, Zhang Fuguei handed Feng Xiu the menu and said boldly, "Order whatever you want, it's my treat." Fang Xiu naturally didn't want to be polite with him, not to mention that he didn't eat any lunch or dinner today, and had been practicing sword training in his transformed state, so he was already hungry. In accordance with their usual hot pot to eat double to order, and then some peanut rice, mixed cucumber and other small cold dishes in advance on the pad's stomach, this is to stop. Put down the menu, while the waiter's serving time, Zhang Fugui will genius investment program, content told Fang Xiu. Angel investor? After listening to Zhang Fugui's account, Fang Xiu immediately recalled this name. Funding without seeking returns, this was simply more angelic than angel investors. No, they were angels. Angel investors at least still wanted a return, it was an investment after all. But the Lingji company didn't even want a return, so wasn't it an angel? As for future favors? If it doesn't grow, the so-called favors are a joke. What can you guys give me? Fang Xiu asked. $2 million of investment money, as long as it's within that amount, whether it's skill books, weapons, monster materials, potions, whatever you need, I can get it for you, Zhang Fugui said with bravado. 2 million? Fang Xiu raised his eyebrows. With such a large sum of money, he would indeed be able to grow quickly. The sword hero profession was left aside for now, and all it needed was equipment. But the ancient transformation warlock needed much more. The ancient transformation warlock's professional skill was called Book of Transformation, and although it didn't seem like a skill, it did have skill proficiency. As for how to improve it, it could only be by transforming. And it was very likely that it had something to do with the so-called transformation stone. Transformation stones needed to be made from the remains of monsters. According to the thinking of a manufacturing-type profession, the amount needed would be quite a lot. Especially if the remains of boss corpses can also be made into transformation stones. This is still just the initial investment. If you can get the top 10 in the 10-school competition, we will add another $2 million to the investment. If your final ranking can surpass someone named Huang Daohong, I will privately prepare a big gift for you. Li Qinghong looked at Zhang Fugui unexpectedly. Wasn't this all a bet between him and He Dongjun? Huang Daohong? Your enemy? Fang Xiu hadn't heard of this name. No, it's a genius invested by another manager in the investment department. I made a bet with that manager, Zhang Fugui explained. Fang Xiu turned his head to look at his sister-in-law. Auntie, what do you think? You decide for yourself, Li Qinghong replied. From a young age, Fang Xiu had always had a good idea, so even if Fang Xiu's parents had disappeared early on, she didn't need to bother more on this nephew of hers on weekdays. Fang Xiu nodded, sister-in-law did not stop, and took the initiative to lead the line. Things should be more agreeable to accept this investment. Also right, nothing to pay, we'll be able to get a minimum of $2 million, maximum $4 million, why not? I accept your investment. Okay, tomorrow I will bring a document over, you sign it. It's not a contract, it's just to make sure you accept the company's investment. After all, it's a multi-million-dollar project, and the company has to keep a record of where the money was spent, Zhang Fugui explained. Is tomorrow night okay? I'm going to go leveling during the day. Fang Xiu was ready to go to the copy first to see if the corpse of the boss could be used to make a transformation stone. If it could be made, then the 2 million could be completely used to buy the corpse of the boss. Of course, tomorrow night at 8 p.m., I'll still be the host and treat you two to dinner. Zhang Fugui once again issued an invitation. Okay. Things were agreed upon, and for the rest of the time, the three of them ate hot pot while chatting, the hosts and guests enjoying themselves. When it was close to parting, Li Qinghong suddenly asked a question. Manager Zhang, with your regard for Fang Xiu, you shouldn't just want to gamble, right? Zhang Fugui's hand on his wineglass gave a beat and smiled bitterly. Sure enough, I still can't hide it from you, Supervisor Li. Fang Xiu silently ate his food, not quite understanding his sister-in-law's question. I want to ask Fang Xiu some questions first. Zhang Fugui suddenly looked at Fang Xiu. Ask. When did you transfer? Yesterday evening. Then how many levels is your advanced sword art now? Level 6. Li Qinghong immediately looked at his nephew in shock. In 1 day's time, your advanced sword art is already level 6? Yeah, Fang Xiu ate his own meal with an air of nothing to fuss about. Now, you can understand why I'm optimistic about him, Zhang Fugui said with a smile. Advanced sword art is a 3-star passive skill that requires an extremely high level of enlightenment, and Fang Xiu was able to raise his level 1 advanced sword art to level 6 in just 1 day. Zhang Fugui didn't know how Fang Xiu's other talents were, but his sword talent was definitely the highest he had ever seen. The 3-star profession sword hero was the best proof. Moreover, it was a 3-star profession that he had never heard of before, and it might be an extremely rare and unique profession. As for why it took Fang Xiu 2 months to make the first turn, Zheng Fugue guessed that there were some twists and turns in the middle. But he didn't care, it was just that he was more than a month behind the others in transferring. With Fang Xiu's talent, catching up would be easy. How could you tell that his advanced sword art reached level 6? Li Qinghong asked. Don't look at my current stature. Back in the day, someone named Zhang was also a little genius of the sword Dao. Zheng Fugue proudly lifted his stomach and patted his chest. Although it's far inferior to a true genius like fellow student Fang Xiu. But it's just advanced sword arts, it's not like it's a special school of sword arts, I'm still able to read it. Chapter 14 Transformation Stone Making. Early in the morning, Fang Xiu got up early. The matter of whether or not transformation stones could craft a boss's transformation stone made Fang Xiu itchy all night long. Therefore, he finished washing up at 6 o'clock and took a bold taxi directly to the city gates, and even ate his breakfast in the car. Out of the city gates to the entrance of Wind Spirit Valley. The entrance was still bustling. Without stopping, Fang Xiu immediately entered the copy. The difficulty level was normal. Simple difficulty is really not challenging for himself, even if it's to test the skill of transformation stone making, it's also directly on the strength. The dense fog in front of him immediately dispersed, and a valley shrouded in light mist appeared in front of Fang Xiu, with the wind blowing from the depths of the valley, the breeze brushing his sleeves. At a glance, Fang Xiu saw the Wind Goblin flying comfortably in midair not far away. Wind Goblin LV-15. HP, 130. Level up 3 levels from easy difficulty, HP is 30 points higher. Let's just take you for a test first. Fang Xiu casually pulled a sword flower, stepped forward, quickly approached the Wind Goblin, and raised his hand to chop. 104. 85. 2 blood-colored numbers discarded, the Wind Goblin that was flying leisurely only felt a pain in his body, the vision of his eyes was split in half, and soon fell into a darkness. Landing on the ground, it was already a mangled body that had been chopped into 4 parts by sharp blades and sword chi. It was still a 1-move second kill. Transformation, Ancient Transforming Warlock. The moment the Wind Goblin died, Fang Xiu immediately switched his profession. The corpse utilization skill was activated. The body of the Wind Goblin that landed on the ground didn't dissipate with the wind like it did in the past, but instead lay quietly on the ground just as it did when Fang Xiu decapitated it. However, the current situation was a bit strange. Because the Wind Goblin's material Goblin's Feather Wind was also dropped on the side. Therefore, what appeared in front of Fang Xiu's eyes was 2 pairs of wings. Fang Xiu could only blame it on the rules of the game. Of course, this was good news, at least it proved that the utilization of the corpse wouldn't affect the normal drop of materials, and its effect would even increase the probability of materials dropping. This scenario should be repeated in the future. Leaning down and crouching in front of the Wind Goblin's corpse, Fang Xiu used the skill. Transformation Stone Crafting. A dark purple small formation was immediately carved under the Wind Goblin's corpse. In the formation, the Wind Goblin's corpse seemed to be ignited as if it was collapsing from the edges of its body bit by bit, turning into tiny dust that floated up, only to coalesce again right above the formation. In the end, the Wind Goblin's corpse completely disappeared, and what remained on the dark purple formation was a marble-sized green-colored stone. Q. Transformation Stone Wind Goblin crafted successfully. Fang Xiu picked up the green-colored stone on the ground, and its attributes immediately appeared before his eyes. Transformation Stone Wind Goblin. Grade, Excellent. Effect, transforms into a Wind Goblin with +1 agility, +1 spirit, and gains the skills Breeze Perception and Windblade for 3 minutes. Description, a transformation stone that unites the power of the Wind Goblin, through which you will be able to experience what it is like to be a Wind Goblin. Excellent grade prop, the effect is quite strong, giving 2 attributes not to mention 2 skills. Fang Xiu decided to try it out himself. First, he switched back to swordsman and then chose to use the transformation stone. The moment he crushed the transformation stone Wind Goblin, a greenish-colored light enveloped Fang Xiu. When the light dissipated, he had already transformed into the form of the Wind Goblin he had just killed. It felt a bit peculiar, the ability to maneuver the wings behind his back to flap to make himself fly in mid-air was as if he was born with it, and he didn't need to familiarize himself with it at all. The world in front of him was much larger than it was when he was human, and the air was still filled with a little bit of cyan-colored particles, which drifted with the wind and were just out of reach. Returning to his senses, Fang Xiu hurriedly proceeded to the next step. The transformation time was only 3 minutes, so he couldn't afford to waste it. Next, he attempted to use the skill. Alert, unable to use the Blood Plum Sword, unable to use the skill Sword Drawing Technique. This. Fang Xiu looked at his body. It was a bit difficult for a butterfly to use a sword. It seems that in the future, if he wants to match the swordsman profession, he still needs to make some humanoid monster transformation stones. It must at least have hands that can hold a sword. Although he couldn't use the blood plum sword, Fang Xiu was able to see from the panel that the blood plum sword's 3 points of agility were solidly in place. It meant that the blood plum sword's attributes were still in effect, so it wasn't just the 3 points of agility, but also the attack power that was equally useful. The sword drawing technique could not be used, so naturally the sword chi skill was likewise unable to take effect, and the only skills that could be used were the ones that came with the Wind Goblin. Breeze Sense 1-star ordinary skill, passive, able to sense places in space where wind elements are dense. Wind Blade 1-star excellent skill, condenses a blade of wind to strike at the target, inflicts Spirit X 1.15 wind attribute damage, consumes 10 magic points, cooldown, 3 seconds. It's equivalent to a low-level magic profession that can fly 3 minutes later. Fang Xiu ended his transformation state, changing from a wind goblin back to a human again, rubbing his chin and pondering. He was seriously thinking about the value of the transformation stone Wind Goblin. The two skills were basically useless. Legal professions couldn't see it, and physical professions didn't have high spiritual attributes and couldn't deal damage. At most, they could be used by manufacturing professions to fight, but the problem was that they basically didn't fight. The only thing that was of some use was the Wind Goblin's innate ability to fly. When facing opponents and monsters that had no means of long-range attack, creatures that could fly would be invincible. Go online and see if there are similar props after I get out of the copy in a while. Fang Xiu felt that this kind of thing still had a market price, or at least it was definitely more expensive than a material like the Goblin's feather. Moreover, this was still a low-level monster like the Wind Goblin. If he could make the Goblin Queen's transformation stone, it would definitely fetch a decent price. Opening the skill bar again to check, the proficiency of the Book of Transformation had indeed increased, and was currently LV 110-100. Using a transformation stone would be able to gain 10 points of proficiency. If he couldn't sell the transformation stone Wind Goblin, he could use it to charge his own proficiency. Sheathing his sword, Fang Xiu stepped forward. Target Goblin Queen, advance. Chapter 15 The First Battle of the Magical Tattooed Iron Guards. Standing at the entrance of the small garden where the Goblin Queen was, it was already an hour later. In the middle of the journey, Fang Xiu did not forget to craft transformation stones for every monster he killed. Originally, he thought that he could make a small fortune off of transformation stones, but he didn't realize that transformation stone crafting wasn't successful every time. Along the way, Fang Xiu killed more than 100 wind goblins and wind-chasing beasts, and in the process even leveled up to level 12, but in the end, only 10 transformation stones were successfully crafted. This Fang Xiu recalled the hint when he first crafted the transformation stone Wind Goblin. Tip: Transformation stone Wind Goblin crafted successfully. Since there were successes, there were naturally failures. Of the 10 successful transformation stones, there were 3 wind-chasing beast transformation stones and 7 wind goblin transformation stones. With 10 transformation stones, even if they were the same creature, the results of the final product were not exactly the same. The excellent grade Wind Goblin transformation stone that Fang Xiu had made for the first time was surprisingly the best prop. Of the 7 Wind Goblin transformation stones in the back, 6 of them were ordinary grade, and even if they didn't add attributes, they surprisingly didn't even have skills. The description said, "You can realize what it's like to be a Wind Goblin." But it was only limited to what it was like to be a Wind Goblin. Other than that, you can't do anything else. Now, it seemed that I had been simplistic in thinking that it wasn't that easy to make money from transformation stones. For the Goblin Queen he was about to face, Fang Xiu only had one request: after killing it, making a transformation stone must be successful. It didn't matter what the quality was, at least this would still give him a thought. With trepidation, Fang Xiu walked into the Goblin Queen's small garden. Not far away, a 2-meter-tall, half-human, half-butterfly Goblin Queen paraded through her garden with its giant feathered wings flapping. Goblin Queen LV 18 Boss. HP, 2000. The level was raised by the same 3 levels, but the life value was doubled. The Goblin Queen sensed that someone had entered her territory and instantly swept her stern gaze. "Trespasser, get out." As she opened her mouth to scold her, she raised her hand to deliver a staggered wind blade without a second thought. 2 giant wind blades intersected, forming an X. "The desire to attack is a step up from the easy difficulty," Fang Xiu commented with his mouth, but his feet did not slow down at all, stepping forward and then dodging to avoid the Ling Ling's interlocking wind blades. The moment he avoided it, he activated his sword drawing technique. Miso. The blood plum sword was sheathed. Fang Xiu steeply accelerated until his figure blurred. After the blink of an eye, his figure had already arrived behind the Goblin Queen, leaving dots of bloody plum blossoms floating in midair in vain, imprinting on the Goblin Queen's chest. 207. 44. Scarlet-colored numbers flew up, without triggering the weakness attack, and the damage was nowhere near as explosive as before. The Goblin Queen turned her head towards Fang Xiu and struck another staggered windblade. Die. The Goblin Queen's reaction speed was much faster than the easy difficulty. It was fortunate that she hadn't been too big to come to a normal difficulty copy right after she had just switched. Facing an attack with such speed and intensity, even if one had insight into the Goblin Queen's attack, it was hard to keep from making a mistake under continuous dodging. Almost thereafter, feeling the Goblin Queen's increased intensity, Fang Xiu began to fight in earnest. Transformation Magic Tattoo Iron Guard. A silver helmet mark appeared on Fang Xiu's right hand that was holding the sword, and in the next second, the silver color of the mark began to spread towards Fang Xiu's entire body, and along with the clothes on his body, they were also plated with a layer of silver color. In the blink of an eye, Fang Xiu transformed into a magical tattooed iron guard with a silver body and lavender magical lines all over his body. It was also as he had trained in the training room of the Lingji Company yesterday. After transforming into an ancient transformation warlock, the original skill of the magic iron guard was transformed into a transformation stone, which was permanently recorded in the Book of Transformation. The effect of the transformation was the same as the transformation magic iron guard skill LV15. Clang! The interlocking wind blades heavily chiseled at Fang Xiu's body, and the violent wind elements almost tore everything apart. However, when the wind blades dispersed, Fang Xiu was still standing on the same spot, not moving a single step, unharmed. A number silently floated up above his head to show that the Goblin Queen had attacked. 0. Fang Xiu smiled. The up to 64% magic damage reduction and 120 points of magic defense brought by the transformation magic tattoo iron guard were combined in one. The Goblin Queen couldn't even break her own defense. Then wouldn't he be able to fight at will? Fang Xiu directly did not lift the transformation, carrying the blood plum sword and the Goblin Queen in close combat. Whoever dodges again is a grandson. If it was still the transformation magic iron guard skill, then Fang Xiu might still be a little wimpy. After all, he has to consume magic value to support the maintenance of the transformation. But now it's a transformation stone recorded in the Book of Transformation. Just like the previous use of transformation stone Wind Goblin, there's only a limit to the duration, without any consumption. If one were to transform into an ancient transformation warlock, then even the duration limit would disappear. It wasn't the transformation magic iron guard skill that was strong, but that ancient transformation warlock profession. It's worthy of being a 4-star profession. Messy kill. Sword drawl. Against the Goblin Queen's staggered wind blades, Fang Xiu swung the blood plum sword in his hand without stopping, and when the Goblin Queen's blood level was at the bottom, he connected with a sword drawing technique to end its sinful life. Ah! The unwilling wail of the Goblin Queen echoed throughout the Wind Spirit Valley. Her body lost the support of the wind element and fell from the sky, smashing heavily on the ground, with a pair of boots falling from her side. Lucky, fight the boss twice, drop equipment twice. Fang Xiu leaned down and picked up the boots on the ground. The attributes of the boots unfolded before his eyes. Boots of Blast Wind set. Quality, excellent. Attributes, defense +5, movement speed +10, agility +1. Level, first turn. Set, Blast Wind Return 1-5, movement speed +10%, agility +5 3-piece set, not activated. Attack speed increased by 10%, agility +5 5-piece set, not activated. Endurance, 50-50. Unsurprisingly, it was also one of the Blast Return set. He currently already had a wrist guard, and with the boots, another random piece would make up a 3-piece set. Fang Xiu immediately equipped it on his body, and then couldn't wait to cast his gaze towards the corpse of the Goblin Queen that had fallen to the ground. Reaching out, he snapped his fingers. Transformation Stone Production. A large dark purple formation immediately surfaced underneath the Goblin Queen's body, and the light flickered as it burned the Goblin Queen's body, collapsing and gathering in the air above the formation. When the Goblin Queen's body was close to disappearing, the transformation stone in the sky above the formation was getting bigger and bigger, and Fang Xiu's heart was in his throat. This was the time when most of the previous failures of making transformation stones had occurred. Now it was up to luck. Alert, Transformation Stone Goblin Queen crafted successfully. Chapter 16 Transformation Stone Goblin Queen. Success! Fang Xiu couldn't help but squeeze his fist in celebration. It wasn't the rare success that made him happy, but the fact that crafting the Goblin Queen's transformation stone successfully proved the point that he could craft a boss's transformation stone. The Goblin Queen was just the beginning. There were more powerful bosses in the future that could be made into transformation stones by himself. After celebrating, Feng Xiu caught the transformation stone to check its attributes. Transformation Stone Goblin Queen. Grade, Rare. Effect, transforms into the Goblin Queen, Agility +2, Physique +3, Spirit +7, Skills, Gale Force, Windblade, Staggering Windblade, lasts for 5 minutes. Description, a transformation stone that unites the power of the Goblin Queen, through which you are able to transform into a queen who controls storms. Rare grade prop. Feng Xiu's eyes lit up. As expected, the attributes of a boss after being crafted into a transformation stone far exceeded those of ordinary monsters. Up to 12 attribute points, 3 skills, and one of them was the Goblin Queen's trademark Staggered Windblade. Even without transforming, Feng Xiu could feel the value of this item. This was definitely a good item that French professions could use as a base card. Putting the transformation stone into his backpack, Feng Xiu immediately chose to exit the copy. Copy passed. Time, 1 hour, 13 minutes, 31 seconds. Normal difficulty is not recorded on the leaderboards. Appearing at the entrance of Wind Spirit Valley, the stalls not far away were getting more and more numerous, and the number of professionals coming over to place their copies was far more than when he first arrived. It was just after 6 o'clock when he arrived, but now it's already 7:30, and it's the time when most of the professionals are getting to work. Feng Xiu hurriedly moved aside and found a shady tree to take out his cell phone to look carefully. On the career buying app, there were many props that could make people transform, and there were also 3 categories. The first type only changes the appearance, does not attach the ability, categorized as morphing props. The second type is to change part of the appearance, such as growing a fox tail, growing cat ears, or changing the arm from a human hand to a crab pincer, etc., with and without additional abilities. This kind of props are quite popular, and the prices range from low to high. Among them, cat tail, fox tail, cat ears and other transformation props are the most popular. Categorized as QQ props. At first glance, Feng Xiu seemed to have opened the door to a new world. I have to say, it's still the professionals of the infinite world who play with flowers. The third type of props is just like Feng Xiu's transformation stone, which completely changes into another kind of creature and possesses some of the creature's abilities, and is also categorized as transformation props. The number of transformation items was the smallest among the 3 categories, and they were also the most expensive, as they were truly used to enhance combat power. Feng Xiu searched around and found an item similar to the Goblin Queen. Cthulhu Falcon's Feather. Grade, Rare. Effect, after use, transforms into a pale falcon, agility +3, spirit +5, gains skills, wind shape, wind bomb, lasts 10 minutes. Description, the plume of the king of the Falcon clan, only those who are recognized can borrow the power of their clan. Price, 300,000 alliance coins. Able to fly, increase mental attributes, and carries a 2-star wind spell skill. However, the pale falcon's plume carries 4 less attributes and 1 less skill than the Goblin Queen. Plus, the Goblin Queen was in human form. Feng Xiu felt that selling his transformation stone Goblin Queen for 350,000 wasn't a problem. Money doesn't seem to be that hard to earn. Feng Xiu rubbed his chin. For every trip to the duplicate, he was able to craft a Goblin Queen into a transformation stone, so take the 10% probability of crafting a normal monster. Taking the 10% probability of making normal monsters, he would be able to produce a Goblin Queen's transformation stone in 10 trips. A trip to a copy counted as 1 hour, that was 10 hours. 10 hours a day soaking in copies is a bit of an exaggeration. After all, fighting this kind of adrenaline rush for 10 consecutive hours, Feng Xiu, a handsome man with a maximum stamina of only 18 points, is still a bit of a struggle. 1 day counts as 5 times, 2 days a Goblin Queen transformation stone, that's 2 days 35, a month 5,250,000. $5 million a month. Feng Xiu looked towards the portal of the Wind Spirit Valley copy. The path to wealth was within it. Suddenly, it felt as if the 2 million from Lingji Company wasn't a lot. Depart. Feng Xiu was busy entering the Wind Spirit Valley copy again. This time, he was going to choose the difficult difficulty. Just as Feng Xiu's figure slowly disappeared into the teleportation portal, under the shade of a large tree more than 100 meters away from the teleportation portal, there were 3 people looking blearily at his back. Feng Xiu seems to be soloing again. Han Lily smacked her lips, both eyes shining with envy. It's true that 3-star professions can do whatever they want. Luck. Kainan's eyes were full of envy and somewhat hard to believe, turning his head to ask Cheng Sr., "Are you sure you're not mistaken?" Chengsen spread his hands. "The information my uncle found out, Fang Xiu's occupation has already been registered in the school's new enrollment catalog. If you don't believe me, you can check it yourself. And it's rumored that the homeroom teacher even found the principal to give Fang Xiu a genius reward." A genius reward? Kainan Zhe became even more jealous. But then he thought, Fang Xiu accepted the genius reward, so he'll be participating in the 10 schools competition this time? This is a good opportunity to clean him up. Kainan Zhe was rubbing his fists together. His current advantage was that he had changed jobs a month earlier than Fang Xiu, so he was now level 20, while Fang Xiu was only level 11 at most. With less than a week to go before the start of the 10 schools competition, Fang Xiu definitely wouldn't be able to raise a few levels. The suppression of levels could smooth out the attribute gap between 3 stars and 2 stars, and get himself some more equipment and props. Do you just have to find trouble with him? He doesn't seem to have messed with you, right? Chang Xin said doubtfully. His words weren't just doubtful, they were a reminder. I've been looking at him with displeasure since the day he entered the school, Kainan Zhe replied casually, not knowing what he was calculating between the flashes of his eyes. Seeing Kainan Zhe's face turn pale and lose his mind due to jealousy, Changsen was wise enough not to say anything else. Chapter 17, Single Brush Nightmare Level Goblin Queen. Wind Spirit Valley, in front of the Goblin Queen's small garden. Fang Xiu had already come here for the 4th time. That's right, it was the 4th time, not the 3rd. The difficulty copy of Wind Spirit Valley wasn't very strong, the overall level was raised by 3 levels, and the final Goblin Queen's life value came to 5,000. Although the difficulty Goblin Queen has been able to break through the defense of Fang Xiu, who has transformed into the Magic Iron Guard, but only to break through the defense, Fang Xiu drank a slow-acting healing potion that restores 10 points of life value per second for 30 seconds, and he was able to withstand it. Luck is also not bad, although not able to create a Goblin Queen's transformation stone, but it dropped a 2-star ordinary skill book Staggered Windblade, the market price of 30,000 yuan. Fang Xiu is going to sell it together with the transformation stone Goblin Queen. Strike while the iron is hot. Continue to challenge the higher difficulty nightmare level. Fang Xiu also wanted to see where his limits were. The levels of the nightmare difficulty wind goblins and wind chasing beasts have reached level 23, while Fang Xiu is only at level 14. After brushing the difficult copies and killing another round of nightmare copies, the experience of solo brushing put his level on a plane as well, raising it from level 12 to level 14. Despite this, the wind goblin was still 9 levels above Fang Xiu. Placed in the middle of the profession inn, this was almost the difference of a single transfer. Therefore, these 2 most common small monsters in Wind Spirit Valley were no longer minions that Fang Xiu could kill with 1 sword. It required at least 2 swords, and the wind-chasing beast even required 2 sword drawing techniques combined with sword chi to barely kill it. This made Fang Xiu's efficiency in clearing the copies greatly reduced. All the way through, now that he had arrived at the Goblin Queen's little garden, it was already 11:07 p.m. Fang Xiu remembered that it was 9 p.m. when he first entered the copy, which meant that he had spent more than 2 hours just killing the minions. Think about the 35 minutes and 48 seconds that ranked first in the replica rankings. It was really comfortable to brush the replica in a group. If you want to take the top spot solo, you still have a long way to go. Holding the hilt of his sword at his waist with his right hand, Fang Xiu stepped into the small garden. In the distance, the old friend Goblin Queen floated in mid-air relying on the wind elemental, its huge feathers slightly curled up in the middle of the wrap, eyes closed in slumber, as if it was a sleeping beauty. Goblin Queen LV 25 Boss. HP, 10,000. Noticing that someone had entered her territory, the Goblin Queen immediately awoke from her slumber. Those eyes without a trace of emotion locked onto Fang Xiu in an instant. Intruder, get out! The Goblin Queen shouted loudly, the wind howling around her. As if its back was against a wind gap, there were endless gusts of wind gushing out from its back, pressing forward in a mountainous manner. It almost pressed Fang Xiu to the point where he couldn't lift his head. Worthy of nightmare difficulty, Fang Xiu muttered as he remembered that the nightmare-level Goblin Queen would have a few more skills. The current situation was that it was casting a 2-star rare skill called Gale Field, and within the field, the movement speed of all friendly troops would be increased, the killing power of wind skills would be increased, and the movement speed of all enemies would be suppressed by the gale. It was a field skill that was extremely suitable for group battles. In the gale field, Fang Xiu was advancing against the wind, so there was a feeling of his feet being filled with lead and unable to move an inch. Bear the fury of the gale. From a sleeping beauty to a mad queen with crazy makeup, the Goblin Queen only took a second to swing her hands recklessly, her two huge feathered wings vibrating as she slashed out with its staggered wind blade. The greenish wind element condensed into a 3-meter-high X-energy chopping blow, advancing forward at an astonishing speed, as if it wanted to cut off and crush everything. The power of the staggered wind blade was stronger than all the staggered wind blades Fang Xiu had seen before. It must be a full-level skill. Transformation, Ancient Transformation Warlock. Transformation Demonic Iron Guard. Fang Xiu gave up the idea of answering the Goblin Queen with his Swordmaster's body almost in an instant. The Ancient Transformation Warlock was able to increase the gain from transformation by another 30%. Originally, Fang Xiu's transformation into a magical iron guard only boosted his magic and physical defense by 120 points, but now it was boosted by 156 points. This was already the most he could carry right now. Clang! In the next second, the interlocking wind blades bombarded Fang Xiu's body as if it was a large knife chopping on a thick iron plate. The burst of metal collision was extraordinarily thick, and the powerful force pushed him backward by more than a meter. Thump! Fang Xiu hastily lifted his foot and stepped heavily on the ground, stabilizing himself and continuing forward. 188-200. Glancing at his life value, Fang Xiu's heart was relieved. The Goblin Queen's staggered wind blades only dealt 12 points of damage to him, which was within the acceptable range. This fight, it could be fought. Reaching out from his backpack, he fished out a bottle of slow-acting healing potion and poured it into his mouth. Fang Xiu lifted the blood-plum sword in his hand and chopped forward. The blade landed on the Goblin Queen's body, and a blood-colored number floated up. 48. It was just the most ordinary chopping attack, and after transforming into an Ancient Transformation Warlock, Fang Xiu couldn't use the swordsman's sword drawing technique or sword chi. All he could do was just a normal attack. But it was enough. As long as I was able to break defense and my speed of recovering my life value was higher than the damage you dealt to me, then I would be able to grind you to death sword by sword. This was Fang Xiu's final plan for raiding copies. Although it was slow, it was the method with the highest ceiling. This is not Fang Xiu's first creation. This belongs to the single brush method of the defense specialization profession, relying on strong defense, slowly grinding the opponent to death. Only, most of the defense specialization profession's attack ability is too poor, nightmare copy of the small monsters they have to fight as a boss, or, they may even boss defense cannot be broken. Therefore, the vast majority of defense specialization professions still take the team route. Put on Fang Xiu's body is just applicable. Small monsters by the sword how quickly solve, cannot match the boss switch to Ancient Transformation Warlock transformed into a magic pattern guards to a real man 1v1 duel, knife to the flesh. Thus, there is this scene in front of us. A handsome young man plated with a silver-like armor, in the biting and whistling winds, facing the giant interlocking wind blades that the Goblin Queen keeps chopping out, slashing forward with one sword after another, as if a fighting machine that will never get tired. Chapter 18 Sidebook Leaderboard Racing. Kill Goblin Queen Boss, gain 25,000 experience. Level up, current level, 15, Strength +1, Agility +1, Physique +1, Spirit +1. Watching the epileptic Goblin Queen slowly fall, Fang Xiu also lifted his transformation and fell backward, disengaged. Lying on the ground, he breathed heavily. It was too damn hard. This battle lasted a full 10 minutes. Unlike the usual sword practice, each sword during the battle poured 7% of Fang Xiu's entire body's strength into it, and swung it continuously for 10 minutes without the slightest pause, and during the process, he also had to pay attention to his life value to replenish his blood level, which was undoubtedly a test for Fang Xiu. However, after successfully decapitating the Goblin Queen, then the hard work was not in vain. Soloing the nightmare level Wind Spirit Valley, I've finally done it. Fang Xiu shook his fist toward the sky. This was sort of the goal he had set for himself. It was also the minimum requirement for setting himself to use the Raging Wind Roar Challenge role. After lying down for about 5 minutes, Fang Xiu slowly got up from the ground and reached out to the Goblin Queen. Transformation Stone Crafting. Dark purple spell formations surfaced underneath the Goblin Queen's body and began to absorb the power of its body to coalesce the transformation stone. The moment the power of the Goblin Queen's body was absorbed, the transformation stone in midair suddenly let out a boom sound and cracked on its own. Q failed to create transformation stone. Fang Xiu didn't care because he was already used to it. His eyes glanced at another drop on the ground, and he hurriedly leaned down to pick it up. It was a component of the Blast Wind set. Blast Wind Battle Armor Set. Quality, Rare. Attributes, Defense +35, Agility +4, Strength +1. Level, First Turn. Set, Blast Wind Return 1-5, Movement Speed plus 10%, Agility plus 5 3-piece set, not activated. Attack Speed increased by 10%, Agility plus 5 5-piece set, not activated. Durability, 150-150. Rare quality? Fang Xiu raised his eyebrows slightly. The quality of the Wind Blast sets produced by Wind Spirit Valley was generally excellent, and occasionally there were rare grade equipment, which had higher basic attributes than excellent grade equipment, but didn't affect the combination effect of the set, so they were more favored by professionals. It's just that usually only Nightmare and Hell ranked Goblin Queens would drop them, so rare grade Blasted Wind set components were rarer and more expensive, costing roughly 3-5 times the price of excellent grade quality in the same location. Fang Xiu had read before when he was considering buying a Blast Wind set directly that the Blast Wind Battle Armor excellent quality cost $5,000, and the rare grade cost $20,000. Now this small amount of money he could not see, ready to go home at night when the order to buy up a full set of Blast Wind set, did not think that now out of a piece. Also good, can buy one less. Instantly equipped. Tip, Blast Wind set 3-piece set has been activated, movement speed plus 10%, agility plus 5. With the addition of the Blast Wind set and switching into the swordsman profession, Fang Xiu's agility had come to 45, which was a rather high figure. Sweeping his eyes over the entire field to make sure that nothing else was left out, Fang Xiu chose to exit the copy. Copy passed. Time, 2 hours, 21 minutes, 7 seconds. Recorded score, not on the list. Standing at the entrance of the replica where people were coming and going, Fang Xiu looked at his score. The replica clearance time was locked from the moment he killed the Goblin Queen, 2 hours 21 minutes 7 seconds. How to put it, it was quite good in terms of a single brush achievement, but to be on the list, it was still quite far away. Let's eat first. Having labored all morning, Fang Xiu now wanted to cozy up to a meal and take a good rest. Taking a step back to the city, Fang Xiu prepared to eat at the restaurant near the city gates. Without taking a few steps, he saw the trio of Kai Nans, Cheng Xin and Han Lili resting under the shade of a tree. Fang Xiu wondered, don't the three of them need to practice leveling? How come they can be seen outside the replica every day? But to Fang Xiu's surprise, Kai Nans didn't come up to Yin and Yang himself. It's also good that he's too lazy to talk to him. To the restaurant at the entrance of the city, Fang Xiu ordered 4 dishes and 1 soup, then a big bucket of rice, sat down to eat slowly. While eating, Fang Xiu was also pondering about the copy. Now that the Nightmare level Wind Spirit Valley copy, he had already cleared it, the next thing to consider were 2 things. The first was to raid Raging Wind Roar. The second was how to increase his speed to enter the rankings. Raging Wind Roar is not in a hurry, the challenge roll lasts for more than 20 days, he just needs to remember to go there before the second turn on the line. Before that, try to improve his combat strength. The challenge of Raging Wind Roar, the higher the success rate. After all, for the Raging Wind Roar's boss, Raging Wind Young Dragon, Fang Xiu only knows the name, and the specific attributes can't be found on the network. After all, Fang Xiu only knows the name of the Raging Wind boss, Raging Wind Young Dragon. On the other hand, it's the matter of entering the leaderboard of the replica race. The substitute leaderboards are rewarded and refreshed once a month. It's said that the rewards are only produced by the replica leaderboards, and that they are able to strengthen equipment with the strengthening stones. The current date was June 26th, and the rewards would be handed out in 4 days. Fang Xiu wondered if there was any way to enter the leaderboards in these days, even if it was 10th place. But 2 hours, 21 minutes and 7 seconds was too far from 48 minutes and 51 seconds. If only I could fight the boss directly, Fang Xiu muttered as he picked at his rice. Just as he finished speaking, he froze himself. Wait a minute. It wasn't that there wasn't this possibility? Fang Xiu remembered the fighting styles of the assassin and thief professionals. Sneaking through the area of small monsters, then directly fighting the boss one-on-one. This method was often used by thieves and assassins to solo easy and normal difficulty copies. It is basically impossible to single brush a Nightmare level boss this way, because the perception ability of Nightmare level copies of the monsters has been enhanced. Ordinary thieves will be directly seen through the sneak, even if your sneak ability is extraordinarily strong, but as a brittle skin profession, you are wanting to single brush a Nightmare level boss that has a life value that is dozens of times higher than yours, it's almost impossible. This was also the reason why most of the copies' racing records were not wrapped up by the powerful assassin-thief profession. However, Fang Xiu was different in that he could single-handedly take on a Nightmare-ranked copy of the boss. After all, nearly 2 hours of the Nightmare-ranked Wind Spirit Valley's clearance time had been wasted on small monsters. If he could just kill the boss without fighting the small monsters. What was 10th on the leaderboard? The first on the leaderboard would have to be left far behind by himself. So, what should be used? Chapter 19, I will take the first place in the replica ranking. There were only 3 ways to go through the area of small monsters and head directly to where the boss was. Sneaking, running over from the ground. Flying, fly over from the sky. Vanishing, slipping through the ground. The sneaking method was first rejected by Feng Xiu. He wasn't a thief with a sneaking talent, and the low-level sneaking he got from using these props would be more easily seen through by the nightmare copy monsters, so sneaking was the same as not sneaking, and it was a waste of money. Flying over from the sky, Feng Xiu does have this method. After a few trips down to the Wind Spirit Valley copy, he has come to 30 transformation stones Wind Goblin in his backpack, and by transforming into a Wind Goblin, he can fly over from the sky. But the Wind Goblins in Wind Spirit Valley were mage monsters that attacked from afar, and flying into the sky on his own would easily be used as a target by a whole bunch of Wind Goblins. Moreover, the number of small monsters in the nightmare level replica is amazingly high. If you are not careful, you will easily attract 2 or 3 waves of monsters, and it is easy to attract dozens of Wind Goblins to join hands. Feng Xiu also relied on the transformation magic iron guards to make it easy to escape from the danger. Flying through the sky is not an option either. Escape from the ground? There's an Earth Escape talisman on the app for professional shopping. Earth Escape Talisman. Grade, excellent. Effect, after using it, you can move freely in the dirt, reducing your movement speed by 50% for 1 minute. Description, crafted by a powerful third-turned professional Earthwalker, it allows flesh and blood to temporarily become one with the earth. Price, 50,000 Alliance coins. The price of an Earth Escape talisman was not expensive, but it only lasted for 1 minute and had to reduce the movement speed by 50%. From the entrance of Wind Spirit Valley to the Goblin Queen's Garden, one would have to use at least a dozen Earth Escape talismans. The cost of this would have to go after 1 million, equal to 2 or 3 Goblin Queen's transformation stones. Moreover, when the dozen or so ground escape talismans are used up, and then fight the boss, the time consumed will be at least 30 minutes or more. It's possible to take rankings, but it's not worth it. I'm afraid that's why the top-ranked teams on the replica now don't use the ground escape talisman to just brush the boss. A small team of 4 people costs nearly $4 million. What copy has this kind of return? However, Feng Xiu had a method that was uniquely his own. Are there any monsters nearby that specialize in vanishing? Feng Xiu started looking on his cell phone. If there were monsters that were good at vanishing, he could go ahead and craft some transformation stones, which would be able to replace the Earth Escape talisman. Unfortunately, there didn't seem to be any monsters that were good at ground escape in the vicinity of Green Mountain City where Feng Xiu was. This path wouldn't work either. Suddenly Feng Xiu thought of a question. What did the monsters in the replica judge the enemy by? Appearance? Breath? Or? Feng Xiu suddenly had an idea he wanted to try. Boss, check out. Feng Xiu hurriedly swallowed the rice in his mouth into his stomach, got up to pay the bill, and then ran towards Wind Spirit Valley. It was exactly 12 o'clock noon, when the sun was shining directly and the weather was at its hottest, and most of the professionals at the entrance of Wind Spirit Valley had run off to eat lunch. Feng Xiu arrived at the entrance of Wind Spirit Valley and immediately chose to enter. Nightmare difficulty. When the thick fog in front of him cleared, what appeared in front of Feng Xiu were familiar trees and monsters. 2 wind goblins and a wind chaser beast were lazily strolling through the forest, enjoying the breeze blowing from the depths of Wind Spirit Valley, warmed by the sunlight scattered in the sky. Transformation Wind Goblin, Feng Xiu crushed a transformation stone Wind Goblin, and immediately his body was enveloped in light, transforming into a Wind Goblin. Feng Xiu then zipped headlong towards the Wind Goblin and the wind chasing beast. 20 meters, 10 meters. The closer Feng Xiu got, it was clear that the 3 monsters had already entered his attack range, but he didn't have any intention of attacking, he just continued to get closer. Until the Wind Goblin and Wind Chasing Beast saw Feng Xiu, who had transformed into a Wind Goblin. Feng Xiu's heart was immediately raised to his throat, ready to take the initiative to lift the Wind Goblin transformation and then transform into a demon-tattooed Iron Guard, and still didn't launch an attack. 5 meters, 3 meters, 1 meter, until they passed by the wrong way with the 3 monsters, they did not attack Feng Xiu, they just had some curiosity to look around for a couple of eyes, and then they strolled in the woods on their own. Feng Xiu's hanging heart finally fell into his stomach. His guess was right. The monsters in the replica were judging whether the target was an enemy or not by the monster's appearance or breath. In other words, as long as he transformed into a Wind Goblin or a wind-chasing beast, he would be able to navigate through the Wind Spirit Valley unhindered. Feng Xiu excitedly flew up and down in mid-air, but sensed the two wind goblins and one wind-chasing beast casting their eyes at the little cutie's gazes. He hurriedly returned to normal and flew towards the front without any panic. When he was out of the sight of the three monsters, Fang Xiu immediately accelerated madly and flew towards the small garden where the Goblin Queen was located. Although he had transformed into a wind goblin, his attributes were still those of his swordsman. 45 points of agility were unleashed at full strength. It was as if a green light flashed through the Wind Spirit Valley. The passing wind goblins and wind-chasing beasts saw this green light and cast searching gazes, but they didn't chase after it because the wind goblins could sense that the green light that flashed past was emitting the aura of their own kind. 2 minutes, with flying, Fang Xiu only spent 2 minutes to arrive at the Goblin Queen's small garden. Just entering the small garden, even the Goblin Queen cast a puzzled look. "This is not the place for you to come," said the Goblin Queen as she raised her hand and manipulated a ball of airflow to send Fang Xiu, who had just flown in, out again. Below this, Fang Xiu almost understood how strong that ancient transformation Warlock's transformation ability was. Not only were his peers unable to see it, even the kings within the race didn't notice it. It was almost as if he had completely transformed into that kind of creature. In the future, I can use this method to solo the boss in all of my copies. The corners of Fang Xiu's mouth rose crazily, and he was already able to foresee a future where he would be the first to dominate the list of several copies. Cancel transformation. The body of the wind goblin that was sent far away by the gust of wind was immediately covered in a layer of dazzling light, and in the next second, Fang Xiu landed on the ground with his sword in hand and stood right in front of the entrance of the small garden. The Goblin Queen who had manipulated the gale to send Fang Xiu out witnessed the entire process, and her person went numb. What the hell? How did my clan wind goblin transform into a human? It's also a bit handsome. But then she immediately reacted. No, it wasn't the wind goblin that transformed into a human, it was that human that transformed into a wind goblin and infiltrated in front of her. Despicable intruder. You will bear my endless wrath. The Goblin Queen waved her big hand, and the gale field unfolded. The wings on her back flapped heavily, and 3-meter-tall interlocking wind blades crushed the air and advanced forward, to directly chop Fang Xiu into several pieces. Fang Xiu had already seen this kind of scene before. Transformation Ancient Transformation Warlock. Transformation Magic Iron Guard. Carrying his sword alone, he took 2 steps forward and swung his sword quickly. This time, I'm going to take first place in the copy rankings. Chapter 20, ranking number 1 in the sidebook. After the meal, Chang Xin, Kai Nanz, and Han Lily walked from the city towards Wind Spirit Valley. I've asked a friend to take us down to the copies, so put away your arrogant temper, Chang Xin instructed Kai Nanze as he approached the Wind Spirit Valley copies. I know, Kai Nanze replied casually. Chang Xin saw Kai Nan's uncaring demeanor and said nothing more. If it wasn't for his family's business dealings and the friendship between the elders, he would not have wanted to take Kai Nanz with him to upgrade. 3 people soon came to the Wind Spirit Valley copy door. Chang Xin saw a big old far-away floating dark blue staff beside his body, leaving a handful of blonde bangs of youth. Brother Yoki. Chang Xin waved his hand in greeting. Coming to the front, Chang Xin hurriedly introduced everyone. This is Huang Dao Hong, he's in the same class as us, but he graduated from the next-door Qingcheng Mountain 10th Middle School, and his first turn is a 3-star profession, Thunder Spirit Mage. This is my teammate Kai Nanz, 2-star occupation, Breeze Mage. This girl is my girlfriend Han Lily, 1-star occupation, Priest. Good day, Brother Yoki. Han Lily greeted following Chang Sen's address. Huang Dao Hong just nodded slightly in greeting. On the side, Kai Nanz frowned. Not speaking, pretending to be an expert, right? 3-star profession is great? Seeing that Kai Nanze didn't greet and frowned, Chang Xin quickly took over the conversation and continued, this time, we need to trouble Brother Hong to take us to play copies. Huang Dao Hong nodded his head once again, go into the copy, I still have things to do later, I can only take you to brush 2 nightmare copies. But I can't guarantee that I can bring you guys out of the rankings, it depends on luck. It doesn't matter, Brother Yoki can take us already very good, do not want a rankings. Chang Xin hastily waved his hand. Okay, let's go into the copy then. The 4 of them walked towards the portal of the Wind Spirit Valley copy. Just before arriving at the teleportation gate, they suddenly heard an exclamation of surprise coming from someone beside the stone monument of the replica ranking. The Wind Spirit Valley replica's ranking has changed for the first time. For a moment, the professions at the entrance of the entire Wind Spirit Valley replica poked their heads up and perked up their ears to focus on the situation at the replica rankings, and several of the ones that were closer to the replica ranking stone monument hurriedly went over to look together. Is it Ma Ying Yuan squad? I saw them enter the replica this morning. Finally, they bucked the trend from being the second best for 10,000 years to the first place. It's not Ma Ingyuan squad, they've been squeezed into third place, it's a guy named Fong Xiu. Who is Fong Xiu? I haven't heard of this person before. What's the configuration of their squad? Inside the crowd of onlookers suddenly came another cry of alarm that was even higher in decibel than just now. The professions that were leaning over and hadn't yet seen the copy ranking stone tablet became even more curious and hurriedly inquired. What's wrong? What happened? The professional who let out the exclamation widened his eyes and pointed to the first position of the copy ranking tablet and said to the people around him, the first ranked one isn't a squad clearance, it's a solo brush. Single brush? The moment these words came out, the surrounding professions were confused. The difficulty of the Wind Spirit Valley replica was nightmare level, and an ordinary team of 4 people who wanted to clear the level had to be at least a 2-star profession, level 20, and fully equipped. They do know that some powerful 3-star professionals, or rich families, a perfect level of suit of the rich second generation can pass the nightmare level Wind Spirit Valley, but the nightmare level Wind Spirit Valley even if, but also take the first place of the copy ranking, is not too exaggerated? For a while, the professions of the entire Wind Spirit Valley replica flocked towards the replica ranking monument, and even a few professions who were setting up stalls, directly put their stalls away, to go and look at the replica ranking monument. Chang Sen, Huang Daohang, and the others also stopped at the entrance of the Wind Spirit Valley replica. Fong Xiu? Fong Xiu. Kai Nans and Chang Sen glanced at each other, and none of their faces were devoid of shock. Fong Xiu had single-handedly swiped the Wind Spirit Valley Nightmare level copy and even got the number 1 spot on the leaderboards? Wasn't he just transferred 2 days ago? He could single-brush the Wind Spirit Valley Nightmare level copy at level 10 or 11? It's not bad that he's a 3-star profession, but he's not a 30-star profession. Cheng Sin and Kai Nanzai hadn't even heard that a 3-star profession that had just switched jobs could solo the nightmare level difficulty of a turn 1 copy against a 10+ gap. Fong Xiu cleared the nightmare level copy? Interesting. Huang Daohong, however, had 2 glowing eyes and an extremely interested look. Brother Hong, you know Fong Xiu? Cheng Sin looked at Huang Daohang's expression and asked. Don't know, Huang Daohong replied casually. Cheng Sin thought about it. Huang Daohong was from Castle Peak City's 10th middle school, how could he possibly know someone from the 3rd middle school? But I know him, Huang Daohong suddenly added. He's in the Genius Investment Program of Lingji Company, and it seems that my investment and financing manager even made a bet with his investment manager on who would place higher in the 10-school competition. Originally, I hadn't put him in my eyes, but I didn't expect him to be able to single-handedly clear the nightmare difficulty copy and get the first place on the leaderboard. I guess it should be a powerful opponent. Huang Daohong narrowed his eyes. He suddenly wanted to try to challenge the nightmare difficulty of the Wind Spirit Valley copy solo as well. Cheng Sen and Kai Nans on the side had calm faces, as if they didn't recognize Fong Xiu, but in their hearts, they had already turned over huge waves. Lingji Company had invested in Fong Xiu? Lingji Company, as long as one was from Castle Peak City, it was impossible not to know about it. It was the largest pharmaceutical company in Castle Peak City, and it was also a top 3 top company in the southern part of Dongwon Country, with strong financial resources and strength. The internal investment program that pulled in geniuses, that was something that non-top geniuses would never invest in. The fact that Fong Xiu would be invested in by Lingji Company showed that even though it took him 2 months to complete his first turn, there were still people who were optimistic about his future. As soon as he thought of this, Cheng Sin hurriedly touched his cell phone to send a message, and the person he sent it to wasn't far away. It was Kai Nans who was in front of him now. Kai Nanzai was awakened by the tone of his cell phone and subconsciously touched it to check. Cheng Sin, I'm going to advise you for the last time, don't go looking for Fong Xiu's trouble. If you're bent on having your way, then I'm sorry, from tomorrow onwards, there's no place for you in my team. In the copy of Wind Spirit Valley. Finally, the fight is over. Fong Xiu looked at the Goblin Queen who had fallen to the ground and let out a long breath. He spent a lot of time killing the Goblin Queen again. Estimating, it had to be at least 12 or 13 minutes. Together with the time spent transforming into a wind goblin to catch up should be less than 20 minutes. The first place on the Wind Spirit Valley copy leaderboard was secure. I was about to reach out and use transformation stone crafting on the Goblin Queen when a prompt popped up in front of me. Advanced Sword Art Skill Proficiency +1, skill level increased, current level, 10. Advanced Sword Art is level 10? Fong Xiu was very surprised. Advanced Sword Art had only just reached level 6 last night, and today he had only focused on killing monsters, so he hadn't paid attention to its proficiency acquisition. It was only one morning and it was level 10? Fang Xiu hurriedly checked the hint record. Soon, he realized that during his fight with the Goblin Queen, to be precise, while carrying the interlocking wind blades and swinging his sword, the advanced sword art skill proficiency rose rapidly. Fang Xiu had an epiphany. Weighted sword swinging was also able to accelerate the increase in proficiency. Of course, the weight didn't just refer to the weight, but also the pressure and danger faced. Practicing the sword in the endless interlocking wind blades, it was only natural that advanced sword arts would progress at a rapid pace. By the way, if advanced sword art level 10 is reached, the sword hero profession should have comprehended the essential kill technique. For all professions, the final skill would be comprehended after reaching skill level 10, and everyone called it the sure kill technique. Fang Xiu hurriedly switched his profession to Sword Hero. Opening his skill panel again, in the occupation skill column, a third skill did appear. Sword Enlightenment Style 3-star skill, rank 1 max, stacks 1 layer of Sword Enlightenment for every attack, up to 100 layers, loses all Sword Enlightenment for 30 seconds after stopping attacking. Enlightened Sword, attack speed, movement speed, sword damage increased by 1%. So strong. Even though his sure kill was a passive skill, Fang Xiu couldn't help but exclaim. As long as he attacked 100 times in a row, he would be able to raise his Sword Enlightenment to the 100th level. At that time, he would have a superb buff that increased his attack speed, movement speed, and sword damage by 100%. Once stacked up, who else would be able to withstand his onslaught? When I change to a higher defense equipment, I'll use Swordsman to solo the Goblin Queen, and the speed will be even faster. Fang Xiu rubbed his chin and thought about it, and raised his hand to close the occupation panel. He took a step towards the Goblin Queen and reached out to use Transformation Stone Crafting. Once again, it failed. After determining that this time she was stingy and didn't drop any equipment or props, Fang Xiu chose to exit the copy. Copy passed. Time, 15 minutes and 22 seconds. Recorded score. Tip, you've made it to the Wind Spirit Valley copy leaderboard, current rank, 1. Comfortable seeing that it was as he thought, Fang Xiu sighed in relief. Returning to the entrance of the Wind Spirit Valley replica, looking at the group of professionals who surrounded the replica ranking stone monument and shouted, Fang Xiu couldn't help but smile heartily. This is where it's at. When he collects all the Blizzard sets and improves his defense, he can also block the Goblin Queen's attacks with his Sword Hero profession transformation into a magical Iron Guard, and I'm afraid that the copy's clearance time will be a few minutes less than. Fang Xiu's goal was to reduce the single brush record to less than 10 minutes. Turning his head, Fang Xiu once again walked into the Wind Spirit Valley copy. The afternoon had just started and there were still 5 or 6 hours left to brush the copy. Chapter 21 Channels. Nightfall. Fang Xiu went home, showered, and changed into casual clothes to go to the restaurant that Zhang Fuguei had booked. When he arrived, Zhang Fuguei and his sister-in-law Li Qinghong were already there. Seeing Fang Xiu take a seat, Zhang Fuguei called the waiter to order the food before handing over the document about the Genius Investment Program. After handing it over, he smiled and asked, I heard that you cleared the nightmare level Wind Spirit Valley today, not to mention that you took the first place in the copy ranking? Well, used a little method, it's nothing. Fang Xiu replied casually. He wasn't so proud of himself just because of this little thing. Taking the document in Zhang Fuguei's hand, he glanced at it before handing it to his sister-in-law. But you can't say that. The adult world only values results. You were able to take the first place in the Wind Spirit Valley copy ranking. That's your strength, Zhang Fuguei said with a smile. The above also gave me a call today, asking me to raise the amount of investment in you even higher. Oh? How much? Fang Xiu asked curiously. Zhang Fuguei stretched out 4 fingers. Double the first investment, $4 million. If you still have a bright performance in the 10 school competition afterward, then that investment in the back will be increased as well. Fang Xiu nodded. $4 million, it was quite a lot. But it was only quite a lot, and wasn't able to surprise himself as much as he had before. Just this afternoon, he soloed Wind Spirit Valley Nightmare difficulty 10 more times in a row, and after killing the Goblin Queen twice of them, he managed to craft transformation stones. 3 transformation stones, leaving one with the best attributes. The other 2 Fang Xiu had already consigned on the internet himself. Before coming to dinner, one of the transformation stones had already been sold for $350,000. Subtracting the 0.1% handling fee, Fang Xiu got his hands on $3496,650. Not counting the proceeds from the copy boss first, Fang Xiu simply just sold all 3 transformation stones, and his one day's proceeds were already in the millions. $4 million, 4 days of brushing would be enough. However, Fang Xiu wouldn't refuse the investment from the Lingji company, not only because the other party was giving away money for free, but also because it was good to have a big tree at his back. How do you want to use this 4 million? Zhang Fuguei asked. First, get me a turn 1 perfect quality weapon, and with the rest of the money, you help me keep an eye out for 3-star perfect level or higher law skills, Fang Xiu said thoughtfully. Before he came, he thought about how to spend the $2 million. First, he replaced the excellent quality blood plum sword in his hand. If it wasn't for the fact that he had to participate in the 10 schools competition and complete the Raging Wind Challenge copy, it was necessary to improve his combat a bit more. Fang Xiu was really prepared to use it to the second turn and then replace it with a good weapon. After all, he was level 17 right now. The experience provided by 10 Nightmare difficulty Goblin Queens was about the same as Fang Xiu clearing the Nightmare level Wind Spirit Valley 3 times normally. So, in the course of an afternoon, he had leveled up another 2 levels. Based on this efficiency, the day after tomorrow at the latest, Fang Xiu would be able to level up to level 20. Equipment, Fang Xiu wasn't going to change it. The Blast Wind set was very suitable for his sword hero profession. At best, if he hadn't gotten together a rare grade Blast Wind set before the 10 schools competition, then he'd spend money on the missing parts. With the rest of the money, Fang Xiu had wanted to ask the Lingji company to help him collect the corpses of boss-level monsters, but thinking about the success rate of the transformation stones crafting, he gave up on this money-burning behavior. With this, what Fang Xiu needed in the first turn stage was basically gone, and the first thing he needed when he entered the second turn stage was 3-star skills. There were quite a few 3-star skills on the market, but the grades were generally common to rare. No, I should say that from 1-star to 6-star skills, one could only find ordinary, excellent and rare grades on Career Shopping, the largest shopping app in Dongwon country. All the skills above the perfect and 7-star level were treasures that could be entered into the auction house. It might not even be found in the auction house, but only in the private salons where some powerful people gathered. It wasn't something that could be bought with money. Fang Xiu had accepted the investment from the Lingji company because he wanted to use their company's channels to buy these things. As for why he chose the law profession for his third skill, Fang Xiu wanted to make up for his shortcoming of not having any long-range attack means, and secondly, he wanted to improve his leveling efficiency. The law profession was able to easily fulfill both of these points. Switching to a law profession, Fang Xiu would then transform into a Goblin Queen, then he would be transformed into a terrifying output turret, and his leveling efficiency would definitely be great. Perfect quality first-turn weapons are not much of a problem, the company's warehouse has them. I'll send you a catalog in a moment, you can pick them yourself. As for 3-star perfect level skills, 4 million is not enough. Zhang Fuguei shook his head towards Fang Xiu. How much does it have to be? Zhang Fuguei stretched out a finger, starting at $10 million. Hearing this price, Fang Xiu wasn't surprised at all, instead he felt that it was cheap. The price of a 2-star skill was a difference of nearly 10 times between one grade. 3-star rare skills were sold for more than $1 million on career purchase, and it was normal for perfect skills to hit the bottom at 10 million. You help me search first, things have to wait for the end of the 10 school competition to ask for, by then the money is not enough, I will make up for it myself, Fang Xiu said in a loud voice. $10 million was only a matter of 30 Goblin Queen transformation stones. In 10 days at most, he could earn it himself. Alright, I'll keep an eye out for you first, and I'll send you a message when I see a skill that meets your requirements. Zhang Fuguei, as someone from the investment department of the Lingji company, was still able to do this. On the side, Li Qinghong didn't say anything throughout the whole process, and after carefully reading Zhang Fuguei's document, she returned it to Fang Xiu and handed over a pen. Meaning, she had read the content, there was no problem, she could sign it. Fang Xiu took the pen and immediately signed his big name, and finally handed it back to Zhang Fuguei. Happy cooperation, Zhang Fuguei raised his glass. Not really a cooperation, it should be me thanking you. Fang Xiu and Li Qinghong also raised their glasses. The stronger the talent you show, the more I will value it in the investment department. Mutual benefit is also considered a form of cooperation. The three of them clinked their wine glasses together, then drank it all in one go. It was another night of host and guest enjoyment. At 9 p.m., after having enough wine and food, Fang Xiu got up and excused himself, ready to go home. Tomorrow morning he still had to go to Single Brush Wind Spirit Valley, so he wasn't going to drink much at night. Li Qinghong sent Fang Xiu out and watched him get into a cab before leaving. The car didn't drive far before Fang Xiu suddenly saw that his cell phone received a message. Picking it up and checking it, he found that it was a bank transfer record. Tail number 2145 Li Qinghong bank card transferred 215-4000 Alliance coins to your bank card. Without a doubt, it was his sister-in-law who had given himself money. Fang Xiu would smile. This sister-in-law of his own was better at expressing love through actions than words yet. In the future, if there's a suitable 4-star skill book, let's get one for my sister-in-law as well. Chapter 22 Pre-War Preparation. A few days after signing the Genius Investment Program, Fang Xiu soaked in Wind Spirit Valley every day, constantly refreshing his copy clearance record. Right now, the #1 record on the Wind Spirit Valley copy leaderboard had increased from 15 minutes and 22 seconds to 7 minutes and 31 seconds. Originally, the team that was squeezed out of first place by Fang Xiu still wanted to struggle a bit, such as spending a large amount of money to buy the Earth Escape talisman or something. But after seeing Fang Xiu's horrible record of refreshing copies and efficiency, they immediately gave up the idea of fighting for the first place. According to Fang Xiu's record of refreshing copies, they spent a lot of money to go in and refresh their copies once, and just after going out, they might be refreshed by Fang Xiu, so it's not worth the loss. Instead of wasting money, it would be better to honestly consolidate their position as second. Being a second fiddle was quite good. Following this 7 minutes and 31 seconds of efficiency, Fang Xiu managed to reach level 20 on the second day. However, he still soaked in Wind Spirit Valley without leaving. The level requirement for the second turn had been reached, so all that was needed was skill proficiency. What could be a better object for sword practice than the Goblin Queen that kept spreading interlocking wind blades? When it was able to raise its advanced sword skill from level 6 to level 10 in one morning, now we don't ask for much, we only ask for it to raise our advanced sword skill to level 15 before the 10-school competition. Apart from advanced sword art, the more troublesome thing is the Ancient Transfiguration Warlock skill Book of Transfiguration. The way to increase the proficiency of the Book of Transformation is to use the Transformation Stone, and the use of the recorded magic tattoo Iron Guard will not increase the proficiency, only the real consumption of the Transformation Stone can increase the proficiency. As expected, professions with a little bit of manufacturing ability just needed a lot of resources to work. So much so, Fang Xiu just dumped the Goblin Queen's transformation stones online, and the Wind Goblin and Wind Chaser Beast transformation stones were all consumed by himself. The skill level also managed to come to level 5. This boosting efficiency was okay. Fang Xiu estimated that if he brushed the Wind Spirit Valley for 10 or so consecutive days, not just killing the bosses, but the kind of brushing copies that cleared even the small monsters together, the Wind Goblin and Wind Chaser Beast transformation stones he crafted should be enough to make the Book of Transformation fully leveled as well. However, I'm afraid it's impossible to reach the second transformation before the 10 schools competition. June 30th, the day before the official start of the 10 schools competition. Fang Xiu deliberately slept a little more in the morning, and after waking up, he warmed up and practiced his sword in the courtyard, then ate and bathed, and raised his essence and panel status to the peak. Today, he was going to do a big thing, and that was to solo Raging Wind Roar. Standing at the entrance of the courtyard, Fang Xiu had to check if there was anything missing in his equipment before he left. His weapon was the Fine Rain, which he bought from the Ganoderma company at a cost of $200,000. Fine Rain. Quality, perfect. Attributes, attack power plus 50, agility plus 7, strength plus 2, attack speed plus 10%, attachment skill, Fine Rain passive, attack cuts the target's physical defense by 1%, cap 10%. Level, first turn. Durability, 250-250. Description, taking the perfect quality material of Fine Rainstone as the main body, it was crafted by 3 smiths with small forging hammers for 7 days without interruption. It is slim and swift, as if a casual swing of the sword can cut through the fine rain falling from the sky. Unlike the Blood Plum sword, the body of the Fine Rain was narrower, only 2 fingers wide, and the surface was left with greenish-colored marks that looked like raindrops, which gave it a faster chopping speed and at the same time made it look extremely fragile. However, it is only a matter of appearance. The texture of the Fine Rainstone is extremely strong and extremely resilient, which can be seen from the durability of the finished product, Fine Rain, which is as high as 250. Every time he pulled it out of the scabbard, Fang Xiu had a sense of sharpness that he could harvest countless lives with a single swing of his hand. In addition to the weapon, Fang Xiu's equipment was also updated. All 5 pieces of the Blast Wind returning set had been assembled, and they were all of rare quality, and the effects of the set's attributes were as follows. Gale Return Set. Quality, rare. Attributes, defense plus 65, movement speed plus 15%, attack speed plus 15%, agility plus 23, strength plus 2. Level, first turn. Set effect, movement speed plus 10%, attack speed plus 10%, agility plus 10. After looking at the equipment, Fang Xiu opened his attribute panel again to check. Fang Xiu. Race, human. Talent, Infinite Transmutation Genesis level, free to make horizontal rank switches Dao Seeker Mythic level, all skill level caps plus 50%. Level, 21st turn. Profession, Swordsman Unique. Profession Core, the Way of the Sword Hero additional 50% increase in sword damage, comes with profession skills, Sword Chi, Sword Drawing, Enlightened Sword Style, and Concentration Crescent Chop. Life, 160-160. Magic, 160-160. Strength, 21 growth, 0.5 stars, increase 0.5 points of strength for every 1 level. Agility, 67 growth, 1.5 stars, increase agility by 1.5 points per level up. Stamina, 16 growth, 0.5 stars, increase stamina by 0.5 points per level up. Spirit, 16 growth, 0.5 stars, increase spirit by 0.5 points per level. Skill bar 2-2. Advanced Swordsmanship 3-star normal skill, LV15 max, sword type skills inflict 60% more damage, attack speed increased by 20%, ignores 10% physical defense, 3% probability of triggering a burst. Book of Transformation 4-star rare skill, LV5 16500, comes with 3 pages of transformation, recorded in the pages of the transformation stone will be able to be used permanently, has been recorded in the transformation, Magic Grain Iron Guard. Occupational skills. The panel was quite luxurious, so luxurious that when Feng Xiu recalled his own panel a week ago when he first changed professions, he had a feeling that it was like a lifetime ago. Turning off the attribute panel, Feng Xiu then opened his career backpack, which was full of items. Strong healing potion, slow healing potion, defense scroll, attack speed scroll. In order to challenge Raging Wind Roar, Feng Xiu not only hoarded a large amount of potions but also brought scrolls that temporarily boosted his attributes, almost filling up the 2m×2m×2m professional backpack. It was confirmed that there were no errors, the status was complete, and there was nothing left out. Feng Xiu stood in his yard and tore open the challenge scroll for Raging Wind. Chapter 23 Coincidence. The sense of weightlessness engulfed Feng Xiu. When he clearly saw the scene in front of him, it was as if he had returned to Wind Spirit Valley. The dense forest, the faint mist, and the breeze that kept lingering around him. Feng Xiu was certain that this was Wind Spirit Valley. But it wasn't the Wind Spirit Valley where the Goblin Queen was. Clang! A crisp sound of metal clashing came from the distance. Feng Xiu's attention was immediately attracted, so he followed the direction the sound came from. After circling around a small forest, what appeared in front of Feng Xiu's eyes was a clearing, and in the middle of the clearing, right in the middle of the clearing, a gigantic dragon that was 3 meters tall and had dark green scales all over its body was roaring up to the sky. Roar! The berserk roar brought up a green-colored hurricane that swept 100 meters around. The might was horrifying. Feng Xiu dared to make a guarantee that no first-turn law profession would be able to utilize a skill with this kind of power. The dragon that triggered this terrifying hurricane was the target of Feng Xiu's trip. Raging Wind Young Dragon LV30 Boss. HP, 10,821 20,000. So the one to fight is the already injured Raging Wind Young Dragon? Feng Xiu made a judgment when he saw that the Raging Wind Young Dragon only had nearly half of its life value. In the next second, the curling hurricane was suddenly pierced by something sharp, and a young girl wearing red armor with a black ponytail and holding a golden lance leapt out from the broken hole. With a swing of the lance in her hand, her body transformed into a black shadow, rushing to the front of the Raging Wind Young Dragon at an astonishing speed. The lance was passed forward, and swirling threads surfaced on the surface of the golden lance, coalescing into a huge drill to charge forward as if it was going to directly penetrate the body of the Raging Wind Young Dragon. Clang! There was another burst of metal clashing. The Raging Wind Young Dragon used its own claws to block the young girl's attack, and at the same time, its pair of golden vertical pupils flashed with a ferocious light, completing the buildup of strength by raising its head just slightly, and at the next moment, the dragon's head dipped downwards. Roar! The spitting breath that was a combination of the wind element and the power of the dragon race poured down towards the young girl. The young girl hastily drew back, but the Raging Wind Young Dragon caught a rare opportunity, so how could it give up? Its wings shook, chasing after the young girl and spitting out its breath with all its might. The girl could only step on the ground, her right hand turning the lance in front of her body quickly, coalescing into an invisible barrier to resist the Raging Wind Young Dragon's breath, and her left and right took out the healing potion from her professional backpack and poured it into her mouth, barely resisting the Raging Wind Young Dragon's attack. It was Feng Xiu's first time entering a copy of the Raging Wind Roar, and he didn't know if this was a copy show or if he was just lucky enough to come in when someone else was fighting the Raging Wind Roar alone. The so-called copy show is because most of the copies are repeating things that have happened before, so some of the copies will have some people and things that have happened before to continue everything that has been done before. As for coincidences, after all, Raging Wind Roar was a public copy. Even if you didn't form a group, the same Raging Wind hatchling was the one you killed when you came in. If you want to enter Raging Wind Roar, you have to get the scroll that has a very low probability of dropping, and if you want to bump into it, you have to use it at the same time at about the same time. The probability was too small. When the Raging Wind young dragon's dragon breath ended, the young girl immediately retreated, glancing towards where Feng Xiu was as she retreated. Soon after, Feng Xiu received a prompt. Professional Lin Jinan launched a team invitation to you. Do you want to join her team? It's a professional, huh? That's quite a coincidence. Feng Xiu reached out and clicked decline. It's just a level 30 boss. Before, when he didn't have a complete set of equipment, didn't change his weapon, and didn't even have his skill proficiency leveled up, he was still able to single-handedly challenge a level 25 Goblin Queen at level 15. Now that he has a rare set of equipment, a perfect weapon, and his advanced sword skill is already at LV 15, single-handedly challenging a level 30 Raging Wind hatchling boss is not a walk in the park. Since she could kill it herself, why cooperate with the other party? When she couldn't carry it anymore, she could just take over the Raging Wind young dragon herself. The rejected Lin Jinan couldn't help but frown, so she ran around the clearing, dodging the Raging Wind young dragon's attacks while getting high on medicine to quickly recover her status, dashing past where Feng Xiu was, not forgetting to shout out. The loot will be split 50-50, I'll pick first. This was followed by a team-up invitation to Feng Xiu. Feng Xiu didn't think twice and continued to click reject. What 50-50, we only like 10-0. I only need one item from the Raging Wind young dragon's drops, the rest of the loot belongs to you. Lin Jinan once again proposed a distribution plan. Feng Xiu was still unmoved. Listening to Lin Jinan's words made him feel that the Raging Wind young dragon was bound to drop something good. Loot. Lin Jinan saw that the professional in front of him kept refusing to form a group, even if he only needed one prop. He instantly understood that the other party wanted to fight solo like himself. It's not something you can kill alone. The Raging Wind young dragon has 3 stages, and the current one has only just entered its 2nd stage. Lin Jinan attempted to convince Feng Xiu. 3 stages? Feng Xiu had indeed heard of this kind of argument, and it was said that the Raging Wind young dragon had a skill called Dragon King Transformation, which allowed it to increase its combat power in stages. But so what? Just because you can't, doesn't mean I can't. If you can't beat me, you'd better hurry up and exit the copy, said Feng Xiu, taking a step back, lest the battle between Lin Jinan and the Raging Wind young dragon affect him. Lin Jinan was still running fast, and the sharp gazes she cast from time to time would almost be able to dismantle Feng Xiu if they were lethal. However, she still didn't involve Feng Xiu in the battle between herself and the Raging Wind young dragon. In the end, she used all her strength and threw all kinds of rare props out like it was no money, depleting the Raging Wind young dragon's life value to only 5,000. Roar! The Raging Wind young dragon roared towards the sky as its Dragon King transformation finally came to its 3rd stage. The bright sky was steeply shrouded in deep darkness, the land took on a ragged grayness, and many places had broken openings, releasing bizarre air currents. The Raging Wind young dragon stood on the dilapidated earth, and the greenish scales that covered its body gradually transformed into a dark red color, and a shocking aura was erupting from its body, sweeping in all directions like a wave. Humph! A heavy hum sounded, the golden pupils of the Raging Wind young dragon turned blood red, its gaze locking onto Lin Jinan in the distance as it launched its charge, like a red meteor falling. Lin Jinan took a deep breath. He had to admit that he had still underestimated the Raging Wind young dragon. This had nothing to do with the fact that he had listened to the rumors and thought that if he wanted to solo the Raging Wind young dragon, he only needed to have the ability to solo Nightmare level Wind Spirit Valley. Retreat! Lin Jinan decided. Before leaving, she once again looked at Feng Xiu in the distance. Dare to tell me your name. What's there to dare? A great man, who never changes his name when traveling, Kainan's is also. Feng Xiu had a haughty look that wasn't afraid of you looking for trouble. In his heart, he was thinking, this girl is clearly trying to find trouble with me outside, can I be stupid enough to tell him my real name? As for why he called himself Kainan's. When you're walking in the jungle and need someone to take the blame, you can't use the name of someone you hate, or someone you hate. Kainan's. Lin Jinan silently memorized this name, then chose to exit the copy. Boom! The next second Lin Jinan disappeared, the massive body of the Raging Wind young dragon steeply penetrated the surface of her location. Afterwards, the sky returned to its previous calm and tranquility, and the body of the Raging Wind young dragon returned from dark red to lime green, flapping its wings as it flew back to the center of the clearing. its HP recovering to a full value of 20,000. Taking off the battle to regain blood, huh? Fang Xiu was powerless to spit out this kind of mechanism that only appeared in games. It didn't matter, there was no thought of being able to pick up this kind of cheapness anyway. Taking a step forward, his right hand landed on the hilt of Drizzle's sword at his waist. Next, it's my turn to launch a challenge. Chapter 24 Raging Wind Young Dragon. Who? Looking at the distant Raging Wind Young Dragon, Fang Xiu did not rush to immediately launch an attack, but instead stood at the edge of the clearing and swung his sword in place, just like practicing his sword on weekdays. Until the sword was swung 100 times. Finally stacked, Fang Xiu glanced at his status bar. The Enlightened Sword status had already stacked 100 layers. Sword Enlightenment 100, attack speed, movement speed, and sword damage increased by 100%. The method of stacking Sword Enlightenment described in the professional skill Sword Enlightenment style of Sword Hero was only attacking, so even if there was no target and the target was not attacked, the Sword Enlightenment tier could still be stacked. The layers of Sword of Enlightenment can still be stacked even if there is no target to attack. Taking out 3 more talismans from his backpack, he chose to use them. Sharp Blade Charm, attack power increased by 10% for 10 minutes. Firm Armor Charm, physical and spell defense increased by 10% for 10 minutes. Wind Walking Charm, movement speed increased by 10% for 10 minutes. After stacking up the buffs, Fang Xiu then held his sword in one hand and slowly walked towards the Raging Wind Young Dragon. When he entered the 100-meter range of the Raging Wind Young Dragon, he was immediately detected by it. Its golden pupils swept towards Fang Xiu. In the next second, the Raging Wind Young Dragon's wings shook as its body lifted backward into the air, and several wind blades chopped out with its fleshy wings. Fang Xiu didn't choose to transform into a magical iron guard at the first moment, but instead acted quickly with his agility. He ran, sidestepped, and leaned down before cutting off a wind blade with fine rain. With a 110% increase in movement speed on top of the original, Fang Xiu's figure now flew as fast as lightning, and his footsteps were as nimble as a ghost's. In the blink of an eye, Fang Xiu was already in close proximity with the angry Wind Young Dragon, his feet stepping lightly and slowly taking to the air. Sword Drawing Technique. Fang Xiu's figure instantly disappeared in place and swept past the Raging Wind Young Dragon's side at an astonishing speed, the fine rain in his hand traveling against the dragon's scales, its cold aura shooting out in all directions. Miso. The sharp sound of metal clashing came from the air. By the time Fang Xiu landed behind the Raging Wind Young Dragon, 2 blood-colored numbers had flown up on its head. 452. 198. Roar. The traumatized Raging Wind Young Dragon immediately twisted its head and swung its claws towards Fang Xiu. Boom. Where the dragon's claw landed, even the earth was shattered. Fortunately, Fang Xiu had already jumped backward to avoid it, and at the moment of the claw's fall, he charged forward again, and the blade of the sword in his hand pointed forward, pointing at the half-moon-shaped scales between the neck of the Raging Wind Young Dragon that were facing the opposite direction of all the scales, which was called the reverse scale, the only weak point of the dragon race. Ding! A clear sound of gold and iron clanked together. The angry Raging Wind Young Dragon seemed to have been hit by the fixation spell, and its body was as stiff as a stone block for a moment. 2 blood-colored numbers floated up on its head at the same time. 464 weakness attack. 408 weakness attack. In the next moment, the golden pupils of the Raging Wind Young Dragon were instantly tinted with the color of blood as it raised its head to the sky and roared. Roar! The angry roar shook heaven and earth. Dragons had reverse scales, and when they were touched, they became angry. It was true that the reverse scale was the only weakness of the dragon race, but attacking it would also cause the dragon race to instantly become furious. The Raging Wind Young Dragon was ferocious, waving its claws and attacking Fang Xiu continuously without mercy. Fang Xiu jumped lightly and dodged freely amidst the waving claws and the strong wind it brought up. He seemed to have found the thrilling feeling of dancing on the blade when he first faced the Goblin Queen. Dodging alone wasn't enough, Fang Xiu also grabbed openings, looked for breaks, and from time to time attacked the Raging Wind Young Dragon's reverse scales. The Sword Hero, which was already a speed-type profession, wasn't fooling around after boosting its attack speed by 100%. In a short time of 20 seconds, the Raging Wind Young Dragon attacked Fang Xiu without hitting him once, and was attacked by Fang Xiu dozens of times in a row on his reverse scales, and his life value plummeted. In the blink of an eye, it fell below the 10,000 bloodline, and the Raging Wind Young Dragon directly entered the second stage of Dragon King transformation in a frenzy. Roar! The Raging Wind Young Dragon opened its wings and let out a hysterical roar, and a biting hurricane immediately blew up from its surroundings, spreading in all directions as if it wanted to destroy the entire forest, just like the scene where Fang Xiu had just entered. Unleashing a wide-range attack from such a close distance, Fang Xiu simply couldn't dodge with pure speed, but he didn't try to dodge either. Transformation Ancient Transformation Warlock. Transformation Magic Tattoo Iron Guard. With his steel-like body, he directly resisted the power of the hurricane. 7. 5. Single-digit damage floated up in a series, but Fang Xiu took out a healing potion and poured it down, and his life value was immediately replenished without half the pressure. When the hurricane disappeared, Fang Xiu entered the Dragon King transformation. Entering the second stage of the Dragon King transformation, the raging wind young dragon's aura became more and more violent and ferocious. Transformed to Swordsman. Undo Transformation Magic Iron Guard. Fang Xiu once again darted towards the raging wind young dragon with amazing speed. He had seen the battle between Lin Jinan and the raging wind young dragon just now, and the second stage of the raging wind young dragon was not enough for him to worry about. The moment he entered the attack range, Fang Xiu violently drew his sword. Sword Drawing Technique. A bit of cold light landed on the raging wind young dragon's reverse scales, and two shocking blood-colored numbers flew up. 1012 Weakness Attack. 482 Weakness Attack. The effect of Fine Rain's Ignore 10% defense had long been stacked by Fang Xiu, and as long as he attacked the reverse scale, the damage brought by each of his swords was quite astonishing. Roar. The roar of the furious dragons sounded again. The raging wind young dragon opened its mouth and struck a dragon breath, the fierce dragon breath wrapped with the tearing power of the wind element, disliking Fang Xiu's face. Slow, too slow. Fang Xiu took a jumping step back and easily avoided the raging wind young dragon's spitting breath. With his terrifying movement speed, he didn't even have to be as tired of dodging and eventually helplessly defending like Lin Jinan. Directly dodging until the raging wind young dragon's breath ended, Fang Xiu then turned back to attack. The Fine Rain sword itself looked a bit slimmer than the other swords, and now that it fell into the eyes of the raging wind young dragon, this was not a sword, this was a needle. One by one, it was sticking into its heart. In less than 10 seconds, the life value of the raging wind young dragon was reduced to less than 5,000, and in an instant, the third stage of the Dragon King transformation unfolded. Roar. Dark clouds covered the sky was covered by a layer of darkness as thick as silt, the land was like a pool of clear water being poured into a bucket of grey paint, the broken grey immediately spread, the earth showed spiderweb cracks, and strange air currents rose up in the air. The raging wind young dragon stood on the broken earth, proudly raising its head as if it was the king of disasters that brought about the destruction. Its lime-green scales gradually transformed into a dark red color, and its astonishing aura erupted and swept across the 8 directions. Humph! A hum filled with fury rang out as the raging wind young dragon rose up into the air, peering down from a height of several hundred meters, those eyes that had been completely plated with the color of blood locking onto Fang Xiu as it swooped down steeply. The Dragon King descends. Chapter 25 Attacking and Defending. Boom! The earth shook, and the entire forest trembled and warbled, stirring up the yellow sand. Suddenly, a black shadow flashed out amidst the roiling yellow sand. It was Fang Xiu, who had been transformed into an ancient transformation warlock and had also transformed into a magical tattoo iron guard, who was holding a shield in one hand and pouring a healing potion into his mouth with the other. The shield in his hand was a rare grade shield, with the basic attribute defense pulled full, and the extra attribute to boost physique. Fang Xiu specifically used it to deal with the boss's big move that took seconds. As for why he didn't dodge it. Because it was impossible to dodge it. The raging wind young dragon had also used this move when it was fighting with Lin Jinan, and Fang Xiu had vividly remembered the terrifying attack range and killing power. Looking at the life value of only 40 points, Fang Xiu couldn't figure out how those professions before ended up carrying this move and then killing the raging wind young dragon. Could it be that every time they sacrificed a defense profession? Roar! A roar came from the roiling yellow sand that was dispersed by a hurricane, revealing the dark red body of the raging wind young dragon. Those scarlet eyes flashed with a fierce light, locking onto Fang Xiu's location, so in the next second, it flapped its wings towards Fang Xiu to kill him. Fang Xiu was busy retrieving his shield, replacing it with Fine Rain, and facing the raging wind young dragon head-on. With his right hand gripping the hilt of his sword, he struck his face with the sword drawing technique. The one that cut was also its reverse scale. 664 Weakness Attack. 258 Weakness Attack. The damage numbers that popped up were obviously much smaller, and it was evident that the raging wind young dragon had entered the third stage of the Dragon King transformation and had moved up a level in terms of its defense capabilities. The raging wind young dragon quickly turned around and swung its claws towards Fang Xiu at an astonishingly fast speed. So much so that Fang Xiu was unable to dodge in time. Transformation Ancient Transformation Warlock. Transformation Magic Tattoo Iron Guard. Clang! The raging wind young dragon's dragon claw slapped on Fang Xiu's shoulder, nearly sending him flying out. However, the damage dealt wasn't high, only 35 points. This allowed Fang Xiu to breathe a sigh of relief. If he had to lose more than 100 life points from a normal attack by the raging wind young dragon while transformed into a magical iron guard, then there was no need for him to continue this battle, so he directly exited the replica, so as not to waste his life, and if he wasn't careful, there was a real possibility that he would die on the spot. Transferring back to Sword Hero, and then lifting his transformation, Fang Xiu once again wielded the fine rain in his hand to attack the raging wind young dragon's reverse scale. 324 weakness attack. 258 weakness attack. The raging wind young dragon immediately attacked back. The Dragon King transformation stage 3 seemed to have greatly increased its speed, and its attack speed was close to catching up with Fang Xiu's Sword Hero. Fang Xiu was busy switching to Ancient Transformation Warlock again, and then transformed into a magical iron guard to carry the attack. After carrying the attack, Fang Xiu switched back to Swordsman and continued to attack. So on and so forth. If someone was watching the battle from the side right now, they would definitely be shocked by this scene. How was Fang Xiu flickering? Fang Xiu transformed once, cancelled his transformation once, transformed again once, and kept repeating it over and over again, his body switching back and forth between steel and flesh and blood, and from a distance it indeed looked like he was flickering. Perhaps you may ask, doesn't Transformation Magic Tattoo Iron Guard have a cooldown? There was a cooldown for Swordsman's Transformation Magic Tattooed Iron Guard, which took a full 10 seconds. However, Ancient Transformation Warlock's Transformation Magic Iron Guard had no cooldown. Therefore, Fang Xiu would switch to Ancient Transformation Warlock before every Transformation Magic Tattoo Iron Guard, using it to circumvent the cooldown effect, and the Magic Tattoo Iron Guard transformed from Ancient Transformation Warlock was also stronger in terms of defense effect. After taking a beating, then cut back to the Swordsman profession. Anyway, the Infinite Transformation talent does not have a cooldown time. Fang Xiu used Infinite Transition to create a bug. Also stuck in a bug was the Sword Enlightenment style skill. When Fang Xiu switched to Ancient Transformation Warlock, the Sword Enlightenment skill disappeared, but the Sword Enlightenment state still lasted, so as long as Fang Xiu switched back to Sword Hero and attacked within 30 seconds of the Sword Enlightenment state, then the 100 levels of Sword Enlightenment would be lost. So as long as Fang Xiu switched back to Sword Mastery and attacked within 30 seconds, then 100 levels of Sword Enlightenment would be renewed. This technique was also a technique Fang Xiu had figured out in the past few days when he was constantly brushing the Goblin Queen to use the unlimited transformation technique. In the future, there was no need to stay in the Ancient Transformation Warlock profession for fear of not being able to withstand the opponent's damage and transform into a Demon Tattooed Iron Guard to scrape the opponent to death with normal attacks. It is possible to change professions instantly and continuously. On offense, I'm a Swordsman. In defense, I am the Ancient Transformation Warlock. Profession switching is offense and defense switching. Roar! The raging wind young dragon roared once again, and the biting hurricane swept in all directions to push Fang Xiu away. Fang Xiu continued his previous maneuvers, switching, transforming, and resisting damage hard. But when he passed through the hurricane, what fell into his eyes was the raging wind young dragon lying on the ground, opening its own bloody mouth, and the wind elements around it showed a swirling convergence, looking like... It looks like... a laser cannon in the middle of storing power? Fang Xiu's eyelids jumped as he watched. TMD. There's a big move? You call this a boss that can be killed if you've soloed a nightmare-level Wind Spirit Valley copy? Fang Xiu swore that if he knew who was spreading this rumor, he would definitely go kill him. But now was not the time to think about it. The raging wind young dragon's palm from the sky move just now didn't have any staging action, but this move right now did, and it was obviously much more powerful. If he blocked the dive, he only had 40 life points left, so what if he ate this move? Fang Xiu didn't dare to think about it. Definitely can't let it shoot out. It must be preemptive. Fang Xiu immediately made a judgment. Since he didn't want to give up, he could only fight quickly before it fired out. Immediately, he took a step forward, and at the same time, a marble-sized ball of white light began to continuously emerge from Fang Xiu's body. These balls of light all converged into the fine rain this side of the sword, and the number of layers of the Sword Enlightenment status began to drop rapidly. When the 100 layers of Sword Enlightenment status and the status bar zeroed out, and the 100 balls of light merged into Drizzle, Drizzle had already turned into a lightsaber. Coincidence? I also have a big move that I haven't used yet, and I was going to use it as my best kill, but now I have to let you taste the saltiness first. From the Sword Hero, Professions Must Kill technique that opens when Advanced Sword Art reaches LV 15 level. Concentration Crescent Chop. A crescent composed of sword chi, 3 meters high, appeared out of thin air with Fang Xiu's forward swing, and flew at an astonishing speed with piercing severity. Chapter 26 Bountiful Loot. Put. The crescent sword chi cut into the raging wind young dragon, slicing straight through its face without being stopped in any way. 3242 Weakness Damage. As a huge amount of damage appeared, the body of the raging wind young dragon split in half right down the middle and landed with a thud. Kill Raging Wind Young Dragon LV30 Boss, gained experience, 60,000. Looking at the falling dragon carcass, Fang Xiu sighed in relief. He had already prepared for the worst just now. Once the laser cannon was fired from the Raging Wind Young Dragon's mouth, he would immediately exit the copy. Fortunately, the Sword Hero's Must Kill technique, Congealed Crescent Slash, did not disappoint him. Condensation Crescent Chop 3-star skill, LV1 max, condenses sword chi to inflict attack power plus strength plus agility x3 basic sword damage on the target, consumes all sword enlightenment statuses on the body when using it. Each layer of sword enlightenment statuses boosts the final damage by 1%, cooldown time, 5 minutes. From the horrific damage multiplier, one could tell that this move was extremely powerful, but because it would consume the sword enlightenment statuses, as well as the 5-minute cooldown, Fang Xiu was only able to use it as a final kill technique, or a starting skill before stacking up the sword enlightenment statuses. Sheathing his sword, Fang Xiu slowly walked towards the corpse of the raging wind young dragon. For a boss that was so hard to kill, it should have dropped some good stuff. He couldn't wait to see what was dropped. He leaned down and picked it up. There weren't many items dropped, only 4 in total. Wind Dragon Ring Right. Quality, Epic. Attribute, Full Attribute plus 5, Wind Skill Power increased by 30%, Attached Skill Hurricane, summon a hurricane to team the target to launch an attack. Set, Wind Dragon's Power 1-2, Wind Skill Power increased by 40%, Skill Hurricane advanced to Tornado Hurricane. Level, second turn. Durability, 300-300. Description, a ring made from the power of the Wind Dragon clan. As long as you wear it, you will have the power to control the wind. Seed of Sundown Wind. Special item. Effect, after using this item, all of your wind skills will automatically have the Sundown Wind effect attached to them. Requirements, Wind Skill, Spirit 100. Description, the seed hides a foreign element called Sundown Wind. If you can tame it, you can bring your mastery of the wind element to a higher level. Dragon Ruins 3rd. Special item. Description, points to a map fragment called Dragon Ruins. Perhaps if you collect all the map fragments, you will be able to know where your destination is. Raging Wind Hatchling Dragon's Tooth. Perfect material. Description, the fangs of the Raging Wind Hatchling are extremely sharp and contain the violent power of the wind element, which can be used for crafting and decorating. Although the Raging Wind Hatchling Dragon only dropped 4 items, none of these 4 items were rare and good. Epic level equipment was already rare, not to mention that the Wind Dragon Ring was also the most rare jewelry equipment, and from the attributes, it was simply a divine weapon for the French professions who had mastered the wind skills. The point is that the Wind Dragon Ring is also a set, and if you can really set it all together, there will definitely be a wave of leaps and bounds. Although Fang Xiu didn't have a wind mage profession yet, the exaggerated +5 to all attributes boost alone wasn't something he could easily replace with equipment. Unfortunately, the Wind Dragon Ring is a second turn equipment. Fang Xiu can't bring it on at the moment, so he can only put it in high S backpack for now. The second item, Seed of Sundown Wind, was a foreign element. This kind of prop, Fang Xiu had only seen it in textbooks, and had never seen it in reality, and no one had even mentioned it. This was because it was too rare. Fey Element, a kind of mutated elemental power, could allow ordinary elements to obtain characteristics that didn't belong to them. For example, Fang Xiu remembered that the textbook gave an example of a Fey element called Xian Cold Fire. Although it was called fire, it wasn't able to burn objects, but instead emitted a low temperature and was able to freeze all objects. The Sundown Wind Seed in Fang Xiu's hand was also a type of Fey element, but what kind of ability the Sundown Wind would give to ordinary wind elements, he still had to go back and check the Fey element catalog to find out. Before he could know. However, there was no doubt that this Sundown Wind Seed was definitely a good thing that even a high-level professional would covet, and its value was even higher than the Wind Dragon Ring. No, I should say it was far more than the Wind Dragon Ring. In this world where skill is the core power, if a skill has the power of a foreign element on it, there is a great possibility that the grade of the skill will rise directly by one, or even several notches, and in the future, using this as the core, it is also possible to transfer to a powerful profession related to the foreign element. So that is to say, Fey Elemental represents more than just an increase in elemental power, it should be more of a powerful special career path. Lin Jinan couldn't be the one who wants it, right? Fang Xiu was skeptical, and at the same time felt more and more that his previous decision was incomparably correct. If the Sundown Wind Seed was taken away by Lin Jinan, this raging wind young dragon was equal to not being killed. Its value had already exceeded the sum of the other three props. How about I pick a wind skill for my third skill? Fang Xiu was considering it very seriously. As a Fey Elemental, the Sundown Wind Seed was not a good idea, no matter how bad the effect was. Instead of letting it weigh down the bottom of the box, it would be better to directly turn it into a combat power. Besides, the wind system was also a good fit for his speed-based profession, Sword Hero. The more Fang Xiu thought about it, the more he felt that it would be a good idea to do so. Well, when I get back, I'll call Zhang Fugue and ask him to keep an eye out for 3-star wind skills for me. As for the last two items, one is a map fragment called Dragon Ruins, and the other is a perfect grade material Raging Wine Cub Dragon's Tooth. Although these two items are precious, they're not rare. There are many special replicas that need to collect the corresponding map pieces as a key to be able to open. The map fragment of the Dragon Ruins must be one of them. From the name, it could be related to the dragon race, so it must be that the map fragment of the Dragon Ruins would not be of a low grade, but the specifics of what copy it was related to, like the Sundowner Seed, had to wait for Fang Xiu to go back and check the relevant information before he was able to ascertain it. As for the Raging Wind Hatchling's Tooth, as a perfect grade material, it could be used as the main material to create perfect grade equipment. Fang Xiu was going to keep it for now, and when he completed his second turn, he would ask Zhang Fugue to introduce himself to a crafting professional, and use the Fury Wind Young Dragon's Tooth to create a weapon specialized for the Wind Mage profession. Putting away the four props, Fang Xiu finally turned his gaze to the corpse of the Raging Wind Young Dragon that had been cut in half. Chapter 27, Transformation Stone Raging Wind Young Dragon. Standing in front of the corpse of the Raging Wind Young Dragon, Fang Xiu tried to use the Transformation Stone crafting. A huge dark purple spell formation appeared underneath the corpse of the Raging Wind Young Dragon, slowly drawing power from the corpse to form a Transformation Stone, and this time the process of forming the Transformation Stone took much longer than the previous process of forming the Goblin Queen's Transformation Stone. Fang Xiu didn't expect to succeed in crafting it. After all, from previous experience, the success rate of crafting a Transformation Stone was only 10% at most. A 10% chance. If he could give himself 10 challenge rolls of Raging Winds, then he would still have a chance, but just this once. Fang Xiu could only say that the greater the expectation, the greater the disappointment. Instead of wasting his energy looking forward to something with such a low probability, it would be better not to look forward to it in the first place, and instead, he would be able to give himself a surprise. Q. Transformation Stone Raging Wind Young Dragon crafted successfully. Still. It's really successful. Fang Xiu's eyes widened. This excitement came too suddenly. Hurriedly, he reached out and caught the Transformation Stone, and its attributes immediately unfolded in front of Fang Xiu's eyes. Transformation Stone Raging Wind Young Dragon. Grade, Epic. Effect, transforms into a Raging Wind Hatchling with +7 to all attributes, gaining the following skills: Dragon King's Descent, Chaotic Blade, Tornado Hurricane, Wind Dragon Cannon, Dragon Claw Strike, and Dragon King's Transformation, lasting for 10 minutes. Description: a transformation stone that gathers the power of the Raging Wind Young Dragon. By using it, you will be able to temporarily transform into a noble dragon race. Epic grade? Fang Xiu's eyes immediately stared. The Goblin Queen, who was also a boss, was only rare, but the Raging Wind Young Dragon had directly skipped perfection and reached epic grade. Epic grade meant that its existence must have a corresponding historical story. The Wind Dragon Ring is a piece of equipment dropped directly from the boss, so it's only natural that it would have a corresponding piece of equipment. But the Transformation Stone was made by his own hands. Obviously there could not be a historical story involving it, so there must be only one possibility. This Raging Wind Young Dragon had a very big story. Fang Xiu suddenly remembered a line from the description of the Raging Wind Roaring Challenge Scroll. There seems to be another reason for the raging of the spirits in the Wind Spirit Valley. Perhaps he could look into what had happened in Wind Spirit Valley, and in addition to satisfying his curiosity about the origins of this Raging Wind Young Dragon, he should also be able to find out information about the ruins of the Shepherd Dragon. After all, the pieces of the map of the Dragon Ruins were dropped from the Raging Wind Hatchling, Back to the transformation stone itself. The epic grade gave it a terrifying attribute bonus, and it was also a full attribute bonus. Fang Xiu remembered that the best Goblin Queen he had crafted added at most 12 attributes and 3 skills. On the other hand, the Raging Wind Young Dragon's transformation stone had a total of 28 attributes and 6 skills. Fang Xiu could only say that it was worthy of being an epic grade transformation stone. It was more than twice as strong as the Goblin Queen. Without having to think about it, Fang Xiu immediately recorded it in the Book of Transformation as his common transformation option in the future. The Book of Transformation had a total of 3 recording pages, and currently only recorded the Magic Iron Guard. Fang Xiu didn't even record the Goblin Queen. Fang Xiu considered that if he turned into a law profession, it wouldn't be too late to record the Goblin Queen's transformation stone. After all, he was the guy, and turning into a girl, even an elemental creature, made him feel weird. Now with the Raging Wind Young Dragon, that Goblin Queen could be eliminated directly. Fang Xiu wouldn't have to dwell on it. Raging Wind Young Dragon Transformation Stone recorded, remaining available pages, 1. Transformation Raging Wind Young Dragon. Fang Xiu couldn't wait to feel what it was like to transform into a Raging Wind Young Dragon. Soon, a white light enveloped Fang Xiu's body, and when the white light disappeared, it wasn't Fang Xiu who was standing in place, but rather a 3-meter-tall Raging Wind Young Dragon with green scales attached to its body and a huge body size. A steady stream of power filled Fang Xiu's body, as if he could tear the earth apart with a single swing forward. Attempting to wave his wings, Fang Xiu merely flapped them lightly, and his body immediately transformed into a sky-charging cannonball that shot towards the vast sky. Compared to the Wind Goblin, the Raging Wind Young Dragon could fly higher into the sky. Comfortable. Fang Xiu couldn't help but let out a moan. And translated into the dragon language, this became a roar. Roar! The berserk roar resounded through the Wind Spirit Valley, the earth trembled, and the forest and sea swayed, as if its former owner had not yet died. Next, Fang Xiu began to try out various skills. Chaotic Blade, waving its wings to chop out an indeterminate number of wind blades. Dragon Scroll Hurricane, let out a roar to induce the power of the wind to coalesce into a hurricane around him, pushing all enemies away from him. Dragon Claw Strike, attacks the target with the claws of the dragon, gradually increasing speed during the attack. Dragon King's Descent, dive towards the target from high in the air. Wind Dragon Cannon, storing up power for 5 seconds before launching a wind elemental energy attack on the target. All of these attack skills Fang Xiu had seen from the Raging Wind Young Dragon when he fought it. What Fang Xiu was most concerned about was its Dragon King transformation skill. When Fang Xiu had just killed the Raging Wind Young Dragon, he was expecting the Raging Wind Young Dragon to drop this skill. Now, although it didn't drop it, Fang Xiu saw the specific effect and description of this skill in the skill bar of the transformation stone. Dragon King Transformation, special skill, passive, inherently possesses spiritual pressure on subordinate creatures. When life value drops below 50% and 25% of the upper limit, all attributes are increased by 25%. Accelerated Maturation, description, a special skill that only the kingly bloodline amongst the dragon race can possess. This Raging Wind Young Dragon also possesses a Dragon King bloodline? Dragon King bloodline, descendants of the king of the dragon race, born with power far beyond that of their counterparts. No wonder it's so strong. Fang Xiu always felt that the Raging Wind Young Dragon was a bit overmodeled. If all level 30 bosses were that strong, then I'm afraid that the casualty rate of second turn professions would be frighteningly high. However, this was a good thing for himself. After all, if the Raging Wind Young Dragon didn't have the Dragon King's bloodline, then it wouldn't have the Dragon King transformation skill. The transformation stone it made would not have the Dragon King transformation skill. The epic quality was explained. Now Fang Xiu was a bit curious about what had happened to the former Raging Wind Young Dragon. Was it killed by a professional in Wind Spirit Valley? Or had it grown into a real Raging Wind Dragon King? Chapter 28, Stifling Stick. Green Mountain City. Kainan's walked home alone, his face so gloomy that it seemed as if he could drip water. Just a moment ago, he and Chang Sun had a big fight. The reason was that Zodiac Han, who was supposed to come to take them down to the copy, had something to do and was not coming at the moment. He himself had only complained a few times, but he was scolded by Chang Sun in a cleaver and was kicked out of the team. But it's just a 3-star profession. What's so great about it? It's just the first stop on the career path. It's not certain who will be strong and who will be weak in the future. If I don't team up, I won't team up. It's not like I can't brush alone. Kainanze flashed Fang Xiu and Huang Dao hung in his mind, and secretly resolved that he must surpass them, and then trample them under his feet, so that Cheng Xin would know that he was the one who was in the wrong, and then come to beg himself bitterly to take him down to the copy. While angry and imagining, Kainanze walked into an alley, and just after taking his first step, his eyes suddenly went black, and his head and upper body seemed to be set into something. The next second, he was already pressed to the ground, followed by a burst of violent punches and kicks. Curled up on the ground, Kainanze then reacted to the fact that he had been beaten and sacked. This was once a technique that he used to deal with others. Today, it was his turn to experience it. Right now he also can't think about who in the end is set his own sack, can only hastily shout. My father is Kai Changwang. Kai Changwang, a famous entrepreneur in Castle Peak City, had a chain of equipment stores with a scale of over 100 under his command, spreading all over the southern part of Donghuang country. He was considered a number one person in Castle Peak City. As a result, the group of people in sacks fought even harder. Kainanze realized that his old man could not suppress the others, and could only anxiously shout, "Stop fighting, I admit defeat, what do you want?" can be directly said. Unfortunately, this group of people who set Kainan's sack seems to be rushing to beat him, punches and kicks like rain and wind, without stopping at all. Until, Kainan's was beaten nose and face, completely fainted. At the entrance of the alley, a black luxury limousine slowly stopped, the window slowly lowered, revealing a young girl's exquisite and beautiful face. If Fang Xiu was here, he would be able to recognize her at a glance. She was exactly the Lin Jinan that he had refused to cooperate with. The current Lin Jinan had already taken off the red armor and replaced it with a black silk jacket with white short sleeves. Without the armor covering her, she appeared to be extraordinarily material. The ponytail had been undone, her hair fell in a loose manner on her shoulders, a lazy atmosphere came out. Missy, the person has fainted, do you need to drag him over for you to identify him? Four black-clothed men in suits with dark sunglasses stood in a neat row, the leader of which asked while handing over a document. This is Kainanze's information, please take a look. No need, he's not the person I'm looking for, Lin Jinan replied without lifting her head, not to mention reaching out to pick up the document. Her eyes were glued to the screen of her cell phone where she was picking out a photo of an outfit. She was just angry, not stupid. If you think about it, you'll know who would be so stupid as to tell the other person their real name when they're cross. The butler sitting on the co-pilot was a bit surprised. Missy, if it's not him, then why? Anyway, it's not a good person, clean it up by the way. Anger always has to have an outlet. The scum Kainan's who likes to bully his classmates in school and hang out in society happens to be a good object. The butler nodded silently and asked, then do we need to investigate what enemies this person has? Or even investigate the friends around him? Since he was able to make Kainanze take the blame, he thought that he should be Kainanze's enemy. No need. Just send me the list and photos of the 3-star professionals among this year's fresh graduates from Castle Peak City. Lin Jinan had a guess as to the identity of that person who didn't cooperate with him. It was certain that it was a recent graduate. Because the entry requirement for Raging Wind Roar was first turn, and other than this year's fresh graduates, there shouldn't be anyone who was still at first turn. Then, we excluded 2-star professions. The combat power of 2-star professions wasn't high, so they weren't qualified to take on the Raging Wind Young Dragon alone. Especially after seeing the whole process of fighting the Raging Wind Young Dragon, anyone who was a little less confident in their own strength would seek cooperation. Since he didn't accept his invitation to form a team, he must have been sure that he was able to single-handedly challenge the Raging Wind Young Dragon. There was no doubt about the 3-star professional. However, Lin Jinan was curious about this 3-star professional. He had failed to challenge the Raging Wind Young Dragon with his own epic equipment, so what kind of backbone did he have to be able to challenge the Raging Wind Young Dragon alone? Perhaps the other party was simply arrogant? Lin Jinan rather hoped that he could really do it. Yes, Missy, I'll send it to you right away. The butler was too busy to agree. The windows slowly closed and the black limousine started up again. The 4 black-clothed men with sunglasses then got into one of the cars behind them. As for Kainanze, he was abandoned in the corner of the alley like a piece of discarded slime. Castle Peak City Library. Fang Xiu held a copy of the Green Mountain City Chronicles and read it with great interest. It contained the history of the establishment and development of Castle Peak City, and even about the things that happened on this land before Castle Peak City was established. There was no lack of ghosts and monsters or heroic epics. Fang Xiu was simply reading the Castle Peak City Chronicles as a storybook. It was not until 2,000 years ago when Castle Peak City was founded that Fang Xiu found his goal. Only then did Fang Xiu find his goal. The Dragon Herding Clan. According to the chronicles of Castle Peak City, 2,000 years ago when Castle Peak City was founded, there was a human clan called the Dragon Herding Clan that was able to switch to the occupation of harnessing dragons, and thus became the most powerful clan in the southern part of Dongguan Kingdom at one point in time. However, it seems that the king of the Dragon Clan, Yao Tsanglong, was not willing to be enslaved and led the dragons to revolt, leading to the decline of the dragon-making clan until it disappeared in the history. The Dragon Herding Clan, the profession of turning positions to harness the dragons. Fang Xiu estimated that this should be a profession like Imperial Beast Master. However, harnessing the dragon race was clearly not on the same level as harnessing ordinary beasts. If I can collect all the other fragments, it would be a good idea to check it out. Since it was a profession that could be transferred to harnessing dragons, it meant that there should be corresponding skills in it. Fang Xiu was still quite interested in this driving dragon race skill, and if he could, he wouldn't mind setting aside another basic skill bar for it on his own. Manly. Fang Xiu closed his book and prepared to go home. Tomorrow was the first day of the 10 schools competition, so he would have a good meal in the evening and take a rest. As for the Sundown Wind, Fang Xiu found it on the Fey Elemental ranking on the internet. Wind ranking number 77, Sundown Wind. Sundown Wind, the wind of humility and ease. After absorbing Sundown Wind, the flow of the wind skills controlled by the professional would be dramatically accelerated, thus possessing a strong tearing force and self-speed increase effect, and also obtaining a rare talent related to wind. The ranking wasn't high, but from its effects, Fang Xiu could only say so. For the third skill, I'm going to go with wind. Chapter 29, 10 Schools Competition, Gathering. 8 a.m. sharp. Castle Peak City's third middle school. The training room, which was originally cold due to the summer vacation, was overcrowded today. There were about 100 people concentrated here, and they were all here to participate in the 10 school competition without exception. Fang Xiu arrived on time at the right time. Just as he entered the training room, he heard someone with a loudspeaker reminding everyone. Everyone, check your equipment and backpacks to see if the durability of your equipment needs to be repaired, if you've brought enough potions, and if you're carrying something you shouldn't be in your backpack. Following the direction the voice came from, Fang Xiu saw a familiar figure. The upper body was white short-sleeved, exposing white arms, the lower body was wearing a slender blue jeans, and a short black hair, full of youthful vigor. It was Qin Shuang, the homeroom teacher of their senior class 8. Good morning, Teacher Qin, Fang Xiu greeted Qin Shuang. Qin Shuang glanced at Fang Xiu and said in a loud voice, if you're 10 minutes late, I'm going to take the initiative to call for you. As for that, there's still plenty of time, Fang Xiu replied with a smile. The official start time of the 10 schools competition is 8:30, he arrived at the school at 8 o'clock, already half an hour ahead of schedule. Arrive early, get ready early, check your backpack, see if there's anything you're not allowed to bring, take it out early, I'll keep it for you, Qin Shuang reminded again, while handing over his identity card. Good. Fang Xiu received the identity card while opening his backpack to check. The purpose of the 10 schools competition was not only to distribute the resources of colleges and universities, but also to promote the outstanding graduates of each school to the society, so the rules of the competition restricted the use of equipment and props that exceeded the perfect grade. So the rules of the competition restrict the use of equipment and props that are above the perfect level, lest the competition end up being a game for the powerful, influential and rich. Once you carried any item above the perfect level on your body or in your backpack, you might not even be able to participate in the competition. For this reason, Fang Xiu had put the Wind Dragon ring that he had just gotten his hands on in his safe at home. All that was kept in his professional backpack was a large pile of supplies, just like when he went to challenge the Raging Wind Young Dragon. However, in Fang Xiu's opinion, the 10 schools competition was no more challenging than the Raging Wind Young Dragon. While Fang Xiu was checking his backpack and equipment, the surrounding students who graduated in the same year would more or less look at Fang Xiu without thinking. After all, Fang Xiu was now the man of the hour in Castle Peak City. The only 3-star profession in the 3rd middle school of Castle Peak City this year. He had thought that the delay in transferring to a 3-star profession was merely a stroke of luck. I didn't expect that in 2 days he would use his own strength to face all the people who thought so. A person's single brush nightmare level copy Wind Spirit Valley. And he kept refreshing the record. This clearly tells everyone, I was able to single brush the Wind Spirit Valley is definitely not just a simple matter of good luck. Combining this with the fact that he hadn't changed professions for 2 months, Fang Xiu's current power seemed to be even more legendary. Of course, using the word legendary was a bit of an exaggeration, after all, Fang Xiu hadn't achieved anything yet. If he could really become a strong man in the future. Principal Dong was ready to use his resume as a permanent publicity story for the 3rd middle school of Castle Peak City. He had even thought of how to market it. After 2 months of not switching professions and being subjected to the cold eyes of those around him, he ended up switching to a 3-star profession, and within 2 days, he also took the first place in the nightmare level replica list, and after that, blah blah blah. I'm not sure if you're going to be able to do that, but I'm sure you're going to be able to do it. Well, the beginning of the novel script of Scrappy Rebels and Late Bloomer has already been prepared, just waiting for Fang Xiu to write his own legend. That student, take off your mask, the 10-school competition doesn't allow masks. Suddenly, Mr. Qin Shuang's trumpet sound attracted everyone's attention. The crowd looked in the direction of the doorway, only to see a student with a staff wearing a vestment walk in, his face wearing a black iron mask. It looked like an attire that only ascetics from the bitter cold lands of the far north would have. "Sensei, my mask isn't above perfect grade," came the voice of the boy from under the mask. He wasn't ready to take it off. "It's not a matter of equipment grade, it's that you're not allowed to cover your face, or else you won't be able to enter any of the duplicate portals later on," Qin Shuang explained. In the history of the 10 schools competition, there had been the bad situation of wearing masks to substitute for the examination, as well as the evil forces taking the opportunity to mix into the examination to kill the students. After this, the 10 schools competition expressly stipulated that it was not permitted to wear masks to enter the 10 schools competition's duplicate teleportation portal. Also, if you don't take off your mask, I won't be able to determine your identity, much less issue you an identity card. The masked man's figure stiffened and reluctantly removed the mask from his face. But the face under the mask made Qin Shuang even more puzzled. Only to see that the face under the mask, with a crooked nose and slanted eyes, a blue and purple patch, and both eyes swollen, looked like an abstract panda. Classmate, your name is?" The masked man squeezed out 3 words through his teeth. "Kainan's." "Kainanze?" Immediately, a lowered-pitched exclamation of surprise came from the surrounding crowd. Kainanze was also a celebrity in Castle Peak City's schools, but as long as there were students with a little bit of conscience, they wouldn't want to have anything to do with him. How did Kainanze get beaten up like this? Who knows, maybe he offended someone in the community. His father is Kai Changwan, how dare someone beat him up? He's so arrogant and bossy, it's only a matter of time before he gets his ass kicked. That's right. How come he wasn't beaten to death? A student who had been bullied by Kainanze gloated. Qin Shuang looked at Kainanze with surprise. She knew something about this student's family history and behavior. Usually it was the other students who had been beaten up by him who came to complain, but she didn't expect that today it was Kainanze's turn to be beaten up like this. One can only say that the heavens have a good turn, right? This is your identity card. Kainanze yanked over the identity card in Qin's hands and walked inside with clenched fists. For ordinary injuries, he would just drink healing potions. However, the person who made a move on him yesterday didn't know what skill he used, causing him to fail to remove the marks on his face even when he called in a 4th-turn healing professional. Moreover, it happened to be the day before the 10 schools competition, making it clear that he wanted him to make a fool of himself at the 10 schools competition. Don't let me know who it is. Otherwise, I will definitely make him pay. Covering his gloomy face with a mask again, Kainanze bumped away from the people in his way and went to the corner to lick his wounds alone. Not far away, Fang Xiu silently watched Kainanze, but did not gloat. He was just thinking about a question. It's not possible that Lin Jinan beat Kainanze like this, is it? Chapter 30 Green Mountain Realm. 8:30 p.m. The gathering time notified by the 10 schools competition. All of the identity tags in Qin's hands had been issued. It meant that the personnel had all arrived. Fang Xiu roughly counted almost 100 people. The 10 schools competition had added 2 new schools this year, and if each of the 12 schools had 100 people, it would be a mega competition of 1,200 people. A fierce competition of 1,200 people, the person who could come out from it was undoubtedly a strong person. Alright, time's up, now everyone can use their identity cards to enter the duplicate portal. Remember, the first thing you do after entering is to find the flag of the 3rd middle school and gather under it. Qin Shuang looked at his watch to make sure that it was already the prescribed time, and repeatedly instructed and reminded the students. Every year, the 10 schools competition was held in a replica world, and it was said that the replica profession was a private replica world created by the creator of Castle Peak City, the 7th-turn profession, Realm King, Lin Miaoshan. In the copy world, the rules of the copy were set by the Realm Lord. Therefore, every year, the specific form of the 10 schools competition was different. For example, last year was a monster hunting competition, where points were awarded according to the strength of the monsters, and the one who hunted and killed the monsters within the stipulated time and gained the most points was the winner. The year before last was a PK tournament, where thousands of people competed in a one-on-one elimination match, and only the undefeated winner could be crowned king. The year before that was the ring tournament, where 16 rings were challenged in 6 rounds until no one challenged them, and then the final 16 people standing on the ring would have a 1v1 battle. As for the exact format and rules of this year's 10 schools competition, there was no way to know yet, and the only way to find out was to enter the replica. Yes. The students answered one after another and then took out their identity cards to try to use them. The identity card that Qin Shuang had just handed out was a teleportation prop in addition to having the holder's identity written on it. Realm Talisman. Grade, Rare. Effect, after use, it opens a portal to the Green Mountain Realm for one person only. Usage, 1-1. Description, a directional boundary talisman for the Green Mountain Realm. Feng Xiu immediately chose to use it. The identity card in his hand immediately shot a silver light forward, which was like a steel knife, cutting a crack in mid-air, which spread and soon formed a portal that was 2 meters long and 1 meter wide. Stepping into it, a sense of weightlessness ensued, and when Feng Xiu looked clearly at the scenery in front of him, he was already in a huge white square. The ground of the square was paved with white marble tiles, so at a glance it was a magnificent white color. In the center of the square, a huge humanoid statue that was more than 100 meters high stood, wearing a vestment, holding a staff in its hand, and behind it there was a round of rocky halo. The same statue Feng Xiu had seen in Castle Peak City. No, the entire square, Feng Xiu had seen it in Castle Peak City. The center square of Castle Peak City? That statue is Lin Miaoshan? Feng Xiu suddenly remembered. As the landmark of Castle Peak City, the central square was a must-visit hit point for every traveler who came to Castle Peak City. And as a local of Castle Peak City, it was naturally incomparably familiar to the center square. Whether it was the square itself, or the statue, it was all incredibly similar to what was in front of them. Hard to say what the difference was, it was probably that the square in front of him and Lin Miaoshan's statue were bigger than the center square, and not just a tiny bit bigger, at least 10 times bigger. While Feng Xiu was surveying his surroundings and admiring the statue of Lin Miaoshan, other people also teleported in one after another, not just the students of the 3rd Middle School of Castle Peak City, but also the students of other schools who were entering the replica at this very moment. Feng Xiu immediately went to the meeting point of the 3rd Middle School of Castle Peak City. There were battle flags of various colors planted around the plaza, and all of them had a traditional Chinese number on them. The traditional Chinese number for Castle Peak City's 3rd Middle School was 3. With black letters on a white background. Because the flag was relatively high, Feng Xiu easily spotted his own school's flag, and when he arrived under the flag, 50 to 60 people had already gathered here. While waiting, everyone was also sizing up the people from other schools around them. I heard that the first school has produced 2 more 3-star professionals this year. It looks like the champion of the 10-school competition will be them again. That's not necessarily true, the 2nd and 5th middle schools also produced 3-star professionals this year. Don't raise others' aspirations and destroy your own. Doesn't our school also have Feng Xiu? Next door to the 3rd middle school banner were the 1st middle school and the 5th middle school respectively. The 1st middle school is the 1st middle school in Castle Peak City, with strong teachers and 3-star professional geniuses appearing every year, and in the past year's 10 school competitions, at least 5 out of 10 times the 1st middle school took the title, belonging to the existence of a unique class among all schools. This year, there are 2 3-star professionals, so the 1st middle school is basically the favorite to win the championship this year. The strength of the 5th middle school is similar to that of the 3rd middle school where Feng Xiu is located. The ancestors used to be broad, and now, it is in the middle of the 12 schools. However, after hearing that there was a 3-star professional this year, the whole school was trying their best to make an impact on the top 3. Excuse me, is Feng Xiu here? Suddenly, a clear female voice interrupted the crowd's chatter. The crowd looked towards the direction the voice came from, only to see a young girl wearing black armor with a fair and delicate face and a slender figure asking Qin Shuang, who had just teleported, under the banner of the 3rd Middle High School in Castle Peak City. This girl is so pretty. Who is she? I want all her information within 3 minutes. A boy from the 3rd Middle School was amazed at this young girl who had suddenly appeared. You don't recognize her? A friend beside him looked at him in surprise. Should I recognize? She's Lin Jinan from the 1st Middle School in Castle Peak City. Her father Lin Wenyuan is the chairman of the Lingji Company. Her eldest uncle Lin Wenchao is the city lord of Castle Peak City, and her uncle Lin Wenhai is the commander-in-chief of the southern front of the Donghuang Kingdom. Isn't that equivalent to being the Princess Royal of Castle Peak City? Who says it isn't? But why is she looking for Feng Xiu? It wasn't just the students of the 3rd middle school who had this doubt, but also the students of the 1st middle school. What is Sister-in looking for Fang Xiu from the 3rd middle school for? Recruitment? Sister-in hasn't done anything like this before. Xin Shuang also didn't know what Lin Jinan was looking for Fang Xiu for, and silently looked towards where Fang Xiu was. Immediately, everyone's eyes were also focused on Fang Xiu. Fang Xiu's eyelids fluttered, and in his heart, he said, "Not good. We've still been caught. Thinking about what happened to Kainan's, I guess we won't be able to avoid a fight today." Finding Fang Xiu, Lin Jinan immediately stepped towards his location, and the people around him made way, as if they were pushed away by an invisible aura. Arriving in front of Fang Xiu, Lin Jinan reached out and pointed to the empty space outside the crowd. Chat. Chapter 31, Cooperation. Under the curious gazes of the crowd, Fang Xiu and Lin Jinan broke away from the crowd and walked to a clearing to the side. Are there any fragments of the dragon-herding ruins in the raging wind young dragon's drops? Lin Jinan asked as he opened the door. Fang Xiu's body couldn't help but lurch. He was a bit surprised that Lin Jinan didn't want the seed of Sundown Wind, but the fragments of the ruins of the pastoral dragon. Lin Jinan was also surprised. She was surprised by Fang Xiu's reaction. She had actually asked this question with a tentative attitude. Lin Jinan had investigated Fang Xiu's family history and also knew the equipment he had brought with him when he challenged the raging wind young dragon, so in her opinion, it was almost impossible for Fang Xiu to win against the raging wind young dragon. After all, as a 3-star profession, she hadn't even been able to beat the raging wind young dragon with a set of epic level equipment. But now, how about making a deal? Lin Jinan continued. I'll trade you 3 pieces of turn 2 epic level equipment for pieces of the Mako dragon ruins. 3 pieces of turn 2 epic level equipment? Fang Xiu's eyelids jumped. The turn 2 epic equipment Wind Dragon Ring that he had barely obtained after a bloody battle with the raging wind young dragon was casually 3 pieces in Lin Jinan's place. What a big dog. However, this also reminded Fang Xiu. The value of the dragon ruins seemed to be even higher than he had imagined. It might not just be as simple as a small copy of the herding dragon clan. It might actually have the skills he imagined of being able to harness the dragon clan. 5 pieces. In just this moment of Fang Xiu's pondering, Lin Jinan raised the price once again. It had to be said that Fang Xiu was very moved. 5 pieces of turn 2 epic grade equipment, which would allow him to directly possess the top combat power of his class just after he reached turn 2. But equipment was subject to obsolescence. By the time one upgraded to turn 4 or 5, the bonuses from these turn 2 epic equipment would not be as high. Besides, after this 10 schools competition was over, it wouldn't be long before he could make his second turn and learn a 3rd skill, and he would have a 3rd profession, and by then, his combat power could be raised a whole lot further. Even if he didn't have epic grade equipment, he would still be able to single brush the difficult copies, and obtaining epic grade equipment from them didn't seem to be a difficult task. Therefore, Fang Xiu was more interested in the copies of the pastoral dragon ruins and the skill books than the epic grade equipment. I refuse, Fang Xiu replied. Lin Jinan didn't seem surprised by Fang Xiu's refusal and continued. I also have the pieces of the Mac Dragon ruins in my hand, and not being able to gather the pieces, it's a waste of paper if it stays in your hand. The corners of Fang Xiu's mouth rose slightly. I'll give you this sentence as well, unable to gather the fragments you collected before are also equivalent to a piece of waste paper. So, do you want to cooperate and explore together? Ken Lin Jinan agreed. Huh? Fang Xiu froze. He didn't expect Lin Jinan to directly agree. He had thought that there would still be some tugging and pulling. After all, she was the princess of Castle Peak City. It was normal for her to be a bit overbearing in her words and behavior. But, the 2 of us have to sign the team contract in advance. Lin Jinan explained, there are a total of 4 fragments of the dragon ruins. I only have 1 in my hands, and the remaining 2 are in the hands of the other 2, so when the time comes, not only will we be exploring together, but we'll even have to fight against the other 2. She was someone who liked to list out all the possibilities one by one and plan well before taking action. Long before she came to Fang Xiu, Lin Jinan had thought of many possibilities and made a plan to deal with them. If Fang Xiu didn't kill the raging wind young dragon, then she could turn her head and leave. If Fang Xiu killed the raging wind young dragon but didn't explode the pieces of the pastoral dragon ruins, then she would organize another manpower to go to Wind Spirit Valley to fight the raging wind roar challenge rules until the pieces of the pastoral dragon ruins were exploded. If Fang Xiu killed the raging wind hatchling and also popped out the fragment of the pastoral dragon ruins, it would be best if he was willing to sell it, and if she had 2 fragments in her hand, she could bring along a bodyguard of the same rank herself. If Fang Xiu wasn't willing to sell, then she was prepared to cooperate with Fang Xiu. Compared to a bodyguard of the same rank, Fang Xiu, who was able to kill the raging wind young dragon that she wasn't able to kill, was undoubtedly a better person to work with. The only problem to be solved was the issue of trust. However, the team contract was able to solve the trust issue very well. Fang Xiu also knew about the team contract, which was a special prop. The 2 parties who signed the contract could not harm each other within the time stipulated in the contract, and not only could they not generate malice, but they would even become more and more tacitly understanding. However, whenever a team with trust issues signs a team contract, then within the time specified in the contract, it is possible to do so by handing over the back to the other party. After thinking for a moment, Fang Xiu agreed, yes. When will we leave? When you can turn 3. Fang Xiu realized, that is, when he was at the limit of his second turn combat. Lin Jinan turned around and left, do well in this competition, if you get eliminated early, I might change my mind. It's you who should be worried about yourself. Fang Xiu was not impressed. We were able to single-handedly challenge the raging wind young dragon, but you Lin Jinan didn't do it. Right, I still have a question I want to ask. Fang Xiu suddenly remembered something. Lin Jinan stopped his steps. Say, Kainan Zhe was beaten by you? What, you want to help him seek justice? Fang Xiu quickly waved his hand. The 2 of them each returned to their own school's team. Not 5 minutes later, a young man with green wings on his back suddenly appeared out of thin air on the shoulders of Lin Miaoshan's statue in the center of the square. Scholars from the 12 schools of Castle Peak City, I am the town guard of the Castle Peak realm, Boundless, and the referee of this 10-school competition. The youth named Boundless didn't use any tools, nor did he speak very loudly, but his voice appeared extremely clearly in the ears of everyone present. Not caring what the reactions of the people in the square were, Boundless continued to speak to himself. Now, it is up to me to announce the specific rules of this 10 schools competition. This 10 schools competition is divided into 2 stages. The first stage, Battle Royale. After I announce all the rules, you will be sent to all corners of the Castle Peak realm, and all you have to do is to keep killing each other in it. When suffering a blow that should have killed you, your life value will be forced to retain 1 point and you will be immediately teleported back to the square, but this also means that you are eliminated. Everyone possesses 1 point. By eliminating your opponent, you can plunder his points. After 24 hours, I will rank the points of all survivors. Those in the top 16 will automatically enter the second round. If the number of survivors first falls to 16 within 24 hours, the first stage will end immediately, and the surviving 16 will enter the second round directly. The rules for the second round are simple. It's a one-on-one match in the ring. One-on-one, until the final winner is determined. Everyone, do you understand? Yes. The students from the 12 schools responded. Good. Then, begin your trials. Chapter 32 The Great Escape begins. Boundless words had just fallen. All the students on the square immediately felt a strong sense of weightlessness, the scenery in front of them distorted rapidly, and all kinds of colors spread across the field of vision in a whiskerless and distorted manner. By the time the view returned to normal, all the students were already in a lush and green primitive forest. Fang Xiu stood quietly under a large tree, and the students who were originally around had all disappeared. The only companions around were the bright green leaves and the breeze that blew from time to time. Looking around, he felt the environment. The surrounding temperature was much higher than that of the square, and it was extraordinarily humid, and one could smell the hot and humid grass scent that was unique to tropical rainforests. Fang Xiu quickly noticed that he had a wristwatch on his wrist at an unknown time. This was a piece of equipment. Wrist of Rules. Special equipment. Effect: when encountering a lethal attack, the life value will be forcibly locked to 1, and at the same time enter 1 minute of absolute invincibility, and automatically designate teleportation to the Green Mountain Realm Square. Effective only within the Castle Peak Realm. Description: a wristwatch created by the power of the One Realm rule by the Guardian of the Castle Peak Realm, with the functions of protection, teleportation, and counting all rolled into one. Forced blood lock, 1 minute of absolute invincibility, and with automatic teleportation? Fang Xiu was shocked at the strength of this wristwatch's attributes. Owning this wristwatch was equal to owning a life. Unfortunately, it only took effect in the Green Mountain Realm. In addition to the functions and the wristwatch's attributes, it also displayed 2 numbers on its screen. 01. 2359. The first number was the number of points one currently possessed. And the second number was the countdown of time until the end of this battle royale. Raising his head again, Fang Xiu began to ponder what he was going to do next. The rule was battle royale, kill another person and you'll get his points. After 24 hours rankings would be based on the points, only the top 16 would be taken. Targeting the top 16. Therefore, the best tactic would be to reserve his strength and hunt those professionals with high points when the countdown reaches the end. However, if you really customized your strategy this way, you would run into a serious problem. Without the scrying skill, it was very likely that he would not be able to find the target. After all, it was a battlefield where thousands of people were at the same time, and there was not a single person around after he was teleported here. Compared to being lucky, Fang Xiu preferred the battlefield to be very large, so everyone's position after being teleported was extremely scattered. When most of the people were killed afterward and only a small portion survived, then it would be difficult to find the target again. Especially, those who had already gotten high scores through killing would definitely hide as much as possible until the time ended. So, the best tactic should be the other way around, get as many points as possible at the beginning, then hide until time runs out. Fang Xiu pressed his right hand on the hilt of Fine Rain's sword. Of course, this was just his initial plan. After getting enough points, he might not necessarily have to hide. However, before the battle officially began, Fang Xiu had one more thing to do. That was to stack up the layers of sword enlightenment first. Fang Xiu drew out the Fine Rain and started swinging his sword under the tree. Green Mountain City. The scene of the 10 schools competition was being broadcast live on the internet. For the locals of Castle Peak City, this was an annual must-see event. Because it would remind them of their student days. On the third floor of the Lingji Corporation, a studio that could accommodate over 500 people. A huge screen was also broadcasting the live footage of the 10 school competition. In addition to the principals and directors of the 12 schools, there were also representatives of nearly 100 professional groups from several nearby cities, including famous professional groups such as the Golden Fang and 5 Fireball Squad. All the major professional groups would recruit new recruits every year, and large-scale competitions such as the 10 schools competition were the easiest place for them to dig out new stars. Supervisor Lee? Come watch together. A dozen or so investment managers sat together at the independent seats of Lingji Corporation. He Dongjun saw Li Qinghong walk in from outside and greeted him with a smile and a wave. Supervisor Li, there are pre-saved seats here. Zhang Fugue similarly extended his hand in greeting. Li Qinghong nodded slightly towards Zhang Fugue, but didn't go to the position he pointed out, just found a seat nearby and cast her gaze towards the screen. The gazes of the other investment managers flowed over the three. Betting such a big deal with millions of investment and a special map fragment, how could colleagues from the same department hide it? Now, let alone the investment department, because Fang Xiu was Li Qinghong's nephew, even the pharmaceutical department knew about the bet between Zhang Fugue and He Dongjun. Many people even secretly bet on Zhang Fugue and He Dongjun with a meal as their stake. However, most people still favored He Dongjun's choice. Although they were both 3-star professions, the time gap between transfers was more than a month, and not to mention, the gap between skill proficiency alone was the difference between heaven and earth. Moreover, there was only a week before the 10 schools competition, so maybe Fang Xiu hadn't even reached level 20 yet. In their opinion, it was questionable whether Fang Xiu could even make it into the top 10, let alone defeating Huang Daohong. It's starting. An old voice suddenly echoed in the arena. The originally noisy and loud hall immediately calmed down, and the crowd cast their gazes towards the screen that was broadcasting live. Boundless figure appeared on the screen, announcing the rules to the students in the square before sending all of them to the location where the competition had officially begun. It was a huge primitive forest with lush greenery, and more than 1,200 students were evenly distributed throughout the forest. One side of the screen displayed a radar map, on which all the students were dots of light, like Go pieces laid out on a board, and there was also a 2-digit number in the upper right corner of the radar map. Number, 1268. Time, 23:59. Soon, the camera of the screen switched from overlooking the map to a man. Black armor, a large red spear strewn with dragons, and a beautiful face that was refined and cold. Most of the people present immediately recognized that this was the odds-on favorite to win the 10 schools competition. It was also the little princess of the Lingji company, the 3-star profession, weapon controller, Lin Jinan. When the camera turned to Lin Jinan, she used the large gun in her hand to penetrate the chest of a professional defender who was holding a large shield, along with the large shield in his hand. As the defense professional turned into a silver light and was teleported back to the center of the official field, Lin Jinan began to quickly run through the forest, like an eagle searching for prey. The camera switched again, switching to a mage holding a staff with a handful of blonde hairs on his forehead, who was also the favorite to win this time, Thunder Spirit Mage, Huang Daoyak. Zodiac Yoki was electrocuting a man with a brilliant blue thunderbolt until the target disappeared into a silver light. The camera continues to switch to another 3-star professional who was quickly traveling through the forest, looking for a target to kill. It seemed that the camera was heavy on viewing the current status of the 3-star professions. Soon, the camera was focused on Feng Xiu. The viewers who were watching the live stream were instantly filled with questions. What is he doing? Practicing swords? The other 3-star professions have already started killing, and he's still practicing his sword? Chapter 33, Too Slow. Soon, Feng Xiu's information was turned up. As the publicity face of this year's Castle Peak No. 3 high school and the only 5 3-star professionals in the 10 schools competition, information about Feng Xiu was able to be easily found on the internet. A pop-up screen had already floated up in the official live broadcast room of Lingji Company on the internet. It took 2 months to change professions and even became a 3-star professional. This guy's luck is also too good. The information said that he is extremely diligent. Now I can understand why he would be practicing his sword in the tournament venue. It turns out that the skill level is too low, grasping at this time to raise the proficiency it, indeed diligent enough. Then why did he still come to participate in the 10 schools competition? If he has this time, he might as well continue practicing his sword at home. I guess he thinks he's so strong as a 3-star professional that he can beat a 2-star professional, so he's just here to get a ranking. There are good rewards if he makes it to the top 16 of the 10 school competition. Are you kidding me? A high star level career is not that 1-star level, it's the powerful skills that come with the high skills. A 3-star career without a must-kill skill may not necessarily be the opponent of a 2-star career with a must-kill skill. The pop-ups were generally not optimistic about Feng Xiu. In their eyes, even if he switched to a 3-star profession, what could he do in a week's time? Brush a few copies, level up by 2 levels, or raise the proficiency of major skills by 2 levels? You know, but all have the courage to participate in the 10 school competition is the school's force of the elite. They generally in a month to complete a turn. More than a month from the start of the 10 schools competition, 80% of them have also been raised to level 20, and not surprisingly, should have already practiced the main skills to level 10, to obtain the must-kill skills. Even the true geniuses, I'm afraid that even the second skill is about to be fully leveled. Level suppression, coupled with skill proficiency level suppression, was enough to smooth out the career gap of 1 star. However, it wasn't as if there weren't those in the audience who favored Feng Xiu. Don't be awkwardly black. Feng Xiu single-swiped Wind Spirit Valley a few days ago to dominate the rankings. Even if he may have used trickery, the Nightmare difficulty boss battle against the Goblin Queen must be fought with hard power. If you're not convinced, you can go ahead and solo the Nightmare difficulty boss Goblin Queen yourself. Individual powerhouses were also whispering in the Lingji Company's broadcast hall. However, their vision could be a bit higher than the general public on the pop-up screen. Either the sword technique is about to be upgraded, or it's stacking some kind of status. Stacking statuses with a sword swing? That's not common. At least it's a 3-star profession transferred with 1-star skills. It's normal to be a bit special. How the real combat power is, we still have to look at the actual battle. After waiting for a while for the camera aimed at Feng Xiu, and determining that he had been practicing his sword and had no intention of setting out to kill, he was ready to move the camera. But after shifting a few meters, the camera violently pulled back to Feng Xiu's body. All the viewers were able to see clearly that not far behind Feng Xiu there were 2 sneaky figures, one black and one green, approaching. There's a dog. Assassin. Quickly get on, knife him. A team at the start of the 10 schools competition? How lucky is this? The pop-up screen bounced around for a while. The 2 sneaky figures were clearly 2 professionals, and from the cat-like, light-footed movements, they should be 2 assassin-type professions. And from the direction they were walking over, it was clear that they were a group. To be able to find someone to join forces with just after the competition had begun was not an easy thing to do. After all, the 10 schools competition was a personal battle, and it was very likely that your teammates would suddenly turn against you at some point. Backstabbing and being backstabbed were bound to happen. It was just a matter of time. Most of the people who would make alliances mostly knew each other from before. And the 10 school competition teleportation into the venue was completely random. It wasn't clear whether to say it was fortunate or unfortunate. Right now, the first target that the 2 assassin professionals wanted to hunt after teaming up was none other than Feng Xiu. Looking at Feng Xiu's unaware appearance, many people were already preparing to watch the show. Perhaps, the first 3-star professional to go out of the 10 school competition would soon appear. only to see the two assassin professionals slowly approaching Fang Xiu until they stepped within 10 meters of Fang Xiu's surroundings. Snapping at the same time, the two silhouettes darted out from the bushes around Fang Xiu, one on the left and one on the right. The black-clothed assassin wielded a dagger, while the green-clothed assassin held a scimitar. Although the weapons were different, the target was the same, which was Fang Xiu's head. Fang Xiu sensed it the moment the two assassins launched their attacks. But he didn't put it on his mind at all. Because slow, too slow. Fang Xiu's body retreated backward. A backward jumping step easily avoided the left and right pincers, while the arm that swung the sword forward was sheathed at an astonishing speed, so fast that the remnants of his arm vaguely appeared in mid-air. This TM can dodge through? The two assassin professionals stared at Fang Xiu in horror. Clearly a sure shot. How could it be dodged? Could it be that we were discovered in advance? But when they saw Fang Xiu's fleeting hand shadow in mid-air as he retracted his sword, the two speed-type assassin professionals instantly realized that the man in front of them far surpassed them in terms of speed. A 3-star professional? A perfect grade agility suit? Various speculations flashed through their minds in an instant, but in the next instant, they only had one thought. Continue attacking. If they waited for Fang Xiu to react, then he would have to face an attack that far exceeded their ability to react. But without waiting for the two assassins to raise their weapons again, Fang Xiu, who had landed on the ground with a backward jumping step, had already revealed a ferocious light in his eyes, and held the hilt of his sword with his right hand ready to attack. Sword drawing technique. Miso. It was the sound of blades clashing, or a gust of wind whistling through the forest. The two assassin professionals only felt a sharp pain coming from their chests, as if their entire person would be cut in half by a sharp force, and in the next second, the scenery in front of their eyes was occupied by a dazzling white light. Fang Xiu curiously looked at the dazzling pillars of light on both sides. It turned out that the effect of Wrist of Rules Unleashed was like this. Boom boom boom. Unlike the two assassin professions that were teleported away by the Wrist of Rules, the trees within 7 meters in front of Fang Xiu didn't have much protection and fell down. There was a smooth and harsh cut on the trunks of the trees without exception. This was the effect of Fang Xiu's passive skill Sword Chi. They both couldn't even block Sword Chi? That's pretty brittle, Fang Xiu couldn't help but spit out. The Sword Chi preceded the sword drawing technique, and they were teleported away without even eating the power of the Sword Chi, not to mention the decapitation damage caused by the sword drawing technique skill itself. Fang Xiu felt that he should be able to kill defensive professions in seconds with a single sword drawing. Continuing to swing his sword, Fang Xiu's sword enlightenment status was still a dozen layers short of being fully stacked. Chapter 34 Aurora Society. The official live broadcast room of the 10 schools competition. The pop-ups first fell silent for more than 10 seconds, then erupted in a blowout. This young man. It's just a matter of reacting to being sneak attacked, but even flipping back to kill? 2-hit 1 to be counter-killed, will it play? Speaking of which, did everyone see that just now? How did Fang Xiu make his move? Blackie speaks. Even the previous 3-star professionals hadn't shown how to cleanly decimate, and that was even in a 1-on-2 situation. Fang Xiu's hand could be said to have stirred up 1,000 waves with a single stone, directly giving everyone a whole new understanding of his true fighting prowess. Lingji Corporation's studio. The people sitting here were all dignitaries, and they weren't going to make as big a fuss as the pop-ups. However, there was still a portion of people who showed surprise on their faces. But the reason for their surprise was very different from the netizens who posted pop-ups. What they were really surprised about was Fang Xiu's speed. Fang Xiu was able to dodge in the first place when facing the two assassin professionals' pincer attack, and counterattacked one step ahead of his opponents when they followed up with an attack. This proved that Fang Xiu's speed was far above the two. His agility broke 100. Someone looked at Fang Xiu, who continued to swing his sword on the curtain, and couldn't help but mutter in a low voice. Raising the agility attribute would be able to raise speed, and with the speed Fang Xiu had just displayed, his agility was at least above 100 points. The experts in the Lingji Company's studio silently speculated about Fang Xiu's agility attribute in their hearts, and they estimated that even if it wasn't 100, it was probably about right. Even in the second turn, counting the increase in equipment that could make the agility reach 100 points, that would be an expert in the speed-type professions. Shaoli, send me a copy of this Fang Xiu's information. In the front row of the studio, a young man wearing a white trench coat with a white metallite patch suddenly instructed the assistant beside him. The surrounding immediately threw in searching gazes. Those who could be invited by the Ganoderma Company to sit in the front row were all guests with honorable status. A familiar friend on the side asked with a smile. He dust, your Aurora Club is interested in this person? Hearing the words Aurora Club, the gazes around them became more and more curious. The Aurora Club was one of the most famous professional groups in the southern part of Donghuang country. There were many experts within the organization, and its president, Haorenguang, was a seventh-turned professional, Aurora King. However, compared to the other famous professional groups, the Aurora Club was even more mysterious. Because they were always active in the southern border where the environment was even more harsh. During the day, they were either pioneering the sea or purifying the ancient borders that were filled with dead souls. Even if they were recruiting newcomers, it was mostly in the local area, and it was the first time that they came to Castle Peak City to recruit newcomers. The young man named Ho Dust shook his head slightly. The Aurora Society's recruitment standards weren't that low, and it wasn't enough to just look at speed. If Fang Xiu wanted to enter the Aurora Society, he had to further prove his strength. He was just a bit confused. He was puzzled by Fang Xiu's sword skill that he had just displayed when he killed the two men. It's already beyond the limit of advanced sword arts, right? As a fifth-turn professional who had always specialized in swordplay as his main skill, He Duan knew very well what the level of advanced swordplay of a 3-star profession was. Although it was just a single sword, and Fang Xiu had even utilized a sword technique, for him, an expert in the way of the sword, it was enough for him to see a clue from it. He Duan could sense that Fang Xiu's sword technique was still an advanced sword technique in the foundation of Sword Dao, and the shadow of a school had not yet appeared. However, the actual effects displayed had already transcended the limits of advanced sword arts. Strange. The seating area of the investment manager of Lingji Corporation. Originally, most people were optimistic about Yi Dongjun and the Huang Daoheng that he had invested in, but now that they saw Fang Xiu's performance, many of them began to be less firm in their stance. Especially Yi Dongjun, although he still had a smile on his face, anyone could tell that it was a forced smile. Smiling on the surface, MMP inside. How did he do it? That's one sword to counter-kill the same first-turn professional? Obviously the transformation is only a week. He has such a horrifying combat power, what if he was given a month? Thinking of this, Yi Dongjun turned his head to look at Zhang Fugui. Zhang Fugui leaned back in his chair with a calm demeanor, looking at Fang Xiu who was swinging his sword in the screen. The corners of his mouth rose up unintentionally, as if he had his wits about him, and everything was within his expectations. Yi Dongjun immediately understood that Zhang Fugui was never a gamble. He definitely had already seen Fang Xiu's genius, and that was why he made the bet with himself. This cunning fat fox, Yi Dongjun cursed, automatically forgetting that he had made the bet. Taking a light breath, he comforted himself. This has just begun, there's no need to rush. Fang Xiu isn't necessarily a match for Huang Daoheng yet. However, just a few seconds ago, Zhang Fugui's expression was very different from now. When he had just seen two people preparing to sneak attack Fang Xiu, he was sweating for Fang Xiu. Only after seeing Fang Xiu easily kill the two assassin professionals in seconds did Zhang Fugui relax. At least in the Battle Royale stage, there was no need to worry about Fang Xiu. Because, he was able to tell that Fang Xiu's advanced sword art was already fully leveled, which meant that Fang Xiu possessed a 3-star profession's must-kill skill. A 3-star profession with a must-kill technique, not to mention, at least the top 10 was secure. Green Mountain Realm. 100. Fang Xiu looked at the status panel's sword enlightenment buffed to 100 max and let out a light breath. The stack was finished. Holding the sword in one hand, he turned around and found the tallest tree, stepping on the trunk and easily scrambling to the top of the tree. Looking down from the top of the tree at the surroundings, a sea of emerald green forest swayed in the wind like waves. Following the waves, Fang Xiu quickly realized that in the extreme distance in front of him, there was a bright white color. If nothing else, that should be the center square, the meeting point before the start of the competition. Let's move forward with that as our destination. The first level of the 10 schools competition, the Battle Royale, had only points as its goal, so it didn't matter where the destination was. What he had to do next was also very simple, that is, to kill to his heart's content. Fang Xiu leapt down from the tree, and the moment he landed, his body catapulted and disappeared into the forest like a ghost demanding for his life. Chapter 35 4 Kills with One Sword. You're not going to lie to us, are you? Xiao Xiang's trio surrounded Kai Nan's in the center. It's just 3 rare grade sets from turn 2, do I need to lie to you guys? I'm Kai Nan's. My father is Kai Changwang. Kai Nan snorted coldly, with a look of contempt that looked down on country bumpkins. Have you guys heard of these 2 names? Xiao Xiong asked a fat and a thin teammate beside him. The thin man silently shook his head. Instead, the fat man next to him raised his hand. Brother Xiao, I haven't mentioned Kainan Zhe, but I heard my dad mention Kai Cheng Wang. It seems like he's the boss of a chain of equipment stores. The son of the boss of the equipment chain store? Xiao Xiong sized up Kainan Zhe with a skeptical gaze. Whose rich kid wore a mask with an unseemly look? Take off the mask and take a look. Kainan Zhe reluctantly took the mask off his face. Looking at that bruised and swollen appearance, Xiao Xiong became even more skeptical. Whose rich man's child looked like this? What? Beaten. Whose rich man's child would be beaten like this? Is it okay now? Kainan Zhe put the mask back on. Xiao Xiong just wanted to refuse, but he realized that the thin man was pulling on his sleeve. Immediately, he attached his ear. Brother Xiao, I just recorded the entire process. I'm not afraid that this kid will renege on his debt. If he is really Kai Cheng Wang's son, with the video recording, we are not afraid of him reneging on the debt. If he is not. If he's not, we'll deal with him outside. Taking a step back, we can accept him first. When the time is almost over, then kill him to get the points. Not to mention that we are short of a mage professional in our team. We can let him work for us for nothing. The thin man gave Xiao Xiong advice. Xiao Xiong's eyes got brighter and brighter the more he listened, and immediately slapped his thigh. Let's do it. Xiao Xiong turned his head and faced Kainan Zhe again. The skepticism on his face was eliminated and replaced by a slightly flattering smile. It was the scar on his face that ran from the corner of his mouth to between his eyebrows that made his smile look particularly hideous. We accept your offer. We'll ally with you during the 10 schools competition, go kill the others together, and give you their points, but regardless of whether or not you end up in the top 16, after the 10 schools competition is over, you'll have to give each of us a set of rare grade suits of the second turn. It's a deal. Kainan Zhe immediately launched a team application to Xiao Xiong to join their team. Good, then where do we go now? Xiao Xiong said, all at the boss's discretion. There's no rush, wait for me to sense it first. Kainan Zhe wore a cold smile on his face as he waved his hand to sense the breeze flowing in the air. He was going to start hunting next. The first hunting target was Feng Xiu. When he learned about the rules of this competition, he had used his Breeze Mage professional skill Breeze Guidance on Feng Xiu. A skill that searched for a target through the wind flowing in the air. Feng Xiu was one of the targets he marked. Under the Battle Royale rules of the 10 schools competition, Feng Xiu was definitely acting alone, and there were 4 people on his side. Kainan had already thought about how he was going to trample Feng Xiu under his feet in a while. Ha! Close? Kainan squinted his eyes. From the flowing wind he was able to sense that Feng Xiu was close to him, but there was nothing in front of him. Someone's coming! The thin man suddenly shouted out to remind the crowd to be on guard, and at the same time, he fished out 2 daggers from his waist in preparation for battle. And the instant his words fell, a stern cyan figure suddenly darted out of the bushes 10 meters away from the right front and rushed towards the 4 of them. Feng Xiu. Kainan recognized him almost instantly and shouted at once. Kill him. Xiao Xiong immediately drew out his own machete, while Fatty carried a shield forward, as usual, to shelter the crowd behind himself. It had to be said that those who had the confidence to participate in the 10 schools competition were all elites in the school, and the 4 of them reacted quite quickly in battle, immediately drawing their own weapons to meet the enemy when they saw him. But it was just a quick combat reaction. Their speed seemed like a snail on the moss after the rain in Feng Xiu's eyes. It was too slow. Sword drawing technique. Feng Xiu gripped the hilt of his sword with his right hand, his footsteps were as fast as the wind, and his figure even blurred into a stump in a split second. Phew, it was as if a gust of wind swept past the 4. The blade cut through the skin, releasing the blood within. Snort! 4 arrows of blood soared out from the chests of the 4 at the same time. Immediately afterward, 4 pillars of silver-white light rose from the sky. 4 kills with 1 sword. Even one of the defense professionals was unable to withstand Feng Xiu's sword drawing technique. Standing in the pillar of light, Kainan looked at Feng Xiu's back in disbelief. 1 sword. Killed in a second? There were still 4 of them. Hadn't he just switched a week ago? How could he be that strong? What made Kainan's defense even more broken was that Feng Xiu, who killed 4 people with 1 sword, didn't stop, but continued to dart forward at the same speed, as if himself was just blocking his path of travel, so he was casually beheaded with a sword. Soon, Kainan's gaze was occupied by a white blur. When he came back to his senses, he was already standing in the center square of the Castle Peak realm, where a third-turned healer had smoothly sent a living water spell to bring his life value back to full. How did he do it? Kainan still couldn't understand why Fang Xiu was so strong. He didn't wait for him to think about it. Suddenly, his shoulder was hit by a thick arm. Turning his head, Kainan saw the 3 Xiao Xions who had just been killed with him. Dude, now let's talk about those 3 sets of turn 2 rare equipment. Xiao Xiong put his arm around Kainanze with a smile on his face. We were eliminated without doing anything, why should we give it to you guys? Kainanze quickly broke away from Xiao Xiong's hand. Whether or not he could make it into the top 16, he didn't care, and he hadn't thought about it in the first place. But before anything could be done, he was killed by Fang Xiu with a single sword. This still wanted him to take out 3 sets of second turn rare equipment? Impossible. Xiao Xiong spread his 2 hands and said helplessly, but we've all formed a team, which means the deal is already set up. Or do you want to renege on your debt? Xiao Xiong's expression became teasing as he reached out and took the cell phone from his skinny teammate. I can videotape the transaction just now. You also don't want the entire internet to know about this matter of Kai Chengwang's son being an old scoundrel, right? Chapter 36, Beasts always walk alone, it's the bulls and sheep that come in herds. Did I just kill Kainan's? Fang Xiu, who was dashing around, suddenly remembered. There seemed to be a familiar face inside the people he casually killed just now. Forget it, whatever, like Kainan's kind of minion, Fang Xiu had already lost the idea of going after him specifically. After all, that would be too time-consuming and would dirty his hands. Currently, Fang Xiu's points had come to 37 points, 9 of which came from the 4 people he had just killed. This wasn't a lot of points, and there were only going to be fewer and fewer people as time went on. Although the remaining people definitely had a lot of points, many of them were old go. It would be even harder to find them. In the future, I'll need a whole scrying skill. Fang Xiu silently planned in his heart. If he had a scrying skill, he wouldn't have to wander around the forest like a fly without a head, but instead, he would find those go things one by one and kill them all. Whoosh! Just as he was planning, Fang Xiu suddenly heard a sharp cracking sound. Transformation Ancient Transformation Warlock. Transformation Magic Tattoo Iron Guard. Fang Xiu transformed into an Iron Man almost instantly. Ding! A crisp sound of metal clashing rang out. Fang Xiu saw a dagger bounce off his body. Looking in the direction the dagger flew from, Fang Xiu saw a teenager standing on top of a tree, looking down at him from a high place. The corners of the teenager's mouth were upturned and he was wearing a smile, which, paired with his eyebrows that were almost joined together, made him look particularly untamed. You chose a defense-type transformation skill for your second skill. Not a bad choice, so that you can have enough combat power in the first turn, the teenager commented to Fang Xiu. Listening to his tone, he seemed to know something about Fang Xiu. Which one are you? Fang Xiu asked. Zhang Bandit, the teenager confidently reported his name, with the air of with my popularity, you must know it right away. Never heard of it. Fang Xiu carefully recalled the name, certain that he was hearing it for the first time. How could that be? Zhang Bandit didn't believe it. We're the only 5 in Castle Peak City who are 3-star professions. How could you not have heard of it? Never heard of it. Fang Xiu knew that there were only 2 3-star professions in Castle Peak City this time besides himself. One was Huang Daohong, known through Zhang Fugui. One was Lin Jinan, guessed by looking at the combat power she displayed when she was with the Raging Wind Young Dragon. As for the other 3-star professions, Fang Xiu remembered that Zhang Fugui had once sent him a copy of the information, but he hadn't looked at it because he was practicing and busy preparing to challenge the Raging Wind Young Dragon. In his opinion, it was the same whether he looked at it or not. I'm invincible, you guys feel free. Fang Xiu was too lazy to talk nonsense with him. 30 seconds without attacking, the enlightened sword state was about to disappear. Wait, seeing Fang Xiu about to draw his sword, Zhang Bandit hurriedly exited to stop him. I'm not here to fight with you. Fang Xiu drew his sword and swung a sword chi towards the side, quietly looking at Zhang Bandit and waiting for his next words. I'm here to find you for an alliance. Together we'll join forces and together we'll clear out all the other 3-star professionals right at this level. This also includes Zodiac Yoki, who is in direct competition with you this time. In the next one-on-one match, those 2-star professionals won't pose any threat to us at all. At that time, the final will be between me and you, with a guaranteed runner-up finish. How's that? Zhang Bandit directly sent Fang Xiu an invitation to team up. Fang Xiu didn't care why Zhang Bandit knew that he was in direct competition with Huang Daohong. He was also a 3-star professional, and he probably accepted the investment, and 80% of them were Lingji companies. But, to team up with him, well, Fang Xiu did not hesitate to choose refuse. Why? Zhang Bandit was puzzled. He really couldn't think of any reason why Fang Xiu would refuse to team up with him. Beasts always travel alone, but bulls and sheep flock together. Fang Xiu's right hand gripped the hilt of his sword, and the battle intent in his eyes gradually rose. This is still himself facing off against a 3-star professional. Let me see the difference between you and a 2-star professional. Will you be killed by my sword in seconds just the same? Beasts always walk alone, but bulls and goats flock together? Zhang Bandit repeated Fang Xiu's words. The doubt on his face disappeared without a trace, and he once again reverted to his previous untamed self. Then let me see what kind of a beast you are. Saying that, Zhang Bandit directly jumped down from the sky and swooped straight towards Fang Xiu. Dare to charge at my face? Fang Xiu was not polite either. A cold light flashed in his eyes, and he directly launched his sword drawing technique. Miso. Fang Xiu's body directly transformed into a shadow, and the movement of drawing his sword was almost too fast to be seen. The only thing he could see clearly was the icy cold sword blade that flashed in mid-air. Zhang Bandit, who had fallen from the sky, was cut in half in an instant. However, no silver-white teleportation beam appeared, and the number of points on Fang Xiu's rule wrist did not increase. Tisk, TSK, but don't treat me like that group of trashy 2-star professionals that can be struck casually, okay? Bandit Zhang's voice sounded again, but this time it was 5 people talking. Right in front of Fang Xiu's eyes, 5 Zhang bandits with dual swords were walking towards him from 5 directions with untamed smiles on their faces. Split? Fang Xiu remembered that among the 1-star ordinary skills given by the school, there was a skill called Split, which was a skill that could create a split that only had the effect of confusing people. It was a skill that could create a doppelganger that only had a mesmerizing effect. It was thought that Zhang Bandit should have transferred to a 3-star profession based on a similar skill. Remember that the nemesis of doppelganger skills was ranged skills, because this kind of doppelganger would break at the touch of a button. But for the melee profession is more troublesome, need to chop one by one. As long as the chopped is not the body, then he can repeatedly create down. Moreover, Zhang Bandit is a 3-star profession, his skills have been upgraded from 1-star skills to 3-star, and the doppelganger that didn't have combat power may now have combat power. It was even more troublesome. Seeing that Fang Xiu stopped in place and seemed to be pondering which one was really him, Zhang Bandit immediately seized the opportunity to launch an attack towards Fang Xiu. Shadow Flash 5 consecutive strikes. The 5 Zhang bandits immediately leapt up from the ground and leapt in the air towards Fang Xiu, like a panther leaping up from a tree to pounce on its prey. Their movements were athletic and fast, while the twin knives in their hands were the 2 fangs of their prey. Facing the Zhang bandits who were swooping towards him from 5 directions, Fang Xiu lightly exhaled a breath, and a marble-sized white ball of light continued to emerge on the surface of his body and merged into the fine snow, which gradually glowed and was inserted back into the scabbard, with just a gentle grip. The Sword of Enlightenment stayed zeroed out instantly. Congealed Crescent Chop. In the next moment, a round of 3-meter-wide sparkling crescent moon swept out. Chapter 37 First Meeting with Huang Daohong. The 3-meter-wide dazzling crescent sword chi swept through the forest. 5 Zhang bandits instantly disappeared, and one of them even turned into a silver light that shot up into the sky. As the Zhang bandits disappeared, rows and rows of trees fell down in front of Fang Xiu's eyes, and he flew dozens of meters forward, consecutively chopping off dozens of large trees and 2 unlucky people who didn't know whether they were passing by or spying in the dark, before the crescent moon sword chi dispersed. The pop-up screen on the webcast immediately swiped the screen again. This young man. Is this the 3-star professional swordsman's must-have technique? Awesome. A second-turn 3-star defense professional feels like I can't even block this attack. The camera of the live broadcast was already pairing up to prepare them when Fang Xiu and Zhang Bandit, the 2 3-star professionals, met. In the Lingji Corporation studio, the bigwigs looked different. Some were surprised, some were puzzled, and some were seriously thinking. But they were all thinking about one thing. Hadn't Fang Xiu only been transferred for 7 days? How come he had already unlocked his great moves? In 7 days' time, he had raised his advanced sword art from LV1 to LV10? Such a demonic genius, why did it take him 2 months to practice his beginner's sword art? The crowd felt very unreasonable. Soon, they gave birth to many guesses on their own. Fang Xiu should have completed his first turn long ago, but didn't tell the school, registering it only a week before the start of the 10 schools competition, in order to show the enemy that he was weak during the 10 schools competition, and then make a splash. Of course, there are only a few people who have this idea. After all, this method is too stupid. Early transfer, 3-star profession, these were all standards that could be vigorously cultivated. If Fang Xiu had registered himself as a 3-star professional more than a month ago, the investment manager of the Ganoderma Corporation would have already stepped over the threshold of his house. Fang Xiu's family wasn't a rich family, so he could become even stronger by having a large consortium cultivate him than if he had to suffer and work hard on his own. In the forest, Fang Xiu continued practicing his sword in place. The congealed crescent slash would consume all of his sword enlightenment status, so he now had to build up his sword enlightenment status again. However, judging from the future of the condensation crescent chop, it was completely worth it. I'm afraid that Zhang Bandit didn't expect Fang Xiu to make a big move right after the fight. It was like playing a bomb in the beginning of a card game. Just say seconds or no seconds. Glancing at the list of rules, Fang Xiu's current points had come to 120 points. This bandit was quite generous, giving himself 60 points at once, and the two unlucky ones passing by gave 16 points to one and 7 points to the other. As expected, with the passage of time, those who were able to survive had more or less a few points in their hands. The personnel of this 10 schools competition was only 1,200 people, and the average score of the top 16 was 75. In actuality, it was impossible for everyone to have exactly 75 points, so instead of being able to make it into the top 16, this 120 points of his own might even have a better ranking. There's no need to go killing next, just wait for the battle to end, Fang Xiu pondered in his heart. The movement in his hand didn't stop as he continued to swing his sword. Zzz. Suddenly, there was a dense sound of electricity running in the woods on one side. Soon, the sound of electric currents became louder and louder until a young man wearing blue vestments, holding a sapphire staff, and surrounded by 3 soccer ball-sized balls of lightning walked into Fang Xiu's field of vision from behind a large tree, with a handful of golden hairs on his forehead that stood out the most. Oh, looks like a big battle just took place here? The teenager looked at the dozens of trees that had been chopped off and secretly reconstructed the battle scene that had just taken place here. Turning his head again, he saw Fang Xiu, who was practicing his sword. Fang Xiu. Huang Dao Heng. Both of them recognized each other almost at the same time, because of the reason of the bet between the investors, so both of them had seen each other's portraits. Not only had Fang Xiu seen Huang Dao Heng's portrait, he also knew the other party's occupation, Thunder Spirit Mage. The thunder element was an element that possessed extreme destructive power, and even if it was a 1-star skill, the minimum was a rare grade. The profession of Thunder Spirit Mage was a powerful legal profession that raised the destructive power of the thunder system by another notch. Exactly how strong the destructive power was, Fang Xiu wanted to try it himself. Sheathing his sword, Fang Xiu prepared to draw his sword. On the contrary, it was Huang Dao Heng, with a relaxed face, who didn't seem to be prepared to start a direct battle with Fang Xiu. Going to start fighting directly? Not waiting until the one-on-one of the top 16? There are quite a few rats around who are ready to be fishermen. Huang Dao Heng reached out his hand towards the distance and a fist-sized thunderball appeared out of nowhere at his fingertips, drawing a melodious curve in mid-air and falling into the bushes in the distance. Zzz. Ah! The stirring sound of electricity and the wailing of the humans came at the same time. Not long after, another 5 points were added to Zodiac Yoki's list of rules. Now his points had come to 232 points. It's all the same, Fang Xiu said without thinking. The might caused by the congealed crescent sword chi was destined to attract the gazes of other professionals. But so what? It just so happened that he was going to find them himself. Zodiac Yoki smiled at his words and blew his blonde bangs. That's right, just a bunch of rats. Reaching out, he clenched his jeweled staff, and the 3 balls of lightning around him immediately rose from the size of a fist to the size of a soccer ball, and all of a sudden, electric currents rolled through Huang Dao Heng's body. Fang Xiu also tightened his grip on Fine Rain. However, just when the battle between Huang Dao Heng and Fang Xiu was on the verge of breaking out, the voice of the referee of this 10 schools competition, Green Mountain Realm Suppressor Boundless, suddenly came from the sky. Ho ho ho! I'm sorry to inform those of you who have survived that there are only 16 players left within the grounds of the Green Mountain Realm, so the first stage of the 10 schools competition, the Great Battle Royale, has come to an end. Next, you will be transported to the center square to receive treatment, and the next stage of the competition will begin immediately. Huang Dao Heng and Fang Xiu, who were preparing to open the fight, were wide-eyed. It's over? Both of them couldn't help but glance at their watches. Hadn't this 10-school competition only started more than an hour ago? Were these people fighting so fiercely? Chapter 38 The Mighty Lin Jinan. On the square at the center of the Green Mountain Realm. The surviving 16 people had all been teleported back. And here, there was no one else besides them and the Green Mountain Realm's townkeeper, Wu Zhang. The eliminated players had all gone back and forth from wherever they were after completing their treatment. The 16 people who had just been teleported over looked at each other in dismay. None of them had expected the battle royale to end so quickly. After all, this was a battle royale of more than 1,200 people. This was also a little too efficient. Wasn't there anyone who was more submissive and opted for the go tactic? In previous years, although the rules of the 10 schools competition were different, it often took 1 to 2 days to get from 1,200 to the last dozen people. Therefore, many people's professional backpacks also put a few days' worth of dry food and water. But judging from the current situation, even if the one-on-one PK in the back took more time, it was estimated that by the time it was over, everyone would still be able to make it home in time for lunch. Surviving 16 players, congratulations on making it to the second round. Next up is the painful and straightforward one-on-one PK. Boundless said to the crowd as he sat high above the crowd. The rules are also very simple, that is to use everything you can think of to defeat your opponents. As for who the opponent is, it will be ranked according to the points you gained in the Battle Royale rounds, the one with the highest points against the one with the lowest points, the second highest against the second lowest, and so on. Saying that, Boundless waved his hand and coalesced the leaderboard in front of the crowd. 1. Lin Jinan 578. 2. Huang Daohong 232. 3. Fong Xiu 120. 4. Miao Meng 87. The moment they saw the first person's points, everyone couldn't help but turn their gazes to a certain young girl in black armor. The young girl automatically ignored everyone's gazes and clasped her hands to her chest, her complexion joyless, not feeling that this was something worth celebrating. Over 500 points? Subtracting the top 4, the remaining people's scores didn't add up to 200, and there were even single digits for a few of the blade artists. The crowd looked at their own points and then at Lin Jinan's score, doubting life on the spot. It was hard to believe that this was a single person able to gain points. There were only 1,200 people in total, and nearly half of the points were in her hands. But this was too fast, right? The competition had only just started for over an hour. Fong Xiu rubbed his chin, and from this score, he was able to deduce something. Lin Jinan must have the skill of detecting abilities. Otherwise, even with her speed, it would be impossible to be so exaggerated. Everyone was scattered around the center square, so it would take a lot of time just to find someone. Fong Xiu, who had just dashed through the forest, had the most right to speak. After all, he had never stopped for a moment except for stacking the sword enlightenment state. The result was only 120 points. Compared to the confusion and incomprehension of the participants, the viewers watching the live broadcast knew exactly what was going on. They would never forget the prima donna queen who ran fast through the forest with a big gun in her hand, killing people like chickens. So when they saw the leaderboard results, the pop-up screen was filled with 666. I declare that the first place in this 10-school competition must be Lin Jinan. Lin Jinan pushes for life. I'm just asking you, is my sister in ruthless? Sorry, my family's wife has made a fool of herself. Fong Xiu and the others wanted to know why Lin Jinan was able to get such a high score, so I'm afraid they could only go home and watch the live replay after it was over. The leaderboards were announced, so who the opponents were was also known. Fong Xiu's opponent is a person called He Dahai. That person is a big-waisted fat man, with black frame glasses, holding a happy water. The points are not high, only 5 points, seems to be go to the last person. Finding Fong Xiu is looking at himself, He Dahai also grinned back to smile. Fong Xiu slightly frowned, knowing that the opponent is a strong person can still be so optimistic, either have confidence in their own strength of the master, or is heartless. Boundless didn't let the crowd wait too long. The one-on-one PK matches began on the horse, and those who had yet to take their turn to fight were pulled by an invisible force and thrown directly to the side as the venue was the central plaza, right in front of Lin Miaoshan's statue. The first sparring match was between the top-ranked Lin Jinan and the bottom-ranked Zhang Mingming. Lin Jinan and Zhang Mingming stood opposite each other in front of the statue of Lin Miaoshan. Sisterin, for the sake of a school, show some mercy. Zhang Mingming said with a smile. Lin Jinan didn't reply, she just silently took out her weapon from her career space, a large gun with a body of pure gold. The body of the gun was left with green threads, odd but not too honorable. Just by looking at it, one could tell that this weapon came from an extraordinary source. Zhang Mingming also hurriedly took out his weapon from his occupation space. His weapon was a cyan-colored short bow. When Boundless made sure that both sides were in position, he raised his hand to signal. The battle begins. As the words fell, Zhang Mingming immediately dodged and retreated, his profession being a 2-star, rapid archer. As an archer, it seemed to him that as long as he pulled away, then melee professions would become targets. Moreover, he had saved his strength during the battle royale, and Lin Jinan, who had scored more than 500 points, was bound to have gone through a fierce battle. This is not a kind of to wait for labor? Now he may not have no chance to defeat Lin Jinan. But at the moment when Zhang Mingming raised this thought, he suddenly felt a penetrating coldness coming from his chest. Lowering his head, a golden spear had penetrated his chest at an unknown time. Raising his head, Lin Jinan's delicate and beautiful face was close at hand, but it was filled with coldness. Lin Jinan drew back the lance, and Zhang Mingming's body immediately collapsed without support. When? Looking at Lin Jinan's back as he turned his head to leave, Zhang Mingming's eyes rolled in surprise. How could Lin Jinan, who had been across from him a second before, appear in front of his eyes out of nowhere? Now, he seemed to understand a little bit why Lin Jinan was able to get more than 500 points. The spectators on the side were also surprised by this scene. It's clearly just a 1-star difference. How can a 3-star profession be so much stronger than a 2-star profession? A youth beside Fang Xiu looked at Lin Jinan's figure and asked in a trembling voice, his eyes filled with incredulity. It was like a broken dream. Fang Xiu gave him a pitying look. There are always people who think about fighting at the more star level. Indeed, there is no shortage of cases where 2-star professionals have defeated 3-star professionals. However, it is not known that there is also a difference between the same star profession and a higher one. Although Fang Xiu didn't know what Lin Jinan's 1-star skills were, but with her status as the princess of Castle Peak City, she had a perfect 1-star skill. The bottom line is that she has a perfect 1-star skill, or maybe even an epic skill. After changing to a 3-star profession, it would be a 3-star epic skill. Thinking about it made me feel powerful. However, Fang Xiu was equally surprised by the speed that Lin Jinan displayed. Her speed seemed to be even faster than what she had seen during the Raging Wind Roar, if compared to herself. His own self, who was at the 100th level of Sword Enlightenment, was probably just a step faster than Lin Jinan. Chapter 39 Thunder Spirit Mage. The second matchup was Huang Dao Hang's battle. His opponent was a 2-star profession, sword and shield scholar, named Huang Song. This was an offensive and defensive profession, with an average distribution of all abilities, but average also meant mediocre. Offense was inferior to a law profession, and defense was inferior to a defensive professionist, so it was often disliked in team actions to raid copies. But when put into a one-on-one ring match, the sword and shield soldier, with no weaknesses, is a rare good player. Fang Xiu saw that Huang Song's equipment was also good, at least a set of rare grade equipment, which might be able to have a good match with Huang Dao Hang. Cheer up! Before going on the field, Huang Song's familiar friends around him gave him a cheer. Huang Song nodded solemnly and immediately stepped onto the field. On the other side, Huang Dao Hong had already prepared for a long time. The battle begins, Boundless announced. Blocking style. As soon as the battle began, sword and shield warrior, Huang Song immediately assumed a defensive stance, but his feet did not stop moving as he darted towards Huang Dao Hang. Seeing as you are also surnamed Huang, and I'm from the same family, I'll just let it go a little bit, Huang Dao Yak said arrogantly as he looked at Huang Song, who was cautiously rushing towards him with his shield set up. Saying that, Huang Dao Hong raised his hand and pointed forward. Thunder Spirit Ball. A soccer ball-sized ball of energy made of lightning appeared in front of his eyes. With a wave of his hand, the Thunder Spirit Ball immediately drew an ethereal arc in mid-air and blasted straight at Huang Song's shield. Boom! An explosive sound came out. The Thunder Spirit Ball exploded the instant it touched the shield, and the violent force knocked Huang Song, who had managed to run out a dozen meters, directly back again. Huang Song's shoes directly ground out 2 dark scuff marks on the ground, as if they were rut marks left behind when a vehicle drifted. None of the people who were watching the live broadcast exclaimed this power. In the Ganoderma Lucidum Company, representatives of the various professional groups also cannot help but correct the glasses to carefully measure the Huang Dao horizontal, secretly muttered, the thunder element is worthy of the most destructive element. In their minds, they pondered whether or not to absorb Huang Dao Hong into their own professional groups. As long as there was a professional group, there would never be too many violent output legal professions. On the opposing ground, Huang Song gritted his teeth, forcibly enduring the trembling of his arms, and moved forward once again. Then, without taking a few steps out, the next Thunder Spirit Orb came again, descending with an unavoidable drift and a palpitatingly terrifying might. Boom! Huang Song once again left 2 rut marks on the ground, and now the distance between him and Huang Dao Hong was even greater than it was at the beginning. The best way to deal with legal professions was to engage in close combat. However, Huang Song could not even get close to Huang Dao Hong now, because the huge force generated by the constant explosion of the thunder spirit balls made him almost unable to hold his shield. Looking at Huang Daohong in the distance. For some reason, a sentence suddenly popped up in Huang Song's mind: "This life of mine is like walking on thin ice. Do you think I'll be able to walk to the other side?" On the contrary, Huang Daohong, as he said at the beginning. Because Huang Song and he were from the same family, he was really letting go of the water, slowly and leisurely generating thunder spirit balls, casually flinging them without aiming, but every time he was able to hit the target. But it was precisely because of this casualness that the two-star professionals, including Huang Song and the others, felt the suffocating sense of oppression. The others substituted themselves into Huang Song's body. They became even more desperate. 1, 2, 3. As the fifth thunderbolt hit Huang Song, he transformed into a silver light and was forced into an invincible state, teleporting out of the battlefield. This also meant that he had lost his qualifications to continue fighting. The representatives of the various professional corps in the Lingji Corporation studio basically labeled Huang Dao Yoki with a label: terrifying destructive power. A half-defense profession was not even able to catch 5 rounds of thunder spirit balls from Huang Dao Yak when he turned on his defense skill. Its power was evident. Can't hold up after only the 5th one? Boring. Huang Daohong walked off the field of battle with a lack of interest. Immediately after that came the third match. Fang Xiu vs. He Dahai. Referee: I admit defeat. Fang Xiu was about to walk onto the field, but he heard He Dahai raise his hand and say to Boundless: "Are you sure?" Boundless asked. "Sure," He Dahai said to himself as if explaining to everyone, "I'm not very good at fighting. It's already very good to be able to get to the top 16 and get a reward, so I'll take what I can get, hee. Zhang Mingming and Huang Song's previous experience, everyone expressed understanding, although the points cannot fully represent the combat power, but also can explain something. The top 4 on the leaderboard happened to be all 3-star professions, showing the dominating power of 3-star professions in the first turn period. When it came to 3-star professions, admitting defeat was nothing to be ashamed of. Only a few people felt that Fang Xiu had not been transferred to a 3-star profession for a while and could bet on it, but unfortunately, their opponent was not Fang Xiu. However, with something like admitting defeat, there was 1 and then there was 2. In the 4th battle, the opponent of the only remaining 3-star professional, Miao Meng, also chose to surrender before the battle began. This professional named Miao Meng, with a height of 1.93 m, a stout and strong body, knew at a glance that he was a fierce man, and his profession was still a relatively rare casting technician, a professional who specialized in PK. Miao Meng's opponent was a female law profession. Seeing Miao Meng's figure scared her half to death, not to mention fighting him one-on-one. However, after admitting defeat, the young girl asked Miao Meng for his phone number with a red face. What followed were 4 duels from the 5th to the 8th place, with no more surrenders. Everyone was a 2-star professional, and it was really different who was stronger than who, so there was a dragon fight. But when each of the last 4 duels came up with a winner, then they faced off against the top 4 3-star professionals such as Shang Xiu. Lightspeed conceded. In the 4 duels of the 8-4, the opponents all conceded, directly into the final 4 battle. The 4 professionals in the quarterfinals were all 3-star professionals. This was also in line with most people's expectations at the beginning, but in their opinion, Zhang Bandit, who should have entered the quarterfinals, was replaced by Fang Xiu. For the quarterfinals, Lin Jinan vs. Miao Meng, Fang Xiu vs. Huang Daohong, Wu Jiang clasped his chest with both hands, not knowing when he had already teleported to the feet of Lin Miaoshan's statue, and judging from his expression, it seemed that he wasn't satisfied with the previous matchups. 16-8, 8 matches to admit defeat, 2 games is also even. 8-4, just 4 games also all conceded. Is this year's 3-star profession too much? This group of 2-star professionals don't have any fire or aggressiveness. Boundless, this is the worst class I've ever seen. Knowing his opponent, Huang Daohong's gaze immediately swept over, his battle spirit soaring. At the end of the day, the 2 of us will still have to fight. Huang Daohong moved his arms to loosen his muscles. That's good, lest one side loses and is still unconvinced in their heart. Fang Xiu didn't care who his opponent was. Still, I'm invincible, you guys are free to do whatever you want. Chapter 40, vs Huang Daohong. First match, Fang Xiu vs. Huang Daohong. It seemed that seeing Huang Daohong filled with wariness towards Fang Xiu, Wu Jiang deliberately switched the order of the matchups, postponing the duel that should have been played between Lin Jinan and Miao Meng first. Fang Xiu and Huang Daohong exchanged glances, and both of them moved forward, standing on the ground, pulling apart a distance of 30 meters. Boundless confirmed that both sides had taken their positions, and without any nonsense, he directly announced, The battle begins. Thunder Extinction Formation. Huang Daohong took the lead, and with a wave of his jeweled cane, he immediately condensed 3 soccer ball-sized thunderballs and flung them at Fang Xiu. When dealing with Fang Xiu, he could be too much more serious than when facing Huang Song. Huang Daohong wasn't stupid. Against a rookie, pretending to be 13 was to make himself more oppressive and make other rookies fearful when they came up against him. But when it came to a strong person at the same level as himself, then he absolutely still had to bring out his full strength. Furthermore, Huang Daohong knew very well that Fang Xiu was a speed-type professional, sword hero, unlike sword shield scholar, who was bulky. The Thunder Spirit Ball that Huang Song couldn't dodge, Fang Xiu wouldn't necessarily be able to dodge it. Once he was approached, he would inevitably be at a disadvantage, so this time, Huang Daohong took a more oppressive style of play. Facing the 3 thunderballs, Fang Xiu didn't dodge them because they didn't seem to be offensive skills, and they had already landed on the ground before they flew in front of him. As Fang Xiu prepared to strike, the thunder lights that landed on the ground were like shuttles and arrows, flashing around him in an instant. The 3 thunder lights coalesced into a ball once again and quickly connected with each other before rising upwards in pillars of thunder and lightning. In the blink of an eye, it imprisoned Fang Xiu in a lightning cage, and except for the top of his head, he was bound to be injured by the power of lightning no matter where he went, and then fell into a paralyzed state that slowed him down drastically. "Oh endless thunder, heed my call." Zodiac Yoki's movements were unceasing, his body flying up along with the jeweled cane in his hand as he began to chant. Immediately, a dark cloud appeared out of nowhere in the sky of the Green Mountain Realm's center officialdom, enveloping Fang Xiu's head, in which electric light flashed and rumbling thunder came from time to time. Directly opened up. Anyone would be able to see the importance that Huang Daohong placed on Fang Xiu. Starting with a control skill, then connecting to a big move in seconds, the pursuit was to start the battle as a duel. Starting with a pike. The viewers in front of the live broadcast room had their eyes widened as they watched carefully. This was the first time that Huang Daohong had used a big move, and with such a huge sound, it must not be weak. Considering that Fang Xiu was a speed-type professional, even 3-star professions were still not immune to thin blood and low defense. Referring to the terrifying killing power of Huang Daohong, who had just finished off Huang Song with 5 Thunder Spirit Balls. Many people had already typed GG on the pop-up screen. However, the person in question didn't seem to care and was still curiously looking at the sky. After a few seconds of chanting, the jeweled cane in Huang Daohong's hand had been raised above his head, and the dark clouds in the sky had completely transformed into dazzling thunderclouds. When Huang Daohong's eyes, which were glittering with surging thunderlight, looked towards Fang Xiu, the jeweled cane in his hand instantly swung down and made a heavy point towards him. Thunder Spirit Execution. Rumble. Thunder trembled. Even the entire center square seemed to be trembling, and those watching the battle at this moment felt a strong vibration. In an instant, a huge pillar of thunder descended from the sky and blasted towards Fang Xiu with unrivaled might, completely engulfing him in the blink of an eye, and the ground was blasted with spiderweb-like cracks. "It's over. Looks like you're nothing more than that." Huang Daohong slowly landed on the ground, supporting the ground with his jeweled palms. The arrogance of his demeanor looked towards the roaring thunder pillars. Still a little disappointed, Fang Xiu was a 3-star professional after all, and was still looking forward to some surprises he would bring to him. But, a moment later, the arrogance on Huang Daohong's face disappeared, his brows furrowed. The thick thunder light gradually thinned until it collapsed, and even the smoke generated by the thunder light bombarding the ground slowly dispersed, only to see that in the middle of a patchwork of debris, a silver-colored puppet guard from the ancient ruins with purple weird lines on its surface silently stood in the position where Fang Xiu had been before. Undo Transformation Magic Tattoo Iron Guard. Transformation Swordsman. Returning from the silver-white steel body of the magic iron guard to his original flesh and blood body, Fang Xiu stepped out of it with a calm expression. Even the clothes on his body had not received the slightest damage, and his life value had only decreased by a quarter. Looking at the stunned Huang Daohong, Fang Xiu let out a light smile, with a puzzled and sincere face, and asked, "You're sure kill technique? This is it?" Huang Daohong could no longer hear what Fang Xiu was saying as he looked at Fang Xiu with a face full of shock. Unable to comprehend. Thunder Spirit Execution was a must-kill technique that he had unlocked after he was a 3-star professional with full proficiency, but surprisingly, it didn't have much effect on Fang Xiu. So, what kind of skill was it that could block most of the damage like this? From the effect of the skill, it should be a transformation skill, which was clearly not a skill that came with Fang Xiu's sword hero profession. Could it be a second turn skill that Fang Xiu had learned after his first turn? But even if it was a perfect level 2-star skill pulling its proficiency to full capacity, it couldn't possibly block such high damage, could it? Soon, an even more unbelievable guess surged into Huang Dao Heng's mind. It couldn't be that Fang Xiu had already completed his second turn. He wasn't a 3-star sword hero, but a 4-star, or even 5-star professional. But when he thought about it, Huang Dao Hong felt a bit ridiculous again. Hadn't Fang Xiu just turned a week ago? Going from 1 to 2 turns in a week? Then, if he waited for another year, wouldn't he directly become a god at full level? Huang Dao Hong felt like his brain wasn't enough to figure it out. The representatives of the various professional groups in the Lingji Company's studio also thought like Huang Daoxiang, but they generally thought that Fang Xiu should have used some kind of prop that increased his defense. After all, who could have known that Fang Xiu could raise the level cap of his skills to level 15? The fact that he was able to block Zodiac Yoki's sure kill technique was entirely due to the attribute change after transforming into an ancient transformation warlock, and the superb defense brought about by the level 15 transformation magic tattooed Iron Guard. If he were to use a simple sword hero profession and the level 10 transformation magic Iron Guard skill under Huang Dao Heng's must kill move, Fang Xiu would definitely be seriously injured even if he didn't die on the spot. Holding his sword in his right hand, Fang Xiu's eyes locked onto Huang Dao Hong, his fierce light flashing. Next, it's my turn. Chapter 41, Counter Kill. Hearing Fang Xiu's words, Huang Dao Hong came back to his senses and immediately pulled out the increased props from his occupation space. What a charm to increase physical defense. Medicines that increased magical attacks. But any item that could increase his attributes, he took it out and used it while pulling away from Fang Xiu. Fang Xiu, who had switched back to the sword hero profession, saw his speed skyrocket as he quickly raced towards Zodiac. Although he didn't have the sword enlightenment status stacked on him, as a speed-type professional, his own speed surpassed other professionals of the same star level. Thunder Spirit Ball. Huang Dao Hong waved the gemstone cane in his hand, and immediately, a soccer ball-sized Thunder Spirit Ball appeared, bringing out an ethereal arc in mid-air and shooting towards Fang Xiu. Huang Dao Heng's control of Thunder Spirit Balls wasn't just a simple matter of raising his skill level to level 10, he had also visited a few high-level law professions, and gained experience from them, studying the ballistics of elemental attacks, which allowed him to control the Thunder Spirit Ball's flight paths even more purely, and the hit rate was greatly increased. However, in the face of absolute speed, as long as the Thunder Spirit Balls weren't cruise missiles with tracking abilities, they could still be avoided by Fang Xiu, not to mention, he didn't necessarily have to dodge them. Fang Xiu quickly dashed, facing the flying Thunder Spirit Balls, his right hand pressed on the hilt of his sword immediately pulled out the fine rain from his waist. 1 sword. 2 swords. 3 swords. Each of Fang Xiu's swords chopped in the air, cutting out a powerful sword chi. The sword chi collided with the Thunder Spirit Orb, the former sharp and the latter violent, exploding at the touch of a button. Immediately, one explosion after another came from the field, and the black mist from the explosions filled the air. Thunder Spirit Protector. Seeing the ineffectiveness of the Thunder Spirit Ball's attack, Huang Dao Hong immediately changed his mindset, busily waving his jeweled cane, coalescing 3 Thunder Spirit Balls flying around himself. As the Thunder Spirit Orbs flew around him, an invisible barrier appeared on the surface of his body. Then he took out a small red wooden round shield of perfect grade from his backpack. Zodiac Yoki only used the jeweled cane to fight the most explosive output on weekdays, but he could also equip the shield to be the hardest turtle at critical moments. This was also exactly what he relied on to solo his copies on weekdays. In just a few breaths of time, Fang Xiu had already closed the distance between himself and Zodiac, crossing to within 10 meters. Sheathing his sword, his right hand gripped the hilt tightly. A cold light flashed in Fang Xiu's eyes. Sword drawing skill. The instant the skill was turned on, Fang Xiu's figure accelerated steeply, almost disappearing into thin air, and what followed was a dazzling flash of sword light, which was harsh and sharp, as if it had torn through space and chiseled deeply into it. All the spectators only felt a sudden flash in front of their eyes, and without waiting for them to see clearly, Fang Xiu instantly shifted behind Huang Dao Hong, while Huang Dao Heng's body was imprinted with a slash of cutting sharpness that cut through everything out of thin air. Bang! A crisp sound like the shattering of glass. The invisible shield constructed by the Thunder Spirit Protector on Huang Dao Heng's body was sliced in half right in the center, and also sliced through was the dark blue vestment on Huang Dao Heng's body, and reddish blood immediately rushed out. However, it had to be said that the auxiliary props that Huang Dao Hong had used before were still somewhat useful. Although the shield and robe were both cut open, Huang Dao Hong was not killed in seconds on the spot, and there was still 1/10 of his life value left. Strongly enduring the burning pain coming from his chest, Huang Dao Hong turned around to face Fang Xiu's retreat, the gem cane in his hand tapped repeatedly in mid-air, condensing several Thunder Spirit Orbs to stop Fang Xiu's pursuit. The fact that the sword drawing technique didn't kill Huang Daohong of the legal profession in seconds was outside of Fang Xiu's expectations. Defensive professions of the same level were killed by himself, but not him. It seems that Huang Daohong's operation just now had temporarily exceeded the resistance level of defensive professions of the same level. But it doesn't matter, this duel was already over when Huang Daohong failed to kill himself with his must-kill technique. Turning back again, Fang Xiu backhanded a sword. Condensation crescent chop. A 2-meter-tall giant crescent of sword chi immediately swept straight forward. The speed was astonishingly fast. Although the sword enlightenment status hadn't been fully stacked, the speed of congeal crescent chop didn't decrease in the slightest. Miso. The flying thunder spirit orb was cut right in the middle of the sword chi crescent, and the two halves of the violent energy fell to the left and right, causing an explosion on the ground once again. The next second after cutting the thunder spirit orb, the crescent sword chi slammed straight into Huang Daohong's body with an unstoppable momentum. Immediately, a silver light shot up into the sky. Fang Xiu, victory! Boundless announced the result of the match. For a while, the live broadcast pop-ups flew around, filling the screen with 666. Obviously, 1 minute ago, everyone thought that Fang Xiu was bound to lose, and would definitely be killed by Huang Daohong's sure kill technique. I didn't expect Fang Xiu to stage a shocking turnaround. Not only did he carry off the big move, but he also backhanded 2 moves to kill Huang Daohong. Lingji Corporation's studio, where the investment managers were gathered. Several investment managers were looking at Yi Dongjun and Zhang Fuguo matter-of-factly. Even though a few of them had bet on Fang Xiu to lose, the bet was only a matter of 1 or 2 meals, which was not as much fun as Zhang Fuguo and Yi Dongjun. There was even no lack of gloaters. Yi Dongjun, this kid is usually so crazy with his connections, now he has been defeated. Zhang Fuguo and Yi Dongjun, the two parties involved, sat not far from each other, but their faces were diametrically opposed. Zhang Fuguo with a smile on his face, crossed his legs, holding out a beer belly, a hand still coiled spring breeze, seems to be a little less anxious to collect the debt. Then look at sitting not far away from Yi Dongjun, God, his face green, bloomy are about to drip out of the water. The bet was $2 million plus the pieces of the Iron City treasure map. The 2 million funds itself was thrown out as bait, a company investment only. He was not heartbroken. But the Iron City treasure map fragment was something that took a lot of effort to get hold of, and was worth thousands of dollars. But now, this matter is already known to the whole company. It's not something that can be reversed just because you're shameless. Obviously the whole company knows, or he deliberately promoted the result. Yi Dongjun could only swallow his teeth, and if he chose to renege on the debt, then he wouldn't need to mix with Lingji Company anymore. Various thoughts flashed by. Yi Dongjun gritted his teeth and stood up from his seat, coming to Zhang Fuguo's body in the crowd's attention. Manager Zhang, willing to gamble, I'll let my men write a document to transfer the $2 million investment. As for the pieces of the Iron City treasure map, it will be delivered to you during the morning meeting tomorrow. No hurry, take your time, manager. His character, I still believe in it. Zhang Fuguo laughed, throwing his feet in the air. He was cool this time. Obviously Yi Dongjun did the bureau, the result did not expect him to steal the chicken. The 2 million investment amount and the pieces of the Iron City treasure map were not important in Zhang Fuguo's opinion, but watching Yi Dongjun suffer was very important to him. Chapter 42 Weapon Controller. Well played. Lin Jinan praised as Fang Xiu walked off the stage, but it was limited to praise. In her opinion, if Fang Xiu didn't even have the ability to defeat Huang Daohong, let alone killing the Raging Wind Young Dragon in the Raging Wind Roar copy. Your turn next, Fang Xiu signaled. Lin Jinan stepped forward. Semi-final match 2, Lin Jinan vs Miao Meng. On the other side of the field, the burly man Miao Meng had already stood firmly, and compared to Lin Jinan's size, it was as if a prairie eagle had taken on a caged canary. Missy, I'm sorry. Miao Meng craned his neck to move his muscles while taking out a pair of white gloves from inside his occupation space and putting them on. His profession was throwing technician, a profession that specialized in throwing techniques, and his hands were Miao Meng's weapons. You said sorry too soon. Lin Jinan raised his hand and took out his lance. Wu Jiang made sure that both sides were in position, raised his hand and chopped down. The battle begins. The moment the words fell, both of them darted forward almost simultaneously. Both Lin Jinan and Miao Meng were melee professionals. However, the difference was that Miao Meng was a power-type professional, and his speed was far from Lin Jinan's. He quickly ran past the halfway point of the battlefield. Lin Jinan quickly ran halfway across the field, the tip of the spear in his hand flashed with white light, and he accelerated steeply. Slamming lance. Fang Shou watched truly from the side. This was the move that Lin Jinan had used to kill Zhang Mingming in seconds earlier. Dang! Lin Jinan's lance hit Miao Meng squarely in the chest, but Miao Meng had almost long ago prepared for this move, with a thick steel plate armor, directly gritting his teeth to harden his hand, while two large bushy hands simultaneously grabbed forward to grab Lin Jinan, the canary, in one hand. As long as he grabbed his opponent, Miao Meng had the confidence to kill Lin Jinan in seconds. But Lin Jinan likewise knew Miao Meng, the throwing technician, quite well, and immediately retreated and withdrew his spear. Miao Meng then immediately changed his move from grabbing to seizing the gun. Even though Lin Jinan's speed was faster than his, the explosive power from the high-strength attribute made it so that Miao Meng wasn't unable to grab the lance that was right in front of him. Immediately, both hands directly grabbed the head of the spear, and with a burst of strength from his arms, he wanted to yank Lin Jinan over the other end. Without the slightest hesitation, Lin Jinan dropped his hands and abandoned the spear, retreating back a few steps before grabbing his hands in mid-air again and pulling out a short bow and arrow from his career space. The bow was strung and arrows were shot. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. The sparring ground immediately resounded with continuous air-breaking sounds. In the eyes of the onlookers, what was this short bow of Lin Jinan's? It was simply a continuous crossbow. No, with reference to the whistling sound of breaking air, it should be said that it was a continuous crossbow. Moreover, the arrows that were shot weren't indiscriminate, every single arrow was able to accurately hit Miao Meng's head. Miao Meng's helmet was a perfect grade equipment with overall protection. Although it blocked most of the killing power of the arrows, the impact of the arrows made him shake his head, making it difficult for him to stand still. I'm afraid that such a power was not possessed even by an average archer professional. Fang Shou thought about it. Lin Jinan's profession was not some gunmaster who specialized in gunplay but weapon controller who was proficient in all 18 types of weapons. Judging simply from the name of the profession, the weapons she was good at were definitely not just as simple as lances, and it was possible that there were dozens of perfect level weapons being placed in this Lingji company's Missy's professional backpack. And just now when other people were piking, Fang Shou also checked the information of weapon controller on the internet, and there was almost no corresponding information, and even if there was, it was because Lin Jinan revealed this name when she successfully registered for the report of her transfer, which led to the speculation of the media in Castle Peak City about the occupation of weapon controller. The specific abilities are still unknown. Fang Shou speculated that Lin Jinan's 3-star profession, weapon controller, was feared to be the same as his sword hero profession, both being unique professions, rare and powerful. Drink! Miao Meng, who was unable to find his way by the arrows, became furious and let out a roar from his mouth. Once again gritting his teeth and forcing himself to resist Lin Jinan's arrows, he fiercely stepped forward with a heavy foot. Sand and dust heavy stomp. There was a loud explosion. The earth trembled, the floor shattered and shook up the sky with sand and dust. The line of sight was blocked, and only then did Lin Jinan stop his arrow attack. The next second, Miao Meng's body from the sand and dust leaped out, eyes with a ferocious light, like a downhill tiger. The moment he landed, his hands grabbed Lin Jinan's arms. Finally caught you. Miao Meng had the pain and hysteria of a great revenge about to be avenged. However, what responded to him was still Lin Jinan's calm with a slight cold glow and then... Miao Meng was just about to launch his power when he suddenly realized that the short bow in Lin Jinan's hand had disappeared, and in its place was the same weapon as his, a pair of gloves with extremely strong gripping power that only professions proficient in throwing techniques would equip. In the next moment, Lin Jinan's hands grabbed Miao Meng's arm backwards. Miao Meng reacted. This was Lin Jinan trying to use a throwing technique on him, a throwing technician, professional who specialized in throwing techniques. For a moment, he felt both ridiculous and angry. What was ridiculous was that Lin Jinan was showing off his skills and not measuring himself. The anger was that Lin Jinan was clearly looking down on him. Then let Missy pay the price for her arrogance. Throwing technique windmill. Lin Jinan also utilized the skill at the same moment. Back slam. The power of the two collided together in an instant and began to tussle. Just when Miao Meng thought that he would easily grab Lin Jinan and swing her like a sandbag into a big windmill, he abruptly realized that his perspective began to turn. The sky and the ground were reversing. The body was losing weight. Boom! In the unbelievable gazes of countless live-stream viewers, Lin Jinan, whose body was far thinner than Miao Meng's, easily lifted him up then slammed him heavily behind him. The earth cracked inch by inch, breaking a large hole in the ground with Miao Meng's head. Miao Meng, whose life value was low due to continuously receiving Lin Jinan's attacks, directly lost his ability to fight under this backdrop, turning into a silver light and leaving the battlefield. Sitting under the statue of Lin Miaoshan, Miao Mang was still in shock as he looked at Lin Jinan on the field. It wasn't that he couldn't accept being defeated. What he couldn't accept was being defeated by a same star-ranked profession that didn't specialize in throwing techniques by way of throwing techniques. Miao Mang knew very well that this would become his nightmare for a long time, even for this generation. There was even a moment when Miao Mang considered whether or not to stop transferring with throwing technique as his core skill the next time he transferred. As the winner, Lin Jinan didn't think about what the loser thought, and perhaps it was even more intentional for her to beat Miao Mang to the point of losing his dreams with her throwing technique. Silently putting away her throwing gloves, Lin Jinan used her foot to hook up the spear that Miao Mang had thrown aside, grabbed the barrel, and gently shook it. Snap! The force emitted was like a whiplash. Raising his eyes to look again, Lin Jinan had already landed his gaze on Fang Xiu's body. Your turn. Chapter 43, Second Turning 5-Star Profession, She Practicing Martial Artist. It's finally the last battle. I didn't expect it to come so fast. It's only been more than 2 hours since the start of the 10 schools competition. This should be the fastest 10 schools competition of all time. I didn't expect Lin Jinan to fight against Xiu. Lin Jinan, I have long thought, just did not think that her last opponent is Fang Xiu. Originally I thought it was Huang Dao Hong. After all, he is a 3-star profession, or Thunder Method. The netizens watching the livestream were in a frenzy, and there was no shortage of people from other cities. Not all cities were like Castle Peak City that had a competition similar to the 10 schools competition. The heat was climbing rapidly. The center square of the Green Mountain Realm. Under Lin Jinan's gaze, Fang Xiu walked onto the confrontation ground. The Wu Jian on the side didn't even bother to announce who was against who in the end. Seeing that the two didn't have any intention of making harsh remarks before the battle, he announced the start of the battle. This time, neither side was in a hurry to attack. Fang Xiu held the hilt of his sword in his right hand and carefully surveyed and warned Lin Jinan. On the other hand, Lin Jinan looked extraordinarily relaxed, holding his gun in one hand, standing quietly as if waiting for Fang Xiu's attack. Ta! A stone was kicked away lightly by a foot, as if it was the horn sound of the beginning of the battle. The two people who were originally standing still disappeared in place at the same time. Clang! The clash of sword and gun, the sound of fine iron clashing was crisp and clear. This was just the beginning. The two people continuously fought in close quarters, without using skills, purely competing with strength, speed, and skill, and for a time, sword light and gun shadows flew on the opposing battlefield, which was very intense. However, just in the first few collisions, Fang Xiu fell into a disadvantage. Lin Jinan's speed was not weaker than his, but he was crushed in terms of strength. Several times, when facing Lin Jinan's long spear that was like a viper that always seized the cracks and stabbed at his weak points, Fang Xiu was able to receive them with his Transformation Ancient Transformation Warlock and Transformation Magic Iron Guard. Fang Xiu was now certain that Lin Jinan definitely possessed a perception skill. She was able to capture her own attack route, and her judgment and grasp of real and fake breaks was terrifying. It wasn't until 2 minutes into the battle that Fang Xiu was able to withstand Lin Jinan's close quarters attack. Because of that, the enlightened sword state had stacked up. However, Fang Xiu felt a little strange. Lin Jinan should have already noticed his gradually increasing speed in the battle, but why didn't he block it? Instead, he deliberately continued to fight with himself in close quarters, and still stacked up his status by himself. Is it a feeling that everything is under control? Suddenly, Fang Xiu's left foot lightly stepped on the ground, his body bounced backward, his back foot violently stepped heavily, and the moment he put away his sword and sheathed it, his eyes locked onto Lin Jinan's throat. Sword drawing technique. Miso. A flash of cold light flashed through mid-air. Clang. Lin Jinan's lance blocked the sword drawing technique, and the slightly indifferent and calm demeanor showed that she had already pierced through Fang Xiu's attack. Fang Xiu didn't think too much. His right foot stepped forward, his body swept backward, and his backhand struck condensation crescent chop. The surging white light fell into the fine rain, and chopped out a 3-meter-high giant dazzling crescent of sword energy. In the face of the huge crescent-shaped sword chi that was close at hand, Lin Jinan's calm expression changed for the first time, and he immediately put away his spear and switched to his shield. Shield slam. Clang. The shield slammed head-on into the crescent sword chi, and the violent force almost lifted Lin Jinan directly out of the air, but she still used her own powerful strength attribute to forcefully hold the shield firmly in front of her body, and with both feet on the ground she slid backward for more than 20 meters, and the sword chi dissipated before coming to a stop. Putting away the shield, Lin Jinan glanced at his life value, which had only dropped by a third, and praised with a bland expression. The power of your surefire technique is good. This sounded more like a taunt. Good power, but it was still easily blocked by you. Fang Xiu let out a bitter smile and suddenly asked. You've already completed your second turn, right? A hint of surprise flashed under Lin Jinan's eyes, and a smile surfaced on her stunning face. Been seen out? That's right, I completed my second turn after coming out of the copy of Raging Wind Roar. Now I'm a second turn 5-star profession, practicing martial artist. The live stream pop-up screen exploded once again. I'm a 1-star professional who hasn't even practiced a full level of 1-star skills up until now, and she can already turn 2? Is this the ING world of geniuses? It's not fair. Reincarnation is a skill, I hope I can master it in my next life. Decided, my second skill choice is the transformation skill, I must immediately turn 2 right away. Follow in the footsteps of the goddess. It was well known that an ordinary person's first turn required raising a 1-star skill from level 1 to level 10. If the first turn was a 2-star profession, then the second turn needed to raise 2 2-star skills from level 1 to level 10. Because the higher the star level of the skill, the more difficult it is to raise the proficiency. The difference in difficulty between the first and second turns must be at least 3 to 4 times. And as a 3-star professional, Lin Jinan needed to raise 1 3-star and 1 2-star skill to level 10 to do so. The difficulty was even higher. And now, the 2-star professions hadn't completed the second turn yet. Instead, the 3-star professional Lin Jinan completed the second turn first, showing the extent of her genius. Compared to the lively live broadcast room, the scene at the Lingji Company's studio was calm. It wasn't like they hadn't seen super geniuses who had completed their first and second turns one after the other in 2 months. After knowing Lin Jinan's identity, everyone felt that it wasn't strange for her to be a 5-star profession in her second turn right now. As the contemporary pride of the Lin clan of Castle Peak City, Lin Jinan should be such a genius. Sure enough, the speculation about Lin Jinan's second turn originated from the scene where she countered Miao Meng's back slam with her throwing technique. With Fang Xiu's understanding of throwing techniques, 2 throwing technique proficient professionals competed more on strength attributes when there was not much difference in their throwing technique skills. Lin Jinan had a throwing stance because of his weapon controller occupational talent, so he should be inferior to Miao Meng in terms of throwing skill. If just by changing weapons, he was able to have a skill level that exceeded the corresponding skill level of an opponent of the same star level. Then the grade of Lin Jinan's core skill that he switched to, weapon controller, Fang Xiu didn't dare to think about it. Legendary? Or a myth? Furthermore, taking a step back, even if Lin Jinan's weapon controller was that strong, but with the quality of everyone's equipment capped at a perfect grade, it was impossible for Lin Jinan to have such a fast speed while also having a strength attribute that surpassed Miao Meng's. If it was along with switching weapons, it also switched attributes. Wouldn't that be the same as Fang Xiu's infinite transformation? By switching weapons, you'll have the skills and growth stars of the corresponding profession. This is even stronger than Fang Xiu's unlimited career change. Lin Jinan could have countless careers in one career change. I'm afraid that the grade of the Weapon Master's core skills would have to exceed the Genesis grade. This kind of probability is too low. But if Lin Jinan completed his second turn, then the situation didn't seem so unbelievable. If Lin Jinan had completed her second turn, if she was a 5-star profession and was also level 20, she would have 40 more attributes than Miao Meng. In addition to the attribute gap between the second turn equipment and the first turn equipment, as well as the third basic skill and the core skill that was upgraded to 5 stars. Lin Jinan, not to mention defeating Miao Meng with her throwing skills, her 1-on-15, all with the opponent's most proficient skills to kill through the 10 school bouts, Fang Xiu did not even find it strange. There was also a satisfactory explanation for being able to slash down nearly 600 points in the Battle Royale stage. So, are you going to just admit defeat? Lin Jinan asked. Fang Xiu shook his head slightly. The 5-star profession that he had just switched to yesterday wasn't enough to make him shy away before the battle and surrender directly. Lin Jinan narrowed his eyes. Fang Xiu didn't choose to surrender, either his own pride and backbone prevented him from surrendering, or he felt that he still had a chance to win. Lin Jinan just preferred the latter. Then, turn over your bottom card. As you wish, Fang Xiu sheathed his sword, then opened his arms. In a flash, a faint light emanated from Fang Xiu's body, from the inside out, completely swallowing him in a moment. Transformation Ancient Transformation Warlock. Transform Raging Wind Young Dragon. Chapter 44 Combination Technique. Roar. A berserk dragon roar resounded through the Green Mountain realm. Where Fang Xiu was supposed to be standing, there now stood a hideous dragon with a huge body size and greenish scales attached to its entire body, radiating a terrifying aura. Coach, I want to learn this. Coach, off, I want it too. What kind of dragon is this? There is no bull big people, tell me. Find it yourself, anything to trouble us bull big people, we are also very tired. The viewers watching the live broadcast observed with wide eyes one by one. Dragons, synonymous with power, but anyone who was even remotely related to the dragons, then they had to be at least at the perfection level, and the upper limit could be up to the mythic level. Lin Jinan instantly recognized the origin of the huge dragon in front of her, as not only had she seen it, she had just been beaten out of her copy yesterday. Raging Wind Young Dragon? But she was a bit puzzled. There wasn't much information about the Raging Wind Young Dragon on the internet, but in the databases of the Lin clan and the Lingji company, which had been rooted in Castle Peak City for many years, the knowledge about it was quite comprehensive. Lin Jinan thought back to the Raging Wind Young Dragon information he had once read, and remembered that the skills or props that allowed one to transform into a Raging Wind Young Dragon did not exist in the drop item column. You've also completed your second turn? Lin Jinan narrowed her eyes as she suspected that Fang Xiu wasn't even a 3-star sword hero profession right now. Her suspicion was correct, Fang Xiu was indeed not a 3-star sword hero right now, but a 4-star ancient transformation warlock. But the large dragon's head swung slightly, and Fang Xiu said, he didn't complete his second turn. If he was a second turn sword hero profession. It's not that I'm blowing, Lin Jinan, you won't be able to see the Raging Wind Young Dragon at all. Still haven't turned 2? Lin Jinan's heart was slightly at ease, as long as Fang Xiu hadn't completed his second turn yet, then the advantage was still in his own hands. The lance in her hand shook, a cold light flashed under Lin Jinan's eyes. Fang Xiu's undercard did surprise her, but she would have to get serious next. Roar! Another earth-shattering dragon roar. Dragon Scroll Hurricane. In an instant, the dark green storm spread in all directions with Fang Xiu at the center. This move was one that Lin Jinan was more than familiar with. With one end of the lance in his hand, he accelerated and lunged forward. Slamming gun. The tip of the spear had an invisible airflow attached to it, sticking into the hurricane as if it was an awl, easily penetrating it. Now that he was already a 5-star professional in his second turn, penetrating a tornado hurricane could be too much easier than before when he was a 3-star professional in his first turn. But just as Lin Jinan penetrated the hurricane and was about to charge towards Fang Xiu to challenge the Raging Wind Young Dragon one more time, she was surprised to find that Fang Xiu had already lifted his wings and rushed into the sky. The tornado hurricane was just a blindfold Fang Xiu used to block Lin Jinan, but he didn't want to cause any damage. After all, when he entered the Raging Wind Roar copy yesterday, the first scene was to see Lin Jinan running through the tornado hurricane with a lance in his hand. Lin Jinan immediately switched weapons, putting away his lance and taking out his longbow. He bowed to the full moon and aimed to shoot at Fang Xiu's body. Whoosh! The arrow pierced through the air and soared upwards at an astonishing speed. Not caring whether the shot hit or not, Lin Jinan once again drew out an arrow and continued to draw his bow and shoot. At this time, Fang Xiu had already flown 100 meters up in the air, facing the arrows coming from underneath. Not only did he not dodge, he even deliberately picked them up, letting the arrows attack his body. I have to say, it's good to be rich. Feeling the sting of the sharp arrows easily penetrating through the scales of the dragon race, Fang Xiu was able to ascertain that even the consumables used by Lin Jinan such as arrows were of rare and perfect grade. Each arrow was probably able to be exchanged for an equipment of the same level 1 grade lower. What a ing luxury. The precious arrows combined with Lin Jinan's archery skills caused Fang Xiu's life value to fall rapidly. Until Fang Xiu's life value fell below 50%. Dragon King transformation passive effect activated, second stage opened, full attributes increased by 25%. Fang Xiu made a steep U-turn and began to dive downwards from 100 meters in the air. Looking at the swooping Fang Xiu in the sky, a hint of coldness and mockery flashed under Lin Jinan's eyes. You don't think you want to defeat me again with a dive from the sky like the Raging Wind Young Dragon in the Raging Wind Roar copy, do you? The person I am now isn't the person I was yesterday. Lin Jinan still kept shooting arrows from her hands, while she was already prepared to switch to her lance the moment Fang Xiu fell and directly confront him. Fang Xiu, who was swooping in the sky, was indeed going to use the Dragon King's Descent move to defeat her once more, just as Lin Jingan had guessed. Only this time, it's different from the Dragon King's Descent performed by the Raging Wind Young Dragon in the Raging Wind Roar replica. This is the Pro Max version of Dragon King's Descent. A combination of Wind Dragon Cannon plus Dragon King's Descent. Whoosh! Several arrows accurately hit Fang Xiu, and his life value finally fell to the last 25%. Dragon King transformation passive effect activated, the third stage opened, and all attributes increased by 25% again. The lime green scales on the dragon's body turned dark red, and strange air currents wrapped around his body. The sky behind them was also covered by a thick layer of dark clouds, plunging into a layer of oppressive darkness. The time has come. Raging Wind Young Dragon Fang Xiu's golden dragon vertical pupils emitted a palpitatingly cold light. Steeply opening his bloody mouth, in which there was already a fist-sized ball of cyan energy, with this energy ball as the center, the invisible wind elements in the air gathered towards Fang Xiu's mouth, and in just a few breaths of time, the energy had already accumulated. Fang Xiu had already begun to build up his Wind Dragon Cannon during his ascent, because it was a good way to cover up his own movements of building up his energy. He wasn't as stupid as the Raging Wind Young Dragon, lying on the ground and letting his opponent attack him. Lin Jinan on the ground saw the green-colored energy from Fang Xiu's mouth, and a strong sense of crisis surged in her heart. Although she hadn't seen the Raging Wind Young Dragon use this move, she had also learned from the information that the strongest attack of the Raging Wind Young Dragon was not the all-out dive from the sky, but the Wind Dragon Cannon that instantly drained several kilometers of the surrounding wind elements, and it was precisely in consideration of this move that she chose to give up in advance. Even this move? How on earth did Fang Xiu possess the power of a Raging Wind Young Dragon? Lin Jinan felt incredible. To say that it was with the help of props or equipment, this had to be at least epic or above, right? However, the Green Mountain Realm had a rule that prevented the use of props and equipment above the epic level. Fang Xiu was only a first-turn professional, so it was impossible to break the rules. The idea of changing her bow into a gun to directly confront Fang Xiu was completely dispelled, and Lin Jinan once again took out her shield. This time, she didn't use Shield Slam. This time, she didn't use Shield Bash because the Weapon Mastery skill could only bring her one skill of her profession, and it was limited to attacking skills. Shield Slam only had attack attributes, not damage reduction. Therefore, this time, Lin Jinan chose to open the attached skill of the perfect grade shield in her hand, the Black City Shield. Dark Shield Wall. Dark energy attached itself to the shield and unfolded into an even bigger shield, which Lin Jinan raised above his head as if he had built a bunker on his body. In the next second, the Wind Dragon Cannon arrived. Chapter 45 Victory. Boom! The green-colored pillar of light fell from the sky, enveloping where Lin Jinan was and running straight through the earth. As the pillar of light landed, in an instant, the ground of the center square of the Castle Peak realm burst apart, the floor lifting up and spreading out in all directions, as if it was going to turn the entire center square upside down. Wu Zhang hurriedly stepped in and limited the power of the Wind Dragon Cannon to a single area, otherwise the center square might not have been upended, but the statue of Lin Miaoshan that was close by was destroyed first. But even so, Lin Jinan still carried his shield and hardened himself against the baptism of the Wind Dragon Cannon. Worthy of being a second-turn 5-star professional. But Fang Xiu's attack wasn't over yet. As the catharsis of the Wind Dragon Cannon came to an end, Fang Xiu, who had transformed into a Raging Wind Young Dragon, descended from the sky with the unique berserker aura of the dragon race, blasting the ground with all of his speed, strength, and weight. Boom! There was another explosive roar. But this one was even shorter and more explosive. Compared to the blast from the Wind Dragon Cannon, it was still a fleshly attack that had more texture. The moment Fang Xiu landed, the shield was still able to block it, but on the other side of the shield, Lin Jinan was already like a nail that had been heavily hammered into the stone floor under his feet. In an instant a silver-white light shot up into the sky. Lin Jinan under Fang Xiu disappeared in place, and when he reappeared, he was already in the safe zone beside the statue of Lin Miaoshan. Lin Jinan's face was pale as he lay on the ground, his body covered in blood, panting heavily. The healing profession at the side hastily cast a healing skill on her. The champion of the 10 schools competition has been produced, and it's Fang Xiu from Castle Peak City's 3rd middle school. Boundless announced the final result. Upon hearing the result, Fang Xiu then lifted his transformation Raging Wind Young Dragon and transformed into his human form, propping his hands on his knees and letting out a long breath. It was so close. If Lin Jinan had really resisted the Wind Dragon Cannon plus Dragon King's Descent combo technique, then he would have lost. But it was good that he won in the end. Hello, please heal me as well. Fang Xiu walked towards the safe zone. At this moment, Lin Jinan had already breathed a sigh of relief, and after healing, she had turned from lying down to sitting, leaning against the statue of Lin Miaoshan to rest. Good fight. Fang Xiu praised Lin Jinan as a light blue current appeared on his body, it was the healing profession that was using the hygrotherapy technique on him. Lin Jinan blankly glanced at Fang Xiu. This was what she had just said to Fang Xiu when he defeated Zodiac Cross. Reaching out, she took out a card from her career space and flung it at Fang Xiu. "This is my cell phone number, don't forget about the hurting dragon ruins." Fang Xiu reached out and caught the card. It wasn't a business card, it was just a white paper card with a cell phone number written on it. "Alright, I know, I'll look for you when I'm ready." At this time, Wu Jiang, who was in charge of the referee, came over and said to the two, "The 10 schools competition has ended, you can return to the school and wait first. In a moment a teacher will take you to collect the rewards for the rankings. Also, there is an award ceremony in the afternoon, don't be late." "Okay, thanks." Fang Xiu gave a thank you and picked his chin towards Lin Jinan. "Then I'll leave first, I'll be in touch later." Saying that, Fang Xiu opened the return portal, and on the other side of the portal, it was just like the number 1 training room of the 3rd middle school of Castle Peak City where he came from. As Fang Xiu left in front of him, Lin Jinan lay back on the floor in the back, closing his eyes and dozing off, flaccid as if he was a deflated ball of leather. "Uncle Wu Jiang, am I not much talented in this aspect of fighting?" Lin Jinan suddenly asked. Wu Jiang smiled faintly at his words and comforted him. "Little Jinan, don't deny your talent just because you lost a battle. The fact that you were able to still switch to the ultimate 5-star profession at the second turn is enough to show that you're very talented. But I'm a 5-star professional and I still ended up losing to Fang Xiu, a 3-star professional." Lin Jinan beamed, rarely displaying the angry look of a little girl. At the mention of Fang Xiu, Wu Jiang frowned slightly. "He's not just as simple as a 3-star profession, sword hero. I suspect that he should have some innate talent just like you. Only, his has already been activated." "Innate talent?" Hearing these 2 words, Lin Jinan hurriedly got up and looked at Wu Jiang in surprise. "You said he has a talent?" Wu Jiang nodded his head heavily. "The Wind Spirit Valley's angry wind young dragon is the shadow of the young wind dragon king of the dragon clan. This power is bound to be epic level or above." But Fang Xiu didn't use any props or equipment to transform into the raging wind young dragon. "And from the information I've just gotten, his first turn core skill is just normal swordsmanship, and his second skill is transformation magic iron guard. This power of the raging wind young dragon is neither in props, nor equipment, nor skills, so it can only be talent. That is, I can't tell exactly what kind of talent it is." Oh, Lin Jinan nodded in recognition. If it was said like that, then she felt much better. Relying on an innate and powerful talent to erase the star-level gap between professions was not uncommon in the world of powerful people she knew. Moreover, it wasn't that she didn't have a talent, it was just that it hadn't been activated yet, and once it was activated, then Fang Xiu would never want to cross the level to defeat her again. No. It was himself who was going to cross the level to defeat him. "Wait for me, I'll give you the words." "Well played again." Lin Jinan rubbed her fists together. Seeing Lin Jinan go from discouraged to full of fighting spirit in not even a minute, Wu Jiang smiled heartily and couldn't help but sigh. It's good to be young. On the scene of Lingji Company's studio, the live broadcast had ended from the moment Wu Jiang announced Fang Xiu's victory, and was now showing footage that previewed the afternoon's award ceremony, and even so, the netizens were very enthusiastic, and the pop-ups were densely packed. 6,666, 3 stars beat 5 stars, downfall belongs to yes. MD, I just went to take a look at Fang Xiu's resume, it's outrageous, this guy even just completed a turn of 7 days, I seriously doubt that his resume is fake, it is recommended to strictly investigate. Heavy money for Fang Xiu contact information, plus 132x times x times 88. Congratulations! Lao Dong. The principals of the 12 schools rose to their feet, and several familiar principals congratulated Principal Dong of the 3rd middle school in Castle Peak City. Luck, it's all luck, Principal Dong grinned, his dry cheeks smiling like a large chrysanthemum. Let's go, my treat, let's not get drunk tonight. No, I still need to be personally present for the enrollment thing. I forgot to collect the clothes at home, I have to go back. The principals hurriedly excused themselves. The 10-school competition involves the next year's allocation of resources in Castle Peak City, and there is only a purely competitive relationship between the schools, so it would be strange to watch Principal Dong use what should be his own money to open a celebration banquet, and then drink the wine down. Principal Dong is not annoyed, he also just mouth casually say, invite to dinner, that also has to be in their own school people, please other schools of the old undead why, a waste of money. The principals left the table one after another, and the representatives of the major professional groups began to move. The matches had already been watched, and the next step was to pick out the talents from the previous matches and train them in their own professional core. Chapter 46 Wind Elemental Skill Selection. Qingshan City's third middle school, training room number 1. When Fang Xiu came back, only Qin Shuang was still here. The others had gone home to watch the livestream after being eliminated in the Battle Royale stage. Congratulations on winning the championship, Junior. Qin Shuang sent her congratulations with a smile on her face, reaching out for a high five. To be honest, she really didn't expect Fang Xiu to actually be able to take the title. At first, the most that was expected of him was just to pass the first round of the Battle Royale. She didn't expect Fang Xiu to do this without a bang. Thank you, Fang Xiu reached out and high-fived Qin Shuang. Let's go, I'll take you to a casual lunch first, and then we'll have a big meal when the awards ceremony is over in the afternoon, and in the evening, the principal might specially set up a table for you to celebrate your success, said Qin Shuang. Okay, said Fang Xiu. Although the 10 schools competition was not long, the physical exertion brought about by strenuous exercise was huge, especially when transforming into a raging wind young dragon. The larger the body size, the more energy was consumed. Fang Xiu had already felt hungry a long time ago. Qin Shuang brought Fang Xiu to the school parking lot to drive out her red minivan, and her lunch destination was set at a famous noodle shop in the city center. It was a 10-minute drive from Castle Peak City's third middle school to the city center, and Fang Xiu, sitting in the passenger seat, took out his cell phone to play with it in boredom. There were many unread messages. The earliest were congratulatory messages from his sister-in-law Li Qinghong and Zhang Fugui. After that, there were the classmates who were not familiar with Fang Xiu, but were not familiar with each other in their daily lives. Fang Xiu directly replied to the group thank you, and then someone else replied without reading it. Otherwise, he would have to busy himself to death. Ding ding ding. The car's journey was barely halfway through. Qin Shuang suddenly received a message, glancing at it before saying to Fang Xiu. Just now the teacher of the first middle school in Castle Peak City sent a message over. Your reward for the 10 school competition can be claimed. When do you want to go? Now. Or after dinner? Or after the award ceremony? The winner of the 10 schools competition's reward last year was a perfect quality second turn weapon and a 3-star perfect grade skill book. This year's reward was even more generous as Fang Xiu had expected, a complete set of perfect quality second turn equipment and a 3-star perfect grade skill book. Can we not claim it for now? Fang Xiu put down his phone. Whether it was the turn 2 equipment or the 3-star perfect grade skill book. Even if they were claimed now, there was no way to use them. It would be better to wait until after one's second turn before picking out equipment and skill books. Lest, after picking them out now, it turned out that the equipment wasn't quite applicable after the second turn, then they would have to be sold again and buy new ones, making it even more troublesome. Skills were even more so, and might not even be good to buy or sell. Of course, Qin Shuang did understand what Fang Xiu was worried about. Then when you've completed your second turn, feel free to call me and I'll take you to collect it. Thank you, teacher. It's me who thanks you. Qin Shuang now had a feeling of floating in the air. Obviously a week ago, she was even reassuring herself that the excellent class teacher selection was of no use, so don't be too concerned about it, lest in the end it would be a waste of time. In the end, she didn't realize that a week later, she was not only going to get the title of Outstanding Classroom Teacher, but she would also be able to strive for the status of Outstanding Teacher of the Year. If he could produce a 3-star career next year, the position of Director of Instruction. The position of the future principal. Gee, rounding it up, we're on our way to the top. Woohoo, take off. By the way, the teacher from Castle Peak First Middle School sent the list of rewards. If you don't go to claim it right away, do you want to take a look at it first? Qin Shuang suddenly handed his cell phone to Fang Xiu. Yes, Fang Xiu took the phone. In fact, he didn't even need to pick much because the target had already been set long ago. Wind Elemental Skills. The so-called list was a table that recorded all the equipment and skills that the 12 schools and the Lingji company could provide. Fang Xiu had previously asked Zhang Fugui to help him find a 3-star perfect level wind elemental skill, and so far, there was not much news. However, the prize pool given by these dozen forces united together shouldn't be so disappointing. After a simple screening, all the 3-star perfect grade wind elemental skills in the table were listed in front of Fang Xiu's eyes. There weren't many, only 4, but the types of skills were different, namely, the defense skill, condensing wind heavy shield, the control skill, tornado binding, the attack skill, hurricane wheel, the auxiliary skill, hurricane wheel, and the speed boosting skill, hurricane wheel. The wind prayer curse, the effect of which was to increase speed. If others want to choose among these 4 skills, then the priority is to consider the degree of compatibility between the chosen skill and the path they want to take. For those who want to follow the path of a purely speed-oriented profession, swordsman, the third skill, even if you want to choose a wind elemental skill, is preferably the speed-boosting wind prayer mantra. The speed will be maximized. If you want to take the path of physical and spells, you can consider Hurricane Wheel. Or if you want to become a sword and shield scholar with both offense and defense, then you can choose Condensed Wind Heavy Shield. However, because of Feng Xiu's unlimited transfer, the third skill represented the third profession, so the degree of fit should be considered, but more importantly, it was the differentiation that should be prioritized, and the transfer direction of the skill itself should be given priority, independent of the other two skills. For example, if you choose the defense skill Wind Shield, the transfer result should be Wind Elemental Spell Defense Profession. If you choose the control skill Tornado Binding and the auxiliary skill Wind Prayer Curse, it is very likely that you will be transformed into a Wind Elemental Auxiliary Profession, with the former favoring control. The former favors the control Warlock, while the latter favors the increase Priest. If he chose the attack skill Hurricane Wheel, he would be able to switch to the Wind Elemental Output Profession and become a spell turret like Zodiac. Feng Xiu thought carefully for a while. If it was now, he would basically choose Hurricane Wheel. For the defense profession, he currently had the Transformation Magic Iron Guard from the Book of Transformation, which was completely sufficient. For the auxiliary profession, Feng Xiu preferred to get a comprehensive increase in skills for transferring to the auxiliary profession, rather than just a boost in speed for the swordsman profession. By choosing Hurricane Wheel, Feng Xiu's main goal was to enhance his ability to produce long-range output. Switching to the Wind Elemental Output profession, the corresponding growth would greatly favor the Spirit attribute. And the career core obtained would also be primarily additive to Wind Elemental killing power. This would greatly strengthen the output ability after transforming into a Raging Wind Young Dragon. If his first profession wasn't swordsman, but a 3-star legal profession, then I'm afraid that a single shot of Wind Dragon Cannon would be enough to kill Lin Jinan, and he wouldn't need to receive the Dragon King's descent at all. In the end, the Raging Wind Young Dragon is still more suitable for the transformation of legal professions. Of course, Hurricane Wheel was only the initial choice. Which skill to choose specifically, Feng Xiu still had to wait until after the second turn. The changes brought about by the Sword Hero and Ancient Transformation Warlock professions after the second turn might affect his current decision. Chapter 47, Olive Branches from the Major Professional Corps. After the game in the morning, the award ceremony in the afternoon, and the celebration banquet in the evening. As the protagonist of the three events, Feng Xiu, who had experienced all of this, laid down on his bed and fell asleep in less than a minute. Today was really too tiring. For the award ceremony in the afternoon, there was no shortage of people to take pictures with. In the evening's celebration banquet, Principal Dong even came over to toast himself, plus those teachers. I almost lost my mind. However, the next morning, Feng Xiu woke up as early as ever with his strong recovery power, went for a morning jog, ate breakfast, and then left the house, or went to Wind Spirit Valley. Compared to taking a good rest, Feng Xiu was now more looking forward to his second turn. Therefore, this time he went to Wind Spirit Valley not to practice leveling, but to improve the proficiency of the Book of Transformation. Feng Xiu didn't take the fast-passing approach and killed his way through. He killed every wind goblin and wind-chasing beast, turned the corpses into transformation stones, and then used them to immediately end his transformation. So on and so forth. Throughout the day, Feng Xiu did not pass through Wind Spirit Valley many times, only 3 times, but made quite a few transformation stones, and after consuming all of them, the proficiency of the Book of Transformation came to level 9. According to the current efficiency, Feng Xiu estimated that if he wanted to raise the level of the Book of Transformation to level 15, it would take at least another week. There was no way to rush it, it was purely a matter of water grinding tofu. It could be different from a skill like sword art that relied purely on comprehension. However, Feng Xiu wasn't in a hurry, it had only been a week since his first turn. To be able to perform the second turn in 2 weeks, this speed was considered fast no matter where one placed it. He could afford to wait. In the evening, after leaving from the Wind Spirit Valley copy and just returning home, Feng Xiu received a call from teacher Qin Shuang. Went to the copy again today? Qin Shuang asked. Well, practicing skill proficiency and preparing for the second turn, Feng Xiu answered truthfully. I knew it. Qin Shuang had long guessed that it was like this. He had called Feng Xiu at least 20 times today, and didn't pick up once. All of them showed that they were not in the service area. Thinking about it, it was only possible that he had gone to a copy to practice his skills. Did you receive the message from the Major Professional Corps? Received. Feng Xiu had just come out of the copy when his cell phone vibrated as if it was a grenade that was about to explode at any time. When he looked at his cell phone, the messages and missed calls were all 99 plus. The missed calls were all unfamiliar numbers, from all over the world, not knowing who was calling. But the messages were all identified. They were solicitation messages from various professional groups that he had heard of, or had never heard of. In addition to praising and recognizing each other's cultivation, they also attached their own conditions. For example, the representative of a professional group called Shining Star sent out a message saying that as long as Fang Xiu joined their professional group, all the skills Fang Xiu would need from the second to the fifth turn would be included, and after each turn, a full set of equipment of the corresponding level would also be sent. The first time Fang Xiu saw such a message, he deleted it. It was too insincere. What do you mean, all the skills needed from the second turn to the fifth turn are included? If you only give ordinary level skills, then Fang Xiu can afford to buy them himself, why do you need to pack them? Sending a whole set of corresponding level equipment is also the same thing. I guess this Shining Star vocational group is an unknown small vocational group, knowing that they can't compete with other famous big vocational groups, so they casually send a message to take their chances. Maybe Fang Xiu would be blind. There were many more similar messages. Oh, okay, just as long as you received it, the various vocational corps haven't been able to contact you, so they're looking for someone to trust the school, so the principal asked me to ask you. Since you received the message, then I won't bother you much, make your own choice, said Qin Shuang, hanging up the phone. Fang Xiu was a bit surprised. He thought that Qin Shuang was calling to be a lobbyist for some professional group. He didn't expect that he didn't even give a suggestion and directly hung up the phone. It seems that he really just came to make sure that he had received the message. Leaning back on the sofa, Fang Xiu stretched out and used his cell phone to order cassoulet takeout for dinner before seriously checking out the information sent by the various vocational corps. Fang Xiu was not resistant to joining a professional group. One could think of a professional group as a company. Professionals were the employees. The group recruited professionals in order to raid the various duplicates and obtain the resources in the duplicates. For this reason, it also had to pay the professionals. However, a normal career group was meaningless to Fang Xiu. If the method of transforming into a copy monster with a transformation stone and thus going directly to kill the boss was applicable to all copies, then he would be able to single-handedly brush and dominate all copies of the same class. By joining a professional group, Fang Xiu would still have to turn in his loot, so why bother? For Fang Xiu, what he really needed was a high enough platform. A top-tier profession group that could access rare copies and get skills that were above perfect grade, or even above epic grade. In the early stages, he could rely on these individual profession corps to develop, and then break away from them in the future after he was strong enough to establish his own profession corps. After spending 5 minutes, he checked all the information sent by the various career corps. There was indeed no lack of top-tier professional groups, such as Greenfield Palace and Golden Fang. The Greenfield Palace, a veteran top-tier professional group in the southern part of Donghuan Kingdom, had a history of 500 years since its establishment, with a very thick family background and many capable people. The conditions offered to Fang Xiu were also very generous, from the second to the sixth turn to provide the corresponding perfect level skills and perfect level equipment. The second one was the Golden Fang Professional Group. It was a new top-tier professional group that had only been established for 3 years and was famous for its big money spreading. From the beginning of the establishment of the crazy money, spend sky-high prices from various professional groups to dig people, which has 3 years to achieve the myth of the top professional group. The conditions given are also more generous than the Greenfield Palace. In addition to the package off from the second to the sixth turn of the perfect level of skills and perfect level of equipment, will also give a set of 200 square meters of real estate in the city of permanent residence, as well as reimbursement of 30% of the copy of the cost of potions. From the conditions given by Greenfield Palace and Golden Fangs, Fang Xiu should have brainlessly chosen the latter. However, it was important to realize that the professional corps didn't do any angel investors. More rewards represented more obligations. Compared to ordinary professional corps, Greenfield Palace and Golden Fang's appetites were a bit bigger. The Greenfield Palace wanted to collect 50% of the proceeds from the copies, while the Golden Fangs wanted to collect a full 70%. Moreover, the copy of the raid had to be designated by the professional corps, but they also had to participate in the fights with other professional corps and so on. It's not as high as the platform, but it's free enough. Even if the benefits are average, it doesn't matter. Fang Xiu scratched his head. Suddenly, the name of a professional group fell into Fang Xiu's eyes. Aurora Society. Condition: first chance to enter the Sword and Soul Mound and the Sacred Court of Light. Requirement: participate in the Battle of Nightmare Soul Valley once a year for 10 consecutive years. Chapter 48, The Essential Technique, Primal Honor. July 7th. A week after the end of the 10 schools competition, the heat gradually receded. The internet was like this, hotspots always came and went, and there was always a new hotspot that would replace the old one to attract the public's attention. In Wind Spirit Valley, Fang Xiu quietly watched as the Goblin Queen's body was worn down a little bit by the formation and finally managed to coalesce into a transformation stone. Good luck picking up the Goblin Queen's transformation stone. Fang Xiu chose to use it without thinking. Immediately, in the faint white light, Fang Xiu transformed into the Goblin Queen, but then ended the transformation a second later, reverting back to his human form once again. A prompt suddenly popped up in front of his eyes. Book of Transformation Skill Proficiency plus 30, skill level increased, current level, 15 max. Finally full leveled. Fang Xiu let out a long breath. For a whole week, except for the occasional evening meeting with a few representatives of the professional corps for dinner. The rest of the time, he was in Wind Spirit Valley killing monsters to make transformation stones and raising the proficiency of the Book of Transformation. Now, the Book of Transformation had finally reached full level. This also meant that he could make his second turn. However, before that, Fang Xiu was curious as to what the necessary killing skill was that the Ancient Transformation Warlock profession obtained after reaching LV 15 in the Book of Transformation skill. He opened the attribute panel to check the skill bar section. Book of Transformation 4-star rare skill, LV 15 max, comes with 5 pages of transformation. The transformation stone recorded in the pages can be used permanently, has been recorded as a transformation, Magic Iron Guard, Raging Wind Young Dragon. Profession skill. Corpse utilization 4-star skill, no level, the corpse of the monster killed in the copy will not disappear. Props, materials, equipment drop rate increased by 5%. Transformation Stone Crafting 4-star skill, no level, transform monster corpse into transformation stone, consume 30 magical value, cooldown time, 30 seconds. Formation Refining 4-star skill, no level, 5% chance to raise the quality of transformation stone by 1 level when transforming monster corpse into transformation stone comprehended when the level of Book of Transformation is 10. Primal Honor 4-star skill, no rank, forcibly extract the power of the transformation stone recorded in the Book of Transformation to evolve this transformation, cooldown, 1 day comprehended when the level of the Book of Transformation is 15. Note, forced extraction will erase the already recorded transformation stone. It's like turning a permanently usable transformation stone already recorded in the Book of Transformation into a disposable one again, but it can make this transformation. Evolution? Fang Xiu didn't quite understand what this transformation evolution meant. Why not just try it out? Fang Xiu chose to exit the copy and re-enter it, casually killing a wind goblin and using its corpse to create a transformation stone. Luck was on his side, and he succeeded in one go. Transformation Stone Wind Goblin. Grade, excellent. Effect, transforms into a wind goblin, agility plus 2, gains skills, breeze sense, wind blade, lasts for 3 minutes. Description, a transformation stone that unites the power of the wind goblin, through which you are able to experience what it is like to be a wind goblin. Instead of using it directly this time, he chose to record it permanently in the Book of Transformation. Then, Fang Xiu used the Ancient Transformation Artist, must kill technique, Primal Honor, and chose the target of his transformation, Wind Goblin. A faint white light enveloped Fang Xiu's body and he immediately changed. When the white light dissipated, Fang Xiu became a wind goblin, but it was different from the wind goblin he had just killed and made into a transformation stone. The current wind goblin was even bigger, the color of its body was a deeper dark cyan instead of emerald green, and its energy-formed wings carried a hint of golden lines. Compared to the original wind goblin, the current Fang Xiu looked more powerful and honorable. Of course, there was no mirror in front of him, and Fang Xiu couldn't see what he looked like. He mainly looked at the status attached to the transformation stone. Great Wind King Goblin, agility plus 4, spirit plus 2, gain skills, breeze perception, great wind blade slash. From a wind goblin into a great Wind King Goblin, the attributes have increased and the skills have changed. Fang Xiu made a note of this status and then took the initiative to undo the transformation. He went out of the copy and used his cell phone to look for information on the Great Wind King Goblin on the internet. He quickly found it. Great Wind King Goblin, a wind attribute elemental creature, commonly living in the rich wind elemental land outside the domain, level between 23-30, extremely strong in combat, specializing in wind attack skills. Some scholars have found that the wind goblins, breeze elves, and wind boys in human territories all seem to have evolved from the Great Wind King Goblins. Transformation evolution is talking about the original individual who transformed into a pair of transformation stones? Fang Ruoro pondered. Suddenly, he wondered what he would transform into if he used Primal Honor on the demonic Iron Guard and the Raging Wind Young Dragon. But it was just a thought. Fang Xiu didn't have a second Raging Wind Hatchling's transformation stone and wasn't prepared to waste the permanent transformation stone that had already been recorded in the Book of Transformation. The demonic Iron Guard was even from a skill, and Fang Xiu had never even seen a transformation stone. Moreover, the cooldown time for the skill Primal Honor was a full day. There was no way to use it even if he wanted to today. After the test, Fang Xiu put away the skill bar. It was almost time to turn 2. Entering the copy again, turning 2 in the copy so that no one would disturb him, Fang Xiu sat down directly at the entrance of the copy. Starting the second turn. However, there was immediately a problem that was impossible for others to have in front of Fang Xiu. Was it to perform the second turn of the Sword Hero profession first? Or is it to carry out the second turn of the Ancient Transformation Warlock first? The second turn was different from the first turn, which could only be performed with one skill. For the second turn, you can choose one as the primary skill and the other as the secondary skill. Transferring first meant that the skill would be upgraded while the proficiency would go to 0. Therefore, Fang Xiu couldn't transfer 2 professions at the same time, and the second profession transfer would have to wait until the already upgraded secondary skills had been upgraded before pulling up the proficiency. It's a bit troublesome. But the benefits were obvious. After that, the second career will be able to transfer with secondary skills of a higher level. Let's say for example. Right now Fang Xiu is using the 3-star common skill Advanced Swordsmanship as the core, and the 4-star rare skill Book of Transformation as the secondary skill to transfer. Assuming that the result was a 5-star profession, then Advanced Sword Art would become a 5-star skill. At that time, using the Book of Transformation as the core, then the secondary skill would be the upgraded 5-star Advanced Sword Art. Instead of the current 3-star Advanced Sword Art, the secondary skill would be the upgraded 5-star Advanced Sword Art. That is to say, in Fang Xiu's case, the later the profession turns 2, the stronger it is. So should he turn 2, Sword Hero, first? Or turn 2, Ancient Transformation Warlock? Fang Xiu thought a little and quickly made a decision. He chose. Chapter 49, Second Turn, Primal Apprentice. Transfers in progress. Please select the core skill. Core skill selected, 4-star rare skill Book of Transformation LV15. Please select a secondary skill. Selected secondary skill, 3-star common skill Advanced Swordsmanship LV15. Occupations are being generated, occupations are being generated, occupations are being generated. Please select from the following occupations. Please choose from the following professions. 1. Ancient Sword Warlock 5-star unique. Description: a speed-based profession based on the transformation warlocks of the ancient era, who gave up the power of the spirits in the Book of Transformation, and instead drew power from famous swords and engraved it in the Book of Transformation, allowing them to transform into swords and slaughter people in all directions. 2. Chopping Warlock 5-star. Description: spell and physical hybrid profession, based on the ancient era of the transformation warlocks, abandoned the Book of Transformation, and turned to the combination of the sword and the power of the spirit, able to transform the power of the spirit into a variety of attributes of the sword for a mixture of spells and physical attacks. 3. Primitive Apprentice 5-star unique. Description: a balanced profession, based on the transformation warlocks of the ancient era, aiming for a stronger and freer way of fighting, and eventually peaking into the corner of the primal power, creating a more suitable transformation prop for humans and more combat power. Fang Xiu's choice was to first turn 2, Ancient Transformation Warlock. There was no need to choose between the 3 transformation options in front of him. The first, Ancient Sword Tattooed Warlock, was to lean the transformation warlock in the direction of a Sword Hero, equaling an alternative Sword Hero profession. The second, Chopping Warlock, was a profession similar to the Magic Swordsman. Only the third, Primal Apprentice, was considered to be an in-depth enhancement on the original Ancient Transformation Warlock. It best met Fang Xiu's requirements. Transforming Primordial Apprentice. Familiar power surged out from his body, warm and calm. Obviously sitting on the ground, Fang Xiu felt as comfortable as soaking in a hot spring. Not long after, the transfer was completed and the virtual dialog box appeared in front of Fang Xiu's eyes once again. Transfer successful, current profession, Primordial Apprentice unique, Book of Transformation upgraded to Combat Transformer, obtained profession core, Primordial core. Fang Xiu opened his attribute panel to check. Fang Xiu. Race, human. Talent, Infinite Transformation Genesis level, can freely switch between levels. Dao Seeker Mythic level, all skills level cap plus 50%. Level, 22nd turn. Profession, Primordial Apprentice unique. Profession core, Primal core transformation without consumption, no time limit, gain effect increased by 50%, Comes with profession skills, corpse deep drawing, formation of transformation stone refinement, primal honor, half-human form. Life, 320. Magic, 320. Strength, 37 growth, 1.25 stars, 1.25 power points per level up. Agility, 63 growth, 1.25 stars, increase agility by 1.25 points per level up. Stamina, 32 growth, 1.25 stars, 1.25 points per level up. Spirit, 32 growth, 1.25 stars, 1.25 points per level up. Skill bar 2-3. Advanced Swordsmanship 3-star normal skill, LV 15 max, sword type skills deal 60% more damage, increase attack speed by 20%, ignore 10% physical defense, 3% probability of triggering a burst. Combat Transformer 5-star rare skill, LV 11200, comes with 5 transformation stone embedded position. The inlaid transformation stone will be able to use permanently, has been inlaid with the transformation stone, the magic pattern iron guards, the angry wind dragon. Profession skill. Corpse deep drawing 5-star skills, no level, the copy of the monster killed in the body will not disappear. Props, materials, equipment drop rate increased by 10%, 0.1% probability of dropping the original props. Transformation stone refining array 5-star skill, no level, transform monster corpse into transformation stone, 5% probability of upgrading the quality of transformation stone by 1 level, confuse 10 similar transformation stones to create a higher level of transformation stone, consume 50 magical value, cooldown time, 10 seconds. Primal Honor 5-star skill, no level, consume 1 transformation stone from the combat transformer to evolve this transformation, cooldown time, 12 hours. Half-human form 5-star skill, when using a non-human shapeshifting stone, automatically have half-human form, shapeshifting stone increases physical attributes down, agility attributes up. Half-human form 5-star skill. Comprehended when the level of combat transformer is 10. Comprehended when combat transformer level 15. Not bad, Fang Xiu was quite satisfied with the G Primal Apprentice skill. It was just like what was mentioned in the description. It was built on the foundation of the Book of Transformations and the result of in-depth research. Both the career core and the skills were the result of enhancing the original foundation. Among them, the original transformation stone crafting and refining formation had been fused into the transformation stone refining formation. The only skill that was new to the primitive apprentice was the demi-human form skill. When using a non-human shapeshifting stone, it automatically takes on a half-human form. Fang Xiu scrutinized this text description and immediately prepared to try it out. Transformation Raging Wind Young Dragon. Unlike the ancient transformation Warlock skill Book of Transformation, Fang Xiu's current transformation skill was called Combat Transformer. Looking at the metal rod in front of him, which was only the size of a palm and had silver and lime green transformation stones embedded on its surface, Fang Xiu suddenly remembered his previous life. Fang Xiu suddenly remembered the divine light rod from his previous life. This. In the future, I'll be able to COS Deja with a Giant of Light's transformation stone. Fang Xiu couldn't help but spit out. The premise was that giants of light existed in this world. For now, it was better to transform first Raging Wind Hatchling. A lime green light shot out from the combat transformer, and in the blink of an eye, Fang Xiu transformed into a Raging Wind Young Dragon. Switch half-human form. The giant dragon's body was once again enveloped in a layer of greenish-green light, and soon, the dragon's body transformed into a half-human form. The so-called half-human form was a human body as the main body, with some extra non-human organs. The current Fang Xiu had the wings of a Raging Wind Young Dragon growing out of his back, his eyes were the unique gold-colored vertical pupils of the dragon race, his body retained reptile-like lime green scale-like lines. As long as Fang Xiu had a thought, these lines would turn into real dragon scales, and although his 2 hands had the 5 fingers of the human race, the nails were indeed sharp claws. It should be quite handsome, Fang Xiu muttered to himself, even if he couldn't see his full appearance, as long as his head wasn't a hideous and terrifying dragon's head, it was inevitable that it would be handsome. More than the appearance, Fang Xiu was more concerned about the change in attributes. Opening the interface, he checked the status. Transformation Raging Wind Hatchling Dragon Half-Human Form, Full Attributes +10, Physique 5, Agility +5, Acquired Skills, Dragon King's Descent, Chaotic Blade, Tornado Hurricane, Wind Dragon Cannon, Dragon Claw Combo, Dragon King Transformation. Chapter 50 Sword Soul Mound, Sacred Court of Light. Sacrifice the 50% physique attribute brought by the transformation stone to boost the agility attribute by 50%. Fang Xiu rubbed his chin in serious contemplation. This effect was more suited to output-type speed professions like sword hero, and was less friendly to defense professions. However, it was not a big problem, it was only a 5-point difference in attributes, and he had solved it by bringing an extra piece of equipment. In the future, if you get a better non-human defense specialization transformation stone than the magic Iron Guard, as long as you don't switch to the half-human form, it won't have any effect. And, the true significance of the skill half-human form was, I can use a weapon now. Fang Xiu's right hand gripped the hilt of Drizzle's sword. Transformation Sword Hero. The aura on Fang Xiu's body swirled as his profession changed from Primal Apprentice to Sword Hero, and his own basic attributes changed with it. With a casual chop, a powerful sword chi swept forward, easily severing a large tree. Being able to use a weapon naturally meant being able to use the Sword Hero's occupational skill. Checking the status bar again. Inside the status bar, there was no change to the transformation Raging Wind Young Dragon half-human form. It was still full attribute plus 16, physique 5, agility plus 7, attached skill, Dragon King's Descent. There was no duration. 50% of the gained attributes came from the Primitive Apprentice's core increase. In the future, he could completely switch to Primordial Apprentice, and then switch back to Sword Hero, after transforming into Primordial Apprentice, and by virtue of the half-dragon stance, he would have both the skills of the Raging Wind Hatchling and the vocational skills of the Sword Hero at the same time. Comfortable Fang Xiu could feel the increase brought to himself after the second transformation of Ancient Transformation Warlock. Explosive increase wasn't an exaggeration at all. Along with that, Fang Xiu was looking forward to the second turn of the swordsman profession, and what kind of profession the third skill would bring to him. Sheathing his sword, Fang Xiu got up and left. If he wanted to turn 2, he would have to fully utilize the proficiency of the combat transformer, which would undoubtedly require him to spend a lot of time in the duplicates, so he wasn't in a hurry. After coming out of the copy and returning to Castle Peak City, Fang Xiu took a taxi and went straight towards the city center. There was an appointment tonight. Fang Xiu wanted to meet the Aurora Society's current representative in Castle Peak City to talk about joining the Aurora Society. Fang Xiu had known about the Aurora Society for a long time. Unlike the Greenfield Palace and Golden Fangs, which were corporate-type professional groups that spent money to recruit professionals to work for them, the Aurora Society was a looser organization. Led by the Donghuang Kingdom's royal family, it was established with King of Aurora Hao Ringwang as the leader and several seventh-turn powerhouses as its backbone. The main purpose was to gather the strength of civilian professionals to relieve the pressure on the army to resist the foreign invaders, as well as to raid the foreign copies and explore the territory of Donghuang. It was just like the condition stated when they sent it to Fang Xiu: participate in the Battle of Nightmare Soul Valley once a year for 10 consecutive years. The Nightmare Soul Valley was located in the southernmost part of Donghuang Kingdom, and was the battlefield where the human race fought with the Nightmare race in the outer regions. The Aurora Society required its members to participate in the Battle of the Nightmare Soul Valley once a year, but this so-called once did not refer to the number of times they entered the Nightmare Soul Valley, but rather, it referred to completing a certain target once. For example, this year's indicator was to kill 10 third-turn Nightmare clans. Then Fang Xiu only needed to kill 10 third-turn Nightmare race within a year, no matter how many times he entered the Nightmare Soul Valley. Other than the requirement to defend against the Nightmare race, the Aurora Society had no other requirements for its members, neither did they need to contribute to the copy proceeds, nor would anyone assign you to raid any copies. It was very free. As long as you wanted to, you could not go anywhere and be sleeping every day. As long as you fulfill the Nightmare Soul Valley's targets every year. Since it wouldn't exploit its members like professional corps like the Golden Fangs, naturally, there weren't any turn 2 to turn 6 skills all-inclusive, equipment all-inclusive, and house share benefits. In the Aurora Club, in order to obtain all of these, you have to rely on yourself to complete the Exploit the Outer Territories and Raid the Outer Territories missions issued by the Aurora Club. There is a high degree of freedom and the platform is large enough, but you have to enter the battlefield every year, and you have to explore the outer regions on your own to gain the benefits. Those who were attracted by such conditions and environment were all those who were confident in their own strength and didn't want to be constrained by the traditional professional corps. Fang Xiu was one of them. Seafood restaurant named Sea Waves on the 3rd floor of Castle Peak Plaza in the city center. Box number 666. When Fang Xiu arrived, the representatives of the Aurora Society had already arrived, 2 of them, led by a young man wearing a white trench coat and a metal eye mask. At the first sight of the youth, Fang Xiu was able to clearly perceive that this fellow was definitely a strong sword Dao professional. The strand of his body exuded an overpowering sharpness that all professionals who took the sword Dao route could not ignore. He Duan, deacon of the Aurora Society, the youth introduced himself. Fang Xiu. After a brief handshake, the 3 of them took their seats. One other person was he Dust's assistant. Any contraindications? No. Shaoli, go order the food, he Dust ordered. Okay, the assistant named Shaoli got up and went out to order food. The two of them, Fong Shou and he Dust, were left sitting face to face in box 666. Since you contacted me, it seems that you have some interest in the Aurora Society. He Dust picked up the teapot on the table and poured tea for Fong Shou and himself while saying. Fong Shou nodded and replied truthfully, the Aurora Society is indeed my first and foremost consideration for a professional corps. However, I don't quite understand about the benefits you guys are offering. What are the Sword and Soul Mound and the Sacred Court of Light? They sound like duplicates. The benefits offered by the Aurora Society were Sword and Soul Mound and Sacred Court of Light, two terms Fong Shou had never heard of before. He Dust smiled slightly and said aloud, you guessed right, it is indeed a copy, but it's not an ordinary copy. The Sword Soul Mound was originally the burial place for the strongest swordsmen who died in the Nightmare Soul Valley, but because the buried swords were filled with the obsessions of the strongest swordsmen, over time, the buried swords gave birth to a touch of spiritual wisdom, generating the sword spirit, and because of a fortuitous opportunity, a powerful war took place here, and it wasn't long after the end of the war that the Sword Soul Mound naturally became a replica. In the replica of the Sword Soul Mound, killing the shadow of the former sword spirit can obtain their pure sword art crystals. Sword art crystals can be used to directly increase the proficiency of all our sword art related skills. You're also a professional who uses sword arts as a core skill, so I don't think I should need to tell you the value of the sword spirit mound, right? Hearing this, Fong Shou's eyes brightened like torches, and his heart was on fire. Surprisingly, it was a copy that could produce props that could raise proficiency. The higher the level of the sword art, the more difficult it was to raise the proficiency. If there were really props that could raise the proficiency of the sword art, it would be a treasure for professionals who use sword art as their core skill. Seeing that Fong Shou had already been moved, he Duan struck while the iron was hot and continued, as for the Sacred Court of Light, let's put it this way, the boss of our Aurora Society, Hao Ringguang, was the one who gained the 5-star legendary level skill, Heavenly Aurora, before achieving the throne. Chapter 51 Hurricane Wheel. Then it's a deal, the day after tomorrow at 9 a.m., we'll head to see Light City together. At the downstairs of the center square, Fong Shou bid farewell to He Duan and the two of them. Fong Shou couldn't refuse the welfare conditions given by He Dust, especially the Sword Soul Mound. Thus, for the rest of the meal, the two chatted more about things after joining the Aurora Society. For example, the internal system of the Aurora Society, the situation at the southern border of Donghuang Kingdom, and some things to pay attention to when exploring the outer regions. In the end, they finalized a trip for the day after tomorrow for the three of them to go to the headquarters of the Aurora Society, see Light City. They continued to drink some more wine, and the hosts and guests enjoyed themselves to the fullest. It wasn't until 10 o'clock in the evening that the three of them dispersed and went home to sleep. At 8 o'clock the next morning, Fong Shou, who had just finished breakfast, received a call from teacher Qin Shuang. I'm at the door. I'll be right there. Fong Shou got up and went out. He was going out tomorrow, and today he had to wrap up some things in Castle Peak City. Teacher Qin Shuang was exactly the driver he called. Pushing open the door, the familiar red minivan was parked in front of the courtyard, and in the driver's seat, Qin Shuang was wearing big red lips and sunglasses, an Urban Beauty's outfit that was very different from the style of the little white flower in the past. What? Going on a blind date? Fong Shou opened the car door and sat in the passenger side, flirting. Do you have to go on a blind date to dress up so beautifully? Qin Shuang grunted and casually handed Fong Shou a skill book. Thanks, Fong Shou accepted the skill book and instantly chose to use it. A new skill immediately appeared in the basic skill bar. Hurricane Wheel, 3-star perfect skill, LV10100, manipulate wind elements to condense a wind wheel in the palm that will keep absorbing the surrounding wind elements and throw it at the target, causing wind elemental damage of spiritual power x3. For every 0.5 seconds of the flight process, the damage will be increased by 10%, with a cap of 100%. Consumes 100 magic value, cooldown time, 5 seconds. This was the skill book that Qin Shuang had helped him fetch from the first middle school of Castle Peak City early in the morning. Fong Shou's choice of the third skill remained unchanged, and it was still the Hurricane Wheel, a pure legal output skill. Why don't you collect the equipment together? Qin Shuang asked curiously. There's no rush, I haven't thought about which set of equipment I want to apply. Fong Shou is now able to wear the second turn equipment only, Primordial Apprentice. However, the ancient transformation Warlock didn't use much equipment in the first place, and now that he's been transformed into a primordial apprentice, he's able to switch to a half-human stance and just transform before battle, so the equipment is even less necessary. To choose what second turn equipment, or have to wait for the Sword Hero profession second turn, or Hurricane Wheel skill proficiency pull full. That's fine, let me know when you need it and I'll help you get it. Qin Shuang was happy to help Fang Xiu with these small favors. At that time, I might also need to trouble you to mail it to Sea Light City for me. You're joining the Aurora Society? Hearing Sea Light City, Qin Shuang immediately reacted. Well, tomorrow, Fang Xiu replied. Qin Shuang opened his mouth, but he didn't know what to say, and in the end, he could only send a safe journey, prosperous martial arts. Borrow your good advice. The red sedan traveled on the road of Castle Peak City like a red carp swimming in the water, dexterous and swift. In less than half an hour, Fang Xiu arrived at Lingji Company. Be careful on the road. After sending off the courier plus driver dual-purpose toolman Qin Shuang, Fang Xiu walked into the Lingji Company. On the first floor of the company, the receptionist who received Fang Xiu was still the same receptionist Xiaoli that he encountered the first time he came, but this time, it wasn't his sister-in-law Li Qinghong who made her wait. Mr. Fang, Manager Zhang asked me to wait for you here. I'll take you to the cafe first, Manager Zhang will be here in a while with that. Xiaoli led Fang Xiu towards the elevator. Fang Xiu had an appointment with Zhang Fugui today, about the Pen Angel investment, he hadn't used it yet. The cafe won't go to the training room, in addition help me prepare a set of magic recovery plus 20 equipment and a set of spirit totaling plus 70 points for the second turn, Fang Xiu suddenly said. Xiaoli looked a bit embarrassed, she was just an ordinary receptionist who couldn't arrange the equipment. Make a call to Manager Zhang and ask him to arrange it for me, Fang Xiu said hurriedly. Before, when he was chatting with Zhang Fugui, he said that if he still needed a training room, he could always come to Lingji Company to look for him. Okay, I'll go arrange it right away. Arriving at the 13th floor, Fang Xiu sat in the lobby for a while, and soon Xiaoli called Zhang Fugui to arrange the training room, along with the equipment. When Manager Zhang comes in a while, you bring him directly to the training room to find me, Fang Xiu instructed. Okay, Xiaoli agreed in a single breath, and incidentally helped Fang Xiu bring the door of the training room with him. Standing in the training ground, Fang Xiu began to test the Hurricane Wheel skill. It was normal to have an itchy hand when a new skill just arrived. Hurricane Wheel. The moment the skill was turned on, a faint greenish color appeared in the palm of Fang Xiu's right hand, and this greenish color began to rotate rapidly the moment it appeared, and the wind elements in the surrounding space began to gather as it rotated, and it was like a vortex that drew in all of the surrounding wind elements into it. In just 3 seconds, the original hint of cyan color had already grown into a high-speed spinning cyan wheel. Fang Xiu aimed at the wooden man not far away and threw the disc out of his hand. The speed wasn't fast, but during the flight, the surrounding wind elements were still attracted by the vortex style but couldn't be inhaled, so these uninhaled wind elements rotated up and down the wind wheel. By the time the wind wheel flew in front of the wooden man, it was already a green-colored hurricane that was 3 meters high and 2 meters wide. Times. When the green hurricane dispersed, the wooden man who was hit by the hurricane wheel, his head was decapitated, and his body looked like it had been cut by 1,000 cuts, and he couldn't see a single intact spot. The power is good, Fang Xiu was quite satisfied. Although in terms of power, it should not be as good as his own, Sword Hero, professions must kill technique, condensation crescent chop. But after all, the Hurricane Wheel was only a level 1 skill that had just been learned, and it didn't have the power bonus of the profession core. When he upgraded the Hurricane Wheel to full proficiency and then transferred to another profession, the Hurricane Wheel would definitely crush the Gel Crescent chop. But that would have to wait for a long time. Fang Xiu's current goal for himself in terms of skills was to first bring the proficiency of the Combat Transformer up to full, and prioritize the second turn of the Sword Hero profession. However, it didn't matter, he still had a way to increase the power of the Hurricane Wheel. Fang Xiu reached out and put on a set of second turn equipment that Xiaoli had placed on the table, a total of 7 pieces with exactly 70 points of increased attributes, all of which increased the spiritual attribute. Transition Primordial Apprentice. Fang Xiu's spiritual attribute instantly broke 100. Immediately afterward, he reached into his career space and touched the Seed of Sundown Wind from the Angry Wind Young Dragon. Seed of Sundown Wind. Special item. Effect: after using this item, all of your wind skills will automatically have a Sundown Wind effect attached to them. Requirements: Wind skill, Spirit 100. Description: the seed hides the Fey element called Sundown Wind. If you can tame it, you will be able to further enhance your control over the wind element. Use. Chapter 52, The Power of the Sundown Wind. Successful use of Seed of the Wind. Acquired the talent Source of the Sundown Wind rare. The wind skill Hurricane Wheel is automatically transformed into Sundown Wind Wheel. Fang Xiu was floating in mid-air, supported by a gentle breeze. The moment he used the Sundown Wind Seed, he felt a strong connection with the wind elements in the air around him. Raising his hand, he could feel a trace of the wind element lingering at his fingertips, and with a single thought, it could transform into whatever he wanted. Attack. Defense. Transform into the breeze beneath your feet. Waving his hand dispersed the wind elementals around him. Fang Xiu began to check his panel. In the talents section, a new rare grade talent Source of Sundown Wind was added. Source of Sundown Wind Rare, with the power to control the wind element, the power of all wind skills is increased by 20%, and all of your wind skills will automatically change to Sundown Wind. The power to control the wind element. Fang Xiu felt that his ability to clearly feel the wind elements around him should have something to do with this. In addition, this 20% increase in the power of wind skills was a real one. Continuing down the list of skills, the only way to visualize the effects of Sundown Wind was to look at the skills. Sundown Wind Wheel, 3-star epic skill, LV11100, manipulate the power of the Sundown Wind to condense a wind wheel in your palm that will constantly absorb the surrounding wind elements and throw it at the target, ignoring 20% of the target's magical and physical defenses, causing spiritual strength x 3.3 wind elemental damage, and increasing the speed of the wheel's flight by 100% for every 0.1 seconds of the flight process, and increasing the speed of the wheel's flight. For every 0.1 seconds, damage is increased by 10%, capped at 100%. Consumes 100 magical value, cooldown time, 5 seconds. Hiss. Fang Xiu sucked in a breath of cool air. The quality of the skill had really improved. It had been upgraded from perfect grade to epic grade. Fang Xiu compared the Sundown Wind Wheel with the previous Hurricane Wheel. The 30% increase in spiritual attribute damage, 20% ignore defense, 100% increase in flight speed, and what was originally a 10% increase in damage every 0.5 seconds had also become a 10% increase every 0.1 seconds. Integrated together, Fang Xiu felt that the Sundown Wind Wheel was at least twice as enhanced as the Hurricane Wheel. Twice the difference between the effects of an epic skill and a perfect skill? Fang Xiu was surprised. He had thought that even if there was an enhancement it shouldn't be that big. Perhaps. The Wheel of Sundown Wind should be one of the top tier even amongst epic level skills of the same rank? Try the power of the skill again. Sundown Wind Wheel. Fang Xiu raised his hand, and a trace of the wind element's cyan color immediately appeared between his palms. However, unlike the previous Hurricane Wheel's cyan color, the Sundown Wind Power's cyan color was a more vibrant emerald green, and it began to spin at high speed the moment it appeared. The wind element rapidly gathered in the large training room. Last time, it took 3 seconds to complete the coalescence of the Hurricane Wheel, but now in just 1 second, the Sundown Wind Wheel had completed its coalescence and was already ready to be thrown out. Looking at the Sundown Wind Wheel in his hand that spun at an astonishing speed to the point where it seemed like a circular chainsaw at full power, Fang Xiu could suddenly understand where the 20% of ignoring defense came from. Gently sending it forward. Hiss. A sharp and brief sound, as if there was a knife that was sharp to the extreme slicing through space. Without waiting for Fang Xiu to see clearly, an explosion came steeply. Boom! The wall 20 meters away directly in front of him already had an extra large hole with a radius of 1 meter, and right in the middle of the large hole, there was also a trace of a blade chopping, so deep that it split the large hole in two. Fortunately, the training room of the Lingji company was specially reinforced, able to resist all attack skills below the 5-star perfect grade quality. However, the loud bang still startled the others. The training room's maintenance staff hurriedly pushed the door in to check. What happened? Nothing, just didn't control the strength for a moment, Fang Xiu apologized. Please help me look at it. How much does the repair cost? The maintenance staff was shocked to see the large hole in the wall, and quickly waved his hand. There's no need to pay for repairs, it's not uncommon for things like this to happen during training. However, if you want to test those more powerful skills, I still recommend you to go to the company's training grounds in the field, where the building's resistance to blows is a bit stronger. Hearing that he didn't have to pay for it himself, Fang Xiu was quite relieved. Okay, thanks, I'll control the force next and won't cause any more damage. Waiting for the maintenance staff to leave, Fang Xiu turned back to think carefully about the situation just now. His target wasn't the wall, but the wooden man that had just been newly replaced from underground 10 meters away. But how did it hit the wall directly? Crooked? It wasn't right. Fang Xiu turned his gaze to the wooden man in the center of the training room. The wooden man's arms and head had all disappeared, and his body had even turned into a bare wooden pole, leaving a spiral upward grain pattern on its surface, and surrounded by fine wood dust all over. Because the speed of the flight was too fast and the target had little defense, so it went straight through? Fang Xiu guessed. It could only be a guess, and he wasn't going to try it in the training room afterwards. Looking forward to what the effect of this move would be when it blasted on a wild monster. Without testing the skill's power, Fang Xiu had nothing else to do and was ready to ask Xiaoli to help him retire from the training room to go wait for Zhang Fugui at the cafe. As a result, he ran into Zhang Fugui just as he exited the training room. Coming, Fang Xiu greeted. The current Zhang Fugui is full of spring, wearing a suit and tie, holding a general's belly, looking a little bit of a small leader's posture. Go to my office, we drink tea while talking. So the two took the elevator to the 14th floor and entered Zhang Fugui's office. Zhang Fugui poured tea for Fang Xiu while handing over a map. Steel City Treasure Map. Special props. Description: the treasure map of the City of Steel. Only those who hold the treasure map can enter the Iron Emperor's treasury. This is? Fang Xiu looked at Zhang Fugui doubtfully. Remember the big gift I told you that I would prepare for you if you defeated Huang Daohong? Zhang Fugui laughed. This is also the bet between He Dongjun and me. Before, he had half of it in his hand and I had half of it in mine. The bet was that the loser would have to hand over the other half. As a result, you won, and I naturally made a complete treasure map. Now, I'm giving it to you. Fang Xiu didn't push back because he had no idea what the City of Steel was. Zhang Fugui saw the doubt on Fang Xiu's face and explained with a smile, the City of Steel is an ancient relic that opens once every 3 years, and only 4th-turn professionals can enter it, and the treasure map in your hand is the key to enter a hidden treasure trove inside the City of Steel. The next time it opens will be in June next year. I'm looking forward to seeing you. Chapter 53 Wind Dragon Ring left in hand. Aren't you going by yourself? Fang Xiu asked. Treasure maps, ancient relics, and hidden treasures were all synonymous with temptation. I've already turned 5, Zhang Fugui spread both his hands with a smile at the corner of his mouth and a little bit of pride. Fang Xiu looked at Zhang Fugui unexpectedly, a 5th-turn professional? Didn't really see it? Alright, I'll take it then. Fang Xiu didn't make any pretense and pocketed the treasure map. It will be opened in June next year, and it's still early for a 4th-turn professional to enter. Next let's talk about the investment amount. Because you got the champion of the 10 schools competition, the company's investment amount for you has risen to 5 million. This 5 million includes the 2 million won from He Dongjun in the gambling fight. Zhang Fugui suddenly brought Fang Xiu a good news. Have you figured out how you want to use this money? Fang Xiu raised his eyebrows. $2 million turned into $5 million. This was indeed good news. But to say how to use this money. All Fang Xiu could think of right now was a set of Turn 2 perfect grade equipment. The 10 schools competition led to a set of Turn 2 perfect grade equipment with the main attribute of increased agility for the sword hero after the second turn. Then, he asked Zhang Fugui to find himself a second turn perfect set whose main attribute increases spirit as the equipment for the future Sundown Windwheel second turn profession. Agility and spirit all had to have a set of equipment. Other than that, it is hard to say that there is anything that he wants. Does the Ganoderma company's warehouse have its set parts? Fang Xiu reached out and touched a Wind Dragon Ring from his career space and placed it on the table. The Wind Dragon Ring brought a 30% increase in wind skill damage, and the set had another 40%. This would be a huge boost for his future transition to the wind spell profession, and if he could, Fang Xiu wanted to put together this simple Wind Dragon jewelry 2-piece set. And in his opinion, if the other component of the Wind Dragon Ring had also ever dropped, the odds were that it could only be the Lingji Company, which had been majestically entrenched in Castle Peak City for 100 years, and the Lin family of Castle Peak City. Zhang Fugui glanced at the ring, then shook his head. I don't know. You're an epic level equipment. The Lingji Company has more than one warehouse. The warehouse where epic level and above preparations are stored is not something that I, a small manager, have the authority to check. Not enough authority? Fang Xiu pondered. It seemed that the manager of the Lingji Company was indeed not very valuable. If he wanted to put together another component, he would have to find someone at the real top of the Lingji Company. Thinking of this, Fang Xiu suddenly fumbled for his cell phone and dialed the number that was recorded in the communication directory but had never been called once. After 3 rings, the call was answered. It's rare that you would call me, an indifferent female voice came from the other end of the line. Good morning, Miss Iman, did you have breakfast? Fang Xiu greeted warmly. On the other end of the phone was none other than Lin Jinan. She was the only one he could think of who was really at the top of the Lingji Company. Something to talk about. Lin Jinan didn't eat Fang Xiu's politeness at all. Can you help me check the Lingji Company's epic level equipment library? I'm looking for an epic level equipment. What equipment? The jewelry set parts dropped by the raging Wind Young Dragon. I have a Wind Dragon ring right in my hand. Don't bother checking, I've seen it before. There's a Wind Dragon ring left in the warehouse. Lin Jinan had hunted the raging Wind Young Dragon because of its drop, the Dragon Ruins fragment, so naturally, he had also seen the other drops of the raging Wind Young Dragon. Fang Xiu had a bit of an impression of the parts Fang Xiu was talking about, and it seemed that the Wind Dragon ring left had been kept in the warehouse because the corresponding set parts had not been found after a long time. It's good to have it. Missy, do me a favor and sell it to me at a price, how about it? Second turn epic level equipment, the price is not expensive, can you afford it? Lin Jinan did remember Fang Xiu's family history. Guessing whether Fang Xiu had joined some professional group. 5 million, my entire fortune to buy the Wind Dragon ring left. Fang Xiu had a posture of I'll poker, you do as you please. Lin Jinan nodded slightly. 5 million, this price is enough, considering that after that you still have to go down the copy, sold to Fang Xiu so that he can enhance the speed combat power, it is not a loss. Okay, you give me an address, I'll have someone send the stuff to you, one hand pays, one hand delivers. I'm currently on the 14th floor of the Lingji Company, manager Zhang Fuguwei Zhang's office, just send it here. Hanging up the phone, Lin Jinan instructed the butler. Uncle Li, you go to warehouse number 3 and pick up a second turn epic level equipment called Wind Dragon ring left and send it to Lingji Company's 14th floor, manager Zhang Fuguwei Zhang's office to Fang Xiu. Remember to collect $5 million and call it into the company's account. Yes, the butler on the side immediately acted. Right, what department is on the 14th floor of Lingji Company? Lin Jinan asked casually. It seems like the investment department. The butler thought for a moment and replied. The investment department? Lin Jinan suddenly remembered something. I remember. Lingji Company seems to have invested in Fang Xiu? What was the investment amount? The butler took out his cell phone and carefully inquired before answering back to Missy. It's a total of $5 million. 5 million? Heh. Head Lin Jinan was all laughed out loud. This is too good. This kid took the $5 million my family invested in him to buy the Wind Dragon ring from me, so I'm giving him a Wind Dragon ring for nothing? The butler on the side didn't dare to answer, but in his heart, he was slandering. Who made your family like to be the angel investor of geniuses? On the 14th floor of Lingji Company. Fang Xiu looked at Zhang Fuguwei. Hear that? Prepare $5 million, your family's Missy wants to pay with one hand and deliver with the other. In cash? Zhang Fuguwei asked. Fang Xiu spread his two hands and told him to look after himself. Zhang Fuguwei could only silently give Fang Xiu a thumbs up and got up to go to the finance to collect the money. Half an hour later, a middle-aged butler in a black suit with an elegant demeanor completed the transaction with Zhang Fuguwei. Zhang Fuguwei chose to take the butler to the finance. As for how they operated the transfer of $5 million, Fang Xiu didn't know, he only knew that what he wanted had arrived. Wind Dragon ring left. Quality, epic. Attribute, +5 to all attributes, 30% increase in power of wind skills, attached skill shock and awe, disperses dragon aura to shock the enemy. Set, Wind Dragon's power 1-2, wind skill power increased by 40%, skill shock advanced to dragon roar. Level, second turn. Durability, 300-300. Description, a ring made from the power of the Wind Dragon clan. As long as you wear it, you will have the power to control the wind. Unlike the hurricane attached to the Wind Dragon ring right, the skill attached to the Wind Dragon ring left is shock, which looks like a control skill. However, what was the same were the attributes attached to them. The power of the wind skill was increased by 30%. Adding the attributes of the two pieces of equipment and the set effect together, it was a 100% increase in the power of the wind skill. Chapter 54 First Visit to Haikao City. Aoyama City Station. Take care of yourself when you get there, and call me anytime if you need anything. Little Aunt Li Qinghong came to the entrance of the station to send Fang Xiu off. Got it, sister-in-law, you go back too. Fang Xiu waved goodbye towards his only blood relative, but he didn't feel much sadness. Walking out of Castle Peak City and seeing this vast world, this moment Fang Xiu had been looking forward to for a long time. Let's go, He Duan and his assistant Xiaoli had been waiting for a long time. Fang Xiu hurriedly followed the pace of the two and walked towards the station. Li Qinghong stood still to watch Fang Xiu walk away until he was out of sight, then she turned around and drove back to Lingji Company. Brother Dust, which car are we taking? Fang Xiu followed he dust as the two of them traversed through the station, and watched as they didn't head towards the ticket checkpoint, but instead headed towards the upper floors of the station, and couldn't help but ask. We're not taking a car. Not taking a car. Then how do we get to see Light City? Fang Xiu was puzzled. Suddenly, Xiaoli, who was walking at the front, opened a gate, and behind the gate was a space the size of a basketball court, with strange and bizarre patterns on the ground using rocks of various colors. Xiaoli walked to the nearest pattern and touched a silver stone from his occupation space, and at the same time began to change the arrangement of the rocks on the ground. Immediately, energy fluctuations visible to the naked eye appeared in the surroundings, and even space appeared like ripples on the surface of a lake. Teleportation array. Little Li's profession is a space array master, He Chen casually explained. Space formation master. Fang Xiu was quite surprised as he looked at the youth whose name was still unknown and only knew to call him Little Li. The profession of formation master was not uncommon, but with the prefix space, there was no profession that was weak or unusual if it could involve space attributes. While Fang Xiu was conversing with He Chen, Xiaoli had already finished his work. Faint silver-white light spread out from the rock formation at his feet, and soon coalesced into a teleportation portal in the sky above the formation. It will be a bit uncomfortable to teleport over a long distance for the first time, so bear with it for a bit, he just reminded Fang Xiu before he took the lead to walk into the portal. On the side, Xiaoli wore a smile on his face and signaled that Fang Xiu could go in. Fang Xiu didn't hesitate, he had entered a similar portal when he entered the Green Mountain realm. He stepped into the portal. In a blink of an eye, there was a white blur, and soon Fang Xiu felt the uncomfortable feeling that He Chen had mentioned. The sky was spinning, as if he had fallen into a fast-spinning vortex, his body was about to be twisted, nausea, fainting. Luckily, this feeling didn't last long. By the time Fang Xiu could see everything in front of him, he was already in the center of a city square, and the surrounding area was very lively. However, no one paid attention to Fang Xiu's trio, as there were quite a few other people like them who came out of various teleportation portals and then walked into the crowd one after another. Drink some of this, it'll make you feel better, Xiaoli thoughtfully handed over a bottle of water. It wasn't the first time he had seen someone feeling sick from going through a teleportation array. Fang Xiu took the water and slammed it down. The water Little Li gave himself didn't seem to be ordinary water, the taste was a bit sweet, and after one sip, the nausea and dizziness gradually diminished. More comfortable? He just waited patiently for Fang Xiu. Much more comfortable, thanks. Fang Xiu let out a long breath. Let's go then, I'll take you to the Aurora Society's headquarters to report, and arrange a place for you to stay. By the way, he just got up and led the way ahead. Following he just forward, the almost recovered Fang Xiu then had the time to observe the city in front of him. On both sides of the street were bustling stalls, the stall owners were all dressed in strange clothes. Looking at them, they should all be equipped with clothes, not the kind of clothes that didn't have any defense effect but simply looked good. Behind the stalls was a low-rise bungalow, the tallest only had 3 floors, very different from the kind of metropolis in Castle Peak City that could easily have 20 to 30 floors. It was as if this place was just a small town in the countryside. Is Haiguang City that backward? Fang Xiu muttered secretly. Suddenly, Fang Xiu detected a hint of abnormality. In the distant blue and clear sky without a single cloud, there were 2 black shadows that were slowly swimming? At first, Fang Xiu thought that they were birds, but the powerful eyesight that he possessed as a professional allowed him to quickly see them clearly. That wasn't a bird, that was a fish. 2 1-meter long, azure-colored swordfish. There are flying fish in the sky? Fang Xiu moved his sight slightly and realized that there were fish in the sky to his left, right, and above his head, all kinds of fish, rollover fish, small hunting sharks, charging swordfish. Only. No sun in sight. Are we at the bottom of the sea? Fang Xiu reacted. Well, Sea Light City is a city built on the bottom of the sea in the outer realm, he just replied, then thought of something and continued. The copies near Sea Light City are all underwater copies. You don't have the means to move freely underwater, so you'll go to the shore and place a copy near Marina City. Little Li, you're still in Sea Light City these days, right? When the time comes, bring Fang Xiu around to the Marina City neighborhood. Got it, Brother Dust. Little Li agreed in one gulp. Fang Xiu was still stuck in the shock of Sea Light City being built on the bottom of the sea. A city built on the bottom of the sea was the first time he had heard of it. What method was used to block the seawater from entering? A formation? Or was it a glass cover? If it was a glass cover, where did the air come from? Fang Xiu looked left and right like a curious baby. Not long after, He Chen brought Fang Xiu to the headquarters of the Aurora Society. On the first floor is a hall, right in front of a long counter. A few sweet-looking ladies or the staff are registering, just like a bank window to handle business. On both sides is a rest area. Coffee shops, restaurants, internet cafes and other eating, leisure, entertainment stores are readily available. Those who didn't know thought they had entered some commercial plaza. Sister Hong, I've brought a newcomer over, help me register him, and by the way, arrange a place for him to stay as well, Hee Do-won greeted. Only to see a woman in a red cheongsam with a wonderful figure walk out from behind the counter. She had a lily bun on her head with a golden hairpin inlaid with sapphires, and a golden smoking gun in her hand. She was sizing up Fong Xiu. It's rare that there would be a newcomer that you would look at and recommend. The woman known as Sister Hong exhaled a mouthful of white mist and laughed. His sword talent is good, it might even surpass me. It's rare to stumble upon such a genius. Naturally I have to recommend him to the Aurora Society, he just said in a loud voice. It was obvious that he was very optimistic about Fong Xiu's future. This made Sister Hong a bit surprised. While others didn't know, she knew very well that He Chen was the person that Aurora King Hao Ringguang had favored and personally brought to the Aurora Society, and that his swordsmanship talent was unparalleled. And he was now saying that this young man in front of him who had obviously just graduated and switched jobs was even more talented than him? Sister Hong was instantly interested. Little fellow, my name is Hong Fong, you can call me Sister Hong just like Hee Do-won, or you can also call me Fong. Sister Hong Fong Xiu honestly followed He Dust. The name Ah Fong sounded like a title that only friends of the same generation as Sister Hong could be called. Come on, register your information, next I'll arrange a place for you to stay. Chapter 55, Formally Joining the Aurora Society. Fong Xiu, from Castle Peak City. Fong Xiu filled out the form and handed it to Sister Hong. Sister Hong took the form and glanced at it, casually handing it to a staff member to record it in the computer before picking up another lamp and handing it to Fong Xiu. This is the green soul lamp, use it, it will record your soul force ripples, if you die in the future, or if you are taken over by the nightmare manipulation to transform your body into a nightmare demon, then this lamp will go out. Fong Xiu received the green soul lamp. Not surprisingly, it was a special prop. Green soul lamp. Special props. Effect: after using it, it will record the ripples of one's soul power, it will react to the state of the soul. Description: developed by the Aurora Society and the military in response to the espionage operations in the Nightmare Soul Valley battlefield, it is capable of determining whether the user is alive or not, and recognizing whether the target has been occupied by a nightmare body. Fong Xiu knew that some professional troops would periodically confirm whether their members were alive or not. After all, brushing a copy was in itself a high-risk job, and one might die in the copy one day. Use the Green Soul Caliba. A bright flash of fire lit up in the Green Soul Marigold. Fong Xiu was able to clearly perceive that the firelight leaping in it was closely related to himself. Handing the Green Soul Marigold back to Sister Hong. By this time, Fong Xiu's information had already been registered, and Sister Hong handed over another cell phone. This is the special cell phone of the Aurora Society. It is able to break through the limitations of the replica and receive signals, so you can contact the outside world at any time, and if you encounter danger in the wild, you can also press the emergency distress button, and it will notify all the members of the Aurora Society within a 20-mile radius at the first time. In addition, it comes with an exclusive app within the Aurora Society. I've already entered your information into it. You can accept commissions and issue missions through it at any time. But be careful, if you get rid of this cell phone, if you want to replace it again, it will cost you $1 million apiece. Oh. Got it. Fong Xiu took the phone and fiddled with it curiously. The appearance of the cell phone was no different from an ordinary cell phone, except that there was a special distress button on the back that was more obvious. In the phone, he found an app called Aurora. After opening it, many sections could be seen, the biggest icons being the 3 sections of entrusted tasks, store, and mail. Tapping into the commission tasks section, there were also subdivisions within it, such as pioneering tasks, battlefield tasks, and internal commissions. Fong Xiu clicked on them one by one and viewed them one by one. No matter which category, there was a large number of entrusted tasks. Crab King Cave Exploitation Mission. Mission objective: carry the soul regenerating lamp through the Crab King Cave 3 times, and collect data information on all monsters in the Crab King Cave including the boss battle armor Crab King. Acceptance requirement: second turn. Mission reward: 200 Aurora points. Mission reward: 200 Aurora points. Night Seaweed Forest Battlefield Quest. Mission objective: kill the alien shadow ghost team that sneaked into the night algae forest and attempted to cross the border. Requirements: third turn, fourth turn. Reward: 200 Aurora points. Reward for acceptance: 200 Aurora points. Acceptance requirements: third, fourth turns. Mission reward: 1000 Aurora points. Fang Xiu took a brief look at the quests, which were mainly centered around battlefields, replicas, and exploration of the outer regions, and as long as the quests were completed, he would be able to get the currency called Aurora Points. Aurora Points could be used to purchase equipment, props, skill books, or even find a teacher to guide your skills in the app shop page. Fang Xiu took a look at the most expensive item in the exchangeable items. Whale King Heaven Swallowing Cannon. Dual-wielding mechanical weapon. Quality, Legendary. Attribute, Strength plus 100, Physique plus 100, launches a penetrating energy attack with a fixed damage of 10,000 to targets within 1,000 meters after storing power for 3 seconds. Level, 6. Durability, 2000. Description, a two-handed heavy artillery that contains the power of the Whale King of the vast sea to swallow the sky, capable of absorbing all the energy around it and transforming it into destructive power to launch an attack in a short period of time, and it is no problem at all for a single shot to penetrate a small city. Price, 10 million Aurora Points. A 6th turn legendary level mechanical weapon. Fang Xiu was staggered. He couldn't even see normal epic level equipment on the market, yet he was able to see legendary level equipment in the Aurora Society's store, even of the 6th turn. However, at this price, Fang Xiu could only stay away from it. In addition to the Whale King's Heaven Swallowing Cannon, which was a turn 6 legendary weapon, there were also 2 or 3 high-level legendary equipment, which were also expensive. Not to mention the epic level equipment and skills, from turn 1 to turn 7, and there were countless of them. There was just no price lower than 10,000 Aurora Points. Fang Xiu was still quite satisfied with the Aurora Club's warehouse. This was the platform he wanted, not afraid that you would sell things expensively, but afraid that you wouldn't have anything. Even if he hadn't thought about what he wanted to buy, Fang Xiu had already started thinking about what tasks he should do to earn Aurora Points. Fang Xiu, I really want to progress too much. He and Sister Hong couldn't help but smile when they saw Fang Xiu's engrossed look as he studied the quests and store functions. They were also like this when they first joined the Aurora Society. There's still an empty standard single room on the 3rd floor's area. See a Fang Xiu, you can stay there for now. If you want to have a better living environment, that's something you'll have to buy yourself with your Aurora Points, or you can rent an apartment outside the Aurora Society's. Sister Hong handed over a set of keys to her, while signaling a staff member to take Fang Xiu to his room. Then, Brother Dust, I'll go first. Fang Xiu greeted towards he Dust and followed the staff towards the interior of the hall. Well, go ahead and call me if there's anything you can't solve. He Dust waved his hand towards Fang Xiu and continued to climb with Sister Hong. Following the staff into the interior of the Aurora Club's hall and up to the 3rd floor, he soon brought Fang Xiu to a 30 square meter single room. The interior of the room was neat and simply furnished. Near the doorway was a restroom with a bathtub, a double bed, a desk with an empty vase on it, and an air conditioner hanging on the wall. The sparrow was small and complete. Everything that should be there was there. Fang Xiu wasn't picky about where to live. This place was much better than the 6 people in a dormitory and 12 people sharing a bathroom when he was in college. Taking out the luggage from the occupation space, laying the quilt, and putting in the toiletries, the room was cleaned. Fang Xiu got up and headed downstairs. Coming to a brand new map, he couldn't wait to go out and wander around, especially the underwater city that he had never seen before. Back in the 1st floor lobby, Duan and Sister Hong were no longer there, but Fang Xiu bumped into Xiaoli, who had just come out of a side cafe. Fang Xiu, where are you going? Little Li greeted warmly. Brother Li, I'm going to familiarize myself with the surroundings. Fang Xiu responded enthusiastically. Little Li, that's what Duan called him. The other party is older than himself, calling him brother is definitely not wrong. Go, I'll take you around. Chapter 56 Wild Sword Starfish. Sea Light City. Li Bo, that's Little Li, he was taking Fang Xiu shopping. Fang Xiu, this is the center of Haiguang City, the teleportation square. Most of the coordinate points set by opening teleportation are here, and at the same time, this is also the best viewpoint. This street is the most lively commercial street in Haiguang City. There are snacks from all over the world, but more of them are equipment produced in the wild. You can also put your unused equipment and monster materials for sale here, but be careful to pay a portion of the stall rental fee before you can do so. Li Bo introduced Fang Xiu all the way, but he soon realized that Fang Xiu didn't seem too interested in any of this. Brother Li, can Haiguang City fight in the wild? Fang Xiu asked curiously, or are there any second-turn copies nearby? Fang Xiu remembered that when he came, he just had told himself that there were copies nearby, only that it might not be too suitable for him. Seeing Fang Xiu's urgent look, Li Bo then reacted to the fact that he was a battle fanatic. This type of person's brain only had battles. There wouldn't be any appreciation for scenery or food. However, it was only battle maniacs who tended to be able to reach certain achievements in fighting. Let me take you there, Li Bo said directly. Passing through the commercial street, the two of them quickly arrived at the southern gate of Haiguang City. On each side of the gate stood a group of warriors in blue armor, holding guan swords, and from the powerful aura emanating from their bodies, they were at least 4th turn or even 5th turn professionals. The south gate was open to the outside, and if one got closer one would be able to see the ripples of water trembling vaguely in mid-air. Here, drink this, let's go out of the city. Li Bo handed Feng Xiu a tube of light blue potion, while he himself also drank a bottle. Feng Xiu took the potion to check. Top-grade underwater breathing potion. Consumables. Effect: after using it, you will be able to gain the ability to breathe freely underwater regardless of water pressure for 24 hours. Description: a potion made from a special underwater bubble grass that grants the ability to move freely underwater for a short period of time. Good stuff. Feng Xiu was just now wondering how to move underwater. After all, breathing, water pressure, that could all be big problems. I didn't realize that there was already an answer to this long ago. No undersea light city was able to establish itself. Drinking the potion, Feng Xiu followed Li Bo out of the city gates. In an instant, the cold water current completely wrapped Feng Xiu, but there was no sense of oppression or suffocation that one normally feels when swimming, just a feeling of some weightlessness, and the coldness of his clothes being soaked through by the water. Taking a step forward, he could still feel the resistance, but it wasn't as strong as expected. At least, Feng Xiu didn't have to move through the water like swimming, but could step straight onto the ground and walk normally. Feng Xiu suspected that this might have something to do with the fact that the physical qualities of professionals were stronger than ordinary people, and it had something to do with the bottle of top-grade underwater breathing potion. Outside Sea Light City was an underwater forest, with giant coral reefs and long, large seaweeds forming a strange scenery, very similar to forests on land. Feng Xiu, there are a total of 5 turn 2 copies nearby, which one are you interested in? Obviously in the water, Li Bo was still able to speak naturally, and while he was talking, he took out the special cell phone of the Aurora Society to send a message to Feng Xiu. Feng Xiu took out his cell phone, and the message that Li Bo sent to himself was a link. When he clicked on it, his cell phone naturally jumped to the Aurora app, and automatically jumped to the small section of maps and replica information. The second turn copies that had already been screened by Li Bo were all marked on the map, and Feng Xiu could even turn on the positioning system to automatically navigate to his destination as long as he was willing to do so. Undersea navigation. Streaming beer. Let's go to the nearest one first, Feng Xiu replied. The closest copy to them was a second turn copy called Sword Star Bay, about 3 kilometers southwest of Sea Light City in the Undersea Bay. The copy information provided on the app indicated that although this copy was very close to Sea Light City, it had only been rated up to the nightmare level so far, and the most difficult hell level had yet to be rated. The hardest level, hell level, has not yet been rated. For the hell level of the copy, this is actually a special difficulty. It could even be said that this was the copy's hidden map. Only in the nightmare level difficulty copy to get a limited number of special props to be able to open, once through, will certainly get extremely generous rewards. Of course, in terms of difficulty, it's definitely beyond nightmare level. Feng Xiu had been brushing the nightmare difficulty of Wind Spirit Valley in Castle Peak City before because he hadn't been able to get the special props to open the hell difficulty. It wasn't that the drop probability of this special prop was so low, but the copies around Castle Peak City had long been developed for hundreds of years, and the limited number of special props had long been used up, so it wasn't Feng Xiu's turn at all. As for Haiguang City, as a city that was established not long ago, only this kind of outwardly pioneering area was able to come across copies that hadn't been thoroughly developed yet. This was also an important reason why Feng Xiu chose to join the Aurora Society. Be careful, there's a monster coming from the right. Li Bo suddenly reminded Feng Xiu. Feng Xiu looked in the direction that Li Bo was pointing and immediately saw a black shadow shooting towards him at an astonishing speed from hundreds of meters away, like a sharp arrow. With his strong eyesight, Feng Xiu was able to see the level and name on the head of the visitor. Sword Starfish LV25. HP 423-450. It's a sword starfish. This kind of monster is the most troublesome. Its body is a weapon, just like a sword. Normal defense professionals don't dare to take its charge. Li Bo immediately frowned when he saw that the incoming monster was a sword starfish. This was one of the monsters he was most unwilling to encounter in the wilderness. It was very troublesome. Feng Xiu, hold on to me. I'll take you to hide for a bit, said Li Bo as he prepared to take out the formation stone from his career backpack and prepared to set up a small instantaneous movement formation. No need, I can take care of it. Feng Xiu, however, was not amused. Instead of dodging, he walked straight to meet the sword star. The speed of the sword starfish was incredibly fast in the water. Just in the time it took for the two to have a conversation, it had already crossed a 100-meter distance and killed Fang Xiu's body. Transformation Magic Iron Guard. A brilliant light flashed in Fang Xiu's eyes, and his body was plated with a layer of silver-white color. Duong. The sword starfish was like hitting an iron block. Instead of running Fang Xiu through, the recoil from the powerful impact skewed its sword-like nose and shocked it into unconsciousness. In Li Bo's shocked gaze, the sword starfish even flipped its belly on the spot. Fang Xiu lifted the transformation of the magic tattoo iron guard and transformed into the half-human form of the raging wind young dragon, stretching out his claws and ripping apart the sword starfish right in front of him. Killed sword starfish LV25, gained 500 experience. Leveled up, current level, 21, strength plus 1.25, agility plus 1.25, physique plus 1.25, spirit plus 1.25. Level up, current level, 22, strength plus 1.25, agility plus 1.25, physique plus 1.25, spirit plus 1.25, level up, current level, 22, strength plus 1.25, agility plus 1.25, physique plus 1.25, spirit plus 1.25. Level up, current level, 23, strength plus 1.25, agility plus 1.25, constitution plus 1.25, spirit plus 1.25. The experience accumulated from brushing copies at level 20 wasn't wasted, but rather was stored and released in its entirety when Fang Xiu completed his second turn and gained experience again, raising his level from 20 to 23 in one fell swoop. However, Fang Xiu's attention wasn't on leveling up right now, but rather underneath the sword starfish in front of him, a dark purple spell formation was slowly appearing. Formation of Transformation Stone Refinement. Chapter 57 Sword Star Bay. When the sword starfish's body turned into dust and coalesced into a light blue stone in the water, Fang Xiu received a prompt. Alert, Transformation Stone Sword Starfish crafted successfully, proficiency plus 10. Fang Xiu suddenly raised his eyebrows. It wasn't that he was surprised that he managed to make a transformation stone on his first try, but rather, he was surprised that there was a proficiency increase in crafting into a transformation stone. It was much better than the previous situation where the only way to increase proficiency was to use a transformation stone. It seemed that the second turn of the swordsman profession wouldn't be too far away. Reaching out, he picked up the transformation stone in mid-air and examined it carefully. Transformation Stone Sword Starfish. Grade, Excellent. Effect, transforms into a sword starfish, agility plus 3, strength plus 2, skills, sword charge, weakness sense, lasts for 5 minutes. Description, a transformation stone that unites the power of the sword starfish, through which you are able to swim in the sea as a sword starfish. An excellent grade transformation stone. It was expected that the sword starfish was nothing more than a relatively common wild monster near Sea Light City. However, he didn't know if it was because of its higher level, but Fang Xiu realized that the attributes it added were higher than both the wind goblins and wind chaser beasts' excellent grade transformation stones. The highest attribute added by the wind goblin and wind chasing beast's transformation stone was 3 points, while the sword starfish's transformation stone directly reached 5 points. Pocketing the sword starfish transformation stone. Fang Xiu was ready to test his skills in the duplicate in a while. You're clearly a sword-based profession, and your defense is still so surprisingly. Bo was shocked at Fang Xiu's defense as early as when Fang Xiu took a hard hit from Zodiac Crossing's must-kill technique in the penultimate game of the 10 schools competition. It's not bad, Fang Xiu said modestly. Although the magic iron guard didn't have skills and didn't increase attributes, the damage reduction effect was a percentage, and based on this alone it was enough to be called a top transformation stone. The two continued to move forward. Not many wild monsters existed on the 3-kilometer path, and even fewer saw that they would actively attack rather than flee. After all, it was in the vicinity of Haiguang City, and was easy to be swept through by the passing professionals. Fang Xiu and Li Bo did kill a few wild monsters, but unfortunately they didn't make any transformation stones. During the process, Fang Xiu also knew Li Bo's level. A third-turn 6-star professional, a space formation master, had offensive moves but needed time to set them up, so he was mainly heading towards a life profession and wasn't very good at fighting. About 20 minutes later, Fang Xiu and Li Bo arrived at the nearest second-turn copy of Sword Star Bay in Sea Light City. The light blue portal floated quietly, and behind it was a fjord, in which dark currents surged, and from time to time, one could see some fish and shrimp being pushed out from the inside, and could clearly feel the powerful current with its strength. And the rock wall and ground of the fjord was piled up by thick granite, huge coral sea, and colorful shells, colorful and dazzling. Together with the surging dark currents, ordinary people could easily get lost if they were in the middle of it. Fang Xiu had a special cell phone made by the Aurora Society, so he wasn't afraid of getting lost. However, he wasn't prepared to go deeper either. According to the map, there was another vortex-shaped hole in the depths of Swordstar Bay, which was a third-turn copy called Dark Worm Vortex. Let's wait until we've turned 3. When Fang Xiu and Li Bo arrived at the entrance of the Swordstar Bay copy, there were 4 other professionals around their age chatting around the copy stone monument, 3 men and 1 woman. Judging from the weapons in their hands, 1 Titan, 1 Law, 1 Thorn and 1 Shepherd, the copy lineup was perfect. It seems to be your same period of time professional? Li Bo said after sizing them up for a few moments. Same period? Well, the Aurora Society will recruit potential professionals from all over the country every year during the graduation season to come to the Undersea Sea Light City or the ground-level Marina City. I've seen a few of them in the lobby of the headquarters. They came a week before you. Fang Xiu couldn't help but look at them a few more times. To be able to be recruited by the Aurora Society, they must be geniuses in each. The 4 professionals surrounding the replica monument also noticed Fang Xiu and Li Bo's arrival. Their voices obviously immediately lowered a notch as they spoke, from time to time sizing up Fang Xiu and Li Bo, secretly keeping an eye out. One of them, a young man with a sword in his hand and a green tortoise-shell shield on his back, even directly greeted the others. Let's go into the copy and talk about it. The 4 of them quickly entered the copy and disappeared in front of Fang Xiu and Li Bo's eyes. They seem to be on guard against us? Fang Xiu analyzed their movements. Normal, the Outer Realm is the land of lawlessness. There are countless cases of disputes and killings because of the distribution of loot, not to mention there is no lack of ferocious criminals who block the road to rob and foreigners who accidentally intrude into this place. Anyone who walks in the Outer Realm has to be more mindful of their heart. It's always right to be careful, Li Bo patiently explained to Fang Xiu. It could be heard that he hadn't lived in the borders for less time. What's more, as contemporaries in the profession, you still seem to be in a competitive relationship. Competitive relationship? When the deacons have returned after some time, and all the members of your period have arrived, according to the usual practice, the headquarters will release a newcomer mission with a competitive nature, to select the strongest among you, and then tilt the resources, Li Bo continued. Fang Xiu realized that there would be competition everywhere. A bigger platform also represented a bigger competition. Coming to the replica stone monument, several names were neatly arranged. 1. Lin Dongjin squad passing time, 1 hour, 32 minutes, 18 seconds. 2. Zheng Tianming's squad clearance time, 1 hour 33 minutes 01 seconds. 3. Hongyu squad clearance time, 1 hour 33 minutes 55 seconds. 10. Wei Zero squad clearance time, 1 hour 37 minutes 28 seconds. The difference between the first and 10th place is only 5 minutes? The competition for copies is a bit intense. Fang Xiu muttered. Normal second-turn professionals can't even get to see Light City on their own. And those who can come here to brush their second-turn copies are basically geniuses that various professional groups have scavenged from all over the country, Li Bo said. But there shouldn't be a lot of people. Maybe if you go to a few other turn 2 duplicates, the leaderboards will still be filled with this bunch of people. Fang Xiu realized that Li Bo's catchphrase was normal. Any special situation was normal when it came to the outer regions. Thanks brotherly, then I'm ready to get off my copy, you. Fang Xiu looked towards the Swordstar Bay copy and leapt into action. Not looking for someone to form a team first? Li Bo thought that Fang Xiu just came to step on the spot and advance first. He didn't realize that he really wanted to enter the copy. No, I'm enough for one person. If the monsters are too strong, I'll choose a low difficulty and slowly brush them, mainly to practice my skills, Fang Xiu said on his lips, but in reality, when he enters the copy in a little while, he's ready to start directly from the nightmare difficulty. Low difficulty? There is no such thing. I'm now strong and scary. Seeing that Fang Xiu is so confident, Li Bo did not say anything more. That's fine, you go down first, call me if there's something wrong. Chapter 58, accidentally taking the number 1 spot on the rankings. Swordstar Bay. Description: once upon a time, this was the habitat of the sword starfish. Relying on the fjord's strange undercurrents, the sword starfish's sword sprinting lethality was then raised a large section. Any inadvertent fall into this place of life will instantly be countless sword starfish through until one day. Challenge limit, second turn. Please select the difficulty of the copy to be challenged. Simple, ordinary, difficult, nightmare, hell. Nightmare. Fang Xiu didn't hesitate for a second and directly chose the nightmare level. The scenery in front of him was like a curtain of water, slightly trembling before revealing its original appearance. Fang Xiu was still standing at the entrance of the Swordstar Bay, but was able to detect the changes in the water currents around him. There were water currents in all directions, pushing themselves from all directions. Not far away, a sword starfish lay quietly resting on a coral reef, and when it was irradiated by the warm sunlight falling from the sea, what was reflected from its sharp sword nose was a palpitating chill. A few steps forward, will be shot into a sieve. Fang Xiu was not in a hurry to brush his copy. Fang Xiu also had to get used to the changes that occurred when he used his skills in the water. Transform to Sword Hero. Sword Drawl. Condensation Crescent Moon Slash. The two skills were used in sequence, and Fang Xiu clearly noticed their changes. The sword drawing technique slowed down a lot in a split second because of the resistance of the water current that brought it to himself. The speed of the chopping strike was also. As for the concentration crescent chop, the sword chi was consumed by the force of the water current, and the range of the attack was significantly shortened, and the speed of the flight was similarly reduced. Fang Xiu was suddenly able to understand why he thus said that the copies near Sea Light City weren't very suitable for him. To be precise, the underwater copies weren't suitable for all speed-type professions and long-range professions. However, one could also think of it in a different way. Underwater sword practice, that is, weighted sword practice, was able to speed up the increase in proficiency. After the second turn of Sword Hero, it would be possible to come to the replica to practice sword practice. Switching back to Primal Apprentice, Fang Xiu transformed into a raging wind young dragon again, and after trying out the skills brought the same conclusion as when he was a sword hero. Reaching out from the profession space, he took out the sword starfish transformation stone that he had just gotten, and next tested the effect of the new transformation stone. Setting the sword starfish transformation stone on the combat transformer. Transformation sword starfish half human form. A white light shot out from the combat transformer wrapping Fang Xiu. Soon, Fang Xiu's body showed some changes. A split appeared in his chin with gills inside, the fins of the sword starfish grew on both sides of his arms, and the palm of his left hand directly became a sharp sword, and a fisheye-like pattern appeared at the position of the sword's hilt, that is, at the position of Fang Xiu's original wrist. The skin of his body didn't have scales such as those of the raging wind young dragon because the sword starfish was a kind of scale-less fish, but there were also two blue flowing lines traced straight from Fang Xiu's jaw to his legs. Gulp. Fang Xiu spat out two bubbles. Comfortable. A very odd feeling, after transforming into a sword starfish, standing in the current had a cozy feeling of lying down in one's room and sleeping. Fang Xiu felt that he was able to move freely in the water even if he didn't drink a top-grade underwater breathing potion. Right, I transformed into a fish, so naturally I don't need an underwater breathing potion, Fang Xiu reacted. Originally he wanted to go back and finally Bo to ask where to buy an underwater breathing potion, but now it seems that he doesn't need to. The next time he goes out, he will directly transform into the sword starfish semi-human form, and he will be able to move around freely. Now it seems that there is no need to do so. Not only does he not need an underwater breathing potion, Fang Xiu feels extraordinarily comfortable in the water, and there's no more sense of obstruction from the current. Transformation Swordsman. The aura on Fang Xiu's body changed. Sword Drawl. Fang Xiu's body disappeared in place, leaving a flash of cold light in mid-air in vain, and when he reappeared, he was already standing in the open space 5 meters away, looking at his hand in a straight stare. The resistance of the water current from using the sword drawing technique has disappeared. Fang Xiu felt it very clearly. Just now when he used the sword drawing technique, his speed was the same as on the ground. No, it was even a bit faster. It was because the water current around him was pushing himself forward. After that, Fang Xiu tried the condensation crescent chop. However, this move didn't have the same obvious effect as the sword drawing technique. It seemed that transforming into a sword starfish brought more to the body's ability to adapt to water currents, and attributes and skills were just additions. Transforming back to Primal Apprentice, Fang Xiu had one more skill to test. Sundown Wind Wheel. Fang Xiu was eager to see what effect the sundown wind wheel, which rolled the wind element on the usual ground, had on the water. Raising his hand, a flash of emerald green appeared in his palm. The emerald green wind element began to spin rapidly, and a whirlpool visible to the naked eye appeared. In the blink of an eye, the vortex grew bigger and bigger, and Fang Xiu had to change from a palm-up support stance to a palm-forward push stance. In just one breath's time, a giant undersea water tornado with a width of 1 meter appeared. The sundown wind wheel works underwater too. Fang Xiu was very pleasantly surprised. At first he thought it wouldn't work. However, the surprise didn't last long because the sundown wind wheel in his hand quickly went out of control. But it wasn't that the sundown wind wheel collapsed so it went out of control, but because the sundown wind wheel kept on rolling, inducing too many currents of water, causing the water tornado to grow bigger and bigger, and after it reached more than 3 meters in width, it forcibly broke free from Fang Xiu's control and rolled forward, straight into the inside of the sword star bay, getting bigger and bigger while going deeper along the curves. The huge water tornado quickly affected a large piece of the surrounding waters. Just by standing in the current, one could feel the entire world swaying, and now with just a sparkling ball of lights, this place was even able to become a fully automated disco. Fang Xiu was also the first time to hastily pull away, but the surrounding sword starfish were not so lucky. Almost at the instant the water tornado approached, they were sucked into it. Not more than 3 seconds later, tips began to pop up densely in front of Fang Xiu's eyes. Killed sword starfish LV30, gain 1020 experience. Kill sword starfish LV30, gain 1020 experience. Level up, current level, 24, strength plus 1.25, agility plus 1.25, physique plus 1.25, spirit plus 1.25. Fang Xiu was dumbfounded. How come the power of the Sundowner wheel was stronger underwater than on the ground? As he watched, the Sundowner wheel went deeper and deeper until it was out of sight. Boom! Suddenly an explosive sound came from the Sword Star Bay. The entire Sword Star Bay trembled and the surrounding waters shook crazily, and if it wasn't for Fang Xiu's quick eyes and hands hurrying to hold onto a piece of reef, he probably would have even had his brain shaken evenly. Soon, 2 more prompts appeared in front of Fang Xiu. Kill Chopper Swordfish LV35 Boss, gain 23,080 experience. Copy passed. Time, 5 minutes and 19 seconds recorded score. Tip, you have made it onto the Sword Star Bay copy leaderboard, current rank, 1. This. Accidentally took first place on the leaderboard? Chapter 59 Heartbreak. When the waters gradually subsided, Fang Xiu was still holding the coral reef in shock. This was the power that the Sundowner wheel should have? Unbelievable. Do you want to try again? Fang Xiu raised his hand, but immediately lowered it again. Packing up the loot first. Although the corpses of the monsters that Fang Xiu had decapitated wouldn't disappear, the drops would also naturally disappear in the copy if they weren't picked up for a while. The Sundowner wheel would be tested again when he entered the copy later. Fang Xiu began to walk inside the Sword Star Bay from the entrance, and the ground was filled with broken coral reef fragments and the corpses of sword starfish. Formation of Transformation Stone Refinement. All of them crafted into transformation stones, Fang Xiu wasn't going to let go of a single sword starfish. It was fine if the quality was low. When the time came, it would be 1 in 10. And when Fang Xiu arrived at the depths of the Sword Star Bay, the place was already in shambles. A swirling hole that seemed like an abyss had been blown open with a slit, and the remains of hundreds of sword starfish were scattered around. The largest of these sword starfish caught Fang Xiu's attention. This should be the boss of the Sword Star Bay. The Sword Star swordfish. Fang Xiu was busy going up and checking out the fallen items, and at the same time, he casually applied a Transformation Stone Refinement formation. The swordfish was also generous, producing 2 pieces of equipment at once. Starflash Sword. Quality, rare. Attributes, attack power plus 65, agility plus 3, strength plus 2, attack speed plus 15%, attachment skill, starlight passive, 5% probability of increasing the speed of this attack by 100% when attacking. Level, second turn. Durability, 300. Description, crafted from the sword bone of the star-slaying swordfish, it contains a little bit of star power, and from time to time, it is able to give opponents a fatal blow that they can't take as a precaution. Fish Bone Necklace. Quality, rare. Attributes, agility plus 3, strength plus 2, 1% probability of triggering deadly strike. Level, second turn. Durability, 100. Description, crafted from the fish bone of the swordfish clan, which contains the power of sword chi, the wearer will be blessed with the power of sword chi. The 2-turn 2 rare grade equipment had good attributes, so Fang Xiu simply equipped all of them, replacing his fine rain with the Starflash sword. The Starflash sword was only a temporary replacement, and Fang Xiu was going to get a perfect grade sword for his weapon. If possible, Fang Xiu was prepared to get 2 epic grade weapons. Boom! A crisp shattering sound came out. Unfortunately, the first time crafting the Chopper Swordfish Boss Transformation Stone failed. It didn't matter, if the Sundown Windwheel was able to so simply second the entire map every time. Fang Xiu had even thought that he was going to make 10 of the Jinqing Swordfish Boss Transformation Stones and then synthesize a higher level Transformation Stone. However, the answer could only be obtained after further testing. Putting away his equipment, Fang Xiu looked around. The hundreds of sword starfish corpses were lying quietly, and was suddenly in a good mood. Time to work! Sword Hero second turn is just around the corner. The entrance to the Sword Star Bay replica. Zhang Tianming's squad came back from clearing the level again. This time, the speed of clearing the level was 3 minutes short of the best score. Frenzied Thorn, Lu Fang dropped to the ground, his 2 daggers scattered around his feet, with a look of having been emptied out. It's fine, we've only been in Sea Light City for a week, yet we've already gotten second place, almost a minute faster than Hong Yu and her group who have been in Sea Light City for a month. They won't be able to catch up with us in a short period of time, it's steady as can be. Waterfall Mage, Pei Hankai clasped his staff in both hands, the corners of his mouth with a smile and a proud look. What do you say, Brother Ming? Attacking Garrison Guard, Zheng Tianming carried his shield and was receiving treatment from Soft Light Priest when Yuan. Well, there's no rush, our levels and skills are not yet full, our strength is in a period of rapid improvement. With our talent and strength, it won't be long before we are able to surpass the first place. Zheng Tianming said in a loud voice, his right fist clenched in front of him as if he was cheering everyone up. Lu Fang, who was originally a bit demoralized, also displayed a smile. That's right, it won't be long before we give the people of Haiguang City a little bit of a shock from Luguang City. Let them know what a true genius is. The 3 looked at each other and let out a loud laugh, as if they had already seen the spectacle of the geniuses being trampled under their feet. When Yuan, who was treating the trio at the side, was also smiling, but for the vision of stepping the crowd of geniuses underfoot because of something, what made her happy was their friendship. All 4 of them came from the city of Luguang in the interior of Donghuang country. High school is the same school, the same class, since the transfer from the leveling together, after graduation is even recruited into the Aurora Society together. In the future, they would also brush copies together and go into battle to kill the enemy. Maybe even leave a good story in Haiguang City. Ha! Lu Fang, who was laughing, suddenly glanced at the replica monument on the side, and immediately frowned. Taking 3 steps, he came to the front of the replica monument to take a closer look. In the next moment, the smile on Lu Fang's face ceased, and his eyes glared round as if they were about to fall out. Pei Hankai on the side noticed Lu Fang's abnormality and couldn't help but follow him over, patting his shoulder. Little Fangzi, what's wrong? It's hard to believe that there are new faces in the charts. Pei Hankai's words came to an abrupt end the moment he saw the replica stone tablet. What's wrong with you two? Zhang Tianming asked as he felt that the 2 of them were a bit off. Only to see Lu Fang and Pei Hankai turn their heads full of horror, reaching out to point at the replica stone monument. Brother Zhang, see for yourself. What's all the fuss about? Zhang Tianming even took a few steps forward and lowered his head to check the replica stone tablet. 5 minutes and 19 seconds. This is impossible. The replica stone tablet is broken, right? Zhang Tianming was almost roaring. On the copy stone tablet, from top to bottom, the first entry. 1. Fang Xiu, clearance time, 5 minutes and 19 seconds. And they, who were originally ranked second, had been squeezed into third place. The point wasn't that this Fang Xiu had robbed them of third place. Rather, it was the fact that he had actually used only 5 minutes and 19 seconds. Compared to the 4 of them who had exhausted themselves for an hour and a half to clear the level, that man. That one guy, he's still alone. A person who only used more than 5 minutes. You guys, going down the copy. Can you open a wall? Lu Fang asked weakly. You're playing a game here? Pei Hankai looked at Lu Fang as if he was a little cutie. Like looking at Lu Fang. Then, how did this 5 minutes and 19 seconds come about? Is there really someone who can pass the Jianqing Bei copy in 5 minutes and 19 seconds? Lu Fang felt that his pride as a genius was collapsing. Pei Hankai resolutely shut up. It wouldn't really be possible to turn on the charm, right? Or was there really someone who could manage to clear Sword Star Bay in 5 minutes and 19 seconds? If there really was someone like that, could one still be considered a genius compared to him? Zhang Tianming was also silent. This was the first time he had encountered this kind of situation with his age of less than 20 years old. On the contrary, it was one who quickly had a brainstorm. Is it possible that it was actually 4 people who went in, and then they all used a prop like a spatial teleportation scroll or something like that to instantly move in front of the boss, and before immediately killing the boss the 3 people immediately quit the team, allowing one person to be on the list? It's possible. Lu Fang's eyes glowed slightly, and he quickly raised his hand. I remember that one of the seniors in our last session of Aurora was a space formation master, and our teacher even told us to make good friends with him. Zhang Tianming and Pei Hanzai also nodded their heads repeatedly, and have found their confidence, compared to the copy of the stone tablet damage, hanging, or when one said this program is more likely. As for the genius who appeared to pass the nightmare difficulty Sword Star Bay in 5 minutes and 19 seconds solo, Zhang Tianming preferred to believe that it was the replica monolith that was damaged in open. However, just as Zhang Tianming was about to say something to get everyone back on their feet, There was a movement in the portal behind the four of them, and it seemed like someone was about to come out of it. Everyone made way, only to see a handsome-looking teenager with an extraordinary figure come out from inside, glancing at the four people before he couldn't wait to drill into the copy portal again to start his next copy journey. The four looked at each other in disbelief, and after a few minutes, the first name of the replica stone tablet was updated again. 1. Fong Xiu, clearance time, 4 minutes 2 seconds. The entrance to the Sword Star Bay replica was deathly silent, so silent that the four could hear their hearts breaking. Chapter 60, Master Dao had become a success. In the Sword Star Bay copy, Fong Xiu had crafted transformation stones from hundreds of sword starfish, producing a total of 23 excellent grade and 1 rare grade transformation stones. The appearance of rare grade transformation stones came from the 5% probability of the transformation stone refining formation to raise the quality of the transformation stones by 1 level. Therefore, Fong Xiu obtained Transformation Stone Star Swordfish. Grade, Rare. Effect, transforms into a star-cutting swordfish with +5 agility, +4 strength, and gains the following skills: sword charge, star reinforcement, and weakness targeting for 10 minutes. Description, a transformation stone that unites the power of the swordfish, through which you will be able to swim in the sea as a swordfish, both in speed and offense. You will be far superior to the ordinary swordfish. Upgrading it by 1 rank directly turns it from a normal sword starfish into a boss sword starfish. This reminded Fong Xiu of the Primal Honor skill, which used wind goblins to bring out the effects of the Great Wind King Goblin. The sword starfish upgraded by 1 level is a star-crushing swordfish? Then what would it be if the sword starfish was upgraded to level 1? Fong Xiu suppressed the idea of wasting a chopping star swordfish transformation stone. If he wanted to see the results, there would be plenty of opportunities in the future. Using the 20 sword starfish transformation stones, he obtained 2 rare grade chopper star swordfish transformation stones. With slightly different attributes from the first sword starfish's transformation stone in Fong Xiu's hand, there was an additional hint in the description that it could not be synthesized any further. It seemed that the transformation stone could only be synthesized once. It's a pity. If I could synthesize 10 of them into a higher level one, I'd definitely synthesize a myth before stopping, Fong Xiu lamented. But if the transformation stone refining formation could do this, then it wouldn't just be a 5-star skill. Putting away the transformation stone, Fong Xiu glanced at his skill bar. Combat Transformer 5-star rare skill, LV415800, comes with 5 transformation stones embedded. The inlaid transformation stones can be used permanently. Already inlaid transformation stones, Demon Tattooed Iron Guard, Raging Wind Hatchling, Sword Starfish. A copy of the level up 3, it will not take long to full level. Confirming that he hadn't missed any more loot, Fong Xiu chose to exit the copy. Returning to the entrance of the Sword Star Base duplicate, Fong Xiu once again saw the 4 professionals he had bumped into on his way here. They were standing in front of the replica stone monument at the entrance. 2 of them were wide-eyed and looked like they were in a good mood, while the other 2 seemed to be in the middle of a conversation. Was it a tactical summary after the replica? Not bad for a genius who could be seen by the Aurora Society. But why are they looking at me strangely? Am I disturbing them? Fong Xiu was a bit puzzled, but he immediately put it behind him. It's none of our business. We have to hurry up and test the power of the sundown wind wheel. Taking a big step into the copy portal, Fong Xiu once again chose to enter the nightmare-level Sword Star Bay. The scenery in front of him was like a drop of water falling on a lake. The ripples slowly spread out, and when Fong Xiu saw the scenery again, the Sword Star Bay that was ravaged by the sundowner wind wheel had been restored to its original state. The thick and smooth granite, the colorful coral reefs, the fully loaded sword starfish, everything was the way it was at the very beginning. Sundown Wind Wheel. Fong Xiu raised his hand, and the emerald green sundown wind force slowly appeared in his palm and began to rapidly rotate. But this time, the situation seemed a bit odd. Although the spinning sundown wind force quickly coalesced into an undersea water tornado, it wasn't as fast as before. When it grew to a certain size, Fong Xiu similarly changed his support to push. This time there was no sign of loss of control. It was a normal buildup of power before pushing out. The vast sundowner wind wheel was still powerful, but it didn't make the entire Jianqing Bay shake like it did last time. Instead, it accelerated and collapsed after entering the bend of Jianqing Bay. What's the reason? Fong Xiu stood in place and frowned tightly. Was the last time just a coincidence? But what were the conditions for this coincidence to occur? Fong Xiu tried using the sundown wind wheel a few more times and the result remained the same. Although he was able to create a powerful underwater water tornado, it still advanced a few steps forward and then automatically dissipated, far from the desired result. What in the world is the reason? Sword art? Not half as relevant. Transformation? There might be, but it shouldn't be very probable. Feng Xiu attempted to transform. Transformation Raging Wind Young Dragon half-human form. It didn't work. Switch to Sword Starfish half-human form again. Also. Feng Xiu suddenly caught a glimmer of light. Floating in the current in his Sword Starfish half-human form, he was in the sea with you and me, and was also able to feel the dark current flowing out from the Swordfish Bay. If one were to completely relax one's body and let this dark current propel one's form would float into the Sword Starfish Bay as light as paper, following the bends and turning as if caught in a whirlpool? Whirlpool. Feng Xiu's eyes flashed with a brilliant light as he stopped himself and stood in mid-air, feeling the dark currents turning around him. Raising his hand, the sundown wind force coalesced once again. Sundown wind wheel. Adjusting the steering of the sundown wind force to be in line with the direction the dark current was going, stretching the rhythm of the rotation. This time, even before Feng Xiu intentionally accelerated the sundown wind wheel's rotation speed, he saw it rapidly growing before his eyes and spinning faster and faster. Until the undersea water tornado driven by the sundown wind wheel once again broke free from its control. In a flash, the scene reappeared. The water dragons danced wildly. The ground shook. The violent water tornado followed the bend of the Swordfish Bay and turned deeper and deeper, or to be precise, it turned with the dark current of the Swordfish Bay. If the sundowner wheel was a gyroscope, then the dark current was the whip that kept beating the gyroscope. However, what if this whip kept lashing the gyro and became heavier and heavier? It would go on spinning forever, spinning faster and faster until boom, the earth trembled, and strong vibrations came from the Sword Star Bay, just as it did in the beginning. Kill Sword Starfish LV30, gain 1020 experience. Kill Sword Starfish LV30, gain 1020 experience. Kill Swordfish LV35 boss, gain 23080 experience. Kill Swordfish LV35 boss, gain 23080 experience. Level up. Level up, current level, 25, strength plus 1.25, agility plus 1.25, physique plus 1.25, spirit plus 1.25. Copy pass. Time, 4 minutes and 2 seconds recorded score. Alert, you have ascended the Sword Star Bay copy leaderboard, current ranking, 1. Floating at the entrance of the replica, Feng Xiu looked at the experience prompts that kept popping up in front of his eyes and didn't care, as he was still letting the violent vibrations send him up and down in the water. The current Feng Xiu only had one sentence in his mind. Master Dao, I'd become a success. After a long time, Feng Xiu, who floated down to the ground from mid-air, let out a long breath of relief, stood up with support from the ground, and raised his eyes to look out at the Sword Star Bay, which was once again in a state of disarray. He had already mastered the ability to make the sundowner will stabilize and clean up Swordfish Bay in one go. Then next. Brother Mo. Let's get high. Chapter 61, Sword Hero, Profession Second Transformation. Sundown Wind Wheel. Sundown Wind Wheel. After mastering the sundown wind will move to clear the Sword Star Bay, Feng Xiu began to frantically fry fish. Entering the duplicate, it was a sundowner wheel that catered to the underwater dark currents. The copy was cleared, and then he entered the copy again, another sundown wind wheel, the copy was cleared again, and then he exited the copy. So on and so forth. The copy's clearance record was quickly brushed to within 2 minutes by Feng Xiu. The level also soared from level 25 to level 30. With such upgrading efficiency, Feng Xiu felt like he was hanging on. When the third turn was completed, I'm afraid that the large amount of hoarded experience would instantly skyrocket his level to 40. One-click full leveling hang to understand. However, from the second day onwards, Feng Xiu stopped doing this. He was still early for the third turn, and the current experience was meaningless to him. Feng Xiu decided to move forward towards his current goal of bringing his combat shifter proficiency to full strength. In the following 4 days, Feng Xiu cleared Sword Star Bay 24 times. After each pass, Feng Xiu had to go through the dead Sword Star fish corpses one by one to make transformation stones and collect the equipment. Passing 24 times meant that he had cleared Sword Star Bay 24 times from start to finish, getting 20 pieces of rare grade equipment and countless pieces of excellent grade and material equipment. The focus was on crafting transformation stones. The number of times he crafted was nearly 3,000, and he successfully crafted 532 Sword Starfish Transformation Stones, 25 Chopping Star Swordfish Transformation Stones, and 1 Star Swordfish Transformation Stone. Transformation Stone Star Swordfish. Grade, perfect. Effect, transforms into a star swordfish, agility +10, strength +5, gains skills, star sword charge, star manifestation, weakness aiming, light a shining star, lasts for 15 minutes. Description, a transformation stone that unites the power of the star swordfish, through which you can transform into a star swordfish and swim in the sea, and as a fish that masters the power of the stars, you are the brightest star at the bottom of the sea. This is the perfect level transformation stone that Feng Xiu obtained after triggering the 5% probability of increasing the level by 1 when he made that star swordfish boss transformation stone. Feng Xiu didn't choose to inlay it on his combat transformer, but stored it in his backpack. 530 sword starfish transformation stones were also refined into chopping star swordfish transformation stones. Feng Xiu wasn't in a hurry to sell them, he had an idea that might be able to make the price of the transformation stone sell more expensive. On the 25th copy, Feng Xiu started crafting the transformation stone after easily clearing the copy with the move Sundown Wind Wheel. Alert, transformation stone Zhang Xing swordfish crafted successfully, proficiency +20. Combat transformer skill level increased, current level, 15 max. Phew, the moment he saw the prompt, Feng Xiu let out a long breath. Finally, the combat shifter's proficiency had been leveled up, and the next step was to turn 2 into the sword hero profession. However, before that, Feng Xiu wanted to see what kind of must have skill the primal apprentice profession would get after the combat shifter proficiency was pulled to full. Opening the panel, he focused on checking the profession's skills and must kill techniques. Combat Transformer 5-star rare skill, LV15 max, comes with 8 transformation stone embedded. The embedded transformation stone will be permanently usable. Already embedded transformation stone, Magic Iron Guard, Raging Wind Dragon, Sword Starfish. The LV5, LV10, and LV15 of the Combat Transformer will bring the same improvement as the Book of Transformation, which is to add a transformation bar. It's not very meaningful, and mainly Feng Xiu doesn't have that many transformation stones that he wants and is worth saving right now. Profession skill. Corpse Draw Deep. Primordial Power 5-star skill, 50% increase in all transformations. Combat Transformer level 10. Primal Liberation 5-star skill, release exclusive killing technique according to current transformation species. Current transformation, Sword Starfish, exclusive killing technique, Sword Shattering Charge, cooldown time, 72 hours. Combat Transformer comprehended when level 15. Primordial Liberation. Unleash an exclusive necessary kill skill based on the current transformation species? Feng Xiu rubbed his chin, wondering if this meant that he would be able to have different essential kill techniques if he transformed into different creatures, and they were still exclusive. Feng Xiu immediately switched transformations. Transformation Raging Wind Young Dragon. Then he went to look at the skill bar. Current transformation, Raging Wind Hatchling, exclusive killing skill King Wind Cannon, cooldown, 72 hours. That's really it. Feng Xiu raised his eyebrows slightly and transformed himself into a Magic Tattoo Iron Guard again. Current transformation, Magic Iron Guard, exclusive must kill skill Magic Iron Wall, cooldown, 72 hours. It was basically certain that the Primordial Apprentice's essential kill skill was the one that gave himself the exclusive essential kill skill of the transformed being. Pretty good. It was like pulling up the upper limit of combat power after transformation. The only bad point was that the cooldown time was as high as 72 hours, or 3 days, and could only be used as a big move. It also seemed that he did not have the opportunity or enemy that he needed to use any sure kill techniques, and for a short period of time, he was living in Sword Star Bay. Sword Star Bay can be killed with a single move, and this will be my forever home. Turning off the skill bar, Feng Xiu switched his profession back to Sword Hero, and sat down in the wretched Sword Star Bay. Starting second turn. Transformation in progress. Please select the core skill for transfer. Core skill selected, 3-star general skill advanced swordsmanship LV15 max. Please select the secondary skill. Selected secondary skill, 5-star rare skill combat transformer LV15 max. Occupations are being generated, please choose from the following occupations. Please choose from the following professions. 1. Shapeshifting swordsman 6 stars unique. Description, a balanced profession that combines the power of swordsmanship with the ability of shapeshifting to become a swordsman with the power of shapeshifting and the ability to freely control his shapeshifting form. Later, due to the fact that he has shapeshifted into a variety of creatures over time and has experienced a large number of battles, he develops his own school of swordsmanship and becomes a swordsman with versatile swordsmanship and comprehensive tactics. 2. Sword of the Spirit 6 stars unique. Description: a speedy profession based on the swordsman's profession. Because of his time spent transforming into all kinds of creatures, he understands the spirits of all living things, and after studying the transformation stone in depth, he discovers the power that exists in the essence of the spirits of all living things, and through grasping this power and combining it with his swordsmanship, he develops a special school of swordsmanship, which is based on the power of the spirit that is extracted from all living things, and which allows him to get stronger and stronger as he goes through a lot of battles. Special Swordsmanship School. 3. Human Exterminator 6 stars. Description: a power-type occupation. Through the study of combat transformers, he has a more in-depth study of the human race, and will integrate his understanding and research into the sword art, developed for the human school of sword art. Only a long time to the same race of the study and killing seems to make him begin to ignore everything, and more addicted to killing, until the complete extermination of humanity, become a crazy butcher. Chapter 62 Second Turn, Sword of the Living Spirit. The classic 3 choices. 3 6-star professions, 2 of which are unique professions. The option that isn't a unique occupation is a direct pass. And Human Exterminator doesn't sound like a good guy. Fong Xiu suspected that only anti-human guys would choose this profession, not to mention that from the description of the Human Exterminator, he seemed to have the negative status of extermination of humanity and indifference to everything. The other 2 6-star unique professions, Transforming Swordsman and Sword of the Living Spirit. The Transformer Swordsman was undoubtedly the most suitable profession for the combat transformer, but it didn't match with the Primal Apprentice, and even clashed a bit. As a balanced profession, the attribute growth of Transformer Swordsman would be very evenly distributed, just like Primal Apprentice. This was something Fong Xiu didn't want, even if Transforming Swordsman was going to be 1 star higher and be a 6-star profession. Also consider one more point. Would Transformation Swordsman have the ability to create transformation stones? After all, if you don't consider the primitive apprentice skill, but just the combat transformer skill alone, there is no ability to make transformation stones, and there is a high probability that Transformation Swordsman will derive that skill if it wants to solve this problem. As for Sword of the Living Spirit, the power of the living spirit was a direction of power that Fong Xiu hadn't understood. It would be a gamble if chosen. No more power overlap. Fong Xiu still hoped that his several professions would benefit each other but represent different powers. In the end, Fong Xiu finalized his occupation. Sword of the Living Spirit. Transitioning to Sword of the Living Spirit. Warm power came and washed Fong Xiu's body and spirit, wiping away his fatigue. Not long after, the transfer was completed, and a prompt box appeared in front of Fong Xiu's eyes. Transfer successful, current profession, Spirit Sword unique, advanced sword art upgraded to Spirit Stream Sword art, gained profession core, drawing sword. Fong Xiu opened his attribute panel to check. Fong Xiu. Race, human. Talent, unlimited transformation Genesis level, can freely switch between levels. Dao Seeker Mythic level, all skills level cap plus 50% source of Sundown Wind rare, possesses the power to control the element of wind. All wind skills power is increased by 20%, and all of one's own wind skills will automatically change to Sundown Wind. Level, 32nd turn. Profession, Sword of the Spirit unique. Profession core, Sword of Drawing increase sword damage by 75%, convert 20% of damage dealt into your own life value, comes with profession skills, instantaneous, Spirit Sword Style, Spirit Streaming Aura Chop, Spirit Streaming Horizontal Chop. Life value, 470. Magic, 470. Strength, 69 growth, 1.5 stars, 1.5 points of strength per level up. Agility, 128 growth, 2.5 stars, increase agility by 2.5 points per level up. Stamina, 47 growth, 1 star, increase stamina by 1 point per level up. Spirit, 47 growth, 1 star, increase spirit by 1 point per level up. Skill bar 3-3. Bio Spirit Flow Swordsmanship 6-star rare skill, LV10300, sword type skills deal 75% more damage, increase attack speed by 20%, ignore 15% physical defense, 3% probability of triggering a burst attack, attack blood absorption plus 10%. Combat Transformer. Sundowner Wheel. Profession skill. Bio Spirit Stream Sword Chi Chop 6-star skill, skill level equals sword art level, any attack initiated with a sword type weapon is accompanied by Bio Spirit Sword Chi, attack range equals dexterity 20 cm, additional damage equals attack power 1, randomly cuts the hit person's attributes by 1 point. Instant 6-star skill, LV1 skill level equals sword art level, draws sword at great speed and inflicts attack power plus strength plus agility x 2.35 damage to those around it. ignores 20% of the target's defense, cooldown time, 20 seconds. Spirit Sword Style 6-star skill, rank 1 max, every attack stacks a layer of Spirit Sword Style, up to 100 layers. After stopping attacking, you lose all Spirit Sword Style for 30 seconds. When attacking a target that is a spirit and causing damage, you will steal 1 point of the target's attributes, lasts for 1 minute. When attacking a living spirit and dealing damage, it steals 1 point of the target's attributes, lasts for 1 minute, can stack up to 100 layers, and the duration will be refreshed every time you acquire Sword Style of the living spirit. Living Spirit Sword Style, attack speed, movement speed, sword damage increased by 1%, attack blood absorption increased by 0.1%. Spirit Stream Horizontal Chop 6-star skill, LV1 max, condenses sword energy and chops out a cross of sword energy in midair, inflicting attack power plus strength plus agility x 4.2 basic sword damage to the target. Each layer of Spirit Sword Stance boosts the final damage by 1%, cooldown time, 3 minutes. When Bio Spirit Flow is activated, it will increase the final damage by 1%. Comprehended when Spirit Flow Sword Art level is 10. Comprehended when Bio Spirit Flow Sword Art level is 15. The Sword of the Living Spirit. So it's about sucking the life force of all living things. Feng Xiu didn't understand what the life force meant at first, but now that he saw the Sword of the Living Spirit's professional core, sort of drawing, he converted 20% of the damage dealt into life value. The basic skill Spirit Sword Technique absorbs 10% of the attack's blood. The Sword of the Living Spirit was just a decent way of saying it, but to be more accurate, it should be the Sword of Blood Sucking. The horrifying blood drawing effect was clearly aimed at draining the opponent. Feng Xiu was even able to recall scenes from his previous life when he was playing the game. After a group battle, there wasn't a single drop of blood on his body. Continuing to look down, Feng Xiu realized that this Sword of the Spirit seemed to be more than just sucking life value. Normal Sword Chi changed to Spirit Stream Sword Chi Chop, and the attack could weaken the opponent's attributes. The Enlightenment Sword Style transformed into the Spirit Sword Style, and the attack could take away the target's attributes. Sucking blood, stealing attributes, and weakening the opponent were all mutually reinforcing, so it was no wonder that they were getting stronger and stronger. Only, Feng Xiu's opponents would probably be sickened to death first than being killed. Even if the second turn profession was 5-star level 30, not counting equipment, there were only 150 points of full attributes, and with both Shangling's Sword Chi and Shangling's Sword Style firing at the same time, this amount of his attributes weren't even enough for Feng Xiu to stack 100 layers of Shangling's Sword Style to the fullest. If even the opponent's equipment attributes could be temporarily absorbed, the 100 layers could still be stacked. However, Feng Xiu's offensive style favored instantaneous explosions, and ordinary professionals of the same level were not qualified to let him make 75 swords. Therefore, the Sword of the Living Spirit profession was more suitable for Feng Xiu to kill bosses. It was a good thing that Feng Xiu was still focused on developing copies of the outer regions next. There was no shortage of powerful existences. From Sword Hero to Sword of Spirit, it's an enhancement in the direction of protracted warfare. Feng Xiu summarized in the end. Drip. A beep suddenly came from his cell phone. It was someone sending a message over. Feng Xiu picked up his cell phone and carefully checked. It was a message from Li Bo. Li Bo, Feng Xiu old brother, take a look at the Aurora Society app. The competition mission that belongs exclusively to the newcomers of your term has been released. Chapter 63 Newcomer Competition Mission, Hellish Swordfish Bay. Aurora app, see Light City Regional Quest. Swordfish Bay Newcomer Competition Mission. Mission objective, rank first in copy clearance at the end of this month's settlement for Swordfish Bay. Acceptance requirement, second turn. Mission reward, 10,000 Aurora points. Mission reward, 10,000 Aurora points. Swordfish Bay Newcomer Competition Mission. Objective, be the first to clear Swordfish Bay's held difficulty reward, 10,000 Aurora points. Requirements for acceptance, second turn reward, 10,000 Aurora points. Task reward, 10,000 Aurora points. Task reward, 10,000 Aurora points. Bloody Royal Shark Newcomer Competition Mission. Mission objective, hunting Bloody Royal Shark Newcomer Competition Mission. Mission objective, hunt Bloody Royal Shark BOSS. Mission objective, hunt Bloody Royal Shark Boss. Acceptance requirement, second turn, task reward, 100,000 Aurora points. Mission reward, 100,000 Aurora points. Mission reward, 100,000 Aurora points. Note, this boss is a top turn 3 boss, please be careful when hunting. Feng Xiu opened the Aurora Club app to check. There were a total of 13 Haiguang City area quests that had been released, labeled as Newcomer Competition Quests. After going through them all, Feng Xiu made a brief summary. Each of the 5 second turn duplicates near Sea Light City had 2 types of quests. One was rank first in the duplicates by the end of the month, and the other was be the first to clear the hell level difficulty duplicates, both of which rewarded 10,000 Aurora points. Compared to the missions Fong Xiu had seen before that rewarded 2 to 300 Aurora points, they were completely different, and the magnificence was visible to the naked eye. He thought that the newcomer competition missions released by the Aurora Society were also giving newcomers some benefits in disguise. This was already tilting the resources towards the geniuses. It was only that the resources were up to you to grab. The remaining 3 quests were for the 3 field bosses. The 8-clawed red squid, the 1,000-year cold-armored turtle, and the bloody royal shark. The 3 field bosses had bounties of 10,000, 20,000, and 100,000 Aurora points respectively. Among them, the bloody imperial shark with a reward of 100,000 Aurora points not only had an extra hint message on the quest interface, but even the quest itself was marked in red. While attracting professionals to challenge it, it also told everyone that this bloody imperial shark was truly strong and terrifying. Is it more than a raider copy and a boss attack in the wild? The corner of Fong Xiu's mouth couldn't help but rise slightly when he saw the content of the competing quests. Our transformation stone had a use again. The sword of the living spirit transformation has also come at just the right time. Fong Xiu glanced at the time on his cell phone. It was only 1 p.m. today. There's plenty of time, so let's take the hell difficulty first pass of the Swordfish Bay copy today. Fong Xiu backhandedly touched out 2 blue swords with faint starlight from his career space. Starfish Bone Key. Special props. Effect: when carrying this item, you can open the hell level of the Swordfish Bay copy. Description: a fishbone that contains the power of the ages. It seems to have witnessed the grandeur of that time. Fong Xiu had cleared the Swordfish Bay copy so many times that the hell level difficulty key had already popped out. However, it was a pity that there were only 2 of them, as he would have liked to save up a few more and brush them together. From the copy out, all the corpses and boss loot Fong Xiu did not pick up. Anyway, it is just a minute to brush a copy of the matter. Enter the copy again. This time, Fong Xiu chose hell level difficulty. When the scenery in front of him became clear again, Fong Xiu could feel that Jianqing Bay was very different from before. The warm sunlight above his head was no longer there, and there was a darkness and heaviness like a dark cloud cover. The entire coral reef was quiet, as if it was being suppressed by something. The sword was drawn. Even the dark currents in Swordfish Bay were more turbulent. Fong Xiu raised his eyes and quickly found the monster lurking in the old part of the coral reef, and it was no longer an ordinary sword starfish, but Swordfish Elite LV-37. HP 2000. What was a boss has turned into an elite as a small monster? Fong Xiu was shocked. The entire crew was a boss? Even though they were elite level and didn't have as much HP as the final boss creatures in the nightmare level copies, their skills should be the same. It was the same as not fighting the small monsters anymore, just directly fighting the boss. But there was also more than one of this chopper swordfish, right? Fong Xiu took a cursory glance, and the coral reef at the entrance alone hid at least 10 chopper swordfish. Facing 10 nightmare level bosses at the same time. Even if they only had 2,000 life value, it would be difficult for most professionals to defeat. Fong Xiu finally realized why no one had passed the hell level difficulty so far. Because this place was truly hell. However, Sword Star Bay is my home. What are you guys doing in my house? Fong Xiu raised his hand to condense the sundown windwheel. The power of the dark current in the Sword Star Bay was far stronger than usual, which also allowed Fong Xiu to not have to deliberately slow down the rotational speed of the sundown windwheel in conjunction with the dark current, and in just a breath of time, the giant undersea tornado appeared. It rushed into the Sword Star Bay with great vigor. The speed and power far exceeded the usual. Standing at the entrance of the replica, Fong Xiu was able to see a large number of Sword Star swordfish being plucked from the coral reef and thrown into the giant water tornado. The scene was extremely bloody, like a meat grinder. As the water tornado advanced, the entire Swordfish Bay began to tremble crazily, reproducing the scenery of the earth shaking and the mountains shaking. However, Fong Xiu was very comfortable, transforming into the swordfish half-human posture and lying in the water. While cozying up to the sea currents, he looked at the prompts that gradually began to pop up in front of his eyes. Killed Swordfish Elite LV-37, gained 5,000 experience. Killstar Splitting Swordfish Elite LV-37, gain 5,000 experience. Killstar Splitting Swordfish Elite LV-37, gain 5,000 experience. Comfortable. Although Fong Xiu didn't need experience at the moment, the flood of experience values was refreshing just to see. It wasn't long before a bright flash of starlight appeared in the distance. The starlight became a sword and fell from the sky. The stern sword aura swept across the 4 directions as if it was trying to cut away all obstacles. Fang Xiu was too busy to sit up, and then he heard a rumble. An explosive sound. The starlight dimmed, and the sword chi dissipated at the same time. A prompt continued to pop up in front of his eyes. Killed star swordfish LV42 boss, gained 145010 experience. Copy pass. Time, 2 minutes 2 seconds recorded score. Reminder, you have cleared the Sword Star Bay replica hell level. The replica monument will record your great name lasts for 365 days. There was no doubt that the sound just now was caused by the collision between the boss of the hell level difficulty book, the star swordfish, and the water tornado, and it ended with them dying together. The perfect ending. Fang Xiu was already looking forward to what this hell level difficulty boss would drop. It was said that if a replica was able to produce epic level props, it would inevitably be in hell level difficulty. However, Fang Xiu wasn't in a hurry to directly look at what the boss had dropped, but instead began to pack up the surrounding corpses of the chopper swordfish. In a nightmare copy, the star swordfish were all bosses. Their remains could not be wasted. Formation of transformation stone refinement. Alert, transformation stone star swordfish crafted successfully. Chapter 64 Lord's Artifact River of Stars. Alert, transformation stone star swordfish crafted successfully. Comfortable. Watching the star swordfish in front of him, which was 5 meters long and had a body like a giant sapphire sword, turn into ashes and eventually coalesce into a transformation stone. Fang Xiu smiled triumphantly. Having just come all the way over and crafted more than 100 chopping star swordfish, a total of 20 transformation stones came out, yet there were 5 star swordfish transformation stones inside. It was clearly a 5% probability, yet it got an output with a 25% probability. Looks like I should be lucky today. Now Fang Xiu had a total of 7 star swordfish's transformation stones in his pocket. Lowering his head, Fang Xiu leaned down to pick up the equipment that was originally pressed by the star swordfish. It was a long sword, and only a long sword. The blue body of the sword seemed like a magnificent sapphire. The surface left a little bit of fine starlight. If you look at it from a distance, whereas a long sword is a hot summer day inadvertently looked up to see the boundless river of stars, brilliant and bright, the beauty of the incomparable. Only now is reflected in the sword-shaped pond, so that people have the opportunity to touch. Star River. Quality, Epic Lord's Artifact. Attributes, attack power plus 135, agility plus 10, strength plus 10, attack speed plus 50%, attachment skill, starlight stirring passive, 10% probability of increasing the speed of this attack by 100% when attacking, 10% additional star damage of own attack 100%. Level, second turn. Endurance, 500. Description: the star swordfish draw on the power of starlight in the sky to condense into a starstone, and after a long period of time, and due to the inculcation of sword chi, it invariably coalesces into a famous sword with the power of the stars. Lord Divine Artifact, cannot be traded after picking it up. All sword starfish clan whose level does not exceed the holders by 20 levels while holding this equipment will forcefully submit to the holder. Lord Divine Artifact? Fang Xiu looked at the long sword in his hand in shock, having an unreal feeling of being hit by a pie falling from the sky. Lord Divine Artifacts, not belonging to the category of quality, were extremely special treasures that were not restricted to weapons, equipment, or props, or even consumables, but one thing was certain: Lord Divine Artifacts must have the power to harness a certain race. Just like the Star River in Fang Xiu's hand, if you have it, you can command the Sword Starfish clan. This Sword Starfish clan was not just the Sword Starfish, but the entire evolutionary chain of Sword Starfish, Star-Cutting Swordfish, and Star Swordfish. Because of the powerful effects of the Lord Divine Artifact, it was extremely rare. As of now, Fang Xiu's known information, Lord Divine Artifacts could only be dropped in Hell-level copies with extremely low probability. The probability of dropping a Lord Artifact was extremely low, even if the number of times that 100 copies of the Hell-level difficulty had been cleared had all been used up. That's why Fang Xiu, who saw that he had dropped a Lord Artifact, had the unreal feeling of being hit by $5 million. Woohoo, take off! After slowing down, Fang Xiu directly smiled with joy and immediately chose to equip Star River. One has become stronger again. When he went back, he would get an exclusive sword set for Xinghe, and it would be all set. However, before going back, Fang Xiu still had 2 more things to do. The first thing was to brush the Hell-level copy of Sword Star Bay once more. Exit the copy, enter the copy, and then hit the tornado destroys the parking lot. Cough cough cough, it's the Sundowner wheel. Wrap up the parking lot and continue to make transformation stones from the star swordfish carcasses along the way. Arriving in front of the corpse of the star swordfish, Fang Xiu once again unfolded the formation of transformation stone refinement, but his eyes fell underneath the formation. When the corpse of the star swordfish gradually turned into ashes, something was revealed, a skill book. Fang Xiu was busy picking it up. Starfall. 3-star skill book. Quality, perfect. Requirement, second turn. Description, gather the power of the stars to fall from a high altitude to strike the target. 3-star perfect skill. Fang Xiu weighed the skill book in his hand. Compared to the epic weapon, Lord God's artifact Star River, this skill book named Starfall was not even close. But it is still not bad. A 3-star perfect skill was not rare, but it was mainly a skill related to the rare attribute star. If he used it as his core skill to transfer, he would definitely be able to transfer to a profession related to the power of the stars. Fang Xiu's next demand was for 4-star skills, so he was not going to use this skill book, and was going to take it back to sell it or exchange it for a few pieces of second-turn epic level equipment. Alert, Transformation Stone Star Swordfish crafted successfully. Successful again. Fang Xiu was overjoyed as he put the Starfall skill book into the profession space and rubbed his hands together in excitement. Next was the second thing. Crafting his second epic level transformation stone. Fang Xiu took out all the Star Swordfish transformation stones from his career space. The luck of making transformation stones for the second hell level copy wasn't as good as the first time, but he also made 2 Star Swordfish transformation stones. 7 plus 2, plus the current one. A total of 10 Star Swordfish transformation stones. These 10 Star Swordfish transformation stones were all created by Fang Xiu's 5% probability triggered when he used the corpse of the Star Swordfish as the material. They were not synthesized from the 10 Star Swordfish transformation stones. Therefore, these 10 Star Swordfish transformation stones were able to be synthesized once. The Star Swordfish transformation stones that were already of perfect grade were synthesized once more. Hiss. The image is too beautiful for me to imagine. Then I won't imagine it. I want to see it. Stud. Formation of transformation stone refinement. A lavender-colored formation emerged, and 10 Star Swordfish transformation stones slowly floated up at any given time, shattering one by one and being crushed into powder, slowly flying towards the sky, quickly coalescing into a brand new transformation stone. Fang Xiu stared intently at the formation. As early as the first time when he used the corpse of the star-shattering swordfish boss to craft the Star Swordfish transformation stone, he had already had the idea of crafting an epic level transformation stone. The 2 hell level copies merely accelerated the process. Otherwise, with the efficiency of clearing the nightmare level Swordfish Bay in 1 minute, it wouldn't take much time for Fang Xiu to really gather 10 Star Swordfish transformation stones. After a few seconds, the 10 Star Swordfish transformation stones completely disappeared, and a marble-sized, pure and translucent light blue pearl quietly floated in mid-air, dazzling and charming. Fang Xiu reached out and grabbed it in his hand. Attributes then appeared. Transformation Stone Star Sword Kingfish. Grade, Epic. Effect, transforms into the Star Sword Kingfish, agility plus 20, strength plus 15, skills, Star Sword Charge, Shining Star Manifestation, weakness penetration, Star King Sword, lasts for 30 minutes. Description, a transformation stone that unites the power of the Star Sword Kingfish, through which you can transform into the kingfish that visits the endless rivers of stars, fusing the power of the rivers of stars with the power of the sword, and using your body as a sword to cut out the splendor and magnificence of the endless rivers of stars. Chapter 65, Delivering the Task. Sea Light City, Aurora Society headquarters. Zhang Tianming's 4 were eating inside the restaurant on the first floor. They had recently rested for a few days, and when a friend asked them why they weren't out and about, they uniformly replied to the public that they were healing their wounds. But that friend looked them up and down several times and froze, unable to find a single even superficial injury. The Newcomer competition mission has been released, Lu Fang, who was eating while playing with his cell phone, suddenly said. The remaining 3 were busy pulling out their cell phones to check. This year's Newcomer competition task is more than a raider copy. At the mention of the replica, Pei Hankai suddenly recalled some bad memories and blushed a bit poorly. Zhang Tianming and Wenwen didn't answer either, just carefully checking all the mission information. Brother Ming, let's change the copy raid? Lu Fang proposed. Pei Hankai nodded his head in agreement. Fang Xiu's achievements left behind in Sword Star Bay allowed them to see a mountain they couldn't climb over. No, we still need to make a trip to Sword Star Bay, Zhang Tianming spoke out. Immediately, all 3 of them cast searching gazes at Zhang Tianming. Only to see Zhang Tianming silently take out a starfish bone key from his occupation space. I just asked someone to look at the Sword Star Bay this morning, and that Fang Xiu guy hasn't cleared the hell level sword star bay yet. So, take advantage of it now. But he didn't even use long to pass the nightmare level sword star bay, and we can't even snatch the first kill of the hell level me. We can't even snatch him. Lu Fang was puzzled. He definitely doesn't have time to look at his cell phone and his copy. Let's grab it. Zhang Tianming's eyes flashed with a wise light. But what if he looks at his cell phone? Lu Fang hadn't finished speaking when he realized that his three partners were staring at him. Let's go on a trip. We're bound to use this key anyway. When one spoke up, sort of giving everyone a reason why they had to go on a trip to Jianqing Bay. The four of them hurriedly put down the rice bowls in their hands and flew all the way to Sword Star Bay, even using the speed shift potion in a rather extravagant manner. However, when they arrived at the entrance of the Sword Star Bay replica, from afar, they saw a golden text on the replica's stone monument, which happened to be right above the replica's #1 ranking. Thus, what was presented before their eyes was: Fang Xiu has cleared the Sword Star Bay replica Inferno level in 2 minutes and 2 seconds. 1. Fang Xiu, time to clear, 57 seconds. Is that guy sure it's a person? Pei Hankai snapped with a serious face. He wasn't cursing, he was just questioning the diversity of the human species. If they were all human beings, why was the gap between everyone so big? It turned out that the previous 4 minutes wasn't the limit. While they were still racking their brains trying to improve their time by 1 minute and raise their rankings, they didn't realize that others had already cleared the copy in just 1 minute. The remaining 3 also had gray faces. Suddenly, the portal swung slightly and a handsome man appeared from it. The visitor was naturally Fang Xiu, who glanced at Zhang Tianming's 4. What a coincidence! He only saw them when he first came to place his copy, and when he finally finished his copy and was ready to leave. However, it seems like their current complexion is nowhere near as good as the first time they met before. Well, I hope the people are alright. Fang Xiu took a step towards Sea Light City. Today was both a transfer and getting the Lord Artifact, a bit overexcited and physically exhausted, go back to have dinner, sleep comfortably, and wake up early tomorrow to raid other copies. Zhang Tianming's 4 people watched Fang Xiu walk away. Brother Ming, are we still going to go down to the copies? Lu Fang asked. Zhang Tianming glanced at Lu Fang and raised his hand to signal go, let's follow him. Lu Fang immediately looked at Zhang Tianming with surprise on his face. Brother Ming, are we going to attack and kill him? It's my first time killing, I don't have much experience. What responded to him were 3 blank stares. You can go yourself if you want to die. Lu Fang shut up in a hurry. Thinking about it, he is a strong person who was able to clear Nightmare difficulty Sword Star Bay in 57 seconds, killing himself probably doesn't even take 1 point. Cough, it doesn't even take 7 seconds to kill 4 people. But what is Fang Xiu doing? Lu Fang didn't dare to ask again. Immediately, the 4 of them began to hang far behind Fang Xiu. Fang Xiu did notice that there were 4 people behind him, but just thought that they were also going back to Sea Light City and didn't care much. Back at the Aurora Society's headquarters in Sea Light City, it was now a lot more lively than usual. Judging from the release of the Newcomer competition tasks, it should be that the deacons that the Aurora Society had sent out to various places had already returned with the geniuses they had selected. Therefore, when Fang Xiu looked around, many of them were young people of the same age as himself. Passing through the crowd, he arrived at the counter directly in front of him. Hello, I'm here to hand in a quest, Fang Xiu said to the staff lady at the counter. The Aurora app could only receive quests, but not hand in quests, as many quests involved items and props that required a specialized person to dock them. May I ask which mission you want to hand in? The Newcomer competition mission, the one where Sword Star Bay completes the hell level copy clearance. As Fang Xiu's words fell, most of the people around him immediately lightened their movements by a few points, and gazed sideways. How long has it been since the Newcomer competition quest was released? Someone had already completed it? Okay, the staff lady immediately helped Fang Xiu check on the computer. You're the only one who completed it? Yes. The staff member couldn't help but look up at Fang Xiu and reminded, did you complete it alone? If you completed it with others, you have to be all present to receive it. In order to avoid a situation where a mission was completed by a team, only to have the reward claimed by a single person, the Aurora Society's mission counters would require all the people involved in the mission to be present. Unless the others had died in battle. Just me, Fang Xiu affirmed. The staff member was still a bit unconvinced. This was a hell-level copy, one person soloing it? Who would be fooled? But her good education made her not show it on her face and continue to follow the procedure. Then please wait for 2 minutes, a nearby staff member is on his way to verify. Fang Xiu patiently waited for 2 minutes. The counterstaff lady quickly received the photo taken by the nearby staff, and with just a glance, she couldn't help but forbid her eyes from widening. It's really a solo brush. Ahem. Hello, the front has been verified. Congratulations on completing your mission. 10,000 poll like points will immediately hit your app account. Please pay attention to checking. Although the staff member's honorific title and tone of voice remained unchanged, Fang Xiu still felt her respect from the bottom of his heart. Upon hearing the staff member's response, this time the people around them weren't just perking up their ears to listen, they were casting their gazes, wanting to see who had single-handedly swiped the hell-level copy. The foursome of Zhang Tianming, who had arrived long ago and occupied the front row of melon-eating seats, took in the surprised looks of the newcomers throughout the hall of the Aurora Society's headquarters. Lu Feng, look at you guys who haven't seen the world. Pei Han Kai, that's how surprised you are? You guys haven't even seen the amount of time it took him to clear the hell-level copy. Chapter 66 Strengthening Stone. Your Aurora account has arrived at 10,000 Aurora points, please pay attention to checking. Fang Xiu suddenly had a feeling of embarrassment from his previous life when his Alipay arrived in front of a large crowd. This beep was also too loud. Fang Xiu silently muted his cell phone and walked into the restaurant under the gazing salute of the crowd. Waiting to enter the restaurant, Fang Xiu only then breathed a sigh of relief, face as usual, order a large portion of cassoulet chicken rice, add hemp, add spicy, and then a cup of milk tea. Enjoy dinner comfortably. Not long after, Fang Xiu was enjoying his dinner when he suddenly saw Li Bo walking towards himself. Having dinner? Li Bo greeted Fang Xiu. Have you eaten yet, brotherly? Not yet, but I'm on a diet, I don't eat at night. Fang Xiu raised his eyebrows. What are you doing in the restaurant without eating? Only to see Li Bo sitting on his butt opposite Fang Xiu, probing over and asking in a small voice. Someone asked me to ask you, which copy are you going to raid next? Saying this, Li Bo also picked his chin towards the distance. Fang Xiu looked in the direction that Li Bo indicated and immediately saw the 4 people that he had encountered when he exited the Swordfish Bay copy earlier. When the 4 people saw Fang Xiu looking over, they revealed smiles, but their demeanor was different. One flattered. One person curried favor. One person pretended to be calm. One smiled calmly. If you can't say it, forget it, I'll just tell them I don't know. That is, my teacher and the teacher who brought them are familiar with each other, so they found me to help ask a question. Li Bo saw that Fang Xiu didn't say anything and waved his hand. Fang Xiu probably guessed why they came to ask him which copy to raid first, so he casually replied. Nothing, I can't say, I haven't decided what copy to play first next, but I should start raiding from the copy closest to Sea Light City. Fang Xiu hadn't thought about taking all the rookie competition quests. The 5 replica ranked first quests weren't a problem, and there was still more than half a month to go before the next settlement. Even if the others took the first place for the time being, he himself could grab it as long as he cleared it before the settlement. With the transformation stone in his hand, Fang Xiu still had this backbone. But the replica's hell-level difficulty required the first time to clear the level. Maybe there was a team raiding the other 4 copies of the hell-level difficulty right now. And one still had to beat the hell difficulty key first. As for the 3 wild bosses, the Aurora app only had information about them, but couldn't find where exactly they were. Wild bosses did have lairs, but there was no shortage of existences cruising in the sea. Whether or not you could run into them depended entirely on luck. Fang Xiu's idea was to go through the copy step by step first, and then go kill the wild bosses if any sign of them appeared. Alright, then I'll tell them so. Li Bo got up and went to the table of 4. When the 4 of them, Zhang Tianming, heard that Fang Xiu was going to start the raid from the closest copy, they immediately made up their minds. We'll start raiding from the furthest copy. Strive to take the first place in the replica in a hurry. Lu Fang clenched his fist in ambition. Zhang Tianming, who was beside him, backhandedly slapped Lu Fang on the back of his head. What, take the first place in the replica? It's the first pass in hell difficulty. Right. Lu Fang came to his senses. According to Fang Xiu's speed, the first place of the 5 copies, they didn't have to think about it, but if they directly poked and prodded the furthest copy's hell difficulty, they might be able to steal a hell difficulty clearance by chance before the great copy Emperor Fang Xiu descended on his faithful copy. Half an hour, everyone buy supplies, we may not return to Sea Light City for a long time next. Captain Zhang Tianming immediately gave the order. The 3 of them nodded and immediately took action. Fang Xiu had no way of knowing about the movements of Zhang Tianming's 4, and even if he did, it didn't matter. After enjoying his dinner slowly and methodically, Fang Xiu returned to his room with a cup of milk tea. In the dimly lit room, Fang Xiu was able to clearly see his waist sword star river emitting a faint glow like a real star river, brilliant and charming. Even if I get better equipment in the future, it can still be kept as a collector's item. After all, it was the only Lord Divine artifact. It's not a waste if it's a Lord Divine artifact. Fang Xiu suddenly remembered something and touched 10 white stones from his career space. First turn strengthening stone. Special props. Effect, strengthens equipment of the first turn level. Description, a mysterious stone with the ability to uniquely strengthen equipment. It can be used to synthesize 3 stones of the same level into one higher level stone. Cannot be traded or dropped. Strengthening stones, from the Wind Spirit Valley copy in Castle Peak City. It is a reward given to the top-ranked person when the replica ranking is settled every month. Fang Xiu was first in the Wind Spirit Valley ranking last month, so he was rewarded with 10 enhancing stones. The strengthening stones appeared in Fang Xiu's profession space at 12 a.m., when he had basically gone to sleep. He hadn't received a strengthening stone before, so Fang Xiu had forgotten about it, and only saw it when he was organizing his profession space by chance. He hadn't used Drizzle before because he didn't think it was worth it, and it was only a perfect grade. In Fang Xiu's opinion, in order to be qualified to use a strengthening stone, one would need to have at least an epic level weapon, and jewelry and equipment would need to be legendary level. Now that he had gotten his hands on the Star River, which was both an epic grade weapon and a Lord's artifact, Fang Xiu felt that it was time to take out the strengthening stones and still get high. First, he synthesized the 9 first-turn strengthening stones into 3 second-turn strengthening stones, and then chose to strengthen the River of Stars. Is it possible to consume 1 second-turn strengthening stone to strengthen the equipment River of Stars? Yes. Strengthening is successful. Do you want to consume 2 stones to strengthen the Star River? Every time you strengthen it, you need to add 1 more stone. Fang Xiu had heard of this rule a long time ago. Yes. Strengthening successful. Alright, there's only 1 turn 1 strengthening stone left on hand, so let's put it away for now. Fang Xiu held the Star River in front of his eyes and carefully admired it. River of Stars +2. Quality, Epic Lord's Artifact. Attributes, attack power +162, agility +12, strength +12, attack speed +50%, attached skill, starlight stirring passive, 10% probability of increasing the speed of the current attack by 100% when attacking, 10% additional star damage of his own attack 100%. Level, second turn. Endurance, 600. Description: the star swordfish draw on the power of starlight in the sky to coalesce into a starstone, and after a long time of accumulation, and due to the inculcation of the sword chi, it invisibly coalesces into a famous sword with the power of the stars. Lord's Artifact, cannot be traded after picking up. All sword starfish clan whose level does not exceed the holders by 20 levels will be forced to submit to the holder when holding this equipment. Strengthened and soul bound. Reinforcement level 2, added 27 points of attack, 2 points of agility, 2 points of strength and 100 points of durability cap. A single reinforcement boosts the attack, additional attributes and durability by 10%. Fang Xiu was quite surprised. This rate of increase was quite terrifying. Take Fang Xiu's rare grade weapon Star Flash Sword that he had exploded in Swordfish Bay. It only increased 65 attack points. If he strengthened the Star River by 3 levels, it was basically the same as taking another rare grade weapon, counting the additional attributes. Fang Xiu felt that legendary equipment was just like that. Chapter 67: Star Sword Kingfish Half-Human Form. The next morning, Fang Xiu received a courier while eating breakfast. It was sent by teacher Qin Shuang from Castle Peak City. Fang Xiu opened the package, and inside was a set of Turn 2 perfect grade equipment. Bird Through the Woods set. Top, bottom, gauntlets, boots, helmet. Quality, perfect. Attributes: defense +120, movement speed +25%, agility +35, strength +15, constitution +5, spirit +5. Level, second turn. Set effect: movement speed +20%, attack speed +20%, agility +15, physical attacks ignore 10% defense. After transferring to the Sword of the Living Spirit, Fang Xiu sent a message to teacher Qin Shuang, and this was the reward equipment for the 10 schools competition that she had helped him collect from the first middle school of Castle Peak City. Pretty efficient. Fang Xiu thought that he would have to wait for a few days for it to arrive, thinking that there should be no shortage of space array masters and other professionals capable of spatial mobility in the courier company. Replacing the Blast Wind Return suit with the Bird of the Forest suit, Fang Xiu's attributes rose once again by a large margin. Strength, 92, Agility, 158, Stamina, 52, Spirit, 52. The increase in attributes was the most obvious increase in combat power, and any percentage increase was based on this, so once it was increased, it would inevitably lead to a multiplication of other abilities. Compared to Fang Xiu's data from his first turn when he participated in the 10 schools competition, his current attributes were almost 3 times as much as they were at that time. But in terms of combat power, it was at least 30 times as much now as it was then. As for the Blast Wind Return set that he had replaced, Fang Xiu was going to put it on consignment on his cell phone. A mosquito's leg is still meat, so it can't be wasted. Turning off the attribute bar, Fang Xiu had finished his breakfast and got up to walk out of the Aurora Society's headquarters, so it was time to go down to the copy. As he said yesterday, his choice of raid copies would start with the most recent ones. The most recent Sword Star Bay had already been cleared in every sense of the word. Then the next one to raid was the second closest copy, a copy called Crab King Cave. Crab King Cave was 12 kilometers away from Sea Light City, and the monsters in this copy were mainly crabs, turtles, and conchs, and the defense of these monsters was relatively strong, so even though it was the second closest copy to Sea Light City, the pioneering operation still didn't go smoothly. Fang Xiu was able to see multiple quests about the Crab King Cave on Aurora City. Even though it was only 2 to 300 Aurora points, Fang Xiu still picked up 2 of them. Crab King Cave Pioneering Quest. Mission objective: carry the soul regenerating lamp through the Crab King Cave 3 times and collect data information on all monsters in the Crab King Cave including the boss battle armor Crab King. Acceptance requirement, second turn. Mission reward, 200 Aurora points. The wonderful use of Crab King's armor pioneering quest. Quest objective: pay 3 pieces of Crab King armor shell, a rare material from the boss of Crab King Cave. Requirements: turn 2, quest reward, 200 Aurora points. Acceptance requirement, second turn. Mission reward, 300 Aurora points. Both quests were not difficult, and Fang Xiu went there with the idea of completing them by hand. Arriving on foot at the gates of Sea Light City, it was early in the morning, and quite a few people were at the gates to form a group and set off. The day after the Newcomer competition quest was released, but all the professionals who were a little bit motivated started to play around with the raid copies. Fang Xiu received several team invitations just as he arrived at the entrance. One by one, he chose to reject them, and as usual, he prepared to brush solo. The captains who were rejected weren't annoyed, and nodded towards Fang Xiu with a smile on their faces, recognizing those who didn't know each other or not, and considered it a greeting. There might be places to deal with in the future. Fang Xiu was not surprised by their behavior, because last night when he was surfing on the internet before going to bed, he saw that some people had posted their achievements in Sword Star Bay to the Aurora Club's posting bar. So far, it's still an explosion of posts, questioning, admiring, appreciating, kneeling down and begging for hugs, asking for friendships, asking for relationships, and so on. There are all sorts of messages. So Fang Xiu was now considered a celebrity in the Aurora Society's Haiguang City headquarters, at least among the professionals of their term. Woo! A horn caught Fang Xiu's attention. Just a short distance away, one of the professionals blew a red horn, and soon a large seahorse with a pure red body and about 2 meters tall pulled a small chariot out of thin air. In the envious gazes of the crowd, the professional put away the horn, took a stride and rolled over to ride on the chariot behind the red big seahorse, pulled the reins with both hands, and shook with force. Only to see the big seahorse's bent legs lash out, the professional and the red big seahorse immediately catapulted out and swept off into the distance. A mount. Should I get one too? Fang Xiu muttered. Compared to the iron shells like airplanes and cars, mounts with a higher degree of freedom and a certain level of combat power were considered the preferred means of transportation for professionals in the wilderness. Only, mount-type props were often expensive, so not everyone could afford them. Fang Xiu remembered that there was a mount store near the city gates of Haiguang City that specialized in selling the reins of seahorses and manta rays. The Aurora Society app store also had mounts that ranged from rare to epic. But the idea of getting a mount only stayed in Fang Xiu's mind for a second before disappearing. He who was able to transform didn't need any mounts at all. Transformation Primordial Apprentice. Transformation Star Sword Kingfish Half-Human Form. Under the stunned gazes of the people around him, Fang Xiu was enveloped by a layer of mass white light. When the white light dissipated, his image had changed slightly. He still had a human body, but Fang Xiu's entire left arm had a crystal texture, emitting a faint shimmering light, and with a single thought, this arm could turn into a giant sword emitting star power. Feet, back, and chin, those parts that would have grown fins and gills when transformed into a sword starfish have now all turned into light blue patterns and stripes, without any hint of what a fish should look like. This situation should have something to do with the Star Sword Kingfish that Fang Xiu had transformed into. The boss Star Sword Kingfish that Fang Xiu had encountered in the Hell difficulty copy of Sword Star Bay seemed to have left the realm of flesh and blood creatures. Its body was made up of star power, but its appearance was like a big fish, while its essence was more like an elemental creature. As the Star Sword Kingfish was the superior individual of the Star Swordfish, Fang Xiu guessed that it might also be an elemental creature. But this was also quite good. At least Fang Xiu's face value after transforming was high. The top and bottom of his body were engraved with strange patterns of light blue shimmering light, and even his eyebrows were brushed with a layer of starlight, and just by standing there, he had a sense of vision of an exotic handsome man from a mysterious civilization. After Fang Xiu's transformation, the female professionals around him cast admiring gazes. Not giving them a chance to come forward and ask for a phone number, Fang Xiu slightly floated, lightly stepped on his feet, his body moved, and instantly disappeared in the same place. Only a touch of light blue color like a star flashed by. Chapter 68 Suddenly appearing boss octopus red squid. Rapidly traveling through the ocean. From the moment he started moving, Fang Xiu realized that the light blue patterns on his feet, back, and chin were not just pretty to look at, but that the faint blue shimmering light when he was moving was like the high-temperature flames underneath the buttocks of a spacecraft when it was launched, bringing unparalleled propulsion. So much so that Fang Xiu felt like a torpedo that had already been launched, or a spaceship traveling in the sky. The distance of 12 kilometers wasn't even enough for Fang Xiu to feel this flight. In the stunned gazes of the professionals at the entrance of the Crab King Cave, Fang Xiu slowly flew down from mid-air like Iron Man and landed steadily. In front of him was a circular hole about 5 meters wide and 5 meters high. Standing at the door and looking in, it was pitch black, and this was the Crab King Cave. But inside has long since ceased to exist. Crab King, the generation of copies is mostly because of a battle that killed the boss. The Crab King Cave duplicate was generated precisely because of the battle that killed the Crab King. Fang Xiu cast his gaze towards the silver-white portal floating silently on the side of the pitch-black cave. As if no one else was around, he walked towards the replica stone monument and checked the leaderboards. 1. Luofeng Squad passing time, 2 hours, 42 minutes, 11 seconds. 2. Hongyu's team's clearance time, 2 hours, 47 minutes, and 01 seconds. 3. Ma Yuliang Squad clearance time, 3 hours 1 minute 55 seconds. 2 hours and 42 minutes. It seems like this copy is quite troublesome, Fang Xiu pondered. Compared to the same second-turn copy of Sword Star Bay, the Crab King Cave's clearance time was generally slower by more than an hour. According to known sources, it seems that the monsters in the copy have to have more blood and higher defense, so naturally it will take some more time. Fang Xiu came to the Crab King Cave, and besides the reason that this copy was close to Sea Light City, he also wanted to test his attack power. With the Lord's artifact, the epic weapon Star River, and the second-turn profession, Sword of the Spirit, plus the Star Sword Kingfish transformation, Fang Xiu was a bit inflated. I am terrifyingly strong. Rumble. Just as Fang Xiu was about to head towards the duplicate portal, he suddenly heard a strong vibrating sound as the water currents around him began to shake, not very strongly, but very clearly. The crowd looked around for the source of the vibrations, while Fang Xiu locked onto the pitch-black cave on the side of the portal with a glance. Something was coming out of it. Get out of the way, there's a boss. A woman's alarmed cry came from the pitch-black cavern. But instead of making the people around the replica back off, this cry of alarm from her made quite a few of them brighten up and prepare to make a move. A wild boss? That could be worth a lot more than the bosses in the copies. High drop rate, good stuff, and extremely rare. This was the stereotypical impression that almost all professionals had of a wild boss. The next moment, a flash of red light lit up in the pitch-black cave. Boom! It was as if the sound of air bubbles sending beer cap bottle caps flying. A young girl with a petite figure of less than 1 meter 5 dashed out of the dark cave using a skill similar to charging, and her right hand also grabbed a giant black hammer that was twice as big as her entire body. Just 2 seconds after the young girl dashed out of the pitch-black cave, several red-colored giant tentacles with suction cups chased out of it. This is squid tentacles? Everyone immediately remembered one of the targets among the rookie competition quests. The octopus red squid. The red-colored tentacles didn't grab the young girl, and immediately changed to grabbing the edge of the cave, lashing out, crumbling the rocks of the cave wall. The instant a black shadow shot out from it like a cannonball. Immediately, a red-colored squid about 3 meters tall with 8 tentacles appeared in front of everyone. 8-clawed red squid LV35 boss. HP, 29780 It's the 8-clawed red squid. A cry of surprise came from the crowd. Do I still need you to remind me? Anyone could see the name above its head. The crowd excitedly rushed into action. This was 10,000 extreme light points. The defense professions set up their shields, the output professions began to prepare their attacks, and the healing professions began to buff their teammates in preparation for healing. But the situation at hand wasn't the same as a copy. The boss wouldn't wait for you to get ready before making a move. The 8-clawed red squid's 2 lantern eyes dribbled and turned violently, 2 tentacles were inserted into the dirt, and the other 6 tentacles then danced wildly like lightning. Pa 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 pa. Lightning 6 consecutive whips. The defensive professions that were the first to go up to the top were barely able to withstand a few seconds before they were jerked back and forth, and only one person was able to withstand the continuous lashing of the 8-clawed red squid, but he was directly bound by the tentacles in the next second, and then continuously slammed into the ground like a broken sack. The advantage of 8 tentacles was extremely obvious in a team battle. It was only then that the attacks from the output professions arrived late. Wind blades, water arrows, heavy hammers, all kinds of attacks fell on the 8-clawed red squid from all directions. The crowd was able to see dense damage numbers fly up on its head. 103. 120. But with one round of attacks, the octopus red squid dropped 1/20th of its life value. The next second, only to see the 2 tentacles of the octopus red squid inserted into the ground once again, the huge body ejected from the ground, while the pitch black ink sprayed from underneath it shrouded and spread in all directions. Not good, it's going to run. Someone exclaimed. Wild boss is not like the copy boss so ancient, will only fight with you to the end, see the situation is not good, they will also run. But standing in the distance people are able to see, this 8-clawed red squid not only did not run, but also killed into their own spit out of the ink. That ink is not a smoke bomb to escape, but a bulletproof vest to cover its kill. Long-range professions without a target, directly mute, defensive professions cannot see the figure of the 8-clawed red squid, simply do not know where to defend, healing professions cannot see the teammates who are covered by the ink, not to mention the use of therapeutic skills on them. In a short period of 10 seconds or so, there were already deaths at the entrance of the Crab King's cave. Such a strong boss is only given 10,000, Aurora Society is so stingy. A spitting voice came from his side. Fang Xiu looked in the direction the voice came from, it was the young girl who had lured the 8-clawed red squid out, she had run far away from the time she came out and hid to observe the battle. Fang Xiu too, when the 8-clawed red squid appeared, his first reaction was not to kill it, but to pull away. When a level 35 boss appeared in a second turn copy, it was just a second turn professional having the attributes of a third turn, still a second turn professional. However, if one encountered a boss creature with a level as high as 35 in the wild, then one could completely treat it as a human top turn 3 powerhouse. Facing a third turn professional strongman, still following that process in the copy to directly initiate killing up. The downfall of the professional in that massive ink was the best forewarning. Chapter 69, Small Size, Talking Diao. In the area covered by the ink, other than the professionals who were killed by the octopus red squid on the spot, the subsequent professionals felt that something was wrong and immediately retreated. Although they couldn't tell the direction, only by first rushing out of the ink-covered area could they have a chance of survival. The professionals who escaped from the ink area gathered with their teammates and retreated as a group, not being as reckless as they were at the beginning. The targets that could be attacked fled, but the 8-clawed red squid was not prepared to let them go. The 8 tentacles fired together, the huge body accelerated like a cannonball and rushed towards the nearest team, unfolding the 8 tentacles once again, frantically pumping them. Thorn Shield Wall. Fortunately, the team's defense professionals were still around, taking out their shields to unfurl skills capable of ranged defense. A giant shield of thorns made up of vines blocked all 8 tentacles' attacks. But even with the healing professions constantly using their healing skills on him, this defense professional definitely couldn't hold them off for long. Everyone, put your hands together, this boss is simply not something a team can eat. Even if you guys want to grab the last bit, you should at least make sure that you can finish it off, right? If our squad dies, then there's even less of us who will take the initiative to come up and block its attack. The defender who was the captain shouted out in a hurry. The experience of a wild boss that was killed was distributed based on the percentage of damage dealt. The loot that fell was more than enough for anyone to pick up. However, the rule of the Aurora Society's headquarters for determining the completion of the task of killing a field boss was the final slash, the attack that killed the boss. As for how the Aurora Club would determine who killed the boss in the midst of the tumultuous battlefield. Unsurprisingly, someone should be crouching in a corner right now silently turning on a camera to videotape the whole thing. This defense professional's words were echoed by many teams. Whether it was the team that had just withdrawn from the ink or the team that had been hiding on the side since the beginning, they all joined the battlefield and surrounded and attacked the octopus red squid from other directions. There were only about 30 professionals at the entrance of the Crab King cave, and the ink attack just now had killed at least 7 or 8 people by the 8-clawed red squid. With only 20 people, if the 8-clawed red squid killed another whole team, I'm afraid that no one would dare to go up against it. Furthermore, the news that the 8-clawed red squid had appeared in the Crab King cave should have already been sent back, and it wouldn't be long before countless teams would surely flock here. Instead of having to fight dozens of teams, it would be better for a few teams to work together to kill it now. At least this way, the probability of grabbing it is a bit higher. Who didn't have a high damage move in their output profession? If not, the defense professions that fought closely with it would always be able to grab a piece or two of loot the moment the boss was killed, right? In an instant, a total of 4 full 4-man squads began to surround the octopus red squid, and the scene was no longer as chaotic as it had been in the beginning. Whose defender was being focused on, the healing professions of the other teams would also take the time to give him a shot of healing skills. The crowd briefly joined forces and finally suppressed the octopus red squid's offense a bit. Its life value finally began to steadily decline. Hey, your name is Fang Xiu, right? Come on, let's do a fight. Fang Xiu was watching the battle between the 8-clawed red squid and the professionals, ready to grab the boss at any time, when he suddenly heard a voice in his ear. It was the same young girl who had lured the 8-clawed red squid out of the Crab King cave, carrying a sledgehammer, grinning with a mouthful of big white teeth, her eyes flashing with a shrewd shimmering light, and her battle spirit was high. Fang Xiu? Fang Xiu did not remember messing with her, nor did he recognize her. The young girl seemed to have seen Fang Xiu's doubts and said aloud, "The professionals here today are nothing but rookies, and the only one who can snatch the 8-clawed red squid from my hands is you, Fang Xiu. Instead of killing each other during the fight for the 8-clawed red squid, it would be better for me to repel you now. Lest, when the time comes, the 8-clawed red squid will take advantage of the opportunity to escape." Fang Xiu. This girl, small in size, talks diao. The boss isn't even half-blooded yet, and she's already clearing out the other professionals. Furthermore, there are still 4 teams of occupiers down there. Are you that confident that you can snatch the octopus red squid from their hands? Seeing that Fang Xiu didn't say anything, the young girl took the lead in attacking, smashing the sledgehammer on her shoulder on the ground, and in the next moment, her body immediately catapulted up, tugging on the sledgehammer as she dashed towards Fang Xiu. Her petite body stepped on the sand. The ubiquitous water current didn't seem to affect her speed, instead it coalesced into a shockwave around her, causing the young girl to run faster and faster. In the blink of an eye, she killed Fang Xiu and swung the hammer in her hand round in mid-air, slamming it down. Her hammer was also unimpeded by the water current and wrapped a layer of water current around its surface. The attack surface was definitely more than just the little bit that could be seen by the naked eye. Explosive killing hammer. Only, the speed that the young girl thought she was absolutely superior to was pitifully slow in front of Fang Xiu. Come on, I've already transformed into a sort of the living spirit now, and I'm an agile professional. Not to mention that I've become a star sword kingfish. It's like being a natural king of the water, and the strongest of the sea clans who resisted the human race's ability to explore the deeper waters are just like that, right? Fang Xiu easily avoided the hammer swung by the young girl by just slightly withdrawing his steps, his right hand resting on the hilt of the Star River sword at his waist. Instantaneous. In the young girl's line of sight, Fang Xiu's figure abruptly disappeared into thin air, leaving only a bright and radiant starlight in front of her eyes. Put. A sharp pain came from her chest, and the reddish color of blood erupted and overflowed into the water. The young girl looked at her chest in shock, a bone deep wound connecting from her right shoulder straight to her left waist. Her life value instantly dropped to the bottom. As long as the wound was a few centimeters deeper, she might have already died on the spot. What kind of speed is this? The young girl stopped her footsteps and busily pulled out a healing potion and poured it into her mouth. At the same time, she seemed to sense Fang Xiu's presence at her back through the water current and immediately turned around, looking at Fang Xiu warily. Fang Xiu held Star River in his hand and slowly stepped forward, being able to block one of his own chopping strikes without dying. It seemed that this young girl's equipment was quite good. But she should also be at the end of her strength, right? Just as Fang Xiu was about to step forward to make up for it, the young girl suddenly turned her head and ran. While running, she took out a horn prop and blew it. Turning over, she mounted a cyan-colored manta ray. It's really as perverted as those guys in the posters said. Slipping away, slipping away. Fang Xiu froze as he watched the young girl go away. Not only was this girl tiny, even her guts were tiny. However, he didn't want to chase after her, this girl only had battle intent just now, not killing intent. So it wasn't like it had to be killed. Turning his head to look at the 8-clawed red squid, its life value had already dropped to less than half under the combined attacks of several teams. Just as the octopus red squid's life value fell below half, its 2 lantern-sized eyes were steeply shrouded in a layer of blue, and its crimson body was immediately plated in blue. Human professionals could obtain a must-kill technique when they raised their skill proficiency to level 10, so what about this boss, the octopus red squid? Apparently, they had it as well. Blood Boil. Chapter 70, Terrifying Damage. The attack speed of the 8-clawed red squid soared steeply upwards. But that wasn't the deadliest. The deadliest thing was that after the 8-clawed red squid turned blue, its body changed from soft flesh to hard steel. Along with those 8 tentacles. Clang! 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 The steel tentacles lashed against the shield, emitting a beating iron sound like the collision of fine iron. Just a few seconds later, one defense professional's shield was smashed from right in the middle, and without waiting for him to do anything to remedy the situation, another steel tentacle had already penetrated his heart like a lance. 872, Weakness Attack. The defense professional's already dissatisfied life value was instantly emptied. The fall of a defense professional was almost equal to the collapse of a team. The other professionals standing behind him hastily retreated, lest they be pursued by the octopus red squid. At the same time, for the other 3 defense professionals who were in front of the octopus red squid, the pressure skyrocketed. Retreat! One of the defense professionals saw his life value falling rapidly, and even though the healing professions took out their best efforts to help heal themselves, they were unable to curb the trend of falling life value, so he immediately and decisively chose to give up. He didn't want to follow in the footsteps of the previous defense professional. The shield in his hand slammed forward, using the force of the recoil to pull away and quickly retreat. Whoever wants to kill this boss can do so. It's impossible for me to kill again. Honestly, playing copies doesn't smell good? The 2 defense professionals who were still resisting began to curse madly in their hearts. One person was killed, one person retreated, and now all the firepower has fallen on the 2 of them, and it would be a hell to be able to hold them back. Retreat! The 2 people were also busy retreating with their team. If they didn't leave now, they would only be able to serve as backing for others. The unified attack of the 4 teams quickly collapsed after a defense profession died. The birds and beasts scattered. The 8-clawed red squid was fighting soundly, so how could it let go of this group of humans, and began to chase and kill towards the nearest team? Looking at the madly pursuing 8-clawed red squid, Feng Xiu inserted Star River into his scabbard. The 100 layers of buff from the Living Spirit sword style had already stacked up as he airswung. Birth Spirit Sword Style 100, Attack Speed, Movement Speed, Sword Damage increased by 100%, Attack Blood Absorption increased by 10%. It's almost time for me to enter the field and harvest. Feng Xiu noticed that the people around him started to gradually become more and more, all of them having received the news and rushed here. Waiting for a little while longer, it was estimated that there were hundreds of people vying for the octopus red squid. The light blue starlight pattern on his body flickered as Feng Xiu quickly approached the 8-clawed red squid. The 8-clawed red squid, which was still chasing after the others, suddenly sensed a palpitating aura and immediately turned its head towards Feng Xiu's location. Carefully feeling the aura coming from Feng Xiu's body, a hint of doubt flashed in its eyes. Is it sensing the Star Sword Kingfish's aura? Feng Xiu guessed that just like how ordinary monsters would sense the dragon's might when he transformed into a raging wind young dragon, as the Star Sword Kingfish, which was made into a transformation stone of epic quality, was bound to suppress ordinary aquatic products in terms of its aura. In the next moment, the doubt in the eyes of the 8-clawed red squid turned into bloodlust. The weak offspring of a powerful creature, that was even more of a tonic that he longed for. The 8 tentacles of the 8-clawed red squid fired together, and its body immediately shot towards Feng Xiu like a cannonball. Weakness Penetration. Feng Xiu began to utilize the skill attached to the Star Sword Kingfish transformation stone. Both eyes flashed with starlight. In Feng Xiu's line of sight, multiple points of light appeared on the octopus red squid's body, and the places where those points of light were located were the octopus red squid's weak points, so as long as they were attacked, they would be able to inflict weak point damage. Feng Xiu had gotten a similar ability from the Sword Starfish's transformation stone. As the Star Sword Kingfish was several steps above the Sword Starfish, this ability was naturally enhanced. Weakness Penetration inflicts penetration damage that ignores 30% defense when attacking the target's weak spot. Instant. Feng Xiu drew his sword and transformed into starlight. None of the onlooker professionals saw Feng Xiu's movements, including the octopus red squid boss. Miso. The clash of blades was extraordinarily clear. When the crowd could see Fong Xiu's figure, he was already standing 3 meters behind the 8-clawed red squid, holding the Star River in his hand. His aura was like a sword out of its sheath, so stern that it was hard for people to look directly at him. And the 8-clawed red squid, it does not know when the head has been chopped off a basin-sized gap, blue blood from which madly gushed out. What gushed out from its head was not just blue blood, but also a red number. 1242, weakness damage. Seeing this horrifying damage number, the professionals who were watching from the surrounding area sucked in a breath of cool air, because it was underwater. Even with the effect of the underwater breathing potion, most of them still sucked in a mouthful of seawater and almost choked. Even so, it was hard to hide their surprise. Even though it was weakness damage, a move that caused thousands of damage, this was a bit too much, right? Just now, the output professionals of the 4 teams had only dealt at most 100 or so points of damage per attack on the 8-clawed red squid, and even sometimes it was only in the double digits. Could it be that under normal circumstances, Fong Xiu's damage was 6 times that of theirs? Fong Xiu himself wasn't surprised by this damage, but instead felt that it was a bit less. Weakness penetration ignored 30% of defense, skill instantaneous could also ignore 20% of defense, and basic skill soul sword technique plus 15% of ignored defense. The 3 stacked together have already ignored 65% of the defense. In the case of attacking the weak point, only caused 12,000 damage. It seemed that after the octopus red squid's body turned blue, its defense had also received a considerable boost, and it might also have a percentage damage reduction. The octopus red squid that had suffered a serious injury instantly became furious, not caring about the injury on its head, and twisted its body around to attack towards Fong Xiu. The 8 steel tentacles were like 8 lances, frantically piercing. Facing the attack, Fong Xiu didn't immediately transform into a magical iron guard. Instead, he slightly moved his feet, showing the advantage of an agile professional, and quickly retreated backward while waving his sword to quickly cut out a huge cross in mid-air. Living Spirit Stream vertical and horizontal chop. In an instant, a giant cross-crescent sword chi chop composed of vertical and horizontal crescent sword chi swept forward. The moment it saw this terrifying cross sword chi, the bloodlust in the eyes of the 8-clawed red squid faded away in an instant, and all it had was panic. It immediately turned from attacking to fleeing. Its 8-clawed tentacles contracted and ejected, while spraying ink for propulsion, accelerating its escape. But the speed of this cross-sword chi was faster than its actions, cutting the ink through the center and hitting the 8-clawed red squid squarely. Clang clang clang. The continuous sound of clashing fine iron came from the octopus red squid. It was the octopus red squid that used its 8 tentacles to resist at the last moment, but the result was that all 8 tentacles were chopped into several pieces, and the sword chi still chopped at the weak point. Blue blood sprayed as a dozen or so segments of tentacles known as squid whiskers in cooking fell to the ground. At the same time, a terrifying blood-colored damage number flew up, once again provoking the nerves of all the watching professionals present. 3482, weakness damage. Chapter 71, I'll allow you to run 100 meters first. Ha! Over 3,000 damage? Many people thought that Fong Xiu's first strike was a surefire kill. Who could have thought that the second strike would deal even more damage than the first strike? And it wasn't just a little bit higher, it was nearly 3 times the damage. The copy emperor was as terrifying as it was. Many people had already recognized Fong Xiu, knowing that he was the one who had recently been honored as the copy emperor on the Aurora Club's posting site. Originally, many people thought that Fong Xiu should have mastered the sword star-based speed pass method, and that's why he was able to use that incredible speed to pass the copy. Now, seeing this damage, everyone can only sigh. There's no such thing as a reputation. Your copy of the Emperor title, I recognized. At the entrance of the Crab King Cave, the battle continues. Chopped off the tentacles of the 8-clawed red squid simply have no time to worry about their own hands and feet, incited to a continuous rotating jet of ink, to create a large area of blackness centered on themselves, blocking Fong Xiu's line of sight. It seems to want to take advantage of the opportunity to quickly escape through this method. Fong Xiu slowly floated upwards from the bottom of the sea, pulling up his line of sight. He wouldn't be so stupid as to dive headfirst into the ink to look for the 8-clawed red squid. As expected, Fong Xiu didn't find any 8-clawed red squid outside the area covered by the ink, which meant that the 8-clawed red squid was lurking in the ink, waiting for Fong Xiu to enter its trap. Or rather, will it dig a hole? Fong Xiu recalled that in nature, cephalopods like squids and octopuses would lie in the sand. The octopus red squid was a boss creature, so it seemed like there was nothing strange about it actually digging a hole. And just as Fong Xiu was thinking this, a blue light suddenly flashed through the pitch-black ink. In the next second, a huge blue drill darted out of the ink and chiseled towards Fong Xiu at an astonishing speed through the water flow. Transformation Primitive Apprentice. Transformation Magic Tattoo Iron Guard. The light blue starlight patterns on Fong Xiu's body disappeared as much as possible, replaced by the unique bright silver color of steel. Dang! Zip, zip, zip. The drill bombarded Fong Xiu's body, still spinning at an extremely fast speed as if it was trying to penetrate him. Several blood-colored numbers flew out. 14. 17. The defense brought by the perfect grade suit he had just replaced, paired with the superb defensive attributes and noble percentage damage reduction that came with the demonic Iron Guard, the numbers that jumped out of Fong Xiu's head didn't exceed 20. Only then did Fong Xiu see clearly that the 8-clawed red squid, which had just had its tentacles chopped off by himself, did not know when it had grown tentacles again, spinning crazily with the bottoms of its 8 tentacles as the tips. It turned out that it had just created the ink not for the purpose of escaping, but to hide its whereabouts and create an opportunity to sneak attack Fong Xiu. It had to be said that the battle experience of a field boss was just rich. If Fong Xiu didn't have the means to defend himself, he would have really been caught by the octopus red squid. This drill was definitely capable of killing an ordinary second-turn agility professional in seconds. However, Fong Xiu's attention wasn't on the octopus red squid's combat experience. He silently glanced at the octopus red squid's head's life value. HP, 9223 30,000. Growing the sliced-off tentacles surprisingly didn't consume the life value? You should be able to make a lot of money if you're going to set up a stall to sell iron plate squid whiskers, Fong Xiu said seriously. Self-produced and self-sold, no capital, no profit. Getting rich, close at hand. Unfortunately, the 8-clawed red squid had its sights set on the sea, and seemed to have little interest in being a peddler, and was still attacking Fong Xiu. Fong Xiu swung the river of stars in his hand, backhandedly chopped the 8-clawed red squid back, although it was just a normal attack, but in a flash of light blue starlight coalesced along with the powerful sword chi, one after the other, landing on the body of the 8-clawed red squid. Luckily, the sword chi triggered the passive skill Starlight Stirring that comes with Star River, with a 10% probability of adding 100% of its own attack star damage. 688, weakness damage. 528, weakness damage. Plus 68. Plus 52. Two numbers jumped up on Fong Xiu and the 8-clawed red squid's heads at the same time. The octopus red squid was decreasing its life value, while Fong Xiu was increasing it. Although he had transformed into a primordial apprentice, the buff of the bio-spirit sword style was still there, and the 10% blood drawing effect was comfortable. Transformation Star Sword Kingfish Half-Human Form. Transformation Sword of the Living Spirit. Instant skill CD ended. Starlight flashed in Fong Xiu's eyes, and his figure blurred steeply. In a blink of an eye, a powerful sword light swept across the 8-clawed red squid's body once again, and its 8 tentacles immediately snapped, the cuts smooth and dry. Fong Xiu was already standing behind the octopus red squid. Two numbers simultaneously floated up on the heads of one person and one squid. 1564, weakness damage. Plus 205. Fong Xiu once again sucked in 205 life points, but not because his blood-sucking efficiency was just that much, but because he had already reached the upper limit of life points. Sword of the Living Spirit, S Profession Core Drawing Sword plus 20% blood absorption, Basic Skill Living Spirit Flowing Sword Technique plus 10% blood absorption, and Profession Skill Living Spirit Sword Style plus 10% blood absorption. The total blood drawing efficiency is 40%. A total of 40% blood absorption efficiency. What is Sword of the Living Spirit? Fong Xiu felt that his profession should be called Sword of the Vampire, or Sword of the Blood Demon. If he fought for a while longer, Fong Xiu guessed that there wasn't a single drop of blood in his veins that was his own. 8-clawed red squid finally realized that in front of the whole human himself cannot match the opponent, even if it is a sneak attack cannot be, immediately and decisively choose to retreat. Ink again sprayed out, this time the ink is even thicker, seems to be all the ink in its body. Along with it, the octopus red squid's figure looked like a balloon that had been deflated, its size rapidly becoming smaller, while sliding out of the water in a weird arc, shooting towards the cave it had come from, which was the entrance to the Crab King's cave. I'll allow you to run 100 meters first. The corner of Fong Xiu's mouth rose slightly, and he suddenly raised his crystalline textured left hand toward the sky. Boom! Terrifying energy erupted as faint star power came from all directions, showing a swirling convergence and integrating into Fong Xiu's left hand as much as it could. Unknown to him, at some point, his left hand had already turned into a 3-meter-long, half-meter-wide star giant sword. As the starlight converged, the star giant sword became brighter and brighter. It wasn't until he saw that the 8-clawed red squid was about to escape into the king crab cave that Fang Xiu took a violent step forward and pointed the star giant sword in his left hand forward. Star King's sword. In a blink of an eye, dazzling starlight exploded out, carrying a stern and incomparable sword aura that penetrated through 100 meters of sea, hitting the 8-clawed red squid squarely. Thump! The crowd of onlookers only heard a heavy thud that broke the rock, and a 100-meter-long dazzling star giant sword appeared out of thin air at the entrance of the Crab King cave replica, illuminating the surrounding sea and nailing the 8-clawed red squid to the sidewall of the Crab King cave. A terrifying blood-colored number flew up with it. 6047, Weakness Attack. Chapter 72 Oppression. Octopus Red Squid LV35 Boss. HP, 396 30,000. The 100-meter star giant sword nailed the 8-clawed red squid to the wall on the side of the Crab King cave. The octopus red squid's body slid down the wall. Now it was like a pile of mud. Even if it wasn't dead yet, it was already infinitely close to death, not to mention resisting. It didn't even have the power to escape. More than 100 meters away, Fang Xiu slowly walked forward. At this time, nearly 100 people had already gathered around the Crab King cave copy. In addition to the high-level professionals who had come over to watch the fun, there were also at least 15 or more professional teams that were ready to pick up the pieces. However, the field boss octopus red squid, which had a life value of less than 400 and couldn't even move, was lying quietly on the ground not far away. There was not a single team, not a single person who dared to step forward to make up for it. Even if there are a few assassin professionals guessed that the 8-clawed red squid may finally retreat into the King Crab Cave, as early as a few minutes ago, squatting in the King Crab Cave doorway not far away, they are now with the 8-clawed red squid between the distances even much closer than Fang Xiu. But a few assassins stood stiffly in place, sweating profusely, knowing that they have been out of the sneaking state also do not dare to continue sneaking, for fear that Fang Xiu suspected that they had the idea of robbing the boss, and then casually cut them a piece. Now it was almost as if it was written on his face, "I've been honest, please let go." The crowd's good behavior stemmed from the terrifying 6,000 damage and the 100-meter star giant sword that stretched across the entrance of the Crab King cave copy, which was like a big mountain that pressed on the backs of nearly 100 people at the scene, making it difficult for them to move a single step. The crowd just quietly watched and waited, waiting for Fang Xiu to pick up all the squid whiskers chopped off from the ground step by step, come to the octopus red squid to end its sinful life, and then load all the loot and octopus red squid into the career space, and finally walk into the Crab King cave replica. Until his figure completely disappeared into the silver-colored portal, the crowd of onlookers sighed in relief in unison. There's a demon in the newcomers of this term of the Aurora Society. Surprisingly, he was able to strongly kill a turn 3 ranked field boss at turn 2. What a strong sense of oppression. Even though he didn't unleash hostility on us, I feel like my heartbeat has slowed down by half a beat just by sweeping over with a single glance. What copy emperor? I think the word copy can be removed. My class Xiaolu would like to call him the strongest. I filmed the entire battle just now. Does anyone want it? I want it. Me. $20 apiece, thanks for your patronage. In front of the Crab King Cave's copy door, the crowd was buzzing. The content all centered around the battle between Fang Xiu and the 8-clawed red squid. When someone uploaded the video of Fang Xiu's battle against the octopus red squid boss to the Aurora Society's posting bar, I'm afraid that no one would doubt his combat prowess anymore. Until someone showed a stronger battle record, the latest supreme of the Aurora Society's Haiguang City headquarters could basically be determined to be Fang Xiu. In the Crab King Cave replica, Fang Xiu was completely unaware of the crowd's comments and didn't pay any attention to them. What could be more important than counting the loot after killing the boss? As a field boss, the octopus red squid was quite generous, dropping a total of 3 items, including a skill book, an equipment, and a special prop. First look at the skills. Octopus Arm. 4-star skill book. Quality, perfect. Requirements for use, 3rd turn, mastery of a certain elemental power. Description, condense 8 arms on the surface of one's body with elemental power. Note, the weapons held by the elemental arms do not provide the holder with attributes, and the damage inflicted needs to be calculated individually based on the attributes of the weapons held by each elemental arm in relation to one's own attributes. A 4-star perfect grade skill book? Fang Xiu's eyes lit up. For something like a skill book, the higher the star grade and the higher the quality, the more flavorful it would naturally be. A 4-star perfect grade skill book was bound to be worth a lot. But should I use it myself? Fang Xiu pondered. He hadn't figured out what his 4th basic skill would be. If he had 8 extra arms, he could use the entire 10 sword art? It's a bit abstract. Or, multiple spells? 10 hands, 1 sundown wind wheel in each hand. Fang Xiu felt that it was a bit difficult. The sundown wind wheel had a cooldown, and it had nothing to do with how many hands it had. Even for those elemental skills that didn't have a cooldown time, they needed to be used with multiple hands. 1 mind, 10 uses. Fang Xiu felt that if there was such a skill, it would have to be epic level at a high or low level. Therefore, with the octopus arm skill book, Fang Xiu was still inclined to sell it. There would always be a suitable professional for it. Looking at the equipment next, it was a belt with a somewhat odd shape. Fang Xiu felt that it looked like 2 squid whiskers had connected the thickest end together and then bent it into a circle. Red squid belt. Quality, perfect. Attribute, defense plus 30, physique plus 7, strength plus 2, attached skill, regeneration passive, restores 1 point of life value per second. Level, 3rd turn. Durability, 100-100. Description, crafted from the 2 squid whiskers of the octopus red squid, you can use it as a belt if you don't mind its appearance. Sure enough, it is indeed 2 squid whiskers joined together. Despite its weird appearance, its attributes were still good. Attributes that increased physique and strength, as well as a passive skill regeneration that restored 1 point of life value per second. In a battle such as a copy boss battle, which could take more than 10 minutes, the passive skill regeneration could relieve a lot of pressure on the healing profession. In particular, most sets on the market don't come with a belt. The red squid belt didn't require defense professions to change out of their suit components to carry it, and the compatibility was extremely strong. Since it was a piece of equipment that could only be carried after the 3rd turn, Fang Xiu couldn't use it at all right now. So he could only sell it. Lastly, it was a special prop. The shape was a shrunken version of the octopus red squid. Octopus thrower. Special item. Effect, when thrown at a target, it will automatically track the enemy and securely bind the target's head, covering both eyes while spraying ink, causing a blinding effect that lasts for 10 seconds. Duration scales with target's power value. Usage, 3-3. Description, a small toy made with the octopus red squid's extreme ringing ability and ink spraying habit. A control prop? This is quite interesting. Fang Xiu weighed the octopus thrower in his hand. He pondered that this should have a strange effect if used in PK. Especially against non-power professions. With 10 seconds of blindness, if it was a speed type or spell type brittle profession, it would probably be enough to die several times. Apart from the 3 drops, the one thing that was a bit more valuable about the 8-clawed red squid was probably its body. Fang Xiu was not prepared to make the 8-clawed red squid into a transformation stone, although it was a field boss, but when it came to rank, it was actually about the same as the sword starfish in Sword Starfish Bay, and the 8-clawed red squid that wasn't a boss existed as well, and at the end of the day, it would make a perfect grade transformation stone. The success rate is too low. So, Fang Xiu was going to take it to make teppanyaki. It was said that the dishes made by the chef profession would have extra effects. Suck it. It's not because I want to eat teppanyaki that I'm not crafting the octopus red squid into a transformation stone. Chapter 73 Sharks. Sea Light City Aurora Society Headquarters. Vice President Yang Wang and Sister Hong were drinking tea on the balcony of the 3rd floor, and on their tea table was a tablet computer, and the image playing was exactly the scene of Fang Xiu's strong killing of the 8-clawed red squid at the entrance of the Crab King Cave replica. It's only been 1 day since the Newcomer competition mission was enacted, and already the leaders of this term have been screened out? Yang Guang picked up his teacup and took a sip. As far as the experience of previous years was concerned, geniuses who could manage to kill a field boss single-handedly were basically the strongest in this session. Sister Hong nodded slightly. Fang Xiu's performance was indeed beyond her expectations and exceeded the newcomers of the same session by a large margin. She had read Fang Xiu's biographical information and didn't see anything out of the ordinary. It's hard to say whether he's the leader or not. Those 2 little guys from the Swordblade Mountain branch and the Nightmare Soul Valley branch are considered to have officially joined the Aurora Society this year, but he should be considered the top genius of this session. The 2 little guys from the Swordblade Mountain branch and the Nightmare Soul Valley branch, Yang Guang couldn't help but nod slightly. It's indeed too early to draw any conclusions. Who knows if a professional who is immensely powerful in the face of monsters will be a limp-wrist shrimp in the face of foreigners. By the way, which deacon brought this Fang Xiu here? He dust, Sister Hong replied. He dust? A smile appeared on Yang Guang's face. What kind of chips were offered? 1 entry each to the Sword Soul Mound and the Sacred Court of Light. Oh, that's enough money. Yang Guang was quite surprised and couldn't help but pick up Fang Xiu's resume and look at it a few more times. There was a limit to the benefits given by deacons when recruiting newcomers to the Aurora Society, and once they exceeded the limit, they all had to bear the burden themselves. Obviously, He-Chen's offer of 1 entrance to the Sword Soul Mound and 1 entrance to the Sacred Court of Light had far exceeded the Aurora Society's limit. From this, it could be seen that He-Chen was quite optimistic about Feng Xiu. However, Feng Xiu also deserved Ho Chuan's favorable opinion, as he had only turned 2 not long ago and was able to single-handedly kill a turn 3 field boss. It shouldn't be another He Dust, right? Yang Guang muttered. It's true that only a genius himself can find a true genius. I remember that He Dust was also brought to the Aurora Society by the boss himself, right? Yes, Sister Hong nodded. When their boss Hao Ringguang brought He Dust to see Light City to join the Aurora Society, the formalities were also done for him by himself. While the two were chatting, Yang Guang's secretary suddenly walked quickly to report something important, but because of Sister Hong's presence, she wanted to say something. Sister Hong is not an outsider. Yang Guang waved his hand. Yes, the secretary then began to report news has come from the front line. A shark squad has crossed the Sea Abyss borderline and is heading towards Haiguang City. However, according to Deacon He Dust who intercepted them, the 5th and 4th turn powerhouses in this squad have all been wiped out, and only 5 3rd turn powerhouses have managed to cross the border. In addition, this is the locator of those 5 3rd turn sharks, said the secretary, handing the locator to Yang Guang. Sister Hong only felt ridiculous as she listened on the sidelines. As the top genius of the younger generation of the Aurora Society, He Dust intercepting a squad of foreigners whose strongest strength was only 5 revolutions was nothing to him at all. But what was a situation where all the 5th and 4th turn powerhouses in a team were killed, but not the 3rd turn? And handing in the locators of those 3rd turn powerhouses? Having the chance to put locators on them and not having the chance to kill them? Did he do it on purpose? Or was it accidental? It could be intentional carelessness. Yang Guang smiled and took the locator in the secretary's hand, explaining last year's newcomers' casualty rate was too high when they first entered the battlefield, and they even chickened out before they fought, so the boss gave an order to give the newcomers this year to meet the blood of the foreigners in advance, so that they can't just be bored with brushing the copies. This year, every borderline should be let in a few less powerful foreign races. He Duan is quite decent, he only let in 5 3rd turners. I heard that Nightmare Soul Valley even let in a 4th turner Nightmare Demon. It almost didn't turn the world upside down. Sister Hong suddenly realized catfish effect. Sort of. Yang Guang turned his head to his secretary and ordered, send out the prepared missions. Yes. 100 miles away from Haiguang City. 5 fish-tailed, black-cloaked sharks were hiding in the seaweed of an undersea fjord, talking to each other. That human powerhouse, so scary. I hadn't even gotten a good look at what he looked like before the captain was killed. Luckily we ran fast. Why don't we go back? If that human powerhouse finds us again, we'll definitely die here. No, we can't retreat, said the strongest of the 5 sharks. The remaining 4 sharks immediately all focused their gazes on him. If we go back now, we will definitely be treated as deserters, and even if we don't end up dying, we will definitely be imprisoned in the bottomless cold abyss for the rest of our lives, the strongest shark explained. The 4 sharks immediately thought of the military orders in the army, and remembered an abyss that was always dark and covered in snow all year round, and couldn't help but shiver. What then? Continue with the mission. Ha? Us? The 5th turn captain and the 4th turn vice captain were both killed, so what were they going to do to carry out the mission? The 4 sharks looked at me and I looked at you. No one had mutated either. We have 2 missions this time. One is to find the beast son of the bloody shark emperor near the human sea Light City and bring it back to the Shark Valley. The second is to hunt the new geniuses of the human race who come to see Light City every year. As long as we accomplish one of them and then go back, then we definitely won't be treated as deserters. Instead, we should be taking credit for it. The strong shark seemed to have gotten some ideas. Hunt Bone, you're the strongest out of the 5 of us. Now that we don't have a captain and vice captain, you'll be our new captain. Whatever you say, we'll do it. A shark with a slightly smarter head immediately stated. The remaining 3 sharks expressed their agreement. Right, there's no better way anyway, listen to Hunt Tooth. The shark named Bone Hunt grinned. Since everyone said that, I won't push back. I already have some ideas on how to accomplish the mission. First of all, I'll have to rush together with the goal of completing both missions. As long as we complete one, we'll retreat immediately. Saying that, Huntbone touched out a grape-sized blood-colored treasure bead and handed it to the nearest shark. This is the blood-congealing bead of the bloody royal shark. The captain gave me a spare one before we left. It can guide us to the beast son of the bloody royal shark. Hunt Tooth, You're good at tracking, this will be given to you. The shark named Hunting Tooth took the blood condensation bead and carefully examined it. As for hunting the geniuses of the human race, Huntbone said thoughtfully, since we're hunting, we need to hunt the most famous of them, so that the news of us killing the human geniuses can reach the Shark Valley's military camp. Shu, you first compel a human professional to come over with the illusion technique. Chapter 74 Fey Infiltration. Crab King Cave Copy. Living Spirit Stream Vertical and Horizontal Slash. The powerful cross-sword chi swept through mid-air, slicing through the stream of water and imprinting on the face of the battle-armored Crab King. Boom! The sword chi went straight in, like chopsticks inserted into bread, solid. The war armor Crab King, which was 2 stories tall and burdened with crimson heavy armor, was chopped into right in the middle, and because its body was wider, it was only sliced into 2 pieces, and its huge body trembled violently before returning to calm. Fang Xiu came to the front of the war armor Crab King, sheathed his sword and reached out to fiddle with the pincers of the war armor Crab King. What a big pincer, there should be a lot of meat inside. Fang Xiu pondered whether or not to take the war armor Crab King out of the copy to take a look. See if it would disappear. The essence of the replica's monsters were shadows rather than real flesh and blood. Even if Primal Apprentice, S-Corp's deep draw could keep them from disappearing after being killed, they were still shadows, right? I don't think you can eat. Fang Xiu wondered. Fang Xiu expressed his doubts. I'm afraid he'll have to try it himself to get an answer. Still, forget it. Big crabs, he still likes to steam them and eat them with dips. Should I switch to a chef profession? This thought only stayed in Fang Xiu's mind for a second, then immediately disappeared. Unless there was a chef skill of epic level or higher. I'll kill a normal crab in a while and bring it out to try to see if it'll disappear alright. Fang Xiu opened his palm. Formation of Transformation Stone Refinement. A faint purple light flashed as the formation opened. After more than 10 seconds, Fang Xiu knew that he had failed when he heard the sound of boom as the transformation stone cracked. When he leaned down and picked up the battle armor Crab King's drop, there was only one ordinary rare grade armor equipment. These rare grade equipment, Fang Xiu definitely couldn't look at it, so he was prepared to dispose of it to the equipment store at once when the time came. After determining that there were no hell level difficulty keys dropped again this time, Fang Xiu sighed lightly. Not again. This time was already the 40th time he had soloed the nightmare level difficulty copy of the Crab King Cave today, and he even took a break for a while in the middle when he got tired of brushing, drinking afternoon tea and eating a cupcake. The clearance time of the copy was improved to within 5 minutes by the concealment of the transformation stone, and it was the first in the charts without any surprise. But the key that opens the hell level difficulty of the Crab King Cave copy has been missing for a long time. I don't know if it's all been dropped, or if I'm really unlucky today, but he didn't brush that many nightmare level copies of Swordstar Bay. From the looks of it, he would only be able to come back tomorrow to brush it. Turning back, he casually killed a crab monster, and with it in hand, Fang Xiu chose exit copy. The scenery in front of him shattered, and when everything became clear again, Fang Xiu was already standing at the entrance of the Crab King Cave copy, surrounded by professionals coming and going. The crowd spotted Fang Xiu and cast curious gazes. Many people had watched Fang Xiu's entire process of killing the octopus red squid single-handedly on the posting bar and were very curious about him. However, no one dared to come up and initiate a conversation. Fang Xiu looked to his right hand, and the crab that he had brought out of the copy had disappeared. It really doesn't work, Fang Xiu felt a bit sad, but this result was sort of expected. Getting up, he swam towards Sea Light City. Faint starlight flickered as Fang Xiu once again transformed into an undersea torpedo. While swimming, Fang Xiu took out his cell phone to check. There was a message prompting that the Aurora app had updated another batch of entrusted tasks that suited his level. Fang Xiu just tapped into the commission missions, and a brand new rookie competition mission immediately popped up in front of his eyes. Alien Infiltration Newcomer Competition Mission. Mission description: a 5-member marine alien team has crossed the borderline of the Broken Abyss and entered the territorial sea of the human race in the area of Haiguang City. Mission objective: kill the infiltrating alien race. Acceptance requirement: second turn. Mission reward: 10,000 Aurora points for every alien killed. Mission reward: 10,000 Aurora points for every alien killed. Note: the alien race that has infiltrated the human race across the borderline is the sharks, with a strength of third turn. Please be careful. A foreign race infiltrated in? Fang Xiu was surprised. He had grown up so much or had only seen alien races on TV. In the infinite world, there were 10,000 races, and humans were only one of them, and outside of humans, there were also all sorts of intelligent creatures. Some of these intelligent creatures also have the ability to change jobs and enter duplicates just like humans, such as the sharks mentioned in the Newcomer or competition quests that are being released now. Some intelligent creatures are not able to change jobs, their power comes from their own strong bloodline, their knowledge is inherited from their fathers, they don't need to do anything, they can grow up naturally and have strong power. For example, the famous dragon race. It's only natural for different races to coexist in one world, where different civilizations and cultures collide and eventually go to war. For example, in the southern border of Dongwon, the main enemy in the land area is the nightmare race. On the other hand, in the sea, there are many intelligent alien races, and the sharks are just one of them. In addition to hostility, there are also some foreign races that have made alliances with humans, or even joined the human family, such as the Flower Fairy clan that lives in the East Huang Kingdom. I hope I can come across 10,000 extreme light points for one person. Feng Xiu felt that it still smelled good. He just didn't know how the third turn fighting strength of the foreign races was. Returning to Haiguang City and approaching the city gates, Feng Xiu saw Li Bo from a big distance. Feng Xiu Li Bo waved his hand towards Feng Xiu. The surroundings immediately threw gazes. Feng Xiu was now a celebrity in Haiguang City. Brotherly, long time no see, Feng Xiu landed at the entrance of the city and went up to greet him. Li Bo was the one he called. Dealing with the octopus red squid, Feng Xiu naturally wanted to find a chef with good strength, so as not to trash this boss-level ingredient. And he only knew He Duan and Li Bo in Sea Light City. He couldn't afford to trouble He Dust for this kind of thing, so he asked Li Bo and at the same time invited Li Bo to have dinner with him. Once Li Bo heard that there were boss ingredients to enjoy, he was naturally very happy to help Feng Xiu with this favor. So he found the highest level chef in Sea Light City through his connections. Waiting for Feng Xiu at the entrance was preparing for the two of them to go to the hotel together. I just arrived as well, Li Bo, who had clearly been waiting for half an hour, said with a smile and turned around to lead Feng Xiu towards the city. If he had previously regarded Feng Xiu, who had won the 10 schools competition, as a potential genius, he was now a demonic newcomer. While others didn't know Feng Xiu's background, Li Bo knew it very well. The benefits that He Dust gave Feng Xiu for joining the Aurora Society were access to the Sword Soul Mound and the Sacred Court of Light, which he hadn't used yet. In other words, Feng Xiu had completely relied on himself to single-handedly kill a third-turn ranked field boss within a few days of turning 2. Geniuses that came out of the big families and geniuses that came out of the grassroots, the gold content of the two, those who understood. As far as Li Bo knew, there was not a single genius who could match Feng Xiu. Chapter 75 5 Turns and 9 Stars Occupation, Inferno's Imperial Chef. Rongji Restaurant, opened in an inconspicuous corner in the south of Sea Light City. The restaurant only had 2 floors, with the first floor being a popular kitchen and the second floor being a place the owner specialized in receiving friends. Feng Xiu and Li Bo went straight to the second floor, where there was already an uncle in a white chef's uniform with 2 helpers organizing tools and ingredients. There was only one curved table in the not-so-large space, and behind the table were all kinds of cooking tools. It looks like an open kitchen, where the chef can chat with customers while cooking. And the customers could also taste the food the first time it came out. Uncle Rong. We're here, Li Bo went up to greet him. The chef uncle nodded his head in greeting. Sit. Li Bo led Feng Xiu to sit down at the table. Uncle Rong, this is my friend, Feng Xiu, he's the one who got the boss's ingredients and wants to ask you old man to make a table for us. This is Feng Xiu? The chef uncle suddenly remembered something and seriously sized up Feng Xiu. Uncle Rong, you know him too? Li Bo was surprised, he didn't say anything about Feng Xiu to Uncle Rong. That girl Rong mentioned it at noon, said it's a very powerful person. The chef uncle smiled and introduced himself. I'm called Rong Yan, Glorious Rong. 5-turn 9-star profession, Yan's royal chef. I'm the owner of this store. You can call me Uncle Rong like Li Bo, or Boss Rong is fine too. Uncle Rong Feng Xiu naturally chose to call him in a close way. A 5-turn, 9-star chef profession, then our thoughts of switching to a chef can be put away for a while, and it's fine to come here to eat in the future. Rong? I almost forgot, she also just joined the Aurora Society this year, and Feng Xiu is in the same class. Mentioning Rong, Li Bo suddenly remembered and looked around. Where is Rong now? I guess she ran out to practice leveling in the past 2 days, except for the mealtime. I couldn't see anyone at all, but now that it's almost mealtime again, she should be home soon, Rong Yan said casually, and looked at Feng Xiu again. Li Bo said that you've brought boss level ingredients, right? Bring out your ingredients, I'll see what I can do. Fang Xiu hurriedly yanked out the huge octopus red squid from his occupation space and placed the whole thing on the table. It had to be said that the career space's preservation ability was excellent, better than even a refrigerator. Obviously, it was killed in the morning, but the octopus red squid on the table was still trembling slightly. Level 35 Boss Octopus Squid. Rong Yen reached out to scrutinize the meat. Not bad. Any favorite ways to prepare it? Or any contraindications? No. Uncle Rong, you just watch and play. That's fine, I'll watch and play. Rong Yen lifted the whole octopus squid with one hand, his other hand grasped the knife and gestured on it. Squid whiskers can be made into an iron plate, serve as 5 portions, 1 portion steamed and then served with dipping sauces, 1 portion stir-fried, 1 portion to make fried squid rings, 1 portion to make a stone pot oyster squid tofu soup, and the remaining portion. Although you young people eat a lot of food, but also not good overeating, the rest I help you dry, encapsulated as a small snack. Squid dry, usually down the copy of the time do not have time to eat, can also be used as dry food. Just this talking effort, the knife light flashed, and the huge octopus squid was easily divided into several parts by Rong Yen. Fang Xiu had an eye-opening feeling. The knife skills that Rong Yen displayed were stronger than any other professional with a knife he had ever seen. Doesn't the chef profession have to choose knife skills when learning skills? Fang Xiu couldn't help but ask. Rong Yen smiled slightly at his words. Culinary arts, knife skills, and fire elemental mastery are the 3 types of skills that a chef profession must learn, and as for what skills to learn later, it's related to the region you're in or what kind of dishes you like to make. Chefs who specialize in making medicinal dishes will have what attribute elemental skills, preferably with healing and enhancement effects. Pasta chefs are likely to have good hand skills, boxing and palmistry are some of the skills they like to learn. And chefs who like chopped fish will learn some ice attribute elemental skills. Fang Xiu nodded his head repeatedly. It was true that it wasn't easy for any profession to go to the advanced level. The 3 of them had a chat while watching Rong Yen cook. Not long after, the first dish, stir-fried shredded squid, was cooked. Please taste. If you think it's too spicy, there is ice water beside it. Rong Yen divided a dish into 2 plates and put them in front of Fang Xiu. On the side, a chef had already brought Fang Xiu ice water. However, the first thing Fang Xiu saw was not the appearance of the fried shredded squid, but its attributes. Fried shredded squid. Consumable. Effect: blast rate increased by 5%, attack power increased by 10% for 24 hours. Permanent strength +2 only effective when first consumed, expires when base strength attribute is greater than 100. Description: using the boss octopus red squid as the main ingredient, cooked by a highly skilled chef, this is a rare and delicious dish. Note, the increase effect will decay if consumed after 2 hours. Permanent strength +2? Fang Xiu couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. It wasn't strange for a chef's profession to do good cooking to add attributes, but the appearance of an increase in possessed attributes could be a rare occurrence. Only boss ingredients or cooking made from ingredients of epic level or above will bring permanent attributes, explained Rong Yen. As he spoke, he had already threaded a giant squid whisker into a skewer, preparing to make teppanyaki. I see, Fang Xiu replied with his mouth, but his eyes were staring straight at the red squid shreds covered in chili oil, his fingers tingling. As for Li Bo, who was on the side, he had already gorged himself and ate with his mouth full of oil. However, the stir-fried squid was just the beginning. The 4 dishes that followed all had added attributes, and each of them was not heavy. Fried squid ring, magic defense +20, lasts for 24 hours, permanent spirit +2. Steamed squid, physical defense +20, lasts 24 hours, permanent constitution +2. Iron plate squid whiskers, movement speed increased by 20%, lasts 24 hours, permanent agility +2. Stone pot oyster squid in tofu soup, magic recovery +2, life recovery +2, lasts 24 hours, permanent magic cap +20, permanent life cap +20. After 1 meal, Fang Xiu equaled +2 to all attributes, and also had 20 more points of magic and life value cap. The increase in attributes was only one aspect. Fang Xiu had to say that Rong Yan's cooking was really delicious. Fried squid rings, the outer layer of the outer coating is fried crispy, but the squid inside is very tender, dipped in a little salt and pepper. 1 bite, hiss. Steamed squid does not seem to have much technical content, but the focus is on the dipping water. A bowl of vinegar soaked in garlic for several days, pour a spoonful of soy sauce, then add some monosodium glutamate (MSG), and finally 2 drops of sesame oil, add chopped green onions. It is said to be an exclusive way of eating in one of the coastal cities, specializing in seafood. Comfortable Fang Xiu and Li Bo hugged their bulging stomachs as the last mouthful of soup went down, feeling like the whole person was going to fly. Uncle Rome, can I come to your house for dinner more often in the future? Fang Xiu felt that even without the boss ingredients, the dishes made by Rong Yan wouldn't taste bad. Any time. Chapter 76, A business with no capital and no profit. After the wine and dinner, Fang Xiu chatted with Chef Rong Yan for a while longer. Understanding about the profession of chef, becoming stronger, and learning skills. He also exchanged contact information with Chef Rong Yan, and there was still a portion of the octopus red squid in his hands, so when he made dried squid, he would notify Fang Xiu to come over and pick it up at that time. After a while, Li Bo said that he wanted to take Fang Xiu for a rubdown, so the two of them got up from their seats and were about to leave when suddenly the door was slammed right open by something. Clang clang pops, look what I brought you? Only to see a young girl who was less than 1.5 meters tall bouncing in, carrying 2 sharks that were a size bigger than her person in both hands. Eh? The young girl saw Fang Xiu at a glance. Why are you here? Fang Xiu looked at the young girl and was also surprised. Wasn't she the girl who brought out the octopus red squid at the entrance of the Crab King cave replica this morning and even PK'd with herself? How did she come here? You two know each other? Li Bo asked. This one is? Fang Xiu had an ominous feeling. She is Rong, Uncle Rong's daughter, Li Bo replied. It's embarrassing. Almost chopping up someone's daughter in the morning, only to end up eating at someone's store in the afternoon. Fang Xiu felt like he had to run away in a hurry, otherwise even if Uncle Rong's occupation was a chef, he could still dismantle himself with the powerful base attributes brought by the 5 turns and 9 stars. Fang Xiu is a guest brought by Li Bo, Rong Yan explained to his own daughter. Brother Li Bo brought a guest? That's great. Rong's eyes lit up when she heard this, and she immediately threw the 2 sharks in her hands to her old man. With a sliding shovel, Rong flew to the seat next to Fang Xiu and jumped to sit on it, her eyes shining brightly as she looked at Fang Xiu. Fang Xiu, I have a business with no capital, are you interested? Brother Li Bo to be the guarantor. Fang Xiu froze, he thought that Rong started to slip the shovel to fight with himself again, but the result? A business with no capital and no profit? Be a guarantor for what? Li Bo was also confused. Fang Xiu, your goal for the next period of time should be to beat the hell-ranked keys of the various copies, right? Fang Xiu looked at Rong unexpectedly. He, let me guess. Rong saw Fang Xiu's expression and instantly knew that she had guessed correctly. With your combat prowess, ruling the leaderboards of the second turn replica is just a matter of time, because in the ample time that is still half a month to go before the next settlement, there's simply no one who can grab the first place on the leaderboards with you. But hell-level copies are different. Hell-level copies look at who is the first to clear the level, not speed. If I were you, I'd go ahead and clear the other copies on hell-level difficulty, then turn around and think about racing on nightmare-level difficulty. And in the process collect news about the 2 remaining field bosses. Strive to bag all the rookie competition quests. Rong spoke eloquently with her eyebrows flying. However, it had to be said that what she said hit all the right notes, and Fang Xiu did indeed think so. This was also the reason why he had swiped the Crab King cave copy 40 times in a row today. Your business is? Fang Xiu had a guess. The hell-level keys for the 4 hell-level difficulty copies that haven't been cleared yet besides Sword Star Bay. Rong rubbed her fists. You're selling me 4 keys? No, I don't have 4 keys in my hand, but I have a way to get them, so how about we team up to clear the hell-level copies when the time comes? Fang Xiu didn't immediately agree, but instead carefully weighed the pros and cons. It wasn't that he hadn't thought of buying other copies of the hell-level keys himself and then exclusively enjoying the rewards and loot from the Newcomer competition quest. However, ever since the release of the Newcomer competition quest, the price of the hell-level difficulty keys had skyrocketed for a while that night. When you opened the posting bar, you were able to see a large number of posts acquiring the price of hell-level difficulty keys, and they were even topped and refined. It seemed that Fang Xiu's team with the same idea was in the minority. And the prices they offered were a bit unbelievable. 1 key for 1 turn 2 epic equipment. A turn 2 epic equipment is sold in the Aurora app for 8,000 Aurora points to 10,000 Aurora points. People who didn't know thought that if they got the key, they would definitely be able to pass the hell level copy and would definitely be able to drop the epic level equipment. If the epic equipment didn't drop after passing the level, the 10,000 Aurora points given by the Newcomer competition quests would be enough to buy keys, healing potions, and repair equipment. In this regard, Fang Xiu could only lament that there were so many rich people in this world. Even the sons and daughters of big families were not lacking in joining the Aurora Club to practice. For the sake of Aurora points, for the sake of being valued by the upper echelons of the Aurora Society, even if they lost a few pieces of epic equipment now, they would not hesitate to do so. Fang Xiu tried to put up the same post, and the price was even increased by adding a rare grade second turn equipment, but there was still no one selling it. It was priced to sell. It was thought that the teams with keys and a certain level of strength were definitely preparing to raid on their own, while the casuals with keys are teams that weren't strong enough. Right now it's mostly up for grabs. It's only been 2 days since the start of the Newcomer competition, and the price of a Hell-grade difficulty copy key for a second-turn epic equipment can go up even further. Of course, the premise was that the Hell-level difficulty copies hadn't been captured yet. There was no one to take the Hell-level difficulty key for Sword Star Bay. The news that Fang Xiu had cleared the Hell-level copy of Sword Star Bay on the first day of the Newcomer competition quest had already spread throughout Sea Light City. After thinking about it, Fang Xiu decided to team up with Rong Rong to take a look. After all, if they were to brush it by themselves, their efficiency couldn't be compared to the Aurora Society newcomers in the entire Sea Light City. How will the Aurora points rewarded by the quest be divided? That's naturally a 50-50 split. Rong Rong said without thinking. Fang Xiu quietly looked at her. Looking at Rong Rong was embarrassed. 50-50 didn't seem very fair indeed. Joining hands to pass through a Hell-level copy, that was just something that one said was good to hear. As far as one's own and Fang Xiu's combat power gap was concerned, after entering a Hell-level copy, it was estimated that Fang Xiu would still end up clearing the level by himself. Equivalent to one's own just providing a key. 6-4? You 6, I 4-inch Rong Rong said carefully. 8-2, Fang Xiu said. 7-3. Rong Rong immediately bargained. Okay, almost as soon as Rong Rong's words fell, Fang Xiu agreed. Ah. Rong Rong immediately realized that what Fang Xiu wanted was 73, and gritted her teeth in bitter regret. She should have been more adamant about the 64 split, so that she might have been able to talk about the final distribution being split between 650 and 350. Converted into Aurora points, 10,000 Aurora points, one would be able to earn another 500 Aurora. What about the loot? Fang Xiu continued to ask. In addition to the Aurora points from the Newcomer quests, the boss loot was also a big headache. Hell-level copies had the probability of producing epic equipment and props. Fang Xiu had just gotten the Epic Lord Artifact Star River from the Hell-level difficulty copy of Sword Star Bay. Brother, it's a 50-50 split. You're taking the lion's share of the Aurora points, Rong Rong said in an aggravated voice. Yes, but if there are equipment and props that I want, I have the right of first refusal, Fang Xiu continued. The combat items can be shared equally, but it's almost time to give Rong Rong a little bit of sweetness, otherwise, if she gets the key and sells it to other people, she can also exchange it for an epic level equipment. Rong Rong was willing to take less earnings to work with herself, in order to be able to complete the Newcomer competition quest with her name on it. Rong Rong compared it to an okay. In a few words, the two of them sort of finalized the basics of their cooperation. Of course, this was completely based on someone's guarantee. Fang Xiu wasn't afraid that she would renege on her debt. Rong Rong was Rong Yan's daughter, and she couldn't run away from the temple. With Rong Yan's 5-turn, 9-star professional strength, he wasn't so bad as to renege on the debt for this point of polarization. Rong Rong knew that Li Bo and Fang Xiu were friends, so naturally she was relieved. In her opinion, with Fang Xiu's strength and fame, the probability of him reneging on the bill was still relatively small. Li Bo and Rong Yan listened to the whole process from the side and probably understood what the deal was about. Rong Yan was smiling, just quietly being a listener, not interfering or getting involved in his daughter's deal with Fang Xiu. Yes, I'll do this guarantee. Li Bo patted his chest and said. Fang Xiu he favored. Rong Rong was both Rong Yan's daughter and a friend he had known for a long time. By making a guarantee, he was able to earn goodwill from both sides, and he was happy to get involved. As for the risk, it's just a few thousand Aurora points, we can afford to pay for it. Thanks, brother Li Bo, I'll buy you a drink next time. Rong Rong proudly patted Li Bo's shoulder. When are we leaving? Fang Xiu asked again. Not sure. Rong Rong took her cell phone and handed it to Fang Xiu. Let's add a friend first. When I get the key, I'll look for you first. Okay, Fang Xiu nodded. You'd better get the Hell-level difficulty keys for the other 3 copies first. I'll probably brush the Crab King Cave copy about 40 more times tomorrow, so maybe the key will drop. 40 times? Rong Rong felt like she had been shown off. Fang Xiu said how 40 times was as easy as 4 times. Got it, I'll try my best, but if you drop the key to the Hell-level difficulty copy of the Crab King Cave, you tell me about it too. Of course, but I don't have to share the proceeds of the keys I drop myself. Of course. Chapter 77 Crab Pincer Remnant Key. The next day at noon. Killed Battle Armor Crab King LV35 boss, gained 25,770 experience. Copy pass. Time, 3 minutes and 44 seconds recorded score. Alert, you've been added to the Crab King Cave replica leaderboards, current rank, 1. Fang Xiu once again cleared the Crab King Cave copy. He had already forgotten how many times he had cleared a copy today, and anyway, it was a standard process every time he came in. Transform, rush to the boss room, switch transformations, finish off the boss, pick up the loot, leave the copy without the key that opens the Crab King Cave copy's hell level, enter the copy again, and do what he did before all over again. People are going to be numb from brushing. Fang Xiu had the feeling of playing an MMO to move bricks in the pre-crossing world. Please give me a hellish difficulty key. Formation of Transformation Stone Refinement. A formation glowing with lavender light emerged underneath the recently dead War Armor Crab King, crushing the huge crimson armor into powder bit by bit and then peeling it off, coalescing into a crimson bead in mid-air. Alert, Transformation Stone Battle Armor Crab King has been successfully crafted. Transformation Stone Battle Armor Crab King. Grade, Rare. Effect, transforms into a Battle Armor Crab King, Strength +4, Physique +5, Skills, Rough Armor, Crab Pincer Strike, Flame Resistance, lasts for 10 minutes. Description, a transformation stone that unites the power of the Battle Armor Crab King, through which you are able to see the world from the perspective of a crab, as well as use its heavy pincers to crack mountains and rocks. A rare success, but it's a pity that it didn't trigger the 5% Ascension refinement, or else what arrived would be a perfect grade transformation stone. Fang Xiu opened his profession space to check. He had gone down to the Crab King Cave copy so many times, and hadn't killed many small monsters, all he had killed were bosses, but in the end, he had only succeeded in crafting the Battle Armor Crab King's transformation stone 7 times, and none of them had been upgrade refinements. Otherwise, Fang Xiu still wants to replicate the Sword Star Cove and get 10 perfect level transformation stones obtained through upgrading and then make them into epic level transformation stones. Although the Battle Armor Crab King was ugly, its attributes increased strength and physique, which was exactly the type he didn't have. Unfortunately, the old table in the Crab King Cave wasn't powerful. It wasn't like he could rely on the Sundowner wheel to directly pass through the entire copy like he did in Sword Star Bay. Let it be, Fang Xiu didn't force it. Ha! As Fang Xiu prepared to pack up the loot, he suddenly saw a fist-sized section of crab pincers underneath the disappearing War Armor Crab King. So small, it shouldn't be the crab pincer of the War Armor Crab King. Fang Xiu leaned down and picked up the crab pincer, and its properties immediately unfolded before his eyes. Crab Pincer Remnant Key. Special props. Effect, when carrying this item, you can open the Crab King's Cave replica hell level. Description, a mutilated crab pincer, which seemed to have witnessed the grandeur at that time. Finally. Fang Xiu let out a long breath. He was about to vomit after killing this War Armor Crab King. Now, as long as he cleared the hell level copy, he wouldn't need to come back to the Crab King Cave in the future. By the way, send a message to Rong Rong and tell her so that she doesn't have to collect the hell level copy key of the Crab King Cave anymore. Of course, it was just telling her. The Crab Cracker Remnant Key was fought out by himself, so naturally, he soloed through it by himself and didn't have to share the benefits with Rong Rong. Fang Xiu took out his cell phone and was just about to send a message to Rong Rong when he happened to see that she had also sent a message over. Fang Xiu, I got the hell level key for the Sea Serpent Algae Land, come on. It's really gotten by her. Fang Xiu was surprised. There was no news about the postings he had sent out so far, and she had just said that she had joined forces yesterday, but today she was actually able to get one. Looks like she does have some tricks up her sleeve. Wait for me for half an hour, I'll be right there. Fang Xiu replied back with a message and then chose exit copy. He came to the entrance of the Crab King Cave copy. The entrance was empty, and other than the sword starfish that occasionally swam by, there wasn't a single professional in sight. It was very different from the scene of people coming and going that Fang Xiu had seen when he first came here. It didn't feel surprising, it was the same scene when Fang Xiu came out after playing his copy before. Only when he came in the morning did he see a few people at the door, not entering the copy or chatting, just looking at themselves. Fang Xiu just felt strange at that time, but now he understood that the group of people were here to keep an eye on him. Determine which copy Fang Xiu is in, and then post it to the bar. Fang Xiu now estimated that the entire Sea Light City knew that he was brushing the Crab King Cave copy. No one was an idiot. From the fact that Fang Xiu had brushed Sword Star Bay and then Crab King Cave, he was able to reason with Rong Rong that he was now clenching his fist and shouting. Number 1 in the copy ranking, first pass in hell level difficulty, I want them all, shake my fist.jpg. There were not a few people who were able to reason that he was now shaking his fist and shouting. That's why neither the team that wants to hit the first pass of hell ranked difficulty, nor the team that feels that there's no hope for the first pass of the hell ranked copy, but just wants to beat the hell ranked key to sell it, will come to the Crab King Cave. He had to fight for 2.5 hours or 3 hours to get through it, but Fang Xiu had to get through it in less than 4 minutes, so the efficiency of brushing the keys was dozens of times faster, right? This is still brushing a 6 Fang Xiu turned around and entered the Crab King Cave replica once again, and then turned on the hell level difficulty. What, why don't you just go to the Sea Serpent Algae Land? Are you kidding me? Fang Xiu didn't want to make another trip to the Crab King Cave copy. Telling Rong Rong that it was half an hour, then the 30 minutes would be enough for him to clear the hell level Crab King Cave copy before rushing to the Sea Serpent Algae Land. Chapter 78 Yanjun Crab. Coming to the Crab King Cave again, it was clear that it was a copy that had been cleared nearly 100 times, but it gave Fang Xiu the unfamiliar feeling of entering for the first time. Unlike the nightmare level where there were occasional glowstones illuminating the roadside, the hell level copy of the Crab King Cave was pitch black, unable to reach out and see anything. Not only that, the seawater that should have been warm and cool was now somewhat hot. It's true that all the contents of a hell level copy are different from a nightmare level. Fang Xiu looked at the key's description. Hell level copies were most likely the original appearance when the copies were generated. The nightmare level and the following levels were merely the result of the weakening. Gulp. An odd sound came from the distance. This sound Fang Xiu couldn't be more familiar with, it was the war-armored Crab Kings. Able to see a war-armored Crab King at the door? It seems like all the little monsters in the hell level difficulty are bosses in the nightmare level copies. Fang Xiu speculated, reaching out and taking out the war-armored Crab King's transformation stone to set it on the combat transformer, and selecting transformation. Between the flashes of light, Fang Xiu had already transformed into a 2-story tall battle-armored Crab King with crimson heavy armor. Soon, the Crab King Cave, which was a bit dark for Fang Xiu, immediately became bright after he transformed into a battle-armored Crab King. Dark Vision. This skill existed in 3 of the war-armored Crab King transformation stones that Fang Xiu had crafted. Looking ahead. In the deep cavern, on both sides of the road lay 2 war-armored Crab Kings napping, and with their massive size of easily 2 stories, lying on both sides of the duplicate doorway, they were simply 2 door gods. War-armored Crab King Elite LV38. HP 3200-3200. Both the level and HP were higher than the Sword Starbase Chopper Swordfish. Fang Xiu wasn't interested in killing this kind of monster with thick skin that couldn't be killed by a single sword cut. Immediately, he crossed his body and passed between the 2 war-armored Crab Kings. The 2 armored Crab Kings silently glanced at Fang Xiu, thinking that they were his own brothers, so they no longer cared and obediently lay down on the ground to take a nap. Continuing to walk in. Fang Xiu encountered the Xuanjia Cannon Turtle and the Fire Mussel, which were also elite-level monsters. These monsters were not found in nightmare-level copies, and the ones that should have appeared in their position were their inferior creatures. Not all of them are the final boss of the Crab King Cave copy, but they should all be monsters of the boss's level appearing as elites. Fang Xiu summarized once again. Although they weren't of the same kind as the Shin Armor Cannon Turtle and Fire Ripple Mussel, they sensed the aura on Fang Xiu's body and directly ignored him, swimming in the water on their own. It's getting hotter and hotter, Fang Xiu muttered. He was now a War Armor Crab King. The skill attached to the War Armor Crab King's transformation stone must have flame resistance. Therefore, the heat Fang Xiu felt when he first entered was no longer felt when he transformed into a War Armor Crab King. But now, he could feel the water flowing a bit hot again. This meant that the place Fang Xiu was in was most likely boiling water? No wonder the War Armored Crab King's armor is red. Maybe it's not the breed that's the reason, it's already been boiled. Fang Xiu secretly guessed. However, for there to be such high temperatures underwater, it can't be that there really is a volcano down there, right? Fang Xiu remembered that there was no mention of a volcano underneath the Crab King Cave in the replica information either. He continued to advance to where the boss was. After walking for about 5 minutes. Although the terrain of the Crab King Cave used to be a bit different from the nightmare level, the difference wasn't that big, and Fang Xiu still quickly found the final boss room. An empty underwater space. As soon as Fang Xiu arrived at this space, he was attracted by the strange scenery inside. In the very center of the space, there was a crimson flame burning quietly like a blooming red lotus. The surrounding high temperatures were precisely what emanated from it. There's a fire burning at the bottom of the sea? This went a bit against Fang Xiu's common sense. And just as Feng Xiu was about to get closer to take a look, a giant crab that was even bigger than the battle armor crab king by 2 circles blocked in front of him, and the most peculiar thing about it was its back, on which crimson flames were burning fiercely, yet the big crab was blissfully unaware of it. The 2 long and bright eyes seemed to be 2 electric rods turned up to maximum power, were looking sternly at Feng Xiu. The crab mouth opened and closed rapidly as if questioning Feng Xiu. "What are you doing here? Get back, this is not a place for you to come." Feng Xiu glanced at the big crab's head. Yanjun crab. HP 40,000. This should be the bottom boss of the hell level difficulty Crab King Cave copy. Then. Transformation Star Sword Kingfish half human form. Transform Sword of the Living Spirit. Instant. The Inferno King Crab was just in a trance, and the self-same little brother in front of him suddenly turned into a human, with a powerful sea aura emanating from his body. As soon as he raised his hand, the sky went black. Gulp. The Yanjun crab roared angrily, the intense pain coming from its eyes causing it to have a seizure. Feng Xiu's decisive and crisp sword drawing technique targeted the Inferno Monarch crab's eyes that were like electric clubs. As an epic lord artifact, there was no doubt about the sharpness of the Star River, and with just a single stroke of the sword, both of its eyes were cut off. With that, a blood-colored number slowly floated up. 812, weakness damage. Eyes were a weakness to most creatures that possessed this organ. However, compared to the damage caused by the weakness, Feng Xiu was more concerned about the fact that this sword had caused the Inferno crab to fall into a state of blindness. It couldn't see. The Inferno crab furiously waved its pincers in the open space, easily blowing through the wall and smashing its pincers on the ground, creating a deep pit. However, the Inferno crab's enemy, Feng Xiu, was just 10 meters to its left and froze without moving a bit. 10. Feng Xiu suddenly noticed that his life value was dropping rapidly, and a fiery pain came from all parts of his body. Looking down at his arm, it was red. Checking the status bar, there was a scald in there, and it was a moderate burn. His life value was dropping at a rate of 10 points per second. This was because Feng Xiu had switched to Star Sword Kingfish, so without the flame resistance of the Battle Armor Crab King, the surrounding hot water flow naturally caused him to suffer burns. Fortunately, Feng Xiu's eyes retained the power of the Star Sword Kingfish's organs, so he didn't feel the burning sensation, otherwise he would probably be blind right now. If I don't have a transformation stone, I'll definitely have to bring a fire resistance potion to open up a copy of the Hell-level Crab King Cave, Feng Xiu muttered, and hurriedly swam towards the Inferno King Crab as fast as he could, using all of his attack skills in the shortest amount of time. Weakness penetration. Living Spirit Stream vertical slash. Star Sword charge. Star King's sword. After a set of hits, then instant. So what if I lose 10 points of life value per second, as long as my damage is high enough? As long as my damage is high enough, you will have to pay for all the life points you lose. Die. Chapter 79, Sunhai Flame Lotus. As the sword flashed, the life value of the Inferno Crab continued to drop steadily. Having had its eyes cut off, it didn't have the powerful recovery ability to quickly grow its organs, so it was only able to attack indiscriminately. Feng Xiu, on the other hand, with his speed that was stronger than that of the Inferno Crab, and the freedom in the water that came from the Star Sword Kingfish Transformation Stone, was able to attack with ease. How and when to attack was completely within Feng Xiu's rhythm. It could be said that this was the easiest boss battle Feng Xiu had ever fought. In the future, we can use this kind of routine for all the hell-level copies. First use transformation to get close, then instantly storm up to slash and blind the boss, and after that, we can just fight casually, Feng Xiu mused. The battle continued for several minutes. On one side, his life value was reduced due to the burns, and on the other side, his life value was restored due to the blood-sucking, so Feng Xiu's condition was maintained very well. However, the fiery pain from the burns and the icy pleasure from the healing alternated with each other, a feeling that was comparable to the 9 heavens of ice and fire. At first, Feng Xiu was still a bit uncomfortable, but then he slowly began to enjoy it. Should I be shaking? Feng Xiu hurriedly shook his head. How could we be the 3 good youths of the new era be that? After a few minutes, the Inferno Crab that was fighting randomly due to blindness finally collapsed. Killed Inferno Crab LV-43 boss. Gain 175,120 experience. Copy passed. Time, 14 minutes and 2 seconds recorded. Reminder, you have cleared the Crab Cave Replica Inferno level, and your name will be recorded on the Replica Monument for 365 days. The moment he finished off the Inferno Crab, Fang Xiu immediately switched back to his battle armor Crab King transformation, immunizing himself from the subsequent burn damage with flame resistance. Formation of Transformation Stone Refining. Alert, Transformation Stone crafting failed. Failed again. It doesn't matter if I fail now, I'll just succeed at the critical moment later on, Fang Xiu muttered. He had already gotten used to failing at Transformation Stone crafting. Now, he only hoped that luck was constant, and that failing now would lead to success in the future. For example, when killing certain powerful bosses. Check out the loot. There weren't many drops from the Inferno Crab. There was only one piece of armor with flames burning on its surface, just like the Inferno Crab's armor. Fang Xiu had thought that it was an armor equipment, but he didn't expect it to be a special item. Burning Flame Armor. Special Props. Effect: after use, a layer of burning Inferno armor coalesces on the surface of the body, which can resist a maximum of up to 10,000 damage for 5 minutes, searing the attacker when physically attacked during the process, dealing 10 points of damage per second for 100 seconds, stackable for 10 layers. Usage: 1-1. Requirements: second turn. Description: the Inferno Crab's proudest armor gives it both great defense and the ability to scorch incoming attackers. A top-tier second-turn special item, Fang Xiu could determine at a glance. It could withstand up to 10,000 damage, which was a rather terrifying shield at Fang Xiu's level. It also has a burning ability similar to anti-armor. Every 1 layer for 100 seconds, it can burn away an opponent's life value by 1,000. If you use this item in PK, Fang Xiu could not imagine how strong he would be. It was also a good defense item during boss battles, but unfortunately, it only had one chance to be used, and could only be used at critical times. It's definitely not a problem to trade it for a turn 2 epic level equipment. Fang Xiu put the burning flame armor into his backpack. Immediately, he returned his gaze to the flame that was quietly burning in the water like a blooming lotus flower. So, is this the special terrain of a hell level copy, or is it some kind of special prop? Fang Xiu slowly approached the flame. As he got closer, the water around him became hotter and hotter, so much so that even the flame resistance skill he possessed after transforming into a battle armor Crab King was hard to resist. 10. Seeing the damage value appearing on his head, the burn effect reappeared. Fang Xiu was too busy to take 2 steps back. Looks like I need a higher flame resistance. Directly resisting the damage with using the burning flame armor? It's too wasteful. Fang Xiu opened his attribute panel and directed his gaze to the skill bar of his Primal Apprentice profession. Primal Honor. Transformation Inferno Crab. Fang Xiu used the Battle Armor Crab King transformation stone embedded in his combat transformer as the cost to evolve his transformation this time. Unsurprisingly, the result of the transformation was indeed an Inferno Crab. Switch to half-human form. Fang Xiu floated in the hot water, his eyes were as bright as searchlights, while the surface of his body showed a layer of red film, as if it was the crab's armor, with a faint flame burning on the film, which didn't cause any damage to Fang Xiu. The 2 hands became extraordinarily thick, comparable to, no, far exceeding a bear's paw. The half-human form of the Inferno Crab made Fang Xiu feel like he had a strange image, but there was no doubt that the Inferno Crab was powerful after its transformation. On top of the Battle Armor Crab King's skills, there was an additional flame burst. The flame resistance skill was upgraded to Molten Flame Body, which had a higher flame resistance and also increased its fire skill damage. If Fang Xiu had fire skills, the Inferno Crab was indeed a good variant. Relying on his Molten Flame Body, Fang Xiu no longer experienced a decrease in his life value due to the high temperature around him, but instead felt a sense of warmth. No wonder the Inferno Crab liked to stay here. Taking a few steps closer to the lotus-shaped flame, Fang Xiu soon saw its attributes in front of his eyes. Sunhai Flame Lotus. Special Props. Effect: after using it, all your fire skills will automatically have the Sunhai Flame effect attached to them. Requirements: Fire Skill, Spirit 100. Description: a flame that can burn in water. Absorbing it will allow the professional's own flame to have this ability. Sure enough, it's a Fey element. Fang Xiu's eyes were glowing, well, glowing in the physical sense. A flame that could burn in the sea. This look was a trait that only Fey elementals had. Although he didn't know why a Fey element would appear in a Hell-level copy, there was no doubt that this was Fang Xiu's best reward for entering the Crab King Cave copy this time. Stretching out his hand, Fang Xiu loaded the Sunhai Flame Lotus directly into his profession space. This was the body of the Yanjun crab. If it was a human, the hand reaching out to the Sunhai Flame Lotus would probably be instantly cooked. Under normal circumstances, a professional should use a specialized container to absorb it, just like the Sundown Wind seed that Fang Xiu had gotten earlier. The seed of Sundown Wind was dropped from the Raging Wind Young Dragon boss, but it was in an already loaded state. Looking at the shape, it was a cyan-colored crystal ball. The outer layer of the crystal ball was just a layer of container, and the spinning cyan color inside was the Sundown Wind's body. However, Fang Xiu didn't bring a container for the Fey element either, so he could only dryly and roughly put the Sunhai Flame Lotus into his backpack first, and when he went back afterward, he would look for a container. Chapter 80 Sea Serpent Algae Land. Leaving the Crab King Cave copy. Fang Xiu switched back to his Star Sword Kingfish half-human form and headed towards the Sea Serpent Algae Land at his fastest speed. While moving towards his destination, Fang Xiu took out his cell phone and checked the description of the Sea Serpent Algae Land copy. Sea Serpent Algae Land was a map filled with seaweed, where sea serpents fed on creatures disguised as seaweed to sneak up on them, and because there were so many sea serpents that they took up almost the entire seaweed land, hence the name Sea Serpent Algae Land. In the copy, defense and killing power is secondary, the main thing is to have a strong insight. As long as you find the sea serpent hidden in the seaweed, preemptive strike, you can kill. The copy monsters are mainly seaweed snakes, demon algae. After swimming for about 5 minutes, Fang Xiu arrived at the entrance of the Sea Serpent Algae Land copy. In front of him was a seaweed forest, and each seaweed was dozens of meters long, just like the sky-high trees in the primitive forest. The seaweed swayed slightly with the flow of the seawater, giving people a soft and light feeling of coziness, but in reality, there were hidden killers. When Fang Xiu arrived, the entrance to the Sea Serpent Algae Land replica was bustling with people. It was a world away from the scene at the entrance of the Crab King Cave replica. However, with his own arrival, this place would soon be reduced to the same light as the Crab King Cave. Rong Rong had been waiting at the entrance of the replica, and when she saw Fang Xiu's arrival, she hurriedly waved her hand in greeting. Fang Xiu hurriedly landed in front of Rong Rong. "What took you so long?" Rong Rong complained. She had been waiting here for a long time. "When you sent me the message, I happened to hit the key for the Crab King Cave's hell level difficulty, so I passed it first by hand," Fang Xiu casually explained. Picking up his cell phone and glancing at the time, "It's been a total of 27 minutes since you sent me the message, and it's still within 30 minutes. You're great." Hearing that Fang Xiu even passed a hell level copy before coming over and not exceeding the time limit, Rong Rong could only hand him a thumbs up. "Not bad. What about you? How did you get the key?" Fang Xiu curiously said. "How else can I come? Beg Grandpa and Su Grandma." Speaking of how this key came, Rong Rong could be energized. "I'll tell you, now on the market, you basically can't collect the hell level key, that group of dog things on the posting bar to send the purchase price is the second turn epic level equipment. In fact, in the hall of the headquarters of the Aurora Society with the price of the third turn epic level equipment to collect. Luckily, my dad and I were the first people who came to develop Sea Light City in the first place, otherwise we really couldn't find any extra keys." Rong Rong crossed her arms in triumph. "I asked some of the uncles and aunts who came here with us at the beginning. Some of them just came here when they were also the second turn occupation. Many people have been down these second turn copies. This is not, there is a they did not dare to use at the beginning, so stayed in the hell of the level key." Rong Rong showed off like holding up a piece of seaweed. It was the key to the hell difficulty copy of the Sea Serpent Algae Land. Third turn epic level equipment for a key? Rich people are all cuties. Fang Xiu felt a bit incredulous. In the Aurora Society App Store, a Turn 3 epic grade equipment started at 10,000 Aurora points, most of them cost more than 12,000, and the most expensive ones had to be 20,000 Aurora points. The problem was that even if you got the key, you wouldn't necessarily be able to clear the hell level copy. If the boss only drops one item like Fang Xiu did when he cleared the Crab King Cave, wouldn't it be impossible to save money by just relying on newcomers to compete in the quests? The appearance of the Sunhai Flame Lotus, an exotic element, is extremely rare and should not be confused. No, killing all the way through, consuming a lot of potions and props, simply a bloody loss. Are there fewer second-generation ancestors who spend money in order to pretend to be 13 these days? Rong Rong, however, was used to it. Moreover, all of money to take the third turn epic level equipment to the key, must be their own whole body set of second turn epic level equipment. A team to play a hell level copy is certainly not difficult, not for this 10,000 or so of the pole light points, can also be for the top of the list chant. That's right, Fang Xiu could only say that he didn't understand the world of the rich. Let's go, enter the copy, hurry up and finish brushing the hell level difficulty of the Sea Serpent Algae Land, go to my house tonight and have a good meal, tomorrow I'll ask if there's a key. Rong Rong sent out a group invitation towards Fang Xiu. The two quickly walked into the copy's portal and disappeared. However, right where the two had just talked, a figure wearing a black cloak with thieving eyes slowly became clear. Sneak, the signature skill of the thief and assassin classes. Fang Xiu came to the Sea Serpent Algae Underground Hell level copy? The thief took out his cell phone to check the pictures of Fang Xiu in the posting. He had just kept sneaking right next to the copy stone monument, and hadn't meant to eavesdrop. Keeping sneaking in the wild was considered a habit of his, but he hadn't expected to probe into an overwhelming news. We have to hurry up and tell the boss. Sea Serpent Algae Land Hell level difficulty copy. Lin Dongjin's squad had already pushed their way to the front of the final boss room, and judging from their equipment that was glowing with various colors, the configuration was quite high. Not to mention a full set of epic bar, each person had at least 3 to 4 epics, which was the biggest reason for being able to easily kill here. Strength was not enough, equipment came to the rescue. Finally, we've reached the boss. Body is wrapped in heavy steel armor in the steel guard. Machi sigh of relief. He no longer want to brush the sea serpent algae ground, whether it is a sea serpent or algae demon. The main means of attack is to bind. Several times he did not see anything. The result is that people have already flown up in mid-air shaking. For his kind of slow reaction defense type profession is simply torture. Must step it up. After we pass here, let the boss treat us to a good meal at night. I just did a food guide last night before I went to bed. There's a store called Rongji Restaurant in Haiguang City that tastes great. Blade Mage, Zhang Ziliang smiled and patted Ma Chi's shoulder. Let's go for a back rub after eating, Mei Ju Jua. Just thinking about it makes me happy. The two of them seemed to see a good life in the evening, and for a while, they both forgot about their previous exhaustion. But soon, Ma Chi and Zhang Ziliang put away their smiling faces as they realized that their own boss face suddenly became serious after he answered a phone call. What's wrong, brother Lin? Ma Chi asked. Lin Dongjian put down his cell phone and replied seriously. Fang Xiu just entered the hell level copy of the Sea Serpent Algae Land. If you enter, you enter. Ma Chi couldn't care less. I'm already at the final boss. Is it possible that he's still faster than us? Zhang Ziliang didn't say anything, but he thought so too. They hadn't suffered a lot along the way. The group of sea snakes hidden in the seaweed were just too difficult to deal with. Even Fang Xiu would have to spend a lot of time trying to walk over. This copy of the Sea Serpent Algae Land was very special, and it wasn't something that could be easily cleared by being strong enough. Lin Dongjian shook his head slightly as he remembered that the time Fang Xiu took to clear the Sword Star Bay copy's hell level difficulty was 2 minutes and 2 seconds. Although the posters analyzed that Fang Xiu might have mastered some fast clearance method, otherwise it couldn't have been so fast. After all, the map of Sword Star Bay was huge, and running the map also took time. But he wasn't afraid of 10,000, he was afraid of the unexpected. Just to be on the safe side, we still need to clear this copy as fast as possible. I'll allow you to use special props. Let's go, said Lin Dongjian, who had already copied his epic weapon Violet Light Spirit sword towards the boss. Seeing the boss say that, Ma Chi and Zhang Ziliang glanced at each other. Their expressions also became serious, carrying their weapons in their hands to follow Lin Dongjian's pace. Chapter 81 Harvesting the Sea Serpent Algae Land. Sea Serpent Algae Land, Hell Level Copy. Fang Xiu and Rong Rong stood at the entrance and looked out. These seaweeds are too long and too big, aren't they? Rong Rong spat. The seaweed in front of them was very different from what they saw before they came in. Far longer, bigger, and darker than the seaweed at the entrance of the replica. It was densely packed together, swaying slightly with the sea currents, but instead of that kind of coziness, there was only a sense of thrill. Anyone would be able to tell at a glance that it was treacherous. Fang Xiu carefully examined the seaweed in front of him. The black seaweed was densely packed, but there was not a single sea snake in sight. Accurately speaking, it wasn't that he couldn't see a sea snake, but Fang Xiu didn't recognize which one was a sea snake and which one was seaweed. According to the information of the copy that he read when he came here, professionals needed to separate the seaweed and sea serpent from the dense seaweed to be able to see their attributes, otherwise a simple sweep of the sea serpent lurking in it wouldn't have the level and HP appearing on its head. Therefore, the first thing that all the professionals who came to the sea snake algae copy had to do was to find the sea snakes in the seaweed. This matter wasn't much of a challenge for Fang Xiu, and on the way here, he had already thought of a solution. Weakness penetration. Fang Xiu's eyes flashed with dazzling starlight. Weakness penetration was able to see through a monster's weakness, but it was ineffective against ordinary seaweed. Therefore, in Fang Xiu's field of vision, faint points of light immediately appeared on the several seaweeds near the sea serpent algae ground, which were precisely the marked weaknesses. I've found you. Algae Fierce Snake Elite LV35. HP 1000. The life value of the Algae Land Fierce Snake is so low Fang Xiu was surprised. The Sea Serpent Algae Land was the third hell level copy he had entered. The first two copies, the elite level Chopper Swordfish had 2000 HP, and the Battle Armor Crab King had 3000 HP. I had thought that the elite should have 2 to 3000 life value levels, but I didn't think that the Sea Serpent Algae Land's Algae Land Fierce Serpent Elite had only 1000 HP, which was lower than the Nightmare level Battle Armor Crab King. However, it's also good to think that the boss life value of the replica won't be too high. Suddenly, a flash of light flashed through Fong Xiu's mind as he once again took out his cell phone to check the information of the Sea Serpent Algae Land copy. "What are you checking?" Rong asked curiously. Checking the size of this copy of the Sea Serpent Algae Land. Soon, Fong Xiu got the answer he was looking for. The scope of the Sea Serpent Algae Land wasn't large, it was about a circular basin with a diameter of 1000 meters, and since the boss stayed in the center of the basin, no matter which angle one entered the Sea Serpent Algae Land from, they would need to walk up to 500 meters inward before they were able to reach the place where the boss was located. 500 meters, indeed short enough, Fong Xiu mused. If it was an open area without seaweed, 500 meters would only be a few dozen seconds for a professional. But if it was in the Sea Serpent Algal Land covered with seaweed and sea snakes, I'm afraid that 500 meters would take an hour or two to walk. Based on the density of the sea serpents Fong Xiu saw at the entrance, I'm afraid that there must be more than 100 sea serpents hiding in this 500-meter distance. Referring to the density of monsters in other hell-level copies, Fong Xiu felt that the final number of monsters might be around 200 to 300. One had to advance while keeping an eye on the surrounding area where 2 to 300 algae earth fierce snakes could pounce at any time. This required every professional who entered to keep their nerves taut. However, if 1 or 2 hours were spent in a highly tense situation, one would be afraid that before the road was finished, it would be the professional's taut string that would break first. Fong Xiu didn't need to worry. He could use the transformation stone to turn the Sea Serpent Algae Land into his own home. Only, he didn't want to do that today, and he thought of a method that could clear the level faster. Transformation Sword of the Living Spirit. Fong Xiu stood at the entrance of the Sea Serpent Algae Land and swung his sword 100 times as fast as he could, stacking the Sword of the Living Spirit style. "Step back and stay away from me," Fong Xiu admonished Rong. "What are you doing?" Rong looked at Fong Xiu suspiciously, wondering at his big battle. Fong Xiu didn't answer, he just silently raised his left hand up to point at the sky. Star King's Sword. Brilliant and powerful energy erupted steeply, inducing star power to converge in all directions, showing a swirling convergence, and integrating into Fong Xiu's left hand as much as it could. Fong Xiu's left hand had turned into a 3-meter-long, half-meter-wide star giant sword, and with the convergence of starlight, the star giant sword shot straight to the surface of the sea, eventually coalescing into a supergiant sword that was 100 meters long. Standing at the entrance of the Sea Serpent Algae Land, Fong Xiu utilized his full strength and swung the star giant sword in his hand forward. Immediately, the 100-meter star giant sword seemed like a scythe, harvesting all the seaweed in front of him along with the Algae Land fierce snake. Fong Xiu was able to see patches of blood-colored numbers flying up between the dense seaweed in the distance. 3045. 3111. 3133. Although Star King's sword was a skill derived from the Star Sword Kingfish, it was also a sword skill, and it was also increased by the Bio-Spirit Sword style buff. The already terrifying damage was instantly exploded by the Spirit Sword style. Even without the weakness damage and high ignore defense effect brought about by weakness penetration, it was still enough to kill these brittle sea serpents in seconds. No, they owed Fong Xiu 2 more lives. While killing a large number of monsters, Fong Xiu's eyes began to be filled with experience gain alerts. Killed Algae Fierce Snake Elite LV35, gain 3500 experience. Kill Black Algae Demon Elite LV37, gain 4212 experience. Kill Algae Snake Elite LV35, gain 3500 experience. Kill Black Algae Demon Elite LV37, gain 4212 experience. Looking at the prompts that were so fast that he could barely read the text, they frantically popped up. Fong Xiu was in a trance for a moment, thinking that he had returned to the Swordfish Bay copy. That thrill of killing a bunch of monsters with one skill was back. But it wasn't over yet. With the point of his toes, Fong Xiu catapulted like a cannonball and Rong's shocked gaze to the edge where the Star King's sword had just chopped. The Star King's sword in his hand didn't dissipate, and he swung it again. Immediately, the dense blood-colored numbers and the prompts of gaining experience that jumped up rapidly reappeared. Cool. Fong Xiu lightly exhaled. He felt even more refreshed than when he was in Swordfish Bay. Back in Swordfish Bay, after all, he had just casually thrown a sundowner wheel down and then harvested all the monsters with the force of the dark current. Fang Xiu's participation wasn't strong. But now it was different. It was Fang Xiu who personally wielded the Star King's sword to make the kills. It was like the feeling of a mage profession fighting a warrior profession. The pain of a mage using fireballs to output from a distance and defeating an opponent was far less enjoyable than a warrior's close combat, slashing and hacking his enemies to death. With two swords, Fang Xiu tore through a 200-meter range of empty space, and the seaweed and sea snakes under his feet were only half. Not enough. One more sword. One sword after another. Fang Xiu was like a diligent farmer, waving his scythe in his hand and harvesting the ripe wheat. The sea serpent algae land was also like a wheat field, falling down in pieces, falling under the sharp blade of the harvest. Chapter 82 Dragon Roar. With 5 swords, Fang Xiu cut the wheat field in front of him to the center. Unlike the surrounding seaweed that was densely covered, in the center of the sea serpent algae field, there was instead an empty space without seaweed. In the center of the open space, a mass of black seaweed seemed to be entwined together with a monster quietly lying on the ground taking a nap. 9 Algae Sea Serpent LV42 Boss? HP, 20,000. Oh. I see. The boss. Fang Xiu's eyes flashed with starlight. Under the weakness penetration, all the weaknesses of the 9 Algae Sea Serpent's body were exposed in his eyes. It was also the guidance of the starlight that allowed Fang Xiu to clearly see the true appearance of the 9 Algae Sea Serpent. The dozens of meters long and thin body was no different from an ordinary black seaweed, but 9 more seaweeds extended from its body, which seemed to be a weapon and a cover. Whatever it was, Fang Xiu swung the Star King's sword and plunged it straight into the 9 Algae Sea Serpent's weak point. Boom! A big explosion immediately occurred in the center of the sea serpent algae land, and the mud and sand on the seabed flooded up with the stirring of energy, like misty sand and gravel. Soon after, suddenly 10 black ribbon-like seaweeds floated up from the mist, crossing over the Star King's sword that had penetrated the earth, and all of them shot vigorously towards Fang Xiu, as if they were 10 javelins that had been projected with full force. The speed was astonishing. Just as Fang Xiu thought, those 9 seaweeds were the weapons of the 9 Algae Sea Serpent, and also its blindfold. In Fang Xiu's field of vision, the names and life values of the 10 seaweeds appeared on their heads, and they were identical. 9 Algae Sea Serpent LV42 Boss. HP 11834-20000. In the face of this sight, if there was no way to see the true body lurking in the 9 false bodies, then I was afraid that I would have to kill them one seaweed at a time. However, with Fang Xiu's weaknesses running through it, only the 9 Algae Sea Serpent's main body shone with starlight, the other bodies were just seaweed after all. Fang Xiu cancelled Star King's sword and held the hilt of Star River in his right hand, ready to fire. The Star King's sword skill was good at everything, but it consumed a lot of stamina when it lasted, and it was heavy and not dexterous. Against fast opponents, one still had to use other sword skills. When the 9 Algae Sea Serpent's main body was approaching Fang Xiu by a mere 20 meters. Instant! Fang Xiu's figure abruptly disappeared in midair. In the next moment, a light blue starlight flashed across the 9 Algae Sea Serpent's body. Bear! As if it was a cardboard scratching sound, there was some obstruction, but not much. 1774, weakness damage. As the same bright red damage numbers flew up, the blood of the 9 Algae Sea Serpent immediately gushed into the sky of the Sea Serpent algae land. Seeing the damage dealt by Instantaneous and combining it with the Star King's sword, Fang Xiu immediately had a rough guess of the 9 Algae Sea Serpent's defense. It was even lower than the 8-clawed red squid. Expectedly, this kind of monster that liked to hide in the environment and launch attacks tended to have a full attack power but a fragile body. A standard assassin-type occupation template. Turning around, Fang Xiu instantly swung across Crescent Sword Chi in front of him. Living Spirit Stream Vertical Slash. The 9 Algae Sea Serpent that was hit by the real body just appeared to stiffen, and the 9 seaweeds that were under its control were already falling like ordinary seaweeds. Feeling the terrifying sword chi coming from below, the 9 Algae Sea Serpent shivered and hastily manipulated the 9 seaweeds in front of its body to intertwine and weave a black algae net to resist the horizontal chop. Clang! The sound made by the sword chi chopping on the seaweed was, however, exactly the same as the sound made by chopping on a shield. When the sword chi broke through the seaweed, the 9 Algae Sea Serpent hiding behind it had already dodged. What it didn't expect was that it had just dodged away, but it came face to face with Fang Xiu. Star Sword Charge. Fang Xiu's left hand turned into a sword, and his body relied on his left hand to charge upwards at high speed. Similar moves were mastered by the Sword Starfish, which could be said to be their most commonly used attack skill. Derived from the Star Sword Kingfish, the Star Sword Charge was also a strengthened move like the Weakness Penetration. When using this move, Fang Xiu's movement speed also increased. In the eyes of the 9-algae sea serpent, Fang Xiu was an extremely fast arrow. At first sight, the arrow was cold, and in the next instant, it had chiseled into its jaw. 2147, Weakness Damage. Without waiting for the 9-algae sea serpent to resist, Fang Xiu connected the combo he had already thought of. Switch transformation Raging Wind Hatchling Dragon Half-Human Form. Fang Xiu changed from the mysterious teenager from the outer realm whose body was covered in starlight to a domineering teenager whose body exuded a wild and ferocious aura and whose eyes were filled with aggression. Dragon Claw Strike. The sword of starlight that had chiseled into the 9-algae sea serpent had turned into a dragon's sharp claw. With a forceful tug, Fang Xiu yanked the 9-algae sea serpent's head in front of him and opened his mouth wide. Wind Dragon Ring Incidental Skill, Dragon Roar. Roar. A roar full of anger and hysteria erupted against the 9-algae sea serpent's head. In an instant, the surrounding sea trembled from the roar. The distant Rong Rong had already dodged as far away as possible, but she was still shaken to the core by the roar. And as the main and only target of the dragon's roar, the 9-algae sea serpent instantly rolled its eyes. It was carrying not just a simple sound wave attack, but also the superb pressure that belonged solely to the dragon race. It wasn't something that an ordinary race like the snake race could easily withstand. Fang Xiu was very satisfied with the power of the dragon roar. Although the power of dragon roar originated from the wind dragon ring and had nothing to do with transforming or not transforming into a raging wind young dragon, after testing, Fang Xiu realized that after transforming into a raging wind young dragon and then using dragon roar, the power of dragon roar was much more powerful than that of the dragon roar without transforming into a raging wind young dragon. However, after testing, Fang Xiu realized that when he used dragon roar after transforming into a raging wind young dragon, it was several times more powerful than when he was not transformed. The same was true for the Dragon Scroll Hurricane skill that came with the other wind dragon ring. With a dragon roar, the 9-algae sea serpent fell into a fainting state, and at this moment, it was a lamb waiting to be cubed. Fang Xiu simply didn't switch to the Star Sword Kingfish, and continued to aim at the 9-algae sea serpent's head, opening his mouth again. Wind Dragon Cannon. Roar. The energy cannon composed of the wind element, which had been condensed, penetrated through the 9-algae sea serpent's head after 5 seconds, and even the sea serpent algae land not far below it was swept out of the way. Killed 9-algae sea serpent LV42 boss, gained 145,120 experience. Copy passed. Time, 5 minutes and 11 seconds recorded score. You have cleared the 9-algae sea serpent copy inferno level, and your name will be recorded on the stone monument lasts for 365 days. Throwing the headless 9-algae sea serpent aside, Fang Xiu added a formation of transformation stone refinement before switching back to his Star Sword Kingfish half-human form. The current Wind Dragon Cannon was not the Wind Dragon Cannon of the past. As a wind skill, it originated from the Raging Wind Young Dragon Transformation Stone, and was also increased by the source of Sundown Wind. Therefore, although the name on the panel hadn't changed, it should actually be called Sundown Wind Dragon Cannon. Counting the 100% increase in wind skill power from a pair of wind dragon rings. If she fought Lin Jinan once more, she definitely wouldn't last long enough for Fang Xiu to receive the Dragon King's descent. Chapter 83 9 Scale Boots. This passed? Rong Rong had never thought that the hell level difficulty had been cleared so easily. And it still only took 5 minutes. I was really brain dead to make a move on him in the first place. Thinking back to her actions of provoking Fang Xiu, Rong Rong still had palpitations in her heart. It was fortunate that she had changed to a set of equipment with high defense back then. Otherwise, he would have been seconded by Fang Xiu at that time. Come share the loot, Fang Xiu beckoned towards Rong Rong. Coming. Rong Rong was busy running over. Fang Xiu stood in the open space where the 9-algae sea serpent was perched, holding 2 pieces of equipment in his hands. The first piece of equipment was a hard piece of large seaweed. Seaweed steel blade. Quality, perfect. Attributes, attack power plus 115, strength plus 7, defense plus 20 steel algae, passive, 10% chance of shooting a steel blade of seaweed to inflict 100 points of physical damage on the target when attacking. Level, 3rd turn. Durability, 300. Description, crafted from the steel blade seaweed that originated from the 9-algae sea serpent's body, it appears to be just ordinary seaweed but possesses the strength of steel, making it a very good weapon in battle, whether it's to confuse the opponent or to suddenly attack. The second piece of equipment was a pair of black boots with 9 snake scales left on them. 9 scales boots set. Quality, epic. Attributes: defense plus 40, movement speed plus 50, agility plus 10, physique plus 5, attachment skill, scale retention passive, once every hour, automatically generates a snake scale phantom to resist 10% of the damage when attacked. For each suit component, the trigger interval of the scale retention skill will be reduced by 10 minutes, and the blocking damage will be increased by 10%. Level, 3rd turn. Set, 9 scales phantom body 1-5, attached skill, snake 9 scales 5-piece set, not activated. Endurance, 300. Description: when the 9 algae sea serpent goes through 9 layers of molting and grows into the 9 scales king serpent, the skin that was once molted will naturally advance into an epic material, and by crafting boots from this special skin, you will gain the ability of the 9 scales king serpent's body protection. I want that seaweed steel blade. When Fang Xiu placed the 2 pieces of loot in front of Rong Rong, she chose the one of lower value without hesitation. I'll just give out a key and nothing else, the seaweed steel knife is enough. Fang Xiu didn't make any nonsense and put the 9 scale boots into his backpack, handing over a perfect quality and red squid belt and 5 pieces of rare grade equipment he got from the Sword Star Bay copy. We agreed to split the loot 50-50, I have the right of first refusal. I'll choose the 9 scale boots, and the seaweed steel blade is yours. I'll make up the difference in price for you. Actually, it's not necessary. Rong Rong was just about to refuse when he saw Fang Xiu suddenly pour out a mountain of equipment from his career space. These equipment were of all qualities, with excellent and rare taking up the majority. If it's not enough, you can pick it yourself from here, Fang Xiu said generously. These equipments were all the loot he had scored during his previous sundown windwheel brush through Sword Star Bay. Because the grades were not high, and they were many and varied, Fang Xiu was too tired to consign them one by one, so he had been piling them up in his career space and didn't have the time to deal with them. Fang Xiu was ready to find an equipment acquisition store to help him clean up all these at once when he is short of money. If Rong Rong could help himself sort the trash now, then Fang Xiu couldn't be happier. Rong Rong silently shut up, she later in Fang Xiu polite, she is. Dare I say that she is the poorest of the poor. When I go back, I'll also take some equipment from Pops to support me. Rong Rong grunted in her heart. Seeing that Rong Rong didn't have the intention of picking garbage, Fang Xiu waved his hand and took back all the ones he just poured out into the occupation space. Let's go out of the copy. Having already killed the boss, the two no longer lingered and directly left the copy. The scenery in front of them returned to the entrance of the Sea Serpent Algae Land copy, and there were still so many people around, except that now, instead of walking to and fro, everyone was all gathered around the copy stone monument. Fang Xiu. Fang Xiu passed the level again? What's the situation? When did Fang Xiu come over? Wasn't he at the Crab King Cave copy? Seems like he just came. More than half an hour ago, news came from the Crab King Cave side that Fang Xiu had already cleared the Crab King Cave's hell copy as well. The copy emperor is as terrifying as hell. 2 hellish copies in a row in one day. I just popped out the key to the hellish copy of the Sea Serpent Algae Land, and he just cleared this place? Someone looked at the replica stone monument and looked up to the sky, violently pouring a mouthful of seawater into his mouth and coughing non-stop. Sympathetic gazes were thrown around. Before it had been cleared, the key to the hell level copy of the Sea Serpent Algae Land was worth a 3rd turn epic level equipment. But after being cleared, sorry. It was currently estimated that no one would buy it. Walking on the path to the entrance of the copy, Fang Xiu didn't pay attention to the clamor beside the copy's stone monument. He predicted that the moment he arrived at the Sea Serpent Algae Land, that kind of pomp and circumstance would quickly disappear. Are you still going to the next copy? Rong Rong asked. Let's stop here for today's copy, back to rest, Fang Xiu replied. After playing dozens of copies in a row in the Crab King Cave, and battling the Inferno Monarch Crab and the 9 algae sea serpent one after another, during which the Star King's sword continuously slashed 5 swords, Fang Xiu was also a bit tired, so he simply went back to take a rest, and then go to a new copy tomorrow. Alright, let's go to my house then, I'll treat you and have my dad cook 2 big dishes. Let's celebrate. Rong Rong proposed. And so the two of them began their return journey. And it was less than 3 minutes after Fang Xiu and Rong Rong left. The figures of Lin Dongjian's 4 people appeared in front of the Sea Serpent Algae Land's teleportation portal, Dusty. As soon as the 4 of them appeared, they immediately darted towards the replica stone monument, peeling those in their way right out of the way and looking up to check. The topmost part of the copy stone monument clearly read: Fang Xiu's team has cleared the Sea Serpent Algae Land replica Inferno level, time spent, 5 minutes and 11 seconds. Lin Dongjian's team has cleared the Sea Serpent Algae Land replica Inferno level, time consumed, 1 hour, 49 minutes, 55 seconds. The point was not the time, but the location of these two paragraphs. They were both at the top of the nightmare level clearance chart, but Fang Xiu's clearance record was at the top of Lin Dongjian's clearance record, which meant that Fang Xiu had cleared the hell level copy before them. He cleared it before us? Not. On what grounds? Obviously, when we started fighting the boss, he had just entered the copy. Ma Qi's expression was as unbelievable as if he had seen something absurd appear before his eyes. Jiang Ziliang's expression was also incomparably strange. They had thought that they had a solid victory, and even felt that the boss's decision to use up those expensive special props to speed up the clearance was a bit of a waste. But now, 5 minutes and 11 seconds? Lin Dongjian's face was filled with bitterness. It was clearly me who came first. Obviously, we had used all our strength. Obviously, we even used expensive special props. As a result, the four of us killing the final boss wasn't as fast as two others clearing the entire copy. So, is the gap between people really that big? But I'm also a genius with a 3-star profession in the first turn and a 5-star profession in the second turn. Chapter 84, What's Next? Back in Sea Light City, Fang Xiu went to Rong Ji restaurant again. He enjoyed the food brought by Chef Rong and then chatted with Rong Rong. His attention was actually on the equipment called 9 Scales boots that he had just gotten his hands on. Third turn epic level equipment, or a set. This is a rare item. Fang Xiu thought that if he could, he would simply put this set together. This way, after he completed the third turn, he would not have to change his agility attribute set. Rong Rong, you help me continue to collect the hell level copies of the Sea Serpent Algae Land. How much do I need? You advance it first and I'll pay you afterward. Thinking of this, Fang Xiu instructed Rong Rong. As one of the first pioneers of Sea Light City, her channels were definitely richer than his own. Rong Rong didn't ask why and sucked on the noodles, using her left hand to give an okay, indicating that it was on her. Turning back, Fang Xiu also looked up in the store of his cell phone's Aurora app. If you can collect all the parts of the 9 Scales fantasy body set by brushing the hell level copy of the Sea Serpent Algae by yourself, naturally it would be the best, but if you don't have. Soon, Fang Xiu found a component of the 9 Scales illusory body set in the Aurora App Store. It was a hand protector called 9 Scales Tattooed Hand, with attributes similar to those of the 9 Scales boots, and it also came with the skill called Keep Scales. Its attributes were similar to those of the 9 Scales boots, and it also came with a skill called Scale Retention, and its price was not low, 12,000 Aurora points. This was related to the fact that the 9 Scale Tattooed Hand was part of the 9 Scale fantasy body set. It was only natural that a set of equipment would be more expensive than equipment of the same level and grade. After I go up to the third turn and learn the 4-star skill, if I don't brush it out, I'll buy it, Fang Xiu pondered. With a full meal and wine, Fang Xiu got up and went back to bed to rest, preparing to go to a new copy the next day. However, when he woke up the next morning, while eating breakfast and browsing the posting bar on his cell phone, Fang Xiu discovered that the hell level difficulty of the other 2 turn 2 copies that he hadn't been to yet were actually cleared last night. The posting also included a photo of the copy's stone monument. Zhang Tianming's squad has cleared the Helix Mountain copy hell level, time spent 2 hours, 11 minutes, 22 seconds. Lin Dongjian's squad has cleared the Pippin Valley replica Inferno level, time spent 2 hours 49 minutes 25 seconds. Zhang Tianming. Lin Dongjian? Fang Xiu had some impression of these two names. Zhang Tianming seemed to be one of the people in the group who had entrusted Li Bo to ask which copy he had killed up from. At that time, there were 4 people on the other side with 4 expressions, and Fang Xiu still remembered it vividly. And Lin Dongjian. On the stone monuments of the copies of Sword Star Bay and Crab King Cave, Fang Xiu seemed to have seen that they were all in first place before he went there, and now they should all be in second place. Strength is very strong. It wasn't easy either. If it wasn't for himself, he might be the biggest winner of this newcomer competition mission. Drip. Rong Rong suddenly sent a message. Rong Rong, Brother Xiu, great bad news. I went to the other 2 copies this morning and what I found was that their hell difficulty was actually cleared by someone last night. Crying.jpg. Rong Rong's message helped Fang Xiu confirm that the situation on the posting bar was true. Fang Xiu, well, it's not surprising to see it on the posting. Rong Rong, I heard that it was stimulated by you clearing 2 hell level copies in one day. They directly didn't sleep and cleared the level overnight. It's just too ferocious. Fang Xiu couldn't help but smile heartily. It wasn't a surprise that such a situation had arisen. Knowing that they couldn't compete for the first place in the replica ranking, the only thing they could compete for was the first pass of the replica's hell level difficulty. Substituting himself into their situation, there was a strong person who cleared the first hell rank difficulty on the first day. Although there was no movement on the second day, on the third day, he violently passed 2 hell level difficulties in a row. According to this efficiency, if one didn't fight chicken blood to hurry up and grab the next copy of the hell level difficulty quests, 2 days later, it was estimated that one would only be able to drink the northwest wind. A total of 5 quests, and he took 3 of the quest rewards. Fang Xiu has also been quite satisfied. He's only one person, the world isn't standing still when he's going on a copy, and other people are also working hard to complete the quests. And, recently, he had been playing copies just to complete as many hell rank difficulty quests as possible. Now that all of the newcomer competition quests regarding the duplicates hell and difficulty had been completed, it meant that one could put the duplicates on hold for a while and do some of their own things first. As for the first place in the replica leaderboard, it was just as well to complete it on the last day of the month, as it was only settled at the end of the month anyway. The wild bosses, the 1,000-year cold armor turtle and the bloody shark emperor hadn't been discovered so far, and it wasn't clear if they had really been discovered or if they had been discovered and no one had said anything about it. But Fang Xiu himself does not have the search skill. Naturally, he will not go looking for a needle in a haystack. Thinking about it, both the 1,000-year cold armor turtle and the bloody shark emperor, the quests gave them more positive light points than the 8-clawed red squid, so they must be stronger than them, and once they fought, the commotion would definitely not be small, like the 8-clawed red squid was at that time. Fang Xiu was prepared to hear these news before making his move. Therefore, for the next period of time, Fang Xiu had a lot of free time, and he was going to take this opportunity to complete his Sundown Wind Wheel skill proficiency, completing turn 1. The Spiritual Sword, with the Spiritual Sword Technique skill and the Primordial Apostle, with the Combat Transformer skill were both second turn professions, but as a result, Sun Fengwell hadn't even reached the first turn yet. It was a bit too slow. Moreover, in Fang Xiu's imagination, if he completed the transfer with Sundown Wind Wheel as his main skill, he would definitely obtain the core of enhanced wind skills. This would greatly enhance his combat power. This was because it would also add to the skills of the Raging Wind Young Dragon Transformation Stone. So, after breakfast, Fang Xiu simply stopped going to the copy room and rented a training room at the counter of the Aurora Club at the expensive price of 100 Aurora points per day. This training room was different from the Lingji Company's training room. It was bigger, safer, and more specialized. The walls and targets were able to withstand the full force of a 5-turn 10-star professional's attack. It was also equipped with a wide variety of equipment, and as long as Fang Xiu wanted to, he was able to equip a whole set of second-turn epic-level equipment for himself to test his combat power. Fang Xiu wasn't interested in this kind of meaningless behavior of relying on rented equipment to test his combat power. He had come here to improve the skill proficiency of the Sundown Wind Wheel. Therefore, Fang Xiu matched a set of equipment that restored 20 points of magic per second to fulfill the magic needs of the Sundown Wind Wheel. The cooldown time of Sundown Wind Wheel was very fast, only taking 5 seconds, but the magic value consumed was 100 points, which for Fang Xiu, whose magic value limit had just exceeded 500, 5 rounds of Sundown Wind Wheel would require him to take a magic potion. However, after formally practicing the elemental skill Sundown Wind Wheel, Fang Xiu realized that 20 points of magic value restored per second didn't seem to be enough. Chapter 85 Skill Practice Method. Because he had previously practiced sword arts, Fang Xiu didn't know much about the methods of improving proficiency in elemental skills. However, with his mastery of the Sundown Wind Wheel, Fang Xiu also read books on elemental skills, and even watched the famous Masters Open class on the Aurora app. Inside were powerful people from the Aurora Society talking about their experience in training certain types of skills, teaching those who came after them how to choose the right skills for themselves, and so on. Fang Xiu saw that there was a course that specialized in how to quickly increase proficiency in elemental skills. A 6-turn 10-star profession, Monarch Flame Witch, named Alice proposed the technique practice method. The technique practice method was simply to add elemental manipulation techniques to the original skill, complicating an otherwise ordinary elemental skill and forcing the skill user to invest more mental energy and focus more, thus increasing magical value consumption and accelerating proficiency growth. In the video, the burgundy-haired witch briefly demonstrated the technique practice method. The basic skill is the 1-star normal skill Fireball. Using the elemental technique Scatter, a large fireball is transformed into 3 smaller fireballs to strike the target. The effect is similar to the 2-star excellent skill Fireball. Use elemental technique Wrap to freeze a large ball of fire and maneuver it to fly around you, deflecting attacks when your opponent attacks you, similar to the 2-star excellent skill Fire Spirit Guard. Use elemental technique Congeal to compress and condense a fireball into a flaming snake to attack the target, similar to the 3-star rare skill Fire Snake Eater. Note that all fireball techniques that utilize elemental techniques only have a similar effect to these skills. It does not mean that they have the same power. All things being equal. The 3-star rare skill Fire Snake Devouring can summon a 2-meter long, half-meter wide flaming snake. The 1-star common fireball skill Elemental Skill Congeal could only summon a basketball-sized fire snake at most. The power was 1 heaven and 1 earth, completely incapable of being compared together. Moreover, when utilizing the elemental technique, the requirements for the caster's mental power and magic value limit were even higher. Therefore, not many people used elemental techniques in actual battles, but more often when practicing elemental skills. However, the skill practice method was done not just during the usual practice. June Flame Witch, Alice ended up making an interesting conjecture. For example, practicing skills with a certain elemental skill for a long period of time had a certain probability of having the profession with the corresponding elemental skill appear in one's next transfer option. For example, if a 1-star profession, Flame Mage, kept practicing his skills with Elemental Skill Congeal, and still used Fireball as his core skill in the second turn, the result was that Fire Serpent Mage appeared in the career options in the second turn, and after the transfer, his original 1-star skill Fireball became a 3-star skill. After the transfer, his original 1-star skill Fireball became the 3-star skill Fire Serpent Devouring. Of course, this was only Alice's guess. The second skill could be added during the second turn, and that would also affect the appearance of the career options during the second turn. Fang Xiu wasn't too interested in Alice's speculation, but mainly borrowed from her skill practice method. The first thing he tried was the scatter of the elemental techniques, utilizing the Sundown Windwheel skill. Then, using his spiritual power, he tried to separate another Sundown Windwheel from the Sundown Windwheel. During this process, Fang Xiu was always careful because the Sundown Windwheel in his hand always had the urge to break free and fly out. He needed to concentrate on controlling the Sundown Windwheel, and then separate a portion of the high-speed rotating wind element from it, and then condense a small Sundown Windwheel. If one couldn't control it anymore, just let the Sundown Windwheel blast against the wall. Then another Sundown Windwheel would rise and continue to separate. Several times in a row, Fang Xiu felt like he was doing a precision surgery, not allowing any sloppiness. However, Fang Xiu soon felt that Disperse was not suitable for his Sundown Windwheel. The Sundown Windwheel itself was created by the high-speed rotation of the wind element. Taking out the wind element from the high-speed rotating wind. It's like sticking your hand into hot oil. The difficulty was too great. Therefore, Fang Xiu changed his elemental technique from scattering to compressing. Literally, compressing elemental power. Using this technique, the Sundown Windwheel in Fang Xiu's hand was quickly flattened, and its shape became closer and closer to that of a circular chainsaw, but at the same time, his ability to control it was challenged. The compressed Sundown Windwheel was clearly more powerful. It was more difficult to control. Fang Xiu couldn't help but speculate, if it really developed as Elisu had guessed, after he changed jobs, would the Sundowner will really become a chainsaw, right? This speculation only flickered in Fang Xiu's mind, and his attention was quickly drawn to his magic value. Right now, Fang Xiu's magic value was rapidly decreasing like a pump had been plugged in. The recovery rate of 20 magic points per second was simply not enough. This went back to the standard math problem from when he was a kid, filling water while pumping it. May I ask when the reservoir will be drained? At the same time, the proficiency level popped up quickly in the prompt box. The speed was indeed far faster than Fang Xiu using the Sundown Windwheel once every 5 seconds. Worthy of being a 6 turns and 10 stars professional, something. The skill practice method was really effective, so Fang Xiu simply changed the equipment on his body that restored magic value to another set. Replacing it with equipment that restored 30 points of magic per second, he knocked on another magic potion to train. Despite this, Fang Xiu still stayed in the training room for 7 days in a row before he was able to pull his Sundowner will skill proficiency. Subsequently, the transfer began. Transfiguration in progress. Please select the core skill for transfer. Selecting the 3-star epic skill Sundown Windwheel, but occupations are being generated. Please choose from the following professions. 1. Windwheelman 4-star unique. Description: a speed-type profession that develops the use of the Sundown Windwheel for melee combat, with 2 windwheels in his feet and 2 in his hands, and his best way of fighting is to sweep past the target with great speed and decapitate him. 2. Wind Controller 5-star description, spell-type occupation, no longer pursuing the ultimate power of the Sundown Wind, but accepting the entirety of the wind element, so that he can master more wind elemental manipulation, whether it is offensive, defensive, or auxiliary, have a certain degree of achievement, is an all-around type of wind elemental mage powerhouse. 3. Sundown Wind Cutter 5 stars unique. Description: Mage profession. The pursuit of the ultimate power of the Sundown Wind is the Sundown Wind clan's most extreme killers, good at the Sundown Wind power compression and then released. Then no matter how strong the defender in front of it is brittle as thin paper, but obviously a mage professional, the killing effect caused by it is more like the melee professionals, and the fight with which, broken hands, broken legs, on the spot. Being beheaded on the spot is a common thing, because of its killing methods are too bloody. It is also known as the Butcher from the Wind Country within the Sundown Wind clan. Chapter 86 First Turn 5-star Profession, Sundowner Cutter. 3 choices. No worries, no hesitation. Directly choose the third option. It was both 5-star and unique. And it was clearly a profession related to the Sundown Wind. Transferring to Sundown Wind Cutter. A green-colored breeze appeared around Feng Xiu and rapidly rotated. It quickly formed a green-colored hurricane, completely engulfing Feng Xiu in it. However, the seemingly violent hurricane was a warm spring breeze that warmed Feng Xiu's face. Bathed in the green-colored hurricane, Feng Xiu's body seemed to be washed. When the green hurricane dissipated and the transfer was completed, the world in Feng Xiu's eyes changed completely. Originally, because of the use of the Sundown Wind Seed, Feng Xiu was only able to feel the wind flowing around him, and had some connection and perception with the wind element. Now, Feng Xiu was able to use his naked eyes to directly see the trajectory of the wind element's flow in the air and capture its veins. And, truly reach out and touch it. Transfer successful. Current profession, Sundown Wind Cutter unique. Sundown Wind will upgraded to Sundown Cutting Art. Gained profession core, Sundown Wind ethnicity. Seeing the successful transfer prompt, Feng Xiu was busy opening his panel to check. Feng Xiu opened his attribute panel to check. Feng Xiu. Race, human. Talent, unlimited transformation Genesis level, can freely switch between levels. Dao Seeker mythic level, all skills level cap plus 50% source of Sunwind rare, possesses the power to control the wind element, all wind skills power is increased by 20%, and all of one's own wind skills will be automatically transformed into Sunwind. Level, 32nd turn. Profession, Sundown Wind Cutter unique. Profession core, Sunwind ethnicity wind elemental skill damage increased by 50%, movement speed increased by 50%, when teaming up with professions and races of the same Sunwind ethnicity, all attributes are increased by 10%, comes with the profession skills, 3-wheeled shadow? Life, 400. Magic value, 1150. Strength, 61 growth, 0.5 stars, increase 0.5 points of strength for every 1 level. Agility, 96 growth, 1 star, increase agility by 1 point per level up. Stamina, 38 growth, 0.5 stars, increase stamina by 0.5 points per level up. Spirit, 113 growth, 3 stars, each level up increases spirit by 3 points. Skill bar 3. Sundance Cutting Art 5-star epic skill, LV10300, uses the power of the Sundance Wind to form a wheel with the power of cutting, inflicts Spirit X5 wind elemental damage, increases flight speed by 200%, and adds an armor breaking status that lasts for 3 minutes, cooldown, 5 seconds. Armor break, reduces target's magical and physical defense by 40%, cannot be stacked. Spirit Flow Sword Art 6-star rare skill, LV4745-1200, sword skills increase damage by 75%, increase attack speed by 20%, ignore 15% physical defense, 3% probability of triggering explosive attack, attack blood absorption plus 10%. Combat Transformer. Profession skill. 3-wheel shadow 5-star epic skill, LV1 skill level equals Sundance Cutting Art level, use Sundance Wind power to gather 3 rounds of small wheels with the power of cutting, ignoring the target's 150 magical defense, inflicting Spirit X2 wind elemental damage in each round, and attaching a Hurricane Tear status for 3 minutes, cooldown, 1 minute. Hurricane Tear, reduces movement speed by 10%, inflicts 5 points of damage per second, stacks 3 times. What? Realized when Sundance Cutting Art level 10. Granted when Sundance /level 15. A standard offensive legal profession. Skills, core, and growth attributes are all centered around offense. The main attribute Spirit is only 20 points higher than Agility. That's because the equipment that I have with me is an Agility set that was specially prepared for the Sword of the Living Spirit. When one changed into a Law Systems set, the Spirit attribute would probably have another 40 or 50 points of attribute increase. As for skills, although Sundance Cutting Technique didn't have the ability to increase damage based on distance, the ability to ignore defense was not only doubled, but also turned into an additional status. At that time, not only would the Sundance Cutting Art skill be able to meet the effect, but other skills would also be able to ignore defense. Therefore, in the future, I might need to change the way I attack. Instead of instant, he started with sundown cutting art. In the panel, what made Fang Xiu feel a bit strange was an attribute in the professional core sundown wind ethnicity. When teaming up with professions and races that were also of the sundowner ethnicity, all of their attributes were increased by 10%. Fang Xiu could understand the profession of the sundown wind ethnicity. The sundown wind wasn't ranked very high on the Fey elements, so we couldn't rule out a second possibility. Perhaps someone had obtained the sundown wind seed and had also switched to a sundown wind related profession. But this race. Through the career descriptions that he saw when he changed jobs, there should be a race related to the sundown wind in this world. However, Fang Xiu had never heard of it. Is it a foreign race? Or is it humans from ancient times? Fang Xiu was a bit curious and prepared to look for relevant information on the internet sometime. Although it was best to go to the local library to find this kind of information. But the hell knows where the sundowner ethnicity and the others used to inhabit, huh? Could it be that they were still in Castle Peak City? There wasn't any sundown wind ethnicity in the Green Mountain City Chronicles that Fang Xiu had read. It was just a doubt brought about by an attribute that Fang Xiu didn't really explore for long. Even without this bonus, the sundown wind ethnicity was still a pretty good bonus. After the transfer was complete, Fang Xiu was ready to try out his skills. First, the target switched the unusual humanoid target made of steel. Raising his hand. Sundown cutting art. A soccer ball-sized wheel of cyan energy highly compressed from the power of the sundown wind appeared at Fang Xiu's fingertips. It really was guessed right by June Flame, which, Alice, using elemental techniques for a long time will result in corresponding professions and skills when transferring to a new profession, Fang Xiu suddenly remembered. But it couldn't be that absolute. One time could be a coincidence. If you wanted to prove it, then do it again. Fang Xiu threw the cyan-colored energy wheel on his fingertips forward. Bear. A subtle cutting sound came from the air. Fang Xiu looked up at the target. Just in time, he saw that the humanoid target made of steel had snapped in two from the waist, with the upper part falling apart. So fast that even I can't see the arc of the flight clearly. Is this reasonable? Fang Xiu laughed. In this Ganges River. If I can't even see myself clearly, will my opponent still be able to see? However, such an effect was still the limit of Fang Xiu's pursuit. There was still time, so Fang Xiu wanted to level up the sundown cutting technique and then raise the skill level of the spirit sword technique. Strive to turn 2 as soon as possible with Sundown Wind Cutter. Chapter 87, The Essential Skill, Hidden Wind Killing Wheel. On days when one didn't go out, time always flew by. The fiery month of July passed in the blink of an eye. Near the end of the month, Fang Xiu went out and took the first place on the leaderboards of the last 2 copies that he hadn't gone to yet. This made some of the professional squads that thought Fang Xiu had forgotten about these 2 copies and Monk was vying for first place completely die. Come August. The tasks for the first place in the replica rankings were all settled. Fang Xiu once again entered his hands with 50,000 Aurora points. With this, he had a total of 85,000 Aurora points in his hand, which should have been 90,000, of which 3,000 was split 37 with Rong Rong, and the other 2,000 was to pay for Fang Xiu's expenses in the cultivation room these days. Currently, the only quests left on the rookie competition were the Alien Race quest and the 2 bosses 1,000-Year Cold Armored Turtle and Bloody Shark Emperor quests. Regarding the Fae, it was rumored that some people had seen them appearing at the entrance of a few Turn 2 duplicates, seemingly searching for something. Some professional squads had organized manpower to search for them and besiege them, but because the alien race was the shark race, they were extraordinarily agile in the water, so all the sieges so far had ended in failure. As for the 1,000-Year Cold Armored Turtle and the Bloody Royal Shark, the professional teams that had lost their targets were looking for them on a wide scale. However, no news had been sent out about who had found them, and no one had come to the Aurora Hall to hand in their quests. Fang Xiu was also paying attention to the quests of the 1,000-Year Cold Armored Turtle and the Bloody Royal Shark when he had the time. However, his main task right now was to raise his Sundance cutting art to full level. For this reason, after feeling that his proficiency rate was dropping, Fang Xiu switched to another cultivation room. On Li Bo's recommendation, Fang Xiu left Sea Light City and went to the nearest coastal city. Here, there was a training room called the Wind Room, which was specially made for practicing wind elemental skills. A steady stream of wind elementals escaped from the stones underfoot, allowing professionals to condense wind elementals more easily. Here, Fang Xiu trained in the Sundance cutting technique, and his proficiency increased 3 times faster than in a normal training room. However, the room fee for a day in the Wind Room training room was 5 times that of a normal training room, 500 Aurora points. Fang Xiu was indifferent to this price and instead felt that he had come late. If he had known, he would have come here at the beginning, or else he would have been able to transfer even earlier. Mid-August. Fang Xiu's Sundance cutting technique was finally raised to full level 15. At level 10, the skill Seal of Flying Wheel was opened. Seal of Flying Wheel 5-star epic skill, LV15 skill level equals level of Sundance cutting. Use the power of the Sundance wind to carve 2 wind wheel seals on the shoes, allowing the wearer of the shoes to increase their movement speed by 100% and have the ability to fly. Lasts for 30 minutes, cooldown time, 5 minutes. Auxiliary skill, and it's an auxiliary skill that targets movement speed and flight ability. Quite rare. Most of the auxiliary skills were those that increased offense and defense, and those that increased movement speed were extremely rare. And with a speed of up to 100%, even a cripple would be able to walk as fast as he could. Finally, it can also bring the ability to fly, which is the ability that the vast majority of professionals can only dream of. Without any hesitation, no matter which professional, with this skill alone, he would not be afraid of not having a meal in his life. There would be a large number of professional teams willing to train him. However, for Fang Xiu, Seal of the Flying Wheel did not meet his expectations for a 5-star epic level skill. After all, he could transform into a raging wind dragon half-human form and thus have the ability to fly. The effect was only a 100% increase in movement speed. He could only hope that Seal of the Flywheel would become better in the second turn. At level 15, you will be able to develop the Hidden Wind Killing Wheel, which is a must-have technique. Hidden Wind Killing Wheel, 5-star epic skill, LV15 skill level equals level of Sundance cutting technique. Manipulate the power of the Sundance wind to condense a small wind wheel in the center of the palm and throw it at the target, become invisible after 0.5 seconds of throwing, and then become visible after hitting the target, inflicting wind elemental damage of spiritual strength x5, and for every 0.1 second of flying, damage is increased by 10%, and flying speed is increased by 10%, and flying speed is increased by 10%. Damage is increased by 10%, flight speed is increased by 10%, and body size is enlarged by 10%, capped at 200%. Consumes 500 magic value, cooldown, 5 minutes. Seeing this skill, Fang Xiu instantly understood where the effect that should have been in the Sundowner wheel to increase damage based on flight time had gone. It turned out that it had been put into the must-kill skill. Stealth effect plus flight time boosts killing power, flight speed, and flywheel size. Sheesh. A no-brainer. The sundown cutting technique was already at full level. Fang Xiu no longer had a reason to stay in the wind room. He simply tested a few skills and then rushed to leave. After all, the rent of the cultivation room was really expensive. After leaving the wind room, Fang Xiu called He Dust at the first opportunity. "Brother Dust, are you free? I want to utilize the Sword Soul Mound's opportunity now." When the call was answered, Fang Xiu opened the door and said, "I remember that you're only at turn 2, right? Would it be a bit of a waste to use it now?" He Dust asked, effectively reminding Fang Xiu that it would be very wasteful to do so. The Sword Soul Mound didn't limit how many turns one could enter, and the monsters in it were both strong and weak, but the higher the level, the more monsters one could kill, and naturally, the more benefits one would get. "It's only 100,000 Aurora points," Fang Xiu then expressed his wealth. Fang Xiu had long ago found the price about entering the Sword Soul Mound inside the Aurora app. 100,000 Aurora points a time. It had to be said that He Dust was still really down on himself in order to pull himself in. Fang Xiu had come to see Light City for more than a month now, and had only managed to get more than 80,000 Aurora points by relying on the Newcomer competition quest, which wasn't enough to enter the Sword Soul Mound once. If he had only done the second turn's normal quests, he wouldn't have been able to scrape together 100,000 without half a year. It could be seen that the opportunity to enter the Sword Soul Mound once was such a generous gift. However, in Fang Xiu's plan, he not only prepared to enter the Sword Soul Mound when he turned 2, but instead, he had to go to the Sword Soul Mound for every transfer of the sword profession afterward. There was no other reason. All of his skills had to be upgraded, so naturally, he was going to quickly upgrade all of the skills that could be quickly upgraded. Leave time for other difficult skills. Second turn to use the opportunity sent by He Dust. At the third turn, one could gather another 20,000 Aurora points and enter the Sword Soul Mound once more. As for the fourth turn, with one's own combat power, one could enter the Nightmare Soul Valley battlefield at the third turn and kill everyone, and earning Aurora points wouldn't be out of reach. Therefore, there was no need to bitterly and slowly practice the sword at the present time. Sword art as a passive skill, the speed of proficiency increased DDDD. Hearing Fang Xiu's bold statement, Duan stopped dissuading him and just smiled slightly. It seems like you did earn a lot of Aurora points in the newcomer competition quest kind of thing. Go find Sister Hong and ask her to take you there, just tell her it's with my times. Okay, thank you Brother Dust. Chapter 88 Nightmare Soul Valley. Returning to see Light City, Fang Xiu found Sister Hong in the hall of the Aurora Society and explained his intentions. The Sword Soul Mound is near the Nightmare Soul Valley. It's a bit troublesome to walk there. Let's ask Li Bo to open a teleportation portal. Sister Hong didn't ask Fang Xiu to go later. In her opinion, Fang Xiu should have discussed it with Duan when he used Duan's quota to travel to the Sword Soul Graveyard. Since Duan didn't even have an opinion, naturally, it wasn't her turn to say anything. Fang Xiu immediately took out his cell phone and called Li Bo. Li Bo was red-faced when he arrived, and when he heard Fang Xiu call himself to open the portal, he immediately agreed with a smile on his face. The three of them arrived at the center square of Haiguang City to establish the teleportation array to Nightmare Soul Valley. Brotherly, I see that you're all red-faced. Is there something joyful going on? Fang Xiu asked. My teacher just scavenged a skill book that suits me in a battlefield in the outer regions, so I can finally not have to stay at the third turn. Li Bo replied as he set up the teleportation array over and over again, smiling with the corners of his mouth almost grinning to the back of his head. Li Bo's level and core skills had actually reached the upper limit a long time ago. It was just that he hadn't been able to get the right 4-star skills, which was why he had been stuck at the third turn. As long as he got the skill book, it wouldn't take long for him to be able to transfer to a 4th turn profession. Congratulations, Fang Xiu congratulated. Spatial department skills were powerful and rare, and it was even harder to find a skill that was suitable for them. Being able to find a skill book that suited him was indeed something to be congratulated on. I wonder what your teacher is. Sister Hong introduced Fang Xiu on the side. Li Bo's teacher's name is Fang Tianhong, the only 6th-turn, 10-star spatial class professional in the Aurora Society, and because he's getting old and doesn't have any thoughts of being crowned king, he took him in as a close disciple. Fang Xiu nodded his head silently. He was a bit curious about Li Bo's teacher before, because it seemed like he heard him mention it once, but never knew who it was. The name Fang Tianhong was also unfamiliar to him, but judging from the strength of the 6 turns and 10 stars and the spatial class occupation, it must be one of the higher-ups of the Aurora Society. Soon, the portal was set up. The three of them passed through the teleportation gate and arrived at the Nightmare Soul Valley in just the blink of an eye. The dim sky was shrouded by thick gray clouds that never dispersed throughout the year, with a constant drizzle falling for 100 miles, surrounded by soldiers in uniform black armor, and when looking south into the distance, one could always see a few streaks of unsettling red light vaguely hidden within the dark clouds, as if a ghostly god was casting its gaze towards the land. Fang Xiu stood in the teleportation square of Nightmare Soul Valley, and for some reason, a sense of pathos came over him. It was as if no one dared to speak out loud as long as they stepped foot on this land. It was somewhat depressing. Is this the border city of the human race? Fang Xiu felt that this place was more like a huge military camp. Step aside, let's not block the people behind us. Sister Hong lowered her voice and said to Fang Xiu and Li Bo. The two of them hurriedly made way. Soon, one after another, several teams of 100 people came out of the portal. They wore the same black armor as the soldiers on the road. However, compared to the numbness of the soldiers, their faces were young and tender, and their eyes still retained a trace of hopefulness. Fang Xiu guessed that they might be the new soldiers sent for training, or the new members recruited by the Aurora Society's branch in Nightmare Soul Valley this year. Let's go, we need to get out of the city. Sister Hong was released after handing over the trio's identity documents to the officer in charge of the teleportation plaza. Exiting the city gates, they made their way north. From Nightmare Soul Valley to the south was only the outer regions, and going north was naturally towards human territory. So the journey was quite peaceful. Of course, perhaps it was Fang Xiu's luck that the three of them didn't run into any nightmare race that sneaked across the human borderline. The beginning of many battles was often not in the outer regions, but within the borderline. This was also the reason why the Sword Soul Mound copy appeared. A few minutes later, the crowd arrived at the Sword Soul Mound. The Sword Soul Mound was in yet another valley 5 kilometers away from the Nightmare Soul Valley. This valley was shrouded in gray mist, and from a distance, one could only see the silhouettes of a few tombstones. When one got closer, a huge silver-gray portal was located at the entrance of the valley, making it even more difficult to see what was within the valley. On both sides of the portal, there were also 2 huge tents with countless black-armored soldiers standing by. They were both guarding the portal of the Sword Soul Mound copy. They were also guarding the Ying spirits sleeping in the Sword Soul Mound. When Fang Xiu's trio arrived here, there were also a few professionals at the entrance of the replica whose attire was very different from the surrounding soldiers. In particular, there was a young man wearing a white robe with a long sword glowing with a faint black aura behind his back, and his body inadvertently glowed with an extremely sharp edge. The moment he approached, Fang Xiu detected it and immediately made a judgment. This was a powerful sword art professional. In terms of career star level alone, the other party was definitely not inferior to himself. While Fang Xiu was sizing up the white-clothed youth, he was also sizing up Fang Xiu. The sword momentum on a sword arts professional was only felt most clearly by a fellow sword arts professional. But soon, the sharpness on both of them was suppressed by a sharper sharpness. It came from the sword's soul mound. In an instant, goosebumps rose all over Fang Xiu and the white-clothed youth. It was as if there was a supreme swordsman scrutinizing them with a sharp gaze. It was also as if uncountable sharp swords were pressing against their skin, and if they made the slightest movement, they would be chopped into countless pieces. On the contrary, Sister Hong and Li Bo, as well as the people traveling with the white-clothed youth, they didn't feel anything. Fang Xiu instantly understood that this was the sword soul mound's sword power, a power that only sword professions could feel. Go in, we'll wait for you at the entrance. Sister Hong handed Fang Xiu a gray bead, and urged, do your best, but don't be overly persistent. If you can't hold on, choose to exit the copy. Sword soul bead. Special item. Description, used to enter the special copy of Sword Soul Graveyard. Got it. Fang Xiu took the bead and walked towards the silver-gray portal under the watchful eyes of Sister Hong and Li Bo. The white-clothed youth also walked towards the sword soul mound. As a sword profession, it was naturally impossible to come to the sword soul mound for a second thing. Waiting until the two people's figures completely disappeared. Sister Hong and Li Bo exchanged glances. How long do you think he can last? Sister Hong asked Li Bo, suddenly remembering something from before. He Duan also made a trip to the sword soul mound when he was in his second turn, and I was also the one who brought him here, and I remember that he seemed to last for 45 minutes. Li Bo thought seriously for a while before answering. It should be 45 minutes as well. I heard my teacher mention Brother Dust's battle record when he first came here. But Fang Xiu was also able to manage to single-handedly take on a third-turn boss without pressure. In his opinion, this guess of his was still rather conservative. In fact, he felt that Fang Xiu should be a bit stronger than He Duan at the same time. After all, he just didn't have the glorious battle record of one person occupying the number 1 spot on the 5-copy rankings alone back then. 45 minutes? Then you have a high opinion of Fang Xiu. Sister Hong nodded slightly. She thought so too. But it wasn't based on her own judgment, rather, she believed in He Dust's vision. According to He Dust, Fang Xiu was very likely to be a sword arts professional not inferior to him. So, Fang Xiu was also born with an epic-level talent? Chapter 89. Sword and Soul Graveyard. Description, a graveyard where countless swordsmen and their beloved swords were once buried. Later, due to the attack of the Nightmare race, the human race and the Nightmare race started a fierce battle here, and the intense battle intent and the immortal killing intent of both sides activated a sword seed that was bred from countless sword souls. Challenge limit, skill column contains sword art skill. The current copy is a public copy. Everyone enters the same space and is randomly transported to the outskirts of the area, no difficulty selection. To open this copy, you need to consume a sword soul pearl. Does it consume a sword soul pearl to enter the copy? Fang Xiu felt a bit peculiar as he looked at the copy prompt that flashed before his eyes. It was the first time he had such peculiar copy rules. Skill bar contains sword skills, which meant that only sword professions could enter. Everyone entering the same space and randomly teleporting to the outlying areas equaled that even two teams of people were able to encounter each other in the same copy. TSK. There was nothing strange in the world, so I guess such a special copy shouldn't be just an exception. Yes. The sword soul bead in Fang Xiu's hand then disappeared, and the scenery in front of him gradually became clearer. As always, the capped dark clouds were like rancid milk caps, and the sight of one, the mood couldn't get any better. Suddenly, a palpitating sense of oppression came. Fang Xiu's face then changed. It was the sword power of the sword soul mound again. And because he had already entered within the sword soul mound's range, the sword momentum he felt this time was even more powerful. With such a sword momentum, it felt like it was no longer a supreme swordsman scrutinizing Fang Xiu, but rather a random sword chopping out at him. The best way to deal with sword momentum was to counter it with one's own sword momentum. Striving. Miso, Fang Xiu immediately drew the sword at his waist, Star River, to fend it off. The living spirit sword art unfolded. Instant. Bio spirit stream vertical slash. Obviously, there was no target, much less an enemy, but Fang Xiu had to display his sword art skill to gather his own sword power to resist the sword power from the sword soul mound. However, it was a long struggle. The sword momentum of the sword soul mound was like an ocean. Its sword momentum was a wave, one wave after another, one wave stronger than another, never ending. Facing such a sword momentum, Fang Xiu almost suffocated, but still gritted his teeth to block it down. What a joke. If this went out, wouldn't it be a wasted opportunity to enter the sword soul mound? This was 100,000 Aurora points. Transformation Star Sword Kingfish Half Human Form. The transformation brought about a rise in attributes, allowing Fang Xiu to take a breath of relief, but it wasn't enough. The skill CD was up, so it was simply a matter of swinging the sword. Soon, Fang Xiu realized that his spirit sword art proficiency was soaring. Spirit sword technique skill proficiency +1. Spirit sword art skill +1. The speed of the rise could be said to be incredibly fast, with 1, if not 2 or 3 tips popping up almost every second. Sword collisions and confrontations are also able to improve sword skills. Fang Xiu instantly understood. It seemed that wanting to improve sword skills wasn't just a matter of going deep into the sword soul mound and killing sword souls to obtain special props. Confrontation with the ubiquitous sword momentum of this sword soul mound was also a good way to raise the level of sword art for this second turn 6-star, Sword of the Living Spirit, of his. Fang Xiu simply sank his heart and swung his sword right in front of the entrance, exercising his sword skills. And with the non-stop sword swinging, the Sword of the Living Spirit style slowly stacked up, waiting to stack up to 100 layers. The pressure against the sword momentum was indeed much less, and Fang Xiu's face looked slightly better. It no longer seemed as suffocating as it was in the beginning. Luckily, the speed at which I raise my sword momentum far exceeds the speed at which the sword soul mound raises sword momentum. Fang Xiu silently wiped a sweat. During the process of fighting against the sword momentum, he could feel the sword momentum that the sword soul mound had attached to him slowly increasing. Birth Spirit Sword Art Skill Proficiency +1, skill level increased, current level, 10-1-3000. Skill Comprehension, Bio Spirit Flow Shield of Blood. Bio Spirit Flow Shield of Blood, 6-star rare skill, LV10 skill level equals Bio Spirit Sword Art level, passive, when life value is capped, future attacks that draw blood gain life value to be converted into a shield of blood. The upper limit of the shield of blood is the upper limit of the life value x 100%. Level 10 now. Fang Xiu's eyelids lifted. He had only been in for a few minutes? Wouldn't it be the case that if he stayed for another 10 minutes or so, the Bio Spirit Sword Art would be fully leveled? This was the first time Fang Xiu had experienced such a fast leveling method. Even the Transformation Magic Iron Guard skill, which had been leveled up in an afternoon and a night, wasn't that fast. Worthy of 100,000 sword and soul mound, it's really worth it. Fang Xiu licked his dry lips. He really wanted to do it once every time he completed a turn, it was too enjoyable. Glancing at the skills he just obtained. Living Spirit Flow Blood Shield. A shield that provided a 100% life value cap. Fang Xiu's life value was originally nearly 500, but now it was nearly 1,000 with the blood shield. The point is, it has no cooldown. As long as he kept his blood shield full at all times, it was no different from doubling his life value. Not bad. Fang Xiu was quite satisfied, as this was able to increase his fault tolerance. For non-defensive professions, the life value mostly came from the equipment's physique attribute. So the life value of most professions in the early stages wasn't high. With this thousands of life value of his own, it was estimated that he had already surpassed the vast majority of non-defensive professions in the second turn. Continue. Fang Xiu took a light breath and began to hone his sword skills. Today's goal was to have a full level of Sunga sword art. However, after the Shangling sword art reached LV10, Fang Xiu's pressure to fight against sword momentum decreased once again, and the rate of proficiency increase slowed down. The path of the sword path was originally the path of resistance and killing. Facing an unrivaled sword blade and rising to the challenge was the only way to make one's sword art stronger. Fang Xiu once again had a realization. This was the same as practicing his sword against the Goblin Queen's attacks. Taking a step forward. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps. The familiar feeling of oppression came once again. Fang Xiu's eyes lit up. The way the sword soul mound attached to a sword profession's sword power didn't just increase with time, it also increased when one went deeper into the sword soul mound. Taking a few more steps forward, the proficiency of the living soul sword art once again began to rapidly increase. Comfortable. Fang Xiu grinned as he walked forward in pain and joy. Birth Spirit Sword Art Skill Proficiency +1. Birth Spirit Sword Art Skill Proficiency +1. After about 20 minutes, Fong Shou's Bio Spirit Sword Art finally reached full level. Birth Spirit Sword Art Skill Proficiency +1, Skill Level Up, Current Level, 15 Max. Skill Comprehension, Bio Spirit Flow Blood Avalanche Chop. Spirit Streaming Blood Avalanche Chop, 6-star Rare Skill, LV15 Skill Level equals Spirit Sword Art Level, consumes 50% of one's own life value, converts it into temporary attack power, and swings a ranged chop that contains the power of blood forward, inflicting physical damage of attack power x3, cooldown time, 1 hour. Chapter 90 Sword Soul. Living Spirit Stream Blood Splash / Fong Shou scrutinized his newly arrived, hotly anticipated mandatory killing technique. At the cost of 50% of his life value, he temporarily boosted his attack power to launch a ranged attack. The damage was calculated based on the noble attack power. It wasn't like instant or vertical slash, where the damage was based on agility attributes and the attack power was added on top of that. Very strong. Another big move, and it's a ranged attack move at that Fong Shou mused, while glancing at each of his 3 professions' necessary kill moves. In the future, as he switched more and more times, perhaps ordinary small skills wouldn't even have the chance to be released, and by putting the big moves of each profession once, the opponent would already be dead. Put away the skill panel. The Sword of the Living Spirit skill was now fully leveled, but the sword momentum around him wasn't enough for him to exit the Sword Soul graveyard. Therefore, Fong Shou decided to look deeper into the Sword Soul Valley. It was drizzling in the Grey Valley, and on both sides of the road were neatly lined up tombstones, most of which didn't even have names on them, and some were just code names similar to the names of professions. Sword of Holy Light, Giant Sword Decimator, Charge Sword Guard, Magic Sword. Fong Shou quietly passed by the tombstones, expressing his high respect for these predecessors of the Sword Dao who had once thrown their heads and spilled their blood for the human race. In the last decade or so, Donghuang country as a whole was in a relatively peaceful era, but even so, Fong Shou was still able to see news of foreign invasions in various places on the internet. It was hard to imagine how fierce the wars between the human race and the foreign races would have been in the once turbulent times. It was also because of the sacrifices of the human race's forefathers that the peaceful growth of mankind in the current era was exchanged. Suddenly, Fong Shou stopped and his eyes immediately narrowed. Just 100 meters away under a large tree, he saw a silhouette. Was it another professional who had entered the Sword and Soul Mound? Fong Shou remembered the white-clothed youth who had entered the Sword Soul Mound with himself. However, that silhouette wasn't wearing white. Fong Shou decided to take a look, so he quickened his pace. Approaching and bypassing the large trees, Fong Shou quickly came to the front of the figure. Only then did Fong Shou realize that it was just his shadow. A light blue translucent human shape, holding a worn-out blue longsword in his hand, circling around the tree, his eyes were lifeless. And on its head was a text. Sword Spirit of the Gorgeous Flickering Sword LV37 Elite. HP, 10,000. This is the Sword Soul? Fong Shou remembered that Duan had introduced this creature with himself. No, it didn't have a physical body and couldn't be considered a creature, it could only be described as a soul body, a ghost. They possessed a simple obsession, and would borrow their master's image from his life to appear in the Sword Soul Mound, as well as possessing their master's sword skills. If one was able to kill it, then there was a certain probability of dropping special props that could enhance the proficiency of the sword skill. When Fong Shou entered the Sword Soul Mound in the beginning, he was actually aiming to kill them and obtain special props to raise the level of the Living Soul's sword art. He just didn't expect that the sword momentum emanating from the Sword Soul Mound alone had already raised his spiritual sword art to full level. If any more props that could raise the proficiency of the sword art were to drop, it would be possible to save them first and use them after one's Sword of the Living Spirit, third turn. Weakness Penetration. Starlight flashed in Fong Shou's eyes, and the Sword Soul's weaknesses were exposed in his eyes. Somewhat bizarrely, the weakness was not on the Sword Soul's body, but on the worn-out sword in his hand. To be precise, that sword was the biggest and only breakage. As long as one attacked that sword, one could deal weakness damage. It seems that the long sword is the body of the Sword Soul. Fong Shou immediately made a judgment. Sundown Cutting Art. Fong Shou raised his hand, and a green-colored energy wheel immediately appeared on his right index finger. With a gentle wave forward, the green-colored energy wheel instantly disappeared. The sword spirit who was walking numbly in a circle next to the big tree suddenly sensed something, and the worn-out longsword in his hand made a chop towards the right. Clang! A crisp metallic clash. The green-colored energy wheel that had disappeared from Fong Shou's fingertips had already appeared in front of the Sword Soul, colliding madly with the longsword in his hand. Sparks splashed everywhere. You were able to detect this? Fang Xiu was quite surprised. With the flying speed of the sundown cutting technique, it would have been difficult for him to defend himself if he had been sneak attacked. However, the cyan-colored energy will didn't freeze with the sword soul for long, and the terrifying rotational speed and the sharpness after compression extremely easily cut off the worn-out longsword in the sword soul's hand. The green energy wheel went straight into the body of the sword soul, almost penetrating it. Two blood-colored numbers flew up one after another. 3042, weakness damage. 1248. The first damage was the one that appeared when the cyan energy wheel severed the longsword, and the second damage was the one that appeared when it hit the sword soul. The sword spirit that had its broken sword cut off from Fang Xiu's hand suddenly opened its mouth and let out a shrill whistle. Its body changed from a light blue color to a reddish-brown color, and its godless eyes burned with a blazing fire, and the broken longsword instantly sprouted a red sword body similar to a spirit body. In the next second, the sword spirit dashed towards Fang Xiu with the sword in a maniacal state. This is Berserk? Fang Xiu guessed. Raising his hand, he once again gathered the power of the sundown wind. 3 wheel shadows. 3 small cyan-colored flywheels once again danced with Fang Xiu's hand movements. Gently pointing forward, the 3 small cyan-colored flywheels immediately brought out 3 distinct flight arcs in mid-air, but all of them aimed at the sword soul without exception. The sword soul that flew towards Fang Xiu did not have the slightest slowdown in its steps. Instead, it ran faster and faster, and the longsword in its hand swung continuously. Fang Xiu then watched as the sword soul's body flashed out of thin air 3 times consecutively, chopping down the 3 small cyan-colored flywheels. Is the sword master's occupation a combination of spatial abilities? Or is it light-based? Fang Xiu guessed and raised his hand to gather the wind wheel again. But this time, it wasn't the Sundance cutting technique and 3-wheel shadows moves that were so trivial. Instead, it was the hidden wind killing wheel. A football-sized wind wheel appeared between Fang Xiu's palms and was thrown forward. The hidden wind killing wheel instantly disappeared. The darting sword spirit seemed to have sensed that something was wrong, and its body flashed several times in succession, but it was completely useless, and when a boiler-sized green energy wheel appeared in front of it, the sword spirit was sliced right in the middle, along with the long sword it was holding, before it could even react. 5234, weakness damage. Kill sword spirit of magnificent flickering sword LV37 Elite, gain 20,000 experience. Fang Xiu was too busy to step forward to check. At the same time, he sent a formation of transformation stone refinement. He wanted to see if he could craft the sword soul's transformation stone. The sword spirit possessed the skills of its former owner, so if it could be crafted into a transformation stone, wouldn't it mean that he himself could possess the skills of those professions as well? Chapter 91 Sword Memory Pearl, Sword Starstone. Taking advantage of the gap between making the transformation stone, Fang Xiu began to check the fallen items. On the ground, after the sword soul dissipated, there was a long sword broken into 3 pieces and a gray bead with a crystal the size of a fingernail cap left in the ground. The long sword that was broken into 3 pieces had no attributes, it was just a completely damaged piece of equipment. Under the tree, there was a tombstone surrounded by grass, on which the words "flickering sword" were clearly written. It was thought that the owner of this sword was buried under the tombstone. Fang Xiu thought about it and placed the 3 short swords in front of the tombstone, which could be regarded as returning them to their original owners. Then he turned back to check the other 2 items that were dropped. Sword Memory Pearl Small. Special props. Effect: increases the proficiency of one's sword art skill after use. The higher the star level of the sword skill, the lesser the increase in proficiency. Description: it contains the comprehension and understanding of the strongest swordsman on his own sword skills. Only those who are recognized by the soul of the sword will be entrusted with the memories of the master of the sword path. Soul-bound, non-tradable. A prop to enhance sword art proficiency. Fang Xiu's eyes lit up. The special prop Chen said should be this one. But the sword memory pearl was surprisingly soul-bound? No wonder the Aurora App Store didn't directly sell sword memory pearls, but rather the qualification to enter the sword soul mound. But if the sword memory pearl could be traded, then the sword soul mound would probably become a mine. First, he put away the sword memory pearls and used them after he turned 3 in his Sword of the Spirit profession. Continue to look at the next item. Sword Starstone. Special props. Effect: when used on a sword weapon, it will raise its level. The higher the level of the sword weapon, the more sword starstones are consumed to raise the level. Description: a crystal stone that contains sword energy, capable of nurturing sword weapons. Note, any sword weapon can only be upgraded once with the Sword Starstone. A prop capable of raising the rank of a sword-type weapon. This is a rare thing, another prop that Fang Xiu had never heard of. Fang Xiu silently took out his Star River. His Star River was a second turn, although it added +2, but when he hit a third turn epic weapon in a copy after his third turn, he would basically be replacing the weapon, and by then, the Star River, which was a Lord's artifact, would probably have to be a collector's item at the bottom of his suitcase. If you want to continue to use the River of Stars at the third level, you can use the Sword Starstone to upgrade the River of Stars. It was just that he didn't know how much the Sword Starstone was sold for in the Aurora app. If it wasn't expensive, he had an idea. Transformation Stone Sword Soul of the magnificent twinkling sword was made successfully. Fang Xiu, who was about to take out his cell phone to check the price of the Sword Starstone, saw the prompt that popped up in front of him and hurriedly put both the Sword Starstone and his cell phone into his backpack. The Star River, even if it was going to rise to a third turn weapon, that would be something to wait for after one's third turn. The sword momentum around him was getting stronger and stronger, and there was limited time to act within the Sword Soul Mound, so any ideas he had would wait until after he got back. Fang Xiu hurriedly reached out to catch the Transformation Stone, and its attributes were immediately displayed in front of his eyes. Transformation Stone Sword Soul of Magnificent Flickering Sword. Grade, Excellent. Effect, transforms into the Sword Spirit of the Gorgeous Flickering Sword, Spirit +5, Skills, Flickering/Sword Spirit Body, lasts for 30 minutes. Description: the Transformation Stone condenses the power of the Sword Spirit, and due to its special structure, through it, you may be able to touch another world. Fang Xiu took the Transformation Stone and carefully examined it. It was just as he thought, he could indeed access the Sword Soul Master's former profession skills through the Transformation Stone. The flashing continuous slash was obviously it. It was a pity that it was only crafted with an excellent grade. The attributes and skills brought by the excellent grade. It's better than nothing. Not to mention, what the Sword Spirit increased was even a mental attribute. There's no physical body, so it only increases spiritual attributes? Fang Xiu guessed. However, Fang Xiu was puzzled by the description of the Transformation Stone that said, through it, you may be able to touch another world. Touching another world. Was it the world of spirit bodies? Fang Xiu was a bit curious. Try? Let's give it a try. I hope I don't die trying. Set the Transformation Stone of Sword Spirit of the Gorgeous Flickering Sword on the Combat Transformer. Transformation Sword Spirit of the Gorgeous Flickering Sword. A light blue light shot out from the Combat Transformer. In the blink of an eye, Fang Xiu transformed into the Sword Soul of the Gorgeous Flickering Sword, even his face was identical. In the future, if I hunt and kill foreign races, and then craft their corpses into transformation stones, I'll be able to infiltrate the opposing camp as an undercover agent then. Fang Xiu looked at his own in the mirror and couldn't help but murmur. This idea, he had long ago had. It was just that so far, his transformation stone had been used to deceive the shadows in the copies at most, and it was still uncertain whether it could deceive the real person or not. In particular, some professions possessed the probing skill. Take the time to find someone to test what kind of probing I can withstand after transforming. Putting down the mirror. The world in Fang Xiu's eyes had already changed. The world was completely dimmed, as if it had come into a deep black night. But there was light in this dark night, very bright, not moonlight, because there was no moon in this dark night. This light was like a stream of water, flowing out from the depths of the Sword and Soul Mound, flowing into, to be precise, connecting to Fang Xiu's body, well, to be more precise, this light connected to the spirit body. Is this the world the spirit body sees? Fang Xiu looked around and saw several more streams of light. Across hundreds of meters, Fang Xiu seemed to have found a few more sword spirits. It's convenient to use it to find other sword souls after transforming into a sword soul. Fang Xiu's eyes glowed slightly. It was fortunate that he chose to transform, otherwise, if he wanted to find sword souls in the Sword Soul Mound by himself, I'm afraid it would take some effort. With the body of the sword soul, Fang Xiu began to move around the Sword Soul Mound. After only walking for more than 10 meters, Fang Xiu suddenly noticed that something was wrong. Where's the sword potential? Where's the sword potential that's suppressing me? Fang Xiu suddenly realized that the sword potential attached to his body by the Sword Soul Mound had disappeared. So, the transformation stone tricked the Sword Soul Mound into passing through as well? When he transformed into a sword soul, the Sword Soul Mound treated him as its own soul, so it stopped attaching the pressure of sword momentum to him? Then doesn't this mean that I can stay in the Sword Soul Mound for as long as I want? Fang Xiu's eyes widened in delight. Woohoo, take off! Fang Xiu originally had a bit of a sense of urgency because the sword momentum of the sword soul mound was getting stronger and stronger, but now the sword momentum attached to his body was gone. There was still a sense of urgency? For a split second, Fang Xiu even had the idea of hitting all the sword memory beads he needed for his third and fourth turns altogether. This idea is also not lying. It depends on how many sword souls are in the sword soul mound, and how many sword souls he is able to kill. With this thought, Fang Xiu hastily took action. Recasting the glory of the sword Dao began with cleaning up the sword souls around him. Chapter 92 River of Stars +9. The entrance to the sword and soul mound replica. The silver-white portal flickered slightly, as if a stone had been thrown into a calm lake, sending ripples. Someone was coming out. Sister Hong and Li Bo coincidentally glanced at the time on their cell phones. Exactly 45 minutes. Is Fang Xiu coming out? Out of Sister Hong and Li Bo's expectation, it wasn't Fang Xiu who came out from inside, but a white-clothed. The white-clothed youth was holding a sword in one hand, gasping for breath, and his white clothes were tattered and torn as if he had just been in a fierce battle with someone. Brother by the younger of the two who waited at the entrance of the sword and soul mound with Sister Hong and Li Bo hurriedly greeted him and helped the white-clothed youth to sit down and rest. The young man in white took out a healing potion from the occupation space and poured 2 mouthfuls into his mouth, only then did he gasp his breath evenly. Turning to and entering the sword soul mound for the first time, persevering for 45 minutes, the performance of a top genius, not bad, the older professional acted as if he was a referee, evaluating the white-clothed youth's performance. How was the harvest? I also killed 5 sword souls in the periphery of the sword soul mound after honing my sword skills to full level, and got 2 sword memory pearls, the white-clothed youth answered truthfully. The older professional nodded slightly. This harvest was within his expectations. Let's go. The 3 of them got up and prepared to leave. The white-clothed youth suddenly glanced at Sister Hong and Li Bo who were waiting and frowned. The one who went in with me hasn't come out yet? Yes. Then. Rest some more. The young man in white resumed his seat. The older profession also waited with his arms folded over his chest, his eyes wandering over Sister Hong and Li Bo. Inside the sword and soul mound. Fang Xiu was happy like a god. He added a seal of the flying wheel to himself and flew low and fast against the ground, paired with his spirit body as if he was a godly ghost. Wandering around the entire sword soul mound. The more powerful the sword souls were, the closer they were to the center of the sword soul mound, so Fang Xiu chose to kill the less powerful sword souls on the periphery first. It had to be said that there were genuinely not many low-level sword souls in this sword soul mound. Fang Xiu circled around the sword soul mound before killing 50 sword souls, and these sword souls had a minimum level of just over 30, and the highest was level 45. After gaining insight into the fact that their weakness was the weapons in their hands, the sundown cutting technique could be said to be unbeatable. Not a single sword spirit was able to hinder Fang Xiu yet. However, these sword souls were surprisingly generous. 50 sword souls dropped a total of 50 sword memory pearls, a whole 50 sword memory pearls. A 100% drop rate. From this drop rate, Fang Xiu guessed that the sword souls were bound to drop sword memory beads. I just don't know if it's enough for me to pull the full skill proficiency when I reach the 3rd turn. The sword starstones, however, didn't drop much, only 10 of them, and with a 20% drop rate, it was okay. The sword soul's transformation stone, Fang Xiu also made 7 of them. However, all 7 of them were of excellent quality, and none of them had the same name. Sword soul of flame sword, sword soul of shield sword, sword soul of water light sword. Even if Fang Xiu had gathered 10 excellent grade transformation stones, he wouldn't be able to combine them together to strengthen them. Forget it, even if they could be synthesized, the result would still be a rare grade transformation stone. Master doesn't care. Floating in midair, Fang Xiu returned to the place where he had killed the first sword soul and looked into the distance. There were brighter spirit bodies and thicker streams of light, which indicated that there were powerful sword souls in the distance that far surpassed the peripheral sword souls, challenging the more powerful sword souls. Fang Xiu still had this idea. It was a rare trip to come in, so he had to try out the limits of his strength. However, before that, Fang Xiu was ready to strengthen himself a bit more. Taking Star River out of his backpack. Then he took out a total of 50 second-turn strengthening stones that were given at the settlement of the 5 copies of Haiguang City at midnight on August 1st, and began to strengthen the Star River. Is it possible to consume 3 second-turn strengthening stones to strengthen the equipment River of Stars? Yes. Strengthening is successful. Do you want to consume 4 second-turn strengthening stones to strengthen the equipment River of Stars? Enhancement successful. The rules for strengthening equipment, +1 to +5 will always succeed. Starting from +6, the success rate decreases by 10% per level. Fang Xiu went all the way to enhance the Star River from +2 to +9, only failing once at +8 in between. It just so happened that he had used up all of the second turn strengthening stones in his hand. The attributes of Xinghe that were now in front of Fang Xiu were as follows. Star River +9. Quality, Epic Lord's Artifact. Attributes, Attack Power +256, Agility +28, Strength +28, Attack Speed +50%, Attached Skill, Starlight Agitation Passive, 10% probability of increasing the speed of this attack by 100% when attacking, 10% additional star damage of his own attack 100%. Level, second turn. Endurance, 1273-1400. Description: the star swordfish draw on the power of starlight in the sky to coalesce into the starstone, and after a long period of time, and due to the inculcation of the sword chi, it invariably coalesces into a famous sword that is full of the power of the stars. Lord's Artifact cannot be traded after picking up. All the sword starfish clan whose level does not exceed the holders by 20 levels will be forced to submit to the holder when holding this equipment. Soul Binding after strengthening. Fang Xiu placed the strengthened Star River in his hands and scrutinized it carefully. After strengthening, the starlight on its body was even brighter, and there were a few stars in the endless river of stars that were vaguely trying to stand out from the brightness. The rules of equipment reinforcement, +5 would bring a dazzling halo to the equipment. Professionals will be +5 and +5 or more weapons, collectively referred to as light martial arts. Equipped with +10, it will gain additional effects. Equipped with +15, it will come with an exclusive skill. Xinghe was only one step away from +10. He could only find another opportunity later. Then look at the attributes. A terrifying weapon. Attributes like this, Fang Xiu had only seen it on the third turn legendary grade equipment in the Aurora App Store. Originally, he didn't want to use the second turn strengthening stone to strengthen the Star River because he had already touched the edge of the third turn, and once he turned 3, he could completely exchange it for a third turn epic grade weapon. But the appearance of the Sword Starstone made Fang Xiu decide to strengthen Star River. One could strengthen the Star River first and wait for the third turn before using the Sword Starstone to strengthen the Star River into a third tier epic level weapon. This way, not only could he enjoy a +9 powerful weapon at turn 2, he wouldn't have to replace it at turn 3. Of course, all of this was based on the fact that the price of the Sword Starstone wasn't too expensive. Fang Xiu had used his cell phone to check in the Aurora App Store, and a Sword Starstone was priced at 5,000 Aurora points. And to upgrade a turn 2 epic weapon to a turn 3 epic weapon only required 3 Sword Starstones. That was 15,000 Aurora points, which was almost the price of the higher quality category of turn 3 epic level equipment. It was equivalent to Fang Xiu using 15,000 Aurora points to give himself +9 to his third rank weapon. Moreover, he had enough Sword Starstones in his hand, so he didn't have to take them to the Aurora Society to recycle them, and the price wouldn't be 5,000 Aurora points apiece. Fang Xiu thought, anyway, he didn't have a third turn weapon in his hand, and if he wanted to use a third turn weapon right away when he reached the third turn, he would still have to spend Aurora points to buy it. It would be better to directly strengthen the Star River, so that the Star River can be reduced to a collector's item, and also reduce the trouble of selecting an epic weapon. This is the best way to get the most out of your time. Chapter 93, Second Turn, Lord of the Blades. Star River's reinforcement was complete. But the strengthening wasn't over yet. The biotic sword art was full leveled, and the sundown cutting art was also full leveled. Anyway, the self that had transformed into a sword soul had no pressure in the sword soul graveyard, so he simply went ahead and second turned the sundown cutter as well. Fang Xiu sat down on the ground with his knees crossed. Transformation in progress. Please select the core skill for transfer. Core skill selected, 5-star epic skill, sundown cutting art LV15 max. Please select secondary skill. Selected secondary skill, 6-star rare skill, spirit swordsmanship LV15 max. Occupations are being generated. Please select from the following occupations. Please choose from the following professions. 1. Sundwin Royal Sword Guard Captain 7 stars unique. Description: a balanced profession, captain of the Sundwin Royal Guards, possesses strong Sundwin manipulation ability, specializes in using Sundwin power to manipulate swords to fight, whether it's elemental skills, swordsmanship, defensive techniques, nobleman's etiquette or all extremely proficient, is a magical swordsman who has almost no weaknesses. 2. Blade Lord 7 stars unique. Description: a spell-based profession, only the strongest of the Xuanfeng cutters can be named Blade Lord, the sharpest sword of the Xuanfeng clan. Based on the power of the Sun Winds, he researched the art of swordsmanship, and finally integrated the sharpness of swordsmanship into the elemental skills of the Sun Winds, and is a powerful mage who has developed his cutting ability to the extreme. 3. Fishy Wind Magician 7 stars unique, description, spell type occupation, originally an ordinary sundowner mage, because of the accidental discovery of blood power when studying the power of the spirit and embarked on the evil way, and then because of the perennial massacre of living beings to extract the power of the blood and was wanted by the Sundowner clan, specializing in the Sundowner power and the power of the blood of the battle, the means of strange and cruel, those who retrace their path, and the Sundowner clan will be the most wanted by them, and they are not the only ones. Those who return to their path are inherently rejected by all living beings and will be wanted by the Sundown Wind clan once again. All 3 options are 7-star professions and unique. This meant that the spirit sword art and Sundance cutting art skills were of a very high grade, and might even be close to an 8-star profession. Fang Xiu examined the 3 professions one by one. First of all, he could exclude Sundown Wine Royal Sword Guard, and his need for the 3rd profession was Elemental Mage. Therefore, the balanced profession was to the side. Unless he got a single-digit elemental ranking elemental, he would not consider transforming his wind profession until he had another elemental skill to make up for it. So for now, it was better to honestly choose the spell profession. The Blade Lord and Fishy Wind Warlock were both spell professions, while the directions were different. Lord Blade is a combination of the Sword of the Living Spirit and the power of the Sundown Wind. It should be an advanced version of Sundown Wind Slasher. The Fishy Wind artist had taken out the spirit of the Sword of the Spirit and went down the wrong path of blood power, combining it with the power of the Sundown Wind. Fang Xiu looked at the description and guessed that the Fishy Wind Magician should be the spell version of the Sword of the Living Spirit, a mage that could suck blood, and because it was on the path of blood, the battle scenes were expected to be very bloody. In addition, the description says, born to be disliked by all living beings, and will be wanted by the Sundown clan again. Wanted by the Sundown Wind clan, Fang Xiu didn't care, but being born to be disliked by all living beings. After thinking about it, Fang Xiu made a decision. Being transformed to Blade Lord. Sitting on the ground, Fang Xiu's surroundings immediately swept up a gale, no longer the soft breeze, but a silver-white hurricane with a bit of sharpness. Wrapped in the silver-white hurricane, Fang Xiu had the feeling of being pointed at by a sharp edge. This feeling didn't last long, and when the silver-colored hurricane dissipated, a prompt appeared in front of his eyes. Transition successful, current profession, Blade Lord unique, Sundance cutting art upgraded to Wind Cut, gained profession core, extreme Wind Cut. Fang Xiu opened his attribute panel to check. Fang Xiu. Race, human. Talent, unlimited transformation Genesis level, can freely switch between levels Dao Seeker mythic level, all skills level cap plus 50% source of Sundown Wind rare, possesses the power to control the element of wind, all wind skills power is increased by 20%. And all of one's own wind skills will automatically change to Sundown Wind. Level, 30-second turn. Profession, Blade Lord unique. Profession core, extreme wind/wind elemental skill damage increased by 75%, movement speed increased by 50%, ignore 10% defense, comes with profession skills, 8 Windwheel Shadow Formation, Seal of Flying Blade, Wind/Kill. Life, 550. Magic, 1300. Strength, 90 growth, 1 star, increase 0.5 points of strength for every 1 level. Agility, 110 growth, 1 star, increase agility by 1 point per level up. Stamina, 53 growth, 1 star, increase stamina by 0.5 points per level up. Spirit, 128 growth, for stars, each level up increases spirit by 3 points. Skill bar 3-3. Wind/7-star epic skill, LV10420, compresses the power of the Sundown Wind to form a thinner and sharper windwheel, inflicting Spirit X 6.5 wind elemental damage, increasing flight speed by 300%, and attaching an armor breaking status that lasts for 3 minutes, cooldown, 5 seconds. Armor break, reduces target's magical and physical defense by 60%, cannot be stacked. Spirit Sword. Combat Transformer. Occupational skill. 8 Windwheel Shadow Formation 7-star epic skill, LV1 skill level equals Wind Cut level, use the power of Sundown Wind to condense 8 windwheels to envelop the target, ignoring the target's 200 magical defense, inflicting Spirit X2 wind elemental damage in each round and attaching a Windblade Tear status for 3 minutes, cooldown time, 1 minute. Hurricane Tear, reduces movement speed by 10%, inflicts 10 points of damage per second, stackable for 8 levels. Seal of Flying Blade 7-star epic skill, LV1 skill level equals Wind/level, carve 2 flying blade seals on the shoes with the power of Sundown Wind, which increases the movement speed of the professional wearing the shoes by 150%, inflicts final damage by plus 10%, and gives him the ability to fly, lasts for 60 minutes, cooldown time, 5 minutes. Wind Slash, 7-star epic skill, LV1 skill level equals wind slash level. Manipulate the power of the sundown wind to condense a large-scale wind wheel in the center of the palm and throw it at the target, ignoring 20% of the defense, causing wind elemental damage of spiritual power x6. For every 0.1 second of the flight process, the damage will be increased by 10%, and the speed of the flight will be increased by 10%, and the size will be enlarged by 10%. Enlarge in size by 10%, capped at 300%. Consumes 500 mana, cooldown, 5 minutes. What's this? Comprehended when wind slash level is 10 or higher. Comprehended when wind slash level is 15 or higher. Chapter 94 Sword of Broken Water and Flowing Clouds. Feng Xiu looked over all of his attributes and skills. It was correct with what he thought. The Blade Lord had strengthened all the skills of the Sundance Slasher. It had also strengthened Ignore Defense in depth. The Sundance cutting technique became Wind Slash, and the efficiency of armor breaking directly soared from 40% to 60%, and with the new core extreme cutting that came with 10%, it was possible to ignore 70% of defense. It can ignore 70% of defense. If you use Wind Slash on a target that has already had its armor broken, you will be able to ignore an additional 20% of defense. Feng Xiu doesn't know if the 60%, 10%, and 20% are all combined to directly ignore 90% of the opponent's defense, or if they are calculated after one effect and then the next. If the former, it's almost like shame on you, I'm going to undress her. Pun intended. Feng Xiu cast his gaze towards the powerful sword spirit in the distance. Although he couldn't test the armor breaking effect, he could try his killing power. Raising his hand to enchant himself with the seal of Flying Blade, Feng Xiu's figure lightened up and swept forward as if a sharp blade was plunged straight into the wind. The surrounding scenery quickly retreated, and the distance of several hundred meters passed in a flash. In the distance, beside the tombstone, there was a sword soul with the appearance of a middle-aged blade, leaning against the tombstone with a sword in one hand and sitting down, with a mournful expression. Sword Spirit of the Sword of Broken Water and Flowing Clouds LV51 Boss. HP, 50,000. Based on the light reference on this sword soul, Feng Xiu was almost certain that the depths of the sword soul graveyard had at least 1,000 sword souls above this standard line. More than 1,000 level 50 plus boss sword souls. TSK Feng Xiu would be lying if he said he wasn't shocked. However, while others are fearful, I am greedy. Feng Xiu thought about how to get all of these sword souls in one go the next time he came. The sword souls sensed Feng Xiu the moment he arrived, collected their complexion and got up from beside the tombstone, slowly stepping forward with the sword in one hand. However, that sharp edge could not be concealed at all. Wind cut. Feng Xiu raised his hand. The power of the sundown wind quickly coalesced into a wind wheel and then further compressed before it was a green-colored energy wheel, but now it was more like a circular blade. The mere sight of it was enough to send chills down the spines of countless people. It was gently sent forward. Miso. A wail of being cut came from the air. Seeing Feng Xiu's movement, the sword spirit's speed suddenly increased, his feet flew, the ground vaguely held a light cloud over his body, and his right hand swung the sword, bringing up a light blue stream of water. In the next moment, a water dragon appeared and swallowed Feng Xiu's wind slash with its mouth open. Even because the speed of the wind cut was too fast, to the naked eye, the effect looked like the wind cut was sucked into the mouth by the water dragon's open mouth. Boom! The wind cut exploded inside the water dragon's body. Wind energy wrapped around the sharp sword blade erupted, and the terrifying sundown wind seemed to spread in all directions as if it were a razor blade at the moment of the eruption, but it was firmly wrapped by the water current. The water current looked weak, but it had an unimaginable inclusiveness. Everything that passed through it would be slowed down, and if one wanted to come out from its body, then they would inevitably bring it with them. What a strong defense, Feng Xiu couldn't help but sigh. The owner of this sword soul must have been a sword Dao professional who was extremely good at defense in his lifetime. Just as Feng Xiu was sighing at the sword soul's power, a bone-chilling coldness came from his back. It was as sharp as a thorn, causing goosebumps to pop up all over Feng Xiu's body. Feng Xiu changed his body almost instantly. Transformation Magic Tattoo Iron Guard. Ding! A longsword pierced Feng Xiu's back, making a crisp clash of sharp blades. 247. A sword almost took half of Feng Xiu's life value. Wind Slice Kill. Feng Xiu twisted his head like lightning, turning his head at the same time as a thin, razor-thin, cyan-colored giant will coalesced in his hand and sent it straight out. Ding zzz. The rapidly rotating wind wheel crashed into a worn-out longsword. The person who attacked Fang Xiu from behind was just like that sword spirit of the Sword of Broken Water and Flowing Clouds. But the problem was, just a second before Fang Xiu turned his head, he was still 50 meters in front of Fang Xiu. How did he suddenly go behind him without realizing it? There were two sword spirits of the Sword of Broken Water and Flowing Clouds? No, the sword soul directly in front of him was a fake, just to cover up the sword soul's body that launched a sneak attack from behind. As if to verify Fang Xiu's judgment, the body of the sword soul that was directly in front of him collapsed into mist. Being good at defense is just on the surface, what's really powerful is the stabbing sword art, right? Fang Xiu hurriedly took advantage of the time when the sword spirit of the Sword of Broken Water and Flowing Clouds was fending off the wind/kill to fly up into the sky and pull away from his opponent. When this sword stabbed in just now, his heart was about to jump out of his chest. Transformation Magic Tattoo Iron Guard brought up to 64% physical defense. Without this horrifying damage reduction, wouldn't it be able to deal 700 plus damage? Because the sword souls in the Sword and Soul Mound weren't living creatures, Fang Xiu had just killed 50 sword souls, but had never gathered the skill blood shield that came with the Sword of the Living Spirit profession. Therefore, this sword from behind was enough to kill himself in seconds. No, the Magic Iron Guard also has plus 120 physical defense, and this effect is also increased by 50% by the Primal Apprentice, S Professional Core, Primal Core. That is to say, a total of 180 points of physical defense must be calculated additionally. In other words, if he hadn't transformed into a magical iron guard, the damage of this sword would have been at least 1,000, and even if he had stacked up his blood shield, he would have been killed in a second. MD, the attack ability of a sword Dao professional is also top-notch. Fang Xiu couldn't help but curse. But in the end, it was still because his level was too low. It was only level 30. The other party, on the other hand, was a boss that was as high as level 51. The sword spirit was still like this, let alone its former owner. What Fang Xiu was facing right now was most likely a weakened version of a 5th turn, or even 6th turn powerhouse. But even if it was a weakened version, it was still a 5th or 6th turn powerhouse, and its attribute panel and powerful sword art base could crush Fang Xiu. Fang Xiu decisively gave up the idea of using this spirit sword technique to compete with the other party's sword skills, and stepped on his feet. Using the high speed brought by the seal of Flying Blade, he quickly flipped in mid-air. In his hand, Star River +9 sheathed his sword. Both hands condensed wind blades together. Wind slash. 8 wind wheel shadow formation. Large and small wind wheels flew down from mid-air, as if they were snowflakes. In the face of Fang Xiu's winning by quantity, the sword soul remained indifferent, and with a turn of the long sword in his hand, a water dragon rose up with him, blocking all the wind wheels that were falling towards him, and heading straight towards Fang Xiu. Fang Xiu only had to be busy to pull away again and then throw the wind wheel again. Compared to the sword spirit of the Sword of Broken Water and Flowing Clouds, what kind of 8-clawed red squid? 9 algae sea serpent? Can these be called bosses? Now I've truly experienced the feeling of fighting a boss. Chapter 95 Sword Memory Pearl Middle. Sword Soul Mound Replica Entrance. An hour and 15 minutes have passed. Sister Hong and Li Bo stared intently at the time on their cell phones. They were happy when Fang Xiu managed to hold on for 45 minutes as they expected, and looking at the situation, Fang Xiu's talent seemed to be even stronger than Yi Duan's. But as time passed, their happiness gradually changed to worry. It was good that Fang Xiu was a genius, and it was indeed possible for him to surpass He Chen's genius. However, 5 minutes beyond He Chen was a genius, 15 minutes was a demon, so what should 30 minutes be? A demon amongst demons? More than Fang Xiu being a demon among demons, Sister Han and Li Bo felt that he hadn't had some kind of accident. Will there be any accidents? Li Bo hesitated. He had once heard his teacher mention that the pressure a sword Dao professional endured within the sword soul mound was incremental, and the longer the time, the stronger the pressure, so it was reasonable to say that even if Fang Xiu was able to hold on longer than he does, it shouldn't be much longer. For a second turn professional to hold on for an hour and 15 minutes in the sword soul mound was really something. You wait here, I'll go find the sword soul mound's town guard. Sister Hong decided, getting up and heading towards the barracks on one side. She was more hopeful that Fang Xiu wouldn't die in the sword soul mound than going to gamble on whether or not Fang Xiu was a demon among demons. The 3 white-clothed youths watched Sister Hong's actions with cold eyes. It's time to go, said the older professional as if he was a passerby who had seen enough of the action. It's not as bad as these 10 minutes, the white-clothed youth remained seated, his gaze falling on the teleportation portal not far away. He was a bit curious, but his curiosity now was very different from the content of his previous curiosity. Before, he was curious about how that person with similar sword strength as himself was able to stay in the Sword Soul graveyard for a longer period of time than himself. Now he was curious if that person had died in the Sword Soul Mound. Sword Soul Mound. Wind Slice. 8 Wind Wheel Shadow Formation. Wind Cut Kill. The normal-sized cyan light wheel was the first to be cast, followed by the 8 smaller light wheels yet again enveloping the sword soul of the Sword of Broken Water in flowing clouds in a decentralized manner, attempting to cut it in a cake-splitting manner. Lastly, the giant cyan light wheel, the grand finale, was both the largest and the fastest, and likewise the most powerful. Ding ding ding. Ding zip 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 zip. The green-colored light wheels were all blocked by the sword spirit of the Sword of Broken Water in flowing clouds with the longsword in its hand. However, this was exactly the effect Feng Xiu wanted. The sword soul's body was the sword it held in its hand, so as long as it didn't use the water flow to block the green-colored light wheels, but rather the sword to block the green-colored light wheels, then it was the same as it was using its own body to receive the attacks. Every time it blocked, Feng Xiu was able to see the blood-colored numbers floating up on its head. This was also the reason why, even though all of his attacks were blocked, Feng Xiu still stubbornly brought the sword spirit of the Sword of Broken Water in flowing clouds around the Sword Soul graveyard for 2.5 laps. The sword skills of these sword souls originated from its owner. For humans, the sword in their hands was a weapon, made of hard metal, not fragile flesh. Whether it was for offense or defense, it was natural to block and attack with the longsword in their hands. Every time they launched an attack, it was also the same as hitting their opponent with their own flesh. After a round of attacks was flung, Feng Xiu glanced at the life value on the sword soul's head. Sword Spirit of the Sword of Broken Water in Flowing Clouds LV51 Boss. HP, 7,121 50,000. Victory was just around the corner. With a movement of his feet, his body once again exploded into the air, pulling himself away from the sword soul while waiting for the cooldown time of his 3 skills. Only just after flying out 3 meters, Feng Xiu immediately sensed that something was wrong. The sword soul that should have been chasing after him didn't accelerate to catch up, but instead ran forward fast normally, which means Transformation Magic Iron Guard. Feng Xiu's body was immediately plated with a layer of silver-white color. In the next moment, a flash of sharpness soared from the large tree on the side. Ding! Feng Xiu once again ate a sword. But this time, he wasn't as panicked as last time. Immediately counterattacked. Transformation Sword of the Living Spirit. Transformation Star Sword Kingfish Half-Human Form. Weakness Penetration. Instant. A flash of starlight clung to the sword spirit of the Sword of Broken Water and Flowing Clouds. The sword soul's movements lurched, and its light blue soul body was chopped into 2 pieces in an instant, flying in midair like 2 rocks. Feng Xiu turned around like lightning, and the Star River drew a huge 10 in front of him. Living Spirit Stream Vertical and Horizontal Chop. Star King's Sword. As a huge sword of starlight penetrated the earth, pitch black smoke flew up with dirt and weeds everywhere. There was no need to look to see if the sword spirit of the Sword of Broken Water and Flowing Clouds had been killed, as the alert box in front of Feng Xiu's eyes had already appeared. Killed sword spirit of the Sword of Broken Water and Flowing Clouds LV51 Boss, gain 201120 experience. Feeling the momentum of the sword pressing against his body, Feng Xiu turned back into the sword soul. However, he immediately saw something extraordinary and hurriedly transformed back into the Star Sword Kingfish half-human form, then flipped over and rushed into the smoke, fishing for the last place where the sword spirit of the Sword of the Broken Water and Flowing Clouds had stayed. Finally, he ejected forward, turning into a cannonball and swept towards the outer edges of the sword soul mound. And less than 10 seconds after Feng Xiu left, 7 sword souls holding longswords of various colors arrived one after another. Only after checking the longswords on the ground did they each leave. Hundreds of meters away, Feng Xiu sat on a hillside posing as an ordinary sword soul, staring blankly at the battle site. In his heart, he was very thankful. Fortunately, he had run fast. After the battle just now, Feng Xiu transformed back into a sword soul and immediately saw several clusters of light from within the sword soul mound flying towards him. Each light was far stronger than the sword soul of the Sword of Broken Water and Flowing Clouds. A sword spirit of the Sword of Broken Water and Flowing Clouds was struggling so much to fight. If he was surrounded by them, it would be better to just exit the sword soul mound. Opening his backpack to check the loot he had just received. 2 sword starstones, 1 sword memory bead. However, this sword memory bead on his hand is slightly different. Sword memory pearl medium. Special props. Effect: after using it, it increases the proficiency of one's sword art skill, and has a very low probability of obtaining a talent related to sword art. The higher the star level of the sword skill, the lower the increase in proficiency. Description: it contains the comprehension and understanding of a strong sword-down master of his own sword skills, and only those who are recognized by the sword spirit will be entrusted with the memories of the sword-down master. There's a chance of obtaining a sword art talent? This was something Feng Xiu hadn't expected at all. Although it was written that it was an extremely low probability. But there was this possibility as well. Feng Xiu had the feeling of having bought a lottery ticket and waiting to touch the prize after the third turn of the Sword of the Living Spirit. Including the Sword Memory Pearl Medium and the Sword Starstone in his career space, Feng Xiu looked into the depths of the Sword Soul Mound. He cared about 1 point from the start. These Sword Souls would all have a stream of light on their bodies, like a stream of. But to Feng Xiu, it felt like a rope, and there was something in the depths of the Sword Soul Mound that was holding these Sword Souls. Feng Xiu didn't have the strength to hunt for powerful Sword Souls anymore. Instead, he could go deeper into the Sword Soul Mound to explore. Once he encounters a powerful sword soul that he can't avoid, he can just exit the copy directly. Chapter 96: Sword Deep Within the Sword Soul Mound. Inside the Sword Soul Mound. After making sure that all 7 sword souls had left, Feng Xiu returned to the place where the sword soul of broken water and flowing clouds had been killed, and used the transformation stone refining formation on the worn-out longsword. The formation drew out the spirit residue on the surface of the worn-out longsword to make the transformation stone. The result was another failure, and the worn-out longsword was completely turned into a useless object. Feng Xiu had already gotten used to it and started his own plan straight away. Picking an area with the least number of powerful sword souls, he began to quickly break into the area. Without running for long, Feng Xiu began to switch transformations non-stop, transforming into a sword soul at one point, and transforming into the Star Sword Kingfish half-human form at another. When transforming into a sword soul, Feng Xiu was indeed able to see where the other sword souls were. But at the same time, those sword souls were also able to see his position. When he sensed the other sword souls approaching, Feng Xiu again had to transform into the Star Sword Kingfish half-human form to evade their senses. But as he ran, he realized that the sword souls that were all fixed in a certain place started to move in droves to chase after him. This made Feng Xiu wonder if there was some sort of encrypted call between the sword souls. Otherwise, how could they unite to chase after him? In fact, Feng Xiu had wronged these sword souls a bit. The general sword souls were just like the sword soul of the magnificent flickering sword that Feng Xiu encountered when he entered the sword soul graveyard. They hadn't yet developed enough spiritual intelligence, and all they had was the instinct to attack those who entered their surroundings. But like the sword of broken water and flowing clouds, the sword soul of this level has already developed spiritual intelligence, although still trapped in the sword master's obsession, but has been able to sense the outside world, and began to react to the changes in the outside world. This was the reason why the Star King's sword was able to attract several sword souls. Now, in the eyes of the sword souls that could see him, Feng Xiu was a big light bulb that kept flickering and was about to blind them. One moment he could see the light, and the next moment he couldn't see the light. If the few sword souls chasing Feng Xiu at the beginning were just because he passed through his own domain, then now, so many sword souls were chasing Feng Xiu because he had aroused the interest of these sword souls. The sword souls hounding also made Feng Xiu more and more curious. What exactly was in the depths of this sword soul mound? And what exactly was the source of these streams of light? Feng Xiu's footsteps couldn't help but run faster and faster. Seal of the Flying Blade, forever dropping God. Once the movement speed bonus of the Sword Enlightenment style and the movement speed bonus of the Seal of Flying Blade were stacked, under Feng Xiu's all-out running, it was as fast as lightning. In the blink of an eye, Feng Xiu easily penetrated deep into the sword soul mound. The surrounding light streams became denser and thicker. Bear! A sword light flew from afar, carrying an unrivaled sharpness and coldness, and the trees and rocks that stood in front of this sword light were all chopped off in an instant. The source of this attack, which Feng Xiu could really see, was from the sword spirit that was 500 meters away from his northeast direction. It was reasonable to say that he had only just barely stepped into its guard range. He didn't expect that it would directly launch an attack without even meaning to get closer. It seems to be a violent temper, Feng Xiu muttered. But it's fine, as long as it doesn't chase me, then I'll just run out of your territory. Feng Xiu hurriedly avoided the sword light's path of travel. With a sword light that strong, the damage must be terrifyingly high. Turning his head, he swept his back. Feng Xiu's sweaty hairs stood up. His own back was already a dazzling light, and the sword spirits were crowded together, making it impossible to see the image of the sword spirits. Fang Xiu was then curious. When he transformed into a sword soul, as soon as he got close, they launched an attack, but now that these sword souls were face to face, they didn't even fight. Did they usually get together to drink afternoon tea, read newspapers, and exchange feelings? Boom! A terrifying explosion came. From the southeast direction of Fang Xiu, a terrifying shockwave was surging against the ground. The deadliest thing was that the shockwave still seemed to adjust the direction of its impact as Fang Xiu moved. Wherever it passed, the earth crumbled, trees shattered, and scattered leaves were crushed into pieces. There are even more violent ones. Fang Xiu was speechless. In the face of such an attack, he didn't have the confidence to take it even if he transformed into a demonic iron guard. Turning back again, the Sword Soul 500 meters directly in front of him, and the Sword Soul 400 meters to the northwest had also gained insight into his whereabouts. No, can't move forward, have to use the last resort. Fang Xiu pointed his toes to the ground and switched to his raging wind young dragon half-human form. His body was wrapped in a blue storm and rushed towards the sky of the Sword Soul graveyard, just like an arrow that had left the string. Flying into the sky, Fang Xiu quickly got a clear view of the surrounding thousands of meters, only thousands of meters of vision. The light inside the Sword Soul mound was dim, and there was even a little bit of fog. Without going deeper, it was difficult to see clearly. From the moment Fang Xiu flew into the sky, his gaze was fixed on the deepest part of the light stream. A wide river-like light stream all came from the center of the Sword Soul mound. In the center of the Sword Soul mound, there was a pitch-black abyss, and in the middle of the abyss lay a black sword? Soon, Fang Xiu became skeptical of an idea he had once had. All the light streams came from within the depths of the Sword Soul mound? Although the light streams on the Sword Souls appeared to be motionless, the direction of the light streams by the abyss was clearly visible, and these light streams were not flowing out from the interior of the Sword Soul graveyard to lead the Sword Souls. On the contrary, it is the deepest part of the abyss is absorbing the light from the souls of the swords, which pulls out the light like a river. And all of this light flowing out from the Sword Souls was being gathered into that black sword. Fang Xiu soon realized that around the abyss, there were hundreds of Sword Souls that emitted a terrifying aura, and these Sword Souls, without exception, were all leveled up to level 70, and all of them were bosses. Hiss. There are still experts? Fang Xiu had previously thought that the Sword Soul graveyard had almost 1,000 or so Sword Souls, but now it looked like it had to be 2,000. The hundreds of Sword Souls by the abyss cut out a sword towards Fang Xiu in a neat manner the moment they felt the gaze. In an instant, hundreds of sword chi broke through the air, densely stacked together, and from Fang Xiu's perspective, before his eyes was a huge tidal wave of sword chi, which wasn't trying to engulf him, but rather wanted to directly annihilate him instantly to the point that not a single crumb was left. However, it wasn't just the Sword Souls in front that launched an attack on Fang Xiu, there were also those from the rear. The Fang Xiu flying upwards was a target exposed to everyone's view. All the sword spirits that could see Fang Xiu surrendered their long-range attack skills at the first opportunity. A front and back attack, two tides of sword chi. If he was hit by such an attack, then Fang Xiu was estimated that 100 lives would not be enough to die. It shouldn't have stayed much longer at all. Exit the copy. Just 3 seconds after Fang Xiu disappeared, the two tides of sword chi collided in mid-air, and in an instant, the entire sky was cut open by the sword chi, and the explosions were endless. Energy escaped from the sky as if a grand and beautiful firework had been set off. Chapter 97, Opponent. Sword and Soul Mound Replica Entrance. Sister Hong led a 3-meter tall man with a stout body like an iron tower towards the entrance of the replica. He was the guard of the Sword and Soul Mound, the military's Iron Sword General Tai Chong. The 3 young men in white who were watching from the side hurriedly got up. General Iron. The older professional greeted with a smile on his face, his expression slightly fawning. The white-clothed youth, on the other hand, curiously sized up this Iron Sword General. As a fellow Sword Dao professional, he had long heard of General Iron Sword's great name, and when he saw it today, General Iron Sword's appearance did match his imagination. Iron Chong nodded his head towards the older professional and walked straight past the 3 to come to the entrance of the Sword Soul Mound replica. What are the strengths of the people who went in, and how long have they been in? Tai Chong asked Li Bo. Second turn. 5 stars. Li Bo hastily picked up his cell phone to check the time, into the already 1.5 hours. 2 turns and 5 stars, and you've been in for an hour and a half? Tai Chong frowned and looked back at Hong Fong. Generally 3-turn 7-star professionals are difficult to stay in the Sword Soul Mound for an hour and a half. Are you sure you still want me to go in? Entering the Sword and Soul Mound itself required a ticket, and getting inside to find someone was another not-so-small errand. There was a fee to be paid for inviting someone from the military. Not to mention letting the titular Iron Sword General enter. If it wasn't for Hong Fong's old acquaintance with Iron Heavy Stone, ordinary people wouldn't be able to invite him at all. Make sure, live and let die. Hong Fong had already thought about it on the way to Taichung. Whether Fong Xiu was dead or alive, he himself had to give He Duan an explanation in the end. After all, the person was brought here by himself. Good seeing that Hong Fong had decided earlier, Taichung did not say anything more and stepped towards the teleportation portal. However, just as Taichung was about to enter the portal, the surface of the silver-white portal of the Sword Soul Mound suddenly cleansed away a layer of ripples. Someone was about to come out of the portal. The crowd focused their gazes on the portal. The next moment. Phew, luckily I ran fast. There are also too many Sword Souls in this Sword Soul Mound. Fong Xiu walked out of the portal in shock. The situation just now was too thrilling. It was the first time he had encountered such a terrifying attack. Luckily, he was in a copy. If he was in reality, I'm afraid he wouldn't know where to run. However, if he was in reality, he wouldn't have risked going deeper into. Fong Xiu was more surprised than one when he realized that the crowd was staring straight at him. Especially how the older professional he didn't recognize not far away had an expression of having seen a ghost. Did something happen? Fong Xiu asked Li Bo in a low voice. Before Li Bo could answer, an iron tower in front of him blocked him. Are you a second-turn professional? Taichung suddenly asked. Fong Xiu sized up the tower-like man in front of him. There was a strong sense of oppression on him, which was the rank oppression of being a strong, high-turned professional. What really made Fong Xiu care was the sword momentum on his body, thick and hidden, like a huge sword hidden in a scabbard. Feeling this kind of sword momentum, it was hard not to rise up with a heart-stopping feeling that one would be hit violently like a raging storm at any moment. Yes, Fong Xiu replied truthfully. Tai He nodded and turned to leave, saying aloud as he passed in front of Hong Fong, "Your Aurora Society's newcomers this term are good. Trouble, the promised reward, I'll send it over afterward," Sister Hong said hurriedly, but in her heart, she was relieved. Taichung waved her hand. As soon as Taichung left, only then did Li Bo rush forward, looking Fong Xiu up and down carefully, and also reaching out to pinch his arm to confirm that it was flesh. But just as he reached out his hand, Fong Xiu slapped it away. What happened? Fong Xiu asked again. Instead of answering, Li Bo turned around and asked Fong Xiu, "You really stayed in the Sword Soul Mound's copy until now?" "What else? I even went out for a barbecue halfway through?" Fong Xiu asked back. When a second-turn professional enters the Sword Soul Mound for the first time, the amount of time they can stay inside is considered a test indicator. An ordinary second-turn Sword Dao professional who can stay inside for half an hour can already be considered a genius. 45 minutes is a top genius, and it's hard to find one in a few years, and you actually stayed inside for a full hour and a half. That's an incredible achievement. So, in our opinion, you might as well be dead. Sister Hong came over to explain. Fong Xiu suddenly realized. Indeed, if he didn't have the ability to transform into a sword soul, he indeed wouldn't be able to stay inside for that long, almost 45 minutes, and then he would have to leave the copy because he couldn't resist the increasingly strong sword power on his body. If one were to strongly hold on and not leave the copy, I'm afraid that there would only be two results in the end. The first was a direct sword momentum collapse. Sword skill proficiency plummeted and could not grow again for a long time. It was like a person's mind had been hit, and there was no more fighting spirit, and there might not even be any more growth in sword skills in his life. The second type is mental confusion, the whole person directly crazy. Spiritual wisdom is even worse than the sword soul. No matter which one, for a talented sword Dao professional, it is no different from dying. Of course, if they didn't come out of the Sword Soul Mound for so long, it was also possible that they died at the hands of the Sword Souls in the Sword Soul Mound. Among the records of the military, the Sword Soul Mound had people dying in it every year, with the majority of those dying at the hands of Sword Souls. I'm just lucky, Fong Xiu said modestly. Alright, just be fine, let's go back. Sister Hong didn't ask too many questions. Being able to stay inside for so long, it could be seen that Fong Xiu's potential was strong. It was thought to be a person who was born with a talent in the attribute panel. When it comes to the talent in the attribute panel, whether it's in the country or on the border, there is an unwritten rule that says no prying. Decades ago, Sister Hong led Li Bo and Fong Xiu to prepare to leave, and just after taking 2 steps, they were suddenly stopped by the trio of white-clothed youths who had been watching. I'm Bai Qingfeng, the newcomer of this term from the Sword Blade Mountain branch. May I ask which branch your honor is from? How do you call yourself? The white-clothed youth named Bai Qingfeng looked at Fong Xiu. Haiguang City headquarters, Fang Xiu, the other party, had already introduced himself, and although he didn't know what he was going to do, Fang Xiu responded politely. Haiguang City headquarters. Hearing that Fang Xiu was from the Haiguang City headquarters, Bai Qingfeng seemed to have thought of something and turned his head to lead the other two away, leaving behind a sentence, "Next time, see you on the battlefield of the Nightmare Soul Valley." Ha! Fang Xiu stood still and felt puzzled. What's the situation with this person? He just met him, and after coming up to say hello, he'll see him on the battlefield next time? The Nightmare Soul Valley battlefield that he said is something that will happen after your third turn. When most of the newcomers in this term complete their third turn, the Aurora Society will release a newcomer competition mission involving the Nightmare Soul Valley battlefield, and at that time, the people you'll be competing against won't just be newcomers from Sea Light City, but everyone recruited by the Aurora Society in this term. Sister Hong explained. This person called by Qingfeng is treating you as a rival. Chapter 98,000 Year Cold Armor Turtle. Sea Light City. Fang Xiu's trio walked out from the portal opened by Li Bo. I still have things to take care of, so I'll go back to headquarters first. Sister Hong got up and went ahead. I'm going to pick up my teacher. Li Bo waved his hand at Fang Xiu, opened another portal and disappeared into thin air. Saying goodbye to the two, Fang Xiu stood in the center square, pondering what to do next. After the Sword and Soul Mound, there didn't seem to be anything important that he had to do. Either. Why don't we just go to Marina City and continue practicing our skills? Currently, his three skills, Soul Sword Technique and Combat Transformer, were all fully leveled, and only Wind Slash, which he had just acquired after changing jobs, was just level 1. Once he was ready to level up Wind Slash, he would go find Lin Jinan and try to open the Dragon Ruins. Drip. Fang Xiu suddenly felt his cell phone shaking. Someone was calling. Picking up the phone to check. It was Rong Rong calling. What is it? Fang Xiu picked up the phone. Brother Xiu, I found the 1,000-year cold armor turtle. On the other end of the phone, Rong Rong's tone was filled with excitement and nervousness. Fang Xiu raised his eyebrows. It had been too long since he heard the news of the 1,000-year cold armor turtle, and he had almost forgotten that there were still 2 field bosses that hadn't been killed. Where is it? I'll send you the coordinates. Rong Rong hung up the phone. Not long after, she sent the map. Fang Xiu took a closer look at the map. Oh, there was far enough. The point marked by Rong Rong was a full 50 kilometers away from Sea Light City, and judging from the terrain, it seemed to be at the bottom of an extremely deep strait. How did she find it? Fang Xiu was quite curious. Putting away his cell phone, Fang Xiu walked towards the gates of Sea Light City, exited the city, transformed into the Star Sword Kingfish half-human form, and then added a seal of Flying Blade. Immediately, Fang Xiu shot up into the sky and flew towards the far distance. By stacking the Sword Enlightenment stance while flying, Fang Xiu's speed doubled again in just a minute, as fast as streaming light. As the man of the hour in Haiguang City, Fang Xiu's appearance still attracted the attention of many people. They were curious as to where Fang Xiu was going in such a hurry, knowing that he hadn't gone out for a copy in a long time. Could it be? Could it be? He had found the 2 remaining bosses that hadn't been discovered and killed? Some people tried to chase Fang Xiu, but soon realized that even their mounts couldn't catch up with him even if they put out their best efforts, but instead got further and further away until they disappeared from view. In the end, this group of people could only return silently. However, in the corner of the city gate, there were 2 young men looking out from afar, their hollow eyes refracting a bizarre light as if they were reflecting everything in front of them. Found. Target. The distance of 50 kilometers wasn't that far for Fang Xiu. Swimming at full speed, it was only the time it took to drink a cup of tea before he arrived over the destination marked by Rong Rong. Floating above the canyon and looking down, this was an unusually wide canyon, in which seaweed plants were overgrown, shellfish were scattered, and all sorts of fish were swimming comfortably in it. The point that Rong Rong had marked for herself was in the depths of the canyon. Fang Xiu immediately drilled down. However, tens of meters deeper, the sides of the canyon began to narrow, the light was blocked by the rocks, and the surrounding scenery began to darken. As Fang Xiu went deeper and deeper, the surroundings started to become darker and darker, and the level of the monsters that passed by around him gradually increased upwards. Fang Xiu reached into his career space and took out a Battle Armor Crab King transformation stone and set it on his combat transformer. Transform Battle Armor Crab King half-human form. A crimson armor appeared on Fang Xiu's body, and although his speed decreased, the darkness around him was no longer a problem for him. The War Armor Crab King's dark vision allowed Fang Xiu to see this canyon shrouded in darkness as bright as day. He continued to swim downward. After descending to a depth of about 100 meters, Fang Xiu finally touched the deepest part of the canyon, and in a sea of death-like silence, Fang Xiu slowly advanced. Soon, in a small cave in the canyon walls, Fang Xiu found Rong Rong. "You came so fast." Rong Rong looked at Fang Xiu in shock. She clearly remembered that she had only sent the message not long ago. "It just so happens that I'm fine, so I accelerated here," Fang Xiu replied casually, but his eyes were looking around for the trace of the Millennium Cold Armor Turtle. "Where is the 1,000-year Cold Armor Turtle?" Rong Rong beckoned towards Fang Xiu, signaling him to follow him, and then immediately drilled out of the cave, walking against the rocky wall on one side. It didn't take long for Rong Rong and Fang Xiu to find a huge sea cucumber, which was stuck on the wall. When Fang Xiu got closer, a text appeared on the head of the sea cucumber. 1,000-year Cold Armored Turtle LV40 Boss. HP, 38,000. Fang Xiu looked at the sea cucumber in surprise. It turned out that it wasn't a sea cucumber at all, but rather the head of the 1,000-year Cold Armor Turtle sticking out. "What is this?" The body of the 1,000-year Cold Armored Turtle seems to have been embedded into the canyon's walls and can't be pulled out, Rong Rong explained, while also speculating on the reason. "It's probably because the rocks above collapsed during the earthquake here a few months ago, while the Millennium Cold Armored Turtle was sleeping here at that time, and the result was that it was crushed by the collapsed rocks here." Fang Xiu took a glance at the rocks of the walls. There were many cracks and crevices, and most of them were rubble except for the individual larger stones. It was indeed possible that the actual situation was as Rong Rong had guessed. "Since it was crushed under the rocks, why don't you finish it off yourself and find me to share the loot?" Fang Xiu asked suspiciously. Rong Rong was a bit embarrassed. "It's not that I didn't think of taking it all for myself, but the problem is, I have no way to break through its defense." Fang Xiu turned back to survey the 1,000-year Cold Armor Turtle. Indeed, creatures like turtles were creatures with extremely strong defenses in people's minds. The 1,000-year Cold Armor Turtle's defense is truly terrifying. My attacks that landed on it were only able to deal single-digit damage, and the hit wasn't as fast as it recovered. Rong Rong bristled. She had really used everything, and as a result, she still wasn't able to deal effective damage. That big turtle looked at her as if it was looking at a passing shrimp. It simply didn't care. There was really no other way. Rong Rong could only apply for external assistance. The corner of Fang Xiu's mouth couldn't help but rise as he looked at the motionless 1,000-year Cold Armor Turtle in the distance. Strong defense, right? Fang, love to take on monsters that think they have strong defense. Right, the distribution of benefits is still based on the previous agreement, is that okay? Before making his move, Fang Xiu turned around and asked Rong Rong. It's okay, Rong Rong had no problem with it, who made it so that she had no way to fight alone. She could only let Fang Xiu have the lion's share of the benefits. Chapter 99 Crazy Output. Wind Slice. Fang Xiu condensed the compressed, terrifying green-colored light wheel at his fingertips. Sensing the energy fluctuations in the water, the 1,000-year Cold Armor Turtle raised its head and swept a glance at Fang Xiu before closing its eyes again, not even bothering to shrink its shell in the face of the attack. Obviously, it was treating Fang Xiu as a small shrimp like Rong Rong as well. When Fang Xiu looked at the Millennium Cold Armor Turtle's couldn't care less appearance, the corners of his mouth rose in an even higher arc. Pretending? I'll make you fly. Fang Xiu's hand flicked forward. The wind slice flew smoothly through the water, and because of the water current's obstruction, its speed slowed down a lot and its power also decreased. But what didn't change was the defense-breaking effect attached to it. Poof! The sharp wind slice immediately sliced through the skin of the 1,000-year Cold Armored Turtle, straight into the flesh of its head, and a blood-colored number flew up with it. 1244, weakness damage. Roar! The pain that entered its bones caused the 1,000-year Cold Armor Turtle to growl. Being pressed under the rocks, its limbs madly paddled, and immediately, the surrounding rocks trembled, the earth trembled, and even the water flow trembled. Even so, it was still unable to break free from the blockade of the rocks. Defense is really high. After ignoring 70% of the defense, the weakness damage only dealt 12,000 damage, Fang Xiu muttered. Unbeknownst to him, Rong Rong on the side looked dumbfounded. She was only able to deal single-digit damage, while Fang Xiu was able to deal thousands of damage with a single skill? Compared to Fang Xiu, Rong Rong was now wondering if Fang Xiu was a boss in human skin. This is too damn perverted. The wheel of light once again coalesced at Fang Xiu's fingertips. 8 Wind Wheel Shadow Formation. Wind Slice Kill. A millstone-sized green light wheel with 8 small light wheels once again flew towards the Millennium Cold Armored Turtle. With the first injury, the 1,000-year Cold Armored Turtle immediately chose to be a shrunken head turtle. Shrinking its large head, it left behind a pitch-black, deep hole, followed by a distortion of the water current. Boom! Boom! The original location of the 1,000-year Cold Armored Turtle's head became a cannon hole, constantly condensing the surrounding water currents and shooting out high-pressure water cannons. However, the water cannon was immediately sliced in half by the huge green-colored wheel of light just after it was shot out. Sharpshooters that came with defense-ignoring skills and equipment all had some characteristics, and that was that they were extraordinarily sharp. The way Win/Kill sliced the high-pressure water cannon apart was like slicing a watermelon with a kitchen knife, crisp and easy. The huge cyan light wheel flew straight into the pitch-black cavern with 8 small cyan light wheels. 26-24, weakness damage. 422, weakness damage. 444, weakness damage. 80. 80. For a moment, a series of numbers jumped up. The first damage was from Win/Kill, and the subsequent damage was from 8 Wind Wheel Shadow Array. And the final 80 points of fixed damage came from the 8 Wind Wheel Shadow formation as well. When the 8 Wind Wheel of Shadows attacked, it would attach Wind Blade Tear to the target for 3 minutes. Under the effect of Wind Blade Tear, the 1,000-year Cold Armored Turtle would receive 10 points of damage every second, which could be stacked 8 times. In other words, even if Fang Xiu didn't attack from now on, the Millennium Cold Armored Turtle would still have to lose 14,400 life points within 3 minutes. However, I'm afraid that only a big guy like the 1,000-year Cold Armored Turtle would be able to take all 8 damage from the 8 Winds Wheel Shadow formation so easily. Roar! The more intense pain caused the 1,000-year Cold Armored Turtle to become more and more agitated. At first, when it was crushed under the rock, it might not have been that scared and didn't think it would die. But now, biological instincts told it that if it could no longer break free from the pressure of the rocks, then it was afraid that it would only end up dying. Therefore, the 1,000-year Cold Armored Turtle was now struggling madly with all its strength. The ground shook, and the surrounding currents curled under its roar, vaguely coalescing into dark vortexes that began to ripple above the underwater canyon. The professions passing near the canyon now felt the shaking and raised their eyes to find the source of the vibrations. At the bottom of the canyon, Fang Xiu wasn't surprised. Normally, it was rare to come across this kind of situation where a boss would obediently lie on the ground and let himself be beaten. It was just the right time to take out all the pent-up frustration from being hunted down in the Sword Soul graveyard on the 1,000-year Cold Armored Turtle. Well, thanks for the gift of nature. 1,000-year Cold Armored Turtle, if the Sword Soul is chasing you, go kill the Sword Soul, why kill me? Aminos. After a set of skills, Fang Xiu switched his transformation sword Kingfish of the Stars half-human form, then transmuted to Sword of the Living Spirit, and drew the +9-star river to draw across in front of his body. Bio Spirit Stream Vertical Chop. The huge cross with an unstoppable sharpness chopped a flying high-pressure water cannon into 4 pieces, and then straight into the middle of the pitch-black cavern. 712, weakness damage. +284. Living Spirit Stream Blood Avalanche Chop. The moment the skill was turned on, Fang Xiu felt that the blood in his entire body was flowing rapidly, and in just one breath of time a large amount of it coalesced on the Star River in his hand. At this moment, the originally light blue Star River was already plated with a layer of scarlet blood color. There was no starlight, no stars, all there was a red and magnificent blood color. With a heavy swing forward, a blood-colored shockwave chopped out, blasted the high-pressure water cannon that happened to fly out, and chiseled straight into the shrunken shell cave of the 1,000-year Cold Armored Turtle. Boom! Explosions came from the burrow, and 2 numbers flew up at the same time. 40-48, weakness damage. +466. The former was the damage that the 1,000-year Cold Armored Turtle had received, while the latter was the life value that Fang Xiu had recovered. The damage wasn't high. After all, Fang Xiu was wearing an agility set, and if he was wearing an intelligence equipment, then the Wind/Kill with higher ignore defense should be able to deal higher damage. The healing effect wasn't high, but in reality, it was because Fang Xiu's life value and shield were just that much. With this sword, not only was the 50% of the life value consumed when using Spirit Stream Bloodshed/replenished, but the shield value provided by Blood Shield was also filled up. Raising his hand, Fang Xiu raised the light blue crystallized arm he possessed as a result of his transformation Star Sword Kingfish half-human form. Sword of the Star King. The entire sky above the canyon transformed into a bright starry sky map. This scene was seen by all the professions that were in the vicinity of the canyon right now, and many of them instantly recognized it as an environmental change brought about by the grand move Feng Xiu had once used. However, there was no pillar of radiant starlight sword standing in the water. This was because Feng Xiu had aimed the Star King's sword at the 1,000-year cold armored turtle's burrow in advance before the brilliant starlight sword pillar coalesced. As a result, a dazzling pillar of light spanned the distance of 100 meters and stabbed straight into the body of the 1,000-year cold armored turtle, completely filling and illuminating this pitch-black place. The 1,000-year cold armored turtle rolled its eyes. I'm going. Chapter 100 Egg of the 1,000-year cold armored turtle. The Sword of the Living Spirit profession skills hit one set before switching to Lord of the Blades to hit another set. Before the Lord of Blades' second set of skills finished, the 1,000-year cold armored turtle was accounted for. Under the armor-breaking state, which ignored 60% of defense, the Millennium Cold Armored Turtle would turn even a piece of iron into candy. Kill the Millennium Armored Tortoise LV40 boss, gain 152,551 experience. No matter how hard the 1,000-year Cold Armor Turtle tried to exert itself and stir up the rocks and currents around it, it was still difficult for it to escape from the rock suppression. If it was able to escape from the rocks, I'm afraid it would have already done so, and it wouldn't have to wait until now. But even if the 1,000-year Cold Armor Turtle escaped, the result wouldn't be any different. More deadly than the boulder suppression was the fact that it was being targeted by Feng Xiu. Seeing the 1,000-year Cold Armor Turtle finally swallowing its breath, Feng Xiu raised his hand and was about to send the formation of Transformation Stone Refinement, when he suddenly thought of how the 8-clawed red squid was handled. This big turtle, can your dad handle it? Seeing that Rong Rong didn't say anything for half a day, Feng Xiu turned back to look at her. He found that this girl was staring at it with wide-eyed stupidity. Hey, the fight is over, Feng Xiu waved his hand at her. Only then did Rong Rong wake up like a dream. Oh. What did you just say? I said, this big turtle, can your dad handle it? It can. It can be used for stew. A 1,000-year-old turtle, it should be very tonic. Rong Rong was drooling just thinking about it. Feng Xiu nodded his head in satisfaction. With such a big turtle, the soup from the stew would probably be enough for him to use it for bathing. It was just that he didn't know how many attributes he could add this time. It had to be more than the 8-clawed red squid. Feng Xiu reached out and put his hand on the shell of the Millennium Cold Armor Turtle, and immediately, the huge Millennium Cold Armor Turtle was put into the occupation space. As the Millennium Cold Armor Turtle's body disappeared, the boulders pressing down on it collapsed, burying the Millennium Cold Armor Turtle's fallen objects. Feng Xiu was only able to chop up the collapsed boulders one by one and move them away. Come on, move all the rocks away, Feng Xiu called on Rong Rong to join him. The two of them began to whimper and huff as they moved the rocks on the ground. Compared to the time it took to kill the 1,000-year Cold Armored Turtle, it took more time to move the stones piled on top of its trophies. It took a full 10 minutes before Feng Xiu and Rong Rong saw the Millennium Cold Armored Turtle's loot. A scroll, a shield, and after picking up the shield, they realized that there was a protected egg underneath it. Cold Armored Turtle Shield. Quality, Epic. Attributes, Defense plus 200, Strength plus 5, Physique plus 12, Attachment skill, 1,000 years Cold Armor active skill, coagulate 1,000 years of cold ice on the surface of the shield to strengthen it, increase defense by an additional 200, and when blocking a melee attack, it will attach a cold status to the attacker, lasting 1 minute. Cold, decrease movement speed and attack speed by 20%, cannot be stacked. Level, 3rd turn. Durability, 500/500. Description, a shield made from the shell of a 1,000-year-old cold armored turtle, with strong defense and ice-making ability. It is not only a reliable support in battle, but also an excellent ice maker in the hot summer days. Absolute Defense Scroll. Special Item. Effect, temporarily increases one's defense by 200 and ice attribute resistance by 50 for 10 minutes. Description, a special scroll made from the ground powder of a 1,000-year-old cold armor turtle's shell. Because the production process is extremely complex and difficult, often a 1,000-year-old cold armor turtle's shell is only able to produce one scroll at most. Turtle Eggs. Pet Egg. Effect, after using this, you will obtain a healthy baby cold armored tortoise that automatically recognizes its owner. Description, the egg of a 1,000-year cold armor turtle, which can hatch a cold armor turtle that has lived for thousands of years. Feng Xiu was the first to pull out the absolute defense scroll. I want this scroll. You can pick the other 2 items yourself. The other 2 items were of little use to him. The shield was the equipment of a defense profession. He didn't have a defense profession yet, so there was absolutely no rush to prepare equipment for a defense profession. Instead, it was the equipment for the law profession that Fang Xiu had to hurry up and match a set. Even if he didn't directly buy an epic level set, he had to get a set of perfect level second turn equipment to bring with him first. Just now, when he fought with the Millennium Cold Armor Turtle, if he had been equipped with French equipment, he probably would have been able to kill it a bit faster. As for the eggs of the Millennium Cold Armor Turtle, it wasn't that Fang Xiu hadn't thought about pets, but taking a turtle as a pet was completely out of line with his aesthetic, even if it came from a boss. Fang Xiu still prefers the legendary dragon, or wolves, tigers, lions, leopards, eagles and other powerful and handsome creatures. Of the 3 drops, only the absolute defense scroll was available, which he could use when facing some powerful bosses. This was a 200-point increase in defense, which had already caught up with the defensive attributes provided by the Cold Armor Turtle shield, and it also lasted for 10 minutes, so it was like equipping yourself with an additional Cold Armor Turtle shield for 10 minutes. I want the eggs of the Millennium Cold Armor Turtle. This shield you stay Rong also has nothing to pick. Her profession is not a defensive profession, so take the Cold Armor Turtle shield is also useless. In contrast, raising a Cold Armor Turtle was of some interest to her. Fang Xiu didn't make any pretense and handed Rong the egg of the 1000-year Cold Armor Turtle, while he himself put the Cold Armor Turtle shield into his career space. Even if he couldn't use it himself, he could take it to the Aurora Society to recycle it. Let's go back and hand in the quest. Fang Xiu led Rong upstream. The quest for the 1000-year Cold Armor Turtle could still have 20,000 Aurora points, and according to the previously discussed ratio, Fang Xiu was able to score 14,000 Aurora points. It was another epic equipment. The 2 of them kept swimming upstream and soon swam out of the canyon. At this time, some people had already gathered around the canyon, all of them attracted by the vibrations and the star map on the water surface just now, and many of them were even ready to head to the bottom of the canyon to watch the fun. But when they saw Fang Xiu coming up, one by one, they stopped moving. Fang Xiu, were you fighting a boss just now? A relatively bold professional whose feet were even pointing at the water current moved closer to ask a question. Fang Xiu glanced at him and nodded slightly as an answer. So fast? The man's eyes widened, clearly they had only just felt the vibrations. Fang Xiu ignored the man's shock, the light blue halo on his body faintly flared as he prepared to return to Sea Light City. However, just as Fang Xiu was preparing to leave, a sudden change occurred. The professional who was approaching towards Fang Xiu violently took out a scroll from his profession space and tore it open. In a blink of an eye, with Fang Xiu as the center, the ground around 100 meters away suddenly swirled with a dark current, bringing the sand and gravel of the seabed along with it, and in just a trance of time, an earth-colored sand and gravel curtain had already risen. In the next second, 4 bizarre figures with fish-tailed bodies and black cloaks appeared in the range covered by the sandstone curtain, surrounding Fang Xiu and Rong in 4 directions, southeast, northwest, and north. Chapter 101 Siege from the Sharks. Seeing the image of these monsters, Fang Xiu immediately reacted. Fey sharks? They were trying to siege themselves? Or was it Rong? Fang Xiu glanced at Rong and realized that she was also dumbfounded. At once, he realized that these sharks should be rushing towards him. Rong had run outside every day to look for the boss's trail and hadn't even been rounded up, while he himself had only made a rare trip out and was immediately targeted. However, I don't think I've heard of the sharks rounding up anyone before. Right now was not the time to think deeply about the reason. The 4 sharks' movements were extremely fast, and as soon as they made their appearance, they immediately approached towards Fang Xiu. The human youth who set up the gravel curtain at the beginning was already the first to attack Fang Xiu. He drew out a long spear from his occupation space, his feet stepped heavily on the ground, stepping out a deep pit, and his body quickly dashed forward with the reaction force of stepping on the ground. While dashing, the tip of the lance had wind elements flowing, swirling up the ocean currents and stabbing straight at Fang Xiu. Fang Xiu glanced at the other party and raised his hand to coalesce the wind slice. He was a bit puzzled. With such a slow speed, it looks like he's only a second-ranked professional at most, and he's attacking me? How dare he? The green-colored light will shot out. It sliced the long spear in the youth's hand from its tip, and finally went straight into his skull. Put! A reddish color of blood flared up as the youth collapsed off his feet in an exceptionally bloody scene. This was the first time Fang Xiu had killed someone. There was nothing special to feel. As long as the opponent was treated as a monster, there would be no discomfort. There weren't many monsters in human form in the copy. And for monsters that wanted to kill themselves, whether they were human or alien, Fang Xiu would not be soft. The piercing color of blood made the stupefied Rong Rong react and asked in a panic, "These monsters are foreigners. Faye. What do we do?" "Just protect yourself, I don't always care about you in a fight," Fang Xiu instructed in a low voice. As the four sharks approached, he could already see the names and levels on each other's heads. Sailor Hunt Clan LV40. Sailor Illusion Clan LV40. Sailor Guard Clan LV40. Sailor Hunter LV40. Clearly level 40, indeed the same information is mentioned in the Newcomer competition quest, all of them were third turn. As for the suffixes Hunter, Illusionist, and Guard after the shark race, they were the internal racial divisions of the shark race. This is the internal racial division of the shark race. Just like human beings, there are yellow, white, and black races. However, the races within the sharks weren't divided based on skin color. Fang Xiu went to read the information of the shark race after seeing the Newcomer competition mission. There were four major races within the sharks: the Imperial race, the Hunting race, the Illusion race, and the Wei race. These four major races represented the four career directions. The Royal race was mostly sacrifices and healers, the Hunters were natural archers and assassins, the Mirage race were mostly mages and magicians who mastered elemental powers, and the Wei race sharks were mostly mages and magicians who mastered elemental powers. The Wei tribe sharks are brave and good at fighting, so they are mostly warriors and knights. Through their races and the weapons in their hands, Fang Xiu could basically tell that the configuration of the four sharks in front of him was 1 warrior, 1 magic, 1 shooter, and 1 thorn. It was also Fang Xiu's first time to face 4 level 40 Fey output professions surrounding him. Fang Xiu was able to see the names and levels on the heads of the foreigners, and the foreigners were likewise able to see the ones on Fang Xiu's head. Level 30? A cruel smile appeared on Hunt Tooth's face. They had squatted Fang Xiu for a long time the other day, but he froze and didn't show up. Originally, they had speculated whether Fang Xiu had made a breakthrough in seclusion. Now it seemed that even if he had broken through, he had only just broken through. The difference wasn't much. Quick battle, the human powerhouses are definitely on their way here. Hunting Tooth commanded to the other 3 companions, and after he finished speaking, he raised the dagger in his hand and disappeared into the water out of thin air. The remaining 3 sharks agreed, then simultaneously killed Fang Xiu as fast as they could. The furthest away illusionist Juju took the lead, and a milky white pearl floated in front of her body, emitting a dazzling light that could not be seen directly. Immediately, the other 3 sharks were enveloped by this white light, their swimming speed increased significantly, and their gazes sharpened. However, the one who took the lead in attacking Fang Xiu was the archer, who held a white bone longbow and shot a fishbone arrow that condensed high-pressure water currents. The arrow flew quickly through the water currents, as if the surrounding water currents weren't causing any hindrance to it, but instead were pushing it to move faster. Wind Slice. Fang Xiu threw out a wind slash with his backhand in the direction of the fishbone arrow, and with his right hand, he pointed the 8 wind wheel shadow formation at the distant shark mage, and his gaze fell on the shark warrior directly in front of him, who was charging towards him with his dual swords. Gripping the hilt of the starry sky sword with his right hand, he took the initiative to attack. Instant. Fang Xiu's figure immediately disappeared into thin air. The speed was so fast that the charging sailor warrior only disappeared without realizing where Fang Xiu had gone, and couldn't help but stop in his tracks, looking left and right to find Fang Xiu's trail. Put! The shark warrior fiercely felt a fiery stabbing pain coming from his chest, and damage numbers were already flying up on his head. 241. Without waiting for him to find the source of the attack, an even more powerful sword force was already looming behind it. Turning his head, a cross-chop constructed from 2 rounds of white crescents was only 3 meters away from the shark warrior. Clang! A heavy blocking sound rang out. The just disappeared sailor assassin appeared out of thin air in front of the sailor warrior, gritting his teeth with the 2 daggers in his hands and blocking this cross-crescent chopping strike. Don't be careless, this is the pride of the human race, take out all your strength and fight quickly. Hunting Tooth droned loudly. These words were not just for the other clansmen to hear, but likewise for himself. If at first Hunt Tooth was still belittling Fang Xiu a bit because he was only level 30, then now, he was completely treating Fang Xiu as another terrifying enemy. An enemy that must be brought out at full strength and must be killed here. Ah! Suddenly several successive wails of pain came. It was the sailor mage, facing Fan Xiu's 8 winds will shadow formation. She didn't dodge but chose to turn on her defense skill, putting on a layer of water current shield for herself. In her opinion, her own hull of a level 43rd turn professional with a proficiency has been pulled full of defensive skills to block the level 33rd turn, or even just the 2nd turn professional's casual hit is not easy? Indeed, it was easy, but it was Fang Xiu who had sliced through the shark mage's defense with ease. The water current shield's defense was indeed good, but the 8 wind wheel shadow formation had a total of 8 attacks. The water current shield only blocked 4 of the green-colored light wheels, while the 4 light wheels behind it landed on the shark mage's body without any reservation. 425. 388. 412. 443. 4 blood-colored numbers flew up, instantly emptying the life value of the shark mage. Nonetheless, the 4 incomparably sharp wheels of light also cut the shark mage's body into several sections. In the water, limbs, blood, and flesh floated. The scene was so bloody that the sailor archer who chose to use the evasion skill air stomp to avoid the wind slash was dumbfounded. Zhu. Just died like this? Chapter 102 Bloody Killing. This sudden change didn't just shock the shark archer, along with the shark warrior and shark assassin were all stunned. Their original plan was to kill Fang Xiu as fast as possible and then quickly retreat. Unexpectedly, the battle had just begun, and before Fang Xiu was injured, they were the first to be reduced in number. And the scene when Zhu was killed. Just looking at it made people shudder. Kill Sailor Shark Phantom Clan LV40, gain 4000. When Fang Xiu saw this scene, the corner of his mouth rose slightly. It wasn't because he was a pervert who liked to see this kind of bloody scene. He just remembered the sword soul of the Sword of Broken Water and Flowing Clouds that he encountered in the Sword Soul Graveyard. The 8 wind wheel shadow formation was indeed a small skill, but not everyone could block it as easily as the sword spirit of the Sword of Broken Water and Flowing Clouds. Choosing defense? It was this kind of opponent that the Blue Blade Lord, who had the effect of ignoring defense, liked the most. Iron Fist, switch shields and switch teams for combat. Hunting Bone bellowed sternly, once again raising his hand to hide in the water. Originally, they had attacked from 4 angles in order to surround Fang Xiu so that he couldn't break through from a single direction. But now, forget about whether Fang Xiu could break through or not, the thing to think about now was whether they could survive Fang Xiu's hands. The shark warrior named Iron Fist immediately put a sword into his career space and drew out a shield, staring at Fang Xiu vigilantly with 1 sword and 1 shield, and stood in a position that deliberately blocked the shark archer in the distance. Fang Xiu swept his gaze over the 2 sharks that were still in view. He already had a rough understanding of their strength. It seemed like there wasn't much difference between foreigners and humans. Of course, it could also be that the race of sharks wasn't very good. It's not as big a threat as the 8-clawed red squid gives me. When Fang Xiu thought this, he completely forgot about his transformation Star Sword Kingfish half-human form. If it wasn't for his transformation into the Star Sword Kingfish half-human form, even if a human took an underwater breathing potion, his movement in the water would still be difficult to match that of a natural aquatic alien shark. Therefore, when fighting in the water, at the same level, unless it was a genius like Fang Xiu or he dust, the humans were pressured by the sharks. The sharks also had a part in belittling Fang Xiu at first. Underwater, our shark's home turf, you're a human with a lower rank than us, I'm asking you, how am I going to lose? But after seeing Fang Xiu's speed and movements in the water just now, as a shark, Huntbone wanted to ask, are humans an underwater race or are sharks an underwater race? Fang Xiu's speed is faster than me is fine, why are his movements more adapted to the underwater environment than mine? Fang Xiu didn't give Huntbone an answer because he didn't have the mind-reading technique, and even more so because he had already lost interest in the trashy sharkman who was only 1 turn above him. Star Sword Charge. Fang Xiu's eyes flashed with a faint light blue light, and his body instantly turned into a light blue starlight rushing towards the shark warrior. The shark warrior hastily raised the shield in his hand to block. Dang! A muffled sound came as Fang Xiu's crystallized left hand chiseled into the shield in the sailor warrior's hand. But before the sailor warrior could launch a counterattack, a cold and mournful green-colored light will suddenly appeared from Fang Xiu's right hand and swept towards its head at an astonishing speed. Seeing this familiar green wheel of light, the shark warrior's mind immediately flashed back to the tragic situation of his companion Zhu's death, and in a split second, the instinct to survive caused him to erupt with a sensitivity he had never seen before. With a sharp retraction of his head, he narrowly avoided Fang Xiu's horizontal sweep. But the problem was, Fang Xiu was now grasping the wind slash as a weapon instead of throwing it out, and when a sweep missed, it was switched to a chop. Put. Extremely refreshing sound into the flesh. The bones of the shark warrior were not very hard, the wind slash in Fang Xiu's hand directly its cut from the left shoulder to the right waist, splitting it into 2. Killed shark warrior LV40, gained 4000. And right at this time, Huntbone's figure suddenly appeared behind Fang Xiu's back, with its right hand holding its dagger high, it chiseled straight towards Fang Xiu's head, it wanted to kill Fang Xiu with a single blow. However, as if Fang Xiu had already sensed its whereabouts, he abruptly looked back with a playful smile on his handsome face. The eyes as vast and bright as the Milky Way had disappeared at some point, replaced by a pair of golden-colored vertical pupils filled with majesty. Dragon! Dragons? Hunt Bone's eyes widened in disbelief. Fang Xiu wasn't a human? When did he become a dragon? Without waiting for it to react, Fang Xiu opened his bloody mouth slightly, and in the next moment, a terrifying roar erupted. Roar! The terrifying dragon roar erupted, a sound wave spread out, driving the surrounding seawater to tremble wildly. The hunting bone that was closest to Fang Xiu was shocked into unconsciousness almost instantly. Fang Xiu was not surprised by this result. The attribute that affected a creature's resistance to negative states was physique, but even the hell-level boss of the sea serpent algae, the 9-algae sea serpent, couldn't escape from being stunned by the dragon's roar, not to mention an ordinary level 40 shark assassin. As everyone knew, assassins were brittle professions just like mages. Fang Xiu's Blade Lord was already a 7-star profession, but his physique growth was only 1 star, which showed the fragility of this type of profession. Casually throwing a wind slice kill towards the shark archer who had shot another huge arrow, and then turning his head to grab the fainted shark assassin's head with one hand, Fang Xiu's heart suddenly rose up with a wave of primordial violence that originated from the dragon race. He wanted to use his dragon claw to directly crush the shark's head, just like crushing a watermelon. But as a human, Fang Xiu was a bit too dirty. In the end, he beheaded the shark assassin with the River of Stars. Kill Shark Hunter LV40, gain 4000. Kill Sailor Hunter LV40, gain 4000. At the same time, another sailor archer was also killed. The wind slash kill had an even larger size than the wind slash, and also increased its damage and speed with the distance it flew. Being able to avoid wind slash was already an extreme maneuver for a sailor scorer. Now facing the wind cuts kill. The sailor archer could only be cut in half by the green-colored light wheel along with the huge arrow he shot. The sandstone curtain around them didn't know whether it was because of the end of its duration or because it was unable to support it any longer because the person who had supported the operation had died, and had gradually collapsed and fell. Fang Xiu casually gave the nearest sailor assassin the formation of transformation stone refinement, and picked up his cell phone to check the Newcomer competition quests released by the Aurora Society. I remember that the Newcomer competition mission said that it was a team of 5. There are only 4 sailor assassins here, where did the other one go? Fang Xiu looked towards the human professional who had been decapitated by himself at the beginning. It couldn't be that he was the last of the sharks, right? Chapter 103 Life Box. 10 miles away from the submarine canyon, in the kelp field. A 5-meter-long, pitch-black shark with an X scar in front of its head was quietly lying on the bottom of the water, sleeping. Even if it was sleeping, it unintentionally emitted a strong sense of oppression that made none of the surrounding monsters dare to approach. And in front of the big shark, a shark was observing everything that was happening in the sandstone curtain beside the canyon through a crystal ball. Bang! Hunt-Tooth angrily crushed the crystal ball that was projecting the image of Fang Xiu slaughtering his fellow sharks, and the sharp crystal shards immediately cut its hand, and blood escaped. The large shark woke up from its slumber when it smelled the smell of blood, and a pair of eyes full of spirituality swam back and forth between Hunt-Tooth's head and the palm of its bleeding hand. The pain from his hand didn't quell Hunt-Tooth's anger in the slightest, but instead caused the fire in his chest to burn even more fiercely like pouring oil on it. It was the shark team who stayed here to prepare for the reception, only waiting for the shark team to hunt Fang Xiu. He immediately brought the bloody royal shark to receive them to hide together, until the shark race knew that they were in the human race's territory would surely attack the human race's borders again. At that time, they would be able to storm the human race border and take the opportunity to return to the deep sea through the chaos caused by the bloody royal shark. And now, there's no choice. Hunting Tooth and the others actually recalled the scene when they had just entered the human race territory. The 5th and 4th turn powerhouses in the team had been mercilessly suppressed, and only a few of their 3rd turn professionals had been spared. Remembering again, the previous few days of attempting to return to the deep sea with the bloody imperial shark but invariably being discovered without once being pursued. Combine that with what the human they had captured had said. The number and strength of their shark squad had been accurately registered on the Aurora Society's mission board in the form of a mission. And for almost a month, not a single powerful human had ever sought them out, leaving the new recruits among the humans to hunt them. So, we are just test stones for new recruits put in by the powerful humans. Hunting Teeth finally came to a realization and smiled miserably to himself. Can't go back. Can't go back. The next moment, the self-deprecating Hunt Tooth's complexion suddenly began to become manic. Want to use us as a testing stone? Then be prepared for the knife to be chipped. Hunttooth stroked the rough skin of the big shark with his bloodied hand, completely ignoring its gradually scarlet eyes and the primal desire that came from the depths of its bloodline. Boy, let's go make a big mess. Hunttooth rolled over and swam to the top of the big shark's head, then fished out a blood-colored bead from his occupation space. The big shark's eyes were immediately occupied by the bright red color of blood, and with Hunttooth's command, his tail slightly swung, and his figure immediately blasted out like a cannonball. The gravel curtain fell. A group of watchers had already gathered around. People didn't know what was going on at first, they just guessed if there was someone who didn't like Fang Xiu and wanted to surround him. After all, Fang Xiu was the sole leader of the leaderboards of 5 copies, the first pass of 3 hell-ranked copies, and 1 boss kill, so there were still a lot of people who were resentful in their hearts. But when the gravel curtain fell and they saw the 4 corpses of the sharks, each and every one of them was shocked. The sharks surrounded and killed Fang Xiu, only to have all of them killed back by him? MD, aren't these sharks loaches? They kept running before, why are they running over to surround Fang Xiu now? Can't be? Has Fang Xiu's name been spread to the foreign races? Fang Xiu didn't care about the comments of the bystanders, he had already made a judgment as to whether that professional who took the lead in attacking him was a human or a shark. A killed foreigner would drop an item called a life box, which contained items from the opponent's occupation space, but not all of them. This was the same whether a human killed an alien or an alien killed a human. And right now, a fate box appeared underneath each of the 4 sharks that he had killed, but the human that was killed at the beginning did not drop it. This would be enough to prove that he was indeed a human and not a shark. Human traitor? Fang Xiu didn't know his reason for defecting from the humans and defecting to the sharks, but he himself could take his corpse back to the Aurora Society to investigate his identity, and take a look at the friends that he interacted with on a regular basis, so there might be an unexpected gain. As for where exactly that final 5th shark was, Fang Xiu had no way of knowing and naturally wouldn't think twice about it. Transformation stone crafted successfully. A transformation stone crafted from the corpse of a sailor assassin floated in front of Fang Xiu. Looks like I got lucky today. Fang Xiu reached out and picked up the transformation stone to check it out. Transformation stone Sailor Shark Hunter Clan. Grade, excellent. Effect, transforms into Sailor Hunter after use, agility +7, gains skills, hidden water technique, tooth hunting, lasts for 10 minutes. Description, a transformation stone that unites the power of the hunter branch of the sharks. Using this stone, you can temporarily transform into a hunter shark, possessing their innate ability to move freely in the current and their superior hunting skills. Excellent grade, with mediocre effect attributes, the only thing that this transformation stone could attract Fang Xiu's attention was the art of hiding water, a sneaking skill that Fang Xiu did not yet possess. As well as, whether or not his appearance after transformation would be exactly the same as the shark assassin he had killed. Even if it was the same, Fang Xiu still had a problem, that is, whether the sharks would be able to see the name and level on his head. If they could see Fang Xiu's rank and name on his head from a distance, anyone would know that there was something wrong with it, not to mention sneaking around. At the place where the sailor assassin disappeared, there was a pile of equipment scattered. Fang Xiu reached out and pocketed as much as he could. The shark was an alien race with a human upper body and a fish lower body, and the equipment it carried was only for its upper body, and these equipment could be used by humans as well. 2 daggers, a top leather armor, a wrist guard, and a necklace. Fang Xiu took a cursory glance. The equipment of this shark assassin was only average, 1 dagger and the upper leather armor were perfect grade, the others were only rare grade. It was thought that the strength wasn't top-notch among the 3 turns of the sharks. In addition to the equipment, there was also a black iron box the size of a lunchbox, which was what Fang Xiu knew as the Fate Box. Fate Box. Special props. Effect, when opened, it will give you some items from the killed person's profession space. Description, only killing is eternal. Fang Xiu put the Fate Box into his occupation space and prepared to go back and open it again to see what was inside. He swam to the corpses of the 3 sharks one by one to deliver the formation of transformation stone refinement, and then picked up their equipment and life boxes. The other 3 sharks didn't do so well in making transformation stones, and all of them failed. Fang Xiu didn't care, having 1 shark transformation stone for experimentation was enough, it was useless to take too many. On the contrary, it was their equipment. The 4 sharks provided more than 2 dozen pieces of equipment, although the highest was only perfect grade, together they were also considered to be worth a lot. Killing and setting fire to a golden belt, this statement was not false. Let's go packing up the loot, Fang Xiu greeted Rong Rong and continued to return to Sea Light City. Coming. Chapter 104 Bloody Royal Shark. With Rongrong's speed, it would probably be nighttime when she returned to Sea Light City. Therefore, Fang Xiu simply held the back of Rongrong's neck collar with one hand, as if he was carrying a kitten, and led her through the water quickly. Wait! Rongrong suddenly sensed something and cast her gaze to the east. What's wrong? Fang Xiu slowly inquired. I seem to have sensed where the last boss bloody royal shark is. Rongrong said solemnly. Sensing? Fang Xiu was surprised. You have a perception type skill? Rongrong's gaze was fixed on the east as she casually replied, no, this is my talent. Being able to perceive bosses within a certain range. After saying that, Rongrong realized that she had slipped up. His old man had specifically instructed her that she should never talk to anyone about her talent, and busily said, You can't tell anyone else. Won't tell anyone else. Fang Xiu realized, no wonder the Millennium Cold Armor Turtle was pressed so deep in the undersea canyon. Such a hidden place was found out by Rongrong. Turning his head to look in the direction Rongrong was looking, in the extreme distance, there was indeed a blurry black shadow. Let's hurry and run, Rongrong suggested. Fang Xiu looked at it doubtfully. It was rare to find the bloody royal shark's trail. What was the point of running? Bloody royal shark is the descendant of the beast king that the Aurora Society decapitated when they pioneered the offshore. It already existed when I first came to Haiguang City. It is present in the Newcomer competition missions released by the Aurora Society every year, but no one has been able to complete the mission so far. Instead, there have been a few times when the organization suffered heavy losses due to the encirclement of the bloody royal shark, Rongrong explained, as well as introduced it. This was the first time Fang Xiu had heard the rumors about the bloody royal shark, but he was a bit curious. If the bloody royal shark is really that strong of a boss, why aren't there any professionals who have grown up and turned back to hunt it? The more powerful the boss, the better the items dropped. If the bloody imperial shark had truly inhabited the vicinity of Sea Light City for many years, then surely there would be people who would turn back to hunt it after their own strength had increased. One inherent advantage that the human race had over beasts like sharks was that they grew very quickly. Rongrong continued to explain, it said that killing the bloody royal shark is a competitive mission for newcomers ordered by the Aurora King himself, to be used to screen out the most top-notch geniuses, so there's an unwritten rule within the Aurora Society that doesn't allow all the professionals who have exceeded the third turn to hunt the bloody royal shark. Fang Xiu was quite cognizant of this explanation. However, the more Rongrong said that this bloody imperial shark was powerful, then the more he had the idea of wanting to challenge it. To be personally named by the Aurora King as a newcomer competition task, then it meant that it could indeed be killed by newcomers. It was only during this half-minute that Fang Xiu was talking with Rongrong that the black shadow in the distance gradually changed from blurry to clear. Fang Xiu could really see that it was a big black shark, and it was probably the bloody royal shark that Rongrong had mentioned. But what Fang Xiu was puzzled about was that the bloody imperial shark had been searched for as long as the Millennium Cold Armor Turtle, so why had it suddenly appeared? Soon, a figure on the head of the big black shark told Fang Xiu the answer. The last shark? Fang Xiu immediately understood that it was coming at him. Coming for revenge. As the big black shark and the sharkmen got closer, Fang Xiu saw the levels on their heads. Shark Hunting Clan LV40. Bloody Royal Shark LV40 Boss. HP 70,000. Bloody Royal Shark is only level 40? Fang Xiu was a bit surprised. The bloody imperial shark's reward in the Aurora App's newcomer competition quest was a whopping 100,000 Aurora points. The octopus red squid, which was also a boss, only had 10,000, which was 1/10 of the bloody royal shark, and the Millennium Cold Armored Turtle that he had just killed, which was also level 40, was rewarded with 20,000 Aurora points, which was also only 1/5 of the bloody royal shark. Referring to the strength of the 8-clawed red squid and the Millennium Cold Armored Turtle, Fang Xiu had thought that it might be a level 50 boss. But it turned out to be only level 40. No wonder the unwritten rule within the Aurora Society was that no one stronger than a third turn was allowed to hunt him. Indeed, it's a creature used to screen out the topmost geniuses. Fang Xiu let out a light laugh. Since it was coming at him, let's fight it. You run towards Haiguang City. Fang Xiu backhanded Rongrong with his whole body's strength and threw him in the direction of Haiguang City. Rongrong was confused. Aren't you leaving? The sharks are controlling it, they're coming for me. Fang Xiu said without looking back, adding another seal of flying blade to refresh himself, while continuously waving Star River in his hand, he started to rapidly stack soul sword style. In the distance, Hunt Tooth finally found Fang Xiu, and when enemies met, they were red in the eyes. Bite him for me. Hunting Tooth commanded loudly. He couldn't wait to see the scene of bloody imperial shark biting Fang Xiu, just as bloody as Fang Xiu beheading his own compatriots. The bloody imperial shark flicked its tail once again, and the speed of its figure steeply rose upwards again. With an unrelenting momentum and the oppression from this powerful race of sharks, wherever it passed, all the wild monsters immediately fled and retreated. Fang Xiu wasn't ambiguous either. He directly launched Wind Slice. A green-colored wheel of light flung towards the shark on the bloody emperor shark's head. Capture the thief first. Just what Fang Xiu didn't expect was that the bloody imperial shark under the shark directly opened its mouth, biting and crunching the wind cut. It was like biting into a round cookie. Although the armor-breaking effect was still attached to the bloody royal shark after the attack hit, but his own attack was blocked so simply? Fang Xiu really didn't believe this. A backhanded wind/kill was sent over again. More huge, more rapid, more powerful green-colored light will flew straight towards the bloody royal shark. The bloody emperor shark reacted the same way as last time, opening its bloody mouth, revealing its jagged, densely packed teeth, and once again biting into the wind-cut kill. Last time it was like biting into a cookie, then this time it was like biting into a large pie. Boom 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 boom. From hundreds of meters away, Fang Xiu was able to hear the sound of teeth crumbling similar to that of a hopping candy, and although the wind-cut kill was once again bitten, it did cause damage this time. 1241. The bloody emperor shark twisted its head and spat out a mouthful of blood mixed with countless broken teeth as it continued to charge towards Fang Xiu. As it dashed, the teeth it had just broken grew back out again at a speed visible to the naked eye. Referring to the bloody royal shark's life value and the cooldown time of the wind/kill, Fang Xiu wasn't too satisfied with the killing effect caused by the wind/kill. However, this was more proof of the bloody royal shark's power. Inserting Star River back into the scabbard, the soul sword style was already stacked. Fang Xiu's footsteps were a little bit, his body shot to the side, his left hand wind/, his right hand 8 wind wheel shadow formation, and he swung heavily forward. Kill for me. Chapter 105, Star Sword Kingfish's exclusive must-kill technique, Meteor Airblast Chop. In the water, green-colored light wheels flew. Fang Xiu quickly traveled through the water, followed by a huge shark. After possessing the long-range attack skill, when facing other melee creatures, Fang Xiu's fighting style was no longer to actively get in close, but to prioritize distance instead. First, he would weaken his opponents in a wave through long-range attacks, and when his opponents caught up with him, he would then reap the rewards with his melee abilities. If the opponent couldn't catch up with himself, then the opponent was a target. However, this bloody royal shark looked huge and bloated, but it was actually incredibly fast. Instead of pulling away from the bloody royal shark after stacking the seal of Flying Blade and the full tier of the Living Soul Sword style, Fang Xiu was being drawn closer bit by bit. It seemed like close combat was inevitable. Finally, when one person and one shark were only 30 meters apart, Fang Xiu turned around abruptly and sheathed his Star River. Instant! Starlight flashed, and the light blue sword light seemed to draw a brilliant galaxy in midair. Plop! The blade entered the flesh and the color of blood spread. The target of Fang Xiu's instantaneous attack was not the bloody royal shark, but the shark on the bloody royal shark's back. The shark looked at the blood escaping from his chest in horror, shocked at Fang Xiu's speed. Only watching the image of Fang Xiu's battle from the crystal ball, it was difficult to judge and appreciate how fast he really was. The shark didn't even notice Fang Xiu's movements the moment he launched his attack, and a deep, visible sword wound was added to his chest. However, it was just one sword, not enough to make the shark fall on the spot. Hunter's Tooth was busy taking out a healing drug from his career space and drinking it on the spot, then exchanging the short sword in his hand for a shield. The output had bloody royal shark, all he had to do was to protect himself and then command bloody royal shark to eat Fang Xiu. The bloody royal shark that had been moving forward realized that Fang Xiu was missing, and keenly and immediately turned its guns and locked onto Fang Xiu once again. Its tail swung, and it opened its mouth to bite. The terrifying instantaneous explosive power made its figure so fast that it left a residual shadow in the water. In the blink of an eye, the distance between it and Fang Xiu was only 3 meters away. Fang Xiu had already seen the terrifying shark teeth that were enough to easily crush Windcut in one bite, densely arranged in a way that made people's phobias go off. But he didn't do nothing. After instantaneous, he immediately followed up with Lifestream Horizontal Chop. A snowy, huge silver-white crescent cross chop was released against the bloody royal shark's face, and smashed straight into its bloody mouth. Boom! The sword chi collided with the shark's teeth, creating a large explosion as the energy was declared. The violent impact directly blasted Fang Xiu out. Fang Xiu took the opportunity to use the force of this recoil to quickly retreat and pull away. But before he could pull away, the bloody Imperial Shark swallowed the smoke from the explosion along with it and still chased after Fang Xiu at an astonishing speed. Transformation Magic Iron Guard. Clang! The shark's teeth eventually bit into Fang Xiu. The sound of gold and iron clanking came as if it had bitten on a piece of steel, somewhat brittle. Fortunately, Fang Xiu avoided his head at the last moment and was only bitten by the bloody Emperor Shark on his left shoulder. A blood-colored number immediately flew up on Fang Xiu's head. 452. This damage startled Fang Xiu, knowing that even the highest-ranked boss he had encountered so far, Sword Spirit of the Sword of Broken Water and Flowing Clouds, had only dealt less than 250 damage to himself. The killing power of the bloody Royal Shark was even higher than the Sword Spirit of the Sword of the Broken Water and Flowing Clouds, which Fang Xiu had not expected at all. However, it was fortunate that he had already stacked up his blood shield when he fought the 1,000-year-cold armored turtle. This bite only caused the shield of blood to nearly shatter. No, it was already broken. Shark teeth bit into Fang Xiu's shoulder, and the bloody Emperor Shark continued to exert force and started shaking its head from side to side, as if it wanted to tear Fang Xiu's shoulder off. Double-digit sustained damage began to quickly jump up on Fang Xiu's head, and it wouldn't be long before he would be directly torn into two pieces. This was the most thrilling moment Fang Xiu had faced so far. But the more thrilling the moment, the calmer Fang Xiu's mind became. The arm on the shoulder that was bitten by the bloody Royal Shark reached into the career space and used the absolute defense scroll that he had just gotten his hands on. With his other hand, he directly condensed wind/kill and swung it round to slash at the bloody Royal Shark's head. Put! The blade entered the flesh, bringing up a reddish color of blood. The blood of the bloody Imperial Shark seemed to be madly gushing out as if it didn't want money. But even so, the bloody Imperial Shark still didn't let go of its mouth. Instead, it shook its head more and more ferociously, determined to bite Fang Xiu directly into two halves. Seeing that the shark on the head of the bloody Emperor Shark was also going to attack, Fang Xiu hurriedly followed the skill again. Dragon Roar! A berserk dragon roar once again resounded through the sea for miles around. This time, Fang Xiu didn't transform into the raging wind young dragon half-human form, but only used the magic iron guard to unleash the wind dragon ring skill. Although it didn't have the same power as after transforming into a raging wind dragon, the close enough distance still brought a strong effect. The shark was instantly stunned, and although the bloody Royal Shark wasn't stunned, the shark's teeth, which had been biting Fang Xiu, still loosened a bit. Fang Xiu took the opportunity to pull out his shoulder while immediately switching professions. Transformation Primitive Apprentice. Switching transformation again. Transformation Star Sword Kingfish half-human form. Weakness Penetration. Primal Liberation. Current transformation, Star Sword Kingfish, exclusive must kill, Meteor Airburst Slash. Primal Liberation, Primal Apprentice, as full proficiency essential kill technique. The effect was to use an exclusive essential kill technique corresponding to the current transformation, with a cooldown of 72 hours. In the blink of an eye, Fang Xiu's body was enveloped by a layer of dazzling starlight, his crystalline left hand transformed into a long sword, crossed with the river of stars in his right hand, and chopped violently downwards, and at the moment of chopping, the starlight around him condensed, compressed, and cleaved out a brilliant and bright starlight X-chop. The close distance made it impossible for the bloody Royal Shark to dodge even after reacting, and he could only carry this attack hard. Boom! Another violent explosion. But this time, Fang Xiu didn't take advantage of the opportunity to pull away. Instead, the bloody Royal Shark was blasted out more than 10 meters on the spot, and a blood-colored number floated up on his head. 10014, weakness damage. 10,000 points of damage. Worthy of being a primordial apprentice, must-kill technique, the effect of an exclusive must-kill technique struck with an epic-level transformation was astonishing. Without the bloody Royal Shark counteracting some of the force with its teeth, the damage Fang Xiu was able to inflict was still relatively objective, and counting the ignored defense from armor breaking and the double damage from the weakness penetration, being able to inflict up to 10,000 points of damage was still quite a small amount in his opinion. However, the attack wasn't over yet. Fang Xiu once again switched his profession to Sword of the Living Spirit. He connected with Spirit Stream Bloodshed Slash. Chapter 106 Blood Sea Shark. 4647, weakness damage. Plus 624. Once again, the facts prove that without the shark teeth to resist, Fang Xiu's attack dealt considerable damage to the bloody Imperial Shark. And with this mouthful of blood, Fang Xiu had not only replenished his lost life value, but even the broken blood shield had been repaired to perfection. Fang Xiu looked up at the bloody Imperial Shark that was charging up again. Bloody Imperial Shark LV40 Boss. HP 3851,470,000. Almost half of its life value had been knocked out, and victory was just around the corner. Continue to work hard. Fang Xiu once again performed a small set of moves. Wind Slash. 8 Wind Wheel Shadow Formation. After spilling the wind blades, he raised his crystalline textured left hand towards the sky and stirred the starlight. In an instant, a star map appeared on the surface of the sea. Star King's Sword. Fang Xiu reached forward. Dazzling stars coalesced in front of him to form a 100-meter-long sword of starlight, plunging head-on into the bloody royal shark's open bloody mouth, the overflowing starlight and raging energy seeming to penetrate it straight through, like a bamboo skewer piercing through a grilled fish during a camping barbecue. Bloody numbers emerged one by one from the bloody royal shark's head. 2011. 2,443. 2,558. Seeing that the bloody imperial shark's life value was about to fall below 20,000, its eyes steeply returned to clarity from the blood, and its entire body snapped into action, its shark teeth biting heavily, and in one gulp, it crushed the Star King's sword that had stabbed into its mouth. Bang! Like glass shattering, hundreds of meters of Star King's sword began to shatter from the very front, spreading straight to Fang Xiu's body. It doesn't matter, the Star King's sword has already dealt its damage, and the bloody royal shark, which only has 20,000 life points left, can be slowly ground to death with other small skills. Watching the skill CD end again, Fang Xiu raised his hand to gather Wind Slice. But what Fang Xiu didn't expect was that the bloody royal shark didn't charge at him immediately after biting the Star King's sword, but instead twisted towards the distant professionals who were attracted by the star map, dragon roar, and other great sounds. With a flick of its tail, like a whip lashing the air, it let out a popping sound before falling forward at such a speed that at first glance one would think that a torpedo had been launched. Run! The professionals who were originally just watching saw the bloody royal shark rushing towards them and hurriedly turned their heads to run. Among them, there were 2 occupiers with underwater cameras who were preparing to film the material of Fang Xiu's battle with the bloody imperial shark to post on the posting bar to sell for money were more daring, running and filming at the same time. But even Fang Xiu, who was in a full state, couldn't run away from the bloody royal shark, not to mention this group of professionals who had only taken the underwater breathing potion. Only to see the bloody royal shark fall into the team of professionals, as if a tiger had entered a flock of sheep, one bite at a time. The 2 professions with cameras were the first to be eaten. Fang Xiu suspected that the 2 of them were able to use their current perspective as the movie footage of Jaws when put into their previous life. In less than 10 seconds, the place where the bloody royal shark pounced and bit had already turned into a sea of blood. The surviving professionals around them wailed and fled in all directions, not daring to stay for another moment. The scene was incomparably bloody. The bloody royal shark lived up to its name. Fang Xiu had no feelings for the death of strangers, just as they hunted bosses, bosses also hunted humans. However, what Fang Xiu couldn't accept was that after the bloody royal shark ate a human, its life value unexpectedly began to recover rapidly. Plus 420. Plus 640. Plus 330. Does it also have the ability to attack and suck blood? Fang Xiu couldn't help but burst out. He didn't see it sucking blood when it attacked himself just now. And coming from the effect, its blood-sucking efficiency was extremely high. Eating a mage profession was able to restore 330 life value, and a second turn mage profession's life value limit was only 330 at most, right? 100% attack blood absorption? No, we can't let it eat anymore. Seeing that the bloody royal shark's life value had recovered to 25,000, Fang Xiu hurriedly took the initiative to charge towards it. Wind Slash was thrown out, closely followed by 8 Windwheel Shadow Formation. Sensing Fang Xiu's attack, the bloody emperor shark twisted its tail and its figure once again catapulted into the distance, chasing towards the escaping professionals. Without running far, they passed by a coral field. Some of the wild monsters had already run away when they sensed the commotion of Fang Xiu's battle with the bloody royal shark, but there were also some creatures that just found a place to hide. For example, a group of level 20 rainbow fish were hiding under the coral in the coral field. The passing bloody royal sharks found them at a glance, and without ceremony, smashed the coral head-on, and swallowed them all whole with one bloody mouth. Immediately a green number flew up. Plus 8,420. This scene, if one were to watch a movie, would have a very stress-relieving feeling. But for Fang Xiu, seeing the bloody royal shark recover more than 8,000 life values in one go, his blood pressure went up. It's too rogue, isn't it? My sword of the living spirit isn't even that perverse. The bloody imperial shark didn't care at all about Fang Xiu's protests. It only had one thought right now, and that was dry rice. Swinging its tail, the bloody imperial shark quickly traveled through the coral land, but it came to any creature that could restore its life value. I eat. Fang Xiu realized that the wind slash couldn't do much damage and immediately changed his mindset, using the wind slash to startle the other creatures in the coral land into fleeing. But even so, within a short span of 2 minutes, the bloody royal shark's life value had already recovered to 50,000. Looking up at Fang Xiu, who still kept attacking him, the bloody royal shark flashed a hint of ferocity in its eyes, and with a swing of its tail, its body catapulted up and once again bit towards Fang Xiu. This time, it was Fang Xiu's turn to run. 20,000 life value of the bloody emperor shark, all aspects of the function decline. Fang Xiu then used a few small skills, slowly also grinding dead. But now the bloody royal shark's life value has recovered to 50,000, and its state is about to return to its peak. But Fang Xiu's Star King Sword, Primal Liberation, and Living Spirit Stream Blood Avalanche Slash were all on cooldown. We must find a way to instantly knock out a large amount of its life value. Fang Xiu somewhat regretted directly utilizing his big moves. If he had saved the Meteor Air Burst Slash and Star King's Sword, which were sure kill techniques, for when the bloody Imperial Shark only had 20,000 life points, then the current scene wouldn't have occurred. But who could have known that the bloody Imperial Shark possessed such a terrifying blood-sucking ability? This point was not even mentioned in the bloody Royal Shark monster icon recorded in the Aurora app. In the end, there were still too few records of battles with the bloody King Shark. Regret was useless. What Fang Xiu should think about now was how to kill the bloody royal shark. There's no way to restrain the attacking bloodsuckers like heavy injury or reduced healing. Then I have to find a place where there are no other living beings to supply it with bloodsucking. Suddenly, the name of a place appeared in Fang Xiu's mind, and he immediately raised his hand to add a flying blade seal to himself, and then used Star Sword Charge in the distance to start accelerating in one direction. The bloody royal shark swung its body and chased after Fang Xiu. Chapter 107 Land of Buried Bones Sword Star Bay. Sea Light City. It's another day of quiet years. Yang Guan was sitting on the balcony as usual, sipping tea and looking at the scenery. Uncle, it's not good. Just after putting down his teacup, Yang Guan heard an anxious shout from behind him. I shouldn't have said anything about the years being quiet. Yang Guan really wanted to give himself a big mouthful. Turning back, he found that it was that old boy Fong Tianhang's disciple, Li Bo, and the daughter of the owner of the next-door Rongji restaurant, Rong Rong. What is it? The bloody royal shark has come out for a killing spree. Li Bo shouted. Just go to the posting bar and post a notice for the kids to avoid it, Yang Guang said casually. Because of the newcomers competing for the mission, every year there are newcomers who go to fight the bloody royal shark. There has to be a while like this, he's used to it. But Fang Zhang is fighting it. Rong Rong said. Li Bo followed up by explaining to Yang Guang. Uncle, Fang Xiu is the strongest genius in our Haiguang City branch this year. He alone took the first place in the ranking of 5 Nightmare class copies and 3 copies of Hell First Pass. This person Fang Xiu, Yang Guang, did know that he was the genius that he had brought in, and he had also mentioned him when he chatted with Hong Yu some time ago. He was chased by the bloody Imperial Shark? No. He took the initiative to welcome him, Rong Rong replied in a small voice. Yang Guang? How long has it been since he greeted him? 20 minutes. Rong Rong immediately summoned her mount to rush back to Sea Light City to bring help after being thrown out by Fang Xiu, not stopping for a moment. 20 minutes? Do you think I still need to save him? Yang Guang sighed softly. If nothing else, Fang Xiu should have been eaten into his stomach and digested by the bloody Imperial Shark by now, and he might even have pooped it out. A pity, a top genius. Li Bo and Rong Rong silently glanced at each other. Still too late? Just as Rong Rong was bereft and ready to leave, suddenly her cell phone rang. Picking up the phone, she saw that it was actually Fang Xiu calling her and hurriedly picked it up. Fang Xiu, how are you? Is everything alright? Yang Guang and Li Bo immediately looked at Rong Rong. Only to see her nodding her head repeatedly in a radiant manner. Okay, I understand. When he hung up the phone, Li Bo hurriedly asked after her, is Fang Xiu alright? He's fine, but he's now taking the bloody royal shark in the direction of Sword Star Bay, as if he has some plan, and called to ask me to help evacuate the occupiers near Sword Star Bay. Rong Rong replied, but her gaze was towards Yang Guang. She was just an ordinary occupier. It was a bit troublesome to evacuate the occupiers at the gate of the replica, but if Yang Guang, the vice president of the Sea Light City's Aurora Society, was able to help, this matter would be very simple. Mobilize the guards at the city gates. Go ahead and say it's my order. Yang Guang threw Rong Rong a token. Thank you, President. Rong Rong turned around and hoofed it off. Li Bo followed closely behind. Yang Guang picked up his teacup and looked out in the direction of Sword Star Bay. A second-turned professional who could survive the attack of the bloody royal shark for 20 minutes, Fang Xiu was a lot more talented than he had imagined. One had to know that he Duan at the time had only escaped from the bloody royal shark's pursuit. Ling, Yang Guang softly exclaimed. Immediately, a black cloak emerged from the dark shadows in the corner of the balcony. Go to the Sword Star Bay and rescue Fang Xiu back at the moment of necessity, Yang Guang commanded. The black cloak that received the order disappeared into the shadows out of thin air. Approaching the Sword Star Bay. Fang Xiu had already been entangled with the bloody imperial shark for a long time. In order to prevent the bloody emperor shark from catching up with him, he tried to use instant and star sword charge, which were instantaneous acceleration skills, to barely close the distance. For some reason, Fang Xiu felt that the bloody royal shark, whose eyes were no longer red, was much more cunning than before, and began to try to avoid attacks instead of directly crunching the wind slice like before. This allowed Fang Xiu to run and fight along the way without causing much damage to the bloody royal shark. As for the shark on the bloody emperor shark's back, it hadn't woken up since it was stunned by Fang Xiu's dragon roar. It wasn't because the shocking effect of the dragon roar was too strong, but because the bloody emperor shark was constantly dodging fast and swimming up and down. The shark was hanging on it like a rag bag, and now it was estimated that even his brain was almost shaken evenly. Almost there. Fang Xiu looked out at the familiar terrain in the distance. Sword Star Bay, this was the place he chose for the bloody imperial shark to bury its bones. It was also the only place where all the elements to kill the bloody imperial shark could be assembled. For this reason, Fang Xiu even took the time to call Rong Rong while he was flying, asking her to help disperse the professional players around the Sword Star Bay, lest they become the bloody royal shark's mobile blood packs. From afar, Fang Xiu was relieved to see that the entrance to the replica was empty, with only a few sword starfish swimming around. It was thought that Rong Rong had already completed her commission. Otherwise, after the settlement of the Newcomer competition commission quests for the major second-turn copies, Sword Star Bay, as the closest copy to Sea Light City, was bound to be filled with pedestrians coming and going. Reaching out, he pulled out the Star River at his waist. All sword starfish and chopping star sword fish are at my command. Immediately drive all surrounding monsters away from Sword Star Bay. Fang Xiu gave the order with the Star River. As a Lord artifact, Fang Xiu's weapon Star River possessed the ability to command the Sword Starfish clan. After obtaining the Star River, he had also tried this ability. He realized that after holding the Star River, although he still didn't understand the language of the Sword Starfish, he was able to give commands unconditionally. These Sword Starfish and Sword Star Cutting Fish were able to completely understand their own meanings and strictly carry them out. The only problem was that this kind of order had a limited range. Fang Xiu thought about it. Since he couldn't think of a location where no other living beings existed, he would create one himself. Dispersing the human professionals was only a small problem. After all, the bloody royal shark sea of blood was a lesson learned from the past, so not many newcomers would rush over to send themselves to their deaths. What was more troublesome were the ubiquitous wild monsters, which would not listen to their own commands. The only exception was Sword Star Bay, where most of the wild monsters were sword starfish, which were completely at their own disposal, and even if there were individual wild monsters, they could still get the sword starfish to help them drive them away with their own commands. If Rong Rong failed to do so, then the sword starfish would have one more target to expel. Once the command was given, the sword starfish and star chopper swordfish throughout the Sword Star Bay took action, and a vast procession appeared, with at least 1,000 of them. They uniformly used their skills to dart towards the distance, quickly disappearing in Fang Xiu's eyes. The next moment, Fang Xiu quickly plunged into the Sword Star Bay like a sharp sword. The normally busy Sword Star Bay was now silent, so quiet that it was somewhat dead. The bloody Emperor Shark followed Fang Xiu into the Sword Star Bay, but just after entering, it felt that something was wrong. That human wasn't running anymore, and his eyes were somewhat familiar. It was the eyes that looked at prey. Floating in the water, Fang Xiu felt the dark currents in the Sword Star Bay. There was another most important reason for choosing the Sword Star Bay. That was that here existed the big move that he was able to clear his copy in one hit. Wind Cut. A green-colored light wheel appeared in Fang Xiu's hand, but this time it wasn't a wind wheel after being highly concentrated, but rather a normal and huge wind wheel. The experience from when he brushed the Sword Star Bay earlier surged to the forefront of his mind, and in a single instant Fang Xiu pinched the rhythm of the Sword Star Bay's dark current's rotation. In an instant, the wind wheel fit the dark current, and a huge green-colored water tornado rose up from the Sword Star Bay. Fang Xiu gave a gentle push towards the bloody Imperial Shark. Come on. Taste the surefire technique I researched by combining the terrain. Hurricane Water Tornado. Chapter 108. Their respective bottom cards. At first, it was just an ordinary undersea tornado. The Bloody Emperor Shark didn't take it seriously. In its opinion, the power of this attack wasn't even as powerful as the wind slice that Fang Xiu had thrown earlier, but after just a few seconds, the water tornado grew bigger and bigger and emitted a horrifying suction force. The Bloody Emperor Shark reacted and tried to escape at first. But Fang Xiu had already predicted this, and after casting the Hurricane Water Tornado, he immediately swam towards the side of the Bloody Royal Shark, and when he saw that the Bloody Royal Shark was about to run away, he backhanded him with a Spirit Stream horizontal chop. The snow-white cross-crescent chop carried an unrivaled sharpness that directly pressed back the Bloody Emperor Shark that wanted to escape. But it seemed to be not enough. The Bloody Royal Shark used its own powerful body strength to carry the horizontal and vertical chop, stabilizing its body shape from being pulled in by the suction of the hurricane tornado, and continued to swim out. Still want to run? I still have a lot of small skills like the Vitality Stream horizontal chop. Win/kill. A huge millstone-sized wheel of cyan-colored light was thrown forward, becoming larger and larger as it flew forward quickly. This attack was not something that the Bloody Royal Shark could take head-on, it could only try to dodge, and the result was that the same suction force that was geometrically increasing was swept straight into the Hurricane Water Tornado. Just like those sword starfish that Fang Xiu had seen in the replicas at the beginning, there was no place to run away from them. Fang Xiu also hurriedly used Instant and Star Sword Charge to pull away. From the moment he cast the Hurricane Water Tornado, the control was no longer in his hands, so this Hurricane Water Tornado was a completely indiscriminate attack. Coming beyond the boundary of Sword Star Bay, Fang Xiu looked out from afar. Remembering that the moment the Bloody Emperor Shark was caught in the Hurricane Water Tornado, its life value was 47,248, the power of the Hurricane Water Tornado wasn't easy to calculate. Anyway, when he was inside the replica, even the Sword Star Bay replica's hell-level difficulty boss Star Swordfish was killed in one move. In terms of performance, the power of the Hurricane Water Tornado was far more powerful than the Star Sword Kingfish's exclusive must-kill technique, Meteor Airblast Chop. It shouldn't be a big problem to kill a Bloody Royal Shark with a life value of less than 50,000. I don't think it will be a big problem. In the Sword Star Bay, the Hurricane Water Tornado was growing at a speed visible to the naked eye, and in just a few seconds, it had taken over the entire Sword Star Bay. Even if someone were to look out from Sea Light City towards Jianqing Bay right now, they would be able to see this spectacular underwater tornado connecting the bottom of the sea with the surface of the water. The moment it took over the entire Jianqing Bay was the limit of its growth. The next step was boom! The terrifying undersea water tornado could no longer withstand the force that kept rising and exploded from the center. The violent hurricane spread out in all directions, and the powerful force seemed to be tearing everything apart. The ground in a radius of tens of kilometers trembled when this huge water tornado exploded, as if it was a powerful undersea earthquake. People who were walking in Sea Light City raised their heads to perceive the source of the vibration. Undersea earthquakes were a common occurrence, but such a violent earthquake was a first for Sea Light City. As a witness to the Hurricane Water Tornado's explosion, Fang Xiu was somewhat grateful. Thankful that he was far enough away. In reality, the sound and effect created when the Hurricane Tornado exploded was far stronger than in the replica. This should have something to do with the dark currents of Sword Star Bay. The Sword Star Bay recorded in the replica was the dark current of a certain period of time, which was unchanging and nowhere near as violent as the dark current in reality. Under a more violent dark current, the stronger the Hurricane Water Tornado that coalesced would be. Such a terrifying force descended that the surrounding terrain of the Sword Star Bay was about to be flattened. Countless chaotic rocks interspersed with seaweed spread out in all directions, and if one was in the vicinity, the entire person would instantly disappear if they were to be scraped by it alone. But, here came the problem. Even so, Fang Xiu hadn't received a hint that the Bloody Imperial Shark had been killed. There was only a hint that a shark had been killed. This isn't even dead? After the storm subsided, Fang Xiu hurriedly swam to the sky above the Sword Star Bay to check. The Sword Star Bay had already been cleared into a bare landscape by the Hurricane Water Tornado, and even the gravel on the ground had been swept away, looking like the ground had been shaved down by a few meters. The Bloody Royal Shark was indeed still alive. It was lying on the ground like a dead fish, its fins and tail had been flattened by the storm, and its mouth was open and closed, its breath was dying. Bloody Royal Shark LV-40 Boss. HP 15-14-70,000. The end of a strong crossbow. Although the Hurricane Water Tornado did not kill the Bloody Royal Shark in seconds, it was almost done. In order to avoid a long night's sleep, Fang Xiu immediately coalesced a wind slash to end the bloody royal shark's sinful life. However, as if it had sensed Fang Xiu's movements, the bloody royal shark violently perked up from the ground. Then, in Fang Xiu's astonished gaze, it grew its tail and fins, which had already been smoothed out, at a horrifying speed visible to the naked eye. What surprised Fang Xiu even more was that the bloody royal shark's life value was rapidly recovering at a rate of 10,000 points by 10,000 points. It didn't stop until it spiked up to 40,000 life points. There are still crushing skills? Fang Xiu was already numb. This was a monster that a newcomer could beat? Did the person from the Aurora Society who released this newcomer competition quest have some kind of major disease? Fang Xiu suddenly remembered that it seemed like the unwritten rule within the Aurora Society was that anyone who didn't exceed 3 turns could come and hunt for blood. If he were to turn 3. By the time all 4 professions had completed their 3rd turn, their strength would at least be tens of times stronger than it is now, hundreds of times stronger. Killing bloody royal sharks is like slaughtering pigs and dogs. Then it's all right. The problem is that I'm only in my 2nd turn now. The problem is that I am only 2 turns off. In the distance, the bloody imperial shark looked at Fang Xiu, and a hint of mockery flashed in his eyes, as if he was laughing at Fang Xiu. Didn't expect it, did you? Old me still has a bottom card. You still haven't killed me even after using everything you have. And I, now, am about to eat you. The bloody emperor shark opened its mouth wide at Fang Xiu. An inexplicable suction force came from it, as if something was pulling Fang Xiu's body. To be precise, it was pulling the blood in Fang Xiu's body. Already, countless blood was seeping outward through the tiny pores on Fang Xiu's skin surface. 14. 25. 37. Damage number after damage number began to jump up on Fang Xiu's head, with each damage inflicted incrementing. And the blood shield was intact, only the life value was dropping, indicating that it was still an attack that ignored defense. Phew! I didn't want to use this trick anymore, but I have no choice but to ask Rong Rong to help me collect a few keys for the hell-level copies of Swordstar Bay afterwards to do it all over again. Fang Xiu let out a long breath and switched his profession to Primal Apprentice. You're not the only one who has a bottom card, I also have one. At the cost of consuming the Transformation Stone Star Sword Kingfish from the Combat Transformer, he activated the skill Primal Honor. Transformation. 7-star Sword Kingfish Half-Human Form. Chapter 1097 Star Cuts. Pure white light shot out from the Combat Transformer, enveloping Fang Xiu's entire body. In the dazzling white color, there were 7 stars that were particularly bright. When the light dissipated, Fang Xiu stood in the water, his eyes as bright as the stars in the sky, his body radiating pure and extreme star power, his aura as sharp as a sword, and his sense of oppression amazingly strong. The appearance of the change is not big. At first glance only feel Fang Xiu covered with a layer of light starlight, more and more mysterious and unpredictable. The real change was in Fang Xiu's left hand. The crystalline arm had 7 jewels embedded in it at some point. Each of the 7 jewels had its own color, but all of them emitted a bright light. Fang Xiu's eyes glanced over his status bar to check the extra boosts brought by the transformation now. Transformation 7-star Sword Emperor Fish Half-Human Form, Agility plus 100, Strength plus 60, Physique 10. The original Transformation Stone Star Sword Kingfish was epic grade, so if it was raised one more step, it should be legendary grade, right? The legendary grade Transformation Stone brings an additional 100% attribute boost through the Primal Apprentice's professional core and skill enhancement of primal power. This attribute increase of up to 150 points was created. A sense of power filled Fang Xiu's entire body. Scanning the skill bar obtained from transforming into the 7-star Sword Emperor Fish Half-Human Form, Fang Xiu finally turned his gaze to the bloody Emperor Shark in the distance, who was a bit surprised by the sudden increase in his aura. Kill. Fang Xiu bent down slightly and passed his left hand forward. 7-star Execution. This was the upgraded version of the skill Star Sword Charge. Fang Xiu's figure immediately transformed into a section of starlight that flashed rapidly in mid-air. Each time it flashed, its power would increase by a tiny bit, and by the time he completed the 7th section of flashing, he had already arrived in front of the bloody royal shark. The left hand inlaid with the dazzling 7-star light transformed into a 7-star sword descending with pure star power and sharp sword chi. Miso. A sword chopped down. The sharp blade of the sword chopped the bloody royal shark's bloody mouth right down the middle, so fast that not a single obstruction could be felt. 8416, Weakness Damage. As the sharp pain hit, the bloody imperial shark's gaze towards Fang Xiu changed from surprise to horror, and not caring about the injury on its mouth, it was too busy to turn its head and run. It was good that it had the bottom card of being able to violently restore 40,000 life values at once. But the reason why it was called a card was because it could only be used once within a short period of time. Faced with Fang Xiu, who was suddenly as powerful and terrifying as if he was high on drugs, the bloody imperial shark directly wimped out. It was the Beast King's heir, the natural Shark King, and couldn't die here. Scared out of its wits, Fang Xiu looked at the bloody imperial shark that kept fleeing. It was pointless to run away. Right now, my speed can be much faster than yours. Fang Xiu slightly tottered, and his right hand holding the sword slashed forward. Instant. Plop. Blood soared in the water. The river of stars opened a gash in the bloody royal shark's side. 3684, weakness damage. The intense pain urged the bloody imperial shark to move forward even more violently, but it was greeted by Fang Xiu, who had steeply appeared out of nowhere in his running path. Living Spirit Stream Vertical Chop. Two sword lights like bright crescent moons in the cool night sky crossed into a cross, imprinting themselves head-on on the bloody emperor shark's face. 6478, weakness damage. The bloody imperial shark's life value plummeted once again. Suffering heavy damage one after another, it had already panicked a bit, flinging its head that kept pouring out blood, twisting its body and rushing towards the bottom of Sword Star Bay instead. Fang Xiu stood in mid-air and didn't chase after it. It was almost time to use a big move. If he ended the transformation, the Primordial Honor's Ascension effect and the Star Sword Kingfish's transformation stone disappeared with it. Next time, there was no telling when he would be able to experience the powerful force brought by the legendary transformation stone. Fang Xiu once again raised his left hand high. In a blink of an eye, dozens of miles in a radius centered around Sword Star Bay were enveloped in a dim night. In just a blink of an eye, stars appeared in the sky, and the magnificent Milky Way seemed to flow over the water. Among them, 7 stars were exceptionally bright. The strongest skill of the 7-star Sword Emperor Fish Transformation Stone, the upgraded version of the Star King's sword. 7 star cuts. As Fang Xiu waved down his raised left hand, the 7 stars transformed into 7 huge lightsabers that fell from the sky. Without exception, they aimed at the bloody royal shark on the ground. Boom boom boom. 7 sounds in a row. The 7 huge lightsabers chiseled through the ground as if they were clusters of exploding sword-shaped crystallized rocks, magnificent and deadly. 7 damage numbers flew up with them. 4,619. 4,237. 4,111. Killed bloody royal shark LV40 boss, gained 301778 experience. Seeing the kill prompt, Fang Xiu breathed a sigh of relief and finally killed it. This bloody imperial shark was indeed able to keep giving people surprises. No wonder no one had managed to kill it before. However, under the 7-star tailoring, the power of the 7 giant lightsabers wasn't too strong, but they were fast enough, and they struck 7 times in a lock-on fashion. Even if they didn't hit the weak points, they had dealt a total of over 30,000 damage. If all of them were able to deal weak point damage, they would have almost been able to give the bloody royal shark a full-blooded second. Unfortunately, such a powerful legendary transformation could only be used once. With the point of his toes, Fang Xiu swam towards the bloody royal shark. He couldn't wait to see what loot had been dropped. The bloody emperor shark was so hard to kill, the loot should be pretty good. As Fang Xiu landed at the lowest end of the Sword Star Bay, the 7 giant light swords collapsed into dots of starlight, revealing the bloody imperial shark that had already been split into a puddle of minced meat, barely able to see half of its shape as a shark. Can this still be made into a cuisine? Fang Xiu was skeptical and lifted up a piece of shark meat to survey it, finding that there were burn marks on the surface and a sharp shark tooth encrusted on the inside. Compared to the shark meat, this puddle on the ground was more like a piece of red cement mixed with gravel. Appetite was all gone. When he thought of chatting with Boss Rongji, he said that the effective boosting attributes of a boss of the same level would drop drastically after eating too much. Fang Xiu silently sent a transformation stone refining formation. He still had the 1,000-year cold armor turtle to eat, and these were all level 40 bosses, so eating it again wouldn't increase his attributes as much as last time. It would be better to make a transformation stone and take a chance. The bloody royal shark should be a being of the same class as the Star Sword Kingfish. If it could be made successfully, it should be an epic level transformation stone as well. Dark purple formations surfaced on the broken earth, pinching the rotten shark's flesh and blood even more, along with the incomparably sharp shark's teeth that slowly collapsed under the formations, turning into powder that slowly coalesced in mid-air. After 1 minute, Fong Xiu received a prompt. Transformation Stone crafted successfully, Ascension effect triggered. Acquired, Transformation Stone Blood Emperor Shark. Chapter 110, Legendary Transformation Stone Blood Emperor Shark. Transformation Stone Blood Emperor Shark. Grade, Legendary. Effect, transforms into a Blood Emperor Shark, Strength plus 40, Agility plus 25, Physique plus 20, Skills, Iron Teeth Tear, Blood Eat, Blood Bite, Blood Return, Scion of the King's Clan, lasts for 30 minutes. Description, a transformation stone that unites the power of the Blood Emperor Shark, through which you can transform into the Blood Sea Emperor, the Lord of the Blood Sharks who rules the endless seas. Blood. Cool. A legendary transformation stone. Fong Xiu's eyes were glazed over. He thought that he was already lucky to have succeeded in crafting it, but he didn't think that it would even trigger an ascension with a minuscule probability, directly upgrading what should have been an epic grade transformation stone to legend grade. Woohoo, take off! Fong Xiu didn't care about experiencing the 7-star Sword Emperor Fish's transformation and directly set the Transformation Stone Blood Emperor Shark on the combat transformer. Transformation Blood Emperor Shark half-human form. Star Sword Kingfish, so? Love fades, right? A white light shot out from the combat transformer enveloping Fong Xiu in it. When the white light disappeared, Fong Xiu's appearance had changed drastically. Originally 1 meter 8.5 tall, now directly soared to more than 2 meters, his body rose, looked extraordinarily sturdy, his limbs were strong and powerful, especially his hands. As long as Fong Xiu was willing, its palms were able to grow sharp shark teeth that were ready to be used and thrown. There was an additional cross scar on his handsome face, and instead of affecting his face value, it gave him a dangerous and domineering image. His hair looked a lot more than before, his bangs almost covering his eyes, and his deep, dark eyes had a hint of blood red in them, as if they were hidden in an endless abyss of blood and cruelty, and a closer look would feel a bit scary. Fong Xiu inadvertently opened his mouth and realized that his teeth had also changed into jagged shark teeth. There was also an additional black shark tail behind his back, which was an organ that was only used to accelerate when swimming. However, this experience of having a tail was a first for Fong Xiu in his half-human form. Even the half-human form of the Raging Wind Young Dragon hadn't left a tail behind. If someone were to see Fong Xiu now, they would involuntarily feel an oppressive sense of wildness and danger. Check the actual status after the transformation. Transformation Blood Emperor Shark half-human form, Strength plus 80, Agility plus 60, Physique plus 30. A total of 170 attributes had been added, more than what the 7-star Sword Emperor Fish had added, but unlike the 7-star Sword Emperor Fish's Agility plus 100, Strength plus 60, and Physique 10. The Blood Emperor Shark was actually a more suitable variant for melee power-type professions. It seems like the Star Sword Kingfish's transformation stone still needs to be done. Fong Xiu pondered. The main reason wasn't to increase his agility attribute, but the fact that the Star Sword Kingfish's attack skills could get the Sword of the Spirit, sword art increase, and it had a divine skill called Weakness Penetration which could break through the opponent's weaknesses, making it possible to brush up on the opponent's strengths. With the Weakness Penetration divine skill that could see through the opponent's weaknesses, Fong Xiu naturally wouldn't give up if he was able to brush it. It's best if I can directly brush out the 7-star Sword Emperor Fish's transformation stone. After tasting the power of the 7-star Sword Emperor Fish and obtaining a legendary grade transformation stone, Fong Xiu began to be bold. It wasn't impossible, just that the probability was a bit small. The only way is to upgrade the Star Swordfish, the boss of the hell level difficulty of the Sword Star Bay copy, and directly obtain the Star Swordfish's transformation stone, and then synthesize the 10-star Swordfish's transformation stones into the 7-star Swordfish's transformation stone. But considering the probability of upgrading, it would take hundreds of Sword Star Bay's hell level copy keys to make it. Hundreds. I'd better be honest and make a Star Sword Kingfish transformation stone to use. Thinking far ahead, Fong Xiu pulled his disorganized thoughts back. He opened the panel to check the skills attached to the transformation stone Blood Emperor Shark. Iron Teeth Rip, tear the target apart with sharp teeth, with a magic breaking effect. Blood Eating, passive, restores the target's life value limit when killing the target in a close physical way. Blood Eating Bite, tracks the blood of all target units within a certain range, inflicting an attack that ignores defense and restores the life value of the damage inflicted. Blood Return, when one's life value reaches the upper limit, the extra life value gained through bloodsucking will be stored, and when using the skill will use the stored life value to heal oneself, which can revitalize severed limbs, with a cooldown of 1 hour. Maximum stored life value is level X 2000. Emperor's Child, passive, plus 50% to all attributes. All shark races below the Emperor rank drop 50% to all attributes when hostile to them. A bunch of pretty powerful skills. Iron Tooth Tear. Fang Xiu's first glance at it felt a bit troublesome, because it wasn't like he was a beast and wouldn't be able to have the kind of maneuver where he would pounce on and bite his opponents to death. However, Fang Xiu soon realized that his hands could grow shark teeth, so he didn't necessarily have to use the teeth in his mouth to activate the skill. He could also use his hands to tear his opponent right open. Originally thought that holding a wind slash and cutting the opponent in half was already bloody enough, didn't realize that there was an even bloodier operation of tearing the opponent in half. The second skill, Blood Eating, is a kind of answer to Fang Xiu. The bloody royal shark attacking himself does not return blood, but attacking other people return blood doubts. It turns out that you have to kill the opponent to be able to draw blood. And the efficiency of blood sucking is a bit strong. Recovering the target's upper life value limit. It was 100% blood sucking efficiency. Blood Eating Bite was also a skill that Bloody Royal Shark had used before, ignoring defense and directly sucking the blood out of the opponent's body, or a ranged attack. Blood Return. This was probably Bloody Royal Shark's bottom card. Storing life value and also being able to regenerate severed limbs, but the Bloody Imperial Shark only recovered 40,000 life value at that time, just level X 1000, thought its recovery ratio was not as good as the Bloody Imperial Shark. The last skill made Fang Xiu quite surprised. It directly soared 50% of its full attributes. However, after checking his status, Fang Xiu realized that this 50% full attribute only counted his initial attributes and the growth attributes he gained through leveling up. His own level 35-star profession, Primal Apprentice, S-Panel, without any equipment. The 4 dimensions should be Strength 44, Agility 44, Constitution 43, Spirit 43. With the enhancement of the Emperor's Son, it came to Strength 66, Agility 66, Physique 64, Spirit 64. In total, it brought 86 points of attributes. And this augmentation would also gain a stronger effect as one's career star level increased. So strong. Fang Xiu was pondering whether or not to have an entire power-type profession for his 4th profession to go with this transformation stone of the Blood Emperor Shark. Let's go back and talk about it. After killing the Bloody Emperor Shark, his Aurora points had come to over 200,000, so he should be able to exchange it for a 4-star epic skill. For now, let's count the loot first. Fang Xiu cast his gaze on the loot left behind by the Bloody Royal Shark. Chapter 111 Bombardment. There were a total of 3 items dropped by the Bloody Emperor Shark. A pair of black sharkskin gloves, a shark banner with a red picture on a black background, and a skill book. Bloody Shark Bite. Quality, Epic. Attributes, Attack Power plus 200, Agility plus 10, Strength plus 25, Constitution plus 10, Defense plus 20, Attack Blood Absorption plus 5%. Level, 3rd turn. Durability, 600. Description, crafted from the shark skin of the Bloody Royal Shark, it ditches the fancy additional skills and instead makes a big deal out of the equipment's attributes and comfort. Wearing it feels like wearing nothing at all, but if you underestimate it, then you'll be waiting for a shark to take a bite out of it. 3rd turn epic weapon. Suitable for professions like throwing technique and fist technique. The attributes were quite good, but Fang Xiu didn't have such professions as throwing technique or boxing technique, and wasn't going to learn them. So this should just as well be the goods sold to the Aurora Society. Blood Shark's Charge Banner. Special attribute. Effect, when the flag is inserted into the ground, with it as the center, it adds an aura effect of plus 10% attack power and plus 5% attack blood absorption to all friendly parties within 1 kilometer around it. Description, the charging flag of the Blood Shark clan, when it is inserted into the ground, there are only 2 outcomes, either the Blood Shark clan is completely destroyed, or all the enemies are slaughtered by the Blood Sharks. A flag that provides a wide-range aura buff. Fang Xiu's eyes lit up. The increase effect of this Blood Shark's Charge banner wasn't strong, and a 10 or 5% bonus didn't mean much to him alone. However, in Legion scale combat, this was an extremely important good thing, not to mention that the increased attributes were still the 2 powerful attributes of attack power and attack blood absorption. It might be able to be exchanged for a piece of legendary equipment. Fang Xiu rubbed his chin. He remembered that the Aurora Society seemed to have props that specialized in acquiring this kind of increase in ranged buffs. Including the Blood Shark's Charge banner in his profession space, Fang Xiu checked the last skill book. Art of Drawing Blood. 4-star skill book. Quality, Epic. Requirement, 3rd turn. Description, a powerful secret art capable of drawing and feeding the life force of the slain to itself. What do you want? Fang Xiu was just thinking of going back to get a 4-star epic skill, but he hadn't even thought of it. However, from the description, it looked like blood devouring. Maybe it was a weakened version of blood devouring. After all, blood devouring was the skill of the Blood Emperor Shark. The Art of Drawing Blood skill book came from the Bloody Emperor Shark. He had the transformation stone of the Bloody Emperor Shark, so he didn't need to use the art of drawing blood. Take it back and exchange it for one you need. The 3 pieces of loot were counted. It had to be said that although the Bloody Emperor Shark was difficult to kill, the loot was still quite generous. Epic level weapons, epic level skills, plus a banner that might be able to be exchanged for legendary level equipment. The profit from killing one Bloody Imperial Shark was higher than 5,000-year cold armor turtles. Pointing his toes on the ground, Fang Xiu's figure immediately rose up into the air and quickly swam towards Sea Light City. Swimming in the Blood Emperor Shark's half-human stance, Fang Xiu was even faster than before when he transformed into the Star Sword Kingfish, especially with the extra tail behind his back, and with a forceful flick of his back, his speed would skyrocket by several times in an instant, like a cannonball's precipitous launch. This was not considered a skill, but the effect was stronger than many skills. The distance from Sea Light City to Sword Star Bay was only 3 kilometers, and Fang Xiu only just exerted his force before arriving at Sea Light City. A group of soldiers lined up at the entrance of the city and were preventing the occupiers from coming out from inside. To Fang Xiu's surprise, the ones leading the group were Rong Rong and Li Bo. The 2 of them commanded the soldiers of Sea Light City to stop the occupiers from going to Sword Star Bay? Fang Xiu reacted. Landing at the entrance of Sea Light City and ending his transformed state, Fang Xiu walked into the city amidst a crowd of probing gazes. Rong Rong and Li Bo saw Fang Xiu and hurriedly ran over. "Old brother Fang Xiu, how's it going? Did you finish off the Bloody Imperial Shark?" Li Bo asked impatiently. The surrounding professionals also pricked up their ears. It was because of the newcomers competing for the mission and because of the Bloody Imperial Shark's massacre not long ago. Many people had more or less understood how the Bloody Imperial Shark was in existence. "Killed it," Fang Xiu replied, waving his hand towards Rong Rong. "Go to the headquarters, I'll share the mission's pole light points with you." Hiss. Hiss. A movement of sucking in a mouthful of cold air came from the crowd of onlookers. Killing, and still single-handedly killing the Bloody Imperial Shark, what kind of concept was this? This almost meant that Fang Xiu was the strongest genius so far since the establishment of Sea Light City. Even if there was no shortage of geniuses from other divisions who would come to Sea Light City specifically to hunt Bloody Imperial Sharks, but the result was already pretty good if they managed to not get eaten by a Bloody Imperial Shark, let alone kill one. Even, most of them are third-turn professionals. Fang Xiu's footsteps didn't stop. Rong Rong and Li Bo hurriedly followed, and quite a few of the good, not-so-believable professionals who didn't really believe that Fang Xiu had killed the Bloody Imperial Shark also followed. Fang Xiu's claim that he had killed the Bloody Imperial Shark didn't count. What they wanted to see was the Aurora Society headquarters personally confirming this matter. At the entrance of Sea Light City, the soldiers had already released the soldiers, but not many people went out. Most of them flocked to the headquarters of the Aurora Club, so there was a huge long line from the entrance of Sea Light City to the headquarters of the Aurora Club. Many people who came to Haiguang City to make a living but weren't members of the Aurora Club looked at this scene with curiosity, and couldn't help but mutter in their hearts, "What's going to happen to the Aurora Club?" Fang Xiu stepped into the Aurora Society's headquarters. Sister Hong was leaning on the counter at one side, looking at her with a smile on her face as if she had been waiting for a long time. "Hello, I'm here to hand in a quest," Fang Xiu said to the staff lady at the counter. "May I ask which mission you want to hand in?" "The Newcomer competition mission, the one to kill the 1,000-year cold armor turtle and the Bloody Royal Shark, and the 5 foreign races." As soon as Fang Xiu's words came out, the crowd following behind to watch the action stirred once again. What was the situation? The 1,000-year cold armor turtle and the 5 foreign races were killed. Even now, there were still quite a few people out there searching for the Millennium Cold Armor Turtle and the 5 foreign races. Unexpectedly, Fang Xiu had turned in all the remaining rookie competition tasks at once. "Alright, I'll transfer the reward to your app account right away, please pay attention to checking it," the staff lady said with a smile on her face. "No need to verify?" Fang Xiu was surprised. "The frontline staff has already reported over. You did kill the 1,000-year cold armor turtle, Bloody Royal Shark, and 5 foreigners all by yourself," the staff lady replied patiently. Before Fang Xiu could say anything, the professionals watching behind him looked like professional jokesters and were all over the place. Single kill. Both bosses are single kills. That said, does Big Brother Fang Xiu still collect thigh pendants now? Fang Xiu glanced back inadvertently, and instantly, the entire Aurora Society headquarters hall once again returned to silence. Turning back again, Fang Xiu continued to the staff, please distribute 6,000 Aurora points of the 1,000-year cold armor turtle to Rong Rong. She and I teamed up to kill it. Chapter 112 The Deal. Aurora point balance, 242,000. 242,000 Aurora points, enough to enter the Sword Soul Mound twice. However, entering the Sword Soul Mound twice wasn't really necessary at the moment. Fang Xiu was prepared to keep 100,000, and the other Aurora points to prepare the equipment for the third turn. Hello, Mr. Fang Xiu, I'm Yizi Cheng, the manager of the Aurora Club's purchasing department. I heard that you have some things you want to sell? While Fang Xiu was lost in thought, a young man with glasses and a gentlemanly appearance walked into the room. After handing in his quest just now, Fang Xiu approached Sister Hong to indicate that he wanted to sell his equipment and props. Sister Hong then personally brought Fang Xiu to the purchasing department of the Aurora Society and had the manager of the purchasing department, Yizi Cheng, come to dock herself. There was a hard and fast criterion for wanting the manager of the purchasing department to receive him personally, and that was that it had to involve epic equipment or skills. Otherwise, the manager of the Haiguang City branch of the titular Aurora Society wouldn't be so free to meet anyone. Right, I wonder what the Aurora Club's acquisition criteria is like? Yizi Cheng reached out and handed up a sheet. Fang Xiu took the sheet to check it out, and the criteria was clearly written on it. 5,000 Aurora points for a first turn epic level equipment. Second turn epic level equipment 7,000 Aurora points. Third turn epic level equipment 12,000 Aurora points. Fourth turn epic level equipment 50,000 Aurora points. The price of weapons of the corresponding rank and quality is increased by 20%, and the price of jewelry parts is increased by 50%. In the case of skill books, the base price is quintupled. Special props and legendary grade equipment are valued on site. Increase the price by 5% if the number of equipment sold at one time reaches 10 or more pieces. Fang Xiu carefully reviewed the contents of the list, and Aurora Club's purchase price was a bit higher than he expected. In the Aurora Club App Store, the lowest turn 2 epic level equipment was 8,000, while the lowest turn 3 epic level equipment was 12,000. This difference in price for Aurora Club was barely acceptable. After thinking about it, Fang Xiu took the equipment and skills he was planning to sell out of his career space. There were actually quite a few epic level equipment and special props in his career space, but there weren't many things that he didn't need and could take out to sell. A cold armor turtle shield that originated from a 1,000-year-old cold armor turtle, a blood drawing techniques skill book that originated from a bloody royal shark, and a bloody shark's charge banner. Originally, there was also a bloody shark bite, but Fang Xiu thought about it and kept it for now. Anyway, it's a third turn equipment, so let's see what his fourth profession will be, and then sell it if he doesn't need it. Cold Armor Turtle Shield is an equipment in the hands of defensive professions. When calculated as a weapon, it gives you a 20% boost, 14,400 polar light points. The Art of Drawing Blood, a third turn epic skill, 60,000 Aurora points. As for the Blood Shark's Charge Banner, this is indeed a good item. Yizi Cheng glanced at Fang Xiu. You're the one Sister Hong introduced me to, so I won't screw you over. 220,000 Aurora points. Fang Xiu raised his eyebrows. 220,000 Aurora points? This was almost catching up to all of his current savings. It seemed like he had underestimated the value of ranged increase props. Deal. Fang Xiu didn't hesitate. Until he found other platforms where he could purchase and exchange props above the epic level, the Aurora Club's Aurora points were the only currency that was useful to him. 3 items combined, 294,400 Aurora points. I'll make the deal and give you a 300,000 Aurora points, Yizi Cheng suddenly said. Fang Xiu froze. From 294,400 to 300,000 Aurora points. Reverse zero erasure? Thank you. Coming back to his senses, Fang Xiu hurriedly thanked him. I have to thank you instead. That bloody royal shark ate a lot of my friends back then. Yizi Cheng smiled and shook his head slightly as he took out a pen from his pocket and wrote down the number on a piece of paper and handed it to Fang Xiu. If there are any more epic level equipment or powerful special props that you want to sell, you can find me. Saying that, Yizi Cheng directly transferred 300,000 Aurora points to Fang Xiu's Aurora Society app account, collected the 3 items on the table and turned to leave. Looking at Yizi Cheng's back as he left, Fang Xiu couldn't help but sigh. Looks like the bloody imperial shark has created quite a lot of killing sins. However, this was a bargain for himself, earning 5,600 pole light points for nothing. Getting up, Fang Xiu left the room and headed for his dormitory. While walking, he checked the Aurora Society's store, thinking about what equipment he should buy first. Currently, the equipment he needed was divided into 2 sets, one set with the main attribute of agility, for the Sword of the Spirit, third turn profession, which was tentatively set to be the 9 scales illusory body 5-piece set. A set of main attribute for the Spirit, to the Blade Lord, of the 3rd career preparation, is not yet fully determined what set. By the way, there must also be a spirit boosting weapon. Although the Star River was +9, it didn't add the spirit attribute, and wasn't well suited for the spirit profession. If you're going to buy it yourself, it's best to find a weapon that adds wind attribute damage. A weapon soon entered Fang Xiu's field of vision. Wind King Spirit Bead. Quality, Legendary. Attributes, Attack +50, Defense +50, Spirit +120, Physique +10, Wind skill damage increase by 25%. Attached skill, Wind King Shield. When attacked, it automatically coalesces a wind attribute shield with a shield value of Spirit Power x5, lasts for 3 minutes, cooldown 1 hour. Level, 3rd turn. Durability, 400/400. Description, a bead polished from the heart core left behind by the legendary Wind King after his death. It will automatically float beside the holder, flying slowly around the holder, and when the holder is attacked, it will automatically shelter the owner with the power of the Wind King. Price, 120,000 Aurora points. A whopping 120 points of spiritual attributes, which could be considered as an extreme attribute bonus, as well as additional defense and physique boosts, as well as the automatically triggered shield mechanism, all of which made Fang Xiu salivate. However, what concerned Fang Xiu the most was that the Wind King Spirit Pearl would automatically float beside the holder. This meant that one could not have to switch weapons when switching professions. Even if he was holding the Star River, he could still let the Wind King Spirit Pearl float by his side, and although he wouldn't get the attribute bonuses of both weapons at the same time, he could always borrow its power to use the Blade Lord skill. If one were to say the disadvantage, it would be that the Wind King Spirit Pearl as a legendary grade weapon was a bit too expensive. 120,000 Aurora points. It was equivalent to 10 times the recovery price of a 3rd turn epic level equipment. Returning to his room, Fang Xiu recorded all the equipment he looked at favorably, including the Wind King Spirit Bead, but didn't buy it. The reason was that he was only at turn 2, and it was useless to bring turn 3 equipment. Moreover, the 9 scales illusory body 5-piece set, Fang Xiu still wanted to try to brush up on it while he was in his 2nd turn. Early to bed, there are still a lot of things to do tomorrow. Fang Xiu stretched his waist. Besides equipment, he still had to level up the Blade Lord's basic skill, Wind Slice, before he could consider the matter of turning 3. Chapter 113 9 Scales Illusory Body Set. Fang Xiu stayed in Sea Light City until the middle of September. Almost a month had passed since he had beheaded the bloody Imperial Shark. This almost 1 month was busy and fulfilling. The daily routine was to cultivate Windcut, and if he acquired a Hell-level difficulty copy key, he would go for a brush. Since the Newcomer competition quest fell, the Hell-level difficulty copy keys plummeted, basically selling for no more than 2,000 Aurora points. Fang Xiu put up an acquisition post on the posting bar, and collected as many Hell-level difficulty keys as he could for the 5 copies of the 2nd turn. Despite this, Fang Xiu had only received 7 keys, including 3 from Sword Star Bay, 2 from Sea Serpent Algae Land, 1 from King Crab Cave, and 1 from Peeps Valley. The 3 Sword Star Bay keys were barely enough for Fang Xiu to redo the Star Sword Kingfish's transformation stone. The 2 keys from the Sea Serpent Algae Land also produced 2 different accessories for the 9 Scales Fantasy Body set, and the 2 missing pieces Fang Xiu found in the Aurora App Store, and it was rumored that one of them had just been purchased more than a month ago. Thus, Fang Xiu spent 30,000 Aurora points to pocket these 2 pieces of equipment, completing the 9 Scales Illusory Body Set. 9 Scales Illusory Body Set. Top, bottom, gauntlets, boots, helmet. Quality, epic. Attributes, defense plus 250, movement speed plus 50, agility plus 80, strength plus 10, physique plus 20, attachment skill, scale retention passive, once every 10 minutes, automatically generates a snake scale mirage when attacked to protect against 50% of the damage. Level, 3rd turn. Set effect, attachment skill, Snake 9 Scales generates 9 phantoms with 10% of the body's full attributes. The phantoms can't use active skills, lasts 1 minute, cooldown time, 24 hours. Compared to the Bird of the Woods set he wore during his 2nd turn, the 9 Scales Phantom Body Epic set of the 3rd turn had almost doubled all of his basic attributes, plus 1 passive skill and 1 active skill. The epic level set was indeed strong enough. Fang Xiu couldn't wait to change into this set of equipment, but he still had to wait for the 3rd turn. With the remaining 2 keys, Fang Xiu went to the Crab King Cave to take a look at the Inferno Crab's lair to see if there was still at Songhai Flame Lotus. The result is naturally no, as a Fey element, that Sanhai Flame Lotus is a real rare prop, and it's not enough to produce one copy at a time. However, there are no Fey elements for sale in the Aurora App Store, and Feng Xiu is currently not short of Aurora points, so he hasn't moved to sell that Sanhai Flame Lotus. The last key to the Valley of the Peppermints was a pure loss. The boss's transformation stone didn't come out, nor did the epic equipment, nor the Fey elements that existed in the Crab King cave, and probably because he wasn't the first to clear the hell difficulty of the copy, and the people in front of him had already taken the most valuable things. In addition to the hell level copies, Feng Xiu hadn't let go of the 5-second turn copies of Nightmare difficulty ranked first in August. Therefore, at the beginning of September, he had harvested another 50 turn 2 strengthening stones. Feng Xiu chose to smash it all on the Star River, which had already been strengthened to level 9, and the level immediately increased from +9 to +12. River of Stars +12. Quality, Epic Lord's Artifact. Attributes, +297 attack power, +34 agility, +34 strength, +50% attack speed. Attached skill, Starlight Stirring passive, 10% probability of increasing the speed of this attack by 100% when attacking, 10% additional star damage of own attack 100%. Attached skill, 7-star flash passive, the 7th attack on the target, the damage is increased by 50%. Level, 2nd turn. Durability, 1513-1700. Description, Star Swordfish draw the power of starlight in the sky and condense it into starstones. After a long time of accumulation, and due to the inculcation of sword chi, it invariably coalesces into a famous sword full of the power of the stars. Lord's Artifact, cannot be traded after picking up. All the Sword Starfish clan whose level does not exceed the holders by 20 levels will be forced to submit to the holder when holding this equipment. Strengthened and Soul Bound. The attached skill 7-star Flash is an additional ability gained from Star River's +10 enhancement. How can I put this ability? On average, the damage of each sword is increased by 7%? It was better than nothing, but Feng Xiu valued the bonus attributes of Star River the most. In the middle, there was only one failure at +11, and in the end, there were 7 second turn enhancement stones left behind. Feng Xiu specially went to clear all the 5 turn 2 copies near Haiguang City in September, so that even if he turned 3 in September, he would still be able to get the turn 2 copy settlement rewards at the end of the month. At that time, Feng Xiu would try to impact Star River +15. Wind Slice skill proficiency +1, skill level up, current level, 15 max. Skill comprehension, 8 desolate will kill. Finally, Feng Xiu, who was standing in the wind room, wiped the sweat stains that had been blown dry. After spending almost a month's time with 15,000 extreme light points for the wind room, he had finally also practiced the Wind Slice skill to full level. With 3 skills at full level, he could finally make his third turn. However, because of the agreement with Lin Jinan, the third turn had to be put on hold first, and he still had to go back to Castle Peak City. He opened his skills to check the Blade Profession move that had just arrived. 8 Wasteland will kill, 7-star epic skill, LV1 cannot be upgraded, consumes 1000 magic points, creates 8 large wind wheels around itself that cannot be manipulated and can only fly forward. Each wind wheel's damage is equal to the wind/kill, cooldown time, 24 hours. A large range skill, Feng Xiu thought as he rubbed his chin. Surrounding himself, but only able to fly in a straight line of wind cuts, the damage is also based on the wind cut kill, which is not the same as throwing a wind cut kill in each of the 8 directions. This skill does not have much significance in fighting bosses, but if it is used to harvest the weak, it is definitely an advantageous tool. If only I could maneuver it. Coagulating 8 wind/kills at the same time, the damage that would be inflicted, Feng Xiu almost didn't dare to think about it. It should be stronger than the 7-star Sword Emperor Fish's 7-star cut move. After all, there was one more. In addition to the 8 desolate will slaying move, Feng Xiu had also realized a skill called Extreme Wind when Wind/reached LV10. Extreme Wind, 7-star epic skill, LV1 cannot be upgraded, all wind/damage multipliers increased by 100%, flight speed increased by 50%. As expected of a law profession that aimed to develop extreme kills. The passive skill that LV10 comprehended was actually a direct increase in damage multipliers. It was horrifying. In this wave, Blade Lord's second skill 8 Wind Wheel Shadow Formation is Qin Shi Huang touching the electricity door, winning hemp. Wind Slice kill only increased the damage multiplier by 100%. But the 8 Wind Wheel Shadow array of each wind wheel can be calculated individually damage, equal to a boost of 800% of the damage multiplier. Although there are 8 wind wheels in the 8 Desolate Wheel of Shadow, but because the 8 wind wheels do not attack the same target, for each enemy's damage is just a normal wind cut kill, 100% damage multiplier increase only. Chapter 114 Active Light Shelter. The day before, Fang Xiu and Li Bo made an appointment to send him to Castle Peak City. Coinciding with the fact that Duan had just returned from the front line, he took the initiative to ask Fang Xiu to join him for a meal. Originally, Fang Xiu wanted to make an appointment at Rongji restaurant and call Li Bo as well, just so that he could finish eating the 1,000-year cold armor turtle meat jelly that he had deposited at Boss Rong's place. That Millennium Cold Armor Turtle was entrusted by Fang Xiu to Rong to send to Boss Rong's place on the same day, and at noon the next day, the turtle soup and turtle meat increased Fang Xiu's full attributes by 1 point and 10 points of life value and magic value ceiling when he ate the first meal. After that, no matter how much Fang Xiu ate, it would have little effect. Bosses of the third turn didn't have much of a nourishing effect on Fang Xiu, so if he wanted to add more attribute points, he'd have to hunt a field boss of the fourth turn. I don't think I've heard of any fourth turn field bosses in the coastal area. Because of the huge size of the 1,000-year cold armor turtle, Fang Xiu, Li Bo and Rong couldn't finish it, so the rest of the meat had already been made into meat jelly by Master Rong and stored at his place, so Fang Xiu could come and eat it whenever he wanted. For Fang Xiu's proposal, Duan refused. He just booked an ordinary hotel and opened a separate compartment. Fang Xiu instantly understood that this senior who had introduced himself to the Aurora Society had something important to say and needed a quieter environment. The first floor of Rongji restaurant was a popular cafeteria, and the second floor was an open kitchen, so with Boss Rong around, it was indeed not very convenient. In the evening, before entering the table, the two people have not seen each other for a long time, met and exchanged a few pleasantries, and when the dishes were served, Duan began to step into the main topic. "I heard that you killed the bloody royal shark?" "Not bad," he just complimented. "It was thrilling. I was also lucky," Fang Xiu said honestly. He had just started fighting with the bloody imperial shark, and if he hadn't gotten out of the way with the dragon roar when he was bitten by the other party, he probably wouldn't have been able to do what he did later on. It was also with this previous lesson that Fang Xiu considered his lack of defense, which is why he chose to put together the 9 scales illusionary bodysuit with automatic defense, and wanted to buy the Wind King Spirit Bead also had this aspect in mind. Without strength, even the greatest luck is useless. He just shook his head, unimpressed by the luck Fang Xiu mentioned. "I've tried to hunt the bloody imperial shark before. At that time, my heart was high and proud, and when I took on the bloody emperor shark in my second turn and 6-star career, I only managed to escape from its mouth by a fluke. When I turned 8-star profession to take revenge, it was 50-50, I couldn't help it, it couldn't stop me, so I finally had to give up." "You were able to kill it at the second turn. It's obvious that your talent is a whole lot stronger than me," he just said with a smile. "A while ago Sister Huang told me that you stayed in the Sword Soul Mound for an hour and a half for the first time. I still don't believe it. Now I suspect that an hour and a half isn't even your limit." Fang Xiu silently scratched his head. That time in the Sword Soul Graveyard was only luck. He used tricky methods. If he didn't have the Sword Soul's transformation stone, then not to mention an hour and a half, it would be hard for him to get through even an hour. After all, one's Sword of the Living Spirit profession was only 6 stars, and one didn't have a talent that could additionally enhance one's sword skills. "Here, take it." Suddenly, Chuan took out a golden jade from his career space, which was threaded with a black rope and could be carried as an amulet. "What's this?" Fang Xiu asked while taking the golden jade to check it out. "Aurora Shelter. Grade, Legendary. Effect, +20 to all attributes, comes with skill Paradise King Fist, automatically triggered when life value falls below 5%, life value restored to 10,000 while delivering a Paradise King Fist to the source of the attack. Number of times it can be triggered, 1/1, can be continued to be recharged for use after use. Level, 3rd turn. Description, a 7th turn king seals his Aurora power in a jade, crafting the jade into an amulet. All who attempt to kill the jade's possessor will surely endure the 7th turn king's furious punch first. You should also know what the bloody royal shark represents in the Aurora Society. That's the threshold of top geniuses hand-picked by the Aurora King. Slaying it, that basically means you'll be cultivated as a priority by King Aurora. And the item in your hand is the first gift that King Aurora gave to you, a top genius, he just explained. Fang Xiu was a bit shocked as he looked at the item in his hand. A 3rd turn legendary grade jewelry. Although it didn't provide much in the way of attributes, just +20 to all attributes, the terrifying Paradise King's Fist was not only able to restore one's own life value, but was also able to launch a counterattack against the source of the attack. From the description, the king who sealed the power of Aurora into the Jade Stone should be the founder of the Aurora Society, the Aurora King Haoring Guang. As long as you bring it with you, if your enemy wants to kill you, they will have to endure a Heavenly King's Fist from the Aurora King first. An amulet from the king. Seeing Fang Xiu shocked at the powerful effect of the amulet, he Duan continued, "The identity of the bloody royal shark is not ordinary, it is the only beast son of the once lord of the near sea, the bloody royal shark that has already been sealed as a king, and as long as it is cultivated a little bit, it is highly likely that it will be a king-sealed powerful person in the future. It is not only us, the Aurora Society, but also the foreign races in the sea who are eyeing it. They don't want to take the bloody imperial shark under their tutelage all the time. The 5 sharks that you killed before crossed the border of the human race precisely for this purpose. Now that you've killed the bloody imperial shark, and you've killed the bloody imperial shark alone with the strength of a second-turn professional, in their opinion, you are a top genius who will definitely be crowned king in the future. A threat that absolutely must be removed when you grow up. So, Junior, be careful when you go out in the future and protect yourself." He just patted Fang Xiu's shoulder. Only then did Fang Xiu realize that the third-turn legendary grade talisman wasn't that good. It was because he would be missed by the foreign races that the Aurora King gave himself an amulet. It's so troublesome. There was a feeling of being stared at with a knife. If it wasn't for his lack of strength, he really wanted to kill the foreign races in the sea straight away. Seeing Fang Xiu frowning tightly, he Duan smiled and comforted, "It's okay, as a genius, you have to get used to this feeling of being missed by the foreigners, I came through the same thing back then. However, don't worry too much, there are kings on the front line of the human race, and the border cities are sheltered by great formations, so as long as you're careful, there won't be any foreigners who can penetrate deep into the Donghuang kingdom to assassinate you." Fang Xiu was slightly relieved. What he said was true. If the human race produced a genius and was killed by the foreigners, then there wouldn't be any king-level powerhouses. The two of them drank and chatted until 11 p.m. before ending the feast. "I'll be disappearing for a while next. After that, if there's anything, you can go to Sister Hong. I've already explained to her that she'll help you as much as she can." When they were parting ways, he Duan suddenly said, "Disappearing for a while? What are you going to do?" Fang Xiu asked after him. He just grinned. Seal the king. Chapter 115, King, Emperor, and King. What is a king? In ancient times, among humans, foreign races, and beasts, a king was an identity, a king who ruled over his race. But in the current world of professionals, king is synonymous with 11-star professions. To be precise, 11 stars should be morning star level. Above the 10-star professions, there were also the morning star, glow moon, and flare yang levels, which corresponded to being crowned king, emperor, and proclaimed emperor. Regardless of the profession, if the name king was used, it would definitely be at the morning star level. If you take emperor as your name, you will definitely be at the Phaeton level. If they are called emperor, they will definitely be of the sunburst level. It has nothing to do with the beast's racial name. The so-called king is to raise one's profession from 10 stars to the morning star level. Don't underestimate the difference between this 1 star. And for a professional, a 10-star profession is a hurdle. Once this hurdle was crossed, a professional's life level would be sublimated, with a significant increase in longevity and more powerful professions and skills. After sealing the king, even if he was at the same level as the other party, it would be easy to fight 10. And if one wanted to cross this hurdle and succeed in sealing the king, there was a special requirement. That is, one needed to transfer with 2 10-star skills, 1 primary and 1 secondary, in order to be able to successfully seal the king. As Fang Xiu joined the Aurora Society, a high-end platform, he basically understood through the Aurora app that ordinary geniuses, that is, those who didn't have talent in their natural attribute panel, and whose transfer skills weren't of the legendary level, were able to obtain the ultimate star-level professions at each transfer stage. In the first turn, the limit is a 3-star career. Second turn, the limit is 5-star career. Third turn for 7 stars. 4 turns for 8 stars. 5 turns for 9 stars. 6 turns 10 stars, getting a 10-star skill now. 7 turns to 10 stars, which was another transfer based on the 7-star skill learned after 6 turns, getting another 10-star skill. 8 turns in order to be crowned king. This was the limit of the ordinary genius's transfer path, and it was still theoretical. In reality, the vast majority of geniuses couldn't be that smooth. Either their skill grade wasn't high enough to reach the theoretical limit of transferring when they transferred. Either that or they had difficulty surviving to the 8th turn. 8 turns? That was level 80. The higher the level, the more experience was needed, naturally requiring more kills. And the higher the star level of a skill, the harder it was to raise the proficiency naturally. Many geniuses only rise to level 60 or 70 throughout their lives. Above that is the standard for ordinary geniuses. And geniuses like He Chuan, who was born with talent present in his attribute panel and had extraordinary potential. What he needs to do is to speed up his steps on this ordinary genius transfer route, and advance a few transfer rounds to be crowned king as early as possible. As the same king, the earlier he sealed the king, the stronger his strength would be. Moreover, after he was crowned king in the 6th turn, Duan could try to make an impact on ascending to the throne. Currently, out of the 1 billion people in Dongwon Kingdom, the number of kings that have been officially counted is more than 100. The probability is almost 10 million to 1. On average, only one king comes out of 10 million people. As for emperors, there were 3 in the eastern Huan country. As for the great emperors, there was once one from the human race. Now, no one knew if he was still alive. From the conversation with Hedust, Fang Xiu knew Hedust's career star level for the 2nd and 3rd turns. 2nd turn 6 stars. 3rd turn 8 stars. It's not possible that he turned 10 stars on turn 4, then turn 5 to raise another skill to 10 stars as well, and turn 6 to prepare to seal the king, right? Fang Xiu guessed. He remembered that Hedust was now the 5th turn powerhouse to come. 6 turns to seal the king, fast ordinary genius 2 transfer rounds. Worthy of being the top genius of the young generation of the Aurora Society. Fang Xiu thought about it. If Hedust could really do it, this could be even stronger than the Aurora Society's founder, Hao Ringwang, who had sealed the king at the 7th turn. In turn, Fang Xiu was also thinking about when he would be crowned king. Before, when he thought about sealing the king, it felt quite distant. But now, he had 3 professions in his 2nd turn: 5-star, Primal Apprentice, 6-star, Sword of the Living Spirit, and 7-star, Blade Lord. A 2nd turn 7-star profession, this was even stronger than Hedust's 2nd turn 6-star profession. But how many times would one transfer to seal the king ahead of time? After Fang Xiu thought about it carefully, he felt as if he wasn't that far away from sealing the king, or even. He is not that far away, and is even close to it. Not to mention, under careful thought, Fang Xiu suddenly had a bold idea. If Blade Lord was able to reach 10 stars in the 3rd turn, then his 4th skill with a better foundation would also be able to reach 10 stars at the 3rd turn. Strive for it and seal the king in the 4th turn? And wanting the Blade Lord to reach 10 stars. Without a doubt, it would depend on the strength of the 4th skill. A 4-star epic level skill wasn't enough. At least the entire 4-star legendary grade skill is needed. Thinking of this, Fang Xiu took out his cell phone, but put it down again. For star legend level skills, he had looked for them a long time ago. There was simply none. This was also the reason why the 4-star skills he had envisioned for himself had always been epic level instead of legend level. Epic level skill books could be much easier to find than legendary level. Find some time to ask Sister Hong to keep an eye out for me. Fang Xiu pondered. He wasn't in a hurry. After the 3rd turn, there was still a lot of time to find it slowly. Other than the 4-star skills, the only way to increase the probability that Blade Lord's 3rd turn would be a 10-star profession should be the Fey Elemental. The next morning, Li Bo was punctually at the center square of Haiguang City, which was also the teleportation square to open the teleportation gate to Castle Peak City for Fang Xiu. Trouble you when I come back, I'll treat you to dinner. Fang Xiu thanked. No trouble, call anytime you want to come back, I'll be at your beck and call. Li Bo waved his hand, his face full of smiles. Thinking about Fang Xiu's ability to be crowned king in the future, he felt that it was worth it even if he had to be Fang Xiu's chauffeur all the time. Passing through the teleportation gate. On the other side of the door was the station of Castle Peak City, which was exactly where Fang Xiu had left with He Chen last time. Spatial abilities are really convenient every day. He envied spatial attribute skills. Unfortunately, spatial attribute skills were too rare. And the value was still several times that of normal attributes. There wasn't a single spatial attribute skill in the 4-star epic level skill books in the Aurora Society App Store, let alone the legendary level. Otherwise, if you think about it, wind/ and spatial ability kinda go together. Throwing a wind/ capable of cutting through everything from a spatial rift. It was thrilling to think about. There's also the Sword of the Living Spirit, that can become a sword of space to cut through space. Fang Xiu wide while walking out of the station hall, and not far from the entrance, a woman wearing white researcher's clothing with sunglasses had been waiting for a long time. Auntie. Fang Xiu waved. Li Qinghong took off her sunglasses and nodded towards Fang Xiu before pulling open the car door and signaling him to get on the car. Familiarly sitting on the passenger seat and fastening his seatbelt, Fang Xiu asked, "Where are we going first?" "First go home, I made some dishes, it's kind of a pick-me-up for you." Chapter 116 Teamwork Contract. Braised lion's head, steamed pike crab, lobster egg soup, white chicken. Auntie's craftsmanship was still worth recognizing. Although it was not as good as Chef Rome, it was full of the flavor of childhood. During the time when Fang Xiu's parents had just left, it was Li Qinghong who took care of him. Thinking about that time now was quite emotional. Fang Xiu had a rare sip before going to bed, and didn't even practice his sword in the courtyard at night. Early the next morning, when Fang Xiu woke up, his sister-in-law Li Qinghong had already left for work. So Fang Xiu went out for a morning jog around the park as he once did when he lived at home, stopping by the street-side breakfast store to buy a few large buns to bring home. He ate, showered, changed his clothes, and cleaned up everything before going out. Took a taxi straight to the center square of Castle Peak City to Lingji Company. Today, he had an appointment with Lin Jinan to meet and talk about going to the Mulong ruins afterward. On the first floor, the same receptionist Xiao Li that he had met before was waiting for him. "Mr. Fang, our president asked me to wait for you here." Xiao Li immediately revealed a bright smile when she saw Fang Xiu and reached out her hand. "Please follow me." Fang Xiu followed Xiao Li onto the elevator. The elevator quickly arrived at the 30th floor. Under Xiao Li's guidance, Fang Xiu walked through the hall and came straight to the front door of the president's office. "President, Mr. Fang is here." Xiao Li knocked on the door and pushed it open for Fang Xiu. In the office, a young girl with a delicate face, dressed in a black professional outfit with a competent ponytail, sat in front of the computer, meticulously knocking on the keyboard. The speed was extremely fast. This young girl was naturally Lin Jinan. However, she was now the president of Lingji Corporation, which was something Fang Xiu hadn't expected. Didn't this person need to practice? Hearing that Fang Xiu had arrived, the young girl said without lifting her head. "Sit. Serve tea." Fang Xiu was not polite, and sat down straight on the leather sofa on the side. Xiao Li turned around to make tea. Taking this opportunity, Fang Xiu looked around at the layout and furnishings of the president's office. The big desk for the computer is black, and behind the desk there is a black glass cabinet, which displays various antiques, paintings and calligraphy, and there is also a fortune tree in the corner. At a glance, it was clear that this was not Lin Jinan's own office. Not letting Fang Xiu wait for a long time, Xiao Li put down the freshly brewed tea and went out the door. Lin Jinan's keyboarding sound also stopped, and she sidled her head to survey Fang Xiu. "I heard that you've been in the limelight in the Aurora Society recently? Beheading a beast child left behind by a king beast near the sea?" Fang Xiu gave Lin Jinan an unexpected look. "You know all this? Looks like you're paying a lot of attention to me?" The Aurora Society is a top-tier professional corps and an organization that is close to the border, but anytime there is a large professional corps or company, they will collect information about them, Lin Jinan explained. "That's right." Fang Xiu nodded in recognition and looked up at her again. "How about it? Have you made an appointment with the other two people for the exploration of the Macro Dragon ruins? I want to try to make it as fast as possible." "The appointment was made a long time ago, just waiting for you alone," Lin Jinan said without any good humor. Fang Xiu smiled and shrugged his shoulders, not really thinking about it. They only needed to practice 2 skills proficiency after they switched, while he himself had to practice much more than 2. "The time is about 9 a.m. the day after tomorrow, the West Gate exit of Castle Peak City. Prepare the supplies you want to bring yourself. Also, I'm going to ask you again. Your skills should have been raised to full proficiency, ready to be transferred at any time, right? The experience you accumulated in the second turn should also be enough for you to directly level up to level 40, right?" Lin Jinan asked, a question that she had actually asked Fang Xiu on her cell phone. "Of course, anytime I can transfer the accumulated experience, I guess it's enough for me to level up to 50, Fang Xiu replied. The second turn was a full level 30, he himself had leveled up not long after arriving at Sea Light City, and had followed up with an unknown number of brush trips to Swordfish Bay. There were also 3 wild bosses, and various copies of hellish difficulty. Leveling straight up to 50 might be a bit of an exaggeration, but the experience was definitely enough for Fang Xiu to level up to 40 and more. As for why Lin Jinan asked that, it was because she was preparing to transfer immediately after entering the copy of the Pastoral Dragon Ruins. This time, there was a high probability that she would be fighting against the other two, so Lin Jinan wanted to raise her combat power as much as possible. By directly transferring after entering, the increase in career star level and the increase in level would bring about a huge amount of combat power. If the other person hadn't changed professions, then Fang Xiu and Lin Jinan Jiang would directly have a huge advantage. If the other party had changed professions, and Fang Xiu and Lin Jinan hadn't. With Lin Jinan's personality, she was used to preparing for everything before entering, so she definitely wouldn't let this happen. "That's fine." Then Lin Jinan pulled out a parchment scroll from her career space and threw it to Fang Xiu. "Sign it." Fang Xiu took the parchment scroll and carefully examined it. Teamwork contract. Special item. Effect: those who sign the contract will have the tacit understanding of fighting side by side for many years, and will not be able to harm each other, and will not be able to be malicious towards each other. Duration: until both parties are sure to dissolve the contract. Signed, Lin Jinan. Description: a figment of the power of the pact, said to be a spark left behind by the god of pacts for unfamiliar souls. Perhaps. The effect of a teaming pact is not to build a credible team in a short period of time, but rather to leave the seed of a team behind. It was the special team contract that Lin Jingan mentioned when he said he wanted to work together. This was a rare item and not cheap. Fang Xiu copied the pen on the coffee table and signed his name. Then he chose to use it. The team contract in his hand was immediately burned by a light blue flame, which didn't have any temperature, but devoured the entire parchment scroll at an extremely fast speed. Until the parchment scroll completely disappeared, Fang Xiu and Lin Jinan both sensed that there was some power in the underworld that entwined themselves with the other party. The other party's every move was inexplicably known and familiar to him or her, as if they had known each other for a long time and had gone through the storm together, very reliable. Only, this feeling made Lin Jinan somewhat unexpectedly irritated. The morning after tomorrow, see you at 9 o'clock, Lin Jinan began to give his expulsion order. Fang Xiu didn't feel bad about this and got up to leave. But just as he was about to walk out of the door of the president's office, Fang Xiu suddenly thought of something and turned his head to Lin Jinan and asked, "Does your Lingji company collect Fey elements?" "Yes," Lin Jinan replied without thinking. "What attribute do you want?" "Wind, a higher ranking would be best." "I can take a look for you, but you'd better prepare the bargaining chips in advance. This time, you won't have the amount of money that the Ganoderma Corporation will sponsor you with." Of course, Fang Xiu waved his hand away. The chips used to trade for other wind-attributed Fey elements he had prepared long ago. It was the Sanhai Flame Lotus that he got from the Hell-level copy of the Crab King Cave. If it's not enough, we'll see. Chapter 117: Herding Dragon Ruins. A day later, the appointed day. Fang Xiu pinched the time and arrived at the west gate of Castle Peak City. Lin Jinan had already arrived, wearing a black armor, which was exactly the attire she wore in the 10 schools competition Castle Peak realm. Compared to yesterday, today she was a bit more valiant. In addition to Lin Jinan, there were two other people. Both are young people, a stout figure of 2 meters, muscles bursting, veins, hands with a pair of claws, wearing a full set of dark blue armor, just printed with a bare head pattern, emitting a faint shimmering light. It can be seen that his body equipment should be strengthened. The youth clasped his hands on his chest, not angry, radiating a ferocious and difficult to provoke the atmosphere. Ordinary people did not dare to pass in front of him. The other one had an unusual figure, only 1.7 meters or so, dressed in white, with sunglasses, the corners of his mouth still hung with a three-quarter smile, and was saying something to Lin Jinan. The information of these two people, Lin Jinan had already sent to Fang Xiu. The burly young man was called Hong Zhong, the voice of Hong Zhong, the second turned 6-star, 1000 night boxer, a newcomer to the Beasts of the Northern Wilderness professional group. The white-clothed young man was called Lin Qingfeng, a 5-star second turned, whirlwind dual swordsman, and a newcomer to the Greenfield Palace professional group. Both the Beasts of the Northern Wilderness and the Palace of the Green Wilderness were the top professional groups in Donghuang country. The newcomers from the two professional corps were all geniuses in terms of their star rating, especially the Thousand Fist Master, who was 80% talented. "Everyone's here," Lin Jinan said aloud when he saw Fang Xiu arrive. The other two cast sizing gazes at Fang Xiu. "I'm Lin Qingfeng, what's this handsome guy's name?" Lin Qingfeng took the initiative to come up and greet Fang Xiu. Fang Xiu, although he knew that the other party should already have his information as well, but reaching out is not a good idea, out of politeness, Fang Xiu still replied. The other one, Hong Zhong, didn't have the idea of coming up to recognize Fang Xiu, and just glanced at him, always keeping his guard up. "Let's go." Lin Jinan took the initiative to lead the way. The four of them quickly exited the western gate of Castle Peak City and went up the myriad Castle Peak. It was only when they came to an uninhabited woodland that they stopped. "Take out your respective fragments," said Lin Jinan, who had already taken the initiative to take out his own fragment. The remaining three had taken out their own shards. The four fragments appeared together, and immediately their surfaces were flooded with golden light, flying uncontrollably into midair. It quickly synthesized into a complete golden map that slowly fell from midair. Lin Qingfeng, Hong Zhong, and Fang Xiu were on guard, but none of them went forward to take the map. In the end, it was Lin Jinan who stepped forward to catch the map, after which, she threw the map forward. The golden map immediately turned into a golden stream of light and flew towards the myriad green mountain. Follow the golden light, it will take us to our destination, Lin Jinan hurriedly stepped forward to follow. Fang Xiu's three heard this and hurriedly went after the golden stream of light. The golden stream of light traveled through the forest, not too fast, and the four of them easily kept up, but the flying distance wasn't close. The golden stream of light flew around myriad green mountain, turned into the depths of a hill, and suddenly disappeared at the intersection of two large mountains, and then a light blue teleportation portal appeared at the place where the golden stream of light disappeared. The four's footsteps then stopped in front of the portal. Form a team? Lin Qingfeng proposed. I don't know if this was a one-time portal. If it was a one-time portal and not a team went in, I'm afraid that only the first person would be considered to have entered, and the others would be ejected even if they followed them in. Thus, the four quickly pulled together a team. Then they walked towards the portal at the same time. Soon, the surrounding scenery changed, transforming from a vibrant forest to a golden altar shrouded in dark clouds. Standing on the altar and looking down, the scenery in front of them caused the four to be somewhat shocked. A gigantic dragon skeleton that was thousands of meters long and 100 meters high was lying quietly in the ruins of the city, and on its head there was a black spear that went straight through its skull, nailing it to the ground. In the ruins of the city, there were dragon skeletons and human skeletons all over. Undoubtedly, this was the legendary ruins of the Dragon Herder clan. The dragon race skeletons all over the place were also indeed similar to the historical records of the Macro Dragon clan sinking in the fight with the dragon race. However, what was a bit surprising was that there was also a light blue portal floating silently in several corners of the city. Upstairs at the western city gate, in the center of the cross street, and at the end of the alley in the eastern city. There were 5 teleportation portals in total. There were actually teleportation portals to other areas in the Macca Dragon ruins? Fang Xiu withdrew his own gaze and raised his eyes behind him. It was a glorious palace, and on top of the palace was another huge dragon skeleton, its head similarly pierced by a black spear, nailed here. At the doorway, a giant portal stood there silently. This is again. Hint, Lin Qingfeng quits the team. Q, Hong Zhong quits the team. Fight. Almost the instant he saw the two people withdraw from the team, Lin Jinan shouted violently, his figure had already bounced up, his right hand took out a silver longbow from his career space, locking onto Lin Qingfeng on the ground in mid-air, and in the blink of an eye, the arrows were fired in quick succession. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Lin Qingfeng on the ground had long since taken out his own weapons from his occupation space, 2 long swords that glowed with a faint light, interlacing and dancing, cutting off all the arrows in mid-air. With one side of his body, he immediately chased after Lin Jinan in mid-air. While Lin Jinan was fighting Lin Qingfeng, Hong Zhong also launched a surprise attack on Fang Xiu. With one foot on the ground, his figure lunged forward, his muscles trembling from that powerful strength, the fist claws on his hands radiating cold aura, like a fierce tiger flying towards its target. This is the beginning of competition? I haven't even turned 3 yet? Fang Xiu expressed his shock, but his actions were not delayed at all. Taking half a step back, his right hand gripped the hilt of the River of Stars in a power stance. Transformation stars soared kingfish half-human form. Faint starlight enveloped Fang Xiu's entire body, eyebrows, hands, and feet. A sense of abundant power, a lithe body, and a gaze that could penetrate the opponent's weakness. Weakness penetration. Seal of flying blade. A green-colored wind wheel vaguely emerged around his feet. Instantaneous. Fang Xiu drew his sword. Miso the sharp blade rushed out of the scabbard and flashed in mid-air as Fang Xiu's figure transformed into a starlight, passing in an instant. Clang. Fang Xiu was standing 5 meters behind Hong Zhong when the sound of the sword blade colliding with gold and iron came. The collision sound was thick. Fang Xiu felt like he had chopped on a huge piece of steel. This was indeed the case. Hong Zhong's body had turned light blue like the armor he was wearing at some point, and his defense was soaring wildly. The chopping attack just now only left a palm-sized gash at the waist of his armor. The blood-colored numbers on his head also indicated that Fang Xiu hadn't inflicted too much damage on him. 86, Weakness Damage. Chapter 118 Relic Killing. Not over 100? Fang Xiu was surprised. He hadn't seen such low damage in a long time. Unbeknownst to him, the one who was even more surprised was Hong Zhong. The equipment he was wearing was a set of epic heavy armor, which was given to him when he joined the Northern Desert Beast. There were no additional skills, but it provided extremely high strength and defense attributes, and he had later strengthened them all himself with the strengthening stones he had obtained from swiping copies. A whole set of equipment, all +7. The terrifying defense brought about by this was not to mention the second-turn professions. Many third-turn professions couldn't even break through his defense if they didn't have an epic weapon. And now, Fang Xiu was actually able to deal nearly 100 damage to himself? Hong Zhong's gaze fell on the Star River in Fang Xiu's hand. An epic-level weapon with a reinforcement of 10 or more. Hong Zhong muttered, a fierce light flashing in his eyes as he stomped back with his right foot, and with a thud, the ground was crushed as his figure was launched like a heavy cannon. Darting forward, in the moment of rushing out, even appeared stumps. In the face of Hong Zhong's sudden advance, Fang Xiu sheathed his sword, and then backhanded a wind slice. The wind cut. The basketball-sized green-colored wheel of light rolled straight forward at an astonishing speed. Hong Zhong wasn't a speed-type professional, he was a power-type with short-range explosive power, not the dexterity to dodge attacks. So in the face of this light wheel with amazing speed in front of him, all Hong Zhong could do was to change his offense to defense. Crossing his arms in front of him, he wanted to block the attack with his own thick armor. But the very moment the wind cut descended, he knew he was wrong. A fatal mistake. Only to see the green wheel of light slicing straight through the armor on his arms as if it were tofu, without the slightest sense of blocking, then his hands. Head. Put. Reddish blood mixed with various white things fell. The scene was exceptionally bloody. This top genius, who had almost been internalized as the leader of the new generation in the northern wasteland beasts, had already laid on the ground without even having a chance to walk the plank. Only a blood-colored number was still floating above his head. 3268, weakness damage. That's right, Fang Xiu was satisfied with his damage. A skill like Wind Slash with up to 70% defense ignoring effect was indeed the best attack to kill professionals whose defense was comparable to a steel fortress. Turning his head to look at Lin Qingfeng and Lin Jinan, the two of them were still fighting hard. One of them was changing his weapons in different ways, and his attacks were so numerous that it was dizzying. The other danced the two long swords like clowns in a circus, with both the hilt, the body, and the blade being able to be used as means of attack and defense. Seemingly sensing Fang Xiu's gaze, Lin Qingfeng took the time to glance at the battle between Hong Zhong and Fang Xiu after blocking the spears thrown by Lin Jinan. Then his entire being went bad. Hong Zhong had been killed? That was the northern desolate beast star of tomorrow. Even Fang Xiu was a famous rookie in the Aurora Society. But how long had it been since they launched the sneak attack? Not even half a minute. Hong Zhong surprisingly couldn't even last half a minute under Fang Xiu. Then Lin Qingfeng immediately developed a desire to retreat. Seeing Lin Jinan darting over with a long spear in his hand, he immediately threw out the two long swords in his hand. Whirlwind two-phase thunder. The two longswords were swept straight forward by the whirlwind, and there was also a faint flow of electricity on their surfaces, just waiting to hit an opponent to explode the power hidden within. And these two longswords, one flew towards Fang Xiu and the other flew towards Lin Jinan. After throwing the long swords, Lin Qingfeng didn't bother to retrieve his own weapons and turned around to run, and while running, he also took out two more weapons from his career space and patted them under his feet. His figure immediately rose up into the air. Stepping on the two long swords, he immediately flew towards the nearest portal. Don't let him escape. Lin Jinan shouted in a hurry. Her sudden momentum was blocked, and Lin Qingfeng's longsword was not bad, so she was only able to change the lance in her hand into a shield and slam block. Wind slice kill. Even if Lin Jinan didn't say anything, Fang Xiu wouldn't let Lin Qingfeng go. If you don't cut the grass, it will grow again in the spring. He didn't want to suddenly and inexplicably be retaliated by anyone in the future. With his left hand, he slapped away the longsword that flew towards him, and with his right hand, he condensed a green-colored wheel of light. In the next second, a huge cyan-colored wind wheel was thrown out from Fang Xiu's hand, flashing in mid-air at an astonishing speed. Put. Blood spilled over the altar. Boom. Immediately after that, a corpse fell from the sky and smashed onto the altar, 100 meters away from the nearest altar. Lin Qingfeng's flying sword speed was indeed not slow, but Fang Xiu's wind slice kill was even faster. Seeing Lin Qingfeng killed, Lin Jinan let out a sigh of relief and turned his head to look at Fang Xiu, unable to avoid a sense of strangeness coming over him. Obviously, more than 2 months ago, he were still evenly matched opponents, but today, judging from the scene where Fang Xiu instantly killed Hong Zhong and Lin Qingfeng, he should have been thrown out of sight. Why are the two of them in such a hurry? They just came in and want to fight. Fang Xiu had thought that everyone would spread out and explore separately after entering. It didn't occur to him that they were so greedy. They want to dominate those copies, so naturally, the faster they kill us, the better, Lin Jinan replied. Copies? Fang Xiu was puzzled. Where are the copies here? The difficulty prompt didn't appear when they walked into this place just now, indicating that what they entered wasn't a copy space. Fang Xiu snapped his gaze to the light blue teleportation portals in the ruins of the city. Those are copy portals? Fang Xiu asked in astonishment. Yes, Lin Jinan explained, the macro dragon civilization is more than 2,000 years old from now, even if the portals that did lead to other places before would definitely disappear due to the loss of energy supply. A portal that has been able to survive to this day without anyone taking care of it is only likely to be a duplicate portal. In addition, the birth of replicas is often related to fierce battles, so it's normal for replica portals to appear in the ruins of some extinguished civilizations. Speaking of this, Lin Jinan was a bit thankful. I had thought that the map fragment obtained from the hidden copy of the first turn would be a special copy map of the second turn strength. I didn't expect to enter the real dragon ruins. I should have known that I wouldn't have gotten stuck in the transfer. Fortunately, we've already killed those two guys. Fang Xiu's celebration of Lin Jinan went in one ear and out the other. His mind was now on which copies. These copies had definitely not been cleared by anyone, no matter what the difficulty. They were even fresher than the copies at the frontier. Fang Xiu couldn't wait to explore them. Wait, don't go yet. Lin Jinan saw that Fang Xiu was about to leave and was busy stopping him. Let's discuss what to do with this dragon herding ruins first. Chapter 119, Shepherd Dragon Divine Hall. There are two options for handling this. The first, after we finish exploring the Macrolong ruins, tell the forces behind us about this space. You tell the Aurora Society, and I'll tell the Ganoderma Corporation, and the two powers will join forces to develop this place together. This way, we'll be able to get huge rewards from the forces behind us in a short period of time, and we'll also be able to eliminate our worries, such as tracking down the forces behind Hongzhong and Lin Qingfeng, the beasts of the northern wilderness and the palace of the green wilderness. At that time, even if they find out that Hongzhong and Lin Qingfeng were killed by us here, the forces behind them will naturally take care of it. What about the second one? Fang Xiu asked. The second one is to turn this place into a secret known only to the two of us. Lin Jinan's tone suddenly rose a tone. Regardless of the level of the duplicates here, they can be developed by ourselves, with all the benefits going to us. But the disadvantage is that with our rank, it's impossible to finish developing this place in a short period of time, and in addition, we will subsequently face the pursuit of the two top-tier professional corps, the Northern Wasteland Beasts and the Green Wilderness Walking Palace. After saying that, Lin Jinan looked at Fang Xiu and waited for his answer. What do you think? Fang Xiu didn't rush to make a choice, but instead asked Lin Jinan in return. The second one, Lin Jinan seemed to have already thought about it long ago. Fang Xiu looked at Lin Jinan with surprise. I thought you would choose the first one. After all, the Ganoderma Company is your own family. With people from the Ganoderma Company contributing, you'll definitely be able to drain the value of the Macrolon ruins in the shortest possible time. The Lingji Company is my family's, but not mine, Lin Jinan emphasized. Fang Xiu was enlightened. It seemed like there should be some stories within the big families. I'll choose the second one as well. Being able to maximize his benefits, Fang Xiu naturally wouldn't be willing to give away the Mulong ruins. Other than that, the earnings from these copies alone. You've got a lot of guts, don't you? Not afraid of the Northern Wasteland Beast and Greenfield Palace's pursuit? It was Lin Jinan's turn to ask a rhetorical question, and her tone was more like flirting. Let them come. Fang Xiu was unimpressed. If he was really able to seal the king in 4 turns, then it wasn't that he was afraid of them tracking him down. Rather, they would have to pray not to mess with themselves. Lin Jinan's pair of beautiful eyes stared tightly at Fang Xiu, and she was able to feel a strong sense of confidence from Fang Xiu. Since it's been decided that the two of us will develop it on our own, let's get started. Let's first stroll through the Mac Dragon ruins, first record the copy level here, and then see if there are any treasures left behind. These treasures, whoever finds them is the one who owns them. Just what I want. Fang Xiu thought the same. As the words fell, the two of them simultaneously cast their eyes towards the palace behind them. Compared to the ruins of the city below, it was obvious that the glorious palace behind them was more likely to contain treasures. The two of them walked towards the palace in unison. As they approached the palace, they glanced at the copy at the entrance of the palace in passing. Shepherd Dragon Divine Palace. Description of the Divine Temple of the Shepherd Dragon Clan is the core building of the Shepherd Dragon Clan. The Shepherd Dragon Clan and the Dragon Clan made a covenant here, and there are countless Shepherd Dragons who have come out from here. Until a catastrophe comes. Challenge limit, 7 turns. Please select the difficulty of the copy to be challenged. Easy, normal, hard, nightmare, hell. 7th turn copy. Fang Xiu and Lin Jinan, who had come out of the copy, looked at each other, and both of them could not hide the surprise in their eyes. 7-turn copies were very rare within the human race. And they were basically occupied by some of the top forces. Very often, even when evaluating a power as a top power, whether or not it possessed a 7-star replica was a very important criterion. This was because the 7-turn replicas were able to steadily produce 7-star and 8-star skills and equipment. According to the information Fang Xiu had gotten before, if geniuses wanted to turn 8 and seal the king, good 7-star skills and 8-star skills were undoubtedly very important. Any interest in forming a force? Lin Jinan suddenly asked. Fang Xiu smiled faintly. He had long seen Lin Jinan's ambition. It's not the right time yet, at least after a Seal King powerhouse comes out of my 2. For top forces, having a Seal King level powerhouse was a hard and fast indicator. No matter how huge your power was, if you didn't even have a Seal King powerhouse, it would always be second rate. Of course, I'm not too interested in petty fights, Lin Jinan thought so likewise. Bypassing the copy of the Shepherd Dragon Divine Hall, the two of them walked straight towards the Shepherd Dragon Divine Hall behind the copy. Before even entering the shrine, Fang Xiu discovered something peculiar. On each side of the shrine's main door lay the skeleton of a dragon-headed human holding a golden axe. This is the skeleton of a dragon man? Fang Xiu guessed. Dragon man, the race born after the combination of the dragon race and the human race. Under normal circumstances, there was reproductive isolation between the dragon race and the human race. However, as long as they were high-level creatures, they all possessed the ability to humanize. After humanization, there is no reproductive segregation between them and the human race. Therefore, this world does not only have dragon people, but also tiger people, leopard people, fox people, and so on. Only, their grade is far inferior to the dragon people, just collectively known as the beast people. However, within the territory of the human race, high-level dragons almost didn't exist, and the dragon man race was almost unheard of. On the contrary, the Orc clan was very common in the northern part of Donghuan Kingdom, the Xiling Kingdom. I think so. In the current known history, the first dragon-human ethnicity among humans started from the dragon herders, Lin Jinan introduced to Fang Xiu. It was also after the civilization of the herding dragon clan sank, the dragon people also went into decline. Either they traveled to the outer regions in search of other high-ranking dragons, or they stayed in human territories, combining with ordinary humans for generations, and their dragon blood was gradually diluted until they no longer possessed the image and abilities of the dragon race. Even if there is the occasional person whose dragon bloodline is stimulated, in the end, they will die out because they didn't use the power of this bloodline correctly, or, because they couldn't withstand the power of the dragon's blood, they exploded and died. Speaking here, Lin Jinan's complexion was a bit emotional, but soon she realized that Fang Xiu was casting a curious gaze towards her, and instantly returned to her original calm complexion, explaining, well, all of these are what I've read in the historical books. Fang Xiu smiled and didn't pursue the question. The two of them stepped through the gate. A vast hall was presented in front of the two of them. Under their feet was a cold black marble pavement, and overhead was for redwood, very high, at a height of 20 to 30 meters. A red carpet ran from the doorway to the golden dragon head throne in the depths of the hall. There were 7 dragon pillars on the left and right of the red carpet, and the dragons perched on each of the pillars were all in the image of the Eastern divine dragons and were of different colors, seemingly representing 14 different attributes. As Fang Xiu and Lin Jinan walked on the red carpet, their mental energy was extraordinarily focused, always on guard against possible dangers. Even if it was still more than 2,000 years in the past, as a place where a copy of the 7 turns could appear, it was highly likely that there were still some means left. Only, Fang Xiu and Lin Jinan walked all the way to the golden dragon head throne without receiving any attacks. The huge golden throne was still glittering even after 2,000 years, and the huge dragon head was suspended high above the throne, making it intimidating to people with just a glance. Soon, a black wooden box on the golden throne caught the attention of the two. Lin Jinan even recognized the origin of this wooden box at a glance. The Box of Destiny. Chapter 120 Box of Destiny, Scroll of Limit Breaking, Unsealing Talent. You recognize it? Lin Jinan thought for a moment before explaining. The Box of Fate is a box made by people in the past with the power of destiny, which often contains things that the maker wants to leave for future generations. A box made by the power of fate? Is it any different from an ordinary box? Fang Xiu asked thoughtfully. The power of destiny, this was a rare power, and the skill that he had heard of with the attribute of the power of destiny was probably divination. However, it depends on the person. Some people's divination skill can only be used to do astrological analysis and be a horoscope blogger. But some people can use it to avoid bad luck. It's very strange. There's a big difference. The box of predestination has 3 extremely special points Lin Jinan continued to introduce to Feng Xiu. The first point, both the box of fate itself, and the things within it when it is not opened, will seem like it is out of the bounds of time, immortal, and even more so, unable to be destroyed by forces other than the power of destiny. Point 2, the person who crafted the box of fate will weave rules with the power of fate, like the restrictions on our equipment, and only those who fulfill the requirements of the box of fate will be able to open it. Third point, the final point of the box of fate will fall into the hands of the person the maker wants to give it to, no matter how many people it has passed through before, and only that person will be able to see the restrictions of the box of fate. Saying that, Lin Jinan had already picked up the box of fate. I can't see its limitations, it's not reserved for me. Lin Jinan shook his head slightly and handed it to Feng Xiu. Feng Xiu took the box of predestination and examined it carefully. Fate box. Special props. Description, a box crafted with the power of destiny. There is no way to deduce where it came from or where it is going. Only fated beings can open it. Restriction, possessing a talent beyond the mythic level. The moment Feng Xiu saw restriction, his heart shook. I can see the restriction, I can open it. This is something left to me by someone from before? It seems like it has already found its owner. Lin Jingan glanced at Feng Xiu, but didn't pursue the matter, taking the initiative to get up and look around. Soon, she discovered that there was a passageway on the left and right sides of the golden dragon head throne. I'll go to the left. After you finish exploring, gather in the main hall, and if you run into anything you don't have a way to deal with, say it in the walkie-talkie, said Lin Jinan, handing Feng Xiu a black walkie-talkie. The cell phone that was usually able to communicate in the duplicates had no signal in the dragon ruins. Okay, Feng Xiu took the walkie-talkie and hung it directly on his waist. Watching Lin Jinan walk into the passageway on the left, Feng Xiu then chose to open the fate box. There wasn't any vision, it was like opening an ordinary wooden box. There was a scroll lying quietly inside the box of fate. Scroll of limit breaking. Special props. Effect, unseals one's own talent after use. Description, the shepherd dragon high priest gathered the strength of the entire clan to tear open the vault of heaven and steal a sliver of the power of the outside world to coalesce into a scroll. Unseal one's own talent? Feng Xiu looked at the text and frowned tightly. My talent isn't sealed, what's the point of taking this? Could it be that my talent is sealed, it's just that it's not written on the attribute panel, so I don't know? Feng Xiu rubbed his chin in thought. According to what Lin Jinan said, the box of destiny would end up in the hands of the person it was supposed to be given to. In other words, the ancient person, it might be this shepherd dragon high priest. He gave it to himself. But why did he give it to me? Could it be that he had calculated the future annihilation of the Macro Dragon Clan and then gave this box to his future self so that he could help him rebuild the Macro Dragon Clan? Could it be that I still have dragon blood in my body? Feng Xiu was shocked by his own brainstorm. Also, sister heard that. But, it's not impossible. Castle Peak City is the location of the ruins of the herding dragon clan, and if his own family has been in Castle Peak City from ancient times to the present day, then he may indeed have a dragon bloodline in his body that is so thin that it can't be any thinner. Feng Xiu shook his head, putting aside the random thoughts about bloodlines in his mind. The question that should be faced now was whether or not to use the scroll in his hand. If his talent really wasn't sealed, wouldn't it be a waste to use the scroll? According to the description, it was a prop that the pastoral dragon high priest had made with the efforts of his entire clan. But if one's talent was truly sealed, not using. Wait, what am I hesitating for? Since it involves fate, even if I use it now and it's ineffective, it should still be in this pastoral dragon high priest's prediction, right? Feng Xiu suddenly slapped his clever brain. Use it directly, pick it up anyway. Feng Xiu immediately used the scroll in his hand. The scroll of limit breaking was torn right down the middle, and a dazzling white light erupted from the cross-section of the scroll, which quickly transformed into a stream of pure power that entered Feng Xiu's body. Feng Xiu was instantly jolted, as if he had taken a cold shower. His mind was clear, and his eyes even revealed a flash of spiritual light. For a moment, Feng Xiu had a feeling that heaven and earth had opened up. Talent, Tao Seeker Myth unsealed. Talent, Infinite Transmutation Genesis has been stage unblocked. Seeing the hints flashing before his eyes, Feng Xiu was busy going to check his attribute panel. Feng Xiu. Race, human. Talent, unlimited transmigration Genesis level stage unsealed, can have different professions at the same time based on his skills. Each attribute growth star takes the highest value, only one core of the same type is effective. Seeker of the Way mythic level, skill level +5, all options must be the only occupation when transferring, and must be the upper limit of the current skill combination transfer result. Source of Sundown Wind rare, possesses the power to control the wind element. All wind skills increase in power by 20%, all of one's own wind skills will automatically change to Sundown Wind. Level, 32nd turn. Profession, Blade Lord, Sword of the Spirit, Primitive Apprentice. Profession, Ultimate Wind/Wind Elemental skill damage increased by 75%, movement speed increased by 50%, ignores 10% of defense. Drawing sword damage increased by an additional 75%, converts 20% of damage dealt into your own lifesteal. Primal Core transforms without consumption, no time limit, boosts gain effects by 50%. Lifesteal, 640. Magic value, 1320. Strength, 116 growth, 1.5 stars, increase strength by 1.5 points per level. Agility, 156 growth, 2.5 stars, increase agility by 2.5 points per level up. Stamina, 61 growth, 1.25 stars, 1.25 points per level up. Spirit, 129 growth, 4 stars, increase spirit by 4 points per level up. Skill bar 3-3. Wind Slash, 7-star epic skill, LV 15 max. Sword of the Living Spirit, 6-star rare skill, LV 15 max. Combat Shifter, 5-star rare skill, LV 15 max. Occupational skills. Chapter 121 Inheritance Trial Dragon Man Demon Puppet. Fang Xiu looked at his attribute panel and froze for a long time before coming to his senses. The unlimited transformation Genesis level talent had really been unblocked. A wave of explosive enhancements. He no longer had to switch professions frequently, but could have all these professions at the same time. Epic enhancement. Well, it was a world-class enhancement. In addition to not having to pay attention to switching careers every now and then, one also had multiple career cores at the same time, and the growth star level was only taken from the highest star level. However, in that case, one's planning would have to change a bit. For the first 4 professions, each specializing in one attribute, the more extreme the better. In this way, one would be an all-rounded professional. Should I change my equipment? Fang Xiu rubbed his chin and felt that he was still too eager, had he known that it would be better to make a set of equipment that added all attributes. In addition to the unlimited transformation talent being unblocked, even the Dao Seeker talent was also unblocked and received a wave of enhancements. From simply increasing the skill level cap by 50% to directly increasing the skill level by 5 levels, all options must be unique professions when transferring, and must be the current skill set transfer result cap. Directly increasing the skill level by 5 means that once you learn a skill, it's level 6. And the experience needed to upgrade was still the same experience from level 1 to level 10. This was equivalent to directly increasing the speed of one's skill practice by 3 or 4 times. In the future, one would no longer need to slog through that last 5 levels of experience in the training room. As for the fact that all options must be unique professions when transferring, Fang Xiu didn't care. It seemed that when he transferred, he basically had 1 or 2 unique professions. But the item must be the current skill set transfer result limit is the bonus that Fang Xiu feels is a bright spot. As we all know, in addition to being influenced by factors such as skill level, quality, and talent, the options obtained when transferring are always randomized to a certain degree. For example, when Fang Xiu transferred to the 5-star profession, Sundown Wind Cutter, there was also the 4-star profession, Windwheelman. If Fang Xiu had had the Seeker of the Weight talent at that time, then what appeared in front of him would have been 3 5-star unique profession options. The certainty of sealing the king in 4 turns is one more point. In Fang Xiu's opinion, the appearance of the Way Seeker talent eliminated all the luck factors from his plan to turn 4 and seal the king. The next step was to see how well he prepared himself. After admiring his attribute panel, Fang Xiu turned it off with fondness. Fang Xiu, come to the room on the left, I've run into trouble. Boom! Lin Jinan's voice came from the intercom, followed closely by the roar of an explosion. Fang Xiu hurriedly put a seal of flying blade on himself and darted towards the left passage at a very high speed. You don't know, it's not easy to get used to not having to switch professions. Walking into the left passage, what jumped into Fang Xiu's eyes was a garden, but there were no flowers in the flower bed, and there was no water in the small pond on the side, which had obviously dried up and disappeared because it had been there for too long. Boom! Boom! As he walked deeper along the garden, he could already hear the clashing sounds from the battle. Fang Xiu walked a few steps tighter and crossed the garden to an empty room. Within the room, a dragon man demon puppet whose body was made entirely of metal was wielding a large metal axe and attacking towards Lin Jinan. Lin Jinan was only able to dodge repeatedly in the face of the dragon man demon dummy's attacks, and was not able to fight back at all. Fang Xiu quickly saw the name on the head of the dragon man demon puppet. Inheritance Trial Dragon Man Demon Puppet LV40 Elite. HP, 10,245 200,000. A 200,000 life value cap level 40 elite monster? Fang Xiu was stunned. Even the bloody royal shark didn't have that high of a life value. However, the current life value of the Inheritance Trial Dragon Man was just a little over 10,000. Starlight flashed in Fang Xiu's eyes. Weakness penetration was launched. Raising his hand again, Fang Xiu delivered a standard triple strike. Wind Slash. 8 Wind Wheel Shadow Formation. Wind Slash. The medium-sized cyan-colored wheel of light was the first to hit the backbone of the Inheritance Trial Dragon Man demon puppet, not penetrating it, but chiseling deeply into it. 1884, Weakness Damage. The Wind Slash kill that followed closely behind was far too vicious, cutting right through its head. 3252, Weakness Damage. Lastly, there was a cutting dance of 8 small, cyan-colored wheels of light. 812, Weakness Damage. 788, Weakness Damage. Densely packed damage flew up, each damage figure was nearly 800, and when combined together, the damage had exceeded 6,000 points. Purely from a damage perspective, the damage of 8 Wind Wheel Shadow Formation was already twice as much as the damage of the Grand Move Wind Slice kill. The life value of the Inheritance Trial Dragon Man demon puppet was instantly emptied, and it completely shattered into a pile of useless metal slag. Casually delivering a formation of transformation stone refinement, Fang Xiu reached out and pulled Lin Jinan, who was sitting on the ground, up. Thank you, Lin Jinan let out a long breath. Didn't we say it's been over 2,000 years? How can there still be magic puppets? Fang Xiu was curious. Monsters like magic puppets were powered by energy. But even if it remained motionless, the energy in its body was being lost, and it only took a few hundred years for it to turn into a pile of scrap metal. The magic puppet technology of the herding dragon clan is very advanced. Looking at the upper limit of the magic puppet's life value, it might have been made by a strong person of the Seal King or Deng Huang level, so even after 2,000 years have passed, it still has the last portion of its energy remaining, Lin Jinan guessed. While the two of them were talking, a mechanical turning sound suddenly came from a depression in the wall. Looking at the size of the depression, it seemed to be the pit of the dragon demon puppet that had just passed on the test. Lin Jinan took a few quick steps and ran to the place where the machinery was rotating, and reached out to take out 2 items from inside. A scroll and a bottle that held a dark red solution. When Lin Jinan saw the attributes of the scroll, he let out a long sigh of relief and then rejoiced. I knew there would be something here, and sure enough. Sure enough. What was found? The skill book to activate my dragon race talent, Lin Jinan replied without thinking. A skill book to activate the dragon clan's talent? Fang Xiu raised his eyebrows and asked, You're a dragon race? Lin Jinan's joyful expression froze, realizing that he had spoken out of turn. But I'm not going to pretend, I'll show my face. I'm not pretending anymore, I'll show my cards. That's right, I'm a dragon person. The Green Mountain City Lin family is the descendant of the dragon people of the dragon herding clan. The smile at the corner of Lin Jinan's mouth couldn't be suppressed at all. Fang Xiu was not at all surprised that Lin Jinan was of the Dragon Man clan, as could be seen from her behavior along the way. Don't say it everywhere. If some people know that I've reactivated my dragon race talent, things will become very troublesome, Lin Jinan instructed Fang Xiu. The Inheritance Trial Dragon Man demon puppet was killed by you, this trial reward should also be given to you. Saying that, he threw the bottle containing the dark red liquid in his hand to Fang Xiu. Chapter 122 Dragon Heart Secret Art. Blood of the Heaven-Splitting Dragon King. Special props. Effect: upon use, the lower dragon races enhance their bloodline power, and those without dragon bloodline gain special talents. Description: the blood of the Rift Heaven Dragon Monarch that contains the power of Berserk Chi and blood is the best cleansing substance for all dragon martial artists when they are starting out. Because it is blood voluntarily left by the Rift Sky Dragon Monarch for the descendants of dragon martial artists, there is no resentment in the blood, only blessings, and all the increase effects are doubled. A prop that can allow one to directly gain talent. Fang Xiu looked at Lin Jinan in surprise. You're quite generous. I didn't want to give it either, but I couldn't have completed the inheritance trial without you stepping in and killing the Dragon Man demon puppet. Lin Jinan was also very direct. Inheritance trial? Fang Xiu was a bit concerned about the inheritance trial Dragon Man demon puppet's prefix from the moment he saw it. What is that thing? This is the inheritance hall of the Herding Dragon clan. People who own the Herding Dragon clan and the Dragon Man clan can open an inheritance trial with their bloodline power, and by completing the inheritance trial, they will be able to receive the Dragon King's reward, Lin Jinan explained. What we just got is the reward given by the Rift Sky Dragon King. The ancient Dragon Men and Dragon Herding clan all became dragon martial artists and dragon herders after completing the trials here. However, I came here with the idea of giving it a try. After all, it's been more than 2,000 years. Even if there are rewards, they may have already decayed, but I didn't expect it to be intact. These rewards should have been stored somewhere in an otherworldly space. Lin Jinan analyzed seriously. Can only the Dragon Herding clan and the Dragon Man clan open it? Fang Xiu pondered. He had previously suspected that he might be of the Dragon Man clan with a relatively thin bloodline. I wonder if it can be opened. Try. How do I open it? Fang Xiu asked Lin Jinan. You also have a dragon bloodline? Lin Jinan was puzzled. I don't know, but it seems like my family has always been in Castle Peak City, so maybe I'm descended from dragons too. Besides, we crossed over as descendants of dragons. Lin Jinan expressed his amusement at Fang Xiu's descendant of dragons statement. Even if he was once a descendant of a dragon, it would be useless if he didn't have a dragon bloodline in his talent. Back then, even in the Dragon Herding clan, not everyone could enter the inheritance temple to undergo the trials. However, seeing that Fang Xiu wanted to try so much, Lin Jinan still told him, press your hand on the dragon paw prints. If you really have dragon bloodline, an inheritance trial dragon demon puppet will appear just like just now. The dragon paw print Lin Jinan was talking about was at the very front of the inheritance hall. It was still a dragon paw print the size of a basin, but even with such a huge dragon hand print, Fang Xiu estimated that it was still a dragonman's and not a true dragon race's, or else the dragon paw print should be as big as a wall. Fang Xiu reached out and pressed his hand on the indented area of the dragon paw print. Waited for a minute. Nothing strange happened. Fang Xiu turned back to Lin Jinan. How long do I have to wait? Lin Jinan was watching the fun with his hands on his chest. As soon as I put it up anyway, the inheritance trial Dragon Man demon puppet appeared. Well. Fang Xiu had to admit the fact that he didn't have a dragon bloodline. It seems that dragon heirlooms don't work well in this world. But then, in a whirlwind, he suddenly had a bold idea. If I transform into a raging wind young dragon, does it count as having a dragon bloodline? Try. Transformation raging wind young dragon half-human form. Fang Xiu's appearance instantly changed, from a handsome teenager covered in starlight to a noble dragon man male with golden vertical pupils and a lime green scale tattoo draped over his shoulders. Under Lin Jinan's astonished gaze, Fang Xiu once again reached out and pressed his hand on the dragon claw seal. Ka bared. The sound of mechanical rotation came again. In the corner, a metal tube fell from the top of the inheritance temple and chiseled into the ground against the wall. Thud. After a loud bang, the metal tube opened, and a metal Dragon Man demon puppet holding two giant swords stepped out from it. Inheritance Trial Dragon Man Demon Puppet LV40 Elite. HP, 8813 200,000. Just like before, it was a level 40 elite level demon puppet. But it had less energy left than the previous one. It's still good? Fang Xiu just tried it. He didn't expect it to work. The first time the Inheritance Trial Dragon Man demon puppet appeared on the stage, its eyes directly skipped over Lin Jinan and locked onto Fang Xiu, its two giant swords dancing as it rushed tower. DS him at a fast pace. Fang Xiu raised his hand and threw out the Wind Cut, 8 Windwheel Shadow Formation, and Wind Cut Kill 3-piece set. Immediately, the Dragon Clan's Inheritance Temple was filled with metal debris. And then the formation of Transformation Stone Refinement was delivered. Just now, the Dragon Demon Puppet failed to produce the Transformation Stone in the Inheritance Trial. I don't know if it was because it didn't have a life, or a soul. But if you think about it, if even the Iron Guard can make a Transformation Stone, then the Inheritance Trial Dragon Man Puppet should be able to do it as well. It might just be pure bad luck on its own. Ka bared. The mechanical bearings turned again. Right where the Inheritance Trial Dragon Man Demon Puppet appeared, a scroll and an egg covered in blue lightning patterns appeared out of thin air. Fang Xiu hurriedly took 2 large steps forward and took the 2 items in his hands. Dragon Heart Secret Art. 4-star skill book. Quality, legendary. Requirement for use, 3rd turn. Description: the unique secret art of the Dragon Herding Clan. Once you learn it, you will be able to enter into a concentric contract with the Dragon Clan and become a true dragon herder. Thunder Dragon's Egg. Pet Egg. Effect: after using this item, you will gain a healthy Thunder Dragon baby. Description: the egg of the Thunder Dragon, it can hatch a Thunder Dragon. Oh! A 4-star legendary grade skill book and a dragon egg. Fang Xiu was immediately beaming with joy. He was lacking a 4-star legendary grade skill book, and it came out so easily. It also came with a dragon egg. Juicy juice. Lin Jinan on the side was still shocked that Fang Xiu had opened the Dragonman's inheritance trial. How did you do that? Just now, you clearly didn't have a dragon aura on you, how come now? It's just a skill that allows me to transform into a dragon, Fang Xiu said with a smile, a skill that he had also used during his ultimate duel with Lin Jinan. Lin Jinan recalled the scene when Fang Xiu transformed into a raging wind young dragon, but she still couldn't help but wonder a bit. What transformation skill effect is that strong? By the way, can a person only perform it once? Fang Xiu suddenly asked. Aha, Lin Jinan nodded. What are the criteria for it to come out of the trial? Look at the bloodline? Or soul power or something? Fang Xiu asked afterward. Lin Jinan looked at Fang Xiu with a confused expression, not knowing what he meant by this question. Forget it, I'll try it myself later. It just occurred to Fang Xiu that since transforming into a raging wind young dragon could be performed once, would it be possible for him to open the inheritance trial again if he transformed into another dragon race? After all, this inheritance trial of yours is only tested by dragon blood, not the soul. Chapter 123 Urgent Thunder Dragon. Instead of continuing to explore, Fang Xiu and Lin Jinan had sat down in the inheritance hall of the Shepherd Dragon Divine Hall. Lin Jinan was frightened by the Dragon Man demon puppet of the inheritance trial, so she was ready to immediately break through the 3rd turn and learn the skills that had just arrived. Fang Xiu was as well. But before turning 3, he first had to use what he had just gotten his hands on. The blood of the heaven-splitting dragon monarch. The usage was also simple, there was no need to drink it, just pour it directly on his head. Fang Xiu immediately poured the dragon bloods on his head. It wasn't some sticky liquid covering the top of his head as Fang Xiu felt, but rather, it was like an ordinary stream of water that landed on top of Fang Xiu's head, flowed down his neck to his body, and then to his limbs before disappearing as much as it could. Not a single drop of the dragon's blood was left for Fang Xiu to absorb into his body, and it didn't even dampen his clothes or hair. At this moment, warmth flowed all over Fang Xiu's body, his body was slightly reddened, and there was a constant stream of strength surging out from his limbs and bones. Half a minute later, a prompt popped up in front of his eyes. Tip: using the blood of the split sky dragon monarch, all attributes +5, strength +10, physique +10, obtaining the talent split strength. A total of 40 points of attribute enhancement, plus a rare grade talent. Comfortable. Fang Xiu opened the panel to check the detailed effects of the talent. Cracking power rare, attacks in close quarters have a smash effect. Crush: when an attack hits, reduce the durability of the hit equipment's attacker's strength 5, increase the damage to shields by 50%, and when the attacking part's durability is 0, inflict a fixed damage of strength x1. Crush: a melee attack reduces the durability of the opponent's equipment? This was the first time Fang Xiu had seen this kind of attribute, and it was somewhat fresh. However, he was able to imagine the picture of the crush trigger. Probably fighting, the opponent's clothes were shredded into rags. This time, it was really, the enemy is shy, I'm going to undress her. Next is the egg of Urgent Thunder Dragon. That said, is this egg going to hatch directly, or do we need to soak it in nutrient solution and wait for it to hatch on its own? Fang Xiu had heard that pet eggs weren't meant to be used directly. It would be good to ask Lin Jinan, as a Dragonman clan, she should know something about dragon eggs. Just as Fang Xiu was looking at Lin Jinan, she seemed to have completed her 3rd turn, and took out a dragon blood vial similar to the one Fang Xiu had in his hand that contained the blood of the heaven-splitting dragon monarch from her career space, and poured dragon blood onto her body. Soon, a layer of golden red flames suddenly appeared on the surface of Lin Jinan's body. Her body also floated up, a pair of red golden wings grew out behind her back, her head was born with golden horns, and her black eyes were dyed with a layer of red gold, like a blazing fire, burning. Lin Jinan looked at the flames on his hand and thought, so, my dragon man ethnicity is Amazing Fire Dragon, my dragon blood originated from Amazing Dragon Queen. Reaching out in mid-air, a crimson oriental-bodied dragon made of flames wrapped around her body and hovered up, her breath soaring with it. As far as Fang Xiu could feel, her aura had risen at least 100 times. I'm afraid the combat power was even more. After a long time, after experiencing the power of her body's surge, Lin Jinan slowly landed on the ground, and when she raised her hand, the dragon wings on her back, the dragon horns on her forehead, and the reddish-golden vertical pupils all dissipated along with the flames on the surface of her body. Something wrong? Lin Jinan realized that Fang Xiu had been looking at himself just now. I wanted to ask, is it possible for me to directly hatch the dragon egg? Or do I have to cultivate it with nutrient solution and let it hatch on its own? Fang Xiu asked. The practice of letting a pet egg hatch on its own in the nutrient solution is to allow it to absorb enough nutrient solution, and after hatching, it will be stronger than an ordinary pet, but there is a major drawback, and that is that pets that hatch on their own won't recognize their owners. Therefore, only Imperial Beast Masters with Imperial Beast skills will allow pet eggs to hatch on their own in the nutrient solution. Dragons are the top creatures in this world, there is no need to use nutrient solution for their eggs unless they are broken, and normal nutrient solution is also ineffective for them as well. Lin Jinan gave Fang Xiu a generalization. Thank you. Fang Xiu said a thank you and immediately chose to hatch the dragon egg in front of him. The moment he chose to incubate it, the blue lightning pattern on the surface of the dragon egg suddenly flashed for a moment, as if an electric current had passed through it. Boom! The sound of a large hole was suddenly opened right above the dragon egg, and a small blue oriental divine dragon about as thick and long as Fang Xiu's thigh floated in mid-air against the eggshell. A pair of big eyes surveyed Fang Xiu, also observing the surrounding world. Fang Xiu couldn't help but reach out his hand and touch this novel little guy. In the human world, dragon pets were the envy of countless people. Roro the little guy purred sweetly, not resisting Fang Xiu's touch, instead enjoying it. Because of the hatching and recognizing the master, it had a kind of closeness to Fang Xiu that originated from its soul. Urgent Thunder Dragon? You're lucky, it's one of the top 3 powerful dragons in terms of attack power amongst the 14 types of dragons that the herding dragon clan possesses. Lin Jinan extended his hand towards the little Urgent Thunder Dragon. Immediately, like a nimble loach, the small Urgent Thunder Dragon flew up around Lin Jinan's arm, joyful and incomparable. It was obvious that it was also very close to Lin Jinan. This was a closeness that originated from the dragon bloodline. Fang Xiu opened the panel of the little Urgent Thunder Dragon while it was playing with Lin Jinan. Urgent Thunder Dragon. Race, Dragon. Talent, Urgent Thunder Epic, Lightning Skill Effect increased by 100%, Paralysis Probability increased by 50%, Paralysis Effect doubled, 10% probability of penetrating targets. Magic Defense to deal real damage. Level, 1 Hatchling. Life, 300. Magic, 300. Strength, 30 growth, 10 stars, increase strength by 10 points for each level. Agility, 30 growth, 10 stars, increase agility by 10 points per level up. Stamina, 30 growth, 10 stars, each level up increases stamina by 10 points. Spirit, 30 growth, 10 stars, each level up increases spirit by 10 points. Skills, Thunderbolt, Thunderbolt Enchantment, Thunderbolt Flash. Thunderbolt, spray Thunderbolt at the target, dealing Spirit X3 damage, consumes 30 mana, cooldown, 3 seconds. Critical Thunder Enchantment, enchant a weapon with Critical Thunder, dealing Critical Thunder Dragon Spirit X1 damage, consumes 100 mana, cooldown, 1 minute. Urgent Thunder Flash, blinks at a very fast speed, increasing movement speed by 300% for 1 second, consumes 200 mana, cooldown, 3 minutes. Quite a luxurious panel. Epic Talent. Although it wasn't able to wear equipment like a human, it had a high growth of 10 stars in all attributes at a young age. When it grows up a bit more, the growth star rating will increase again. Once it became an adult, the Urgent Thunder Dragon would be an extremely terrifying existence. There was no way around it, who made it the top creature of the infinite world, the dragon race. Chapter 124 Third Turn, Sword Demon of Wind. The little Urgent Thunder Dragon and Lin Jinan had played enough and obediently returned to Fang Xiu's arms to rest. Lin Jinan also got up and left. Having awakened the amazing Dragon Queen's bloodline, she felt terribly strong and had a little bit of a small expansion, ready to wander around. Fang Xiu, on the other hand, was still sitting in the same spot. He was ready to go out after he turned. For the third transformation, he had to choose one of the 3 skills to transform first. 6-star Rare Spirit Sword Art, 5-star Rare Combat Transformer, and 7-star Epic Wind Cut. Among them, because Fang Xiu was preparing to impact the 3-star and 10-star skills, he didn't choose it for the first 3 turns. Choosing between Spirit Sword Art and Combat Transformer. Fang Xiu felt that it was better to start with Spiritual Swordsmanship. The 5-star skill level was too low, and the third turn had to give the Combat Transformer a huge leap, or else he would be a bit sorry for the powerful role it had been playing. Transfers in progress. Please select the core skill for transfer. Core skill selected, 6-star rare skill Swordsmanship LV15 max. Please select a secondary skill. Currently available secondary skill, Wind Slash. The secondary skills that can be selected for all skill transfers cannot be duplicated. For example, if Fang Xiu's Spirit Swordsmanship now selects Wine Cut as the secondary skill for transfer, then no matter what skill Spirit Swordsmanship becomes in the future, and what skill Wind Cut becomes in the future, it will not be able to be used as a secondary skill for transfer in the future. The same goes for Wind Cut and Combat Shifter. For all skills, there is only one chance to use it as a secondary skill needed to transfer another skill. If he could repeatedly use it as a secondary skill, Fang Xiu wouldn't have learned the third skill at all, but instead the first two skills would be left-footed and right-footed, spiraling up to the heavens, and wait for level 100 to learn 9 10-star skills in a row. Selected secondary skill, 7-star epic skill Wind Cut LV15 max. Occupations are being generated. Please choose from the following professions. 1. Royal Sundowner Magic Sword Master 8 stars unique, description, instructor type profession, abandoning the power of the spirit, the power of the Sundowner wind into the sword path, the dual cultivation of physical and legal, the Sundowner wind and the sword complement each other, and ultimately formed its own school, with a strong combat and ornamental. Is the Sundowner clan of the sword and the power of the Sundowner wind the perfect combination of the royal family was hired by the Sundowner clan's emperor as a royal sword instructor, specializing in the instruction of the royal family's children. 2. Fishy Wind and Blood Rain Sword 8 stars unique, description, powerful, speedy profession. When studying the power of the Sundown Wind, he was not only proficient in the power of the wind, but was also affected by the extreme and paranoia of the power of the cuts, and in the spirit of a child to make a choice, the idea that I want all of them, he forcibly fused the power of the spirits with the power of the wind and twisted the original meaning of the power of the spirits into the power of blood. He went on an evil path, and eventually went mad, and became a life-killing maniac who would inevitably cause a storm of bloodshed once he appeared. 3. Wind Sword Demon 8 stars unique, description, speed type occupation, with the sword as the core, mastering the power of the Sundance Wind as an auxiliary, drawing on the cutting power in the wind cuts, deducing the speed, killing power as the main characteristics of the sword school, although no longer study the power of the spirit, but the sword still has a few points of the shadow of the spirit of the power of that kind of unintentionally take away the opponent's ability of the bizarre, but cannot help but be crowned by the Sword Demon. Sword Demon. All three of his transitions are 8-star only, and the Seeker's talent is working hard. Royal Sundowner Sword Master is a mentoring profession, and according to the description, it should be a dual cultivation of physical and legal skills. The Fishy Wind and Blood Rain Sword was very similar to the Fishy Wind Artist that Fang Xiu saw when he transferred to the Blade Lord, both because the power of the living spirit went down an evil path and changed into the power of blood. It seems that the power of the spirit of life is a power that can easily go down an evil path. Fang Xiu thought carefully about the attack blood-sucking effect of the spirit of life sword art. Anyone would think that it was the power of blood. Fang Xiu also had the idea of wanting it all. However, considering that the attributes of the Fishy Wind and Blood Rain Sword were strength plus agility, which ran counter to Fang Xiu's idea of choosing one attribute for each of the first 4 professions, he ultimately landed on the third profession, Wind Sword Demon. A speed-type profession, focusing on swordsmanship, assisted by the power of the Sundown Wind, pursuing speed and lethality. Sort of the most suitable profession for Fang Xiu out of the 3 options. Directly finalized. Switching to Wind Sword Demon in progress. Fang Xiu, who was sitting on the ground, felt a gust of wind that was obviously fierce, but it fell on him like a gentle breeze on a spring day. The little urgent thunder while lying in Fang Xiu's arms suspiciously surveyed his surroundings, searching for the source of this strange wind. Fang Xiu sensed the power of the gale. There seemed to be an extremely deep sharpness hidden within it that could tear people apart without even realizing it. Soon, a prompt appeared before Fang Xiu's eyes. Transfer successful, current profession, Wind Sword Demon unique, Spirit Sword technique upgraded to Wind Demon Sword technique, gained profession core, Wine Demon Sword. Current experience has exceeded the level limit, leveling up automatically. Level up, current level, 31, strength plus 1.5, agility plus 4.5, physique plus 1.25, spirit plus 4, level up, current level, 31, strength plus 1.5, agility plus 4.5, physique plus 1.25, spirit plus 4. Level up, current level, 32, strength plus 1.5, agility plus 4.5, physique plus 1.25, spirit plus 4, level up, current level, 32, strength plus 1.5, agility plus 4.5, physique plus 1.25, spirit plus 4. Level up, current level, 40, strength plus 1.5, agility plus 4.5, constitution plus 1.25, spirit plus 4. Is there already so much experience that you don't need to gain 1 point of experience and automatically upgrade once you transfer? Feng Xiu smiled as he opened the attribute panel to take a closer look. Feng Xiu. Race, human. Talent, infinite transfer. Level, 43rd turn. Profession, Blade Lord, Wind Sword Demon, Primal Apprentice. Profession Core, Wine Demon Sword extra 125% increase in sword damage, plus 100% attack speed, ignores 10% physical defense, converts 10% of damage dealt into his own life value, comes with profession skills, Blistering Wind Slash, Sundown Wind Condensed Sword Style, Cross Hurricane Slash, Wind Spirit Shield, Storm Collapsing Slash, Extreme Wind Slash. Primal Core. Life, 910. Magic Value, 1320. Strength, 146 growth, 1.5 stars, 1.5 points of strength per level up. Agility, 266 growth, 4.5 stars, increase agility by 4.5 points per level up. Stamina, 88 growth, 1.25 stars, 1.25 points per level up. Spirit, 174 growth, 4 stars, increase spirit by 4 points per level up. Skill bar 3-3. Wind Magic Sword Technique, 8-star Epic Skill, LV 61800, Sword Type Skills deal 125% more damage, attack speed increased by 50%, ignore 15% physical defense, 5% probability of triggering a burst attack, attack blood absorption plus 10%. Profession Skill. Blast Wind Chop 8-star Skill, LV 6 skill level equals level of Wind Magic Sword Technique, briefly merge your body into the wind, then draw your sword at great speed to inflict attack power plus agility x3 physical damage to those around you, ignore 20% of the target's defense, kill the target, skill cooldown refreshed, consume 100 magical value, cooldown time, 20 seconds. Sundown Wind Sword Stance 8-star Skill, rank 1 max, passive, attack with Wind Sword Chi, attack range equals agility 50 centimeters, additional damage equals attack power x 1.5 plus agility x 0.5, each attack stacks a layer of condensation, up to 10 layers, all attacks can be stacked. Each attack stacks 1 layer of condensed yuan, up to a maximum of 10 layers. All attacks that target a living being and cause damage steal 2 points of the target's attributes for 10 minutes, up to a maximum of 200 points of attributes. Concentration, attack speed, movement speed, sword damage increased by 10%, attack blood suck increased by 1%. Cross Hurricane Cutting 8-star Skill, LV1 max, condense sword energy and storm power to cut out giant cross sword energy in midair, inflicting attack power plus agility x6 basic sword damage to enemies within the range, ignoring 20% of the target's physical defense, and each layer of condensed element boosts the final damage by 15%. Cooldown, 10 minutes. Wind Spirit Shield, 8-star Skill, LV 6 skill level equals Wine Magic Sword Technique level, passive, gain a layer of Wind Spirit Shield effect every 1 minute, each layer of Wind Spirit Shield provides agility 1 shield value and 10% movement speed, can be stacked up to 3 layers. Storm Destruction Chop, 8-star Skill, LV 6 skill level equals Wine Magic Sword Technique level, consumes 20% of one's life value, converts it into temporary attack power, and increases attack speed by 50%, swings forward a wide area destruction chop containing storm winds, inflicting attack power x4 plus agility 5 physical damage, and agility 1 wind damage for 10 seconds, cooldown, 1 hour. Chapter 125 Dragon King Imperial. His attributes increased dramatically. He put on the 9 scales fantasy body set that he had prepared earlier. Not to mention other attributes, the agility attribute alone directly crossed the 300 mark. Compared to Feng Xiu's 161 points before he turned 3, it had almost doubled. When agility was doubled, speed and combat power would not be as simple as doubling it. In the skill bar, there was a fusion of skills and cuts to improve them, which simply meant that the effect of attacking bloodsuckers decreased, but the attack speed went up in a straight line. The professional core and basic skill Wind Magic Sword Technique alone provided a 150% increase in attack speed. In addition, it also brought a terrifying 250% sword damage. It was worthy of being a new profession that was derived with speed and lethality in mind. If only I could have a thick-skinned monster appear right now for me to try out the power. Feng Xiu wanted to cut something. Now that the 3rd turn was complete, it was time to learn the 4th skill. He took out the Dragon Heart Secret Art from his profession space and chose to use it. Feng Xiu's skill bar immediately had a 4th skill. Dragon Heart Secret Art, for Star Legendary Skill, LV51, permanently binds a dragon, mind to mind, each gaining 10% of the other's base full attributes. Fang Xiu remembered that all the other Imperial Beast type skills were either taming, or adding to it. Every thought of the Dragon Heart Secret skill was actually permanently binding a dragon clan, and there was also a mind connection effect. It was indeed a special skill that only the dragon herding clan would have. Fang Xiu looked towards the small urgent thunder dragon in his arms. It was the only one he could currently choose to bind. Dragon Heart Secret Skill. For a moment, a twitch of pain came from Fang Xiu's heart, and a drop of blood appeared in the palm of his hand extended towards the little urgent thunder dragon. The little urgent thunder dragon also spat out a drop of blood from its mouth. The two drops of blood collided and fused in midair. Eventually, it split into 2 drops of blood and flew back to Fang Xiu and the little urgent thunder dragon's bodies. A warmth came from Fang Xiu's body, as if some void had been filled. Alert, Dragon Heart Secret Technique successfully used, binding urgent thunder dragon, current bonus, full attributes plus 4.5. Hungry. Fang Xiu suddenly looked down at the little urgent thunder dragon as he felt the emotions from the little urgent thunder dragon. Sorry, I almost forgot that you were just born. Fang Xiu hurriedly took out food from his career space. There was beef jerky, dried pork, and squid whiskers. The little urgent thunder dragon was not a picky eater. Whether it was beef jerky, dried pork, or squid whiskers, it didn't let it go, and at one breath, it stuck itself in the food pile and ate a whole lot of food. Fang Xiu was afraid that it would choke, and took milk and poured it into a bowl. Looking at the way the little thunder dragon was feasting, Fang Xiu had a feeling that he had raised a son. This is different from raising a small pet. The heart is connected, and Fang Xiu empathized with the little urgent thunder dragon's joy. This was probably a feeling that was even closer than a flesh and blood relative. Taking advantage of the little urgent thunder dragon's meal, Fang Xiu once again opened the skill panel, checking the Dragon Heart Secret Art skill, and studying how exactly this skill was upgraded. But what Fang Xiu didn't expect was that the Dragon Heart Secret Art was already fully leveled. Dragon Heart Secret Art, for Star Legendary Skill, LV6 Max, permanently binds a dragon, mind to mind, each gaining 15% of the other's base full attributes. Just now Fang Xiu was wondering how a skill he just obtained could be level 5, the normal situation should be that it is level 1 when learned, then with the Seeker talent it could become level 6. And how the experience required to upgrade was only 1. Now it seems that the way to increase proficiency in the Dragon Heart Secret skill is to bind the dragon race, and the level cap is 1. It is because one's Seeker talent was forcefully raised to level 6. The extra 5 levels brought Fang Xiu a 5% increase in his base full attributes. It was good that it saved him from having to spend time practicing his skills. It was just that he didn't know if the skill level cap of only 1 would have any effect on the transfer result. Transfiguration in progress. Please select the core skill for transferring. Selected core skill, for Star Legendary Skill Dragon Heart Secret Art LV6 Max. Occupations are being generated, occupations are being generated, occupations are being generated. Please select from the following occupations. Please choose from the following professions. 1. Dragon King Sentinel 6 stars unique, description, powerful profession, partner of the Dragon King, dedicated to training his partner dragons to become the Dragon King, and possesses a good fighting skill. 2. Dragon Herder 6 stars unique, description, a power-based occupation, the Dragon Herder's army, with their partner dragons to guard the temple, and often regard the safety of the temple as higher than their own. 3. Dragon Breeder 6 stars unique, description, a balanced profession, specializing in breeding dragons, able to obtain the favor of multiple dragons at the same time. No Dragon Shepherd appeared? Fang Xiu remembered that Dragon Shepherd was the most famous occupation of the Dragon Shepherd clan. It should be because his own Seeker talent was too fierce. Level 6 plus must have appeared as a unique profession, and Dragon Herder, the popular profession of the Dragon Herding clan, was directly unworthy of being Fang Xiu's choice. 3 professions. Fang Xiu was initially more inclined towards Dragon Breeder, because he wanted each of his skills to represent a career direction so that he could become versatile. However, with the unblocking of the infinite talent, he didn't need to switch professions frequently, and all his cores could be shared, so he began to prefer to have different directions that complemented each other. Moreover, the attributes of Dragon Breeder were balanced, which didn't match his idea of having all 4 attributes. Looking at the description, it should be able to bind multiple dragons at the same time. However, he was afraid that its proficiency upgrade method would be the same as the Dragon Heart Secret Art, which only counted if you bound a dragon. Then Fang Xiu wouldn't have anywhere to get the next dragon egg. He couldn't pin his hopes on the copy of the Herding Dragon Ruins that he hadn't gone to yet. choosing between Dragon King Imperial and Pastoral Dragon Prohibitor. Both were power professions, but considering that the description of the Dragon King Royalist mentioned that he was dedicated to training his partner dragons to become Dragon Kings, Fang Xiu decided to choose it. Transitioning to Dragon King Sentinel. Transfer successful, current profession, Dragon King Royalist unique, Dragon Heart Secret Art upgraded to Dragon King Secret Art, gained profession core, Path of the Dragon King, Path of the Dragon King, use a piece of art to protect yourself and your companions. Path of the Dragon King, open the Path of the Dragon King for ordinary dragons with a Fey element that corresponds to the bound dragon race, with the accompanying skill, Dragon Might. Note, invalid for dragons who are originally Dragon Kings, Fey elemental strength affects the strength of the Dragon King. Dragon King Secret Skill, 6-star Legendary Skill, LV51, permanently binds one dragon race, mind to mind, each gains 25% of the other's base full attributes, and can use the bound dragon race skill, current bonus, 7.5 full attributes. Dragon Might, LV5 skill level equals Dragon King Secret Art level, passive, all non-dragon creatures within 300 meters whose level is not higher than 10 of the bound dragon will be oppressed by the dragon's might, reducing their full attributes by 10-30%. Chapter 126 The Path to Godhood is broken. Opening the Dragon King's path with a Fey element? Fang Xiu was somewhat glad that he made the choice he did. The Dragon King Imperial was really able to breed a Dragon King. However, it had to use a Fey element, and the better the Fey element to breed a Dragon King, the stronger it would be. The attribute of the Urgent Thunder Dragon was Thunder. One had to find a Fey Thunder element. Thunder element is already rare, but one would need to find an exotic element. It was a bit troublesome. Forget it, ask Lin Jinan in a while to see, the Ganoderma company might have it as long as he could find it, how much it would cost and what he would have to take in exchange, he could earn it slowly. Fang Xiu opened the attribute panel and checked it out. Dragon King Sentinel was a 6-star profession, and the 6-star growth was distributed as 3 stars of strength, 1 star of physique, 1 star of spirit, and 1 star of agility. The boost that Fang Xiu brought was a 1.5-star increase in strength growth. At level 40, that's 60 points of strength attributes, still very fragrant. As for the skills, it's still the same as the Dragon Heart Secret Art. LV5 required experience 1. But this time, the way to gain proficiency wouldn't be binding a dragon clan. It shouldn't be that I'm expected to raise a Dragon King, right? Fang Xiu guessed, and on second thought it shouldn't be. The grade of a Dragon King was still very high. And the Dragon King secret skill was only a 6-star legendary skill. If the upgrade requirements for a 6-star skill were that high, how could it be when it was transferred once more? With no way to start, Fang Xiu could only take one step at a time, first get the Fey element and open the path of the Dragon King for the little Urgent Thunder Dragon. Getting up, Fang Xiu left the Inheritance Hall. The Shepherd Dragon Divine Hall had only explored one Inheritance Hall so far, and there were other halls that had yet to be explored. The herding dragon clan is such a big power, it should have a treasure trove, right? Fang Xiu wandered around the Pastoral Dragon Divine Hall. What he was more interested in finding was the treasure trove of the herding dragon clan. Instead of asking for some top-tier artifacts, he should at least get a whole box or crate of epic and legendary grade equipment and props, right? However, the facts told Fang Xiu that he was really overthinking it. Wandering around the left area of the Shepherd Dragon Divine Hall. Passing by a residence of the priests, he didn't find anything. Entered another place that resembled a bathhouse and wasn't a bathhouse. A large dragon head was placed in the corner of the wall, and in front of it was a recessed one-step staircase, which seemed to have held some kind of liquid before history. Fang Xiu thought it was a bathhouse at first, but realized that the mouth part of the dragon head in that one level of stairs found a dark red mark, kind of like what blood looks like after it dries up. Unless the herding dragon clan liked to bathe in blood, but it shouldn't be. Right? It was indeed unusual to kill and sacrifice in ancient times. Finally returning to the main hall, Fang Xiu still found nothing. It seems that when the Mulong clan was destroyed it wasn't too critical, the valuable things that could be taken away were not left behind off Fang Xiu spat. Or maybe not put left? Fang Xiu cast his eyes to the right channel of the golden dragon head throne. So he walked to the right, and judging from the footprint of the Shepherd Dragon Divine Hall, the complex on the right should still be about the same size as the complex on the left. Entering the right passage, just like the left, the first thing you see is a garden that no longer has any plants growing. It seemed that there was some symmetry between the left and right side of the complex. Passing through the garden, he stepped into a large hall that corresponded to the Inheritance God's temple. There were no dragon claw marks here, and it wasn't the Inheritance Hall, but but rather a hall that retained one ancient mural after another. Lin Jinan was standing in front of the mural in the center of the hall with furrowed brows in contemplation. Fang Xiu came next to her and watched the mural in front of him. It was an unusually expansive mural that depicted dragons of various colors and forms, including both Western giant dragons and Eastern divine dragon images. Here, they were in harmony. All the dragons were gathered around an altar, and there were countless human and draconic races standing under the altar. All of the people and dragons were clustered around a person holding a dragon head jointed staff. It seemed like some huge event, a ceremony was being held. The person holding the dragon head sectional staff was dressed in priestly garb and raised his staff towards the sky. The sky opened up and a large golden hand stretched out from it, and between the priest and the hand, a parchment scroll floated. On the side were strange words that were as obscure and difficult to understand as ghostly drawings. Not only the mural in the center, but also the other murals were left with ghostly and strange characters. "Can you read it?" Fang Xiu casually asked. Lin Jinan nodded slightly. "My family left behind the ancient books of the herding dragon clan, I learned a bit." "Then what do these murals mean?" Fang Xiu pursued. The content recorded in the murals is the history of the dragon herding clan, starting from the ancestors signing a contract with the dragon clan. Developing and growing step by step, various heroes appeared in between, and even 3 great emperor-level powerhouses appeared at the peak. 3? Fang Xiu was shocked. Then wouldn't their strength at that time be stronger than the entire current human race? The current human race only had one emperor-level powerhouse who hadn't appeared for many years and no one knew if he was dead or alive. If the Mulong clan had 3 great emperors, hang the current human race. Referring to the description on the mural, the era where the Macroon clan is located should be the last 10,000 years, the most powerful period of the human race, Lin Jinan replied. How exactly did such a strong Mulong clan end up being overthrown? Was it really a dragon clan backlash? Fang Xiu had originally thought that it might be a dragon race backlash. After all, this was a race that was established by both the dragon race and the human race, powerful and intelligent at the same time. Such a powerful force was hard to say how it could quickly overthrow. The dragon race devouring humans was indeed a greater and more acceptable reason. However, after learning the dragon heart secret art, Fang Xiu felt that this would almost never happen. The dragon race and the human race were connected by their hearts. This meant that there was no trust problem between the two sides. The probability of the dragon race devouring the human race was very, very small. Lin Jinan did not answer Fang Xiu's question and reached out to signal Fang Xiu to look at the mural on the left side of the huge mural. It depicted 3 people sitting cross-legged on the ground, all surrounded by dragons soaring and fluttering in various colors, though one person was in an incorrect state, his body stained with blood. 3 great emperors attempted to climb towards a higher realm until one failed and died. Is there a realm above the emperor level? Becoming a god? Fang Xiu pondered. In this world, for those at the genius level, sealing a king was a rare luxury. To think about things above sealing a king or becoming a god. However, Fang Xiu did remember that the god of Sundown Wind was mentioned when the Sundown Wind lineage of transitions appeared. He thought that gods should also exist in this world. The expression of becoming a god was only mentioned in some ancient times, in ancient relics that were tens of thousands of years old, so it's hard to say that becoming a god is the same as becoming a god after becoming an emperor, Lin Jinan said without taking his eyes off the page. However, the words written on the right side of the mural of the 3 great emperors climbing to a higher realm by the herding dragon clan summarized this one as: The path to godhood is broken. Chapter 127 Mirage, Nightmare, Demon, Phantom. The path to godhood had been broken. This didn't feel particularly shocking to the 2 youngsters who hadn't even succeeded in sealing a king yet. Lin Jinan dropped his gaze to this last mural. The last mural depicts the high priestess of the dragon herding clan. In order to reconnect with the path to becoming a god, she used her entire clan to tear open the earthly cage and draw power from the heavenly realm to create something called the Scroll of Breaking Limits. In the process, they were sniped by the gods, and in the end, although one of the great emperors fell, they accomplished this feat. Here's where Lin Jinan just pondered. What did the human cage mean? What was Skyrim? And what was the Scroll of Broken Limits? Fang Xiu, who was listening to Lin Jinan, also wondered about the terms earthly cage and heavenly realm, but when he heard about the Scroll of Limit Breaking, he couldn't help but widen his eyes. The Scroll of Breaking Limits that was placed in the Box of Destiny was made by the Dragon Clan at the cost of a great emperor's death, drawing on the power of the heavenly realm? This. The High Priest of the Dragon Clan made the Scroll of Breaking Limits in order to reconnect with the path to godhood. And yet he didn't use it himself, but put the scroll of limit breaking into the box of destiny and passed it on to me? What does that mean? Is it that only I can connect to the path to godhood? Fang Xiu thought back to the condition for opening the box of fate, possessing a talent beyond the mythic level. In other words, surpassing mythic grade talent was the key to connecting to the path to godhood. Then, how did the shepherd dragon clan perish? Fang Xiu asked. Even if 2 of the 3 great emperors died, wasn't there still one great emperor? No, Lin Jinan shook his head. However, I guess it should be the Mirage race. The murals in front of us have mentioned the enemies of the Macro Dragon Clan, which are the Mirage, Nightmare, Phantom, and Demon. After the disappearance of the herding Dragon Clan, this place, Castle Peak City, was once occupied by the Mirage Clan, and for a long period of time, there were even records of the Mirage Clan rounding up the Dragon Clan. I've just been around, there are traces of killing, but I didn't see any corpses of other races. It looks like civil unrest, the dragon race is killing each other. This is also very consistent with the Mirage race's way of fighting, illusion. However, it's just a guess. If we really want to know who exterminated the Mako Dragon Clan, we can go to the replica in the city and take a look. A replica coalesced through intense battles should be able to know the answer. Fang Xiu thought so too. So the 2 quickly left the Shepherd Dragon Divine Hall and headed towards the city under the altar. Lin Jinan had already wandered through the right area of the Shepherd Dragon Divine Hall and found nothing. This made the 2 of them more and more certain that the Shepherd Dragon Divine Hall should have been actively abandoned by the Shepherd Dragon Clan. Otherwise, it was too cleanly scavenged. Coming down from the altar, Fang Xiu and Lin Jinan once again moved separately, with one exploring towards the west city and the other heading towards the east city. Compared to the skeletons of the dragon race and dragon human race that were occasionally visible in the Pastoral Dragon Divine Hall, below the altar, in the area that looked like the city of the Pastoral Dragon race, there were more skeletons, densely piled up in one place, looking extremely oozing. And these skeletons are shattered at the touch of a button, and they are crushed. With a light touch, they turned into a mess of bone powder that poured down, along with the armor on them. This made Fang Xiu a bit helpless. The armor on the Dragon Man skeletons also looked like good equipment. Soon, Fang Xiu arrived in front of the first copy. A copy portal located at the crossroads. Herding Dragon Ruins Bloodbath Land. Description: in the center of the western city of the Dragon Herding Clan, the Dragon Herding Clan's king-level powerhouse, the 9 Heavenly Kings Dragon, was surrounded and killed by the generals of the Demon and Nightmare clans. Challenge limit: 4 turns. Please select the difficulty of your challenge. Easy, normal, hard, nightmare, hell. The Demon Clan and the Nightmare Clan? 3 great enemies attacking the Herding Dragon Clan at the same time? Previously, Lin Jinan guessed that it was the Mirage Clan. But from the description of the copy revealed now, the Demon race and Nightmare race had also intervened. Fang Xiu knew very little about the Demon race of these 2 races. This was because the Demon race had long since disappeared from the infinite world. It was only able to see 1 or 2 words in some ancient books. The Nightmare race, on the other hand, Fang Xiu knew more about them because the southern part of the Dongwon Kingdom, which the Aurora Society guarded, was the very place that fought with the Nightmare race all year round. Unsurprisingly, when he went out from the Shepherd Dragon Divine Hall and returned to the Aurora Society's headquarters, the next step would also be to go to the Nightmare Soul Valley to deal with the Nightmare Clan. Unfortunately, the copy required 4 turns to enter, so Fang Xiu was only able to withdraw helplessly and continue to fight his way through the western city. At the gates of the western city, Fang Xiu entered another replica. This copy had even higher requirements, requiring 5 turns. Fang Xiu could only call it quits and continued his search. After wandering around the entire western city, Fang Xiu found a total of 4 teleportation portals, 2 of which were located in remote locations, 1 in a water well and 1 in a huge mansion, neither of which was a copy that could be discovered by looking down from the altar. It seemed that the previous count of 5 copies down from the altar was still understated. Now there were at least 7. As for the replica entry restrictions, the replica at the water well was 4 turns, and the one in the mansion was 6 turns. Both were copies that could not be entered. There really wasn't much to harvest. Fang Xiu was only able to return to the stairs of the altar to wait for Lin Jinan. How was the harvest? Seeing Lin Jinan return from afar, Fang Xiu asked. Not much harvest, Lin Jinan replied. The equipment of the Dragon race and the Dragon Man clan was either shattered whole by the Demon race's annihilation or contaminated by the blood of the Phantom race, so there's no way to use it at all. You still found traces of the Phantom race over there? Fang Xiu was surprised. The copies he saw in the West City were all related to the Nightmare and Demon clans. There were no traces of the Phantom clan that he found. Nothing on your side? Fang Xiu shook his head. I do have copies of the nightmare race on my side. The two looked at each other. Could it be that the previous guess was wrong? It wasn't the Mirage clan's move, but the Nightmare, Demon, and Phantom clans? No, I'm afraid that it was the four clans that moved together. Both Fang Xiu and Lin Jinan were able to naturally brainstorm the scene at that time. 10,000 years ago, the Macrolong clan had 3 great emperors, but they were not able to destroy their 4 great enemies, Mirage, Nightmare, Demon, and Phantom. This meant that these 4 clans at least had the ability to resist the Macrolong clan. But when the 3 great emperors of the Maculong clan died too, the balance of strength tilted. After the 4 clans received the news, they were bound to not let go of this excellent opportunity. Thus, the 4 clans conspired to launch an onslaught against the Maclong clan. And so, suddenly it's understandable why the Mulong clan would still be exterminated even though they had a great emperor in their midst, Fang Xiu muttered. Lin Jinan nodded, her guess was similar to Fang Xiu's. The two of them only lamented for a moment, and then they immediately dropped their gaze to the pastoral dragon divine hall in the center of the city, the 2 gigantic dragon bones that were 1,000 meters long and 100 meters tall. Chapter 128 Burning Heavenly Emperor Dragon Bones. What grade are these 2 dragon bones? Fang Xiu guessed that they were the dragon emperors. All the ordinary dragon bones had crumbled due to the power of the demon race and the phantom race, but just the 2 of them didn't. And it wasn't like this incomparably huge size was something an ordinary dragon race could have. But if you were to say that this was really the skeleton of a dragon race great emperor, then Fang Xiu instead felt that it was a bit small. Moreover, the 2 dragons known to have died, one was on the way to climbing the path to godhood, and the other was sniped to death by a god when opening the earthly cage. The fact that something as big as the invasion of the 4 clans wasn't recorded on the mural was obviously after these 2 events. The skeleton of the dragon emperor should have been put away long ago. Just take a look. Lin Jinan grew a pair of red wings behind his back and flew through the air towards the dragon bone of the shepherd dragon divine hall. Fang Xiu also came to the dragon bone. Reaching out, he touched it. Burning Heavenly Emperor Dragon Bone. Material. Mythic level. Description: the skeleton left behind after the death of the Burning Heavenly Emperor Dragon, exuding the unique imperial aura of the dragon race, which was indelible by time and could not be eroded by water and fire. It's the skeleton of the Dragon Emperor. Fang Xiu knew that the Dragon Emperor's skeleton wouldn't be so easy to get. In the distance, Lin Jinan flew back. On my side is the skeleton of an imperial dragon. Same on my side. The two exchanged information. After confirming it, it was bad instead. As the top race of the infinite world, the dragons could be said to have treasures all over their bodies. Dragon horns and bones could be used as material for forging weapons. Dragon blood and bones could be used as medicine. Dragon meat was also a top ingredient, and a tonic medicine. Right now, there is just one dragon bone, and its uses for forging weapons and medicine. But the problem was, as Fang Xiu had just read in the description of the Burning Sky Emperor Dragon Bone, it was indelible in time, and could not be eroded by fire or water. Then how could Fang Xiu make it into a weapon or grind it into powder for medicine? To be able to do that, one would have to be at least an emperor-level powerhouse, right? Then these 2 dragon bones should be put here for the time being. We will always use them in the future, Lin Jinan suggested. Okay, there was no way to deal with it, so it could only be put away for the time being. There is a kind of, obviously sitting on a mountain of gold, but one is still a beggar feeling. The 2 of them matched the information about the copies of the Macro Dragon ruins again. West City has a total of 5 copies, East City has 4, plus the copy of the Pastoral Dragon Temple, exactly 10. Entry restrictions: the lowest is 4 turns, the highest is 7 turns. The 7th turn was the big copy at the entrance of the Pastoral Dragon Divine Hall, just 1. The remaining 9 copies, 3 each for turn 4, turn 5, and turn 6. Quite a good ratio of numbers. If Fang Xiu and Lin Jinan established a force belonging to them in the future, the Pastoral Dragon ruins would be able to completely provide skill books, equipment, and monster materials from 4 to 8 stars. It could almost encompass the mainstream skill and equipment levels on the market, and even because this was the relics of the herding dragon clan, the skills and equipment produced were definitely far superior to other places in terms of quality. Compared to the skeletons of the emperor-level dragon clan, these 10 copies were truly a visible and tangible treasure trove for Fang Xiu and Lin Jinan. It's almost time to explore, we should go back. Lin Jinan glanced at her watch. They had come in at 9 o'clock in the morning, but now it was already 5 o'clock in the evening. They had been here for 8 hours. Before we leave, let's unify our caliber. Fang Xiu nodded, signaling that he was listening. We killed Hong Zhong and Lin Qingfeng. The two organizations behind them will surely find out the first time, and the people tracking down the cause of their deaths should already be on their way. Fang Xiu remembered the green soul marigold he used when he just joined the Aurora Society. That thing was able to feed back the state of the soul, and once he died, the green soul marigold would go out. It was believed that other organizations should have similar props. After we went out, if we encountered any questioning, the unified answer for the whereabouts of the two of them was that we didn't know, and after entering, we parted ways with each other. And your identity is that of my bodyguard, all things will be pushed onto me, Lin Jinan explained. As the leader of the younger generation of the Lingji Company and the Green Mountain Lin family, Lin Jinan had the absolute confidence to face the pursuit of the Greenfield Palace and the Northern Desolate Beast. As for Fang Xiu, Lin Jinan actually felt that he could get away from the two forces of the Greenfield Palace and the Northern Desert Beast more easily than he could. Hao Ringwang, the leader of the Aurora Club, King of Aurora, don't think he's easy to talk to just because his last name is Hao. Hao Ringwang is known for his righteousness, explosive temper and shortcomings. Moreover, Fang Xiu is the person he has been most optimistic about in recent years. If the Greenfield Palace and the beasts of the Northern Desert came to his door, Lin Jinan could visualize the explosive images. Hao Ringwang, you're going to come to my house to ask questions after your family died. Is it because I can't lift my sword anymore, or have you drifted? And the Aurora Society was close to the royal family of the Donghuang Kingdom. The amount of Greenfield Palace and the North Wasteland beasts 8 Bear Heart and Leopard's Gall wouldn't dare to have any head-on conflict with the Aurora Society. Lin Jinan didn't think that the two big organizations would turn against the Aurora Society and the Ganoderma Lucidum Company for the sake of two geniuses who had already been killed. In the end, this matter would just drag on and eventually end up unsettled. As the current president of Lingji Corporation, she had seen countless similar things at her father's side. Okay, Fang Xiu agreed, what he lacked now was time to grow. However, the way he looked at Lin Jinan changed slightly. Luckily, Lin Jinan was a teammate, and this woman was very good at laying out and strategizing. If I were to form a power in the future, I could let her manage it, and it would be enough for me to have combat power that exceeds hers. The two of them got up and walked towards the altar, and in the center of the altar, the portal stood silently, except that the flow of water on the surface seemed to be stagnant and motionless. This was the sign that the portal was closed. Lin Jinan made the arrangement. When the teleportation gate of the Mac Dragon ruins was turned off, the teleportation gate on the other side would disappear into thin air, and no one would be able to find it. And if the people in this space wanted to use it again, all they had to do was open the portal again. Before leaving, Lin Jinan set spatial coordinates on the altar of the Pastoral Dragon ruins. This way, no matter where the Mac Dragon ruins were, as long as they passed through the power of space, they would be able to come over at any time by opening a spatial portal. People from big families really have everything, Fang Xiu exclaimed. He needed to seek Li Bo's help to open the portal, and Lin Jinan had the spatial teleportation props with him. Take it. Lin Jinan casually threw Fang Xiu a bead. Empty spirit bead. Special props. Effect, automatically opens a portal to the place where the spatial coordinates were left behind after use. Marked. Usage, 1-1 takes 3 days to recharge automatically after use. Description, a bead made by a top spatial formation master. Because of the addition of the function of automatically absorbing spatial power, this makes it a spatial treasure that can be used over and over again. Don't lose it, the value of this item is no less than a Fey Elemental. Boss Atmospheric. That's right, come to me tomorrow to get the Fey Elemental, the Fey Wind Elemental you wanted. I've transferred it here. Chapter 129 Clear Void Spiritual Wind. The next morning, after breakfast, Fang Xiu came to find Lin Jinan. When he came to the door of the president's office, someone was walking out. It was a middle-aged man with a goatee and wearing a Chinese mountain suit. His 2 hands were large and his joints were full of calluses. At a glance, it was clear that he was an expert who specialized in boxing. What made Fang Xiu pay more attention was the middle-aged man's gaze. His gaze was sharp, as if a falcon was staring at its prey, into the flesh. The middle-aged man's complexion was a bit serious. When he passed by Fang Xiu, he just swept a glance and left in a big stride. It could be seen that he seemed to be not having a happy conversation with Lin Jinan. Only then did Fang Xiu walk into the president's office. Who was that person just now? Business didn't come through? Lin Jinan changed back into that black workplace outfit, and when she saw Fang Xiu come in, she slightly raised her hand, and the door behind Fang Xiu automatically closed. At the same time, on the coffee table on the right side, an invisible air current hooked up the teapot to make tea for Fang Xiu. The moment the door closed, Fang Xiu's sleeve and the small urgent thunder dragon immediately poked out his head, happy in the Lin Jinan's office spinning, but also flew to the front of Lin Jinan, rubbing his face, pampering. Fang Xiu usually does not let the little urgent thunder come out. The dragons are still too eye-catching, which is inconsistent with his low-key persona. As long as it stays in the pet space that comes with hatching pets. However, the little guy has only just started out, and very much dislikes the pet space, so the little urgent thunder dragon will occasionally take a breath of fresh air in Fang Xiu's sleeve. Quietly observing the world. Northern Desolate Beasts Deacon in Castle Peak City, Lin Jinan rubbed the little urgent thunder dragon's head and casually replied. 5 turns and 9 stars, Li Dongyang, occupational name seems to be, Ruoshan Heavy Fist. Fang Xiu raised an eyebrow, so quick to hit the door? Second turn 6 stars, this is a genius that would be valued in any power, didn't come to me the same night, arrived the next morning, this is considered slow. Lin Jinan was unimpressed. What about the result? Fang Xiu sat down on the sofa. I answered him, I don't know. And then he believed it? Of course he couldn't have believed it so easily, he probably wanted to look for Hong Zhong's body in the Maklong ruins himself. But he won't be able to find a way to enter the Mac Dragon ruins in his lifetime, because the Mac Dragon ruins teleportation portal has already been destroyed by us, and the only 2 spatial coordinates to be able to enter it are in the Empyrean beads of the 2 of us. Lin Jinan did things, and pursued the infallibility of it all. However, be careful, he might find you. Lin Jinan admonished. Reaching out, he pushed a black wooden box on his desk to the front. The Fey Wind Elemental you asked for. Fang Xiu hurriedly got up from the sofa and picked up the wooden box for a closer look. The little urgent thunder dragon also landed on Fang Xiu's shoulder, both eyes shining with curiosity. Opening the wooden box, there was a fist-sized glass ball lying quietly inside, and there was only a little bit of tiny golden gravel flying around in the glass ball, which was very peculiar. Clear Void Spirit Wind. Effect: after use, all your wind skills will automatically have the effect of Clear Void Spirit Wind attached to them. Requirements: Wind Skill, Spirit 120. Description: Pure Emptiness, Delusion Breaking Spirit Wind. Lin Jinan introduced Pure Void Spiritual Wind, the 57th in the list of foreign wind elements. After absorbing it, you will gain the perfect talent of resisting negative statuses, especially mental manipulation, as well as the skill of breaking illusions. You have already turned 3, after you return to the Aurora Society, you should enter the battlefield of the Nightmare Soul Valley next. Although the Nightmare Clan is not as fond of mind control and illusion as the Mirage Clan, the Nightmare Clan has a famous Nightmare Clan, which is the most skilled at entering into dreams and being infected with Nightmare Chi, and every year, talented people are killed by the Nightmare in the dream or infected with Nightmare Chi, and ultimately turn into Nightmare Ghosts manipulated by Nightmare Ghosts. The Clear Void Spirit Wind is the best choice for you. Of course, if you want to change to a more lethal wind element, the Ganoderma Corporation also has the 72nd ranked Blazing Hot Wind, a kind of wind that can burn everything. Its power is not bad. No need, that's it. Fang Xiu's only requirement for the second Fey wind element he absorbed was a top ranking. The main reason was that he wanted to raise Wind Cut from a 7-star epic rank skill to a 7-star legendary skill. The higher the ranking, the stronger the talent it brought, and the greater the increase in wind, then the higher the probability that Wind Cut would raise its quality. Besides, just like what Lin Jinan said, he was going back next to enter the Nightmare Soul Valley. The Clear Void Spiritual Wind could also prevent a handful of nightmares, so it was indeed the most suitable spiritual wind for him. Thank you, boss. Fang Xiu immediately took the Clear Void Spiritual Wind and prepared to absorb it when he went back. Don't mention the word thank you, we're trading. Where are the Fey elements you're ready to use for exchange? Fang Xiu hurriedly took out the Desanhai Flame Lotus from his occupation space, which had already been packed in a specialized container, and handed it to Lin Jinan. The Desanhai Flame didn't rank high among the Fey fire elements, only ranking 80th, and it was characterized by high temperature and the ability to burn underwater. Whether it was ranked or valued, not only did it not compare to the Clear Void Spirit Wind, it didn't even compare to the Fiery Hot Wind. Lin Jinan scanned through the attributes. Not enough. How much is the difference? I'll make it up. The difference in price. Lin Jinan said after thinking for a moment. Tell you what, you're going to Nightmare Soul Valley anyway, so help me bring back a Nightmare Heart Core. What is that thing? The core of the Nightmare Clan. It can be used to make mental manipulation props. It's more precious in the inland of the human race. It's not that rare, only at the border. As long as you have killed the Nightmare Clan in the Nightmare Soul Valley, you should be able to get it. Okay, Fang Xiu agreed painfully. Right, I also need to trouble you to help me find the Fey element of the Thunder attribute. Thunder attribute? Lin Jinan frowned. What do you need that for? To feed the little urgent thunder? Hearing someone call himself, the little urgent thunder dragon that was about to take to the sky and fly freely perked up its ears to listen. Of course, it's not like I have a thunder attribute. Lin Jinan couldn't help but bristle. The lightning that the little urgent thunder dragon possessed on its own was already very strong, but Feng Xiu even had to give it Fey thunder elements. What a luxury! Fey elements with the thunder attribute are very rare. The Ganoderma Corporation's warehouse doesn't have any stock. All I can say is that I'll try my best to help you find one. However, don't hold out too much hope, that's all Lin Jinan said. She had purposely looked at the Fey element catalog in the warehouse when she helped Feng Xiu pick the Clear Void Spirit Wind, and there was no Fey element with the thunder attribute. The higher the ranking, the better, Feng Xiu added. Aren't you going to Nightmare Soul Valley? You can go to the military's warehouse to take a look. After all, the Lingji company is just a company. It's still no match for the military, Lin Jinan suggested. I'll go and take a look. If I don't need it anymore, I'll be sure to tell you in advance. Feng Xiu beckoned towards the little urgent thunder dragon, which immediately and obediently burrowed into Feng Xiu's sleeve. Thanks for the boss's Clear Void Spiritual Wind, I'll go first. Chapter 130, Swinging Dust and Clearing Void Good Spiritual Winds. After eating lunch, Feng Xiu sat cross-legged on his bed. He had just talked to Li Bo on the phone and made an appointment to open the portal for himself tomorrow morning. Now, Feng Xiu was ready to put the Clear Void Spiritual Wind and the Sword Memory Pearl to use. Feng Xiu took out 3 sword memory beads small from his career space and placed them in front of him. He just had once told himself that the essence of the sword memory beads was to condense the experience of a certain sword profession's use of the sword into a memory. The effect it brought was not only related to the size of the sword memory bead, but also to the user's enlightenment. Feng Xiu was naturally confident in his own enlightenment. However, since it was a memory, forcing it into one's mind would naturally have a negative effect on one's mental and memory aspects. He just advice to Feng Xiu was to use the sword memory pearls one by one, and stop when one felt a bit mentally drained and groggy. Wait for the spirit to completely recover before continuing to use it. This way, there would be no after effects left behind. Pick up a sword memory pearl and use it. The sword memory bead immediately collapsed like smoke, and in an instant, Feng Xiu's memories of a handsome young man's sword practice appeared in his mind. It was very blurry, only being able to have a human form and the wielding path of a sharp sword. The sword path was agile and ethereal. Because it was in his mind, although it was vague, Feng Xiu was still able to mimic the sword technique as it was. The room was too small. Feng Xiu rolled over and jumped down from the second floor to the courtyard. Raising his hand, he pulled out Star River from his career space and practiced swordplay right in the courtyard. I don't know how long it took, the memory of practicing the sword became more and more blurry. Feng Xiu had to stop moving. No matter how much he thought about it, he couldn't recall the sword technique he had just done. It was as if it was just a dream. However, a prompt popped up in front of Feng Xiu's eyes at this moment. Tip: using the sword memory pearl, the skill Wind Magic Sword Technique has increased its proficiency by 1213. Wind Magic Sword Technique skill level up, current level 7413-1200. 12,000 experience. Feng Xiu's eyelids jumped. This was at least equal to a week of his own hard training. Continue. The status was fine. Not feeling a decline in his mental state, Feng Xiu took out another sword memory pearl and chose to use it. The image of a youth practicing sword practice appeared in front of his eyes once again. However, unlike the previous youth's dynamic sword path, this time, the youth used a heavy sword and followed the 1-4-10 sword path. It was wide open. Although it wasn't subtle, and Feng Xiu wasn't using a heavy sword, he could take the strengths and complement the weaknesses, and also had a whole new realization. When the memory blurred until it disappeared, a prompt popped up in front of Feng Xiu's eyes once again. Alert: using the sword memory pearl, the skill Wind Magic Sword Technique has increased in proficiency by 1078. Wind Magic Sword Technique skill level increased, current level 8291-1600. The proficiency gained is different every time. Feng Xiu pondered. This was indeed related to enlightenment. Even if it contained memories of different sword arts, the comprehension brought to the user was different, and the proficiency gained was also different. With his status fine, Feng Xiu continued to take out the third sword memory pearl. This time, the sword art displayed was the soft sword. An hour later, Feng Xiu used 6 sword memory pearls in a row and raised the Wind Magic Sword Technique from LV6 to LV10. Skill realization: Wind Slamming Flying Sword. Wind Slamming Flying Sword, 8-star epic skill, LV10 skill level equals Wind Magic Sword Technique level, active, throw the long sword in your hand towards the target, flight speed plus 300%, inflicts sword and wind elemental damage of attack x4 plus dexterity x3, consumes 100 points of magic value, cooldown time, 10 minutes. Fang Xiu checked the skill he had just learned very carefully. The literal damage of the slamming wind flying sword was average, but its terrifying point was the flying speed of up to 300%. Wind slash even needed 3 seconds of gradual boosting to reach the original 300% flying speed. The wind slamming flying sword didn't need to be boosted, and directly started with a 300% flying speed. Of course, there was no way to test the initial speed of these two skills in the courtyard, but Fang Xiu felt that the wind slamming flying sword should be faster. The structure of the long sword was more suitable for flying than the disc structure. Moreover, Fang Xiu noticed that the damage dealt by the wind slamming flying sword was sword art and wind elemental damage, which meant that it would be able to gain support from the sword art talent and skill and the wind elemental talent and skill. The power instantly jumped another step up. A single, high-speed, high-damage skill, Fang Xiu summarized. This was a skill he still liked. Several of the wind sword demon, as surefire skills were all groups, now a single body was just right. Exhaling lightly, Fang Xiu took out the clear void spirit wind and absorbed it next. Having just used 6 sword memory beads, he could feel his mental state slipping significantly, so he would temporarily stop here today, and continue using the sword memory beads tomorrow when he had completely recovered his spirit. According to the current efficiency, he would be able to use 20 more sword memory beads to raise his wind magic sword technique to full level, and then he would still have 20 or so sword memory beads left to use later. This is still thanks to the Macroon clan's scroll of breaking limits. If one seeker talent is not unsealed, I'm afraid that the 50 sword memory bead small and 1 sword memory bead medium in one's pocket are not enough to be used. Successful use of Clear Void Spirit Wind. The Fey Wind element Clear Void Spirit Wind devours Sundown Wind. Talent source of Sundown Wind Rare has been upgraded to Dust Clearing Spirit Wind Perfect. Acquired the skill Wind of Delusion. Wind skill Wind / 7-star epic skill has been upgraded to Wind Spirit / 7-star legendary skill. Seeing that Wind / was upgraded from epic to legendary, Fang Xiu let out a sigh of relief. Finally, it had been upgraded to legendary grade. If it hadn't been upgraded, then he would have only been able to go looking for a higher level Fey Wind elemental. 4th turn Seal King should be secure. Fang Xiu was basically 99% sure now. There were quite a few things obtained, so let's look at them one by one. Swinging Dust, Clearing Void, Good Spirit Wind Perfect, having the power to control the wind element. The power of all wind skills is increased by 40%, spiritual resistance is increased by 100, immunity to spiritual skills lower than one's own level, and all wind skills will automatically have the effect of Breaking Evil. Breaking Evil doubles damage to all evil objects. Wind of Delusion, passive, LV6 max, immune to illusion spells cast by spellcasters with no more than 100 mental power. When a spellcaster with less than 100 mental power uses an illusion spell within 500 meters, it will definitely suffer a backlash. Dang Heavenly Wind Spirit Cut 7-star legendary skill, LV15 max, compresses the power of the wind to form a thinner and sharper wind wheel to attack the target, inflicting Spirit X 8.5 wind elemental damage, increasing the flight speed by 300%, attacking with locking, and attaching broken armor. Attack with lock and armor break status lasts 3 minutes, cooldown, 5 seconds. Chapter 131 Re-entering the Nightmare Soul Valley. Returning to Sea Light City from the portal opened by Li Bo. Did this trip to Castle Peak City go well? Li Bo and Fang Xiu walked on the streets of Sea Light City. From time to time, there were passers-by casting glances. Pretty smooth, Fang Xiu replied. Not only did he get the 4-star legendary rank skill, but he also discovered the Dragon Herding Ruins, a treasure trove with 10 unexplored copies and 2 Dragon Emperor skeletons, and the Scroll of Limit Breaking, so it could be said that it couldn't have been smoother. That's good, you newcomers will be entering the Nightmare Soul Valley in 2 days, it's important to keep a good mindset. The notice to enter Nightmare Soul Valley has come down? Fang Xiu picked up his cell phone. He indeed didn't look at the Aurora app in the past few days. Not yet, but the various branches of the Aurora Society have already started previewing it. It's estimated to be just in the next 2 days. A lot of people are preparing for it. I heard that beheading the Nightmare Clan in the Nightmare Soul Valley can earn you military honors to exchange for rewards in the army? Fang Xiu suddenly remembered Lin Jinan's proposal. It's possible, Li Bo affirmed. Killing the Nightmare race in the Nightmare Soul Valley can earn military merits, and military merits accumulated to a certain extent can earn military ranks, and besides being able to redeem rewards at the Army's quartermaster, military merits can also be converted into Aurora points with a ratio formula of 1:1. However, Aurora points wouldn't be able to be converted into military merits. Fang Xiu nodded. It seemed that military merits were a higher level of currency than Aurora points. Of course, this was also related to the Aurora Society and the military's deep binding. Then am I able to see the rewards redeemable at the quartermaster now? Yes, you can. You just need to head to Nightmare Soul Valley and register at the Aurora Society branch in Nightmare Soul Valley and you will be able to see it. Every year, there are quite a few newcomers who go to Nightmare Soul Valley to register and check out the situation after rising to level 40. You should know that compared to the newcomer competition quests of the duplicates, the newcomer competition quest rewards of a place of war like Nightmare Soul Valley is the big headache. As a senior, Li Bo had a clear understanding of these newcomer matters. Okay, Feng Xiu had an idea in his heart. The two of them arrived at the Aurora Society's headquarters, and Feng Xiu invited Li Bo to the Rongji restaurant for lunch as a token of appreciation. After lunch, everyone went back to their own homes and found their own moms. Feng Xiu didn't go back to his room, but went to the training room and started absorbing the sword memory pearls to improve the proficiency of his sword skills. After 10 sword memory pearls, the skill level of wind magic sword technique went from LV10 to LV12. The mental depression brought about by the sword memory beads seemed to have been eased a bit by the dust swinging, clearing the void, good spirit wind talent. Therefore, Feng Xiu was able to use 4 more sword memory beads a day. But this efficiency. 5 level 1s, this was not good news. Feng Xiu realized that as he used more and more sword memory beads, the effect got worse and worse. It wasn't that his enlightenment had declined, but that the memories brought by the lower level sword memory beads were becoming more and more unusual. Low-level sword professionals basically evolved through the primary sword techniques, and although the weapons were different, the fundamentals of the sword techniques were the same. After seeing more, Feng Xiu naturally didn't see too many new things. It seemed that the 34 sword memory beads small in the career space would be hard to keep a few of them. In the afternoon, Feng Xiu woke up after a 2-hour nap, took a cold shower, and directly got up to head to Nightmare Soul Valley. Feng Xiu didn't have much to hold on to with regards to Haiguang City. Everything he needed to do here had already been done. Currently, there was only one most important thing he had to do, and that was to hurry up the 6-star skill Dragon King's Secret Art to full level and then turn 2. Both the Combat Transformer and Dust Swinging Wind Spirit Cutting skills had already reached full level. Both, Primal Apprentice and Blade Lord, were waiting for their third turn. I came to the teleportation square. This time, he didn't bother Li Bo. The teleportation plaza had a fixed teleportation array to Nightmare Soul Valley, and Feng Xiu immediately arrived at Nightmare Soul Valley after spending 500 pole light points. The sky was dim, the rain kept falling, and the atmosphere in the air was as depressing as ever. The scenery and atmosphere in front of him was the same as when Feng Xiu first came here. Striding broadly, he arrived at the Aurora Society's branch within the Nightmare Soul Valley. This place was even bigger than the Aurora Society's headquarters in Sea Light City. And it was also more lively. Professionals wearing different colored equipment came and went frequently, talking and laughing. It was a way to dilute the oppression and solemnity within the Nightmare Soul Valley. As Li Bo said, many newcomers came to the Aurora Club in Nightmare Soul Valley early to register. And it wasn't just newcomers from Haiguang City, but newcomers from all of the Aurora Society branches. Feng Xiu's arrival caught the attention of just over a dozen people, all of whom were newcomers from Sea Light City. Newcomers from other chapters might have heard of Feng Xiu's big name, but they didn't know exactly what Feng Xiu looked like. Go to the staff at the front desk to register. The staff member also gave Feng Xiu 2 documents to check and fill out. It was a confidential document and an introductory description of the Nightmare Soul Valley frontline. It was normal to have a confidentiality document. When it came to war, it was natural not to be sloppy. The general content was that military secrets could not be leaked. Those who violated it would be directly sent to the military court. The lightest punishment is life imprisonment. The main thing to look at was the introductory note to the Nightmare Soul Valley frontline. It mentioned in detail the roles that the members of the Aurora Society had played in the Nightmare Soul Valley War. Feng Xiu could briefly summarize it as special forces. The professionals who were able to be recruited by the Aurora Society, not to say that they were all geniuses, but at least they were all elites. Their individual combat strength was definitely higher than that of ordinary soldiers of the same rank. And because they have not been subjected to strict militarized management, they are more difficult to restrain. Therefore, the military's usage of the Aurora members favors the commission system. It was like releasing a mission on the Aurora app, and then the members accepted the mission and completed it. Most of the missions posted were to eliminate small Nightmare Clan camps, assassinate a certain Nightmare Clan general, and investigate Nightmare Clan branches within a certain region. Only, accepting commissions wasn't as convenient as the Aurora Society quests. One needed to go to the Nightmare Soul Valley's Aurora Society branch to accept and pay in person. Moreover, the content of the mission was a bit more stringent. For example, it would be limited to how many nightmare clans could be killed within how much time before they could be considered eliminated, and so on. But likewise, the military merits rewarded by the army are quite generous. Excuse me, where do I go if I want to check the list of redemption rewards for military merits? Fang Xiu handed over his signed document and asked the staff. You can go to the left side of the hall, there's a machine there, you can check it by inserting your profession card into it. After redeeming the items, the army's quartermaster will personally deliver the items to you, said the staff member, handing Fang Xiu a profession card that he had just registered. This occupation card was not only a record of Fang Xiu's military achievements, it was also a passport to the front line of Nightmare Soul Valley. Thank you. Fang Xiu took the occupation card and went to the left side of the hall, to a machine similar to an ATM withdrawal machine, and inserted the card. Enter the search range, Thunder Attribute Fey Element. Chapter 132, Xiangang Heavenly Thunder. Shengang Jin Tianlei, Thunder Attribute Fey Element rank 13th, has exceeded the scope of ordinary lightning power, formed a special thunderbolt. The power is tens of times that of ordinary lightning power. Each thunderbolt carries a terrible destructive power, and is able to easily run through mountain ranges. And in addition to the power, it also has a great deterrent power. Once appeared tend to be able to let the surrounding people in a horrible sense of oppression. If it is timid, hidden in the heart of the evil people may even die on the spot. Broken gall. Tip: the Thunder Attribute Fey Element is extremely demanding on the user. Redemption price, 80 million military merits. Lightning Thunder, 53rd on the list of Thunder Attribute Fey Element, with the power of Lightning Thunder, capable of purifying all evil forces, and is the nemesis of all evil creatures. Redemption price, 5 million military merits. Purging Blood Evil Thunder, 66th on the list of Thunder Attribute Fey Elements, Blood-Colored Thunder, which contains the power of blood. The location struck by it will rise up with blood-colored pustules, and it is an extremely bizarre type of thunder. Tip: this thunder is extremely strange, and may even backfire on the absorber. Professionals whose spiritual attributes have not reached 500 points or more should use it with caution. Redemption price, 3 million military merits. The rewards of the army were indeed more advanced than those of the Aurora Society and the Ganoderma Corporation. Not only were there Fey elements of the Thunder attribute, but there were 3 of them. One of them was also the 13th ranked Xiangang Shocking Thunder. That was the amount of military merit required to redeem it. 80 million. Fang Xiu went numb. It was mentioned in the Dragon King's secret art that the better the Fey element used, the stronger it would be when one became a Dragon King. Therefore, Fang Xiu was definitely doing his best to get the best Thunder attribute Fey element for the little urgent Thunder Dragon. But this $80 million price. Let's go for Xiguang Thunder first, and see how it goes. If we save up fast, we can try to hit 80 million, otherwise we can only take Xiguang Thunder as a stopgap. Fang Xiu thought. Now he realized that Lin Jinan had exchanged the Clear Void Spiritual Wind for the Tsanghai Flame with himself, and that the Tsanghai Flame had been used as a substitute for the Tsanghai Flame. He now realized how much Lin Jinan had lost by exchanging the Tsanghai Flame with himself. Boss's atmosphere, Fang Xiu couldn't help but sigh again. Since Lin Jinan wants a nightmare core, I'll get her a big one. After Fang Xiu went back, he looked up the Nightmare Hardcore, and it was true that only killing the Nightmare Clan could get it, and it was considered a rare thing, but this thing was divided into grades, and the higher the grade of the Nightmare, the higher the grade of the Nightmare Hardcore that was dropped. Fang Xiu checked the Wind attribute Fey elements again, and there were even more. There were a total of 8 Wind attribute Fey elements, and the one that ranked the highest was the 11th, named Annihilating Divine Wind. The exchange price was as high as 100 million military merits. Fang Xiu could only look at this thing. Even if he had 100 million, he would first buy the Xiangang Heavenly Thunder. In the future, if he really had that much military merit, he would consider buying the Annihilating Divine Wind. Turning off the machine and pulling out the card. Fang Xiu opened a single room in the Nightmare Soul Valley's Aurora Society branch for 100 Aurora points a month. It wasn't expensive, but single rooms were free in the Aurora Society in Sea Light City. For the next 3 days, Fang Xiu stayed in Nightmare Soul Valley, and every day, apart from checking the data, understanding the Nightmare race, and understanding the information about the frontline battlefield in Nightmare Soul Valley, he consumed sword memory pearls to raise the level of the Wind Magic Sword technique. After 3 days and consuming 30 more sword memory beads, Fang Xiu finally upgraded his Wind Magic Sword technique to LV15 Max. Skill Comprehension, Windy Sword Demon. Wind Sword Demon, 8-star epic skill, LV6 Max, active, gather the power of the wind between heaven and earth in oneself, perceive the power of nature, use the sword to establish one's heart, and temporarily take on the form of a wind sword demon for 15 minutes, cooldown time, 1 day. Wind sword demon, movement speed increased by 100%, wind elemental damage increased by 50%, sword damage increased by 100%, attack range of all wind and sword skills doubled. A mandatory kill skill is a status skill? That's rare. Fang Xiu was pleasantly surprised. He preferred status skills to offensive skills. After all, he had 4 professions at the same time, and there were too many attack skills. Sometimes it was hard to know which one to use. But status skills were different, they could raise one's ceiling, and different status skills wouldn't conflict. Naturally, the more the better. As a must-have skill, the bonuses brought by Windward Sword Demon were still relatively straightforward: movement speed, wind elemental damage, sword damage, these were all very important increases. It's just that the cooldown time is a bit long, Fang Xiu spat. With a cooldown time of up to a day, no wonder it was a must-have technique. Glancing at the sword soul beads in the career space. There were still 4 sword memory beads small and 1 sword memory bead medium. It's not bad, at least there's still remain. It definitely wouldn't be enough to raise the proficiency after one's Wine Sword Demon turned 4. Let's just enter the Sword Soul Mound once more at that time. Getting up, Fang Xiu left the cultivation room. Coming to the branch hall, he prepared to eat a dinner and then go upstairs to sleep to refresh himself. Just as he arrived at the hall, he found that the commission receiving window that no one had gone to a few days ago was already overcrowded, and even the commission receiving window that was originally only 5 had now been expanded to 10, and there was still a huge line. The Nightmare Soul Valley operation has officially begun? Fang Xiu was puzzled, there was no way for newcomers to receive commissions before. Taking out his phone from his pocket to check, he found that the Aurora app had indeed updated another newcomer competition mission. Nightmare Soul Valley Newcomer Competition Mission. Mission objective: acquire as much military merit as possible for a period of 3 months. Acceptance limit: newcomers who have joined the Aurora Society in the current session. Mission reward: after 3 months, rankings will be made based on the military honors gained, and rewards will be given based on the rankings. First place, 1 million military merits and Aurora points. Second place, 700,000 military honors and Aurora points. Third place, 500,000 military merits and Aurora points. Fourth place, 400,000 military merits and Aurora points. 30th 50th place, 10,000 military honors and Aurora points. As Li Bo said, compared to the newcomer competition mission rewards for the replica, this war newcomer competition mission rewards for all division newcomers was the real big head. First place was directly rewarded with 1 million military merits and 1 million Aurora points. This was basically equal to 2 million Aurora point denominations. However, it was just a drop in the bucket for the $80 million worth of Xin Gang Heavenly Thunder that Fang Xiu wanted to buy. Even if he were to buy Xiguang Thunder, it would only be 1/5 of that. Not really, the road is under our feet, we still have to save little by little. Fang Xiu sighed lightly, with a sense of helplessness that in order to buy a car or a house, we have to work hard. Fang Xiu sighed softly and felt a sense of helplessness that he had to work hard to buy a car or a house. Fang Xiu picked up his cell phone and started looking through the commissions about Nightmare Soul Valley. Chapter 133 Commission, Interception. Camp Attack. Mission objective: attack the target camp and kill all nightmares. Information: the location of the camp is located in the 3rd level alert area, preliminary detection of 20 nightmare race, including 1/5 turn nightmare demon, 5 4th turn, and 14 3rd turn, the possibility of hiding troops cannot be ruled out. Acceptance limit: Captain. Mission reward: 50,000 military merits. Clearing nightmare fog. Mission objective: carry the spirit cleansing pearls to the designated area to clear the nightmare fog. Information on the address of the area is Blood Nightmare Stream, the number of Nightmare Clan team who set up Nightmare Fog is 5, their strength is unknown, it is recommended to carry out a preliminary combat strength investigation first. Acceptance requirement: 2nd Lieutenant. Mission reward: 20,000 military merits. Fang Xiu carefully studied the Nightmare Soul Valley's frontline missions. It was found that the acceptance requirements for all missions were not based on rank, but on military rank. There were 5 ranks and 15 levels, and the 5 levels were Sergeant, Lieutenant, School, Army, and Marshal. The 15 ranks were Corporal, Sergeant, Staff Sergeant, Sergeant Major, Ensign, Lieutenant, Captain, Major, Lieutenant Colonel, Colonel, Major, Major General, Lieutenant General, Admiral, Marshal. Every Aurora genius joins Nightmare Soul Valley with the initial rank of 2nd Lieutenant. But this is a temporary rank. They can accept missions that only lieutenants can accept, but they do not enjoy any second lieutenant treatment. If you want to enjoy the treatment of a second lieutenant, or even the treatment of a higher rank, you can only do so by earning military honors. Then one would only be able to mention promotion by acquiring military merits. Fang Xiu had read that to raise his rank to a true second lieutenant, it would take 100,000 military merits. To reach the rank of major, it would take 5 million. As for major, it would require 100 million military merits. Of course, granting a rank only depended on how much military honor had been accumulated. It did not consume military honor, and would not be reduced due to what items you had exchanged before. The rank of major is the end of the line for Aurora members. Unless you formally joined the military, it was impossible to rise to the rank of Major General. Fang Xiu wasn't interested in military ranks, but he cared about the benefits they brought. One of them in particular was a 5% discount for second lieutenants when exchanging items with military honors, 10% for lieutenants, and 15% for captains. There was an incremental 5% discount for every level up according to rank. Fang Xiu carefully calculated that if he obtained 80 million military merits, he would obtain the rank of colonel since the colonel rank required 50 million military merits, and the discount it would bring was 30%. In other words, if Fang Xiu could reach the rank of colonel, he would only need 56 million military merits to purchase the Xiangang Heavenly Thunder with an original price of 80 million military merits. That's a saving of 24 million military merits. Fang Xiu felt that the distance between himself and the Xiangang Heavenly Thunderbolt was instantly brought closer. By the same token, if he were to buy 5 million Sigong Thunder. If he wanted to buy 5 million Sequang Thunder, he would be awarded the rank of major because of his 5 million military honors, and by then, he would have bought it with only 4 million military honors. It's a pity that military merits cannot be transferred or traded, otherwise it would be possible to collect some. Fang Xiu rubbed his chin. It was better not to be whimsical. Although the military rank had lowered the amount of military merit Fang Xiu needed to purchase the Fei Thunder Elemental, whether it was 5,600,000,000 or 4 billion, it was currently a sky-high price for him. Gotta fight hard to kill. Fang Xiu got up and queued up in front of the window for mission commissions. The quests to be taken on, he had already selected. Let's start with a not-so-difficult mission to try out the saltiness. Intercept Nightmare Clan Squad. Mission objective: intercept and kill the Nightmare Clan team that entered the secondary security area. Information: the team crossed the 3rd level alert area and entered the 2nd level alert area yesterday. Their current location is the Ghost Forest. Strength: led by 2 4th turn Nightmare Demons and 4 3rd turn Nightmare Clansmen. Acceptance limit: 2nd Lieutenant. Mission reward: 10,000 military honors. I'm a 3rd turn, but my professions are 5, 6, 7, and 8 stars, so I'm going to fight 2 4th turns and 4 3rd turns. Pretty reasonable, right? Fang Xiu had watched some Nightmare Race combat videos in the past few days and analyzed the Nightmare Race's combat strength. The Nightmare Race's individual strength was indeed generally a bit stronger than the human race, but it was limited. And it was basically negligible after the 4th and 5th revolutions. If Fang Xiu treated them as slightly stronger human professionals. To be honest, Fang Xiu only cared about the 2 4th turn Nightmare Demons, and the other 4 3rd turn Nightmare Clans like himself really didn't put them in his eyes. If they were able to take a win slice from themselves and not die, they were considered to have a hard life. Hello, I'd like to accept commission number B6124. After waiting in line for half a day, it was finally Fang Xiu's turn, and he handed over his profession card while reporting the mission he wanted to accept. Okay, the staff member reached out and took the occupation card, but halfway through the registration he suddenly looked up in confusion. Where are the occupation cards of your other teammates? I don't have any other teammates, solo execution, Fang Xiu replied. Ah. The staff was stunned. It was the first time he had encountered someone who hadn't teamed up with others until today's registration. Seeing that Fang Xiu was a new face, he should be a newcomer to the Aurora Society who had just arrived recently, so he reminded him. Young man, the battlefield is not like in a copy, it's very dangerous. I suggest you find some teammates together first. No, I'm good enough on my own. Fang Xiu didn't need teammates. His agility attributes had basically exceeded those of a 4th turn agility professional, plus the seal of the flying blade and various skills that increased movement speed. A normal 5th turn agility professional wouldn't even be able to catch up with him. With such mobility, teammates were just a drag. Besides, he didn't have many friends in the Aurora Society. Li Bo counted as one, but he wasn't interested in coming to Nightmare Soul Valley to kill. Rong Rong counted as one, a power-type professional, the kind of drag that Fang Xiu was thinking of when it came to his own speed at all. Fang Xiu's words drew searching gazes from the surroundings. One person by himself was enough? Who is this person? A bit arrogant, ah. The staff looked at Fang Xiu's couldn't care less appearance and wanted to open his mouth to persuade him a few more times, but before he could open his mouth, an instruction came from behind him. Process him. The staff looked back and realized that it was their supervisor. A bearded man in a black suit, he wore a pair of sunglasses, and his tone carried a hint of imperturbability. Yes, supervisor. The supervisor had given the word, so the staff didn't try to persuade him any further and hurriedly gave Fang Xiu the process. Thank you. Taking the occupation card that had been registered and entrusted away, Fang Xiu gave a thank you. It was both to the staff and to that supervisor. When Fang Xiu walked out of the door of the Aurora Club's branch, the supervisor standing behind the 10 staff members at the Aurora Club's reception window snapped at them. You guys write down the 3 names, Fang Xiu, Bai Qingfeng, and Hao Shon. In the future, if these 3 people come alone to receive commissions, they will handle it directly. Also, Li Hong, you transfer the temporary rank of these 3 people to captain.